This young man retained all of his past life memories even while still inside his mother's womb, and as a result, the body of a newborn baby simply couldn't handle that massive flood of knowledge, which almost caused him to kick the bucket a second time. Right at this moment, a system notice popped up. Adversity Conqueror achievement unlocked, and he also obtained the Overcomer of Difficulties attribute. The moment you lose the ability to fight, all of your active skills will instantly rise to A rank. You will also be completely immune to pain while the skill is active. What on earth is this? Na Seon-hu simply could not believe his eyes. Somehow, he scored the first villain's strongest attribute, a truly terrifying cheat, one capable of easily reversing any battle, even if he completely loses consciousness. From this exact moment, the second life of Na Seon-hu officially begins. Right from birth, he received a simple quest to grow big and strong. He doesn't need to do anything else but just grow up safe and warm in his parents' loving arms. Before long, that initial growth quest was officially completed and moved on to Phase 2. Na Seon-hu received a ton of bonus stat points. Now, he finally understood what made the first villain become so absurdly powerful. In this post-apocalyptic world, the 8 great villains and the 8 great saints formed the strongest 16 S-rank awakeners. The saints were completely loyal to the system, while the other 8 chose to turn their backs on the system and were dubbed the 8 great villains. But honestly, the goals of these absolute bastards sought only self-pleasure. Na Seon-hu and his allies stood up to fight those greedy jerks, who used their immense power to hoard all the dungeons and rare items. But their rebellion was like throwing eggs against a brick wall, especially against the strongest opponent, the first villain. While others struggled with their new abilities, this guy achieved perfection. But he never expected the birth of a rival who could match his power, all because he bragged about his secrets to Na Seon-hu when he was still a fetus. Talk about bragging would doom him. After surviving 1 year as a baby, Na Seon-hu finally managed to open his status screen. Reaching this milestone means a special reward is coming. Get ready, because an unexpected alert appeared. Congratulations, you have become the very first awakened human. Na Seon-hu was utterly stunned by this. It was way beyond what he had ever hoped for. The unique reward for the first awakened was a special challenger chest. Deep inside his consciousness, a chest suddenly materialized, glowing with a brilliant light. Na Seon-hu was completely floored by this sight. This thing before him was the absolute highest grade chest, the exact item that allowed him to regress in the first place. He never expected to open it again. The chest contained the mythic Wrath of Na Seon-hu's skill, granted Na Seon-hu complete mastery over lightning right in his palms. Just as the name implies, this is a mythic tier ultimate skill belonging to one of the 8 great villains. He clearly remembered his guild getting annihilated by a single effortless snap of that monster's fingers. Armed with this power, Na Seon-hu finally has a real chance to turn the tables on them now. But he must prepare thoroughly before Genesis Day. Right now, back in reality, his baby body cannot handle his intense mental energy, causing him to cry hysterically. His mother gently cradles him, whispering, "My baby, my only wish is for you to be healthy." Soon, Na Seon-hu managed to pull himself together. He looks at his parents with absolute determination, swearing to himself that he returned to the past to protect them, no matter the cost. In his previous life, Na Seon-hu was walking down the street when Genesis Day arrived. In an instant, his ordinary life was completely wiped out. The entire world was thrown into a brutal apocalypse as weird monsters tore bystanders apart. Na Seon-hu was completely frozen, right in front of him. At that exact moment, an emergency broadcast echoed nationwide, warning citizens that this is absolutely not a drill. Unidentified beasts are attacking the public, and everyone must evacuate inside sturdy buildings. Na Seon-hu finally snapped out of his shock and started running for his life. But suddenly, another alert appeared, declaring a tutorial zone. His body dissolved into pure light and vanished instantly. One, as countless others suffered the exact same fate. In those chaotic first days of Genesis, bloodthirsty monsters poured from tears in space. Meanwhile, the chosen awakeners were instantly transported to brutal tutorial areas. Some spent months fighting there, while others survived for an entire decade. The survivors, who returned, barely had time to rest before clashing with terrifying monsters. After being pushed to the absolute brink of extinction, humanity unleashed their ultimate weapon, nuclear bombs. But even after all of that, mankind failed and nations collapsed. The 8 great villains and the 8 great saints then used their power to building up a powerful faction. But all of that is still far off. The world is peaceful and everyone's everyday life is just moving right along. Right now, Na Seon-hu is still a diaper-wearing baby. He lies there watching television while silently judging the foolish actions of the world's current nations. Sensing something strange, his parents come over to play with. Right then, Na Seon-hu realizes this truly is a second life. As long as he prepares everything carefully, he can prevent that dark future. Late that night, while his parents sleep peacefully, Na Seon-hu sneaks awake. He pushes his tiny baby body to take a step, but faceplants immediately and falls asleep on the spot. It is still a fragile infant body after all. But in the end, Na Seon-hu's sheer willpower wins out. He fights through the sleepiness and manages to take 10 whole steps, all just to clear the system's chain quest. A notification pops up stating he completed the quest to grow strong. His vitality has increased by 1 and he earns 20 points. Congratulations, he has met the growth requirements for strength. He has acquired a bronze chest as a quest reward. Na Seon-hu stares at the chest appearing before him in absolute shock. This is insane. Is this really the same bronze chest he struggled so hard to get in his past life's dungeons? The rewards he is getting during his growth phase are just unbelievable. This makes him certain he will eliminate the first villain before that fateful day even arrives. If that monster is already born and growing at this kind of speed right now, he will become another disaster for all mankind. Before long, autumn rolls around and Na Seon-hu lies outside under the sun, staring blankly at the system screen. The next quest is fairly simple: pick a target and speak at least 10 sentences with them. But who can he talk to? If a baby only a few months old suddenly starts talking like an adult, it will feel like a straight-up horror movie. This particular quest is definitely going to be a major headache for him. Right then, Na Seon-hu notices the calendar on the wall. The Mid-Autumn Festival is coming, giving him the perfect chance to clear it. His chosen target is his cousin Jia. She is only 4 years old and can already speak quite well. She is the perfect candidate. In his past life, Jia passed the bar exam and was also incredibly beautiful and smart. She was a sister Na Seon-hu was deeply proud of. But on that fateful day, Jia and her mother completely vanished. In this brand new life, can Na Seon-hu change that tragic outcome? The moment she sees him, Jia cannot resist his adorable baby face and gives him a warm hug. Right then, Na Seon-hu speaks up, giving Jia a tiny fright. From afar, nobody would ever guess these two toddlers are having a real conversation. Na Seon-hu quickly tells Jia to keep his secret, though, surprised, she agrees to help her little cousin out. Suddenly, a notification pops up showing he completed the life quest chain. Congratulations on completing the entire tutorial guide for the first time. It turns out everything Na Seon-hu did was just a tutorial. Another alert appears right after offering him a prompt to skip the remaining parts of the tutorial altogether. There will be no pre-planned quests active after skipping. Do you wish to bypass the childhood tutorial segment? Though Na Seon-hu wants to spend time with his family, he knows he might accidentally scare or shock them with his powers. After careful consideration, Na Seon-hu decides to skip the tutorial. In the blink of an eye, his consciousness shifts forward. He wakes up as a middle school student in the year 1997. Na Seon-hu is now 12 years old. After skipping the tutorial, he has grown tall and muscular. He enters countless street fights against local thugs to build combat skills. Even if his opponent is a massive giant armed with a weapon, Na Seon-hu effortlessly dodges and delivers a swift knockout. He quickly gains fame as a ruthless street fighter, completely dominating the underground scene across the entire province. Following another victory, a shady broker approaches him with a flattering arm around his shoulder, praising his natural talent. He tells Na Seon-hu he shouldn't waste his skills here because he has the potential to become a world-class fighter. Why get caught up in cheap street brawls and risk getting hurt? But Na Seon-hu couldn't care less about any of that. He glares at the broker with cold, murderous eyes. He hates repeating himself, so if the man can't find opponents, he'll find someone else. Na Seon-hu then walks away in silence. As he heads home, he opens up his status window to inspect his stats. His body has already matured to match a grown adult. His strength and agility now far exceed even professional athletes. Na Seon-hu smirks, revealing his handsome face. Looking at him now, nobody would ever believe he is only 12 years old. He checks the minor scrapes from his recent battle. Being an awakened being allows Na Seon-hu to heal incredibly fast. His injuries have completely vanished. Back during his first life, he was only average height, but now he stands tall. The stat increases from the childhood tutorial clearly carried over during the time skip, boosting his physical growth massively. His physical development is far beyond any normal 12-year-old, but there are still obstacles ahead of him. At the testing center with no active quests left, Na Seon-hu has to conquer some dungeons to level up. He already has a perfect spot in mind, a place up in the mountains of Wong City in Gyeonggi Province where a sealed F-class dungeon is waiting. Sitting in class, Na Seon-hu is totally tuned out, thinking about nothing but his upcoming raid. But preparing for a dungeon raid takes a lot of careful planning. He has to buy that entire mountain and completely seal it off from the outside world, then set up heavy defense lines, just in case any monsters manage to break out. The problem is that mountain costs $1.3 million. Toss in defensive facilities. and the price tag goes straight through the roof. Besides, there are countless hidden dungeons scattered across the globe. To secure them all, Na Seon-hu first needs to gain a massive upper hand. Since he already knows the future, racking up money will not be a problem. He can practically manifest an insane fortune in the blink of an eye. But as a minor, Na Seon-hu still faces major legal limits. Moving huge cash flows is impossible right now. He needs a proxy. Right in the middle of these deep thoughts, Na Seon-hu gets snapped back to reality by a sharp rap on the head from his teacher. Honestly, middle school algebra is the last thing on his mind. He keeps planning his next moves. The only person he can trust to act as his proxy is an old comrade from his past life. Unforgettable memories of that ally flood back. Back then, Na Seon-hu was brutally betrayed by two men he once called brothers. They lunged at him, piercing his body with sharp spears while muttering, "Do not hold a grudge against us, Captain, you would do the exact same thing." But Na Seon-hu had anticipated this very betrayal. Calmly placing his hands on the twin spears, his energy began to gather. Suddenly, a blinding burst of red light erupted, vaporizing the traitors and wiping out the entire surrounding area. Escaping that deadly trap, Na Seon-hu could not help but curse. Did those bastards lose their minds over a loot box? But before he could even catch his breath, a very familiar voice echoed right beside him. Was that the crest of destruction? Thank goodness I did not get any closer. It was his sworn brother Jonathan. Tension skyrocketed as Na Seon-hu braced himself, thinking this was finally the end. Instead, Jonathan had actually rushed in to save him, activating a powerful healing crest. Instantly, the two sharp spears embedded in Na Seon-hu were pulled free and his gruesome wounds closed up. Finally, letting out a sigh of relief, Na Seon-hu smiled at his savior. Even in a brutal world abandoned by God, true loyalty still existed. After resting up, the two of them made their way out. Walking out, Jonathan struck up a conversation. "Na Seon-hu, I heard you worked on Wall Street too. Do you remember the financial market? Back in 1997. Na Seon-hu winced immediately, remembering those dark days when his entire home country was sinking into a massive financial crisis. He was just a kid back then, but the memory remained crystal clear. Realizing Na Seon-hu was South Korean, Jonathan could only offer an awkward laugh. Despite his current messy look, Jonathan was once a legendary trader in Hong Kong during that Asian financial crash. A professional trader, he survived by constantly buying and selling financial assets based on intense data analysis. Sitting beside their cozy campfire, Jonathan could not help but brag about his glory days. He proudly shared his past victories. Back then, he was way wilder than he is now, known as the Wolf of Wall Street. An A-class awakened means nothing compared to the wild era when cold, hard cash ruled the world. Na Seon-hu just stared silently at his companion, struggling to truly understand the man. Jonathan had achieved a coveted A-rank title that made everyone green with envy, yet he sat there desperately clinging to his past financial glory. Fast forward to the present day, Jonathan is now 25 years old and working on Gold Street. In almost every conversation, he constantly brings up his old nickname, the Wolf of Wall Street, simply because the firm he worked for back then had the word wolf in its actual name. Armed with these details, Na Seon-hu tracks down Jonathan's contact information online and fires off a highly intriguing email to capture his professional interest. It says, "Great to meet you. I want to hear your thoughts on whether the Thai bot is currently overvalued." Na Seon-hu hits send with absolute confidence. He knows for a fact that Jonathan will reply. Right about now in this timeline, Jonathan is already secretly questioning whether a major hedge fund is planning a massive attack on the Thai currency, but he is still hesitant to make a move. If he takes a massive gamble using Na Seon-hu's tip, his legendary status will finally become real instead of just empty self-proclaimed boasting. For those unfamiliar with the term, a hedge fund is basically an elite investment pool using massive client assets to squeeze out every drop of profit. Since they are completely obsessed with cash, some people call them the true devils of modern capitalism. And just as Na Seon-hu predicted, Jonathan does not waste any time. He fires back a reply to the email almost instantly. The Thai bot is not overvalued, it says. One glance and Na Seon-hu knows Jonathan is just playing dumb to test him. He keeps pushing, sending another message to bait the man's curiosity. "Sorry about the overvaluation. Comment, what I really meant was, can anyone actually stop them from driving the price straight up?" Reading this, an anxious Jonathan immediately replies, demanding to know Na Seon-hu's identity and which major firm he represents. Seeing his target fall right into the trap, Na Seon-hu prepares to make his more information. There are plenty of reasons why its value is rising, especially with Asia's foreign reserves and the expected rising value of the greenback. It makes total sense for hedge funds to jump on this. I truly believe that a direct attack on the Thai bot is coming this month. This is war. If it erupts, Thailand is not the final target. No way. Thailand is merely a stepping stone. Reading through this brutal analysis, Jonathan is absolutely stunned. His mind races with a million thoughts. Thailand is just a stepping stone. It is unbelievable, truly. The situation on Wall Street is a total mess right now. This sender used leveraged terms. That means they are an insider. Who is this mystery person, or rather who is behind them? This could be a test. After a long silence, Jonathan decides to send a reply. He writes that his office is always open, welcoming them anytime. If they cannot make a visit, then here is his contact information. Back at his desk, Na Seon-hu stares at his computer screen and flashes a very satisfied grin. Oh, Jonathan, he knew the man would react exactly like this. His judgment is sharp, but he just lacks a bit of resolve. Still, there is no way he can ignore this. Soon, a massive financial war will erupt in the markets. In April 1997, the hedge fund attack officially begins. Back in 1992, it took 50 days for a hedge fund to break the British pound. Because of that, Wall Street expects Thailand to collapse in 50 days as well. But the Thai currency will not go down easily. They are going to fight back hard and even deal a massive blow to those greedy hedge funds. After 3 grueling months, Thailand finally crashes on July 2nd. This is the exact future knowledge Na Seon-hu possesses, and he plans to use it to make a massive fortune. But the most critical task right now is building up his body. Na Seon-hu keeps pushing through intense daily training, day and night, preparing for the storm ahead. Soon, when events unfold exactly as Na Seon-hu predicted, Jonathan begins to panic. Talk about desperate. He floods Na Seon-hu with over 10 urgent emails. All are focused on the massive profits they betting against the Thai currency in May. But anyone could have guessed that. Na Seon-hu fires back with a disappointing subject line. He writes that if Jonathan actually makes a profit betting on the bat rising, they can talk again. Na Seon-hu wears a highly confident grin. He sends another message suggesting that if Jonathan starts his own firm, he will share a golden investment proposal. In exchange, he wants a 51% stake in that firm. Reading this, Jonathan turns completely pale, unable to believe his eyes. What on earth is this kid thinking? He wants to bet that the bot will actually go up. Yet he was the one warning about an imminent attack. He never once said who would win or lose. But once the onslaught begins, Thailand will have no chance of holding out. Not even their solid financial defenses can stop the bleeding. Jonathan runs the calculations over and over, checking all his files. Every single indicator suggests the bot is bound to take a massive dive. Plus, demanding a 51% share for a mere proposal seems like a total joke. After weighing his options, Jonathan decides he is being played. He picks up the phone to contact his high-profile clients, but then he suddenly hesitates. A powerful gut feeling tells him that Na Seon-hu might actually be right. He freezes on the spot, hangs up, and emails Na Seon-hu asking how he concluded that the hedge funds will fail. Sipping his coffee, he tells himself this is his final question. But he never expects an instant reply to pop up immediately. Na Seon-hu writes back saying Jonathan misunderstood. He never said the hedge funds would lose, only that Thai banks have several ways to defend themselves this May, like bilateral agreements and dual exchange rate systems. There are still plenty of hidden cards they have not played yet. His final conclusion is that the bot will rally shortly. Reading this, Jonathan chokes on his coffee. Who wouldn't, right? Such a defensive play is actually highly possible, right? Now, Wall Street is completely betting on a May collapse. Because they are so confident, they are leveraging this to lock down high-profile clients. If the bot does not crash in May, Wall Street is going to bleed. Jonathan tears his hair out, caught in an agonizing dilemma. Ultimately, he decides to trust Na Seon-hu and takes this theory to his boss. But his superior instantly explodes in anger, yelling if Jonathan has completely lost his mind, thinking the bot will rise. Greedy hedge funds have pooled all their resources to crush Thailand. Does he honestly think the country can defend itself? He barks that if Jonathan keeps spewing this garbage, he can pack his bags and leave, as keeping an idiot around will ruin the firm's reputation. Jonathan grits his teeth, picking up his scattered papers from the floor while his colleagues whisper and mock him. Deep down, however, Jonathan already knows the truth. He knew this was the inevitable outcome, yet some inexplicable force drove him to trust those wild reports anyway. Jonathan messaged Na Seon-hu back, warning him that betting on a stronger bot would never bring profits. Unfortunately, Gulf Corporation had absolutely no interest in chasing that kind of cheap revenue. By now, Jonathan looks completely drained, a total physical wreck. He has been sleepless for days, his mind entirely consumed by the Thai bot. Na Seon-hu seizes this moment to suggest he go independent. But handing over 51% means surrendering all his wealth and his future. Who on earth would agree to that? Yet Na Seon-hu shows zero intention of backing down, holding firm on his offer. Think it over carefully. My proposal only stands until the end of May. Feeling the pressure, Jonathan tries to schedule a face-to-face meeting at his own office, but he gets hit with absolute silence. Furious, Jonathan snaps violently, kicking a nearby trash can. Now the mocking words of his colleagues keep echoing through his head over and over. Jonathan, is this really your plan? You are literally the only person who did not bet against the falling Thai bot. What on earth are you even doing? Why are you freezing up over something so obvious? He has completely lost his mind. Jonathan, those guys in the office are looking down on you. If you keep this up, I will cut off your funding. Left with nothing, Jonathan can only bury his face in his hands, deeply doubting his own judgment. Is he making the right move or not? Soon after, reality delivers his answer. The ASEAN central banks deploy a $12 trillion bilateral agreement to rescue Thailand. Wall Street literally explodes in shock. Not a single soul can believe what is unfolding right in front of their eyes. Even Jonathan freezes in absolute disbelief. Right then, a female coworker rushes over her face, pale with shock. Jonathan, you were right, she panics. The bot is rising. Everyone is losing their minds. They have lost at least $300 million. Overwhelmed, Jonathan breaks down and weeps, burying his face in his hands. His gamble was correct. Thank goodness. He chose to trust Na Seon-hu. Right on cue, another coworker arrives to announce the big boss wants to see him. Adjusting his suit, Jonathan steps confidently into the boardroom. The boss immediately introduces him to the VIPs as Gulf Corporation's proudest asset. The sudden praise is a complete turnaround from earlier, and Jonathan immediately sees right through it. The investors are absolutely furious over the bot's rebound. The boss is simply using Jonathan as a shield to escape the heat, but reality is about to hit them hard. Jonathan slides his business card to the VIPs, announcing his immediate departure. He is officially leaving Gulf Corporation to launch a brand new investment firm. Since his contact details will not change, they can call him anytime. The boss tries to intervene, but Jonathan is finished. He is leaving this place where his voice was never respected. He is highly confident that lucrative investment offers will start flooding in very soon. After all, Wall Street now knows him as the legendary manager who single-handedly dodged this massive financial catastrophe. The VIPs realize Gulf has nothing left and walk out. There is nothing left of value inside Gulf Corporation anyway. Jonathan walks out of the boardroom under the stunned gazes of his peers. With a huge grin, he packs up his personal belongings. Before stepping out of the building, he fires off an email. He tells Na Seon-hu that he quit and officially accepts his wild proposal. He wants to meet immediately to discuss details, asking where to go. Back in Korea, Na Seon-hu is doing handstand push-ups at home. He has never once slacked off on training his physical body. The moment he receives Jonathan's email, he springs up. Finally, his master plan to amass unimaginable wealth is set in motion. Wearing a satisfied smirk, he types out his reply. Jonathan, book a flight and come to Seoul right now. While waiting for his partner to arrive, Na Seon-hu lives his daily life as an ordinary middle schooler, mostly unfazed by it. Truth be told, he does not care much about school anyway, because his physical body is far more developed than his peers. Na Seon-hu ends up isolated and friendless, but honestly, that suits him just fine. He is already deeply accustomed to solitude. However, the quiet, empty school hallways suddenly trigger dark memories he desperately wishes he could forget. Images of a city stacked with corpses. From a distance, his teacher watches his lonely, quiet figure. Unexpectedly, tears begin to well up in her eyes. Perhaps she can sense the profound, heavy tragedy hiding behind that small back. The very next day, Na Seon-hu heads to the airport to greet Jonathan. After exchanging a few brief, formal pleasantries, they quickly seek out a quiet place to talk business. At this stage, Jonathan still assumes the kid in front of him is merely a hired local guide. Once they sit down, Jonathan casually crosses his legs and asks Na Seon-hu if they are just waiting here. He complains that he is dying to meet the real boss, who is busy playing hard to get. Plus, he notes the guy's email writing skills are completely out of this world. But when Na Seon-hu calmly reveals that he was the one who wrote all those emails, Jonathan's face completely drains of color. His initial shock quickly morphs into pure boiling anger. Jonathan absolutely cannot believe he has been utterly played by a little kid. Jonathan feels totally scammed. He slams the table, yelling out in pure rage, asking if Na Seon-hu is only 19 or 20, especially after all the risks he took. Do you understand what you just did? His eyes burn with absolute fury, looking ready to strangle Na Seon-hu. He recognizes that fierce drive immediately matching the Jonathan from his past life. To calm him down, Na Seon-hu pulls out a thick document folder asking if Jonathan always judges Wall Street professionals based purely on their age. Hates it, he can leave. But first, Na Seon-hu wants to offer a small parting gift to the guest who crossed the ocean for him. Jonathan instantly snatches the folder. As he flips through the pages, he completely freezes in utter shock. Seeing this, Na Seon-hu tells him to take a seat, noting that the Asian economic crisis was inevitable the moment the US government started. handing out unlimited US dollars. Everyone claimed the 21st century would belong to the rising four Asian tigers. Global hedge funds have already jumped into the mix. Na Seon-hu asks how he likes the data, leaving Jonathan absolutely speechless. He cannot tear his eyes away from the paper, asking if Na Seon-hu genuinely believes that Thailand's economy is bound to collapse. Instead of answering, Na Seon-hu asks what Jonathan originally believed before reading the file, putting him right on the spot. But just like the chaotic state of Wall Street, Jonathan finds it impossible to give a simple, straightforward answer. With foreign funds cutting off the Thai government, nobody can predict the final outcome of this brutal currency war. This tense waiting game will drag on until the Thai government finally surrenders. Having finished reading the detailed analysis, Jonathan admits the attackers will win but points out that the report is still missing one highly critical piece. Na Seon-hu leans back, clasping his hands as an incredibly heavy, suffocating pressure fills the room around them. He flatly tells Jonathan that he is the one who must find that answer, regardless of whether they work together. Jonathan feels the unspoken threat behind those words. If he refuses to sign, he will walk away with absolutely nothing. Underestimating this kid will only lead to disaster. After some deep thought, Jonathan decides to try a lighter negotiation tactic. He points out that with his own capital and research, he has everything. What exactly does Na Seon-hu bring to the table? Na Seon-hu counters, asking if he understands opportunity cost. If he had partnered with someone else back in March, things would be different. Even right now, every second spent talking is just wasting money he could easily be earning. As a seasoned pro, Jonathan knows those words are entirely true. He holds his head, weighing his options carefully. Seeing the older man still hesitating, Na Seon-hu simply stands up to leave, showing he has no time to waste. He promises to wait until June 3rd. Hearing that specific date, Jonathan freezes, a sudden realization hitting him. He quickly scrambles to check the report's growth chart, identifying that date as the absolute bottom of the crash. Staring in absolute terror, he looks back at Na Seon-hu, asking if the crash date on the chart represents June 2nd. He stammered, asking if it was even possible to pinpoint an exact day instead of just general market trends. Jonathan still cannot believe his eyes. This isn't just a rough estimate. Na Seon-hu actually nailed the exact date. Predicting things down to the hour is superhuman. While Jonathan stands there utterly dazed, Na Seon-hu turns to walk away. He tells Jonathan to make up his mind by June 2nd or else their deal is completely off the table. He adds that if Jonathan is the genius investor from his memory, he will certainly make the right call. Though the final comment puzzles Jonathan, his sharp gaze is identical to the legend Na Seon-hu remembers from his past life. There is no doubt he will make the correct move. A few days later, Na Seon-hu receives Jonathan's email about naming their firm. The seasoned investor has finally signed the contract, though a tiny sliver of regret still lingers in his mind. But the die is cast, and there is no turning back. His financial destiny is now completely bound to Na Seon-hu. As official business partners, Jonathan immediately asks how he could predict the exact date of this massive market crash. Na Seon-hu casually chalks it up to simple calculations. It is a terrible excuse, but the truth doesn't even matter anymore. They are sailing in the exact same boat now, meaning mutual trust is their only path forward. When asked about the next play, Na Seon-hu explains he will only provide raw intelligence, leaving the execution to Jonathan. Only at this point does Jonathan realize he has not even asked for his young partner's actual name yet. It is funny how fast money can cloud a smart man's brain. Jonathan suggests naming the fund Jonathan Investment. Wanting to keep a low profile, Na Seon-hu declines. They pivot to the hard numbers, laying out their starting business assets. Jonathan has a grand total of $400,000 in his fund. Na Seon-hu just stares at him in disbelief. Giving 51% of his entire net worth to a teenager makes Na Seon-hu seriously wonder if Jonathan is slightly crazy. Jonathan asks if Seon-hu has any capital to chip in, but how is a middle school kid supposed to have investment money? Well, that is exactly the reason he had to ask Jonathan to fly all the way to South Korea to meet in person. Now Jonathan asks Seon-hu a question he has been wondering about for a long time. Why me, he asks, and how did you even find me? Hearing he was just chosen at random, Jonathan sighs deeply. Sometimes opportunity knocks in the strangest ways, because when you are desperately begging for a break, it never seems to show up. Hearing this, Seon-hu flashes back to his past life. Jonathan had once said those exact words, matching them down to the very letter. Originally, Jonathan planned to save up points to open a challenger box, but halfway through he made a sudden pivot to open an overlord chest instead. He was ready to give up on everything, planning to just sell off whatever was inside to spend his days wallowing in worldly pleasures. Instead, the chest granted him a devastatingly powerful skill, the kind of high-tier ability usually reserved only for those legendary challenger boxes. Finding a top-tier item inside a low-grade chest is an incredibly rare event, basically a complete miracle. And yet, that exact miracle found a man who had already thrown away his entire life. Ignoring Seon-hu's warnings, Jonathan went straight on his path of revenge. Back in the present, while Seon-hu was lost in thought, Jonathan pulls out some official documents for him to sign. Jonathan asks if he brought any official identification, but Seon-hu simply slides a small piece of paper across the desk. Right now, this is the only verification the boy can offer. Written on the paper is a 13-digit number, his American Social Security code. Jonathan stares down at those first 6 digits and his eyes instantly widen in pure shock. According to this document, Seon-hu is only 12 years old. Cold sweat begins to pour down Jonathan's neck as he looks at the kid sitting in front of him. He can't comprehend how a mere kid could possess such a mature mind and body. Worse, he just signed a massive business contract with a 12-year-old child. Is this going to be a fatal mistake? Seon-hu simply offers a knowing smile, completely expecting this reaction. He pulls out a fresh stack of documents to lay out their upcoming strategy, moving the meeting right along. Jonathan, there is no more time to be shocked about my age, he says. We need to talk business right now. Seon-hu points directly at the charts on the table, highlighting the second week of June, specifically from the 8th to the 13th. He is certain the market will plummet 10% during this time, but Thailand won't collapse immediately. They will fight back hard. And that struggle is just the beginning. Once Thailand's market officially drops 10%, sheer panic will trigger a massive wave of fear across Asia. Relief funds to salvage the Thai baht will flood in, but the ultimate destination of this massive financial tsunami is South Korea. Jonathan is left completely speechless, asking what he means, because foreign capital cannot simply enter South Korea without permission. Seon-hu immediately nods, explaining that doing so would cause absolute chaos to the nation's foreign exchange market. The real threat hitting Korea isn't the bailout money itself, but a different monster entirely, one that spreads terror throughout East Asia. This sheer panic will drag down all the foreign investment currently parked in the country. Jonathan is completely hooked now, asking if something massive is about to happen and if Seon-hu plans to do anything to stop it, perhaps out of patriotism. But even a genius sailor cannot outrun a literal economic tsunami. Naturally, Seon-hu knows this better than anyone else. That is why his sole objective is pure cash. This financial war will be triggered by elite hedge fund managers. But once the smoke clears, the world will finally see who the real winner of this conflict is. Seon-hu turns to Jonathan and says they are going to bet with an insane 50 times leverage, putting everything on the line. That means borrowing heavily to invest, risking personal assets as collateral. Jonathan is left absolutely stunned by the sheer madness of it. Sure, a 10% drop is predicted, but the market does not just drop in a straight line to negative 10%. It will spike up 2%, dive down 3%, fluctuating violently before finally taking a massive, unstoppable free fall. This is why higher leverage demands extreme composure. At 50 times leverage, even a tiny 1% drop will wipe out 50% of your capital. A mere 2% drop and you lose 100%, leaving you completely bankrupt. Back home, Jonathan still cannot process what he heard. He sends Seon-hu an email asking if he is seriously planning to risk his entire $400,000 life savings with 50 times leverage. Is it trust, or does he just not care? After all, it is not his money to lose. Seon-hu pumps iron while reading the email, fully understanding Jonathan's intense anxiety. 50 times leverage means controlling a $20 million position with just $400,000, multiplying all gains and losses by 50. It is an insanely risky play, but Jonathan's skills as a trader are top tier. By the time October rolls around, and hedge funds are left reeling from the crash in Hong Kong, all he needs to do is trust Seon-hu's data for an easy win. Seon-hu sends back a very short reply telling Jonathan that he is counting on him. This is likely their absolute last chance. To use 50 times leverage, they need to hit hard and win big to prepare for what lies ahead. It is enough for the battle. From the 9th to the 13th, about a week, the ball is at his feet, and Jonathan just has to kick it. Back at his place, Jonathan is holding his head, nearly crying from the sheer stress. But they have gone too far to turn back now. He has to go all in. Jonathan decides to gamble everything he has, risking it all on a massive bet. A while later, Na Seon-hu goes to pick up Jonathan at the airport. To Na Seon-hu, Jonathan looks like an A-rank awakened returning from a raid. He is holding his massive trophy. And Na Seon-hu is not mistaken. Jonathan really did bring back a prize of legendary proportions. A prize more valuable than an S-rank monster mana crystal. Meeting Na Seon-hu, Jonathan immediately blurts out the number 700. Na Seon-hu. Na Seon-hu is not surprised at all, simply asking if he has exchanged everything into dollars. But Jonathan acts incredibly strange. He looks like he is about to explode. Did you think I meant 700%? No, I meant 700 times, Na Seon-hu. We multiplied $400,000 by 700 times. In just 1 week, we brought home $280 million. Their eyes instantly light up like hungry predators on the hunt. This is just the beginning for what they are about to do. They are going to shake the entire global economy. Back at the hotel, Na Seon-hu, still being a teenager, has to lie to his mom. He pretends he is sleeping over at a friend's house. Despite his young age, he is already a master liar as he reviews the paperwork. The return is a massive 70,000%, blowing even Na Seon-hu's wildest expectations out of the water. Jonathan is a genius. He is an incredibly capable partner. Unable to contain his joy, Jonathan cracks open a cold beer and starts celebrating right there. He sings at the top of his lungs. "Oh my sweet love, what the hell did we just do? This is absolutely unbelievable." With just one successful try, they have experienced astronomical growth, creating a massive hedge fund of their own. Seeing Jonathan so excited, Na Seon-hu decides it is time to discuss their next moves. Sitting with his hands clasped, he takes a very serious tone. He begins sharing critical knowledge of the future, stating that Thailand is about to adopt a floating exchange rate system. Using that day as their starting point, they will put their entire fund on the line to maximize their bet. On that day of absolute chaos, there will not be a moment of recovery, just a brutal vertical freefall. No one in their right mind would buy crashing stocks. Realizing the gravity of this, Jonathan suddenly turns dead serious. But the floating exchange rate plan was officially cancelled, Jonathan argues. Na Seon-hu simply smiles and presents his strategy. "What do you think about using $200 million? Hearing this, Jonathan gasps in absolute shock. "Do you think other hedge funds will just sit idle if our $200 million position gets crushed by the bat?" Before he can even finish, Na Seon-hu cuts him off, explaining that they need to leave a little bait for them first. They are the ones who will trigger the war. But if we miscalculate the starting date, we lose absolutely everything. Jonathan is completely losing his cool. Betting like this means risking every cent they just worked so hard to make. He shouts in panic that using such a massive amount of capital without a proper risk assessment is pure madness. Only a god could pull off a stunt like this. Yet Na Seon-hu has absolutely no intention of backing down. Staring into the boy's calm, confident eyes, Jonathan quickly realizes there is absolutely no changing his mind. Na Seon-hu steps closer to reassure him. Starting tomorrow, they have some critical data they need to study together. They must calculate how much of the Thai foreign reserves their $280 million can corner. Jonathan has some doubts. This level of information is not something ordinary people can easily get, and calculating it is incredibly difficult. But Na Seon-hu does not need to calculate anything. He simply compares his moves with the historical events of July 2nd. Just to be safe, he can lower the leverage slightly and adjust the execution date to July 1st. After weighing everything, Na Seon-hu turns to him with absolute confidence. "Why do you think I called it a $200 million bet? $80 million is more than enough to reach the Central Bank of Thailand, right?" Hearing this, Jonathan is stunned. He cannot believe the kid standing before him is only 12 years old. This level of insight requires decades of experience. With the plan laid out, Na Seon-hu instructs Jonathan to travel directly to Thailand to coordinate everything on the ground. Though initially hesitant, Jonathan is completely swayed by Na Seon-hu's magnetic confidence. 1997 will be their golden year. Na Seon-hu tells him to play his part to the absolute fullest. The next day, Jonathan is anxious, but his eyes say otherwise. He looks exactly like a powerful awakened entering a high-ranked dungeon. While Jonathan gathers intelligence behind enemy lines, Na Seon-hu is preparing to walk a very different path, putting on his familiar gear to get ready for action. He plunges into brutal street fights against local thugs. One opponent even plays dirty by pulling out a sharp knife. But Na Seon-hu easily breaks the thug's arm with a swift strike, leaving him screaming in agony and vowing revenge. If the broker had not stopped him, Na Seon-hu would have sent that thug straight to the afterlife. The broker is absolutely terrified because the guy currently face down on the dirt is a notorious thug with rumored ties to a powerful local gang. There is absolutely no way he lets this slide easily. But Na Seon-hu is not afraid. He is actually excited. This is the perfect chance to test his limits. He wants to sharpen his skills. Sure enough, a massive gang of thugs soon corners him, armed to the teeth and ready to kill. The gangsters are pretty taken aback when they realize Na Seon-hu is not running away but is actually stepping up to fight them. Since basic training barely raises his stats anymore, he decides to use these guys as a live test for his hard-earned progress. After their trash talk fails to scare him, the mob charges forward all at once. Even though he is completely outnumbered, Na Seon-hu easily picks them apart. Not a single thug can withstand even one of his heavy blows without some broken bones. But numbers eventually start to take a toll. He gets swarmed from all sides and finds himself caught in a brutal, exhausting brawl. An opening appears. A thug smashes a brick right over his head. Big mistake. That guy just signed his own death warrant. Na Seon-hu grabs him by the collar and slams him into the pavement. He is dizzy and bleeding heavily from the head. Yet, amid the chaos, he can suddenly spot every single opening in their defenses. It feels like the system is practically begging him to strike. But unleashing Na Seon-hu's wrath on street-level thugs would be a total embarrassment, so he chooses to rely purely on his physical martial arts. He wants to take down this entire gang on his own. As the chaotic battle rages on like some wild action movie, one thug gets impatient and decides to end things quickly. He hops on a motorcycle and drives straight at Na Seon-hu at full speed. The impact sends Na Seon-hu flying through the air. He crashes hard, his back severely injured, leaving him temporarily unable to stand. The cowards immediately crowd around to stomp him. Defenseless, he can only curl up and take the hits. Then that broken-armed thug steps up. He wants to deliver the final blow, never expecting Na Seon-hu to somehow struggle back to his feet. Furious, the thug charges forward. A brutal kick lands square on his face, knocking Na Seon-hu out cold. But right at that moment, his eyes snap open and glow. A dark, heavy aura erupts around him. The system instantly triggers his Overcomer of Adversity trait, boosting every single stat he has. His rank leaps all the way from F to E. Floating into the air, his entire body is suddenly wrapped in a mysterious red glow. Absolutely terrified, the thug starts swinging his knife wildly in panic. But Na Seon-hu is moving at a completely different speed now. With a blinding punch, he utterly demolishes the thug's face. The rest of the gang freezes in absolute terror. Na Seon-hu does not rush in either, taking a moment to assess his new power. The sudden stat boost makes his own body feel foreign. Luckily, the passive effect of Overcomer of Adversity partially heals his wounds, instantly dulling the agonizing pain. With his physical pain completely gone, Na Seon-hu has transformed into a literal fighting machine ready to obliterate anyone in his path. At their boss's command, the thugs charge again. Na Seon-hu immediately knocks one out cold while disarming the second. Soon only the lead gangster on the motorcycle is left standing. Na Seon-hu decides to activate Na Seon-hu's wrath to finish this. He fires a massive bolt of lightning straight at the motorcycle, sending the gang leader spinning through the air. With the threat neutralized, Na Seon-hu calmly walks away, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Once back home, he immediately begins training. Reflecting on the brutal street fight, he realizes his newly awakened Overcomer of Adversity trait operates under very specific rules. It will not trigger if he tries to harm himself, it only activates when receiving direct attacks from external enemies. He needs to master this ability to turn it into his ultimate weapon. It is his key to surviving against monsters. He must prepare for the post-apocalyptic clash against the 8 evils and 8 sages. Suddenly, his phone begins to ring. It is an international call. Answering immediately, Na Seon-hu tells the caller he is glad they connected before curfew. On the other end, Jonathan is stunned that a middle school kid could have predicted such strict emergency measures. Shaking off his shock, Jonathan skips the pleasantries and gets straight to the point about their massive financial play. He admits Na Seon-hu was entirely right. They nearly got wiped out, but their profits have already surged past 20%. It was an incredibly close call, but Na Seon-hu is already reading the deeper reality behind Jonathan's tense words. Jonathan never mentioned Thailand, but Na Seon-hu knows the country still holds enough foreign reserves to keep the market volatile. Because of this, Jonathan is still hesitant to call a definitive victory for the attacking hedge funds. Understanding this hesitation, Na Seon-hu calmly reminds him of their agreement to go all in on this trade. He asks if Jonathan is backing out. Jonathan responds that spending $80 million on mere rumors is absolute madness. Even without knowing the final outcome, their current financial play is pushing the boundaries of extreme risk. Na Seon-hu simply smiles with absolute confidence. Come July 7th, they are going to place their biggest bet yet. Jonathan was shaking like crazy, completely losing his cool. He admitted he was going mad and that if the kid's math was right, the fallout would be massive. He meant how the Sacred Dragon hedge fund and the others would react. Of course, Na Seon-hu already knew. Those massive funds always set the trend. The moment heavy hitters like the Sacred Dragon started making moves, the rest would follow. It was a classic domino effect. Their dynamic was exactly like the relationship between the 8 great evils and the 8 great saints against the world hunters. When one champion takes the front lines, the massive forces backing them will trigger absolute chaos. Jonathan buried his face in his hands, groaning in pure disbelief. If Na Seon-hu was right, they were about to impact every major investment fund on the planet with a single move. He gasped that his weak heart was literally about to explode. But as they kept talking, the tension finally broke. Without even realizing it, they had forged a deep, unbreakable bond as real partners. Then came July 1st, the day Hong Kong officially returned to Chinese rule. Some said history was simply repeating itself. A modern-day opium war was quietly unfolding in Asia, but this time, the weapons of choice had completely changed. Western funds flooded the markets with dollars instead of drugs to bleed the economy, dry launching attacks with capital instead of naval cannons. In his past life, the reason humanity's war broke out in Asia before the regression was due to a sealed S-rank dungeon. It was guarded by one of the 8 great saints and his followers, though the ultimate victor back then was someone else entirely. But for now, none of that had actually happened yet. In the present, Na Seon-hu was just bored scrolling through his emails. Back in this era, email was pretty much the only way to receive updates from across the world. He had no choice but to wait for Jonathan to ping him. Right now, the return on their $200 million bet was projected to be around $10 billion. Even if they bet everything on a total collapse, someone had to take the other side. But the Thai bot market just wasn't that big. Daily futures trading volume was actually under $10 billion. Na Seon-hu worried they wouldn't have enough liquid capital to play this market, meaning they had to secure the absolute best position. They needed to dominate the field before tomorrow's massive storm hit. Now watch, this is where things get interesting. Jonathan confirmed that all preparations for the strike were complete. Na Seon-hu couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. He practically hugged his monitor in pure excitement. This was the ultimate green light. It felt like stepping into a dungeon, loaded with the most overpowered gear imaginable. He used to dive into deadly gates without knowing if he'd survive. Now he was trembling for a completely different reason. The money was basically already in his pockets, guaranteed. He realized all those hard-earned points from his past life wouldn't go to waste over some stupid stroke of bad luck. But Na Seon-hu caught himself clenching his fists. He couldn't afford to get soft. This peaceful everyday life was making him weak. Slapping his own face, he forced his survival instincts back online. It hadn't even been a year since his regression, yet his past life already felt like a distant, faded memory. Taking a deep breath, he quickly typed his reply. "Everything is set, Jonathan," he wrote. "Let's go clear a massive dungeon." He was saying it to himself too, keeping his edge. On July 2nd, Na Seon-hu sat in class taking an exam, but his eyes were glued to the clock. It was 12 noon. In exactly 30 minutes, the Bank of Thailand would announce they were floating their currency, triggering the crash. That's when the real game begins. From what Na Seon-hu remembered of the original timeline, there were three distinct betting groups. The first wagered on Thailand's immediate surrender. The second group also bet on their surrender but targeted mid-July. And the final group went all in, betting that Thailand would somehow pull through and win in the end. In his past life, today was the day that drew a line between heaven and absolute hell for these investors. But because Na Seon-hu had quietly interfered behind the scenes, the number of people betting on Thailand's surrender had shrunk drastically. All that sweet cash from the losing bets was about to flow straight into their pockets. Suddenly, a voice broke his trance. His teacher tapped his desk, snapping him out of it. "Na Seon-hu, why are you staring at the clock instead of testing?" Na Seon-hu quickly apologized, and thankfully she let him off the hook. But right then, something felt incredibly off. By all logic, his homeroom teacher should have been the exact same person from his original timeline. Yet he had absolutely zero memory of this woman. He frowned but quickly brushed it aside. He had bigger fish to fry. 30 minutes later, the bell rang, signaling the end of the exam and the start of lunch. Na Seon-hu moved instantly. He headed straight to the teacher's lounge, claiming he felt sick to his stomach and needed to go home early. His teacher looked over his test paper and sighed, questioning why he always claimed to be sick when he looked perfectly fine. In fact, she noted he seemed to grow taller every time she saw him. Then she told him to rest up. "Did you get a perfect score just to leave early? Normally you purposely miss a few questions to avoid getting a perfect grade. I trust you aren't skipping class for anything bad, so go ahead." It seemed Na Seon-hu was highly trusted by his homeroom teacher. As Na Seon-hu packed his things to leave, his teacher suddenly called him back. She asked if he was being excluded by his classmates. She didn't mean anything by it, but she noticed he was always alone. This question caught Na Seon-hu off guard. He turned back and bowed politely, saying it was just his personality. He simply preferred being alone, but thanked her for caring. This teacher was definitely not as simple as she seemed. Na Seon-hu had a bad feeling about her, but that did not matter right now. He needed to get home. Fast. Jonathan was waiting, and Na Seon-hu booted up his computer the second he arrived. Jonathan was already waiting for him online. He initiated the chat immediately, and after a brief exchange, Na Seon-hu got the picture. He understood the current situation perfectly. Now he eagerly waited for Jonathan's final figures. After a brief pause, the message came through. "The bot is at 30. We made 300 times our initial capital before pulling out, which is about $60 billion. $60 billion. Reading that massive figure sent a shockwave straight through Na Seon-hu, making his entire body tremble. He could barely keep his emotions in check. This much cash was just surreal, even if he expected it. Actually, seeing those numbers on screen was wild. Na Seon-hu told Jonathan that he wanted to monitor the rates until the very end. But Jonathan was anxious, replying that their rivals were starting to fight back and push the market in the opposite direction. Massive profits were already secured. He urged Na Seon-hu to pull their money out immediately. No more waiting. Jonathan sounded exactly like an analyst reporting to his boss, trying his best to keep his cool. Now Na Seon-hu needed absolute focus. He quickly replied to Jonathan, reminding him of their agreement. Na Seon-hu would be the sole person deciding when to pull out. There was no need to worry about the rivals pushing back. Today's announcement would turn the entire financial world upside down. Jonathan sent non-stop updates. The value of the Thai baht was crashing hard, falling faster by the second. Even though Na Seon-hu knew the crash was inevitable, watching trillions of won evaporate right before his eyes was a different story. His hands kept shivering. He had never felt this kind of raw anxiety even when risking his actual life. But once he finally regained his composure, he made his move. It was time to officially start withdrawing. In this currency war, the hedge fund alliance focused heavily on the spot market, but Na Seon-hu had other cards to play. Using the futures market was merely a decoy tactic. It was risky, but it served as a perfect shield for their spot market plays. Na Seon-hu had put everything he owned into these high-stakes futures contracts, banking on a massive 50 times leverage option. It was an absolutely insane and irrational gamble. But against all odds, his high-risk play succeeded, yielding mind-boggling profits. The insane bet actually paid off. Now Na Seon-hu and Jonathan had to pull every single cent out of the market. Just as he suspected his massive intervention had altered history, the Thai baht was suddenly bouncing back and gaining value rapidly. Word spread like wildfire. Other major hedge funds caught wind of the sudden spike and everyone held their breath to watch. The currency shot up to the $33 mark, but that was the absolute ceiling before it crashed back down. It plummeted without warning. Incredibly volatile, just like the weather. Timing in this high-stakes game was absolutely everything. Missing the window meant losing everything. Fortunately, Jonathan sent a message confirming they successfully secured 80% of their funds. He suggested keeping the remaining 20% until expiry. Jonathan clearly wanted to squeeze out every last drop of profit, but the real war was already over. Anything left on the table now was just scraps for the hyenas. Na Seon-hu ordered Jonathan to erase all their digital traces and head back to South Korea to prepare for the next phase. Global news outlets exploded with reports of the crash. The Thai baht was officially in freefall, hitting historic lows. The currency was trading at over 30.4 baht per dollar after the central bank floated the exchange rate. With the baht in freefall, a heavy sense of dread and absolute panic quickly spread throughout Southeast Asia. After an incredibly grueling flight, Jonathan immediately tracked down Na Seon-hu carrying a heavy briefcase in his hands. He looked absolutely exhausted, like he might collapse right there. He placed the heavy briefcase on the table with a grim expression. He admitted that due to some slippage during their massive cash-out, the final payout was slightly lower than they hoped. Na Seon-hu expected as much, asking for the final number. Jonathan simply held up his hand, spreading his fingers. $50 billion. Hearing that final figure made Na Seon-hu's head spin. Neither of them had slept in days. They were both on the verge of complete physical collapse. Taking a deep breath, Na Seon-hu told Jonathan they needed to stay focused. They had to secure their gains because this was only the first domino of the massive Asian financial crisis. His own health comes first. Malaysia and Indonesia will escape the storm, but Hong Kong is next. Just hearing Hong Kong, Jonathan's eyes instantly light up. A new market always restores his spirit, but first, there is one crucial favor Na Seon-hu needs from him. To get started, they need to purchase a few plots of land in Korea. Suddenly, Jonathan finds himself pulled into a mysterious void. A towering giant stands before him, reaching out and grabbing him in a tight grip. Even though Jonathan struggles with all his might, he cannot break free from this crushing pressure. That is when he finally sees the face of the monster choking him. It is actually Na Seon-hu. Fortunately, it turns out to be nothing but a terrifying nightmare. Jonathan wakes up with a gasp, sweat dripping from his terrified face. A flight attendant approaches to announce that their plane has finally landed. Jonathan has arrived in the world's ultimate superpower, America. Riding in a car back to the office, he cannot stop replaying that bizarre dream. He chalks it up to extreme stress, causing such a childish nightmare. Then Jonathan recalls his recent talk with Na Seon-hu. When the kid mentioned buying land, Jonathan assumed he just wanted to dabble in real estate. But Na Seon-hu's actual response completely caught him off guard. Real estate is just the starting point. From now on, they are playing in every single market out there as long as it makes them absurd cash. Jonathan could hardly believe his ears. To think that $50 billion was merely starting capital for a teenager like Na Seon-hu. Tense, Jonathan asked Na Seon-hu straight up, "Is there any chance we get in real trouble here?" Sensing his partner's deep anxiety, Na Seon-hu slides a plate of steak over to calm him down. "Eat up first," Na Seon-hu says. "You look way too stressed. First, use my shares as collateral to split the company. If you want a piece of the action, you should invest heavily." Cutting into a piece of meat, Jonathan asks how many shell companies Na Seon-hu is planning to set up. Na Seon-hu gets dead serious. "The corporate structure needs to be as incredibly complex as possible so no one can trace us. We have to make it so convoluted that even our own employees have absolutely no idea who they actually work for." This means Na Seon-hu is proposing to set up hundreds of paper companies with matching fake paper trails. A massive brazen scheme. Na Seon-hu continues, "Working completely alone all this time must have been tough on you. Since we are targeting Hong Kong next, we need to build a trustworthy team. Talent is secondary. We only care about absolute loyalty and rock-solid honesty." Hearing these specific requirements, a few potential names flashed through Jonathan's mind, but Na Seon-hu's grand master plan is far from done. Once we secure the massive returns we want in Hong Kong, we should acquire two mid-sized investment firms. We will merge them under Goof Group, your old firm, and recruit every top-tier expert we can find like Jeffrey Carter. Hearing that legendary corporate raider's name, Jonathan's face completely freezes in absolute shock. He cannot believe his ears. "Oh my god," a corporate hunter, Jonathan mutters, "you want to put a legendary superstar under my wing? This feels like a dream." To Na Seon-hu, though this is just business as usual, "We will give them access to our immense capital," he explains, "but we can never let them see the inner workings of our main firm. Once the restructuring is complete, I want one subsidiary named Na Seon-il based right here to buy up local assets." Na Seon-il happens to be the name of Na Seon-hu's father. It is a closely guarded secret, but Na Seon-hu plans to tell him one day. He really is a devoted son. Wrapping up their conversation, Na Seon-hu delivers his final powerful message. "Jonathan, we must focus completely on getting this job done right. There is absolutely no time to sit idle on our pile of cash. That day will only come when all the money in the entire world belongs to us. Don't you agree?" These chilling words instantly awaken the inner beast inside Jonathan. The global economy is about to be utterly shaken by Jonathan investments. As agreed, Na Seon-hu's name will remain completely hidden. Jonathan will receive all the fame and glory. Arriving back at the office, Jonathan strides confidently straight into the meeting room. His team stares in utter confusion, but Jonathan is bursting with unmatched energy as he raises his voice with supreme confidence. "Listen up, everyone. How long are you going to keep those long faces? We have finally made it to the major leagues. Welcome to the real deal. Welcome to Jonathan Investments." The room absolutely explodes with hype. Every employee feels deeply inspired, ready to conquer any impossible goal. In nature, there is a terrifying species called army ants. They march by the hundreds of thousands, destroying everything in their path. Always ravenous, greedy hedge funds and their powerful backers behave in the exact same way. These economic predators had moved to Southeast Asia to strike, but history has officially been rewritten. All that potential profit they hope to steal is now sitting safely inside Na Seon-hu's deep pockets. They better adapt fast. According to the newspapers, Na Seon-hu is currently reading a rogue financial group shorted the Thai baht on July 1st, draining all the sweet profits for themselves. Naturally, the true identities of Na Seon-hu and Jonathan remain heavily classified. No one knows who pulled the strings. Now Na Seon-hu is preparing to deal. He had enough cash to lease a brand new workspace. Even though he was still underage, money solves everything. Na Seon-hu had plenty. They signed a solid 2-year lease, paying the entire security deposit upfront with massive stacks of cold cash. Only Na Seon-hu's name was officially written on those papers. Obviously, this kind of shady transaction was totally illegal, but it was a win-win since the cash flowed straight into President Choi's slush fund. The broker quickly guided him inside. Na Seon-hu stepped into his brand new office. He chose this place for one simple reason: tight security and high-speed internet. Finally, he was escaping that agonizingly slow dial-up connection. It was almost emotional. Na Seon-hu held the new modem tightly. Staring at the device, he felt deeply satisfied. Once he was left completely alone, Na Seon-hu slowly walked around the space. He debated whether to remodel the office before Jonathan returned. Ultimately, he just pinned a drawing of a monster on the wall. That dog-headed beast was his next target, and this quiet room would soon serve as his first front line. Meanwhile, Jonathan had been sending regular progress reports. He had finalized the spin-off structures for their new startups. 8 distinct groups were chosen for the next phase. Each time they hit a milestone, Jonathan shifted them to another shell company. This clever tactic ensured those gossiping about the spin-offs had absolutely no clue what they were actually up against. Nothing else mattered to Jonathan but the logistics. Dealing with nearly 1,000 different tax regulations earned them massive commissions. With profits soaring, Na Seon-hu had to allocate the investment funds himself. Right after checking on Jia, he messaged Jonathan about their priority. He wanted Jonathan to focus entirely on their next acquisition target. But first, dealing with Donald Finn. To finalize the deal, he tolerated Donald Finn. Jonathan quickly asked, "Is this just a hostile takeover?" Not quite. This was about far more than just some basic corporate strategy. Much bigger than that. The dot-com bubble was sending tech valuations through the roof, but that was not their real target. The data coding they developed had been the industry gold standard since the 80s, defining critical elements like dungeons, beasts, and skills. Everything from stats to probability tables was locked inside. This highly classified data was processed strictly within their system. Of all their core databases, the most crucial one linked directly to LAN's main server, a revolutionary platform. If Na Seon-hu had possessed those revolutionary data files in his previous life, his struggles would have been very different. The exhausting war against the 8 great evils and 8 great saints would have played out much differently. He knew that. Any heavy intervention would completely alter the timeline. It was like swapping key developers right in the middle of a project. To keep history on track, he had to keep those changes incredibly small. After a moment of reflection, he messaged Jonathan back. He told Jonathan to offer Donald Finn the absolute highest package possible using massive salaries and stock options. If the man still decided to resign after receiving that golden offer, they would just let him go without any fuss. Jonathan agreed to do exactly as Na Seon-hu suggested. He now possessed absolute unquestioning faith in the young boy's financial instinct. Meanwhile, Na Seon-hu was fueled by a burning desire to strip those 8 great evils and 8 great saints of their absolute power. He would be the one to end their tyrannical rule. The next morning, as he prepared to leave, a broadcast caught his eye. Ison Financial was hosting a massive meeting on the 21st, launching a joint venture with a foreign investment firm called Goldwiss. Their plan was to build a centralized investment system. But the truth, Goldwiss was nothing but a ghost corporation. It was actually a dummy company Na Seon-hu had created himself. He felt slightly bad that the government had taken the bait so easily. With foreign capital draining away like a low tide, they were absolutely desperate. Na Seon-hu calmly put on his shoes, ready to exit. He lied to his mother, claiming he was headed to a boxing session. Spotting him, leaving, his mother walked over. She asked him to invite Gideon Ho over sometime. She had heard of his best friend often but had never met him. Na Seon-hu felt extremely awkward hearing that. There was no way he could invite a completely fictional persona to dinner. As he struggled to formulate an excuse, his mother luckily changed the topic, asking if he planned to continue boxing. Looking at the fresh bruises on his face, her eyes filled with maternal worry. Na Seon-hu noticed her stress immediately. He offered to quit if she was too worried, but his mother quickly shook her head, clarifying that was not what she meant. She knew it was physically demanding but felt glad he stayed active, encouraging him to pursue whatever he truly wanted. No parent could ignore their child's health. Even though Na Seon-hu had behaved strangely since childhood, his family supported him unconditionally. Waving goodbye, he pulled up his hood and started to jog. His destination was a modern high-rise in the city center. He had rented the entire ground floor of this building to launch Korea's most advanced digital banking network. Na Seon-hu calmly blended into the rushing crowd, stepping through the private entrance of his new financial hub, executive suites or senior staff. There, our main character Na Seon-hu overhears a pretty fascinating conversation as a wealthy man asks his assistant, "Hey Kim, is this the exact document that Deutsch handed over to you?" The assistant immediately responds, "No, I already confirmed it." The entity that capitalized on the market crash and liquidated a massive amount of companies on July 2nd, they are in league together. Little do they know the very person they are speaking about is standing right next to them. Hearing this, the executive is shocked. Are they actual gods if they manage to clear everything out the money pocketed? Is truly unimaginable. This cannot be a joke. They must have planned every single detail. Then another assistant quickly reports that similar activities are also taking place in the Philippines, Singapore, and a few other places. The only spot left is Hong Kong. After pondering for a good moment, the man realizes that Na Seon-hu and Jonathan are targeting Hong Kong next. He immediately orders his entire team to prepare all the paperwork and organize an emergency meeting right this second. He is absolutely desperate to catch up with those two immediately. Meanwhile, Na Seon-hu, standing right next to them, can only smirk. Catch up to us? Even the largest bank in the world is probably struggling right now. But how could they ever catch up with us? We already dissolved into countless shell companies long ago. Na Seon-hu slowly walks away. Now he is a hidden tycoon capable of heavily shaking the global economy. Sometime later, Jonathan finally returns to Korea. He is totally shocked when he steps into Na Seon-hu's office. This looks exactly like a gym, not an office space at all. Jonathan cheerfully tries out the workout equipment, but he has absolutely no clue how to use any of it. Watching an A-rank hunter struggle like this, Na Seon-hu cannot help but laugh. Jonathan then notices something unusual. The room actually contains real swords alongside the gym gear. He asks in utter shock if Na Seon-hu actually knows how to use them. After all, Na Seon-hu is still just a middle schooler. Who would expect him to play with real swords like this? Right then, Na Seon-hu quietly changes the subject, asking to see the documents prepared beforehand. Jonathan immediately pulls out a pretty heavy notebook. This is the detailed list of those paper companies that Jonathan has secretly established. Na Seon-hu pretty carefully reviews the records. It details more than 1,000 shell companies that the two currently own. If they were to somehow lose this ledger, they would absolutely never track where their massive investments actually went, let alone how much they spent. This layout ensures there will be zero issues when manipulating their operating funds. However, Jonathan still seems pretty anxious. If anyone else ever sees this list, they risk getting life sentences in America up to 1,000 years behind bars. But Na Seon-hu is not worried. He calmly explains that as long as they handle the jury and lawyers while things like offshore tax evasion and embezzlement can easily be swept under the rug using their massive funds. He is willing to spend whatever it takes. Everything he has done so far is to build up this wealth. In this world, everyone is a criminal. The only difference is the scale. As Na Seon-hu speaks, he approaches the copier to replicate the list. He then asks to keep the original document. Jonathan agrees immediately without a single hesitation. He simply trusts that everything will fall into place. Soon after, Na Seon-hu unlocks his safe and hands over a massive stack of cash. He tells his partner to rest up, reminding him to never use credit cards from now on. They must survive purely on cash, just like real criminals. But Jonathan has zero complaints about Na Seon-hu's decisions. After wrapping up their discussion, the young boy says goodbye and promises to meet again tomorrow. At this very moment, Jonathan notices pretty detailed drawings of monsters hanging on the walls. They look terrifyingly realistic, almost breathing. Jonathan assumes Na Seon-hu is just an ordinary kid who likes fantasy drawings. But get this, he has absolutely no idea that he will be facing these exact terrifying beasts in the future. Meanwhile, at DPG, one of the top 4 banks in North America, Emily is representing Jonathan Investments to finalize a major deal. The bank clerk looks over the contract and welcomes her, mentioning that it is a unique currency swap deal. He promises to review it normally, but questions who would ever agree to these conditions. He thinks it is a complete waste of her time. 4. Anyone who does not know, a currency swap involves buying and selling equal amounts of foreign money. Only 2 currencies are used at the exact same time during the exchange. Emily calmly reminds him to review the document again. Indeed, Jonathan Investments is listed as Party B. The clerk quickly double-checks and is immediately struck by absolute disbelief, immediately informing his superiors because he cannot handle this situation alone. Soon, the bank board of directors convenes to discuss the contract details with Emily. According to the terms, if they maximize everything, the Hong Kong interest rate will shoot up by 100%. However, the returns for Jonathan Investments will plummet rapidly. After examining the contract, he asked how much Emily wanted. The figure of 500 million made him burst into laughter. Even Emily found this completely ridiculous. Raising the interest rate to 50% was already insane, let alone 100%. How could they ever profit this way? She cursed that bastard Jonathan for calling her over just to do something so incredibly stupid. The DPG bank director agreed to sign the contract immediately. He had read it over several times and found absolutely no hidden traps. With the deal signed, both sides were highly satisfied with getting what they wanted. After receiving the confirmation, Jonathan immediately notified Na Seon-hu. He reported that he had bet all $5 billion. As it turned out, everything was playing directly into Na Seon-hu's master plan. 2 months prior, back in October, Na Seon-hu walked into the office to find Jonathan collapsed right in front of his computer screen. A mountain of fast food trash sat beside him, suggesting he had been living there for days. Na Seon-hu stepped closer and asked him how much he had lost. Jonathan covered his face in despair, admitting that he could not even count the losses anymore. With so many different trading methods, betting on global stock markets without getting caught was incredibly difficult. Every major market outside of Asia was still showing steady growth. Even though Na Seon-hu had expected it, witnessing the actual collapse of the stock market was still a pretty tough pill to swallow. Jonathan stared glumly at his screen. He had not intended to blindly follow everything Na Seon-hu said, but a 300% interest rate was simply unbelievable. When Na Seon-hu explained that Hong Kong would intentionally crash the stock market, Jonathan gasped in sheer shock. He could not fathom why Hong Kong would do something so drastic, but Na Seon-hu had already analyzed the entire situation. This was the only viable way to drive all the hostile traders out. Jonathan assumed they would not give up so easily. However, Na Seon-hu disagreed. He knew that Hong Kong and Japan stood as the 2 primary financial pillars of the entire Asian market. Na Seon-hu wanted to target Japan, but pushing too hard there would draw the government's wrath. That left only one real option: South Korea. At the time, South Korea had implemented strict financial policies specifically designed to block foreign investments and speculative market manipulation. Because of this, predatory traders targeted Southeast Asia, making everything worse. They focused on Hong Kong, knowing the region could not compete. They wanted to terrify South Korean investors into fleeing, forcing international banks to recall their loans rather than funding local businesses. Consequently, South Korea faced a severe internal collapse as the threat of national bankruptcy loomed. That was when predatory investors struck. They aimed to execute their pre-planned schemes to strip the nation dry. However, this time Na Seon-hu was ready to change everything. He decided to enter the Hong Kong stock market and shake things up. Na Seon-hu and Jonathan immediately set their plan into motion. The capital they deployed grew exponentially from $100 million to a staggering $1 billion. Every major sector was impacted, From technology to heavy industries and chemical manufacturing, every single sector was hit, sending Hong Kong stock prices into a freefall. Banks were the only exception as they desperately tried to reassure investors. Suddenly, Jonathan delivered a panicked warning. They needed to run because hostile forces were closing in. Na Seon-hu tensed up. If they got caught now, it would be game over. Trying to stay calm, Na Seon-hu insisted it was too early to panic, but Jonathan needed to protect their New York company immediately. Jonathan immediately rushed to the phone to contact their New York branch. If they played their cards right, they could expose the attackers. Na Seon-hu dived straight into trading, utilizing his superior investing skills to track down the major players attacking the Hong Kong market. While individual retail investors could pull out at any moment, massive institutions were tied down. This was their chance to strike back. Everything was about to come to light. It was a make-or-break moment that would decide if they succeeded or lost everything. As the pressure from rival hedge funds intensified, Na Seon-hu and Jonathan had no option left but to hope for the best. If Hong Kong collapsed because of them, financial history would warp completely, leaving Na Seon-hu unable to predict the future ever again. Thankfully, after hours of grueling financial warfare, Na Seon-hu and Jonathan managed to stabilize the market and prevent a total meltdown. With the immediate danger averted, both men finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had come perilously close to losing everything. They cleaned up their trading stations, settled their positions, and called it a day. They had done more than enough for one night. Na Seon-hu changed his clothes and prepared to head home after an exhausting day. Fast-forwarding back to the present, the DPG bank director was happily chatting with his colleagues about that massive $500 million deal. When the others heard the details, they all burst into laughter, eagerly congratulating him on securing what seemed like an effortless windfall of easy cash. The director himself was secretly celebrating, having feared he would be fired after suffering massive losses during the Thai crisis. But now he had found salvation. He felt incredibly grateful to Jonathan's firm for saving his career at the last second. However, reality came crashing down. The television suddenly broadcast a shocking update from Hong Kong announcing interest rates had hit 400%. Everyone in the room froze in absolute shock. Once they snapped out of it, they frantically called their assistants to verify the situation. The bank director remembered the contract he had signed, realizing that what he thought was easy money was actually a financial death trap. If interest rates skyrocketed to 400%, the bank would owe a staggering $2 billion. The bank director froze, completely stunned. Cold sweat drenched his body. He had no idea where he had even made a mistake. Meanwhile, in Seoul, only two people were celebrating. Jonathan and Na Seon-hu were absolutely thrilled. Jonathan kept shouting at the top of his lungs while staring intensely at the crashing market. He screamed that Na Seon-hu did it again, calling him an absolute madman. It was not just Hong Kong, stock markets worldwide were plummeting. Spot trading, futures, everything was in a total freefall. The duo was about to walk away with an absolute mountain of cash. The Asian financial crisis was spreading fast like a row of falling dominoes. Black Monday hit Hong Kong, America, and Japan simultaneously. Stock prices crashed hard across the board, dragging Europe down with them. Once again, a massive jackpot had landed right in their laps. The massive payout belonged to SH and Jonathan. But this was only the very beginning of a wild new era for them. People say blessings and misfortunes are hard to predict, but the sheer financial power Na Seon-hu held would crush any obstacle in his path. Before long, Jonathan officially joined the ranks of the world billionaires. He was widely hailed as the legendary king of investment. Na Seon-hu was not surprised by the news at all. His only real concern was whether his true identity had remained completely hidden. Jonathan reassured him. If the public found out who Na Seon-hu actually was, it would cause an absolute disaster in the financial world. Outsiders only knew that 51% of Jonathan's investment risk was held by a mysterious individual simply known as Master Jonathan. Jonathan promised to do everything possible to protect the identity behind SH, even hiring top security experts for the job. The next major hurdle was the Internal Revenue Service. If those tax agents caught a sniff, they would be in serious trouble. Jonathan reported that they had secured all profits from Thailand and successfully won their massive bet against the world's largest bank. He estimated their New York firm was now worth about $22 billion. That meant their personal net worth had absolutely skyrocketed. Na Seon-hu now held $11.2 billion, while Jonathan had $10.7 billion, placing them 18th and 20th globally. And if they counted the secret funds stashed in paper companies during the inflation crisis, they would easily top the list. They would literally be number 1 and 2. It was absolutely insane to think a middle school kid was secretly dominating the planet. Winter had arrived, and Na Seon-hu walked down the cold streets toward his office. The faces of the passers-by looked completely exhausted. Just a week after the Hong Kong crash, the South Korean government officially requested a bailout from the International Monetary Fund. This historic event happened 2 weeks earlier than in his past life. Today, Na Seon-hu headed in to interview a key recruit. From a distance, he instantly recognized her as she walked through the door. Literally every single head in the room turned. After brief greetings, Na Seon-hu and Jamie moved to a quiet room. Before they even sat down, he slid over his card. Of course, the card had a fake name on it. Jamie stared at it, feeling a bit confused by the sudden gesture. She asked if this direct approach was because of her looks or if he truly valued her professional background as an applicant. Na Seon-hu replied that if this were just a standard interview, he would never have handed her his personal business card. He flatly told her she was hired. Jamie was definitely tempted by the offer, yet she still hesitated to accept outright. Na Seon-hu reassured her that her controversial past did not matter to him, emphasizing that her appearance and profile were what mattered. He explained they needed an attractive Asian woman with real estate expertise to serve as the face of their brand in Winsight. He promised she would soon understand why her looks were so critical. Winsight had specifically scouted her from their core Asian office. She was exceptionally sharp, quick-witted, and highly strategic, someone capable of turning negative corporate reputation into absolute gold. More importantly, she was willing to do absolutely whatever it took to close a deal, completely ignoring any legal boundaries. Her track record was notorious in corporate circles. Jamie had previously served as both a chief executive officer and a major shareholder. However, after pulling the strings to secretly embezzle her former employees' profits, she ended up serving a brief stint behind bars. Na Seon-hu had been actively searching for someone with her exact dark talents since August. Still, Jamie was highly skeptical. She had never even heard of SH, so she hesitated. Na Seon-hu simply smiled and revealed the name of Na Seon-il Investment. He told her that was the firm she would run. Soon, breaking news announced a major partnership between Na Seon-il and the government. Standing proudly as the face of Na Seon-il was none other than Jamie. Na Seon-hu watched the live broadcast with a highly satisfied grin. Right then, the office door swung open. Na Seon-hu immediately offered his congratulations the moment Jamie stepped inside. He teased that she was now officially the most sought-after figure in both politics and business across the entire country. Jamie flushed slightly at the high praise. Na Seon-hu then handed her a corporate card and gave her some specific instructions. He told her to always keep funds in the linked account so there would be no paper trail of her spending. Even though he had basically instructed her to embezzle funds, Jamie remained completely calm, acting as if nothing happened. So she really was the perfect fit Na Seon-hu needed. He then asked Jamie about hiring staff, promising that the company will fully cover all expenses within the investment budget. Na Seon-hu would only step in for special instructions. Once they confirmed the terms, Jamie immediately replies that her former colleague is arriving tonight. She also needs to negotiate with a domestic real estate consulting firm, while the Samuel accounting firm and Kim law firms send their own representatives. In this country, all major issues are settled there. She mentions the chief accountant of Daewoo and their legal affairs director Park as the key figures to secure. Na Seon-hu naturally recognizes both of those names. They are widely known as the absolute elite of the business world, and both are excellent choices for these positions. Now they just need to secure an office space. Jamie points towards the nearby building and says it is currently up for sale. Not only that, but the price is bound to keep plummeting. The reason is that more than half of the tenants have already cleared out. Not long ago, Jamie had arranged a strategic meeting at the Blue House to execute Na Seon-hu's special instructions. Consequently, the real estate market opened 6 months earlier than expected. A fire sale refers to a disaster where the landlord is forced to liquidate assets cheaply, but the situation in South Korea is actually far worse than that. Jamie looks at the building with an intense hunger in her eyes. Although real estate is her specialty, she admits she cannot help but calculate opportunities in other markets as well. She knows this window won't open twice, so she asks if his clients are interested in domestic real estate. Na Seon-hu replies that his clients only care about the rate of return, whether it is real estate or any other industry. However, this also comes with massive responsibility. Hearing this, Jamie quickly reassures him that the profits will be astronomical. In this country, with enough money, even a child could become chairman. This means they could easily expand their reach into major corporations. A massive block of shares from the nation's largest conglomerates will inevitably fall right into the hands of foreign investors. It is the perfect playground for big money. She knows this, and the deeper she looks, the more thrilled she gets. She thanks him for the golden opportunity, offering to show him something supposedly harmless, but Na Seon-hu remains completely unfazed. He knows exactly how Jamie is trying to play him, but Na Seon-hu is no naive kid. He has seen much worse. Surviving the apocalypse taught him that human nature itself is far more terrifying than any bloodthirsty monster lurking in the dark. His eyes flare with a sudden bone-chilling, killing intent. He immediately cuts her off. He understands what she wants, but that is quite enough. He makes it clear that he will not be managing Na Seon-il investment on a daily basis. Instead, she must prove worthy of his client's trust, and above all, she must strictly follow his special directives. She quickly nods in agreement. He advises that if she wants to expand, she should recruit talent from major banks. Shivering under his sudden aura, Jamie realizes her mysterious young boss is far more dangerous than he looks. His primary directive is simple: make trades. While money is great, there is something else far more valuable at stake. Now deep in a remote mountain range, Na Seon-hu is carefully scouting the terrain, searching for a hidden dungeon. It took substantial effort and time to purchase this entire mountain and locate the dungeon, especially since it looks entirely different. In his past life, this area served as a fortified military base back when the government's armed forces held absolute control. The surrounding hills and detention camps were heavily fortified under strict martial law, but that reality won't happen again. Like Na Seon-hu, the survivors who managed to return from the trials were labeled as the reserve force. They were hauled off to government research facilities, dreading that they would be used as helpless lab rats. But standing before the towering gates of the trial zone, Na Seon-hu realized the truth was far worse than any lab experiment. Back in the present, he waits patiently from sunrise to dusk for the construction contractor to finally arrive. The contractor is a straightforward man named Choi Chun-min, and after a brief introduction, they drive deep into the rugged wilderness. Na Seon-hu explains that the entire route is part of his planned construction zone, leaving Choi completely speechless. They have been driving for 20 minutes already, and the massive scope of this project seems completely endless. As they drive along, Na Seon-hu details his highly specific building requirements. He wants the construction focused at the entrance, emphasizing that they must preserve the natural surroundings as much as possible. Eventually, the rough terrain forces them to stop and proceed on foot. Standing there, Na Seon-hu asks Choi if it is possible to build a solid road and a functional building here. He presses for a guarantee, knowing the harsh winter weather and massive scale make this incredibly difficult. Choi hesitates, knowing that clearing a mountain and building a road is no simple task. But with the economic crash leaving him completely out of work, this is a golden opportunity he simply cannot afford to lose. Clenching his fists in determination, Choi promises Na Seon-hu that he will get the job done no matter what. Na Seon-hu just smiles. He smiles and heads back to his car, asking him to finish up as quickly as possible once all the measurements are done. What we are running out of is time, not money. I will get estimates from other companies, but I really need you for this. He wants the contractor to finish this job. The uncle wonders why Na Seon-hu wants him for such a massive task. Na Seon-hu then glances. He looks at a photo of the uncle and his daughter on the window and says that times must be pretty tough for fathers right now. Hearing this, the older man cannot hold back his tears and starts crying like a child. He never expected such kindness during these hard times. On the final day of the year, Na Seon-hu's father comes home completely drunk. Na Seon-hu is not surprised at all by this sight. In his past life, his father was in the exact same state on this very day. It was the start of his dark spiral toward ruin. He had been forced into an early retirement that eventually broke his spirit. However, Na Seon-hu did not expect his father to find a new job. Oddly enough, this new job is at a company sharing the exact same name as Na Seon-hu. Talk about a twist of fate. His father is now working for his own son's company. Na Seon-hu recalls his past life where his father's influence first dragged him into finance. His dad had handed him a bank book with 1 million won, telling him to buy stocks. 1 million won was a massive amount of money. It was a huge sum for a high schooler like Na Seon-hu back then. Shortly after the IMF crisis ended, money practically grew on trees. His initial 1 million won grew to 1.2, then 1.3 million won. Before he knew it, he was a star student investor. His beginner's luck was so insane that he even asked his father for more investment funds. His dad happily agreed to the request. But this time, it was not a gift, it was a strict loan. Unfortunately, everything went downhill fast shortly after that. The dot-com bubble burst, wiping out half of his money, and then the rest vanished. Na Seon-hu was left crying over his massive losses. He had lost 2 million won of his dad's hard-earned cash. That was when his father's cold voice shattered his world. His dad demanded the loaned money back by next week, even suggesting that Na Seon-hu borrow from his mother to settle the debt. His dad claimed he desperately needed it. At that moment, young Na Seon-hu felt utter despair. How could he possibly find 1 million won? But his father showed absolutely zero mercy. He told him that if he could not pay, his allowance would be confiscated every single month. His dad would also seize his CD player, phone, and computer. Still, that was nothing compared to the huge debt he owed. His dad reminded him that he had to discuss this with his mother, advising him not to argue with her. If he was obedient, maybe she would lend him the money. Then his dad revealed the real reason he got fired from his job. He wanted his son to learn from this harsh lesson and develop a genuine interest in finance, just like he did with stocks. His son's current struggle was absolutely nothing compared to the dark days when his father was suddenly laid off. Well, talk about a villain origin story. His dad was truly something else, turning his middle school son into a desperate debtor. No wonder Na Seon-hu was obsessed with wealth after his regression, even naming his own investment company after his father. He probably still holds a bit of a grudge. Back in the present, Na Seon-hu is currently supervising construction work up on the mountain. Everything is proceeding incredibly smoothly. Chairman Choi appears highly confident and calm, having assembled a top-tier team for the job. He is highly confident in his strong network of connections. Meanwhile, Na Seon-hu notices the watchful eyes of the local villagers nearby. On his way back, Na Seon-hu decides he wants to build a community hall for the villagers living near the mountain. While it seems unnecessary, Na Seon-hu plans to completely secure the entire base of the mountain with high fences later on. He needs to keep people from stumbling onto a dungeon. However, blocking access could easily provoke the anger of the locals. To get big things done smoothly, you cannot rely on force alone. You need a smart way to grease the wheels. In this situation, building a community hall is the perfect peace offering. Meanwhile, at an incredibly luxurious restaurant, some key players gather. The accounting director and legal director of Jonin Investment are enjoying drinks. These two are scheming behind closed doors. They are plotting a major move against the mighty Deo Group. Will this high-stakes plan actually succeed? By May 1998, skyrocketing interest rates had pushed countless companies into bankruptcy, forcing factories to stop production. Massive layoffs swept through major corporations, triggering a brutal wave of unemployment. Even the fishing agreement with Japan collapsed. Everything is falling apart in this financial storm. Na Seon-hu reads the papers carefully. At first, things did not seem too different. However, history is beginning to shift due to Na Seon-hu's direct interference. Fortunately, some key things remain completely on track. For instance, DPG and the German bank have delayed their entry. This is because Na Seon-hu personally caused them massive losses. Desperate after their heavy defeats, they wanted to strike early and extract as much profit as possible from the market. The entire country is basically sitting on an economic time bomb. Even Na Seon-hu could not have predicted things turning out this well. Korea's top three giant conglomerates are DHON, Daeho, and Na Seon-hu. Currently, Daeho ranks second in the entire world. They should be higher. Both of those conglomerates are more globally famous than Leonin, with around 400 overseas branches, 100,000 employees in Korea, and 200,000 international ones. While Na Seon-hu is training, he receives some shocking news from Jamie. The president of Daeho is getting arrested tonight. This actually surprises Na Seon-hu enough to make him stop his workout and hear the details. Daeho going bankrupt was not just because of the IMF crisis, but their issues should only explode 2 years from now. So why is a thriving Daeho falling apart already? Thanks to Jamie, Na Seon-hu quickly pieces the truth together. It is all the doing of Hwan Woo and Chung Sik. Both of these men are major political players who are constantly meeting with high-ranking officials. They are the ones turning Daeho into a sacrificial lamb for the IMF, even though the conglomerate did nothing wrong. But Na Seon-hu knows the government won't just sit back and take this. Right then, Jamie's voice takes on a dangerous tone. She explains that she decided to intervene, meaning they will soon acquire the top player in the financial sector. Na Seon-hu realizes this is the exact moment Daeho begins to crumble. The elites usually win these battles because even in peaceful times, they are always looking for ways to attack others for personal gain, constantly trying to bring down those who are stronger than them. Seeing their greed, everything makes perfect sense. Na Seon-hu flashes a sly smile and speaks to Jamie. He tells her she and those politicians are absolutely brilliant. Jamie then explains that government documents on Daeho are heading straight to the court. They want an investment of at least $500 million and full cooperation to resolve their massive debt. Of course, if they push just a little harder, taking over their main subsidiary will be a done deal. But Jamie still needs time to truly understand Korean finance and politics. Plus, the next national leader will be from the Democratic Party. If Na Seon-hu is the sole beneficiary here, he will definitely draw unwanted attention from the government once the financial crisis finally settles down and they will face a heavy tax audit. Those two directors are not aiming for wealth or a buyout. Their ultimate goal is securing Daeho a spot as a top 3 conglomerate. Not just in name, but a real top 3. After thinking it over, Na Seon-hu asks Jamie if she can handle Daeho. He wonders if she intends to bring in foreign leadership after taking it over. He advises her to investigate the new president, starting directly with the board members, his closest associates, even his family. Jamie is utterly shocked because Hwan Woo and Chung Sik said the exact same thing. Na Seon-hu pours himself a cup of coffee and tells Jamie not to worry about the extra capital or business direction. She should just go all out, whether it is land, real estate, or the conglomerate itself. Do not let them be stolen. Leonin Investment must completely monopolize this Korean crisis. This is both a direct order and a stern warning for Jamie. Na Seon-hu is dead serious here, radiating pure authority. Now watch what happens when Jonathan's flight finally touches down the next day. A swarm of reporters is already waiting, desperate to get an interview with the legendary god of investment. Jonathan usually hates this kind of media circus, but one unexpected question from the crowd suddenly catches his attention. A reporter asks where to invest to get rich. Jonathan freezes for a second, then holds up a single finger. He says to invest in fear. That bold quote immediately makes front-page news across every major national paper. Naturally, Na Seon-hu uses that very quote to tease Jonathan the moment they meet. Jonathan came to Korea just to see him. Without even exchanging proper greetings, they dive straight into discussing the Korean economy, which is currently receiving massive bailouts. Since Na Seon-hu is also constantly pumping dollars into the market, the country should recover from this crisis fairly quickly. Jonathan takes a deep swig from a bottle of alcohol, then asks Na Seon-hu about his plans for Deho. Na Seon-hu admits it was not his original plan, but he definitely set things in motion by handing Na Won-il investment the knife. They did the rest. He plans to take over Deho, entirely restructure the business, and settle all of their outstanding debts. Jonathan cannot fathom why he would take such a massive risk, but Na Seon-hu simply laughs. The dollar will not always stay strong. The crisis will end soon, and he is preparing for that moment. Jonathan can only scoff at his partner. He asks if Na Seon-hu is just being patriotic, joking. There is no shame in loving his country when he has this much money. Na Seon-hu suddenly turns dead serious. He needs another $1 billion on top of the funds that are already arriving. He wants to bring $2.5 billion into the country right as they officially take over the Deho conglomerate. Jonathan pales instantly. He holds his head, warning Na Seon-hu that doing this will get him 100 million years in prison. The tax office will investigate them in no time if he gets too careless. But Na Seon-hu is completely unfazed. There's no rush for him because the government needs that $2.5 billion. It is the perfect laundering opportunity. Jonathan cannot believe his ears. Stunned by the sheer audacity, he chugs down the rest of his bottle in silence. Jonathan asks Seon-hu how he could ever think of using an entire country to launder money. It is just completely unbelievable. Once the tax audit wrapped up, the Daewoo Group fell into a debt workout program, a complete restructuring, designed to help debtor nations repay foreign liabilities, which involves adjusting terms and injecting fresh necessary capital. No executive actually resigned, which is pretty rare. Aside from the chairman's family, the rest of the board members still retain their titles. Meanwhile, Seon-hu is busy listening to a takeover report from Jamie, and everything seems well under control. Hearing that Seon-hu hangs up to deal with a local gang he is currently forcing to do push-ups for bullying the wrong person. After a quick, painful lesson, the thugs become completely obedient and do not dare make a sound, as Seon-hu finally lets them leave. After all, these low-level amateurs are useless for his training. With that out of the way, Seon-hu prepares to head back to his classroom while trying to think up a good excuse. Right then, his homeroom teacher calls him over for a private chat. She is deeply concerned that Seon-hu has no school friends, but he barely hears a word. His mind is already on something else entirely. In his past life, a completely different teacher should have been in charge. He initially brushed it off as a minor butterfly effect, but her strange attitude toward him is starting to raise flags. Seon-hu decides he needs to look into her background. He even hired some top-notch investigators to dig up her deepest secrets. Her name is Woo Yoon-hee, a 24-year-old Seoul native and the eldest child of a very ordinary family who does not care much for makeup or social circles, which is why she rarely keeps in touch with any of her old friends. At first glance, she just seems like an introverted loner, but the report reveals two highly intriguing details. First, she already knew Seon-hu beforehand. According to the files, she has an intense interest in a very specific type of person. While not quite borderline obsessive, she is definitely an eccentric. And the problem is Seon-hu fits her specific pattern. She has watched him since elementary school, even working incredibly hard just to pass the interview and become his homeroom teacher. The second interesting detail is her mental health history. The prescription medication she received was only for standard treatments like depression and anxiety. However, she also displayed some highly unusual symptoms that could not be easily explained. Because of this, she slowly isolated herself from her family. Standard medicine is useless because her persistent hallucinations are actually completely real. She is an incredibly rare healer class. Later that night, Seon-hu keeps analyzing his teacher's situation. Healers are extremely rare, not just because of their powers, but because they rarely survive the initial awakening process. They can naturally influence other people's minds with their innate abilities, which makes their mental state fragile right from the start. Once they are cornered during the trials, they suffer the extreme mental toll that all awakened feel. Regular people simply cannot handle that level of psychological strain. But in the case of his homeroom teacher, it was even more unpredictable because she awakened long before the system truly arrived. Seon-hu knows there must be some dark underlying reason behind this anomaly. Right then, he receives a call from Jonathan, which immediately lifts his mood. Jonathan is calling from Texas to report on their progress. A few days ago, Seon-hu and Jonathan had finalized their massive upcoming plans. The target this time is the legendary god of finance and elite with 5 times the wealth who literally funds nations and alters the course of wars. This historical figure is the real reason Seon-hu regressed so far back rather than just chasing base stats. Seon-hu gives Jonathan a critical list of rules, warning him to guard it with his life when dealing with VIP clients. But Jonathan seems completely distracted by the ongoing mergers among various small and medium investment firms. Annoyed, Seon-hu snaps and orders him to decline all media interviews and events. Getting caught up in the spotlight will only distract him from their main goal. Jonathan cannot argue with that, but he naturally hates having superior minds working under him, which is why he avoids dealing with external partners. He is terrified someone will see through him. Jonathan desperately wants Seon-hu to step forward, but that is completely out of the question. Imagine the absolute shock if the world found out their top-tier financial player is just a middle schooler. Crazy, right? Seon-hu can only advise him to trust his own abilities. Once the firm expands, Jonathan will realize the truth. There is a slumbering financial monster inside of him. Getting back to business, Seon-hu notes that key representatives from the massive Bluestone Corporation have finally landed in South Korea. They are the biggest private equity firm on the planet. Hearing this name, Jonathan is totally blown away. He wonders if Seon-hu is seriously planning to acquire Bluestone itself, but Seon-hu shakes his head, explaining that is not the plan. Even if they took a hit during the crisis, they would survive. However, their newly established Bluestone Capital Partners 3 fund has a major exploitable loophole. Jonathan already knew this beforehand. Bluestone was pouring all their effort into their third financial product. Finally, Seon-hu told him to start shaking things up from the ground up. If none of those core members went to Korea, Bluestone's new fund would end up completely useless. Although Bluestone itself was quite appealing, Seon-hu was far more interested in its successor, Blue Rock. 20 years later, Kim Jung-soo, Julian, and Jessica would drive that company to astronomical growth. During its golden era, they managed funds exceeding $4 trillion. But right now, Blue Rock was completely empty. And soon those shadow bankers pulling the global economic strings behind the scenes would have to make way for someone else. Meanwhile, his parents thought he was currently studying at a Bible academy. But in reality, Seon-hu was using his short spring break to fly to America and handle business. He needed to recruit Julian and Jessica before they joined Blue Rock while tracking down the genius Kim Jung-soo, who had been dismissed and cast aside. Most importantly, he had to find a boy named Bobby. To track down a missing person, one had to prove a blood relation. To put out a warrant for a criminal, there had to be a direct connection to the case. But locating the beneficiary of a trust fund was surprisingly easy. As soon as Seon-hu landed, he immediately met with investigator Jonathan Clark. He handed over everything he knew to the investigator. The target was Bobby, born in Brooklyn, around 12 to 15 years old, likely in New York. The investigator asked for any additional details, but Seon-hu could only provide a few physical traits. He made up an excuse that he had lost all other records. After hearing this, the investigator warned him that this search would take a massive amount of time and money, requiring a search across North America. Naturally, Seon-hu had already anticipated this, but resources, no issue. Seon-hu quietly clenched his fists, determined to make it work. He had to find Bobby at all costs, because in the future, this boy would become the leader of the 8 evils, the man, who would be known as the first evil. Back in New York, Seon-hu brought files of his prospective recruits to Jonathan's investment firm. First on the list was Julian. Seon-hu planned to entrust him with a portion of the offshore fund, around $1.5 billion. Jonathan was skeptical of this choice, but he completely trusted Seon-hu's uncanny ability to read people. Then Seon-hu handed Jonathan what looked like a gift. At first, Jonathan thought it was an autobiography, but it was actually a brilliant investment research paper. This data analyzed every single investment move they had made so far. It was only natural that Jonathan was left absolutely speechless. Seon-hu had basically borrowed theories that did not even exist in this world yet. This was his gift to Jonathan. The author section was still blank. If this book were published under Jonathan's name, no one would ever doubt his expertise again. Jonathan clutched his head, completely overwhelmed by the offer. After a moment, Jonathan decided to enjoy this fame until Seon-hu finally stepped into the spotlight. Under one condition, though, Seon-hu had to drop the formal speech, as age did not matter anymore. To Jonathan, Seon-hu was much more than a business partner. They had basically become lovers, friends. Hearing this request, Seon-hu was a bit surprised. Among awakened players, friendship was a luxury, yet Jonathan had shared his points and rewards with Seon-hu because they were comrades. But this Jonathan was vastly different from the one he knew in his past life. Still, having a friend was not a bad thing, right? Seon-hu flashed a genuine smile, something he rarely did, and reached out to fist bump Jonathan. In this life or the past one, they would remain each other's most reliable allies. Once spring break ended, Seon-hu returned to Korea to continue his studies. Soon, trouble knocked on the school gates. Woo Yeon-hee's mother had caused a massive scene complaining that the school hired someone with psychological issues like her. Seon-hu had to delay his plan to verify if she was an awakened, but today was too important to lose focus on. It was a crucial day, his only chance to raise his stats before the trial. He had to prepare thoroughly before stepping inside. Seon-hu headed alone to the mountain he bought where construction was finally finished. The entire area was now secured. Hidden within a cluster of buildings lay the actual entrance to the dungeon, a perfect defense line disguised as a psychiatric hospital. Seon-hu cautiously entered the building. After passing through several heavy steel doors, he reached the portal. The moment Seon-hu stepped into the room, a gate materialized. A system prompt appeared asking if he wished to enter the dungeon. Seon-hu felt a wave of anxiety. Even though it was only a rank F dungeon entering, without an escape ticket felt like stepping straight into a tiger's den. But this was his only path to grow. With nothing but bottom-tier stats, Na Seon-hu has no choice but to risk his life. The moment he hits confirm, a hidden staircase appears leading straight into the deep underground. Na Seon-hu hesitates for just a second before stepping inside. Down in this dungeon, all electronics and modern firearms are completely useless. The only weapon Na Seon-hu can rely on is a cheap sword custom-made by Nam Demon. He also packed a few basic painkillers and emergency rations. It is a miserable survival kit that cannot even begin to compare to the high-tier gear Na Seon-hu used to own. Still, with zero other options left, he has to push forward to grow stronger. Just before heading down, Na Seon-hu sent Jonathan a copy of his last will and testament, just in case. He is preparing for the absolute worst-case scenario. Jonathan is having a great day until he reads the message. His face instantly drops. Why on earth is a young kid writing a will? Meanwhile, Na Seon-hu is already struggling inside his very first dungeon. His targets are a pack of dog-headed beasts known as the Suzan, also nicknamed Secret Agent Suzan. With his pathetic gear, Na Seon-hu can barely manage a one-on-one fight, but these monsters do not play fair. They do not wait their turn. Instead, they swarm him in relentless waves. Na Seon-hu finds himself constantly fighting for his life, balanced right on the edge. During the chaos, one savage beast lunges forward, grabs his head, and slams him into the dirt. It opens its mouth right in his face. Its breath is so putrid it feels like toxic gas. The stench is so overwhelming that Na Seon-hu actually begins to lose consciousness. Just as he is about to pass out, the beast suddenly collapses. A welcome system notification flashes right in front of him. He has defeated a scout and 2 warriors. 3 out of 60 cleared. Turns out right before the monster lunges, Na Seon-hu had managed to thrust his blade forward. That split-second reaction barely saved his life. Grunting, Na Seon-hu summons every bit of strength to push the carcass away. Only 3 monsters in, and he is already completely exhausted. How is he supposed to survive the rest of them? These beasts are classified as Type 0175. They are relatively low-level scout units looking almost like mutant hounds. Even though Na Seon-hu knew this would be brutal with his current F-rank stats, reality is hitting him pretty hard right now. This is honestly a miserable start. Dragging his feet, Na Seon-hu grabs his gear and slowly pushes deeper into the maze. This is a classic labyrinth-type dungeon. The entry path is always guarded by those 3 scouts, and because the layout shifts constantly, there is no way to predict what lies ahead. Inside, a challenger must complete 3 specific missions. First, defeat the boss. Second, complete the hunt. Third, survive the duel. To escape, he must finish all 3. Alternatively, a challenger can use an escape ticket. Na Seon-hu chose to clear this specific nightmare for one simple reason. He already knows exactly how to beat the boss, and the hunting quest offers a guaranteed escape ticket as a reward. Clutching his bleeding left shoulder, Na Seon-hu stumbles forward. He looks completely pathetic, dragging his feet through the dark. Talk about a brutal reality check. He is literally risking his life for a basic hunt that the system considers a beginner trial. Then something catches his eye. A wooden chest sits right in the middle of the path. Many rookie hunters fall for this classic trap. It looks exactly like a normal bronze treasure chest. If luck is on their side, they get decent loot. But get unlucky and it triggers a curse, filling the mind with absolute terror or illusions. Na Seon-hu stares at it and decides to walk away. Getting hit with a mental curse right now would guarantee his death in this maze. Pushing further ahead, Na Seon-hu spots a massive door. He quietly drops his pack, creeps up, and peeks through a tiny crack. Shaking from head to toe, he desperately prays for just a single monster to be waiting on the other side. But reality has other plans. A massive pack of Suzan hounds is waiting in the dark, glaring straight at the door. They stare back with hungry eyes, ready to pounce. Na Seon-hu instantly slams the door shut, his face turning completely pale. This is literally his absolute worst nightmare. He has no choice but to unleash his trump card right here. It is an F-rank skill called Wrath of Na Seon-hu. It allows him to summon destructive lightning or imbue his weapon with electricity. The buff lasts for 30 minutes, but it has a massive 24-hour cooldown. Because the skill level is still low, he cannot use it casually. Activating it now means losing his only safety net for the rest of the run. He triggers the skill anyway, and crackling blue lightning coats his blade massively, boosting its cutting power. Every second counts now. Without a moment of hesitation, Na Seon-hu kicks the door wide open and charges right in. He screams at the top of his lungs, daring the beasts to bring it on. Even monsters have their pride. There is no way they are going to take that insult lying down. Angered by his mockery, the pack moves as one. The Type 0175 Suzanne hounds lunge forward together, determined to shred this human to pieces. But they are walking right into a trap. They have just become target practice for his newly buffed sword. Na Seon-hu moves like the wind, his blade crackling with deadly thunder. A voice from the void speaks: a good Q1, a solid Q2 poke, and a brutal Q3. Truly, a solo king. Soon, the Suzans, slain by Na Seon-hu, had reached 21. Their numbers have dropped significantly, but an F-rank stamina simply cannot keep up with this level of intense combat. His sword strikes slow down until Teacher Thori's Suzan blocks him. Seizing this opportunity, the other monsters immediately rush forward to gang up on him. Unable to draw his sword in time, Na Seon-hu takes the full brunt of their attacks, sending blood splattering everywhere. No one knows how much time has passed. Na Seon-hu lies in a pool of blood, eyes rolled back, surrounded by piles of monster corpses. Is his journey really ending here? Suddenly, Na Seon-hu snaps out of his coma, coughing up blood continuously. He musters up all his remaining strength to force himself up. Checking the system, Na Seon-hu discovers that his survival is entirely due to a unique passive, the Overcomer of All Hardships attribute. The moment he lost consciousness, this trait automatically triggered. His wounds were healed, and all pain was temporarily erased. Every ability and skill also advanced by one tier. This temporary power-up is how Na Seon-hu managed to sweep the battlefield and survive. However, this attribute has a 7-day cooldown with 6 days and 1 hour remaining. This means Na Seon-hu has been completely unconscious for 23 hours. He can barely believe he already burned his ultimate life-saving trait, right in the very first room. Luckily, his left arm is still attached. If his skills had not triggered in time, that arm would have surely been severed during the fight. Once he finishes checking over his beaten body, Na Seon-hu immediately reviews his quest progress. His kill count stands at 56 out of 60, meaning only 4 more Suzans are needed to finish it. He earned 112 points from the battle at 2 points per Suzan. Na Seon-hu now has 204 points total, which is not even enough to buy a 300-point bronze chest. Only now does Na Seon-hu realize how incredibly valuable the tutorial quest rewards actually were. Putting the shot points aside, Na Seon-hu grips his dagger tightly and drags his battered body forward, muttering to himself that killing 4 more monsters should be easy. But as the old saying goes, brag now and pay the price later. Before he can even step into the next room, 2 masked Suzans materialize. Na Seon-hu instantly drops into a combat stance, ready for anything. Strangely, these 2 monsters do not immediately charge at him. They hesitate. Could they be terrified after seeing their allies slaughtered? Not a chance. They are actually waiting for commands from their leader. Na Seon-hu watches the scene in utter disbelief, completely frozen in place. What is worse than facing a regular Suzan, meeting a massive, terrifying Suzan with 2 heads? Isn't this supposed to be a duo quest? Why is this monster here? Na Seon-hu cannot help but curse out the system admins. Are you trying to screw me over? Before he can even process his anger, the 2-headed beast lunges forward. Luckily, Na Seon-hu is agile enough to dodge just in time. But because the monster has 2 heads, there is absolutely no delay between its attacks, and it immediately unleashes a devastating downward smash. Thanks to some serious main character luck, Na Seon-hu barely keeps his life. Assessing the situation, Na Seon-hu estimates this monster is at least an E-rank threat. He stands absolutely no chance without his Overcomer of All Hardships attribute active. Before he can even catch his breath, the dual-headed beast throws a blade at him. Relying on his nimble movements, Na Seon-hu manages to dodge again. But the ordinary Suzan standing next to him is not so fortunate. It gets impaled by the flying blade and dies instantly. Realizing ranged attacks failed, the 2-headed beast charges in for close combat, relentlessly pursuing him to take his head. With no options left, Na Seon-hu runs toward the dungeon chest. He is dead either way, so he decides to gamble everything on pure luck. In the blink of an eye, Na Seon-hu reaches the chest, but the boss grabs his leg. It hoists Na Seon-hu into the air and slams him violently onto the ground. Fortunately, main character plot armor is real. Na Seon-hu hits the absolute jackpot as the dungeon chest flies open, revealing a literal escape ticket. In this split-second life or death crisis, Na Seon-hu successfully activates the item and is instantly teleported, right out of the dungeon. He honestly thought he was a goner, but somehow he made it out alive. He stares silently at the dungeon gate, gasping for air as his heart beats wildly. Talk about a close call. Na Seon-hu clutches, his face letting out a massive sigh of relief. Now he finally understands why the 8 great sages are so obsessed with this system. But this was merely a tiny taste of its horrors, forcing people to struggle until all hope finally dies. Even worse, terrors are waiting for him down the road. Once he manages to calm down, Na Seon-hu pulls out his phone to check it. While he was away, he received 30 missed calls from Jonathan, who had been sick with worry after receiving a will from Na Seon-hu and being completely unable to reach him. Na Seon-hu notices this but shrugs it off. He decides to contact Jonathan later. Instead, the very first person Na Seon-hu decides to call after escaping certain death is his homeroom teacher. The moment she picks up, Na Seon-hu gets straight to the point, guessing that she did not go to the hospital. Teacher Woo is completely stunned to hear his voice. Based on what Na Seon-hu says over the line, Woo Yeon-hee. Na Seon-hu heads straight to the mountain, where the dungeon is located, already bandaged up and waiting at the entrance. That is when Yeon-hee sees her student covered in injuries and gets incredibly worried. Na Seon-hu quickly reassures her and suggests they head inside to talk. But seeing the psychiatric hospital sign right in front of them makes Yeon-hee uneasy. Noticing her hesitation, Na Seon-hu speaks up. "Don't worry," he says, "it is just a mental hospital and only the 2 of them are here." Wow, does this guy actually know how to comfort people? Yeon-hee is trembling all over at this point, frantically trying to explain that she is not crazy and does not want to go inside. Na Seon-hu knows that, of course. In fact, if Yeon-hee's skills were fully developed, she would have already been able to read his mind. Clearly, she is not at that level yet. Na Seon-hu suddenly turns dead serious, his eyes flashing with a dangerous glowing intensity. He gives her a choice: return to her normal life and be treated like a lunatic, or follow him. Once they step inside, Na Seon-hu shows his teacher the monster lurking inside. Wait, no, the monster from his actual memories. Even though Yeon-hee's powers are still in their infancy, Na Seon-hu is able to share his memories from just a few days ago. Catching a glimpse of the horrifying monster makes Yeon-hee absolutely lose it, screaming at the top of her lungs in pure panic. Luckily, Na Seon-hu is there to calm her down, though this raw experience is clearly too much for an ordinary girl to handle. She ends up shivering in a, "Are you saying we've been chosen to fight those monsters and are going to attack us soon?" Yeon-hee looks on in sheer despair, unable to process what she's hearing. Na Seon-hu turns his gaze back toward the dark entrance of the dungeon gate, saying he's been preparing for this day ever since it all started. Beneath that passage lies tons of vicious monsters just like the ones she saw. He pulls out a solid contract and hands it over. If she joins him in the dungeon, she'll be paid handsomely. If not, she can go back to her normal life until the end times begin, since not everyone has to fight. He tells her to go home and think about it. He will wait there until tomorrow for her final decision. Yeon-hee can barely believe her ears right now. Hearing this heavy, solemn talk from a middle schooler is mind-blowing. Ever since her own school days, she's seen system windows hovering in the air. Her mother thought she was crazy and dragged her to church. Then one day, she suddenly began experiencing the raw emotions of other people. She tried to connect the dots but failed completely. But of all those people, her connection with Na Seon-hu was the strongest. She figured he held the key. That's why she stayed close to him for years, even becoming his school homeroom teacher just to find answers. Back in the present, she drives far away from the mental asylum and pulls over to inspect the paperwork. The details are absolutely staggering. A signing bonus of 200 million won plus a 1 billion won annual salary. 500 million won just to enter a dungeon plus another 500 million bonus for surviving the ordeal. If she dies, her family gets 3 billion won. It's an insane fortune. She never expected this from a kid. After weighing her options, she turns the car around. There's no way she's walking away from this life. Na Seon-hu is waiting at the gates, reading the resolution in her eyes. He already knows her choice without a word. Welcome to the real world, Yeon-hee the Awakened. With the papers signed, they head back into the city. On the highway, she absolutely floors the gas pedal, weaving through traffic like a maniac racing a professional sports car. Even Na Seon-hu clings to his seat, a bit terrified. He asks if she's venting her frustration at him, but she shakes her head. No, she says she is actually grateful. Before he came along, her life was meaningless, even down to how she should die. She has no reason to refuse. It is a massive sum of money, and all she has to do is accept the fact that she simply will not show up. Yeon-hee tries to act tough, but her hands will not stop trembling. Deep down, she is still just a fragile young woman. Despite her panic, Yeon-hee asks Na Seon-hu to confirm one more time. Can he really give her that much money? No matter what, when it comes to business, the cash must be settled properly. Honestly, she has no idea she is looking at the top player on Earth. To him, the contract amount is nothing but pocket change to him. After returning, Na Seon-hu heads straight to his office. The moment he steps in, Jonathan rushes right over demanding to know what is with all those bandages if Na Seon-hu is supposedly fine. Just how badly is he hurt? Na Seon-hu's freshly closed wounds are nearly ripped wide open again by Jonathan's frantic shaking. It is clear how worried he has been over the last few days. But Na Seon-hu is far more concerned about whether anyone followed a high-profile figure like Jonathan. He is completely unbelievable. Spotting a familiar face, Yeon-hee speaks up asking if they are going to be placed under. Could this really be the legendary investor? Jonathan Na Seon-hu confidently introduces him, telling her to say hello because he will be executing their contract. This is Fox's top choice, a man ranked among the top 20 billionaires in the world, the absolute god of hunter investment, Jonathan. With him on board, she has absolutely nothing left to worry about. Yeon-hee leaves after receiving 200 million, still unable to believe this is reality. Once she is gone, Jonathan turns to Na Seon-hu. He asks why he gave that girl so much money, especially if they both end up disappearing. Leaving her with $3 billion is just insane. But now is not the time to explain. Na Seon-hu will tell Jonathan everything when the day comes. For now, the most urgent mission is grab some food. Na Seon-hu hasn't had a decent meal in days, and once they finally sit down to eat, the two immediately start talking shop about the global economy. Right now, international capital is pulling out of South Korea, shifting instead toward Eastern Europe, Latin America, and ultimately Russia. Hearing this, Jonathan immediately digs into the data to verify the details himself. He just cannot bring himself to believe Na Seon-hu's prediction. There's no way. Russia has a massive nuclear arsenal. A nation like that cannot simply collapse. That is common sense. Everyone thinks Russia is invincible, but that collapsing giant is exactly where Na Seon-hu is aiming next. Na Seon-hu looks over at Jonathan and asks if he wanted to know how massive Jilla could get. Just bet against Russia and watch the profits soar. Next, Na Seon-hu introduces a new contact to Jonathan. His name is Kim Cheol-soo, though his Korean name is Kim Cheol-soo. The guy looks like a total mess. But Na Seon-hu asks Jonathan to look after him. Staring at the photo on his screen, Jonathan cracks a wide, amused smile. So his only job is to keep an eye on this kid, finally a chance to relax after a long grind. But reality is a harsh mistress, and there is absolutely no way Jonathan gets to rest. But get this, the second money is mentioned, Na Seon-hu transforms into a completely different beast. His next words give Jonathan actual goosebumps. Jonathan asks what he means, but Na Seon-hu insists they must aggressively raise their stakes. The Russian government is about to dump its bonds, and they are going to make a massive play. How massive? Try $1 billion. Just like that, Jonathan boards a flight to Russia to set the wheels in motion, still processing the madness. Russia is in a deep crisis, right on the verge of collapsing, yet they are throwing in $1 billion anyway. Meanwhile, Na Seon-hu's physical wounds are finally starting to heal, while their economic operations are moving. The team preparing to enter the dungeons needs to get ready too. That means training. For Yeon-hee officially begins. She holds a dagger in her trembling hand, completely terrified. Even with direct orders, she cannot bring herself to strike. Na Seon-hu steps in close, pressing the blade directly against his own stomach, unleashing a heavy invisible wave of killing intent. He warns her that, in a real dungeon, she would have died 10 times over. The first section of their contract regarding dungeons is absolute. That includes all mandatory combat preparation. Did she already forget? Suffocated by his intense aura, Yeon-hee feels like she is about to pass out. Her general performance is pretty mediocre, and her raw stats are far too low to even qualify her as a hunter. However, she possesses one specific ability that immediately catches Na Seon-hu's attention, a unique healing skill called Woo Yeon-hee's Hand. At rank F, it instantly restores a target's combat capability with a 24-hour cooldown. Na Seon-hu has never heard of this ability, so they need to run a live test immediately. The skill rapidly heals the physical injuries of anyone she touches, but with a dark catch. If she stabs someone, their existing wounds are healed, but she takes on all of their damage. It essentially turns Yeon-hee into a human shield, absorbing their pain. Can a fragile girl like her really survive using a skill like this? There is simply no time left to hesitate. One wrong move inside the dungeon and they both die. Na Seon-hu grabs Yeon-hee's hand and yells out that this is her last chance, telling her to stab him. Summoning every ounce of courage, she screams and thrusts the blade forward. When facing critical blood loss from enemy attacks, Woo Yeon-hee's hand becomes their ultimate lifesaver. A single touch from her immediately dulls the pain and jumpstarts the recovery, though it does not fully erase the damage. Even so, it allows Na Seon-hu to retire away. jump right back into the fight with partially restored strength. But the physical agony Yoon-hee has to absorb and return is absolutely brutal. For her small body to channel that level of healing, she must endure 3 times the target's actual pain. It is a high-risk ability that should never be used unless it is a life-or-death scenario. Standing beside Yoon-hee's bed watching her, writhe in sheer agony, Na Seon-hu hesitates. Can she truly handle this inside a real high-stress dungeon environment without freezing up? After remaining unconscious for 12 long hours, Yoon-hee finally opens her eyes. Throughout that entire recovery process, Na Seon-hu stayed by her side, closely monitoring her vitals. Surprisingly, once she is awake, Yoon-hee claims the process was actually pretty simple. But Na Seon-hu knows better than to take this lightly. He warns her to monitor her body closely over the next few days, before heading out to tend to his next piece of business. Na Seon-hu visits the Jonan investment company where his father is currently employed. Walking through the lobby with a coworker, his father spots Na Seon-hu waiting and proudly introduces the boy to his colleague. Upon learning that Na Seon-hu is only in middle school, the coworker is genuinely shocked. He cannot believe how incredibly fast kids grow up these days. He even slips the boy some pocket money as encouragement, completely unaware of the massive shock that awaits him. He never imagined he would end up giving money to his own boss. Seeing a boss get tipped by a subordinate is absolutely hilarious. On their way home, Na Seon-hu's father explained why he called him out today. It turned out he had just been promoted twice. He wanted to keep it a secret from Mom. A surprise. Na Won-il proudly pointed toward the bank where he worked. The man bragged to his son, completely unaware that Na Seon-hu had orchestrated the whole thing beforehand. Having a successful son definitely pays off. Finally, that fateful day arrived. It was the very day Na Seon-hu received his first ever savings bank book from his father. Na Won-il handed over the bank book, telling his son to think about which stocks to buy so they could discuss it together. Na Seon-hu held the book, deeply moved. This very bank account would soon launch him right into the brutal world of finance. He had survived and learned so much on Wall Street. This small account was the start of a massive butterfly effect. Clutching the bank book tightly, he knew his path. He was finally ready to step back inside the dungeon. Meanwhile, Yoon-hee had been working hard. After some serious training, she could finally aim and fire her crossbow with decent accuracy. Honestly, Na Seon-hu doubted she would deal any real damage with it, but they literally had no other options left. Close combat was completely out of the question for her. After weighing his choices, Na Seon-hu decided they would enter tomorrow. Yoon-hee froze in sheer panic. Once she finally regained her senses, she nervously asked if she needed to prepare anything else. Na Seon-hu kept a completely straight face as he told her that if she needed to prepare anything, it should be her will. He was deadly serious. There was a very high chance Yoon-hee might not make it back alive from this run. Once inside, Na Seon-hu went into a complete killing frenzy. Since he was much better prepared, this time the fight was totally one-sided. Watching this brutal display, Yoon-hee suddenly realized just how incredibly naive her expectations about dungeons had actually been. Her entire worldview completely shattered. Inside this place, people survived solely by killing any other living thing in sight. Monsters and humans, there was absolutely no difference between them. This place was purely a savage war for survival. Even though she avoided the direct fighting, Yoon-hee still did a pretty solid job keeping up her support role. Na Seon-hu's painful wounds slowly closed up after the fierce clash. He quietly stepped out from the pile of corpses. Covered head to toe in blood, he walked over to her, saying she did great, not losing her mind in here. Their reward for completing the mission was an escape amulet. Knowing this item could save a life, Yoon-hee didn't object. She happily let Na Seon-hu keep the precious artifact. Honestly, her mental strength was proving to be way stronger than he expected. Having a proper healer on the team changed everything. If Na Seon-hu had gone solo, he would still be relying on painkillers. Sure, he could push through the physical pain, but it definitely would have dragged down his combat efficiency. Na Seon-hu never expected to face the spirit world directly. Only 2 sinister figures had managed to escape from that place. Those ability users could launch unpredictable imaginary attacks at any given moment, morphing into whatever shape they desired. Honestly, Na Seon-hu had no clue what that guy was truly capable of. Right at that moment, a system notification flashed. Yoon-hee had just activated trauma therapy. Shaking off his daze, Na Seon-hu looked up and saw something shocking. Trembling like a leaf, the girl pointed her loaded crossbow right at him. Na Seon-hu quickly raised his hands to calm her. He assured her he was totally fine, explaining that the spirit world had simply made his senses a bit too hyperactive. Although she calmed down slightly, Yoon-hee still looked incredibly worried, suggesting they rest for a while before moving on. Wiping the warm blood off his face, Na Seon-hu told her she was doing fantastic. He urged her to keep it up. He warned her never to hesitate if she sensed even the slightest danger. Now it was time for the second room. Following his usual routine, Na Seon-hu carefully scanned the dark room first. Taking a quick look, his face suddenly went pale. He urgently reminded her not to forget his strict survival rules if they ever encountered the dreaded two-headed monster. There it was. The exact same monster that had almost ended his life last time stood right in front of him. Unable to fight back, Na Seon-hu took a brutal slash to his chest before being violently kicked into the hard stone wall. Yoon-hee watched in absolute terror, but Na Seon-hu's strict commands from earlier echoed loudly in her mind. She was absolutely forbidden from using her healing skills or trying to provoke the beast with her clumsy crossbow. If anything got too close, her only option to survive was to run. While Na Seon-hu bought her time, things got worse. While he dealt with the main boss, two vicious Suzanne minions locked their eyes onto her. Yoon-hee immediately bolted. Her heart pounded so hard it felt like it would burst out of her chest. Her physical stamina was absolutely pathetic. Still, she couldn't activate Woo Yoon-hee's hand just yet. Desperate and exhausted, she had no idea how she was going to survive. Just then, a system notification pops up. He has completed the one-on-one combat challenge. It asks him to make the first and second place rankings by mutual agreement. Seeing this, Woo Yoon-hee tears up with absolute relief. Finally, Na Seon-hu had successfully defeated the two-headed beast. But danger looms. A wild Susan lunges directly at her back, ready to strike. Fortunately, Na Seon-hu hurls a splash of blood, drawing both Susans away. His entire body is drenched in blood, crackling with lightning from his wrath of Na Seon-hu's skill. Gripped tightly in Na Seon-hu's hand is the severed head of that two-headed beast. He glares at the remaining monsters with pure malice, taunting them. That's right, he thinks. Over here, you mutts. The bloodlust driving you crazy is right here. Right then, a notification pops up before Na Seon-hu, matching the one Woo Yoon-hee received. Knowing his teammate survived makes him breathe a massive sigh of relief. His ultimate buff has only 10 seconds remaining, but that is plenty of time to put down these two pests. Just a few sword slashes and the Susans are instantly sliced apart, but Na Seon-hu has hit his limit. He collapses. Waking up to agonizing pain, the memory of the first major villain flashes before him. That monster must have survived this exact near-death agony countless times. Back in the day, Na Seon-hu actually envied that guy's truly terrifying survival traits, but he never imagined the sheer intensity of this pain. Luckily, Woo Yoon-hee is there casting her quick recovery magic. Without her healing, he would still be broken. Looking at her bruised body, he remembers the fight. Her fight. He initially thought his preset trap saved him. But that was a mistake. Woo Yoon-hee had done something far braver. She stabbed an arrow right into the chasing beast's eye, blinding it, then drove a dagger home when it panicked. That clutch move let him clean up the final monsters easily. Na Seon-hu honestly thought she would just be dead weight. He was completely wrong. She's just a beginner healer, not even F rank. Yet, her gaze has hardened completely. Honestly, watching her evolve like this is incredible. Over the next week, they search every single corner together, opening every treasure chest inside the dungeon. Their first goal is absolute eradication, hunting down every single insect here. To maximize his strength, Na Seon-hu has to scavenge every single item box scattered throughout these dark corridors. He steadily upgrades his abilities, preparing for the upcoming boss battle. Naturally, some of these chests hold nasty curses. Luckily, Woo Yoon-hee is quick with her purifying magic, dispelling the curse and saving Na Seon-hu from total paralyzing terror. Every time she cleanses a curse, Na Seon-hu remembers the 8 legendary villains. To lift a curse, one must first master casting them. Standing beside someone who can slip into his mind whenever she pleases makes Na Seon-hu feel pretty damn uncomfortable. Still, once they clear every objective, Na Seon-hu and Woo Yoon-hee finally head straight to the terrifying boss chamber. This is the final threshold. Behind this door waits a boss that normally requires a party of 5 E-rank hunters. Na Seon-hu can barely believe they made it here alone. Just one low F-rank hunter and a partner who is not even ranked. Before stepping inside, he turns to give her a quick reality check. If they stick to the plan, they might survive. They have survived this long. No dying now. Pushing their limits, they step into the boss chamber. Inside, a literal army of Susans lies in wait. Right at the center is the monstrous raid boss itself. Meet Susan 0175. This towering snow-white titan is on a completely different level from its minor minions. It barely glances at the intruders. To this monster, they are nothing more than annoying gnats unworthy of its attention. In Na Seon-hu's past life, some arrogant hunters actually laughed at this pack, but they quickly learn a horrific truth. The more lives these monsters consume, the stronger they get. By then, the boss had already fed on 1,000 souls. Back then, absolutely nothing could stop it. That is exactly why Na Seon-hu immediately triggers every single buff in his arsenal. The system screens flash in rapid succession. Wrath of Na Seon-hu is active alongside his speed boost and heavy armor skills. The core strategy is simple: avoid the trash mobs entirely. A basic Susan with 0 stacks is absolute garbage. With glowing eyes and lightning crackling around his entire body, Na Seon-hu lets out a ferocious roar and charges the boss, but his jumping angle is slightly off. Failing to reach the boss, he faceplants right onto a nearby monster instead. The White Titan sneers in total mockery. Talk about an embarrassing start. Right then, a rogue Suzan lunges forward. It clamps its jaws hard onto Na Seon-hu's left arm. He answers with a heavy left hook, shattering its skull instantly. Even with his F-rank Iron Fist buff active, Na Seon-hu cannot stop the sheer onslaught of endless biting jaws. The skill hardens whatever body part he chooses, but he still has to tear through this wave of flesh. He keeps ripping apart every monster in his path. Fortunately, Woo Yeon-hee is right behind him, keeping him healed and alive. With no time to worry, he charges straight ahead. Yeon-hee focuses on using her recovery skill while trying to conceal her presence with a mysterious accessory. Even though it is just a cheap rank F item, it still manages to hide her from those bloodthirsty beasts. Seeing Na Seon-hu charge forward with such reckless fury makes Yeon-hee break down in tears. He has to break through this massive wall of monsters right now before they can even notice Yoon-hee behind him. This is the only way both of them can survive and clear this dungeon, but the task is far from easy. Na Seon-hu feels like he is punching a brick wall. No matter how much strength he uses, it will not budge. Then he slips up. Just for a split second, as Susan lands a brutal blow right to his head. Na Seon-hu immediately loses consciousness, but right then a passive skill automatically triggers. His Man Against Adversity attribute activates, boosting his physical strength and sensory perception from rank F to rank E. His muscle power and speed jump from rank E to rank D. Wounds heal instantly as the pain vanishes. Buff duration 5 minutes. With the dungeon points invested, Na Seon-hu has boosted his stats significantly. Now the real battle begins. Absolutely nothing can stand in his way once this overpowered attribute is active. That once unbreakable wall of monsters now feels as thin as a single sheet of paper. Time is running out with only 42 seconds remaining on the buff. Fortunately, Na Seon-hu finally clears the path and reaches the boss. Sensing the imminent danger, the massive boss rises immediately and fires a devastating energy blast straight from its palms. Thanks to his rank D speed, Na Seon-hu barely dodges the strike, but the razor-sharp beam still grazes his carotid artery. He pulls out his dagger and throws it directly at the beast. Unable to react, the boss takes the blade straight through its chest. Before it can even scream, Na Seon-hu leaps into the air and stomps it into the ground. His buff is down to mere seconds. In this crucial split second, he screams for Yeon-hee. Her Woo Yeon-hee's hand skill activates instantly, getting a quick burst of stamina back. Na Seon-hu swings his blade with everything he has left, slicing the boss's head clean off. Right on cue, the adversity buff expires. But here's the catch. All of Na Seon-hu's accumulated injuries are transferred directly to Yeon-hee, amplified by 3 times the damage. This sudden pain instantly exposes her location to the remaining Susans. Na Seon-hu rushes desperately toward the collapsed, motionless girl. Just then, the dungeon clear notification pops up. Barely conscious, Yeon-hee struggles to speak, telling him to choose the first reward. Remember, Na Seon-hu had his neck artery sliced by the boss earlier. Now that life-threatening injury has been transferred to her, causing severe blood loss. But there is 0 time to panic. If they want to make it out of this hellhole alive, they must eliminate every last monster. Gripping his dagger tightly, he unleashes a cold, murderous aura. He has to kill everything in sight to protect her. Following a brutal, exhausting bloodbath, Na Seon-hu musters his last ounce of strength to carry Yeon-hee out. He can barely even remember how he fought. Emerging from the dungeon, both of them are completely battered. Fortunately, Yeon-hee survives by choosing a powerful healing attribute as her second reward. This incredible ability acts as a fail-safe, keeping her alive even after suffering fatal damage. But the agonizing pain does not fade. Her body still needs time to fully mend. Meanwhile, Na Seon-hu's prize is none other than the legendary Sword of Devi. This is a top-tier weapon that applies a devastating status effect on every single strike. It is his first real high-grade weapon. The sword inflicts deep bleeding wounds that cripple a target's movement. It is a completely broken skill that even high-rank hunters covet. Honestly, this is the kind of overpowered chi item that makes top-tier players green with envy. Na Seon-hu is momentarily stunned by his success. He feels a rush of excitement knowing everything is going exactly as planned, and his financial empire's profits are about to get wild. Both investment teams led by Jonathan and Kim Jung-soo, along with Julian and Jessica, have achieved massive mind-blowing victories in the stock market. Jonathan calls with hands shaking from excitement, shouting that they did it. The final numbers are in and they are absolutely massive. A 450% return totaling $90 billion. But believe it or not, that is not even the highest earner. Julian and Jessica's returns topped 615%. When Yeon-hee finally wakes up, Na Seon-hu hands her a complete portfolio. It contains the full blueprints for their new medical corporation. Since the dungeon is destroyed, the land can now host a massive hospital. Next comes her contract payout. 500 million yen for entering the dungeon and another 500 million just for surviving. Plus 1 billion yen as her annual salary, bringing the grand total to 2 billion yen. Yeon-hee stares at the bank book in shock. Her hands tremble and tears well up. She simply cannot believe this life-altering amount of money is actually hers. Yeon-hee used to do charity work on a microscopic budget, which was incredibly tough for someone as soft-hearted and sensitive as her. But now, with a massive medical group backing her, she can help countless people. She just smiles like a happy fool in bed. She has never seen so much money in her entire life. Just then, Na Seon-hu asks if she wants to back out of dungeons. Yeon-hee freezes for a moment. After thinking it over, she flashes a warm, bright smile and gives him her final answer. She says she is going to need a lot of money, so she asks him to keep guiding her in the future. Captain Seo is satisfied. Very satisfied. He now has his first teammate to help him conquer the dungeons. The next day, in a luxury hotel, Na Seon-hu prepares to welcome a very important employee from New York. That employee is Jessica, the one who previously worked with Julian to bring a massive profit to the company. After the brief greetings, Na Seon-hu immediately hands Jessica a document containing a key investment proposal for a Russian project. Now, it all depends on her. Jessica hesitates slightly. After all, Julian, her boss, thinks incredibly highly of her. She needs to ask Ethan first. Seeing her hesitate, Na Seon-hu tells her to take her time, no need to rush. But he suggests she listen to him this once sell off most of their main Nasdaq shares in New York. Though she is anxious, she will surely agree because $30 billion is a massive investment opportunity with zero personal liability. Na Seon-hu plays the lenient card while quietly keeping a close eye on Julian. Something very interesting is brewing. Meanwhile, Jonathan is closely keeping tabs on Kim Jung-soo's actions. He is also doing his job incredibly well. Currently, Jonathan is negotiating a major new technology acquisition with a young startup founder named Mark. Mark holds a folder ready to explain his search technology called PageRank, but Jonathan is already a step ahead. He takes control of the conversation. It is a technique to rank a website based on user trust rate. Jonathan mentions that the tech might be worth $1 million. Hearing that massive figure, Mark is visibly shaken. Just imagine selling their technology for $1 million. With that kind of money, he could chase a PhD program or slowly perfect the system. With that kind of cash, they could pursue their PhDs or slowly refine the system. But selling the tech outright is a huge mistake. This two-man startup is struggling to run a growing company alone. This is the perfect time for Jonathan to strike. Sharing equity safely after an initial public offering is never easy. This term basically means launching shares on the public market. That is how a company raises capital from public investors. But if Jonathan buys them out, they go back to school. If Jonathan buys them out, they will return to their academic lives. He is the only one who can solve this dilemma. Without wasting any time, Jonathan directly slides a check worth $10 million right onto the table. Mark picks up the check, his entire body trembling violently. He cannot believe his eyes. There are just too many zeros on this paper. Gulping hard, Mark asks for a brief moment to consult with his business partner. Jonathan glances at his watch. He gives him exactly 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Mark returns with his answer. We sincerely appreciate your generous offer, but they sincerely appreciate his high evaluation of their tech. But before Mark can finish, Jonathan slides out another check. Mark is instantly silenced. Internally, his heart is leaping with absolute joy, but he does his best to maintain his serious stance. Yet he holds his ground. Jonathan notices and asks if Mark knows why he became so successful. He explains that he has risked his entire fortune twice, and it had absolutely nothing to do with luck. It was pure calculation. He grabbed the opportunity when it appeared, and his instincts were completely correct in the end. And today he sees his third big opportunity. Can Mark even imagine the stakes he's willing to play? Their capital pool is over $500 billion across America, Canada, and Japan, and it is still growing. Hearing this unfathomable amount, Mark is scared out of his mind. He has never even dreamed of such wealth. Jonathan points directly to the checks on the table. When people truly desire something, they never show their hand. But Jonathan does not play those games. He asks the young developer directly if he truly does not want to change his mind. Mark stands there completely clueless, staring blankly. Jonathan calmly tells him that his original goal was just to sell. Does he honestly believe they can make more profit than the massive astronomical price currently sitting on this table? If so, Jonathan will not stop him. Right then he picks up his phone to cancel his next meeting. He tells his assistant to cancel his meeting with the Treasury Director because he has an urgent matter to handle immediately. Mark feels the cold threat behind every single word, shivering all over before this absolute titan of the investment world. Standing before the investment king, Mark is completely powerless. Seizing the moment, Jonathan taps the checks and leans closer. He claims he will do his absolute best for Mark's benefit, but warns him that this negotiation is far from over. In fact, Mark will have no other choice but to return. Terrified, the young founder breaks out in a cold sweat. Mark never expected Jonathan would go this far for their small startup. After some hard thinking, Mark tightly grips the checks. The final offer is a 50-50 split, but they must retain full managerial control over their 50% share. If he truly wants this search technology, he must accept those terms. Jonathan simply smiles instantly, melting the heavy tense atmosphere. Direct. This is exactly the answer he was hoping for. Sorry about earlier, they say fate always goes hand in hand with my name. 10 to the power of 100, Google always lives up to its name. After the deal is finalized, Mar happily leaves with a friendly smile from Jonathan. But the moment the door closes, Jonathan's expression instantly twists. Seon-hu steps out from the back room clapping his hands. Well done, Jonathan, you're learning fast. Jonathan can only shake his head in exhaustion. In that split second, he really wanted to pull back that $20 million. He knows if Jonathan thought $20 million was too much for a newly founded company, but lowballing shareholders is never a good move. And yet this exact company is destined to explode to $60 billion in 10 years. Everything happens for a reason. Just then, Seon-hu receives a text message saying they found the cat, and his gaze instantly turns dangerously sharp. This target is the ultimate reason for his regression. Meanwhile, Jonathan Clark, a veteran mercenary, had recently joined G Street, hoping to connect with a powerful big shot. He'd rather take a bullet on the battlefield than waste his life doing repetitive, boring tasks. But just as Jonathan is growing sick of his private investigator gig, a client named Na Seon-hu approaches him. That client is actually Seon-hu under a false identity. And from Seon-hu, Jonathan can immediately smell the unmistakable scent of death. Realizing this young kid must be backed by a massive, powerful boss somewhere in the shadows, Jonathan does everything in his power to gain the kid's trust, but the company's strict rules hold him back. So he proposes a highly lucrative but completely illegal off-the-books contract to get around the regulations. Seon-hu gives a knowing smile, and Jonathan gets exactly what he wanted: a direct line to a major player. Inside a massive black van, a squad of heavily armed mercenaries double-checks their gear, their faces masked tight to hide their identities. Their employer, Seon-hu, is also in the vehicle, quietly staring into space and thinking about his primary target. The first major villain is currently locked up in a juvenile detention center, making conventional approaches impossible. He was accused of first-degree murder but walked free due to lack of evidence. Seon-hu knows he's the one. Before long, the van pulls up at the target location. Seon-hu isn't just directing this raid, he is going in. A first-degree murderer at just 13 years old. The kid is clearly a dangerous psychopath, so there's absolutely no room for mercy. The team communicates over their radios, laying an ambush around the building. If the target tries to bolt, they shoot on sight. Once the layout is clear, Seon-hu leads a three-man squad with Jonathan and T-Boy inside the building. Before they breach, Seon-hu gives them a warning. Do not underestimate this kid just because he's young. Look at the massive bounty on his head. A staggering payout of $1 billion tells you exactly how deadly he is. Hearing this, Jonathan is absolutely speechless. Spending a whole $1 billion just to eliminate a 13-year-old kid. Yeah, you really can't teach rich people how to spend their cash. Thanks to their wiretaps, the lookout confirms the target is currently in the bathroom and quickly alerts the team. Seon-hu leads the group rapidly to the target's door. Even in this high-pressure moment, he stays completely calm, assessing the situation. Suddenly, the door swings open to reveal a tall, well-built blonde teenager. This is the first villain they came for, Bobby. Before Jonathan and T-Boy can even react, they get struck in the throat, leaving them completely unable to breathe. Luckily, Seon-hu is personally leading this charge because only an awakened has what it takes to defeat another awakened. Furthermore, their opponent is a fellow regressor, making him extremely dangerous. Seon-hu doesn't hesitate for a second and opens fire. His two teammates recover and unleash a hail of bullets as well, but an invisible barrier seems to absorb every ounce of damage. With his squad keeping up the heavy suppressive fire, Seon-hu decides to draw upon his own specialized awakened abilities. Gathering energy into the palm of his hand, he activates Devi's sword. A sharp surge of purple sword energy tears right through Bobby's barrier and blasts him straight into the wall. Giving him no time to recover, Seon-hu channels Na Seon-hu's wrath into his dagger and charges forward. At the exact same time, he attempts to cast a binding skill, but the skill fails to activate and Seon-hu's physical strike is deflected. This first villain is proving remarkably tough to kill. Bobby instantly whips out a folding knife and counters. The blade has been painted red to boost its damage, so he can't underestimate it. Fortunately, Seon-hu dodges the counter with his vastly superior stats and unleashes a brutal, relentless flurry of heavy physical punches. 1, 2, 3, and a fourth punch completely shatters the invisible shield, leaving Bobby absolutely pulverized and unable to fight back. Jonathan and T-Boy can only watch the unfolding chaos in absolute silence. This is no longer a battle between normal humans. After taking a severe beating, Bobby finally slumps down unconscious, but the real nightmare is only beginning. Just like our protagonist, Bobby regressed while still inside his mother's womb, gaining a broken trait that lets him defy death itself. Activating his skill, Bobby's stats spike instantly, allowing him to block Na Seon-hu's incoming fist. Bobby's eyes gleam with malice, his entire body radiating a terrifying bloodlust like a predator, ready to swallow his prey. Caught off guard, Na Seon-hu fails to dodge a sudden headbutt and gets sent flying backward. Seeing this, Ro immediately fires his gun at the target, but in a split second, Bobby vanishes into thin air without leaving a single trace. While the others stand dazed, Na Seon-hu screams out that the target is still within 20 meters. He orders them to split up, sending one person to the rooftop and another to the basement while he checks the street. They need to move fast because if this monster escapes, the world will face absolute devastation. Receiving their orders, Jonathan and T-Boy spring into action without wasting a single second. Na Seon-hu tries to stand up and join the pursuit, but a sudden wave of dizziness hits him. Unbeknownst to him, Bobby's dagger is already buried deep in his abdomen. Bleeding heavily, Na Seon-hu begins to lose consciousness. Luckily, his overcomer of adversity passive triggers just in time. Gritting his teeth, Na Seon-hu rips the dagger out and begins tracking his opponent, but even with his enhanced senses fully active, he still cannot pinpoint the killer's location. As the passive buff's survival effect finally fades away, his body gives out and he loses consciousness. The following day at the mercenary headquarters, Na Seon-hu arrives in his capacity as the boss to inspect the situation. The tough mercenaries immediately avoid eye contact when they see him, and honestly, it makes complete sense. Even seasoned veterans cannot hide their sheer anxiety. What they witnessed the previous day was on a completely different level of violence. Today, Na Seon-hu is here to personally examine the body of the comrade who fell during yesterday's chaotic hunt. Judging by the gruesome state of the corpse, the killer used some kind of deadly poison skill. If that toxin could knock out someone as strong as Na Seon-hu, this poor soldier's organs must have liquefied instantly. It was undoubtedly an agonizing way to go. After asking for the fallen soldier's name, Na Seon-hu promises that once this is all over, he will establish a proper insurance fund for them. For now, they must focus entirely on capturing that bastard. They will discuss other arrangements later. But Jonathan is visibly hesitating after witnessing yesterday's nightmare. He asks how they can possibly catch such a cunning fox and if they even stand a chance. Na Seon-hu looks him dead in the eye and warns him that the longer they wait, the stronger Bobby will grow. If they miss this critical window, not even a massive military army will stand a chance against him. They must strike before that nightmare becomes a reality. Hearing this, Ro finally realizes the sheer gravity of their situation. This is definitely no longer a laughing matter. Soon after, Jonathan brings Na Seon-hu a detailed report on Bobby's dark past. The last victim was a 28-year-old man met online. Bobby was released due to a lack of evidence and no murder weapon. Now Na Seon-hu finally understands why Bobby's growth rate is so absurdly high. The monster is actively hunting down potential awakened individuals. Na Seon-hu immediately contacts Jonathan to ask exactly how many shares of Gold Online they currently have left in their portfolio. The messaging app Bobby used belongs to Gold Online. Since Na Seon-hu is a major shareholder investigating a serious crime, he easily gains access to the system server logs. It turns out Bobby has been targeting potential awakened users by baiting them with a public chat room welcoming anyone with at least an F-class rank. Once he compiles the list of chat room members, Na Seon-hu hands it over to Ro. The mercenary group's new mission is to put every single target on this list under close surveillance. Na Seon-hu warns them to keep their distance and just observe, since Bobby will likely try to approach them. He orders them to deploy at least one full squad to ensure they are fully prepared. Jonathan has no objections to the tactical plan. The only thing he really cares about right now is the payout for this job. But Na Seon-hu is already 3 steps ahead. He walks over to a massive shipping container and pulls the heavy doors open. Ro stands frozen, his jaw dropping in pure shock. The entire container is packed to the brim with stacks of cold, hard cash. We are talking billions of dollars here. Ro finally realizes that his new boss is not just some average wealthy businessman. With the operation set, Na Seon-hu boards a flight back to South Korea. On the plane, he reviews the global wealth rankings. Unsurprisingly, Jonathan's investment fund holds the top spot with $509 billion, actively swaying politics across the United States. The wealth of the world's top billionaires is quietly flowing into New York megacorporations and the shadow banking system. Pulling the global economy's strings is about to be exposed. The final piece of the puzzle is almost within his grasp. The moment he touches down in South Korea, Yeon-hee is there to greet him. She recently traded all her dungeon clearing points for 2 bronze rank reward chests and waited for Na Seon-hu to open them together. She is hoping to get his expert advice. During the car ride back to the office, Yeon-hee practically bursts with excitement, firing question after question at him. The moment they step inside, she tears open the first chest. Even though it is just a basic recovery potion, she starts dancing around. She has absolutely no poker face. But to a hardened veteran like Na Seon-hu, these low-tier bronze items are practically garbage. The copper coins are surprising enough. But the second chest, that item makes Na Seon-hu's eyes widen in pure shock. It is an F-rank Jester's dagger. It has a small chance to paralyze enemies during combat. Completely clueless, Yeon-hee asks Na Seon-hu if it is any good, but his reaction says that all this is way beyond good. It is the exact copy of a legendary weapon from his past life. These 3 unique weapons are the only items that can be upgraded all the way to S rank, owned by an absolute monster back then. While Na Seon-hu knew that Guy would stop at nothing to get what he wanted, he never expected someone to be that crazy. Upgrading an F rank item to S rank is pure madness, especially since a single failure completely destroys the weapon. Clearly, Yeon-hee's beginner's luck just brought in a massive jackpot. Later that night, Director Park of Jeonil Group meets a major client. He has a dinner meeting with the chairman of the D2N Group at a luxury restaurant, where the chairman quickly gets to the point. He offers 100 billion won to buy out Jeonil Group's shares. Hearing this, Director Park simply finishes his drink. He immediately stands up and leaves under the guise of an urgent meeting. A smart move. Trying to play dirty behind Na Seon-hu's back has always been a terrible idea. After leaving, Director Park receives a call. His assistant informs him that the sudden meeting has actually been postponed until tomorrow morning, which is pretty strange. Still, he keeps his cool. Hanging up, Director Park wonders about the woman who rejected the Blue House's invitation for this meeting. Right now, that woman Jamie is sweating bullets, standing next to Na Seon-hu in a room filled with dangerously sharp weapons. The cold steel is enough to terrify her. Sensing her fear, Na Seon-hu reassures her they are just collectibles before getting to business. Since the local media is keeping a close eye on her, he brought her in to ask about their latest investments. Jamie flashes a mysterious smile and shares some excellent news. They have successfully secured key shares across several major companies. Specifically, they now control the majority of the circular shareholdings among the country's top 10 conglomerates right now. In the middle of the national financial chaos, these conglomerates set up slush funds and completely reorganize their entire corporate structures. For example, capital flows from Woosung Dreamland to Woosung Insurance, then to Woosung Electronics, and finally right back to Dreamland again. This circular loop allows the parent company to control the entire conglomerate using only their shares in Woosung Dreamland. The same trick applies to D2 Elevator and Hansu Confectionery, playing a vital role in keeping their corporate networks alive. This complex web of control is highly beneficial for their investments. Soon, the entire country's economy will belong to Jeonil. Now midsummer arrives, and while history is starting to shift piece by piece, some natural disasters are simply unavoidable. On the day Typhoon Oga hits the Korean peninsula, even the raging storm cannot cool down the hot stock market. With the stock market booming alongside the massive tech surge over in New York, values just continue to soar. This upward trend kicked off right after Russia invested $10 billion into Jeonil following the fierce financial war. D2 Securities immediately launched their Korean fund options, followed closely by the government implementing the Korea 21 high-tech policy. But as the Bank of Korea's deadline with the IMF quickly approaches, Na Seon-hu is forced to make a very critical choice. Continuing high school normally is no longer an option for him, and since he cannot delay his plans, he decides to talk to his parents. That evening, Na Seon-hu shows his father an email stating that his market reports have caught the eye of Jonathan Investment Group. As a direct result, the international investment firm has officially recruited him to work as their financial analyst. Reading the email, Na Seon-hu's jaw drops. No word other than genius could possibly describe his young son right now. The high schooler's achievements are way beyond anything his parents could have ever imagined. Na Seon-hu closes his eyes, bracing himself. He is actually more nervous now than he was when stepping into his very first dungeon. Seeing this, Na Seon-hu asks what is wrong. He asks why his son looks so terrified. Na Seon-hu immediately bows and apologizes, but his father just places a hand on his shoulder. With tearing eyes, he wonders why his son is apologizing and regrets not realizing sooner how incredible his kid actually is. He tells Na Seon-hu to hold his head high, feeling only sadness for not supporting him during such a turning point. Wiping his tears, Na Seon-il tightly hugs his son. He is proud. He tells Na Seon-hu to pursue his dreams with a global firm without worrying about his family, offering his full blessing. Hearing this, Na Seon-hu cries and hugs his father tight. Next, he has to convince his mother. Pulling out an old childhood photo, she looks at him with a soft smile. She reminds him that taekwondo was his only real passion growing up and how excited he was to compete nationally. Knowing how hard he worked back then, she only wants him to stay healthy and follow his own path. To get what you want. It seems everything is going much easier than Na Seon-hu expected. Or maybe he had just been worrying too. much. Either way, his parents are always backing him up. The next day, Yoon-hee takes one look and knows Na Seon-hu has some good news. Na Seon-hu instantly goes on high alert the second she says that. Only when Yoon-hee hastily explains that she is not using any skills does the tense atmosphere finally cool down. Today, Na Seon-hu is here to check on their search for talented new adventurers. Turns out finding decent candidates is not as hard as it looks. On a pouring rainy day, deep inside a dense forest, Na Seon-hu and Yoon-hee are tracking down an awakened user. After searching for a while, they spot a glowing dungeon gate shimmering in the distance. Na Seon-hu is completely taken aback. This dungeon showed absolutely no signs of opening yesterday, which means someone else is already inside. That is exactly why Na Seon-hu did not waste 3 years rotting away at school. Traces of the awakened are scattered all over the place. Not just in this spot either. Yoon-hee instantly draws her dagger and drops into a defensive stance ready for anything. Her eyes gleam with a sharp focus, completely different from her usual innocent self. Even Na Seon-hu is caught off guard. He never taught her to be so wary around other awakened users. But just as he hoped, she is sharp enough to realize the danger on her own. Since it is pouring, tracking them will be impossible if they clear the dungeon and slip away. That is why Na Seon-hu signals Yoon-hee to hold position and watch. After waiting for what feels like hours, Na Seon-hu starts worrying about her catching hypothermia in this cold. Ditching the raincoats would actually make their senses much sharper. But just as he is thinking that, Yoon-hee spots something highly unusual. The glowing light of the dungeon gate suddenly dims before vanishing entirely. Na Seon-hu signals Yoon-hee to stay put while he moves in. Suddenly, a system notification pops up in front of him. A new dungeon has appeared. Do you want to enter? The gate has resealed itself, which means the poor soul who entered first is already dead. Once they confirm the coast is clear, Yoon-hee lets out a sigh of relief. Na Seon-hu walks over and praises her, telling her that being cautious is exactly the right move. Keep playing it safe like this, he says, and you will survive a long time. Sure, they both have emergency escape tickets, but you never know what kind of monsters are waiting in there, so you can never let your guard down. After forming a party, they step inside to conquer the dungeon together. Immediately, system alerts flood their vision, warning them that they have officially entered. Warning, you must complete the trial to exit. The Death Zone quest and the Duke's Decay quest have officially been triggered, along with a hibernation quest. Hearing the word Duke, Na Seon-hu instantly goes on high alert and turns to ask Yoon-hee if she is afraid of centipedes. She talks incredibly big, claiming she is not scared at all, but her body is being completely honest. Her entire frame is trembling and her legs have turned to absolute jelly. Right then, rocks and debris suddenly rain down from above. Looking up, they spot a massive green centipede crawling across the ceiling, and it immediately lunges down to attack them. Luckily, Na Seon-hu reacts, instantly grabbing Yoon-hee and leaping back before using his blade to parry the monster's thrashing tentacles. Now they get a clear look at their opponent. This is the Dungeon Duke itself, a horrifying giant centipede covered in venomous appendages. Na Seon-hu speaks up to warn her, telling her to brace herself because they just ran into the worst possible monster here. He notes that some of these beasts actually behave like humans. Though it looks terrifying, if you know its weak points it is easy. Specifically, you can take down a noble centipede with ease by destroying its antennae, which completely blinds and disables the beast. Then sever the head from the body by slicing the joints to block the venom flowing from its legs. Simple theory, right? With the lesson over, it is time for some practice. Na Seon-hu delivers a few swift flashes of his blade and cleanly cuts down the first noble centipede. Just a heads up, unless you have main character plot armor, please do not try this at home. Running is always the best option. A system alert pops up showing his noble centipede kill count is now at 1 out of 30. But Na Seon-hu looks puzzled. Are these centipedes really this weak? They should have been much stronger than the Shudan monsters. Whatever, no point overthinking it now. The easier the better. Na Seon-hu stands over the corpse to teach Yoon-hee a few vital rules. They might look like mindless bugs, but they actually have brains. Underestimate them, he warns, and you will pay a heavy price. Once you cut their tentacles, they become incredibly stupid. But watch out for their venom glands. If you get stung or bitten, the pain is absolutely excruciating. Only specialized skills or sealing magic can neutralize the deadly poison flowing through them. A massive dose will leave you screaming in agony. Luckily, even if you do get poisoned, the body naturally recovers after a few days. Na Seon-hu then walks over and kicks the centipede shell. Seeing that its defensive rigidity has faded after death, he prepares to harvest. He pinpoints the exact segment he needs on the creature, slicing the shell open without a single shred of hesitation. He reaches his hand deep inside the slimy carcass, searching for something valuable. Watching him do this, Yoon-hee looks absolutely horrified. She feels like her soul is literally leaving her body. After a moment of digging, Na Seon-hu pulls out a large glowing magic stone. That sparkling item is a magic stone. Right now, it is completely useless, but soon it will be worth way more than gold. After dealing with it, they continue conquering the dungeon. Neither of them has any idea that a massive danger is already creeping up on them. It was no coincidence that the first noble centipede was so easy to defeat. Suddenly, a system alert pops up. The will of Gerer has been activated, warning that the enemy is watching them. Moving deeper into the dungeon, Na Seon-hu runs into even more noble centipedes. But with his combat experience, incredible skills, and overpowered stats, Na Seon-hu easily wipes them all out. He has already taken down dozens of these nasty creatures. The minor scratches he took barely even affect his combat power. As he gets closer to E rank, Na Seon-hu feels his old senses fully returning. Those legendary A-rank hunters built up massive real-world combat experience using their own survival instincts. Right now, Na Seon-hu is actually way stronger than the system registers. Realizing this, he feels confident he can clear this dungeon easily without breaking a sweat. He decides to speed things up a bit. But then, things take an unexpected turn. Over 100 noble centipedes ambush them all at once. 5 days pass by after. Na Seon-hu gets poisoned by the centipedes. He sits among a mountain of monster corpses, his head completely groggy and spinning. What exactly happened here? There were so many of them that everything was a blur. Was he using the wrath of Na Seon-hu, the clown's exploding dagger, or the overcomer of all difficulties skill first? On top of that, his wind attribute boosted his agility. Right then, a system notification pops up. Yeon-hee has activated courage. Na Seon-hu's mind slowly clears up as his senses return. Na Seon-hu truly did not expect this. Getting into a life-or-death brawl with a massive swarm is completely unlike his usual careful self. Spotting his teammate collapsed on the ground, Na Seon-hu walks over to give her some water to wake her up. It seems Yeon-hee's memory of the battle is extremely blurry. Seeing her confusion, Na Seon-hu explains what happened. They were surrounded by over 100 centipedes, allowing him to clear every single objective except the final boss. After surviving that crazy ordeal together, they finally check their rewards. Yeon-hee receives 2 specific skills, hatred and confusion. These skills make it incredibly difficult for enemies to spot her. Na Seon-hu watches this and falls into deep thought. She is getting some pretty sneaky skills, but Yeon-hee still needs to focus on moving around unseen. Among his own new loot, Na Seon-hu notices a standout attribute called innate talent. When his current stats are active, there is a slight chance to upgrade their quality depending on his level. Honestly, this skill feels like a total cheat code. Does this mean his ultimate trump card, the overcomer of all difficulties skill, is going to jump straight from S rank to SS rank? That is almost too overpowered. Once the loot is settled, they collect the remaining chests in the dungeon and prepare to face the final boss. Na Seon-hu puts aside his worries about Yeon-hee for now, focusing on fully recovering his strength first. High-level dungeons absolutely require a healer, making Yeon-hee an indispensable partner. Moving deeper into the dark caverns, they spot massive towering stone pillars standing side by side. Confused, Yeon-hee looks at Na Seon-hu and asks with a worried look if those are just regular old pillars. Of course not. There is absolutely nothing normal inside a high-rank dungeon like this. These pillars are actually seals trapping mid-sized noble centipedes. The massive boss monsters are currently slumbering inside. Their main bodies are not too threatening. If they can break the stone shells, taking them out one by one is not hard at all. But looking at the size of these pillars, mid-size feels like a massive understatement. Na Seon-hu picks a random pillar and uses his power to punch it hard. Unfortunately, his flashy strike only hurts his fist without doing any damage. Guess he was just showing off. Yeon-hee immediately casts a healing spell on the foolish fighter. Determined to redeem himself, Na Seon-hu turns to her and says he's about to unleash a brand new skill. Yeon-hee immediately sighs, knowing exactly what kind of crazy stunt he is pulling. The power of Devi's sword has evolved, boosted by his overcomer of all difficulties skill. This cheat skill might be overpowered, but it is not his only weapon. After reaching E rank, Devi's sword transforms into the sword of Shiva. Na Seon-hu, seeing this for the first time, is completely shocked. Shiva is the name of the creator god, and this powerful move is a signature skill used by one of the 8 great villains. It truly is a ridiculous cheat skill. The moment he activates the sword of Shiva, a divine blazing fire completely wraps around the massive stone pillar. This powerful skill has an incredible range and uses pure fire energy. Na Seon-hu roasts the centipedes hiding deep inside the stone shells. Feeling themselves being burned alive, the creatures desperately break the seal to escape. But the moment they poke their heads out, Na Seon-hu zaps them with a painful jolt of electricity. The monsters helplessly screech in agony, their cries echoing through the dungeon. The The noise immediately attracts a strange beast with wings and razor-sharp claws on its hands. Swooping down, the beast unleashes a powerful sonic wave attack that leaves both Na Seon-hu and Yoon-hee completely dazed. But their enemies are already out of luck. The centipedes have been totally wiped out by the lightning fire strike. This mysterious creature is also not. Na Seon-hu uses the clown's dagger. It works successfully, triggering a paralysis effect. The monster is caught off guard. As ice binds its hand, Na Seon-hu lunges. A massive blow lands. By the time Woo Yoon-hee snaps out of it, everything is over. Na Seon-hu tosses the carcass. He walks forward, striking a cool pose with a blazing fire roaring in the background. Terrified of the beast, Woo Yoon-hee trembles uncontrollably. Seeing this, Na Seon-hu warns her that only the dungeon's final boss remains. You will see much worse. Get used to it, he warned. And since our main character is so ridiculously overpowered, the author got too lazy to draw the actual boss fight. Let's skip directly to the part where they receive their dungeon rewards. First place obviously goes to our team-carrying MVP Na Seon-hu. However, Woo Yoon-hee also managed to secure a reward for herself. Taking second place, she receives a special reward called the Gaze of Eos. This happens to be a signature skill of the second greatest villain of the past. This historical threat possessed an ability that everyone, including Na Seon-hu, desperately wanted to avoid, specifically mind control and psychological manipulation. Now that Woo Yoon-hee holds this power, the only thing Na Seon-hu can do is keep his mind completely guarded at all times. Back in South Korea, Woo Yoon-hee's sensory stats have officially risen to E-class. Heightened senses are extremely difficult to get used to, unlike raw physical strength or muscle power. Bright light stabs her eyes, normal breathing sounds like screaming, and even the mildest scent smells like a foul open sewer. Woo Yoon-hee is going to need some serious time to adjust. After packing up plenty of food and supplies, Na Seon-hu decides to head out anyway. Jonathan begs him to stay, but Na Seon-hu has a crucial mission to handle right now. Meanwhile, in Arizona, USA, the second mercenary group hired by Na Seon-hu to track down Bobby is getting ready to strike. Before moving out, all members must hand over any personal items that could identify them. As the commander collects their gear, he lays down the rules. There are only two simple instructions: report back and keep secrets. No exceptions. If anyone cannot follow those orders, they should head home immediately on the company's dime. When asked about their actual target, Commander gives a single response: catch a cat. But this cat is dangerous and it will literally chew your head off if you are careless. Once fully prepared, the squad rolls out. Now watch closely. They wait in a black SUV for the target to show up. A young merc named Mick seems pretty anxious about this operation. Right at that moment, a sudden flash of light erupts inside the vehicle, revealing a glowing portal. Before the squad can even process what on earth is happening, a mysterious figure steps through the shimmering gateway. The intruder is none other than their primary target, Bobby, wearing a dark hood and stepping right into the packed vehicle. Without saying a word, he draws his blade. A total bloodbath. He grins with pure satisfaction, enjoying the slaughter. In a matter of seconds, Mick is the only one left alive, knowing he stands absolutely zero chance against this monster. Mick braces himself for the cold embrace of death, but Bobby suddenly senses an approaching threat and immediately teleports away to escape. This quick retreat is the only reason Mick survives. Soon after, backup forces arrive and immediately seal off a 100-meter radius, but they find absolutely no trace of him. Meanwhile, Mick is left completely shattered by the massacre. Gasping for breath and drenched in cold sweat, he struggles to process the horror. A few days later, Mick is tasked with welcoming a monster far more terrifying than the one he just faced. It is none other than Na Seon-hu himself, who arrived immediately. After receiving the distress call, Na Seon-hu wasted no time boarding a flight to America. After all, only a cat can hunt another cat. The moment Na Seon-hu sees Mick, he understands exactly what happened. He places a hand on the trembling mercenary's shoulder to calm him, telling him not to worry since there was no way he could have caught that slippery cat. Soon after, Na Seon-hu sets off with the team toward their designated destination, a barren, desolate desert in the American heartland. Na Seon-hu's objective this time is a hidden dungeon located out in the wastes. Along the way, Na Seon-hu checks on Mick to help ease his heavy guilt and trauma. More than anyone, Na Seon-hu knows the pain of watching his own comrades perish right before his eyes. That is precisely why he is determined to eliminate Bobby as quickly as possible. Upon reaching their destination, Na Seon-hu makes a quick call to buy up the entire property. He orders the entrance blocked off and prepares for a 2-week siege inside the dungeon. The other mercenaries assume Na Seon-hu is just a rich kid with a bizarre hobby looking down on him. Only Mick truly understands the absolute gravity of this operation. After 3 grueling days of trekking through harsh terrain, the group finally arrives at the active dungeon gate. As the portal crackles to life, a familiar glow appears that almost makes Mick lose his mind with fear. He immediately aims his rifle at the portal, ready to blast whoever steps through. But Na Seon-hu raises a hand to stop him. Na Seon-hu assures him this is just a standard portal with some flashing lights and lightning. Well, maybe not entirely normal, but not to worry. Before stepping inside, Na Seon-hu warns the mercenaries to secure the perimeter and under no circumstances let anyone. Mick understands how serious this is. Seon-hu tells him to wait right there, promising to return in exactly 1 week no matter what. With those parting words, Seon-hu grabs his pack and quickly heads out. Since the artist decided to skip the grind, let us fast forward exactly 1 week later. The mercenaries on guard suddenly hear a strange noise from the dungeon and surround it immediately. Everyone is ready to open fire if anything monster-like emerges. Fortunately, Mick stops them just in time, or Seon-hu would have taken a bullet. Otherwise, he would have ended up with a bullet in his head. Then again, stepping out of that portal, he looks exactly like a monster. Seon-hu is absolutely covered in wounds drenched in his own blood. It is a miracle he can even stand, let alone walk in this condition. He sends Mick and the mercenaries to the second point. Thanks to his special perk, he is able to push past the agonizing pain. Without Yeoni, recovering is a slow, painful process, and yet Seon-hu cannot help but let out a sudden laugh. He can barely believe he cleared an entire dungeon completely solo. His infinity gauntlet may lack stones, but it was still a massive help. It completely shielded Seon-hu from the boss's deadly magic while absorbing an absolutely mind-blowing amount of heavy damage. Unfortunately, his fire ring shattered. In its place, Seon-hu received the Ring of Darkness, which came with a very useful hidden skill. With his senses growing incredibly sharp, he is now right on the verge of reaching D rank, marking another massive achievement. Once fully recovered, Seon-hu calls Mick over to discuss appointing him as an investigator. Seeing the man's utterly shocked face, Seon-hu just smiles. Has Jonathan Clark not told you yet? Seon-hu asks. Because I have more than enough authority to make this official appointment. Mick is visibly confused and asks what his new duties are. Seon-hu explains that he needs Mick to monitor everything Jonathan Clark does. You do not need to doubt him or the other investigators. Seon-hu says this is purely because our organization is growing so rapidly. Seon-hu's long-term goal is to build this group into a massive association of awakened designed to manage all superhumans worldwide. Keeping tight control over everything now is absolutely essential if they want to expand into a truly global powerhouse later. With affairs here settled, Seon-hu and Mick head out to meet Jonathan Clark at their secret cover facility located near Manhattan. The base is hidden in an abandoned residential area. When Seon-hu introduces Mick, Jonathan Clark seems a bit uneasy but still accepts him. After brief introductions, Jonathan Clark leads them both into a secret room filled with security monitors, tracking every single location. Every camera in the area where Bobby was spotted is under their control. After months on the run, Bobby is officially running out of options. He has likely burned through all his emergency supplies. Scanning the screens, Seon-hu is highly satisfied with how things are playing out. Next, Seon-hu asks Jonathan Clark about Joshua's situation. Following strict orders, Jonathan's team had successfully infiltrated the mansion to plant surveillance. So far, the feeds show nothing out of the ordinary. The target is simply focusing on his work, keeping a completely low profile. His name is Joshua von Karian. In the future, this man is destined to achieve historic success and lead his prominent family. This single move will pave the way for the rise of the world's most powerful arms syndicate. Armed with this intel, Seon-hu returns to Jonathan. Seeing his young boss casually stroll right into the massive investment firm, Mick cannot help but wonder what else Seon-hu is hiding. But he quickly shakes off those thoughts. Surviving the challenges right in front of him is already demanding enough. The second Seon-hu walks in, Jonathan greets him with a massive scowl, asking when he plans to retire and let him in on the secret. Have you even checked your emails? Jonathan demands, and when exactly are you heading to New York? Hearing this, Seon-hu is caught off guard. Sure, a suddenly disappearing partner is annoying, but Jonathan's incredibly dark, gloomy expression tells him that something is seriously wrong here. Jonathan delivers the news: our entire network has skyrocketed by over 200% and is now worth $300 billion. That massive figure leaves Seon-hu stunned. If they combine Julian's corporation with Jessica's fund, they are looking at $500 billion. For a regressed financier, building a $500 billion empire in just 2 short years is not a bad start at all. But before they can celebrate, Jonathan hands over an official letter admitting that he was the one who provoked them first. On September 15th, they are officially calling us in. The letter contains an ominous formal summons to a government hearing. It is a direct, heavy warning straight from the White House. Disobeying means their entire financial empire will be torn apart by audits. When Seon-hu asks what exactly they want from us, Jonathan hesitates for a long moment before finally delivering the brutal truth. They want you, Jonathan whispers. Hearing those words, Seon-hu freezes. There is no way the United States government lets him slide. They will never let an Asian kid disrupt the global order they built. They will use every dirty trick to expose his identity. They want to plaster Seon-hu's life all over the media and keep him controlled. This move is actually slower than he anticipated, but his personal data simply cannot be leaked. Jonathan knows the stakes and he is losing sleep trying to find a way out. Being noticed by the elites was always inevitable, but Seon-hu must keep his identity hidden from the general public at all costs. The biggest reason is his parents. If his true identity comes to light, they will be forced into a heavily guarded prison. Strict surveillance. On top of that, their every move will be watched, which means Na Seon-hu's training to boost his stats will also be heavily restricted. After a brief pause, Jonathan proposes an idea: they should advance the government investment and apply pressure by spreading resentment against the White House. Just thinking about the massive cash they could rake in from the investments is enough to drive them absolutely crazy. But that is still not enough. Na Seon-hu decides to directly negotiate with the Russian president and the Japanese prime minister. Jonathan assumes Na Seon-hu wants to discuss the public investment funds with Russia and Japan. But he is dead wrong. Na Seon-hu wants to drain the U.S. Treasury dry through those two nations. By dismantling the financial fuses the U.S. has set up worldwide. Hearing this, Jonathan's entire face completely loses its color. Can you blame the guy? This is on a whole new level. Jonathan holds his head, groaning that getting involved in this will not end well. But Na Seon-hu has already made up his mind, a complete plan locked in. They will buy Japanese government bonds in Russia and Russian government bonds in Japan. If they exchange those for U.S. bonds, the nations will have no choice. The U.S., Russia, and Japan, three global superpowers. Pulling this off is basically like triggering a third world war. Jonathan is breaking out in a cold sweat, more terrified than ever before. After some deep thought, he decides to apologize to Na Seon-hu, but the young man does not care. This was bound to happen anyway. Jonathan then asks how much money Na Seon-hu is actually targeting. Right now, it is the entire capital in New York. But if they do not budge, he will pull all the capital from the Isle of Man and London. Na Seon-hu answers with absolute seriousness. Under this plan, they currently need $300 billion. That is equivalent to an entire year of the U.S. defense budget. Even if London and the Isle of Man cooperate, the worst-case scenario could unfold something far more devastating than a physical war. But that is merely a last resort. Na Seon-hu tells Jonathan to contact the White House one last time to explain their ambition and emphasize how dire the situation is. Jonathan immediately picks up the phone to request an urgent meeting with the White House. This is the absolute final chance to prevent a massive global conflict from breaking out. Because of this, Na Seon-hu decides to go with Jonathan. On the way, Na Seon-hu instructs Jonathan to stay put until he gives the signal. Although Jonathan is frustrated, he ultimately agrees to listen. The man they are meeting today is U.S. Treasury Secretary S. Na Seon-hu wanted to see the president, but this works too. Since the secretary and president work hand in hand, they are basically one and the same. Before even exchanging greetings, Na Seon-hu dives straight into business, telling S to listen closely because he is about to bankrupt LCTM and needs to think fast. S speaks up, telling the young man that this is not his office, so he should calm down and speak slowly. He warns that if Na Seon-hu keeps acting rashly, even if S cannot stop him, LCTM is still incredibly valuable to him. LCTM is the massive hedge fund that fell into U.S. hands following the chaotic Russian economic market war. Even on the brink of bankruptcy, it caused massive shockwaves throughout the U.S. economy. It ended up with the New York Association after Na Seon-hu took over. Frowning, Na Seon-hu demands to know how they plan to repay the massive debt they owe them. Secretary S continues to play dumb upon hearing this. Losing all patience for politeness, Na Seon-hu drops the act, asking how massive the risks would have been without them taking over LCTM, reminding him they had to handle a seriously hot potato. It was actually their team that prevented the Second Great Depression. Intimidated by Na Seon-hu's overwhelming aura, Secretary S breaks into a cold sweat, turned to Jonathan for help. But Jonathan quickly makes his own stance clear. Na Seon-hu might look young, but he is the boss. This is not something Jonathan can interfere with. Seeing that Secretary S is still acting incredibly stubborn, Na Seon-hu decisively turns around to leave. Before walking out, he leaves him with a warning, asking if he has heard any news from the donors. Why haven't the Korean conglomerates and banks made a move yet? If you want to play games with me, go right ahead. But remember this, whatever happens from now on is entirely your doing. The old man finally snaps, slamming his hand onto the desk and roaring. What does a punk like you know? Seon-hu turns around with a cool, piercing look. And you letting things get this bad? What do you know? If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't dare raise my voice to question me. The old man is breaking out in cold sweat, yet he still has no clue what Seon-hu is hinting at. Seon-hu continues, I am talking about the financial gridlock in Japan. A few hot-headed fools need to learn when to stop before they go too far. If he dares to block the government bonds, he might even go after the yen next. I highly doubt Japan will ever partner with you again. Because of what you big shots did back in the early 90s, we had to struggle through a brutal recession. Do some people still think Russia is still stuck in the Cold War? What do you think? The old man is shivering, sweat pouring down his face, wondering if Seon-hu ever feared losing everything by pulling a stunt like this. But Jonathan and Seon-hu have put way too much into this operation. They are confident they will conquer victory. But even if he lost, Na Seon-hu could easily make that money back. It was unbelievable that the boy in front of him was only 15 years old. He decided to kick Jonathan and Na Seon-hu out, but his words made it clear that he had already lost. Your little game has gone too far, but I will still make a private statement to the press. Do not forget this is just an accidental mistake. Oh, and resolve your misunderstanding with the investment fund committee yourself. With that, he slammed the door shut in sheer helplessness. In this financial battle, America had completely lost. After slamming the door and storming off down the hall, in a huff, Jonathan could not hold it back anymore, immediately bursting into roaring laughter. But Na Seon-hu saw absolutely nothing funny about this. He knew the White House financial department had raised the white flag and that S-class monster boss resigned. Since it was just a title, nothing scared Na Seon-hu. He had to ensure they did not upset those elites and provoke a war. Na Seon-hu reminded himself. Ever since the day of Advent, human civilization had declined through three distinct stages. The first stage was the total and absolute incompetence of world governments and capitalists. The second stage was nuclear self-destruction. Then the third was a civil war among 8 factions. If they managed the first stage well, the later tragedies would never happen, because the early gate monsters could easily be killed with firearms. But because the economy collapsed, the world fell apart. In absolute panic, nuclear weapons were launched once, twice, and then a third time. Rebuilding from that day, the foundation of human survival would remain intact. That was the future Na Seon-hu wanted and why he had to amass and save so much money. Hanging up his phone, Jonathan hurriedly informed Na Seon-hu that gold online had failed. The dot-com bubble had peaked in May 2000, with the Nasdaq surpassing 5,000 points before crashing under 1,000 by October 2002. Jonathan noted yesterday's index was 5,239 higher than Na Seon-hu expected. Na Seon-hu guessed it would soon drop below 1,000 as things shifted gradually. The subprime mortgage crisis of 2008 would hit mid-recession. After a massive global economic downturn triggered by the Asian financial crisis slamming South Korea, Mexico, and Russia, interest rates fell and massive capital was lost as everything collided to pop the dot-com bubble. But Na Seon-hu had other plans in mind. He suggested lowering benchmark interest rates to soften the blow of the upcoming stock market crash. Na Seon-hu wanted to wait until benchmark interest rates dropped below 1% by 2001 before moving on to his financial plans for 2008. That is when real estate prices would naturally soar, prompting Jonathan to ask curious questions. But the real poison would build up, triggering the biggest financial explosion between 2007 and 9. It would be an unimaginably wild crash. Na Seon-hu explained, leaving Jonathan sweating. But what if this was just a theory? Jonathan asked. Na Seon-hu stayed silent, his mind racing with how the global financial system would end up paralyzed. The devastating Korean IMF crisis, the dot-com crash, terror, and war, an era dominated by oil and legendary real estate booms, along with the subprime mortgage crisis marking the absolute disastrous end of this cycle. It was pure cause and effect. In a unified global economy, there is no outcome that is not mutually beneficial. He had to calculate how the severe shockwaves from Hong Kong would escalate within Russia's massive financial war. Because of that, they had to remain vigilant. Na Seon-hu whispered to Jonathan that he would send over a draft before returning to Seoul. Late that night, before a dim computer screen, Na Seon-hu sat resting his chin, lost in thought. Drafting this was incredibly difficult, primarily because he had no concrete data to back up his claims. If only he could resolve this by May 2000, tax audits would not be an issue. But the September 11th attacks would shake America to its core. This was even worse than the day of Advent. Na Seon-hu groaned, clutching his face in utter frustration. Remembering how a single devastating attack completely destroyed the symbol of the global economy, Na Seon-hu finally understood why only low-tier monsters crossed during the day of Advent. If the 7 Devil Kings arrived, humanity would perish. Determined to prevent this terrible future, Na Seon-hu poured everything into typing a draft convincing enough to win over those 3 brilliant geniuses. Meanwhile, after receiving the email, Jessica immediately rushed straight into her boss's office. She argued that a novel-like scenario was highly possible, questioning who could have predicted Russia's massive financial collapse. Jessica burst through the door, shouting in a panic. Her boss Julian sat brooding in front of his monitor, sluggishly pointing out that as long as they followed this draft, investments matching the group's net assets were safe. He asked if she really thought they made a mistake, noting they only provided the raw ingredients. They decided what they wanted to cook because they were the chefs, not the farmers or the fishermen. Those were entirely different fields, meaning they had absolutely no reason to yield to the draft of this mysterious genius. Jessica whispers in his ear that they are great experts, but they still have to fight alone. Julian playfully runs her hands over him using her charms so he can't resist. And of course, one thing leads to another. And what had to happen happened. After a passionate night, Julian sips hot coffee, gazing at the beautiful city. Looking out from high above, he contemplates Na Seon-hu's recent draft, marveling at the incredibly sharp macroeconomic trend analysis. It is not something a single person could foresee. It would take at least 100 experts. He feels completely outclassed. Compared to such an elite team, Julian wonders if their command center is still active and where he can find them. Deep in thought, the rain pours down as Na Seon-hu stands outside the building in a sharp formal suit, his heart heavy. Leaning by the entrance, he waits for the chairman's ride. Soon, a sleek black sedan pulls up right in front of him. An umbrella holder greets Na Seon-hu, and the car whisks him away to a quiet, empty parking lot where a girl waits, glancing around cautiously. She slips into the back seat next to him, sighing in relief as government surveillance and wiretapping have finally cooled down. Na Seon-hu takes the asset report for Jonathan Investment and frowns as he carefully flips through the documents page by page. Out of 902 stocks on the Kospi, over 230 belong to major powerful shareholders. Meanwhile, the ZIL Group, which makes up 25% of South Korea's economy, keeps pushing highly unreasonable demands on them. If a foreign firm like Jonathan simply grabs the money and runs, it will cause absolute chaos, but Na Seon-hu doubts they will. He mentions hearing that Director Park Jong-sik, the supposed chief financial officer, is backing him. He is no ordinary director. This guy is the king of finance. Jay is the CEO, so no changes there, but he wants her to maintain their corporate image. They hired Jamie for a reason after all. From news and documentaries to media and entertainment, they must stay in the public eye. They need to ensure the public never views them as outsiders. Clearing his throat, Na Seon-hu shares his next big plan. He plans to raid dungeons across the globe for the next 6 months. That night, he enjoys a warm family dinner. Hearing that Na Seon-hu is heading to Manhattan, his father is absolutely thrilled, showering his son with praise and proud laughter. As his father tries to teach him how to drink, Na Seon-hu silently smiles, remembering his past days as a Wall Street failure. His father always said that life is like climbing a mountain. If it gets too steep, you simply rest and keep climbing. You fall, you rest, and you try again. There's always another peak to conquer, and making it to Wall Street was amazing. If things ever get too hard, don't push yourself too far. Just come back home where they will always be waiting. With his father's warm encouragement in mind, the next day, Na Seon-hu skims a December 1999 billionaire list in the newspaper. He smirks to himself, noticing how easily everyone's real names and nationalities are exposed on the printed billionaire list. After waiting a while, Na Seon-hu finally sees Yeon-hye approaching with her bags. Getting in, she looks a bit hesitant and confused. She wonders why the other men in the car seem so terrified of Na Seon-hu. He simply tells her they have history. They worked together once before. Na Seon-hu also notices a clear shift in Yeon-hye now that her skills have grown so powerful. The car finally stops at a snow-covered mountain range, bringing the group face-to-face with a rather menacing dungeon gate. Na Seon-hu hands Yeon-hye a sword, and she instantly draws it, executing a series of incredibly swift, powerful slashes that shock everyone. The guys watch with their jaws dropped. With a satisfied smile, Yeon-hye stops swinging and looks over at her weapon. She mentions that while this blade is weaker than her dungeon drop, it is actually much easier to handle. To his surprise, Na Seon-hu realizes that even without using her skills, none of these men could beat her right now. Talk about a powerhouse. After saying goodbye to Mixed Squad, Na Seon-hu and Yeon-hye step into the dungeon, promising to return in 5 days. A system alert pops up, tasking them with eliminating the Cephos. Yeon-hye gets a bit nervous, fearing they might be giant bugs. But once Na Seon-hu assures her that is not the case, she calms down. He lays out their 5-day completion goal. He adds that he will not be using his Adversity Conqueror skill. She wonders if that is even possible. With plenty of accumulated points, she anxiously suggests it might be better to open a few more chests first. Na Seon-hu presses forward, insisting they need to get used to their upgraded skills by practicing with them in battle. Before long, they reach a cliff where a massive pack of monsters is gathered. Surprisingly, they look rather smooth. She wonders if they are even monsters at all since they look so harmless, keeping her eyes locked on the pack. But a split second later, the beasts suddenly go wild, roaring and baring their sharp teeth with blood-red tongues. So much for looking cute. Spotting the duo, the entire pack screams and aggressively charges straight toward Na Seon-hu's location, eager to test her newly acquired skills against them. Yoon-hee quickly activates the eyes of Aegis, and then she focuses her mind and glares straight at the monster horde. To her utter shock, this single skill completely wipes out a third of her enemies in an instant. While still channeling her powerful eye technique, Yoon-hee suddenly charges in from the flank, launching a fierce, unexpected assault. But there is zero fear in her eyes. She coldly draws her blade and slices them to absolute ribbons in a flash. After that breathless charge, Yoon-hee completes the mission flawlessly, left gasping for air. Seon-hu notices her intense gaze. It is dripping with pure bloodlust, as if the dark desire to control Sephos has consumed her. He realizes she desperately needs proper training. He remembers the first time she used the eyes of Aegis, standing right on the edge of reality and madness with a completely shattered psyche. In that moment, as her consciousness began to seep into Seon-hu's mind, she drifted deep into his memories, only to be violently rejected. She was thrown out by the 7 demon lords. Even if she is a true veteran of the supernatural world who fights to survive, she still had to endure an absolutely unimaginable terror. Seon-hu knows this skill requires intense training to keep her safe. Otherwise, she will get swallowed up by the minds of her targets. Keeping her at this level inside the trial zone is basically a death sentence. She would die before ever realizing her true potential. After all, the second demon who famously wielded the eyes of Aegis was once like her. As expected, that demon was also a pre-awakener. As Seon-hu contemplates this, he suddenly senses a chilling danger creeping through the air. Sweat drips down his face as he completely focuses his senses. There is a deadly predator lurking close by. Seon-hu grips his sword and slashes backwards, slicing through the massive beast trying to ambush him and killing it instantly. The trial mission is officially complete. The system awards Seon-hu 1,500 points along with a rare gold chest. He initially estimated it would take 5 days without using his Conqueror of Adversity title, but they wrapped it up in just 3. If not for dungeon cooldowns and chest collection times, they could have finished even faster. Honestly, Yoon-hee's recovery speed is insane. It is completely beyond his expectations. After witnessing the terrifying presence of the 7 demon lords, she seems to have finally stabilized her mind. Seon-hu can clearly see this rookie growing stronger by the day. Yoon-hee is pushing herself to face those 7 demon lords. Meanwhile, Seon-hu must keep pace and stay ahead of her mind-blowing growth rate. Together, they are completely dominating this trial. He recalls the exact locations of every F-rank dungeon nearby, places he previously ignored because they were too low level. But now conquering all of them will give them an incredible head start in the trial zone. That is a massive advantage. No time to waste. Seon-hu and Yoon-hee immediately launch their ambitious plan to lock down and clear every single dungeon. These F-rank gates present almost zero threat to them now. Yet clearing just one of them is enough to boost her stats. While Yoon-hee focuses on adjusting to her newly boosted power, Seon-hu ventures deeper alone to relentlessly hunt down the remaining monsters. Their points shoot straight through the roof after every single clean victory. Talk about a massive power level boost for both of them. A few more clears and they will have enough points to unlock a diamond chest. It is hard to believe they cleared 15 dungeons in just 2 months. Seon-hu runs the numbers. Each run took about 4 days, including travel and recovery time. They have been working non-stop. The relentless grinding has Yoon-hee literally shouting skill names in her sleep. Later, while riding in a car driven by Mick, Seon-hu suggests they head to the Winston Hotel on Highway 15 in Las Vegas for a much-needed break. The crew immediately erupts in wild cheers. After weeks of brutal grinding, arriving in the bright lights of Las Vegas is pure heaven. Yoon-hee wastes zero time and dives headfirst into the feast alongside Mick's crew. They are devouring everything in sight. They eat so aggressively that nearby guests start staring in pure secondhand embarrassment. They look like prisoners enjoying their first real meal. Seon-hu is dying of embarrassment from the whispers. It hurts his pride, but he cannot even deny the truth. He quietly approaches Yoon-hee, who is stunningly dressed in a gorgeous evening gown, and suggests they move to a quieter spot to talk. She shyly follows him out, secretly wondering if he is about to make a move. But of course, things never go as planned. Instead, Seon-hu brings her to a private room just so she can relax and play games in peace, leaving her totally dumbfounded. Suddenly, director Ro Chang-ho of the Hansol Group spots her. Thrilled by the chance encounter, he rushes over to strike up a conversation. Sensing his unwanted curiosity towards Seon-hu, Yoon-hee immediately grabs Seon-hu's hand and claims he is her boyfriend, turning Chang-ho red with rage. She quickly whispers that this annoying guy sponsors her family's hospital, asking Seon-hu to play along so they can ditch him. He wants Seon-ho to claim they are too exhausted to chat. Meanwhile, Chang-ho already has a card table set up, formally inviting them to play. Seon-hu recognizes the name Ro Chang-ho and the Hansol Group, and a sudden wave of suspicion washes over him. The New Hope pharmaceutical company managed by Yoon-hee had recently gained massive public attention for various complicated reasons. It drew quite a bit of scrutiny during the dark days of the financial crisis, attracting some highly questionable characters to the conglomerate. The Hansol group is notorious for producing spoiled troublemaking heirs. Seon-hu carefully analyzes the situation while Chang-ho watches them. Ro Chang-ho is plotting to toy with Na Seon-hu using his supposedly expert poker skills, but things do not go as planned. Fate has other ideas and Ro Chang-ho gets completely wrecked from start to finish by Yoon-hee and Na Seon-hu, who are absolute pro players. His smug confidence quickly drains away, leaving his face pale and drenched in sweat. Totally outmatched, Ro Chang-ho starts losing his mind, slamming the table and throwing a fit, shouting that Yoon-hee and Na Seon-hu are cheating. Talk about a sore loser. Ro Chang-ho completely forgets that he is a company director, throwing a massive tantrum and screaming at Na Seon-ho and Yoon-hee, but then he notices the other people in the room and snaps back to reality. Flustered and totally embarrassed, he scrambles out of the room, demanding to fly back to Korea immediately. The chaotic room finally falls quiet again. Seeing Yoon-hee look a bit down because her relaxing vacation was totally ruined by Ro Chang-ho, Na Seon-hu reassures her. He promises they still have a few days to relax, assuming they can take care of one small issue first. Na Seon-hu quickly calls Mick to pick them up from the hotel back door, seemingly oblivious to the person secretly watching him from just outside. Actually, Na Seon-hu is not oblivious at all. He knew someone was tailing him from the start, even while he was playing cards with Ro Chang-ho. He could tell this shadow is not just casually curious about him either. I did not use a single skill. Na Seon-hu thinks, his mind racing. So how did they recognize me? After hanging up with Mick and intentionally letting the stalker overhear the details of the call, Na Seon-hu heads outside on foot. Sure enough, the tail follows right behind, only to be grabbed by Mick in an instant. Since Mick uses a bit too much muscle, the guy passes out cold right then and there. Talk about being weak. Turns out this spy's tracking ability is a very rare trait, allowing him to locate monsters and other awakened people, making it incredibly useful. Through a quick background check, Na Seon-hu discovers that this guy actually runs a fast food chain on the east side. Checking the hotel guest registry, absolutely no one is registered under his name. With no security cameras around and no backup arriving, Na Seon-hu is completely certain that this guy is definitely not an investigator. Just as they are deciding what to do with him, the tracker suddenly opens, his eyes screaming at the top of his lungs, completely refusing to listen to anything Na Seon-hu has to say, since he won't shut up. Yoon-hee has no choice but to use her eye technique. She hypnotizes his body, forcing him to the rooftop railing, perched right on the edge, which terrifies him to his core. Na Seon-hu coldly asks if he understands his situation now, warning they can easily stage a suicide. Fearing for his life, the stalker desperately screams out, promising to tell them everything. Yoon-hee finally releases her hypnotic grip, causing the terrified man to lose his footing and collapse backward onto the hard floor. Na Seon-hu asks if it is his tracking trait or a system mission that led him here. Leon claims he has never met another awakened person before. Na Seon-hu warns him that he is lucky to be alive, as many missions require them to kill each other. This dark and sudden revelation catches both the stalker and Yoon-hee completely off guard. The tracker quickly shouts that he has never accepted that kind of quest, but Na Seon-hu does not buy it. Leon frantically argues that it was strictly due to his tracking skill, pleading that he can be a major asset to their team if they just trust him. Using Yoon-hee's mind-reading ability as leverage, Na Seon-hu easily breaks him, forcing the terrified tracker to spill every single secret. The guy reveals his name is Leon and he awakened right around his college graduation. Through a specific quest, he acquired his rare tracking trait. He admits he once encountered another awakened person, though they seem to belong to some demonic class. Leon was incredibly lucky to survive that encounter. Seeing him beg to join their group, Na Seon-hu remains highly cautious, but ultimately decides to accept him, knowing that a tracking skill is essential for conquering high-tier dungeons. If Leon stays loyal, they will become a formidable team. But if he turns out to be an enemy, that tracking skill must be eliminated first. Which path will the guy choose? Na Seon-hu quietly wonders. After arranging a helicopter to transport Leon directly to their training facility, Na Seon-hu steps outside and spots Yoon-hee huddled up in a corner, looking rather lonely and lost. Assuming she is anxious about Leon, Na Seon-hu tells her the guy was already sent away and there is nothing to worry about. But she replies, that is not it. Yoon-hee tears up, saying she cannot believe the system forces awakened humans to slaughter each other to grow stronger. Seeing her so upset, Na Seon-hu reminds her that they should not overthink the system's motives. It simply wants them to become stronger. They should just utilize this power for growth. Smiling, Na Seon-hu suggests it is time to kick off the main event, and waves his hand, summoning an absolute storm of gold and silver treasure chests. This high-stakes event promises to be far more thrilling than any casino game in Las Vegas. Under the glittering neon lights of the city, besides his raw strength, Na Seon-hu upgrades all his other skills to the Emperor tier. Over a year slips by since he first started raiding F-rank dungeons. One day, Jonathan suddenly calls Na Seon-hu out of the blue. He wants to discuss a massive opportunity regarding the global financial markets, a real estate mortgage. This would undoubtedly bring in massive profits. However, Na Seon-hu felt that now was not yet the right moment. Even with Jonathan pleading, Na Seon-hu kept advising him to wait and focus strictly on their current short-term plans instead. Yes, they had traded there before. The information technology, media, and community sectors had already taken a massive hit. Jonathan quietly broke the grim news to him. Na Seon-hu warmly praised Jonathan for doing a fantastic job so far. He even promised an unstoppable empire would soon rise if they kept this up. Hanging up the phone, Jonathan just sighed quietly. He stared into the distance with a gaze full of nostalgia. Young Na Seon-hu, what on earth was he truly chasing after? To become a god of finance with power dwarfing even the Rothschilds, Jonathan thought. Meanwhile, Na Seon-hu sat quietly in a military vehicle. As his female driver sped through the mud and wind, he silently predicted the Kosovo War and the upcoming governor elections. Nothing had deviated from his predicted timeline yet. Soon these events would repeat exactly as he remembered, perfect for his next big move. After that day, they would completely dominate them right on their own home turf. Na Seon-hu told himself with fierce, unyielding determination. 4 months later in England, year 2001. Na Seon-hu and Yeon-hee stepped out of a luxury car in expensive attire. They made their way into a grand opulent building. Yeon-hee immediately noticed some Rothschild bank staff whispering among themselves. She leaned in and whispered it to him. Na Seon-hu knew they would be here. This place belonged to the Rothschild family after all. The duo quickly sat down on a sofa. With Yeon-hee's C-rank senses filtering out the background noise of the room was completely effortless. Na Seon-hu originally wanted to show Yeon-hee a different side of high society. He never expected to run into plotting Rothschild employees. Seeing Yeon-hee look completely lost as she listened, Na Seon-hu decided to step in and explain the situation to her. The grim, brutal reality of it left her totally stunned. Suddenly, just as the clock struck exactly 8:46 a.m., a deafening, ear-shattering explosion rocked the air, making Yeon-hee's head throb. This was it, the historical tragedy had officially begun. A passenger plane crashed straight into the trade center, turning the massive tower into an absolute inferno of fire and smoke. Amid the chaotic crowds fleeing for safety, Na Seon-hu urgently called Jonathan, telling him to dump all of their IT stocks immediately. Even if they had to take a loss, sell it all. Na Seon-hu knew this tragic crash was absolutely no accident. The financial market had not realized the truth yet. Recognizing this, Na Seon-hu quickly fired off messages to his other close allies. He reached out to Julian, Jessica, and Daniel to prepare them. It was September 11th, 8:48 a.m. in New York. The date of the tragic event had finally arrived, and the ticking clock was not waiting for anyone. Only 5 minutes left. The second plane would hit soon. Na Seon-hu calculated as Jonathan frantically checked the systems and reported a massive market panic. Everyone was dumping shares in a blind panic. But the real problem was that other massive traders were already following suit. Before Jonathan could even finish his sentence, a terrifying blast erupted from the building directly opposite, completely pale with fear. He reported the sheer madness to Na Seon-hu, realizing he needed to evacuate his entire staff before it was too late. New York and London, the two absolute giants of global finance, were both thrown into absolute unprecedented chaos. Though the physical strikes hit New York, the shockwaves in London felt exactly like the outbreak of a devastating war. At this chaotic moment, Na Seon-hu knew that barely 0.001% of the world could stay calm, and the number of people who could actually seize this moment to act was even smaller. He was one of them. Pulling a terrified Yeon-hee along, she stared at his back, realizing the true ruler of the world was quietly changing. On November 9th, a group of 4 college students pooled their money to invest. Miraculously, they hit the jackpot. But their massive stroke of luck soon spiraled into a nightmare. The United States government quickly launched an official investigation. The case sparked major human rights concerns, serving as the catalyst for the introduction of a controversial new law. The new Patriot Act was born. Rumors swirled that one of the students was of Arab descent, suggesting deeper ties. They suspected terrorist organizations were backing them. Meanwhile, oil money flowing into the U.S. market was valued at billions, reaching up to $200 billion. Drawing those funds could completely crash the oil and real estate markets. That was when the long-term bonds transition began. Julian rushed through the main doors in a frantic hurry. He reported to Na Seon-hu that he managed to secure a massive chunk of their funds before the terror attack was confirmed. But with absolutely zero time to close all their active positions, massive financial losses were completely unavoidable now. This left Julian feeling extremely frustrated and guilty. Na Seon-hu comforted him, noting it was a disaster far beyond their control. There was absolutely no reason for Julian to blame himself. The long-term bond holders had already anticipated American interest cuts. They also anticipated the impending war in Iraq. Na Seon-hu's sudden chilling analysis left Julian completely frozen in shock. Julian freezes, turning pale as he realizes this mess will spark a massive explosion. Out of nowhere, Na Seon-hu catches him completely off guard. He asks if Julian's funds included oil investments. Julian's heart stops as he stutters, completely unable to find his words. "You should meet them as soon as possible," Na Seon-hu mutters. That evening, as the TV broadcasts news of the tragic terrorist attack, Julian sips his red wine, quietly calculating how to leverage the powerful connections he built with those top global billionaires. He hopes to bring them into the Jonathan Group. Guys like Prince Waman, first in line for the Saudi crown, and Prince Alice, along with his entourage and other VIP managers. These are the elite who control the markets. They control investment funds worth over $1 trillion. Julian's prep work up to this point has been flawless, but Na Seon-hu's sudden plan to snatch up oil funds right after this tragic attack makes Julian deeply uneasy. It is an incredibly risky move. Julian has felt a strange, chilling vibe from Na Seon-hu since the very first day. Back when Julian was about to get fired from Morgan Stanley after losing to the Jonathan Group in Asia. Then a young Asian man suddenly showed up. He was incredibly determined, carrying himself like a seasoned player. His methods and deals were anything but conventional, Julian remembers. And then there was that other incident. Suspicious of Na Seon-hu's plans, Julian tried to run a background check on him but got caught red-handed. Julian was absolutely terrified, shaking in his boots at the thought of Na Seon-hu ending him right then and there. To make matters worse, Na Seon-hu recorded the whole confrontation on his phone, completely destroying Julian's composure. After sending a harsh warning email, Na Seon-hu smirked coldly, telling him to be much more careful next time. Meanwhile, Jonathan sits silently in his office before calling Jeffrey to track down the banks, facing a massive cash drain. Now Na Seon-hu and Yeon-hee are watching the security monitors to assess their newest recruit, Leon. To their surprise, Leon easily wipes out 26 designated targets during the intense simulation test. He even handles 6 surprise targets. Na Seon-hu notes that while Leon is noisy, his combat skills are highly effective. Instead of his real name, Na Seon-hu prefers to call him Leon. Soon, a heavily armed Leon walks up. He approaches Na Seon-hu with a dead serious expression. He demands to know if their organization has any ties to the recent terrorist attack. That blunt question completely shocks Mick, who stands nearby with his jaw wide open. "Forget about the terrorist attack," Na Seon-hu warns. "What we are fighting is a far greater threat to humanity. Follow me." With a wave of his hand, they arrive at the dungeon gate. Yeon-hee tells Leon to call her Woo Yoon-hee. The code name is meant to hide their real names, keeping their dangerous work separate from their ordinary lives. Once the team is fully prepared, the official quest to eliminate their target suddenly flashes before their eyes. Standing before the massive locked doors, a trembling Leon warns them that a terrifying monster is waiting inside. But Na Seon-hu does not know the meaning of fear. He instantly unleashes a brutal kick, smashing the doors open. The heavy doors crash down. Less than a second later, a savage beast charges out like a wild animal. Na Seon-hu and Yeon-hee leap forward in perfect sync, their blades flashing as they quickly suppress the raging monster. After severing its defense, Na Seon-hu tells Leon, who is frozen in sheer terror, to deliver the final blow. Under Na Seon-hu's intense pressure, Leon drags his shaking body forward, terrified out of his mind but forced to move. Yeon-hee watches silently, remembering Na Seon-hu's orders to hold back and not use any of her high-level skills. This dungeon raid is strictly a test for their new recruit. But as they approach the next room, Leon realizes at least 10 monsters are waiting behind the door. He turns pale, completely paralyzed with fear. "I am the tank, you are the damage dealer, and Yeon-hee is our healer," Na Seon-hu explains in a calm voice. "She will keep you healed, so do not worry about taking damage. Just play your part or we all die. We survive together or we die together." But seeing Leon still shivering in fear, Na Seon-hu decides to push him. He unzips his top, revealing a toned chest marked with a glowing, intricate seal, pointing right at it. He warns that if he attempts to use an escape insignia, the seal will transfer. He asks if Leon will keep running and wait for doom or face his fate with the Vanguard team, which offers the best survival odds. After an intense mental struggle, Leon finally agrees to move forward, though his nerves are still shot. The moment the heavy doors slide open, a pack of vicious Anabite monsters lunges straight for him. Leon feels a burning desire to grow stronger, but fighting 10 of these beasts at once is pure madness. After dealing with that beast, half of his mind was gone. Looking back at a bloody, broken Leon trailing behind, Yeon-hee felt a stab of pity, deciding to cast Vanner's Silence. It was her highest tier of healing magic. With the skill upgraded to class, Vanner's Silence was incredibly effective. Right now, Leon's pitiful state caught both of their attention, drawing Na Seon-hu and Yeon-hee's eyes. They hoped he could pass the test, even as Yeon-hee's own mind drifted back to her family. family had always messed with her mental state. Even after she became wealthy, their toxic relationships never improved. Things remained completely cold between them. In a brutal survival test like this, friendship was an absolute luxury. But shouldn't compassion be the very thing they hold on to? Na Seon-hu quietly wondered. Fortunately, Yeonhee's healing spell finally took effect, and Leon's shattered mind finally found some peace. He profusely thanked Yeonhee, bringing a small smile to her face. She gently warned him to prepare for the horrors ahead. But while those two shared a moment, Na Seon-hu was drowning in doubt. He wondered if Leon would flee with the military funds or actually fight for the survival of the team. Either way, Leon's true trial was about to begin. Suddenly, the scene flashed forward to a grim sight. Na Seon-hu and Yeonhee lay collapsed in a sea of blood, surrounded by dead monsters. But one beast was still barely breathing. Despite its severed body, it crawled forward. Gasping for air, Na Seon-hu weakly ordered Leon to kill it. Both veterans lay incapacitated. Terribly shaken, Leon forced his trembling body to stand. Facing its serrated saw-like teeth, he stumbled back in terror, his hand brushing against Yeonhee's discarded dagger. Completely cornered and drenched in sweat, Leon gritted his teeth. He swore he would slaughter this monster using her blade. Under the suffocating pressure of the wild beast, he braced himself as it reared back to deliver a final, fatal blow. Instead, a trembling Leon aimed the dagger directly at the escape seal on Na Seon-hu's chest. If he peeled it off, peeling and swallowing that bloody piece of flesh would steal the seal's power. Yet he could not lift a single finger. With tears streaming down, Leon pressed the cold blade against Na Seon-hu's chest. But just as he prepared to cut, Na Seon-hu suddenly snapped his eyes wide open and grabbed the blade bare-handed. Coldly, he declared that the test was officially over. Once they exited the dungeon, Yeonhee spent hours weeping over a horribly mutilated body. While she was still mourning, Na Seon-hu met up with Jonathan. There was nothing left to review. Every single bit of financial data had been compiled. Every transaction, including the Federal Reserve's files, had been cleanly swept. That White House puppet must be absolutely fuming by now. Sitting across from him, Jonathan burst into uncontrollable laughter. In the past, he would have been too paranoid to scan the room for eavesdroppers. But now, he was bolder. He knew the United States government didn't print their own currency. They borrowed everything from the Fed, leaving shadow conglomerates like the Rothschild family holding all the cards. They are the ultimate creditors while the government remains a debtor. This is actual history, not a conspiracy theory. The day of the advent was a shadow syndicate just like Rothschild. Yeonhee agreed they needed to recruit more members. She tried to sound calm while slicing her steak. Na Seon-hu smiled, assuring her that everything was already planned out. He had a perfect talent scout in mind, someone whose keen eye would find the absolute best recruits. Reports showed that this scout had already been operating independently since last year, quietly building a group under the alias Ket. Na Seon-hu's team had been monitoring suspects linked to Ket. In fact, their watch list of potential members had already grown to over 30. They didn't just search local psychiatric wards. They had informants gathering rumors straight from the civilian population as well. They likely possessed a unique attribute. Reassuring Yeonhee, Na Seon-hu told her to return to Seoul while he handled it. He was about to embark on a quiet business trip to Germany. Soon in Berlin, Na Seon-hu established a new identity. As Na Seon-hu, a second-generation Korean-American, Na Seon-hu cast out his bait. He was waiting for Joshua to bite, and the trap worked. After a manufactured issue with his travel network, Berlin Telegraph sent agents straight to his hotel. The moment they entered, Na Seon-hu's eyes locked onto one of them. It was none other than the fourth virtue. This formidable warrior had managed to climb to the rank of the fourth virtue, rivaling the 8 evils with his raw combat talent. Even with a severe lack of combat experience and weak gear, he had still managed to claw his way to the absolute top. He was a legend whom Na Seon-hu had once deeply admired. Even so, the first and fourth virtues had historically been bitter enemies. Watching the two agents exchange silent signals, a distinct trait of a chaser, Na Seon-hu quietly admired their discipline. Their operation was incredibly tight. Michael broke the silence calmly, suggesting they sit down for a long chat. He offered him a seat. Within a single week, Na Seon-hu would witness this legendary warrior's marksmanship firsthand. Michael was completely stunned by Na Seon-hu's weapon. The training camp itself had been built by completely renovating the interior of a massive mansion. Seeing how they organized this centralized marksmanship training, Na Seon-hu could immediately tell that none of these shooters had ever stepped foot inside a real dungeon. Seeing Na Seon-hu growing a bit impatient to finally meet the president, Michael quietly let slip that he had just received a call confirming the boss would return tonight. Sure enough, late that night, a massive convoy of sleek black vehicles rolled up right in front of the building and outstepped their leader. That was when Na Seon-hu finally stood face to face with Joshua, the renowned first-rank grand leader who was spearheading this entire revolutionary movement. Joshua had been planning to clear their very first dungeon and spent the past week thoroughly scouting the surrounding area. The first team, consisting of 2 awakened and 4 mercenaries, had vanished without a trace, never returning. Joshua laid out all these grim facts. He laid them out honestly, letting everyone make their own choice. He even mentioned that he would personally join them in the dungeon this time. Now was the time for a real decision. Michael suddenly piped up, asking if they were all just a bunch of cowards. The sudden question left Na Seon-hu totally speechless, having absolutely no idea how to even respond. The next morning, the armed convoy headed out. Looking around the trucks, Na Seon-hu noticed something strange. Not a single other awakened had actually decided to join. They probably backed out. After tasting a bit of success, they likely chose to protect their own skin and focus on their bright individual futures instead. Maybe it was because they were the only 2 Asians in the whole group, but Michael was acting like a total overprotective parent. If this had happened in his past life, Na Seon-hu would have felt incredibly honored, but now it was just pretty annoying. The entire raid plan revolved around the mercenaries, with each squad consisting of 6 mercs, 2 awakened, and a veteran squad leader. Their own squad leader was a guy named Oliver, who clearly looked down on Na Seon-hu as a fresh recruit who couldn't even speak German. Because of that, Na Seon-hu had to show him that he wasn't just some soft, weak newbie who would hold the team back. Michael kept whispering these cheap warnings in his ear, which honestly made Na Seon-hu just want to hang this entire group upside down. The transport vehicles finally pulled up at the dungeon gates. Joshua proved to be quite the charismatic leader, instantly firing up the crowd. He delivered an incredibly passionate speech to pump up the troops, then walked over to grip Na Seon-hu's hand tightly for encouragement. He promised to share all the spoils. While it gave Na Seon-hu goosebumps, he had to admit Joshua's friendly attitude felt somewhat genuine. Even if his true motives remained a mystery, the system suddenly pinged, announcing that the banished quest had officially commenced. As soon as they stepped inside, a strange phenomenon occurred. Both their flashlights and high-tech weapons completely stopped working. Chaos immediately erupted. The frenzy had officially begun. This dungeon was the lair of the Ban, a species very different from the usual monsters. While their names sounded a bit like the Denon, their raw destructive power was on a completely different level. They had to be careful. Sensing a beast lurking just behind the heavy steel door, the entire group crept forward, their bodies completely stiff with pure tension. With the mercenaries stripped of their weapons, they were practically useless. The strategy now rested solely on the awakened ranged attackers. The tanks stood in front, and new recruits like Na Seon-hu were pushed all the way to the back. Honestly, he was just excited to watch. He really wanted to see how Lichen and Sao would fight. Right then, a massive crack. The heavy-set guy leading the charge got his head snapped off instantly by the beast. The brutal, bloody sight left everyone completely frozen in shock. Terrified out of their minds, they pooled their magic to launch a massive combined counterattack, yet their spells didn't even scratch its skin. With such low-level skills, they wouldn't even make it past the outer barriers, let alone reach the heart of the beast's nest. Na Seon-hu realized they had brought along Awakened, whose combat abilities were somehow even weaker than basic firearms. It was quite a joke. The monster's brutal, heavy strikes sent the Awakened flying left and right. Screams of agony and desperate cries quickly filled the dark corridor. With over 100 people trapped in this chaotic frenzy, there was absolutely no room left for logical thinking. And yet, this was actually a threat Na Seon-hu could easily handle. He stood completely calm right in the middle of the screaming crowd. Suddenly, a trembling Michael suggested that Na Seon-hu draw the monster's attention so he could land a sneak attack, but that plan wasn't needed. At that exact moment, Joshua channeled every ounce of his remaining strength, executing a powerful hand seal and lunging directly at the beast. While Joshua fought in a panic, Na Seon-hu calmly spotted a clear path to survival. Coming here today was definitely turning out to be quite useful. At the very least, Joshua was showing some real worth. The second-rank elite initiated the assault, followed closely by the fourth-rank expert. Both launched a combined attack, with the second-rank fighter unleashing an even wilder fury than the fourth. Rapid, relentless slashes rained down on the beast. After a few intense minutes, the massive creature finally collapsed into a bloody pool. Everyone stood completely dazed, staring at the corpse in silence. Michael and Joshua were absolutely exhausted, catching their breath, while the crowd suddenly erupted into wild cheers, praising Joshua's heroic defeat of the monster. Even as calm slowly returned after the beast's demise, the heavy cost of the battle was clear. 12 lives had been lost. Among the casualties were 5 awakened warriors. It was a pretty brutal reminder that confidence alone doesn't guarantee survival in here. Fighting and defeating these monsters was the only way to make them disappear, or at least Na Seon-hu believed so. Suddenly, Michael hesitantly walked over to Na Seon-hu. He warned that 8 monsters were waiting behind the door, making a direct confrontation highly unlikely to succeed. Odds were incredibly low. But once the door opened, Michael charged right in, swinging heavy blows with everything he had. Once physical attacks worked, Michael's raw survival instinct took over. He finally conquered his fear. Still, Michael was nowhere near strong enough to solo this entire pack, and one bad mistake quickly cost him. One clean punch sent him flying. Joshua watched his teammates drop, his anxiety spiking instantly. They were dropping like flies. Standing nearby, Na Seon-hu quietly observed the chaos, feeling rather curious about how this group would ever escape. 6 months, several years, Na Seon-hu was genuinely curious to watch the growth of these high-ranked players. Right as a massive monster prepared to pounce on Joshua from behind, Na Seon-hu stepped in, delivering a perfectly timed, incredibly decisive strike. The devastating blow sent the beast flying. Dark blood sprayed everywhere, leaving the squad completely horrified. Stepping out of the thick smoke, Na Seon-hu adjusted his glasses and smirked at Joshua. If it was this bad from the start, how did you expect to survive? Did you actually want everyone to die here? Once Joshua finally managed to calm down, the grim reality of his situation finally clicked for him. Na Seon-hu had completely played him from the start, hiding both his true identity and his actual power level the entire time. Before addressing Joshua's frantic questions, Na Seon-hu turned the tables, demanding to know what their actual strategy was moving forward. Joshua darkly warned him not to cross the line, demanding to know his real identity. Na Seon-hu remained silent, his powerful aura flaring aggressively. He locked his glowing red eyes onto Joshua, terrifying the leader to his core. Na Seon-hu then criticized him for losing focus during the panic. Everyone was losing their minds, yet Joshua failed to watch his own back. "Thanks for saving us," Joshua said. "Do you want to lead?" Joshua sighed. But Na Seon-hu coldly declined. "This might be your group, Joshua, but make no mistake, you belong to me." Na Seon-hu whispered into Joshua's ear, squeezing his shoulders so hard that the leader writhed in agonizing pain, completely unable to fight back. Breaking free from Na Seon-hu's iron grip, Joshua clutched his bruised shoulder. He realized Na Seon-hu's true goal wasn't for them to get used to the dungeon, but for Na Seon-hu to analyze them. "Think whatever you want," Na Seon-hu replied coldly, "but you caught my attention." Keeping his composure, Joshua dismissed Michael so they could talk privately. Once they were alone, Joshua secretly asked Na Seon-hu to partner with him to ensure everyone's survival, offering a massive deal. "I will give you half of Berlin Telecom plus $100 million. This proposal caught Na Seon-hu completely off guard. He never expected his cooperation to be worth so much. Then Joshua dropped a name that honestly changes everything. They are a global elite controlling finance, the economy, and politicians worldwide. We are the pioneers of a brand new frontier. Can you even imagine it? Combined, our strengths will allow us to hold this entire world in the palms of our hands." Joshua proudly declared his grand vision. However, Na Seon-hu flatly rejected the offer, completely unfazed by the promise of global dominion. Instead, he insisted on teaching Joshua the absolute basics, claiming he had no intention of letting him slip away now. "You are still just a kid," Na Seon-hu mocked. "You need my guidance." This simple statement instantly triggered Joshua's deep rage. His anger erupted like a volcano. Meanwhile, if 5 squads of 5 players joined up, they could form a proper strike force. Once the 5 squad captains agreed to elect a unit commander, the system would grant them a unique unit buff. Fortunately for them, there were exactly 25 awakened players left in their group to trigger this crucial unit condition. Na Seon-hu hoped for a platinum chest, but the reward for the first unit commander was only a gold box. It was incredibly disappointing. The system was usually generous to trailblazers, but it seemed Na Seon-hu's luck was running dry. He had to stop expecting free handouts. However, after receiving the Fortitude blessing, the system enveloped the entire squad. They gained minor resistance to crowd control skills like entrapment, which officially turned them into a truly formidable strike force. This sudden transformation left Joshua completely stunned. After appointing Joshua as commander, they officially registered the new strike force. Even though Michael was designated as the leader of Na Seon-hu's squad, every single eye was fixed on Na Seon-hu. An outsider now held real authority in their organization, rendering the old mercenary leadership completely useless in the process. He wondered how the revolutionary leader would handle this mess. Meanwhile, the squad leaders formed a command council. They agreed to stick to the plan. In their leadership votes, the commander's vote would equal 4 points. Captains received 2 points while regular members had 1. They settled on this system to fairly decide all major plans. Michael explained to Na Seon-hu that voting power was tied directly to rank, much like the system in London. Concentrating all power in one person was too risky right now, making this democratic approach the best path forward. The financial hub of London is probably because letting one person wield all that power is just too risky. This strategy it continues to run and becomes the core system of the Revolutionary Army. Their very first order of business, voting on a crucial decision, exactly what to do with the now useless mercenaries. After that tense first meeting, several proposals are immediately put on the table. The first option is using them as manual labor. The second involves cutting their food and weapons to prioritize the awakened instead. Finally, they could lock them up to prevent riots. Bluntly speaking, these mercenaries are just going to be used as meat shields. But of course, nobody wants to say that part out loud. Michael scratches his head, realizing just how cruel this world really is. With the mercenaries already locked away under guard, he knows one thing. Back on Earth, none of these guys would escape alive. This is why the second and fourth virtues clash so hard. The fourth virtue is all about building bonds with fellow training partners. Na Seon-hu keeps this thought to himself. Leaning in, he whispers a quiet warning to Joshua. Things are about to get a lot messier. Joshua is absolutely furious that Na Seon-hu cast a blank vote. But at this rate, his entire organization is headed straight for ruin. Nobody wants that, do they? Na Seon-hu lets out a mocking laugh. Joshua grinds his teeth, demanding to know why Na Seon-hu is still here. Fine by him. If Joshua wants him gone, Na Seon-hu is happy to pack up. But before stepping out, he leaves a parting gift. Na Seon-hu warns Joshua to drop that murderous glare if he actually wants to look like a leader. It is a pretty heavy blow. If he sees that look again, the next meeting will be about deciding Joshua's life. Na Seon-hu leaves him with that chilling threat. He turns on his heel and walks out, leaving Joshua absolutely fuming. Once the real battle kicks off, everyone hopes Na Seon-hu will step up. Instead, he only does the bare minimum. Meanwhile, the unarmed mercenaries are pushed straight to the edge, fueled by pure rage. Soon, a chaotic civil war erupts among the awakened. Talk about a complete disaster. Michael panics, seeing Na Seon-hu just lounging, sweating bullets. Michael begs him to do something, because at this point, the chairman has completely lost control of the situation. Na Seon-hu lazily sighs, stating he is only here to vote, regarding the fate of the mercenaries and how they should be utilized. The yes votes sit at 6, the no's are at 6, but there are a whopping 20 blank votes. Talk about a deadlock. Na Seon-hu steps right up to Joshua. With a smug grin, he tells him to just proceed with whatever the vote decided. He claims he trusts his leader completely. Though Joshua is shaking with rage, he has to keep his composure as commander. Using his authority, Joshua calls for a re-vote, this time with absolutely no blank options allowed. Na Seon-hu saw this coming. He knew Joshua wanted to strip away his influence before it spread. A smart move to reclaim control over the faction. That is exactly how a leader should act. Na Seon-hu thinks with a smirk. Surprisingly, the final tally proves something quite unexpected. There is still some humanity left in this crowd. They agree to free the mercenaries and assign them to other duties. If things go south, they will fight side by side. Joshua actually managed to strike an incredible deal with the mercenaries. By promising them much higher pay, he won them over. But later, when facing giant bloodthirsty monsters, Joshua gets completely cornered. He turns to Na Seon-hu for help, but Na Seon-hu snaps. He yells at Joshua to handle his own mess instead of relying on others. The harsh scolding snaps Joshua back to reality. He originally planned to go all out, but his voice suddenly starts to shake. Please, he begs, at least do not let us suffer too many casualties. I will give you anything I have in return. Na Seon-hu is surprised, but he immediately recognizes the look in Joshua's eyes. It is a pretty complex mix of emotions, cold yet occasionally showing empathy even to enemies. Joshua is the type of guy who will do whatever it takes to win, and right now he is channeling every ounce of his strength, throwing himself into a desperate clash with the monster. Successfully unleashing the wrath of Na Seon-hu, Joshua grips his dagger with overwhelming killing intent, moving like a demon of vengeance. The true embodiment of the second virtue charges straight at his target without a single second of hesitation. Days pass by. Finally, the surviving mercenaries slowly limp out of the dungeon looking absolutely battered. The two guards watch in disbelief. Every single mercenary looks like they have one foot in the grave. Clothes are completely torn and soaked in blood. These are the infamous Balkan skulls, hardened veterans of the Bosnian Civil War, yet they are reduced to this state. To see them, this broken and utterly exhausted, means whatever happened inside that dungeon was pure, unspeakable horror. Stepping out, Joshua offers to escort Na Seon-hu back to his villa. But Na Seon-hu immediately declines, asking for a ride instead. He just wants a simple car to head back to the Winston Hotel. His ride quickly speeds off, leaving them behind. Michael and Joshua stand there still, completely dazed by the events. Joshua watched closely, realizing something fundamental has shifted. He used both Joshua and Michael as tools to defeat the boss. It seems the change began right after that fateful day. Specifically, the terrifying way he brought down that dungeon boss. Joshua trembles, remembering the sheer horror of that moment. The exact moment Na Seon-hu threatened him in front of everyone. But Joshua quickly shakes it off, trying to reclaim his confidence. It was a direct head-to-head duel where the winner takes all and the loser joins the victor's company. Determined not to back down, Joshua stepped into his car with burning intensity, ordering the person on the other line to move Na Seon-hu's room to the royal suite. Hearing that someone with the same name booked that suite a month in advance, Joshua was pretty surprised. That place was normally used by the German government to host federal VIPs, costing $70,000 a night. With no other choice, Joshua ordered his secretary to have the full background report on Na Seon-hu and his family on his desk by tomorrow morning. The next morning, Joshua furiously slammed the reports onto the floor, sending papers scattering in every direction. As it turned out, the file was packed with fabricated information, leaving him with absolutely nothing real on Na Seon-hu. After erasing all his traces, Na Seon-hu just lounged in the most luxurious room, clearly accepting this duel. Just watch Joshua curse Na Seon-hu silently in a fit of rage. "I will tear you apart until there is nothing left of you." After seeking help from his main family, Joshua finally secured some highly valuable documents from the Department of Commerce and Treasury. It was proof that when money cannot solve a problem, an absolute mountain of money certainly can. Joshua was convinced there had to be a paper trail of bribes used by Na Seon-hu to fake his family background. Digging through the files, Joshua suddenly smiled as he traced the money trail back to the Cayman Islands. Over $100 million had been funneled through endless layers of shell companies to construct the fake identity of Na Seon-hu. Joshua quickly ordered his associates to send the tracking code to Silverman in Cayman to uncover the man's true identity. His greatest ambition used to be securing a seat on the main family's board of directors and joining the Binderbecks Club. But not anymore. If he could somehow bring this enigmatic man to heel, he could spark a true revolution. He would finally break the ancient rules that had governed their world for generations, Joshua thought with absolute determination. But his grand dreams shattered the very next second when the decryption revealed Na Seon-hu's real backer was the Halo Group. Joshua was left completely speechless, his mind blank. Just then, his secretary ran in, visibly panicked, bearing urgent news. He gasped to hear that his main family was under direct assault, nearly passing out from the sheer shock of it all. Wait, an attack. It was just a market dip of 2.25%, but it was enough to drive Joshua crazy. He wondered if Na Seon-hu had secretly triggered this market shift or if it was merely a terrifying coincidence. Meanwhile, at the Carrion estate, the head of the family, Aaron von Carrion, warmly welcomed Na Seon-hu, who was going by the alias Na Seon-hu. The patriarch offered to tell him a legendary tale about the very man who once successfully raided the British treasury. While that legend gained immense wealth and fame, the public remained completely oblivious to the 14-year legal battle that followed. Even the select few who knew about it assumed it was just fallout from the '88 incident in France. "Let us stop playing games," Aaron declared. "End this attack, and I will personally compensate for whatever losses you have suffered." Na Seon-hu smiled, telling him there was a slight misunderstanding. While LTCM was indeed connected to the Jonathan Investment Group, this venture. Before Na Seon-hu could even finish his sentence, Aaron cut him off with an agitated shout, calling it an outright assault. The sudden outburst left Na Seon-hu momentarily speechless. In the heavy, tense silence that followed, he spoke up once more. He explained that this operation belonged entirely to LTCM and all their shadow funds operated under completely separate channels. Growing increasingly frustrated, Aaron demanded to know why Na Seon-hu had even come to this place in the first place. "That is the core of the misunderstanding," Na Seon-hu replied calmly. "I already told you I came here to see a friend." Hearing that Na Seon-hu wanted to meet him as a friend left Joshua deeply perplexed as he made his way inside. His manager leaned in, whispering that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity they could not afford to pass up. If they dragged this out, the financial front would widen, making it impossible for either side to pull back. If Jonathan and his forces made a move, over $1 trillion in capital would collapse, plunging Europe into a currency war. That was a disaster they could never allow to happen. But Joshua wondered if pulling him over to their side was more important. After all, this man was the primary pillar, backing both Jonathan in America and the Gillen Group in Europe. Sweating profusely, Joshua asked what the elders were doing, only to learn they were already negotiating with him in London. The manager told him they must do everything in their power before opening the heavy doors to let Joshua inside. The moment Joshua laid eyes on Na Seon-hu, he froze in sheer disbelief. The man looked identical to Na Seon-hu. Could it just be a striking resemblance? He struggled to tell Asian faces apart, telling himself this simply could not be real. But deep down, Joshua knew. This man had held all the cards from the very beginning, and he still had to face him. It is the final minute. Now is the time to decide his next move. Joshua, sweating heavily, nervously greets Seon-hu, while, at the same time, trying to introduce Seon-hu to Aaron, claiming they met in Vancouver last year. Seon-hu asks with a smirk if they can talk about his reward for winning the bet. Joshua admits he is wrong. He acknowledges Seon-hu is indeed the wealthiest man alive and the owner of the largest investment group on Earth, but he warns that the Carrion family will wage an endless war if Seon-hu decides to oppose them. Seon-hu does not care at all. He knows financial war does not work that way, it is winner take all. Joshua becomes absolutely furious upon hearing that both Telestar and Gold and Silver have also joined the battle. Believing London betrayed him, he worries the Julian Group might get involved next. Seon-hu calls this business not betrayal. They only partnered for profit, not brotherhood. Seon-hu glares with intense killing intent, asking if Joshua is ready to admit defeat. Joshua grits his teeth, trembling as he admits his total defeat and begs Seon-hu to put an end to this. He swears on his honor that he will serve under Seon-hu. Seon-hu, realizing the patriarch still doubts his power, suddenly unleashes a massive wave of energy, causing all the furniture in the room to fly around and shatter. The glass windows burst into tiny pieces under the fierce storm of power sweeping through the entire room. As the storm rages on, Joshua clings to Seon-hu's sleeve, desperately crying out for mercy for his family. Amidst this absolute chaos, Aaron suddenly speaks up, advising Joshua to serve Seon-hu well and fulfill the family's ultimate wish. He also hopes Seon-hu will guide his grandson carefully. Just then, the manager on the phone stammers with some news. The attack has been completely halted, leaving everyone stunned. Soon Aaron departs, leaving only Seon-hu and Joshua in the ruins. When Joshua asks what he should call him, Seon-hu only smirks slightly, reaching his hand out toward him. He tells Joshua to call him Na Seon-hu. Joshua takes his hand and bows deeply as bright light floods the room. Na Seon-hu then sets a condition, promising to send him $1 billion through any payment method he prefers. Clark asks if his personal safety is guaranteed if he accepts, which triggers a memory of past doubts. In that memory, his subordinates resisted his commands, saying they would not follow the orders of their boss. They argued that eliminating Ethan would not solve everything, and questioned if they even had the power to do it. They worried they would get completely wiped out. Mick from one of the hunting teams also voiced his deep concern. He warned them to stay away from Jonathan Clark, whose recent actions in the shadows had become extremely suspicious and dangerous. A brief silence follows before Clark's voice finally pulls Seon-hu back from his deep thoughts about the past. He asks if Seon-hu can really guarantee his safety. Seon-hu responds confidently that he absolutely can. On top of that, he will still give him the promised $1 billion. He urges Clark to stop worrying. He understands this is a highly covert operation, but they still have many future tasks to complete together. Nothing will change. Seon-hu calculates that their invested funds, real estate, and Whitewater PMC are worth well over $1 billion. Jonathan Clark might be calculating whether to eliminate both Seon-hu and Kwon to seize all their massive wealth. Perhaps Jonathan Clark gained that confidence after capturing the leader monster. Clark then pulls a cigarette out of his pack. He asks Seon-hu if he smokes, but Seon-hu calmly declines. Clark shields the lighter to ignite the cigarette. As Clark takes a deep drag, Seon-hu stares intently at him. Suddenly, Clark's body begins to shake. He loses all control, his body convulsing in sudden paralysis as if struck by a mysterious curse. Seon-hu focuses his power through his eyes, calling down a massive lightning bolt right on top of him. Nearby snipers watch through their scopes, sweating heavily as they realize that their target is a complete monster. Another sniper panics, yelling that Seon-hu is looking directly at them. Seon-hu slowly raises a finger to his lips. He signals them to remain quiet. Instantly, a cold shiver runs down the sniper's spine, freezing his body completely. Seon-hu turns and walks away, giving them one last cold glance as they stand there, frozen and utterly helpless. The next morning, outside the secure perimeter of the headquarters, a heavy helicopter lands and a man steps off. The military commander greets him, praising his work in Afghanistan and telling him Iraq is his next destination. Cheney sighs internally at the thought of another battlefield, only taking these jobs to pay his son's medical bills. The commander continues his compliments, mentioning that because of his great track record, he has a much better offer. Cheney is handed a file. After reading it, he looks up, highly curious about the location. What the leader replies, for now, they can just call it a hazardous manufacturing plant. He will learn the details after signing the contract. The leader uses eye-scanning technology to authenticate the code. The massive vault door before them instantly slides open. They talk as they walk. This place looks just like an old air raid shelter, Cheney observes. Exactly, the leader replies. He heard it was constructed way back during the Cold War era. Do you think this place resembles an opium vault? Cheney can only stammer out a quiet no. Suddenly, a loudspeaker announces the cat food storage room code 005. The leader grins slightly. Honestly, that is what he originally thought too. Seeing all this extreme high-level security, he expected piles of illegal contraband. But keep your hands to yourself and only look. The second he touches any of this stuff, he will officially go down as someone who never made it back from Afghanistan. Just then, the inner gates slide apart to reveal endless storage tubes. The first, labeled F001, holds high-grade hunter gloves. Next up, under code E0112, is the legendary Iron Beak of Ship Host. Then comes code C0051, containing the dark bone necklace of a high-tier calamity bringer. Letting Cheney take it all, and the leader speaks up. This is their official cat food storage. Cheney stares in pure disbelief, asking how on earth they acquired such powerful artifacts. The leader calmly replies that he will find out once his clearance level upgrades. Then he slides off his sunglasses, revealing his left eye. It is completely covered by a smooth, deep scar. Honestly, he is better off not knowing. Meanwhile, at the 33rd Legion base, inside their D-rank dungeon, hordes of slain monsters litter the ground. A system message alerts that the plague-hating child has been activated. manifesting as a tiny winged creature resembling a fairy. On their 7th day exploring this treacherous dungeon, they finally use the quest item. Na Seon-hu eyes the little fairy with intense suspicion, but Yoon-hee walks right up to it, completely dropping her guard. Her heart melts instantly at how incredibly cute it looks. Na Seon-hu remains totally silent, analyzing the creature. It looks like a mythical elf, straight out of ancient legends. But knowing its true sinister identity, he stays alert. Just as she reaches out to pet it, the little fairy snaps its eyes open, locking onto Yoon-hee. It suddenly panics and flees, leaving her empty-handed. Na Seon-hu explains that it was repelled by her equipped gear. Yoon-hee pouts, realizing the culprit is her bone necklace of the High Calamity. Suddenly, Na Seon-hu senses a hidden danger and lunges his hand toward her head. With blinding speed, he tightly grips the throat of an invisible stalker. It materializes instantly, its crimson eyes bulging as it shrieks in agony. Na Seon-hu throws the monster straight down, muttering about how incredibly annoying these stealth-type creatures can be. Hovering safely above them, the little fairy observes the entire clash, clapping its hands and grinning. Na Seon-hu finds its mocking attitude irritating. He silently wonders if the little brat was just testing them. As the fairy chirps and speeds deeper into the ruins, he tells Yoon-hee they are going to follow it, warning her to stay sharp. She nods instantly. This is a critical S-rank mission, and it directly connects to the terrifying Tomb of Doom. The 7 Demon Kings. The world was utterly shocked to discover that monsters existed far beyond the limits of S-rank. The day that Doomkaso, one of the 7 Demon Kings, crossed the gate, the 8 great villains and the 8 sages allied for the first time. This supreme archdemon, whom the unified sages and villains could only repel after unleashing their absolute maximum power, is a literal harbinger of death. Suddenly, a system window flashes before them. This tome is currently under the protection of the legendary Doom Entergasto. This appears just as Na Seon-hu finishes absorbing the ancient knowledge inside. One of the items they randomly encountered in Dungeon 33 holds the essence of the Demon Kings. Na Seon-hu realizes that Doom Entergasto is one of the ultimate lords. The system updates again. The quest troublemaker of the 33rd Legion has now been unlocked. Their biological plague research poses an existential threat to every living species on Earth. The hostile Legion is aiming to infect the entire globe. Na Seon-hu and his partner must do whatever it takes to disrupt and delay this project. Quest objectives: eliminate 3 high-tier plague monsters, destroy 20 infected research laboratories, and neutralize 100 infected human test subjects. This is an official S-rank quest tied directly to Doom Entergasto. True to its rating, the overall difficulty is downright insane. Meanwhile, out in the open, the monsters are quickly gathering in terrifying numbers. Another sudden system alert chimed. The mutant Hmong species has been summoned. This viral research threatens to turn all fertile areas into desolate dead lands, and might even corrupt the core game system itself. Suddenly, a swarm of grotesque mutant abominations surges forward to attack them. Na Seon-hu shouts out in shock, noting that they look too human before yelling to stay focused since they are living bombs. The little fairy cowers behind them. These poor souls were brutally experimented on and turned into suicidal meat shields. This is the tragic fate awaiting any species that falls to this faction. Na Seon-hu's eyes widen, releasing a massive aura of power. He bellows out, ordering Yoon-hee to locate the primary carriers. Just then, a screen announces that his genius trait has successfully been activated. This unique ability temporarily boosts his skills a tier above their standard limit. Na Seon-hu immediately charges straight into the chaos. He weaves in a zigzag pattern, slicing down every single monster with his dagger. System alerts flash constantly as his sensitivity trait triggers, upgrading his perception rank from C to B. Then the lightning human trait activates and his agility rank shoves up from C to B. Every single one of his 7 sub-traits under the Adversity Overcomer title is now online. I'll show you what the power of solo hunting is like, Na Seon-hu mutters, his glowing red eyes scanning the area. But suddenly a massive fist comes hurtling straight at him, but his reflexes kick in and he dodges. It is a giant, one-eyed monster, its single eye glowing red with rage. He can't believe these crazy bastards actually bioengineered a whole dinosaur. Suddenly, the beast growls and foams at the mouth, acting as if under some external control. Confused, Na Seon-hu looks back and spots Woo Yoon-hee using her psychic powers to dominate the beast. He wonders if this is really Woo Yoon-hee's doing. Suddenly, the monster throws its head back, letting out a roar of absolute agony. Na Seon-hu realizes it's easily as strong as a low-level dungeon boss. Yet she successfully brought it to its knees. Down below, the mole monsters of the 3rd Division look up in sheer terror. Under her command, the controlled giant sweeps through the horde, crushing the laboratory chambers. Suddenly, the system alerts him that 3 lab facilities have been destroyed in quick succession. Then the system confirms the troublemaker of Legion 33 quest is a complete success, slowing down their research speed. As a reward, a trial box is immediately dispatched to Tim. The box materializes in midair and drops down. Na Seon-hu catches it, surprised that he's getting it before even setting foot in the actual trial zone. Nearby, Woo Yeon-hee happily congratulates him, and then the system alerts him of his new loot. He has acquired Ra's Na Seon-hu cloak. Suddenly, a massive wall of fire erupts around him and the item description pops open. This S-rank cloak boosts all resistance stats by 20%. It randomly triggers Ra's blessing and can also be converted into Ra's Na Seon-hu sword, absorbing 15,000 physical damage and 15,000 magic damage. It is an S-rank item, and Na Seon-hu is thrilled to finally secure one. The defense is absolutely unreal. He reaches out his hand and a blazing weapon slowly begins to manifest. The system confirms the item transformation. The cloak reshapes and the system confirms he now holds Ra's Na Seon-hu's sword. Na Seon-hu stares down at the weapon of the sun god, pulsing with an intense aura. Can you believe not even the 8 great sages ever held something this powerful? And now it burns brightly right in his palm. Soon after, once the 2002 World Cup wraps up, war breaks out in Iraq. The news reports state that the underground bunker sheltering President Hussein can easily withstand a nuclear blast. Watching this from his couch with Woo Yeon-hee nearby, Na Seon-hu knows the time to prepare is coming. She asks what will happen in this war, curiously wondering if he still gets those strange prophetic dreams of his. He explains that those dreams were the only reason he knew about the dungeons and the 7 demon kings in the first place. But now things are shifting and their destiny is changing too. They weren't meant to be this strong from the start, yet here they are strong enough to secure a different future. Later, Na Seon-hu heads back to his parents' apartment. His mother spots him on the intercom camera and flings the door open, asking why he didn't tell her he was coming. Na Seon-hu stands there loaded with shopping bags, calling it a classic American-style surprise. She quickly takes the heavy bags. She is completely shocked by the massive haul, asking what all this is and saying they can't possibly use it all. Na Seon-hu simply smiles and asks where his dad is. His mom sighs deeply, saying he went out drinking again. It seems his father has been stressed lately, and she doubts they will even see each other today. Soon night falls. As the apartment complex goes completely dark, his father finally stumbles back home, totally wasted and barely conscious. His mother worries, grumbling that he had to get like this tonight of all nights. He collapses right against the wall, snoring loudly. His mother tells him to wait until he wakes up, but before she can finish, Na Seon-hu effortlessly lifts him up, shocking her completely. She asks if his dad isn't heavy since he gained 10 kilograms recently. After laying him down, the father mutters an apology to a friend in his sleep, catching Na Seon-hu off guard. The next morning, the family gathers around the breakfast table. His mother asks if she needs to rearrange things. She slides a bowl of breakfast over, giving him a cold glare that instantly makes his father sweat with anxiety. He stammers, asking what she means, but she snaps back, asking if he remembers mistaking her for a friend last night. His face completely pales. He quickly tries to explain, asking his wife if she remembers his old friend, Gu-in. Gu-in made a proposal, and he turns to Na Seon-hu for backup. Na Seon-hu smiles and says he can help him out. He tells his father he can help using some exclusive insider information, pointing out a company named Goldwise. This leaves his father wide-eyed in shock while his mother looks on in total confusion. What is Goldwise anyway? He explains that they are one of the 5 owners of the Na1il group. His father can barely believe it. Wait, did you actually meet them? You shouldn't be able to meet them. Do they even exist? Seon-hu confidently replies, Dad, let me handle it. Goldwise's manager owes me, and they actually want this offer. They really want this deal. His father falls into deep thought. Seon-hu just smiles. Trust me, I am your son, he says. Later, Seon-hu and Yeon-hee stand by the ocean. She happily asks why they are here. Seon-hu only smiles. To explain this sudden seaside trip, the request from his father's friend was about the massive Saemangeum reclamation project. Because of political motives and heavy pushback from environmental groups, the national project was suddenly shut down and then immediately restarted. Strictly speaking, from a business standpoint, there is no need to get involved. Meanwhile, locals are constantly protesting to stop the pollution. Earlier, Seon-hu had a private meeting with Jamie. Tossing a stack of documents on the table, he asked for her thoughts. Jamie ponders the proposal. Adjusting the original plan to convert farmland into an industrial complex still does not make it very appealing. He smiles and replies, keep providing full support to the group. This country suddenly finds itself in need of a massive plot of land. This is the only place we can level without running into any issues. Jamie asks, what plan are you talking about? Seon-hu explains with a calm smile. A massive world-class resort will soon be built here, and the entire area will be completely surrounded by a massive impenetrable defense wall, while an underground bunker capable of withstanding a nuclear blast will be built beneath it. Jamie asks if this is all because of North Korea trying to make sense of his words. Seon-hu adds that their people need to see that having a place to protect the group's assets and everyone in an absolute emergency is vital. It also means there is simply no way for anyone at all to ever erase their group from this country. He stands up to leave with a smirk, giving Jamie one last crucial instruction. Make the government understand this and pressure them completely. Once again, Seon-hu strikes at the perfect time and place. Back in the present, he silently plots his next move while Yoon-hae enjoys the view. This project will surely boost his father's image among his peers, so there is no reason not to do it. With over 10 years left, until the day of the outbreak, everything is running smoothly. But as he ponders, a sudden system screen pops up. The obstacle feature has been activated. His eyes widen in surprise. Why would this notification appear right when the dungeon is destroyed? The system warns him of a countdown. 1 minute remains before a quest spawns 100 awakened to hunt him down. Do you want to stop it? The cost is 250 points. Seon-hu is completely stunned by this sudden turn. He earns contribution points for clearing dungeons. F rank gives 1, E rank gives 3, and C rank gives 10. His current balance sits at 386 points. He can easily block the quest, but what kind of sick joke is this? Using his hard-earned points just to prevent a mission designed to kill him. The system does whatever it wants, but this is too much. Noticing his tense expression, Yoon-hae asks what is wrong. He holds his forehead in silence, trying to calm his racing thoughts. Even if it were 1,000 hunters instead of 100, he would still survive. He asks the system for the details. The system responds: assassination of a rapidly growing threat. Quest kill Na Seon-hu. Time limit 1 year. Rank S. A tracking device will be provided to the pursuers. Seon-hu grits his teeth. That damn tracking device and his real name. He scowls in deep frustration. How can a single deadly quest actually repeat twice within a single year? Yoon-hae completely freezes up upon hearing his words while Seon-hu keeps analyzing. This time there are simply no easy answers. There is no telling how many points he will need to stop the next one. This system is starting to become a major headache. If he cannot put an end to this cycle, it will be endless trouble, he ponders. A threat to humanity, me. He is the one who stopped the disaster research of the 33rd Legion and always fights for human survival. Suddenly, another alarming system alert flashes. A quest has been set. 100 awakened are now targeting Yoon-hae. Deeply shocked by this sudden notification, she immediately turns to inform him, but Seon-hu calmly says that he already knows. He keeps calculating. On one hand, the system forced him to stop the research to prevent a plague. On the other hand, it turns him into a target the moment he succeeds. He used to think the 8 great villains and the 8 great sages loved or hated the system was due to their personalities. But what if the system itself is the true root of this endless conflict? What if there are actually 2 separate systems at play? Seon-hu theorizes. Suddenly, another identical system window flashes right in front of him. Assassinate a rapidly growing threat. Quest kill Na Seon-hu. Time limit 1 year. Rank S. A position detector item will be provided. Yoon-hae mutters in complete panic as a new quest is assigned to her. It is impossible, she whispers, wondering why she received a mission to kill him. He quickly warns her not to abandon the quest. Assassination missions work both ways. If someone gets a task to kill her, she will also receive a counter-mission to target them. Instantly, multiple quest windows pop up displaying everyone actively plotting to end his life. Out of 100 kill orders targeting him, Gwon-hae holds the number 1 spot. Oddly, Michael and Spot Joshua are not even in the top 3. Seon-hu analyzes the screen, spotting Suzuki Ririka and Suzuki Chiharu as E-ranked targets. They are definitely the 7th and 8th apostles, having selected the perfect spot to lure their prey. He quickly dials a number on his phone. Knowing he must ensure his family is safe, there is no other choice, even if his true identity is exposed to Jamie. Meanwhile, at the National Business Alliance Summit, the room is filled with chatter and laughter regarding the agenda. One executive chuckles and tells Director Park that the chairman should definitely participate in their corporate plans this time around. Suddenly, Jamie gets an incoming call from Seon-hu. She flinches as her phone vibrates right in the middle of the active meeting, quietly excusing herself to Director Park for a quick moment. The director politely nods and returns to his presentation. The director continues addressing the room, explaining that they need everyone's support on the upcoming Salmonum project this time. The executives whisper, wondering why Jamie rushed out of the room. She hurried down the hall to answer, quickly picking up the call to explain she cannot talk right now. On the other end, Seon-hu cuts in, telling Jamie that there is an urgent matter she needs to handle. Her chest tightens. She has never heard him use the word important before. He explains that an employee named Na Won-il works at Junil Bank, asking her to concoct a solid excuse to lure him and his wife out and secure them inside the corporate hotel. The transfer must be completely silent, ensuring maximum protection. Seon-hu continues from his car, telling her to focus entirely on this task and repeat his instructions back. Jamie quickly agrees, stating she will arrange the tightest security possible to guard Na Seon-il and his wife without raising suspicions. He commands her to prioritize this over everything else in the company, even warning her to prepare weapons for self-defense. Jamie freezes in shock. Weapons. He adds that if Director Park objects to the extreme measures, she should simply replace him on the spot. This leaves Jamie in deep thought. Years ago, when government interference threatened their very lives, a special forces security team was established. They possess weaponry, but does a simple bank employee really warrant such extreme illegal protection? Seon-hu reminds her that as a smart woman, she must have already figured out why the corporation was named Jono. Beside him, Yoon-hee quietly drives. On the other end, Jamie is sweating, realizing she is learning way too many corporate secrets. She quickly backtracks, claiming she has no idea what he means. It is much safer to stay in the dark. She adds that if Na Seon-il is this important to the chairman, then protecting him is a given. But what threat is he facing? Seon-hu warns that the dangers are endless, but that is all he can share. Jamie immediately capitulates, promising to guard Na Seon-il and his wife with maximum security. Seon-hu pauses, hesitating as if he wants to say more. He ultimately decides against it, telling her she will find out soon enough. Hanging up, he opens the car door and steps out. Adjusting his suit, he declares that they will dig an inescapable pit for all their enemies. Yeon-hee watches him in awe. Later that night, inside the corporate headquarters, her manager brings up a puzzling detail. He mentions that manager Na actually has a son, asking if they should only secure the manager and his wife. Jamie blinks in surprise, completely unaware of this fact. Her eyes widen as she reads the background file on the son. Na Seon-hu is currently employed at Jonathan Investment. The puzzle pieces fall into place and she feels a cold sweat. Damn it, she thinks she understands everything now and wishes she did not. Her manager, sensing her distress, suggests dispatching personal bodyguards for the son as well. Jamie pauses, considering the heavy risks before ultimately declining the idea. She orders them to strictly focus on the parents instead. Meanwhile, across the sea in a brightly lit Osaka, Seon-hu and Yoon-hee stand before a glowing portal, an F-rank dungeon which happens to be the enemy's own graphic territory. He grins, knowing almost none of their pursuers will make it out alive. Out on the busy streets nearby, pedestrians freeze in sheer terror. A towering figure walks right past them, leaving the young men trembling in fear. This guy is not alone either. He is leading an entire armed gang carrying heavy weapons through the open streets. The mob marches up the temple steps surrounding Seon-hu and Yeon-hee. The duo stands ready, bracing themselves for a fierce encounter. A woman sneers at them, asking if they have been waiting here. Seon-hu looks them over, completely unfazed by their threats. He immediately recognizes the twin sisters as the 7th and 8th apostles. With just a single glance, he knows exactly. She smiles and says she really appreciates that. The Suzuki sisters adapt quickly after waking up as the system kicks in. As the system provides fair compensation for this level of difficulty, a beautiful anklet shaped like a golden snake is formed. The status screen pops up, showing the reward for taking over the Sankigumi gang. It is a 2-meter agility-boosting anklet. It boosts agility by 1 tier, absorbs physical damage up to 6,500, and absorbs 4,000 magic damage over 4 days. It is an A-rank item. Next up is a beautiful leaf-shaped gold earring. The status screen pops up, showing a Guanyin symbol that boosts the user's self-recovery trait by 1 tier. It cuts skill cooldowns by 30%, absorbing physical damage from 0 to 7,000 and magic damage up to 3,000. Shaking the A-rank anklet, Na Seon-hu quietly reflects. He always believed he had great abilities despite his lack of dungeon experience. He was even given an A-rank takeover mission to capture a Yakuza group. Honestly, they completely underestimated an S-rank assassination task. He reflects on this as he looks ahead. Scattered on the ground are the bodies of the troublemakers, including the Suzuki sisters. That is how he claimed those treasures. Covered in blood, Ririka still struggles to throw a desperate threat. She warns him she will never forgive him if he touches Chiharu. She is the president of Sankigumi, Suzuki Ririka. But she is suddenly cut short by a swift blow to the neck. Gasping in shock, Na Seon-hu and Yeon-hee easily hoist their unconscious bodies up and toss them directly through the glowing portal right in front of them. Looking back, Na Seon-hu notices one conscious man wiping blood from his nose. The guy begs him to let him go in exchange for silence. Otherwise, he warns Na Seon-hu will deeply regret it. This pathetic negotiator is actually the president of the powerful Glory Group. He is on the hit list under the name Wang Chen. Just like the rest, he gets hit on the back of his neck. After getting knocked out, he gets tossed right into the portal. Na Seon-hu then turns his attention to a flustered young man nearby. The boy stammers, asking how he could kill someone so easily when he was just curious. Turns out he was also an instigator. Since he wanted Na Seon-hu dead, he gets thrown through the portal as well. Na Seon-hu looks at his system screen with a silent sigh. With 35 targets in Ant Hell and 25 in Evolution, he has cleared about 60 missions. The current ones are officially gone. Perhaps they lost interest in assassination quests. Due to the massive power gap between the Suzuki sisters and the other targets, custom items were handed out to balance things. If everything goes according to plan, they should all make it back alive. Over in the other dungeon, the group finally wakes up completely dazed and confused. Meanwhile, Na Seon-hu turns to Yoon-hae with a warning. He tells her to keep a close eye on things and stay alert. Leaving the scene, Na Seon-hu calls Jamie to check the situation. Jamie reports from her end, asking if Na Seon-hu is okay. She mentions a few suspicious characters but reassures him she blocked them already. Executive Director Na is still working in his hotel room. His wife is getting a massage but unexpected attacks are still happening. She asks if he is near a TV or computer to check the news. Hearing this, Na Seon-hu feels a sudden surge of concern. He immediately boots up his laptop only to find his screen flooded with highly controversial headlines and breaking news reports. The National Tax Service launched a sudden audit yesterday prosecuting the female director of Jill Group, Miss Jiang, for tax evasion. Director Park is also summoned for investigation. Will the power of this almighty force blow up the gate? Na Seon-hu reads this in disbelief. Realizing this is no ordinary audit, Jamie adds that the government plans to inspect J-Bank, likely targeting the executive director. Luckily, Director Park and Jamie appear before the prosecutor to mount a defense satisfying exactly what the government wanted. However, the real target does not seem to be Executive Director Na's wife. Jamie racks her brain trying to make sense of it. She wishes she did not have to deal with this, but after a long pause, she reveals that the local Na Seon-hu is missing. She reassures Na Seon-hu that no one can touch his parents. Meanwhile, he quietly realizes they are targeting him despite knowing he is in Japan. They are clearly testing the system's limits. They targeted his father because having his family threatened gives Na Seon-hu the power to bend the government. Since that pressure could force him to control the Korean government, Na Seon-hu asks how many citizens share his exact name, prompting her response. Out of 9 people, 5 have gone missing and 3 are on their side. Hearing this, Na Seon-hu makes a different deduction. Jamie did a great job, but since John intervened, it turns out Na Seon-hu is the main target. He immediately issues new orders. He tells her to identify the suspects before announcing his return to Seoul, sending Jamie into a sudden state of panic. He calmly asks why he should not return, forcing her to push her worries aside and agree. Na Seon-hu wants to test their security. He decides to see what their security team is made of, then calls Mick. He wonders why Washington lacks such missions. He rapidly clacks away on his keyboard while speaking. Mick confirms the sent email contains a list of 40 targets. Na Seon-hu silently resolves to keep a close eye on everything. Meanwhile, in France at the luxurious Trianon Palace Hotel, a major debate is brewing. The mysterious Bilderberg Club has issued a command of absolute disdain, ignoring all warnings. Us America has been attacked already, so do we not have to pay the price? He completely loses his cool and grabs his collar, while everyone has their own national interests. Arguments erupt non-stop across the room. Behind this heated crowd stands Julian, trying to keep his stoic expression under control. The real trouble started a year ago with the attack on America. When victory was almost theirs, they received a baffling order to stand down, stopping them from destroying the enemy family. But what was the meaning behind sending Bilderberg Club invitations right after, even with the Karajan family head being surprisingly good-natured? Julian gets a massive headache the more he ponders this. A world that exists far above all other worlds, the shadow world, is something he can never truly forget. Out of nowhere, an elegant woman strikes up a conversation with him, asking if he already knew, since last year's meeting. Looking up, Julian sees a luxuriously dressed woman in a stunning red gown smiling as she continues. She says America will break its promise. This woman is Cassandra, the actual head of the Goldstein family. Julian opens one eye, giving her a razor-sharp glare before seriously replying. He asks if she is bringing this up again when their group is focusing entirely on the oil market after the dot-com bubble. That was before he even joined this club, and Cassandra was burning with internal rage, secretly thinking he must be heartbroken to surrender oil profits to her and the Jonathan Group, which makes his oil obsession completely logical. But suddenly Julian wonders aloud if Hunter Jonathan was simply not invited this time around. Hearing this, Cassandra sighs and admits it is quite a massive headache, but confirms that Z is indeed on the guest list. Hearing this, and get this, Julian is totally shocked, asking if they have finally discovered the true identity of Na Seon-hu. She asks if he still has no clue. It is obviously just an alias, but finding his real identity is only a matter of time. Stunned by the revelation, Julian silently reflects on this shock that he is Korean when he previously assumed he was Chinese. Cassandra continues, explaining that if the atmosphere were not so incredibly tense, that matter would be resolved during tomorrow's scheduled agenda. Julian immediately demands to know what is on the agenda, insisting he should be invited. She curls her lips, telling him to understand. Recognizing the polite brush-off, he grunts uncomfortably while secretly wondering if it means they are still actively collaborating behind the scenes. Goldstein, Karajan, and Rossi. Cassandra muses on how much longer it will take before the major Asian capitals finally unleash their hidden power. Once that moment arrives, the tide of power will turn back in their favor. She casually walks away, advising him to think carefully. Reminding Julian of the upcoming meeting leaves him deeply uneasy. Meanwhile, she calmly pulls out her vibrating mobile phone to answer it. Cassandra answers quickly. What's wrong? The panicked agent on the other end states they have been completely blocked. She freezes. The agent explains they were tasked with monitoring the main headquarters of the Jonathan Group. However, Jamie personally stepped forward, warning that pushing any further could trigger a major diplomatic issue and urging her to reconsider. This forces her to pause, wondering if things could actually escalate that far. Could a highly developed Asian nation really be shaken by a mere observation team? The system interface suddenly pops up, showing that location tracking has been successfully activated. She tells herself to be more serious and grins, plotting that he stayed in Osaka for several days and is now in Korea. He probably heard the news about his father, but there is absolutely nothing he can do while completely tied down. Cassandra commands her team to keep a close watch as the target is currently heading straight towards Seoul. Listening to the exact coordinates, the agent breaks into a cold sweat, realizing that is precisely where they are standing right now. Too late. Brutal sounds of a struggle and a horrific scream echo through the line, leaving Cassandra frozen. A total trap. Na Seon-hu's voice suddenly comes through and Cassandra curses her compromised, foolish agents. Talk about a power move, he is holding the phone, asking her if they should have a friendlier chat now. Standing casually over the agent's corpse, he repeats the chilling question, leaving his words echoing deeply in Cassandra's ears. At that very moment, a private plane touches down at the busy airport. Walking ahead of his two imposing bodyguards is Cole Spencer Goldstein, a prominent member of the powerful Goldstein family. Instantly flashing camera lights surround him, while his guards move quickly to block the chaotic crowd of aggressive reporters. They shout out, asking if this is an official visit to the European Council regarding the pending free trade agreement. On the other side, someone points toward the exit, shouting for him to follow this way to avoid the crowd. Seeing manager Hong Cole is quite surprised, but quickly follows, demanding to know what is actually going on here. This is completely different from the plan. Look embarrassed, the manager explains that the government could not hold back the press. He gets into the car as Ju-do opens the door, asking if Bip knows about this situation yet. The manager explains that Bip is in an external meeting regarding troop deployment to Iraq, causing sudden schedule changes they must accept. This pressure pushes Quentin into a state of bitter jealousy. He wonders how they can just blatantly ignore him like this. Is he the president of the European Council, a joke to them? And who exactly is this Na Seon-hu anyway? Before landing, Quentin received a warning from Cassandra. Hearing that someone knows Na Seon-hu's real name leaves him completely shocked. Quentin can barely believe it, since only their immediate family should know that name. But Cassandra insists that is reason enough to eliminate him. Too many powerful players are involved in this. Cassandra says she cannot explain now, but promises Quentin he will understand one day. When Quentin asks why she brought this up, she reveals their family's secrets, mentioning that Samuel has already failed. Samuel is now under the protection of Jono Group, which only fuels Quentin's suspicion about this massive Korean corporation. Panicking, Quentin shouts that if even Samuel failed, he stands no chance. Cassandra quickly places a finger over her lips. She tells Quentin to keep his voice down, coldly reminding him that he has not changed since he was a terrified child. He was pushed off a cliff by his own sister. Those dark words still echo in his mind, triggering a wave of painful memories. Trembling as the trauma washes over him, Quentin covers his face and whispers weakly that he is not a killer. Cassandra just smiles coldly, telling him that he is merely the brother of a killer born with a tragic fate. Pulling her brother into a false embrace, she steps into her car as it rolls away, pondering Korea's economic future. She asks if Korea becoming an economic powerhouse is necessary, and the chief agrees, though he notes their VIP is threatened. Gerstein offers full corporate backing to the chief's government. The chief expresses his gratitude but admits the situation is tough. Jono Group has become the face of South Korea's economy, making any aggressive move against them highly complicated. Quentin wonders if the chief is trying to handle foreign capital issues, though Quentin never brought up the nation's financial status. Quentin decides to speak more clearly, dropping his polite facade to deliver a very serious and direct warning. He demands to know if the chief understands that the Gerstein family is offering their absolute cooperation. The chief feels trapped. Why is this young man pushing so hard to exploit the dark underbelly of the global economy? All he can do is thank him for the offer, just as the car screeches to a sudden halt at their destination. The driver and Chief Hong quickly step out of the car, leaving Quentin confused as the chief asks him to wait. As they head inside the building, a mysterious shadow appears in the distance and walks straight toward Quentin's car. To Quentin's absolute shock, the man is none other than Na Seon-hu, dressed sharply in a suit and dark sunglasses. Talk about a terrifying entrance. Na Seon-hu slides into the seat, glaring back at Quentin with cold, murderous eyes. Na Seon-hu calmly suggests they have a quick chat, opening a briefcase packed with highly sensitive financial documents. Cut to Quentin beaten, bloody, and trembling in terror, while Na Seon-hu casually reviews a couple of key contract files. Na Seon-hu concludes that Quentin is completely useless before bringing up the strict regulations separating banking and commerce. Under these laws, industrial capital and banking capital must never merge to prevent extreme monopoly power. Allowing financial and industrial giants to merge would only invite massive corruption and unchecked market tyranny. If Quentin's funds are classified as industrial capital, his entire deal becomes completely illegal under current laws. They must trace the original funds poured into Jono Group during the IMF crisis to completely dismantle their strategy. Na Seon-hu adds $10 billion to the $15 billion due, bringing the total massive sum to $25 billion. Bringing $25 billion into South Korea is a perfect play to secure future assets and make massive profits. This legal cash grab is absolute genius. Back in the present, Na Seon-hu orders Quentin to place a phone call. Late at night inside the Gerstein mansion, Cassandra is reviewing files when her phone rings with a call from Quentin. She answers, expecting her brother to say he arrived safely, but a completely unfamiliar voice speaks from the other end. Na Seon-hu calmly warns her that Quentin is safe for now, but his safety is not guaranteed for much longer. Suddenly, Quentin's agonizing screams echo through the line, causing Cassandra to bolt upright in pure panic. She screams that Quentin is the president of the European Council and a state guest. How dare anyone touch him? Na Seon-hu counters that she is the real instigator, calling her Melissa and warning that her survival was only to witness this day. Quentin lies bleeding heavily on the car floor with his arm broken, driving a furious Cassandra to destroy her phone. She trembles in a cocktail of pure rage and fear. Meanwhile, Na Seon-hu triggers a healing seal from his system. Quentin's broken arm is instantly healed from the inside out, leaving him utterly stunned by this impossible magic-like recovery. Na Seon-hu offers Quentin a deal, promising to hand him control of the Gerstein family even if it is on the verge of collapse. It is repairable. Still, Seon-hu is utterly stunned. He questions him, "I know you have a strange ability, but my family is completely fine. Truly, you know nothing of our rich history in this world, yet you called Joshua." Demanding back all Goldstein family loans, he proposes that Joshua completely cut ties. The next morning, Cassandra frantically rushes out with her private security detail. Was the European Council president really assaulted? Unbelievable. Even North Korea has never seen anything like this. A war could spark. Seon-hu, your ties to Jonathan mean nothing. Here is my perfect chance. I will show you who holds the real-world power, she sneers wickedly. If things go well, they can recoup their heavy losses from the Iraq and Korean wars. Knox, thinking today's Bilderberg meeting will focus entirely on the Korean War. Right behind that wall is Aaron. Morning coffee. He casually asks why she is making so much noise this early. Meanwhile, Cassandra thinks the Karjins have controlled everything. They hold massive Bilderberg sway, our perfect first ally. Relying on this, she confidently steps up to present her short report on what the Goldstein family has officially reported. Suddenly, loud banging and shouting erupt from right outside the door. They shout her name. She snaps, opening the door. "Do you know I am busy? Is Cone dead? A pity, but highly profitable." The bodyguard whispers about their loans being abruptly cut off. Every single business operation their family owns is now suspended with a sudden one-sided notice. This news leaves her frozen. The guard adds that the massive cuts started with the Karjin group and are currently spreading incredibly fast. Cassandra turns back to Aaron, who is calmly sipping coffee. She screams wildly, "Aaron, what is this?" He just sits there calmly listening as she begins to angrily shout at him, asking if he did it. Aaron fixes her with a very sharp stare. "My coffee is ruined," he notes. Cassandra grits her teeth in fear and anger. She storms down the hallway. A direct fight means mutual destruction, and that would only benefit Seon-hu. Aaron definitely knows this. Gritting her teeth, she is absolutely certain that he has cut a deal with the Rothschilds. Damn old fools. She knocks hard, unable to wait any longer. Why must this happen now? She barges in without waiting and demands Julian stand with her. He frowns, asking why. Cassandra arrogantly tries to show her leverage. "Though you were invited to the elite club, you are an outsider. To become a real member, you must help her. Together, we can easily fight the Rothschild alliance and completely reform this entire club." Cassandra tries to seduce him, but Julian does not care at all, staring only at his phone. He shows her the screen, apologizing as he declines her offer. Right there on his phone, the Goldstein stocks are completely crashing, dragging down all their subsidiary companies. Cassandra turns pale with horror. "Are you with them too, damn you? Do you think I will die alone?" she snaps, rushing out and screaming for the Rothschilds to come and kill her. Elsewhere, a frantic executive runs sweating. He repeatedly thanks Jonathan for granting him this unscheduled emergency meeting. Jonathan sits back, confidently resting his chin on his hand. He knows exactly why he is here. The man begs for $10 billion immediately. He will accept any terms. Jonathan smiles. I heard JP Morgan already rejected you. They had very good reasons to decline. Jonathan slides a stack of papers forward. If you accept these terms, I will grant the loan in exchange for your shares. Jonathan notes that everything is already starting to collapse anyway, so you should save some inheritance for your grandchildren. The man nervously flips through the pages. He gasps in horror. Our entire core business is worth almost nothing. Jonathan completely ignores him and coldly states there is no better offer on the table. Terrified, the man realizes he cannot decide this. The call goes to Cassandra, who looks incredibly grim. Gritting her teeth, she demands to speak with Jonathan immediately. Hello, she snaps. Let us meet. I will give you the shares. Give me the 10 billion. Jonathan chuckles, saying she must have misheard the amount. Not 10 billion, he says calmly, but just 1 billion. She gasps. Cassandra goes wild, screaming, Are you all working together? You absolute bastards. News broadcasts report that the financial ratings of the G-Stein family have been downgraded by the German rating agency ERI from AAA to A and from AAA to BBB by CTR, the British credit agency. Sitting right next to Na Seon-hu, Miss Kim is completely stunned at how fast things are moving. She asks if his previous proposal still stands. He calmly replies that his offer is the same. They will only get her bones to play with while the rest belongs to him. Miss Chin breaks out in a cold sweat, asking what she must do to prove her loyalty as the transfer agreement is initiated. The moment she becomes head of the family, transferring Stein's core business to the French branch of the Jamie Corporation. Miss Kim remains incredibly calm compared to the terrified Jamie. He speaks up, requesting that when Cassandra's final moment comes, he be the one to personally end her. Na Seon-hu asks if he wants to send her off gently. Miss Kim bows her head, pleading with him as her master. Jamie stands nearby, completely petrified. Seon-hu signs the contract, promising Jamie that his own method will be much more satisfying. He tells them to head back and wait for his call. Miss Chin bows with deep respect, saying she will see him soon, but when he calls out to Julian, she flinches violently, still trembling non-stop. Seon-hu tells her to calm down, but she stammers, asking who he really is and how he can pull off something so terrifying. Shaking with fear, she confesses how scared she is. He suddenly asks if she wants to stop here. Seon-hu suggests setting up a European branch under the Jonathan Group, calling it the Jamie Corporation. Sounds like a good fit. As she watches in disbelief, he hopes her 6 years of hard work have prepared her. A wild, crazed look flashes in Seon-hu's eyes as he talks about shaking the global economy from the shadows, preparing to become a true member of the dark banking system. The scene shifts to the G-Stein mansion, where Cassandra looks utterly ruined. Wandering like a ghost, she keeps wondering why their family is under such a brutal, relentless onslaught. Suddenly, Cassandra snaps, breaking into a chilling, psychotic laugh. She calls out to Isaac, the head of the Roches family. Isaac Roches turns to face her, only to see her laughing hysterically. She screams that she has lost, asking her dear Isaac when he managed to acquire the Karjan family and the Julian Group. Cassandra immediately demands he halt the attacks because she is ready to surrender, warning that they cannot let the European economy collapse. Isaac is stunned. Cassandra simply gives up, telling him to name his price and she will give him whatever he wants. He reminds her that she was the one who misunderstood and attacked them first. Silence for a moment. Cassandra goes right back to laughing. She tells him to spit it out. Isaac sighs and shakes his head, saying this collapse of the G-Stein era is actually the best outcome. He flatly states that they have no intention of stopping, and even if he did, the Karjan family and the Julian Group would keep going. Cassandra trembles again, realizing that Isaac is not the master behind this entire operation, asking if that is what he means. Isaac admits it, asking her if she remembers the time when the Julian Group launched an attack on the Karjan family. When they suddenly stopped their attack on the brink of victory, they actually forged a secret alliance. Cassandra is horrified to realize the entity that targeted Karjan first was actually the Jonathan Group. Isaac calmly points out that Julian and Jonathan are fully united alongside Karjan. Ultimately, the Korean man Na Seon-hu is the mastermind behind everything. Isaac rubs his bald head, noting that if the Jonathan Group is merely a pawn for that Korean, Cassandra's head spins. Seeing her completely collapse, he is surprised. He is surprised she did not know the true owner of the Jonathan Group, rubbing his chin as he speaks. He notes that this intel was incredibly difficult to acquire, adding that he still does not understand why Seon-hu targeted G-Stein. He continues, stating the war will not end easily, but is suddenly cut off by a brutal punch straight to his face. Cassandra unleashes her fury, sending Isaac's heavy frame flying through the air before she casually strips off her outer coat. She tells him to shut up and listen, warning that she can end him without breaking a single sweat while tearing her dress. She mutters that everyone goes crazy at least once in life, and she is right there quickly cooking up a devious plan. She accuses him of trying to violate her broken, vulnerable heart, but stepping closer, she realizes Isaac has already passed out. She slaps him repeatedly, yelling at him to wake up and listen if he wants to stay alive amidst this chaotic madness. Suddenly, Joshua appears and asks what she is doing. Utterly startled, Cassandra quickly forces out fake tears and begins to sob. She shrinks back, trembling and whimpering like a victim, claiming Isaac tried to force himself on her. But her performance stops. The second she realizes who is standing in front of her, Joshua simply sighs, calling this the worst encounter in history. Realizing she is completely exposed, Cassandra asks if they heard everything before launching herself at them with terrifying speed. Joshua effortlessly dodges her savage punch. Seizing the opening, Michael steps in and drives a devastating fist straight into her stomach. Cassandra is sent flying backward, gasping in complete disbelief. Joshua, totally unfazed, quietly looks down at her and speaks. He tells her it is not yet time to reveal her true power before stepping over toward the unconscious Isaac. Bleeding and beaten to a pulp, she lies completely unconscious. Joshua just laughs. What an utter waste of time. He warns her to be glad their master isn't around to see this. She only coughs. The master, the club president, now steps in. Bilderberg President Derek Schumacher reviews the choices of the North American members regarding the Iraq War right before the Karjan family's surprise offensive. With the club's unity fractured, the old man speaks. Before they can worry about next year, this year's assembly is in jeopardy. He fears this year's meeting must be shut down immediately. Joshua crosses his legs in annoyance. Is this really the main issue? He asks if this is really what they should discuss. The club exists for agreements, not to force decisions on members. Derek calmly apologizes if he gave that impression, claiming he is only trying to mediate. He then asks a shocking question. He asks how the entire French financial system could be paralyzed in just 2 days, leaving them with absolutely no way to withdraw funds. Julian frowns. He says the financial threat to the Eurozone is far worse than expected. Stopping this comes with a heavy price. There is only one way out. Derek must personally cover all of their massive losses, actually even their projected profits. Hearing this, Derek freezes. He realizes these guys are completely ignoring his authority while the club struggles to manage the fallout. With a scandal between Rothschild and Goldstein raging, Derek sighs. Since they refuse to cooperate, he declares this meeting officially canceled. The old man dismisses them, telling them they can leave. Outside, Julian frowns in confusion and demands to know why he did that. The Karjans are attacking the Goldsteins. It is a self-destructive move that could ruin their house, but Jonathan simply shrugs. He mutters that sometimes they cannot afford to calculate profit. That is when Julian remembers the absolute unavoidable command. Even with their families on the brink of collapse, they are bound. He guesses they are both operating under the exact same master order. Jonathan is no exception. Julian suddenly snaps, screaming to know if that Korean guy is calling the shots or if someone else is behind him. He pants heavily, asking how long he must remain a pawn. Jonathan pats his shoulder, telling Julian to keep his cool. He asks if Julian really thinks he knows their master's every move. A new world order is already here. Just accept it. He tells him to drop the doubts and accept it because he is trying to do the same. Meanwhile, Na Seon-hu gets the update. The Bilderberg meeting is officially dead. Na Seon-hu asks about Cassandra and learns she's heading home under heavy reinforced security. Joshua offers to have Michael tail her. Na Seon-hu leisurely walks through the airport and declines, deciding to handle this target personally. He will go there himself. In France, guards patrol the Goldstein estate, checking in over their radios. They confidently mock the situation. One guard jokes that spending just 1 day in a mansion like this would make his life complete, laughing off the rumors. He laughs, calling them delusional. He jokes that having too much money just brings too much stress, so those rich folks must be exhausted. Suddenly, the guard feels a strange tap on his shoulder and looks around. He has no idea. Na Seon-hu just slipped past them. Carrying Cassandra on his shoulder, Na Seon-hu uses his ring's stealth skill to walk right past the clueless guards without making a sound. The guard mutters about something touching him but shakes it off. Meanwhile, deep in a desolate forest, Cassandra lies unconscious on the dirt. She gasps, bolting upright with wide eyes only to see Na Seon-hu sitting calmly on a nearby rock. Her face drains of all color. She snaps, asking if he lacks the guts to kill a woman. When he stays silent, she demands he say something. Suddenly, a figure approaches. It is her brother Colton, struggling under the weight of a massive bag. He drops it in front of her, completely drenched in sweat. Panting, he tells his sister this is all he can do. A glowing dungeon circle suddenly materializes directly beneath Cassandra's feet. Na Seon-hu tells her this is an F-class dungeon, her only shot at survival. Shocked, she asks what is happening as Colton urges her to run. Cassandra catches her breath. Unlike her brother, she easily hoists the massive bag onto her shoulder with just one hand, showing surprising strength. Na Seon-hu figures her physical strength is around E-class, but it hardly matters. Cassandra lets out a wild, crazed laugh, telling Na Seon-hu to wait for her. She screams that even if this portal leads straight to hell, she will survive and return. With that, she vanishes, leaving Colton looking pale. He asks if she will come after Na Seon-hu if she actually makes it back. Na Seon-hu simply nods, though secretly, he knows that is impossible. He walks away because this dungeon is actually a lethal D-class. Suddenly, a system notification warns him that gang members are closing in. More thugs are searching for the Suzuki sisters, threatening to expose the dungeon. Na Seon-hu decides it is finally time to wrap up this quest. At a traditional restaurant on a busy street, a soup reports that the Goldstein Group has successfully launched rapid countermeasures to stabilize everything. He happily shares that European stock markets are recovering and German banks are finally lifting their loan restrictions, meaning there is nothing to worry about. Hearing this, Takeru, the ruthless boss of the Sanai-gumi Yakuza, sips his drink. He casually asks if the Goldstein president has really gone missing. The suit quickly dismisses it as a private family matter, then eagerly asks the boss if he has considered the proposal they discussed earlier. Takeru takes a slow sip, calmly stating he is waiting for Senator Takanaka. This catches the man off guard since this goes beyond politics. He warns the boss that even a senator cannot solve this, especially with the United States government moving to impose heavy, crushing financial sanctions. Sanctions on the funds of violent gangs are taking a toll. The Italian Camorra and Mexican Las Jetas can no longer withdraw capital and are heavily squeezing their cash flow. Soon, it will be Sakegumi's turn. Takuchi asks what the best solution is and starts proposing ideas, while noting the limits, proposing they invest in the Jonathan Group or Jilin Group, but both are hard to enter because they are unlisted corporations. As Takuchi starts to lose his temper, his subordinate nervously adds that an IT company named Google will soon go public. Wall Street and London's financial district already have eyes on them. Takuchi immediately gets it. Funding from organizations worth over 3 trillion yen. These elite corporations also need to launder their dark money. It is not just Jonathan Hunter's joint venture, so he orders his subordinate to keep a close eye on them. Later, Takuchi is left completely alone in his room drinking liquor. He leisurely muses that those shadow figures only sit in the chairman's chair, making their connections tough to trace. This is the perfect opportunity, but everything going this smoothly makes him a bit uneasy. Suddenly, Takuchi spasms, his entire body freezing up, as if struck by lightning. He trembles, completely unable to move. What is this bizarre feeling? It is just like those women. Takuchi strains every muscle to look over. Did you come for the chairman? You are in the wrong place. Seon-hu replies, no, I came to see Sakai-gumi's chief financial officer Takuchi. The executive frantically guesses if his guards are dead. Seon-hu slowly steps closer. Do not look for them. If you follow my lead, you can keep the organization. Seon-hu places a hand on Takuchi's shoulder, promising nothing will change. Takuchi swears inwardly. Damn it, is this kid some kind of monster? Obviously unable to refuse, he agrees to the deal. Seon-hu sneers, insulting him right to his face. Foolish, this is not a deal. The hand resting on Takuchi's shoulder instantly unleashes a devastating surge of powerful lightning. A blood-curdling scream echoes through the luxury restaurant. Covered in blood and exhausted, the survivors step through the portal. Seon-hu is already waiting. Out of 30 people, only 7 survived. The Suzuki sisters are missing. Everyone is completely drained. Aki Yuria is recognized as their leader. Rumors say she successfully fought while planning how to survive alongside the others. He watches them with deep interest. These are the exact people he wanted to forge from the dungeon. The scene shifts to a skyscraper where Aki stands in shock. Right from the start, Seon-hu sits across from her, offering to recruit her for the coming days. Yuria asks hesitantly if she even has a choice. Seon-hu slides a contract over, telling her, of course, just look over the terms and decide. Aki carefully reviews the document. The Mingxian group, meanwhile, on a beautiful and sunny morning in a quiet neighborhood, Camille waits in a clinic while the doctor adjusts his thick glasses, asking if Camille still remembers Na Seon-hu's location. Camille clutches his face in agony. Just stop it. Camille groans, sick and tired of hearing about this delusional illness. The doctor stares at his patient with deep sympathy. Camille yells, asking if delusion is the only explanation after years of treatment, before pulling out a mysterious tracking device. It shows the location of Na Seon-hu, a massive threat to everyone. Camille loudly demands to know how the doctor can explain this. He is highly agitated and gasps for air. The doctor calmly asks if he has ever heard of dissociative identity disorder before. He explains that it is commonly known as multiple personality disorder, suggesting the current Camille might simply have no memory of who bought this device, even if he purchased it himself at a local store. Camille calms down, struggling to accept the reality. Right, only he can see these strange blue floating windows, and those black cars tailing him everywhere are likely just hallucinations too. He clutches his head in absolute misery, trembling as he begs the doctor to save him before he goes completely insane. The doctor points him toward a special government-funded treatment program. Later, Camille walks aimlessly down the busy street. Drenched in cold sweat and consumed by fear, he curses, dreading the thought of ending up in a psych ward on heavy medication. As his mind wanders with absolutely no options left, Camille fails to notice a mysterious figure approaching him from behind. The stranger calls out Camille Novak. He flinches, turning to find a mysterious woman in oversized sunglasses stepping closer. He cautiously confirms his identity. She hands him a business card with the name Aki Yuria written on it. It reads CEO of Mingqing Group Aki Yuria. Removing her sunglasses, she stares with intense determination, saying she came all the way from Japan to see him. Suddenly, a notification pops up on Camille's phone, stating the tracker has finally been retrieved. Na Seon-hu is utterly shocked, his dark eyes widening in disbelief. He remarks that Jonathan is barely in his 30s but keeping himself in great shape. Meanwhile, Jonathan sits up holding a letter. "You are back. Great job," Jonathan says with envy as he wipes his face. "Maybe it is because you are Asian, but you do not look aged at all." Seon-hu teases that Jonathan is just growing old too quickly. Jonathan urges him to step into the public eye soon because running things solo is getting exhausting. Seon-hu sighs, asking how the current situation looks while quietly admitting his friend is right. Ever since they began taking over local banks last year and striving to establish Google as their primary sponsor, managing all of this has indeed been incredibly tough. Jonathan points to a pile of phones ringing off the hook, calling it a literal battlefield. Their investment in Google was a stroke of absolute genius. Who could have guessed that APE would collapse and Google would take over the entire internet? Then, just as realizing something, he goes silent for a moment before saying, "Except for you." Picking up a weekly magazine, he marvels that he was quite surprised by this IPO. Since this is an initial public offering, let's explain it. Normally, when a company issues stock, managers will survey potential investors to decide the price and number of shares. However, Google does not use this method, opting instead for an auction targeting everyday investors. Because of this, the historic clash between Silicon Valley and Wall Street is heavily discussed. Jonathan notes that Seon-hu had already agreed. "As the lead broker, we did not raise commission fees that could have made us a lot of money, nor did we grant special privileges to our major clients." The investment capital Jonathan represents did the exact opposite of Great's philosophy. Seon-hu easily understands that the Iraq War is about to end. Once things stabilize, the White House won't sit idle. He thinks to himself, just like how Jonathan was controlled after being established in the chaos of the IMF. The United States government won't leave Jonathan alone, but he won't just stand by and take a loss. "I entered the banking sector, Seon-hu. I am sending this information as a warning. If they mess with us, we will completely bring down Wall Street's media." Seon-hu chuckles softly, a sharp look in his eyes, just like when he was a hunter. He would survive even in the harshest trial. He pats his partner's shoulder. "Yeah, that is why we must never fail." In the original timeline, Google's IPO actually failed. The founders had said some pretty shocking things like having a salary of only $1 and things like that, but they barely raised half their target capital and their stock price dropped from $100 to $80. That was the price of defying Wall Street's traditional rules. But now things are different. We have an auction running 10 rounds over 10 days. Jonathan used the media to make Google look incredibly promising and highly attractive. "I even used accounts from dummy corporations to pump the stock price as high as possible. This is a war we cannot afford to lose, with Jonathan leading and me assisting. We started at $250. That is Google's closing price." A withered hand clicks the mouse repeatedly. Derek sighs in despair, realizing that at over $500, Wall Street is completely wiped out. Inside a blazing dungeon, a minotaur's head rolls. And it's not just him, countless monster corpses are piled up around Seon-hu. Staggering to his feet, he spots a human arm buried under the piled monster corpses. Seon-hu decisively pulls them out. It's a woman, and she's still alive. They actually did it. With just the two of them, they cleared a B-ranked dungeon. Yoon-hee gasps, "We are alive. We are so resilient." He picks up a stone and a notification says skill extraction is complete. It's the Declan Core Disruptor quest. The commanders of the Declan Core hold the power of Doom Akuda, and Doom Akuda is waiting to plant power into their souls to complete the incubation process. If the day Doom Akuda awaits finally arrives, the Declan Core will grow far stronger. They cannot let them gain power. Currently, skill extractions secured from Declan commanders stand at 1 out of 5. Yoon-hee pokes the massive dead monster, noting they need 4 more beasts like this. This mission is going to be tough. Seon-hu knows a contribution mission tied to Doom Akuda, much like the disruptor of Core 33, is quite challenging. While it is incredibly difficult, the rewards are far better than regular quests. He grins, his face completely covered in blood. Two people clearing a B-rank dungeon by themselves is completely unbelievable, but there is no need to rush. After 5 years, they finally finished this B-rank dungeon. It is their shared achievement. The status screen pops up showing Na Seon-hu health B11, strength A0, agility B95, sense B39. Total points 255,390. Achievements 406, traits 8 including man who overcomes adversity B25 and strongman. At Aeon Explorer C91, interdiction B64, runner A0, gifted B31 and 4 skills. Among them is Na Seon-hu's wrath at A5, Devi's sword B2, Gaia's will B38, and Night Eyes B5. Seon-hu steps out to find a large crowd waiting. Min-tae, captain of Squad 1, and Mick quickly come over to shake his hand and congratulate him. Inside the protective dome, Min-tae's Squad 1 is stationed inside while Mick's team is camped outside. They are quite skilled at sorting out all the loot brought out from the dungeon. Yoon-hee waves, calling out that it was hard work. Looking at those fools over there, it seems she is quite popular. A system alert echoes that the dungeon is cleared, granting 50 contribution points. Seon-hu suddenly recalls first meeting Yeon-hae when she was 24. Now she is over 30, but because she is an awakened, her appearance hasn't changed at all. No wonder Jonathan is jealous of him. Striking up a conversation, he says, "There will be no more raids for now, so you can enjoy life, maybe go on some dates." She asks, "Are you really that interested in my love life?" Seon-hu chuckles, saying he is just worried about her. Yeon-hee pouts playfully, telling him he sounds just like her mother. Her family relationships over the last 10 years have improved so much that she comfortably talks about her mother now. Shrugging, she says hearing his words brings her back to life, so worry. He tells himself to worry about himself first. Rubbing his chin, he realizes it has been ages since he visited home. Hopefully, his parents are doing fine. He does not even notice her poorly hidden embarrassment. Meanwhile, inside a massive modern high-rise, a group of people is walking briskly down the hallway. Leading them is Chief Park Woo-on of the Central Investigation Division. Only heavy, hurried footsteps echo around him. He demands to know if anyone invited Kim Ji-ae to this meeting. His sweating subordinate admits the message failed to deliver. The subordinate secretly wonders why the chief is actively seeking a rookie prosecutor who was only appointed just last year. A young woman approaches, introducing herself as Kim Ji-ae from the Public Security Division. Chief Woo-on sits back, crossing his legs. He sharply asks if she expected him to personally summon her. Ji-ae stands there, deeply confused by his harsh tone. Confused, her face turns pale. Park Woo-on is an absolute titan holding the supreme power in the central office. Is he demanding a bribe? Crushing a paper ball, he suddenly barks at her to go grab some coffee. Standing by the machine, Woo-on casually asks about her department. Ji-ae answers that she is still adjusting and learning. He declares that once she adapts, she is moving to Department 1. Ji-ae is completely floored by this sudden offer. A direct invite. She senses some heavy backroom politics at play. Anxious, she quickly speaks up to clear any misunderstandings. She states her name and age, suggesting he has the wrong person. But Woo-on simply asks if her uncle runs Ju Bank. Startled, Ji-ae confirms it. He smiles warmly, telling her to deserve her family name and suggesting they help each other out. She stands frozen, amazed by her uncle's sheer influence. Later, her uncle, who is also Na Seon-hu's father, answers the phone in disbelief. He warns her not to jump to conclusions. He only casually mentioned her to a senior colleague at his office. Ji-ae sighs in exhaustion. It turns out her uncle's boss is the father of her chief, the legendary wealthy Park Jong-sik. Weary but grateful, she thanks her uncle, admitting she is being treated like royalty at work because of him. Her uncle happily notes how much she has grown, asking how she is doing. Ji-ae assures him she is fine, then asks about Na Seon-hu. He laughs heartily, joking that the boy stopped growing back in high school because he had shot up way too fast. He is delighted to talk about his son, reminding her that cousins are just like real siblings who must look out for each other. He promises to tell Na Seon-hu she sent her regards. Ji-ae bids him farewell, wishing him good health. He tells her to do the same. Meanwhile, at JW Group's overseas branch, Jamie's firm has successfully replaced the Weston family's influence. Any sharp observer would notice that while the hotel names remain identical, the corporate logo has completely changed. With this final move, Las Vegas becomes a core piece of his growing empire. An older gentleman enters to announce a surprise guest. His assistant is completely stunned. Na Seon-hu casually waves his hand, telling him to let them in. The man cannot believe his eyes when Edward Zuckerberg of Phenos steps inside. Na Seon-hu firmly shakes hands, telling him not to worry. He reassures Edward about the additional funding. Grateful Edward thanks Etherone, saying this capital will help him change the world even faster. As the guest is escorted out, Na Seon-hu maps out his two massive goals for the year, starting with the impending global economic collapse. And make no mistake, this is going to be a disaster. The subprime mortgage crisis is looming, threatening to drag Jonathan down. Stock indices are starting to plummet, drawing harsh criticism from financial experts. Yet, clear warning signs everywhere are being completely ignored. Everyone chases short-term gains, ignoring the swelling bubble. Once this ticking economic bomb finally detonates, his financial power will reach absolute god-tier status. His second major target is the Destiny Corporation, whose brilliant scientists are on the verge of making a monumental energy breakthrough. They will soon figure out how to extract clean energy from magic stones, keeping the power grid alive after the collapse. This tech allows gear upgrades without enhancement seals, letting ordinary civilians easily defend their own cities with magic stone weapons. Armed with advanced energy weapons, civilian forces become unstoppable. Soon, Stephen of Destiny Corporation comes to see him. Looking extremely nervous, Stephen admits that operating under false names was their only shield, but Na Seon-hu easily blew their cover anyway. Trembling, Stephen explains he only accepted the invitation to tell him face-to-face that his aggressive methods are incredibly rude. Currently, Destiny Corporation can only extract raw power from magic stones, leaving them completely vulnerable to having their patents stolen. Dismissed as the maverick of academia, Stephen spent years researching what others called pseudoscience while working as a lowly assistant professor. Even at his Ivy League college, he was treated as a complete outcast, mocked by his peers before this breakthrough succeeded. He lacked the grand global ambitions of tech giants like Google or Facebook content to just quietly survive under the radar. But Na Seon-hu knows their destiny will completely change if they partner up. He calmly says he understands but had no other choice. Pushing up his thick glasses, Stephen points out that Na Seon-hu knows everything about them while they know absolutely nothing about him. Aside from his massive fortune and academic influence, they are in the dark. Na Seon-hu simply smiles and introduces himself as Etherone. I cannot reveal everything yet, Seon-hu says. The young scientist looks tense, calling him bizarre before demanding to know why he was even summoned. He does not think this is just some play to show off wealth. Seon-hu then slides a bag onto the table and reveals a glowing mana stone. Seon-hu explains it is an unannounced, completely revolutionary material. If the academic world gets wind of this, things are about to get incredibly complicated. Stephen trembles as the reality sets in. He stammers, asking where Seon-hu even found it. Seon-hu simply smiles and offers to let him touch it. The scientist is utterly overwhelmed by the strange stone's energy. Seon-hu strikes a deal, promising that if Stephen follows their strict security protocols, they have an arrangement. He offers to fully fund Stephen's original research, giving him an unprecedented exclusive opportunity to study this mind-blowing, completely raw material. Stephen is hooked and asks what the security protocols actually entail. Seon-hu explains he must strictly abide by the rules of their private facility. Seon-hu offers to set up the lab, giving Stephen time to think and suggesting he go back to discuss the terms with his close colleagues. Stephen can hardly take his eyes off the mineral. After staring intently for a moment, he makes a bold proposal, asking if he can bring his team. He wants to bring them in along with some basic gear. Seon-hu casually agrees, but he quickly realizes their definition of simple equipment is wildly different from his. They wheel in massive, complicated machines with wires everywhere. Seon-hu takes a sip of wine, realizing a few more simple setups will turn this hotel into a lab. Stephen immediately calls his partner Eon over. In complete shock, he whispers that this is definitely not some standard mineral they have stumbled upon. He explains it behaves much more like a living creature than a rock. Stephen looks at Seon-hu, asking if he realizes this discovery will change history. It is the dawn of a new era. When pressed on where the stone came from, Seon-hu hesitates, keeping the exact location to himself for now. He does promise them a steady, unlimited supply for their research. He makes it clear that they will be treated exceptionally well under his wing. Their success will pave the way to becoming billionaires. However, there is a catch. Seon-hu will retain the full patents and rights to all experimental results. He asks if they can accept those terms. Right then, Stephen's colleague shouts out in absolute shock, urging him to look at the incredible data readings. The numbers on the screen are entirely off the charts. Seon-hu promises that once they release this to the world, Stephen's name will make history. He vows to place Stephen at the absolute top of the scientific community. Meanwhile, a flashy, ultra-luxurious helicopter cuts through the sky. The old saying that Westerners care less about status is a total lie. Down below, two long rows of formally dressed guards wait in perfect formation. If Baek Jung-sik is considered the ultimate god of wealth in Korea, Jonathan is easily the god of wealth for the entire world. The grand reception waiting for him is fit for absolute royalty, complete with a lush red carpet leading right from the helicopter landing pad. The staff lines up and bows deeply with absolute respect. The overwhelmed hotel owner steps forward, nervously welcoming Jonathan and asking the reason for his visit. Jonathan replies with casual indifference, stating he is only there to see Seon-hu. The hotel owner is left completely stunned and entirely speechless. First it was Yoo Jeon-bok, a man everyone was desperate to back. Now even Jonathan is seeking him out. Who on earth is this kid? Jonathan kicks the door open with a massive grin, entering a luxury Las Vegas suite. He immediately teases Seon-hu about living like absolute royalty. He asks if Seon-hu was planning to enjoy this paradise all by himself. Seon-hu laughs, sliding a newspaper across the table to show him the headlines. The front page boldly claims that the strong financial empire of Jonathan's investment firm is collapsing. Yet the man mentioned in the doom and gloom reports is laughing. Jonathan chuckles at the dramatic news, joking that he is laughing so hard his stomach hurts. It is practically impossible for them to fail. He calls the media fools, reminiscing about their past maneuvers during the Russian financial crisis when they made massive moves that shook the globe. Back then, they blew away billions of dollars in bets. Seon-hu calmly takes a sip of his drink, noting this scenario is completely different. This entire crisis is merely a carefully orchestrated performance to exit a massive battlefield. The collapse is actually a stage Seon-hu designed long ago. In the world of investing, knowing when to enter a market is critical, but knowing exactly when to pull out is even more vital. Future oil prices have shattered all prior records. During the infamous dot-com bubble, shares were sitting at $15, but look at them now. Today, they are trading at an incredible $120, representing a massive shift in the global energy market. The massive $2 trillion annual oil industry is currently being heavily dominated by the three main financial titans of their world. If these powerful giants suddenly pull their capital out, the entire market will completely destabilize and fail to execute standard transactions. Simply walking away means risking all the massive profits they have meticulously built up, leaving them empty-handed in a collapsing system. They need a perfect cover to hand over this ticking financial bomb, capping off 5 years of effort to exit the risky oil market. To make this transition look entirely natural, they set up a massive decoy, orchestrating the spectacular bankruptcy of a prominent hedge fund. Seon-hu explains the master plan, detailing how they needed to select a reputable but manageable hedge fund to take the fall. They targeted a firm that had a strong market reputation but was small enough to manipulate, eventually settling on the Prey Group. After quietly restructuring the board of directors behind the scenes, Seon-hu set up a safeguard portfolio to minimize the incoming fallout. They designed a shield against the incoming wave. With calculations running day and night, they prepared to absorb the massive shockwaves. Mountains of paperwork pile up, blowing around the office. For 5 long years, they have been pulling off the ultimate financial heist. Frey had grown into Frey Corporation, and a special televised debate about the Frey crisis was currently being broadcast. On TV, a financial consultant explained that Frey was one of the core companies under the Jonathan Investment Group. It was built entirely with the group's massive capital, making it basically a personal safe for Jonathan and Na Seon-hu. This crisis was bound to cause severe personal losses for both of them, a claim that made Na Seon-hu and Jonathan laugh. Watching the broadcast, Jonathan burst into laughter and picked up a beer, noting that outsiders viewed Frey as their right arm. Na Seon-hu scoffed, mocking that in reality the target company was not even worth a broken fingernail to them. On the screen, a journalist asked if Frey's crisis started spreading to the parent company, wouldn't that cause massive problems? The expert pinched the bridge of his nose, arguing that this was exactly why confidential internal data had to be disclosed. Revealing that data was vital, as any threat to Jonathan investment was essentially a threat to the global economy. If Jonathan Hunter was watching, the expert sincerely advised him to release Frey's internal files and cooperate with the market. This would allow the market to take precautions, but not wanting to waste time on his rambling, Jonathan shut the TV off. He sighed with a frown, muttering that disclosing the data now would mean playing right into those fools' hands. But Na Seon-hu took a sip of beer, closed his eyes, and countered that they could not afford to delay with unstable stocks. Jonathan nodded in agreement. Right on cue, his phone rang with an incoming call from Kim Chil-soo. Camera flashes went off endlessly at a packed press conference as a man stood up to address the crowd. He introduced himself to the room as Kim Chil-soo Kim, the chief financial officer of the Jonathan Investment Group. Facing a sea of eager, aggressive reporters, Kim Chil-soo calmly prepared to deliver a major shock to the entire financial community. He admitted their investment in Frey was $100 billion, making a chain of bankruptcies almost impossible to avoid. Looking straight ahead, he calmly stated that this current mess actually aligned with the parent company's financial goals. Even so, they promised to do everything within their absolute power to help revive Frey and protect their overall investments. Instantly, reporters shouted over each other, asking how he raised that $100 billion and if they would sell off assets. But Kim Chil-soo simply turned his back on the shouting crowd and walked away completely, refusing to answer any of their desperate questions. News outlets quickly broke the story, wondering if the massive Frey bankruptcy would drag down the entire Jonathan Group next. With Jonathan Investment in a total crisis, would SOB Na Seon-hu of bank also crumble under the mounting pressure? Look at this chaos. These insane headlines instantly grab global attention with every greedy investor wanting a piece of the action. Clutching a newspaper, one eager businessman urged his team to grab any assets Jonathan had to sell off. He believed securing those assets would make them a massive fortune, while another investor was busy negotiating on the phone. He agreed these were prime businesses Jonathan had invested in and heard rumors they might sell gold. Since Phanos was actively expanding into the mobile messaging market, he quickly figured that gold's shares wouldn't be worth much anyway. Elsewhere, another intense conversation turned directly to Google with some questioning if the massive tech giant was even on the table. Everyone knew how much Jonathan valued Google, but agreed that if it went up for sale, they had to buy it instantly. A balding man frantically typed on his phone asking for last month's mortgage lending figures from SOB Na Seon-hu Bank. A quick text message popped up in response, estimating the division's total worth at a whopping $300 billion. In a quiet office, a man flipping through records argued they were unlikely to liquidate the mortgage division. After all, mortgage loans were SOB's top-performing asset, and elsewhere, an analyst reviewed a report over a glass of water. If they actually shut down that unit, it would be a clear sign they were pulling out of banking altogether. Just outside a modern skyscraper, two suited men gossiped in low whispers, immediately questioning the state of the group's oil ventures. Since oil was one of their main pillars of dominance, there was no way they would ever let it go. In a server room, a man stared at his screens, guessing they would resolve this crisis through stock maneuvers. If he were in Jonathan's shoes, he would do the same, but wait, something on the screen suddenly caught his eye. Realizing their cash reserves were massive, he grabbed his mouse, clicked furiously, and yelled that they had started trading. In another office, a heavy balding boss stood over his employees and suggested giving them some breathing room. He remarked that they looked desperate, then thought back to their massive operations in Iraq, oil, and raw materials. The incredibly powerful Jonathan Group had snatched up all of those highly lucrative foreign markets right from under everyone's noses. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he noted the North American mortgage market was their weak spot, and he already had a plan ready. So this is Isaac Rothschild. He smirks. Looking at this situation, even Na Seon-hu seems like just another ordinary guy. They must have realized it by now. The only person who can help them is him. Meanwhile, Jonathan is sitting in his living room when the phone suddenly rings. He glances over, suspicious. On the other end, the caller introduces himself. He claims he is Isaac Rothschild. Jonathan responds on the line, identifying himself as Jonathan Hunter. This is their first call. Isaac smiles. They should have started this much sooner, but it is not too late. In fact, the timing is perfect. Hearing this, Jonathan looks puzzled. He stays quiet, waiting. Isaac continues, calling this the perfect opportunity. He wants their two groups to get closer. He then shows his hand. They hold the majority of the oil shares. Jonathan is currently selling off. But since Julian has also started making moves, Isaac warns it is too much to handle alone. But Jonathan coldly replies that he never asked for help. The market itself will ultimately decide the final outcome. Besides Rothschild, many others are trading with us, Jonathan adds. Hearing this, Isaac sneers, asking how long that can possibly last. Isaac warns that without cooperation, they will never sell enough to meet their target. Hard to accept, but true. On the other end, Jonathan completely loses his patience. Isaac is going way too far with his words. He did not pick up just to be insulted, so he demands Isaac get to the point. Isaac then lays down his terms. Jonathan must return the oil and gas industry to its rightful owners. He needs to withdraw from all current and future transactions. Anger flares. Jonathan growls, telling Isaac that he has gone way too far if he thinks such a deal is acceptable. But Isaac remains completely confident. He tells Jonathan to calm down, noting this does not just apply to his investment group. Jonathan needs to pass a message to his boss. If the Julian investment group does not withdraw, Bray won't be the last victim. Suddenly, a loud crash echoes from the other end of the line. A completely different voice speaks up. The voice asks if Isaac is threatening him, asserting that a withdrawal is absolutely out of the question. Isaac freezes. His smug confidence instantly vanishes. He suspiciously asks who's on the phone. The caller introduces himself as Joe. Immediately, Isaac pulls a complete 180. He bows and scrapes, promising to show respect regardless of age to Na Seon-hu. But Na Seon-hu snaps at him to shut up, saying he can hear his fake laugh from all the way over there. He tells Isaac to listen closely. The day he monopolizes the oil industry will never come. Isaac sneers in response. Isaac mocks him. If the Jonathan investment group falls, the world faces its worst-case scenario. Is that his point? But Na Seon-hu just laughs coldly. Neither the US government nor the IMF can do anything but support them. They are not going anywhere. Suddenly, Isaac looks like a bloodthirsty demon. His eyes turn blood red as he growls. He asks how much support the US government would really give to an Asian, declaring their offer officially dead. But Na Seon-hu suddenly calls him back. Isaac smirks triumphantly, telling him to speak. On the line, a question is asked. Does it have to be the oil market? Could they swap shares of another business instead? Isaac instantly gets greedy. Muttering that oil is not enough, he turns back into a red-eyed demon. He creepily demands their mortgage division too. He wants to seize the mortgage business of the Jonathan Investment Group. Hearing this, Jonathan and Seon-hu look completely stunned. They stare in speechless shock. But a second later, they both burst out laughing like absolute madmen, tears streaming down. Jonathan even slaps Seon-hu on the back repeatedly. Meanwhile, in Washington, D.C., the Westfield's Marriott hosts the Bilderberg Club. A fleet of luxurious limousines slowly pulls up. Isaac steps out dressed immaculately and looking incredibly confident. Suddenly, his gaze drifts to the side. He spots Joshua Von Karjan and Spencer Goldstein. The Julian Investment Group, Telestar Investment, Gold and Silver, and Jamie Corporation are all gathered there as well. They are sitting together, and Isaac realizes they belong to Seon-hu's faction. As he ponders this, a voice calls out. An eager flatterer approaches, congratulating him and mentioning he always follows the great news coming from the Rothschild family. He adds that after conquering the dollar, Isaac now has the oil, proving the top spot belongs solely to him. The man suggests they should probably withdraw the invitations for Jonathan and Julian. Isaac raises a hand in mock humility. He remarks that even if the Jonathan Group loses oil and mortgage, they will remain quite formidable. He puts a finger to his lips, whispering that they still have plenty of capital from shares and promising businesses. He glances towards Seon-hu's group. The sycophant whispers, asking if Isaac heard that Jonathan actually accepted the invitation this year. Isaac beams with joy, assuming they finally decided to fall in line after ignoring so many previous invites. He then asks about Seon-hu. The flatterer replies that the man has not responded, likely declining the invitation once again. Suddenly, he speaks up, telling them they should know. Turning towards Seon-hu's group, he asks if they know that the one pulling the strings is actually Seon-hu, demanding they bring him here at all costs. Will they stand with him during this meeting? The old man sweats with anxiety, knowing the opposition will be quite fierce. Seeing this, Isaac steps in, promising the Rosai family will back. They will not play currency war games like last time. If they cooperate, Isaac will force the kid to accept their invitation or drag him into the light. Reassured by this, they feel at ease, agreeing to trust his plan. Just then, someone hushes the group because Jonathan has arrived. Stepping out of a luxury car, Jonathan scans the area. Nearby, Isaac and his allies smile slyly. Isaac happily shakes Jonathan's hand, saying he was just wondering when he would arrive. Jonathan thanks Isaac, saying that because of him, he can completely pull out of the oil market. Isaac laughs heartily. He claims he is glad Jonathan feels that way. Jonathan praises Rochus, admitting he is shocked by their insane financial flexibility. Hearing this, Isaac turns into a scheming demon on the inside, secretly laughing at how he pulled funds from different banks. He had to put up his family's assets as collateral, but he believes it is completely worth it. Just imagining the oil wells out there that will soon be his fills him with absolute joy. He is ready to monopolize the entire market. The era where even oil-producing countries fear them has finally arrived. Looking at Jonathan with contempt, he thinks the kid can do nothing but sit back and watch their family's overwhelming power, surely drowning in despair. But seeing Isaac cover his mouth with a terribly strained look, Jonathan asks if he is okay. In reality, Isaac is struggling to hold back his laughter. Every time the kid acts like everything is fine, Isaac finds it absolutely hilarious. Suppressing his giggles, he turns away with a wave. He insists he is perfectly fine. Meanwhile, Jonathan is also trembling all over. Sweating, he recalls Seon-hu warning him that oil prices will plummet for at least 10 years after hitting their peak. Shivering, Jonathan puffs his cheeks and clenches his jaw. His eyes wide as he holds it in, but steam practically blows from his ears as he thinks of the coming financial disaster. There are 3 levels of personal credit in North America: Prime, Alt-A, and Subprime, which is considered below standard. This is where things get truly wild. The subprime mortgage crisis is about to trigger a massive shockwave across the entire global economy. Overissuing mortgage loans to subprime borrowers with absolutely no assets is a ticking time bomb waiting to go off. The Asian financial crisis will lead to the dot-com bubble burst, followed by terror attacks on American soil. As the economy worsens, the U.S. government keeps slashing interest rates, making it incredibly easy for anyone to borrow money. Consequently, people flock to take out loans to buy houses as real estate prices soar, believing property values will keep rising. They use the very homes they want to buy as collateral, allowing them to secure 100% financing, he notes. It is a bizarre fantasy where people can buy a home without spending a single penny. This is stage 1. After approving so many extreme loans, banks run out of cash, so they package and sell these mortgages to eager investors. Once their liquid cash is secured, they immediately turn around and issue even more excessive loans. This is stage 2. Jonathan views this as a masterpiece created by banks blinded by potential interest and people swept up in the real estate bubble. As stage 1 and stage 2 keep repeating, the weight of the market rapidly expands, growing into something incredibly massive. A single borrower has to carry multiple stacked houses on their shoulders, pushing the entire risk onto the subprime tier. The moment interest rates go up, these subprime borrowers will no longer be able to hold on to their properties. He predicts a brutal cycle where they lose their homes and then lose everything else they use as collateral in the process. One massive blast will knock out everyone. The inner workings of this financial system are tangled in a complex web. On the outside, everything looks perfectly normal, but the inside has already rotted away completely. This perfectly applies to the mortgage business. They sold to Rakshis. To Jonathan, it resembles a magical goose that lays golden eggs of AA credit-rated commodities. But more than half of that capital is secretly tied to the subprime market. Back in his room, Jonathan lies face down, pounding the mattress in pure joy. He screams that he has lost his mind. His stomach hurts. That old man just proudly took home 2 nuclear bombs. Jonathan laughs until his face twists. He props up his chin. His face is about to explode from holding it in. Suddenly, a knock rattles the door. He opens it to find Julian asking for a moment of his time. Jonathan happily welcomes him inside with a smile. This is their first meeting, but they already know each other well. Jonathan hands him a red-sealed envelope. He promised to give him this when they met. Julian asks what it is, but Jonathan just shrugs. He tells Julian to open it as a small thank you. Julian breaks the seal. Reading the letter, his brow furrows. Cold sweat drips down his face. Jonathan calmly points out that he is the first guest invited. The paper holds the details. August 8, 2009. Location is the J-New Resort Samum Hotel in South Korea, sent by the Na Seon-hu J Club. Seeing Julian process this, Jonathan slowly closes his eyes. He reveals the Korean behind it is named Joe. You should know his real name is Na Seon-hu. He adds you have actually known him for quite a while, under the alias Eon. Hearing this, Julian drops his jaw in absolute terror. His face turns completely pale, sweat pouring down his temples. Jonathan adds that in the future he will go by Na Seon-hu. Down in the parking garage, Julian stumbles forward completely dazed. He is still reeling from the bombshell revelation. Nearby, a young woman watches him with cautious, trembling steps. Jessica Perry stares intently at him. She watches him for a long moment, making no move to help him up. As he gets closer, she asks, "What did Jonathan say about the steering committee?" Julian does not dare speak a word. He silently realizes that no steering committee even exists. It is all Na Seon-hu. No, it is all just one single mastermind directing everything. Na Seon-hu, he stammers out, barely catching his breath. To Jessica, this sounds absolutely insane. But a brand new order is beginning. Julian covers his face and laughs hysterically, saying he is overjoyed to be invited by such a genius. How does a god like him look at me? Like an ant? Jessica closes her eyes and sighs, clearly used to his sudden mood swings. She tells him he is starting up again, and she is completely sick of it. He stops laughing, his face darkening with deep sadness. Staring down at the cold ground, he forces a weak smile and suggests they talk later. But Jessica quickly hooks her arm through his. She teases him, asking if he actually knows how to apologize. She tells him to hurry up and make it happen so he never has to apologize again. Leaving him thoroughly confused, Jessica glances sideways at him. "Marry me," she says, "and I will take on all your worries, even your complaints in bed." Hearing this, Julian completely freezes, wondering if his ears are playing tricks on him. Jessica smiles, playfully helping him walk. She teases him, asking if he really wants to decline. He is left flustered and overwhelmed. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Federal Reserve Chairman Jay Powell slams the table in anger. He argues they cannot delay this any longer. Isaac stands up and snaps back, insisting they wait just 1 or 2 more years. The market is still too unstable. Jay Powell retorts, asking how Isaac can still say that after looking at the latest data. But Isaac refuses to back down, demandingly pointing to his own data. The two of them shout back and forth in a heated argument. Jonathan just sits quietly, clearly enjoying the drama. But once they leave, Isaac immediately flies into a fit of rage. He curses Jay Powell as an arrogant traitor backed heavily by the main family, only to bite the hand that fed him. Suddenly, Isaac turns to his assistant. He asks what will happen if the interest rates are raised. The assistant urgently reports that their profits from subprime mortgages will likely plummet. Isaac snaps, saying even a child knows that. He wants to know how many CDOs are based on those subprime mortgage-backed securities. The secretary quickly reassures him that there is no need to worry. The assets they secured from Jonathan's conglomerate are of outstanding quality. Everything they have is rated AA. He then adds that if Isaac wishes, he can pull up the detailed reports on them right away. Isaac silently calculates their position, knowing they have invested in this countless times. The absolute worst-case scenario is minimal profit shifts. Even if interest rates climb, the actual change in their returns will be pretty minor. He pictures Jonathan's smug face and scoffs. Jonathan just sat there like a complete fool, unable to speak. He must be furious now that he has no ties to oil or mortgages. Just thinking about it makes Isaac feel a whole lot better. He stops laughing, resting his chin on his hand in deep thought. Come to think of it, he cannot even mention Na Seon-hu. This entire meeting was a complete waste of time. He grabs his phone to text. He is determined to stand against the massive cartel that currently controls both the dollar and oil. He will show everyone who the real master is. His message instructs all North American members to gather in his room immediately. A short while later, 6 powerful men sit around him. Including Isaac, they form a tense circle, restarting their chaotic debate. Jay Powell and another member are growing increasingly uneasy. Isaac tries to wrap up the discussion, asking if it really has to end this way. Veins pop on his temple as he snaps. He warns them to keep their eyes wide open and watch what is about to happen, fully knowing controlling both oil and the dollar is tough. Suddenly, every single phone in the room starts ringing simultaneously. Jay Powell pulls out his phone, his face instantly turning pale with shock. His eyes widen as he screams out, asking if Isaac has lost his mind and if he even knows what he has done. This leaves Isaac completely startled, having absolutely no idea what is happening. Jay continues, shouting that despite the current situation, they will not let this slide. Just then, Isaac's assistant glances at his own phone. His eyes widen in absolute disbelief, his pupils shrinking as he hands the device over. Isaac snatches it quickly, desperate to see what could possibly cause everyone to turn on him so suddenly. The latest breaking news flashes on screen. Burns, one of the top 3 major investment firms in North America, has officially filed for bankruptcy protection. Isaac's face turns completely blank. Cold sweat drops as his pupils contract in sheer horror. His hand holding the phone begins to shake uncontrollably. He stammers, asking why. Burns, a top titan of the financial world, is gone. Staring at the screen, Isaac is completely frozen, cold sweat streaming down his face. His eyes tremble and his shaky fingers can barely grip the phone. The market has completely collapsed around them. He mutters why. His assistant is frantically on the phone, stammering that the subprime mortgage-backed securities are completely crashing. They all blew up. Isaac looks over, demanding to know what he means and why the subprime rating matters, as the assistant trembles in terror. That was the exact reason Bear Stearns collapsed. He sweats, eyes wide, desperately trying to justify how those fools got blinded by quick profits. They had to be dealing in low-grade junk, right? Hearing this, the terrified assistant drops to his knees, pressing both hands to the floor. He begs for forgiveness. Looking like his soul just left his body, Isaac gasps, pleading for it not to be true. The assistant bows his head lower to report that the collapse stems from AA-rated assets, just like the ones they bought from Jonathan. Isaac is completely paralyzed in shock, only able to mumble in utter disbelief. Suddenly, he clutches his neck, stumbles, and collapses backward. Right before his panicked assistant's eyes, Isaac's massive body slams hard against the floor. Hysterical screams for a doctor echo through the room. Foaming at the mouth and seizing on the floor, Isaac still weakly gasps out an order to the mortgage division to sell everything immediately. Outside the exclusive Bilderberg Club, furious protesters hold up massive signs and banners, shouting for the corrupt organization to shut down for good. They scream that they are not slaves, as a luxury car slowly inches its way through the hostile, shouting crowd outside the entrance. Sitting inside, a wealthy nobleman clicks his tongue, lamenting how the once grand entrance to the legendary Bilderberg Club has fallen to this. Moments later in the VIP lounge, the nobleman sits directly across from Jonathan. He formally introduces himself as Dresner Rothschild. As the second in command of the powerful Rothschild family, Dresner extends a cold hand. Jonathan merely greets him with a knowing smile. Dresner cuts straight to the chase, warning Jonathan that the assets he sold them are riddled with massive critical problems. Jonathan plays entirely dumb, asking if that is really true. Dresner glares back in pure irritation, telling him to drop the act. He accuses Jonathan of dumping the assets, knowing they would crash. Jonathan just smirks mockingly, asking how the hospitalized Isaac is doing. Rumor has it he is paralyzed from the waist down, which is a shame, but at least he can still talk to Dresner. Gesturing casually, Jonathan reminds him that the one who desperately wanted to buy those toxic assets was their own family head. He was clearly thrilled to see my investment group struggle. But Dresner snaps, cutting him off to offer a single opportunity. Jonathan looks amused, asking what kind of opportunity that could be. Dresner darkly warns that his family never forgets its debts. An eye for an eye, Dresner growls, his face darkening with absolute malice. Their legacy was built entirely on mutual respect. He issues a final polite warning not to cross them. But Jonathan just scoffs, ready to drop a massive reality check. He points out that Dresner does not understand the absolute mess their patriarch created before his stroke, separating their branch from North American allies. It was a disastrously short-sighted move. Jonathan smiles, spelling out the brutal truth for the suddenly silent and pale Dresner. The Rothschilds are completely isolated. Pausing to slowly prep a cigar, Jonathan asks what kind of deal he is actually offering. He lights up as Dresner grinds his teeth, demanding they take back the entire mortgage business for $1 billion. Jonathan blows a ring of smoke, asking if he looks stupid enough to buy back a pile of complete garbage. This sends Dressner over the edge. He screams that Jonathan created the garbage, but Jonathan shuts him down with a shrug. He suggests that since they cannot agree on anything, it is time for the Rothschilds to make a real compromise. Flicking his ash, Jonathan offers to financially bail out their family, but only if they hand over something truly valuable. Dressner grits his teeth, asking what could possibly be worth that much. Jonathan's eyes gleam with a sharp predatory light. He demands their shares in the Federal Reserve. 3 months fly by after that disastrous meeting ended on a bitter note. Unable to return to the United Kingdom, Dressner is forced to constantly travel back and forth between Washington and Wall Street. He desperately tries to mend ties with North American elites, but the financial system is already beginning to melt down. Nearly 30% of American banks and firms collapse, and massive bank runs quickly spiral entirely out of control nationwide. Panicked citizens line up around blocks to empty their accounts, terrified that the financial institutions will go completely broke. Dressner is walking down the street alone when his phone rings, a voice on the other end telling him to hurry. He is summoned immediately to the White House, where a high-ranking official addresses the room about the critical situation. Since the Rothschilds control over 80% of the subprime market, their collapse would completely destroy the global economy. The government officially offers to trigger an emergency financial bailout, promising to inject up to $200 billion. He asks Dressner exactly how much they need to stay afloat, and the entire room falls into a heavy silence. Staring back with a completely grim expression, Dressner slowly drops a bombshell, demanding $3 trillion instead. The officials pale in sheer terror, breaking into cold sweats as the Treasury Secretary gasps in absolute shock. That staggering amount represents the entire annual budget of the United States, leaving the entire room completely speechless. Only financial aid. If the Rothschild family is not willing to resolve this issue themselves, before he could even finish, Dressner answered immediately. Impossible. Yellen was flustered, asking what he meant. Across the table, Dressner closed his eyes and whispered, asking them to think. They could not. If they could, he would have done it already. Then, opening his gloomy eyes, he explained helplessly that most of the family assets had been used as collateral. To save their retail chain, they needed $3 trillion in emergency aid. Yellen was horrified, sweat pouring like rain, asking what he was saying since they were the Rothschild family. But Dressner laughed like it was a joke. Exactly, making the others look at him in confusion. Jerome Powell tried to snap him back, asking what that attitude was about. Suddenly, Dressner held up his ringing phone, resting his other hand on his thigh, and everyone sat in absolute silence, waiting for him to speak. The exact conversation was unclear. They only heard Dressner reply that they did a good job. Yellen turned pale. When asked if he had really done it, Dressner laughed like a madman, clapping loudly as he announced they had filed for bankruptcy protection, unleashing a nuclear bomb worth $3 trillion. If they accepted it, he would applaud them. Then he stuck out his snake-like tongue, and with blood-red eyes and a demonic face, he kept clapping, asking what else they could do besides die together. Their retail chain had filed for bankruptcy protection, totaling $3.2 trillion. A giant monstrous hand raised an axe high, swinging it down to attack the tiny man beneath its feet. He managed to dodge, but the devastating impact of the strike shook the entire area. Loudly, the system announced that he had used Devi's mirror. Then the man leaped into the air with a flip, delivering a heavy strike down on the bull-headed monster's head, forcing it to block with its axe. The system displayed that he had used Ra's Na Seon-hu sword. He raised a blazing red blade, preparing to strike the beast down. Sensing the danger, the monster gritted its teeth, its eyes flashing with murderous intent. He unleashed his full power, swinging his blade as the beast raised its arm to block, sending blinding golden light flying everywhere. The warrior locked in battle with this bull-headed monster was Na Seon-hu. He gritted his teeth in frustration, cursing that its defense was insanely strong. Suddenly, the beast swung its axe again, launching a devastating strike that sent Na Seon-hu flying, tearing open a deep gash in his stomach as blood gushed out. Instantly, system notifications flashed, showing that Wu Yuan-he had cast heal twice in a row. And then the bull-headed monster charged again with blood-red eyes. Na Seon-hu immediately activated Na Seon-hu's wrath, causing the sword in his hand to crackle with blue lightning. He charged straight at the monster, aiming with Ra's Na Seon-hu's sword. The beast roared with absolute fury, and Na Seon-hu bellowed back, inviting it to bring it on. A heavy purple light poured down onto its head. It growled, its eyes growing even more vicious. Right beneath it, Na Seon-hu had just lost a leg, yet he still gripped his sword with both hands, driving it deep into its stomach. Sparking lightning flew everywhere before suddenly merging into a colossal storm of lightning, illuminating the entire cavern as Na Seon-hu screamed for it to die. A massive explosion erupted from the beast's stomach. Na Seon-hu weakly called out to Wu Yuan-he as she rushed to his side. Covered in blood and looking completely panicked, she cried out his name. Before losing consciousness, he managed to instruct her to handle the rest. The system announced that the disturber of the Backland Corps had stripped command from 2 out of 5 Backland commanders. With that, Na Seon-hu finally let himself rest, knowing his body would fully recover within a single day. But after a month of balancing between life and death, some deep rest was desperately needed. Currently, he and Woo Yeon-hee were sleeping peacefully in bed. They spent a whole week doing nothing but eating and sleeping in a Las Vegas hotel where they watched the news about the Rothschild family. It was a massive headline their retail empire had officially filed for bankruptcy protection. Watching this while eating, Woo Yeon-hee asked if this was the famous Rothschild family she knew. She heard they were worth over $5 trillion, wondering how such an empire could go bankrupt. Na Seon-hu, holding a glass of wine, replied that the 5 trillion figure was mostly just hype, though their name was the only reason they survived this long. Chewing on her food, Woo Yeon-hee asked if something was wrong, noticing his unusually gloomy expression as he gazed into his glass. It was just like an empath to notice. Suddenly, the system notified him that his strength stat had jumped to SX, congratulating him on being the very first awakened to achieve a tier SH stat. Na Seon-hu realized this was his first title in a very long time. He had hoped for a challenger box reward, but instead the system sent a completely unfamiliar notification. The system detailed the second trial privilege, stating that the first 10 people to reach rank 5 in all stats could claim this privilege. Upon activation, all of their stats, traits, and skill ranks would be reset to 0 along with their total points. However, the growth limit for all ranks would be boosted to double S tier, and the maximum capacity for skills, traits, items, and insignias would rise to 10. Na Seon-hu was stunned, wondering if such a broken feature could actually exist in this world. Even though the system mentioned the first 10 people could try this, he immediately thought of his teammates, who still trailed far behind. As the frontrunner who always walked alone, no one but him could possibly attempt it. Out of nowhere, he quietly remarked that they had already made it halfway through their journey, leaving Woo Yeon-hee staring back in complete confusion. So how to do it? He will keep going until the day of initiation in 10 years, which lands in 2018. Na Seon-hu says, seriously, you probably already heard this. Me talk about the initiation day until you are sick of it, but there is one last thing you need to know. Yeon-hee looks at him, waiting. Everything will be impossible without your help. Thinking about S rank, Na Seon-hu tells himself he will end his own life to try a second time at the test site. That is why he needs to raise all of his stats to S rank and reset them before that day arrives. By rough calculations, they will need to clear 370 B rank dungeons in 10 years. He remembers the exhausting struggles of the past, fighting that Minotaur beast, knowing each dungeon takes about a month to clear. There is absolutely no guarantee he can actually pull this off, even if they get faster over time. It is an insanely brutal schedule, the kind that makes you lose your breath just thinking about it. But Yeon-hee is much calmer than he expected. She asks if the items will stay without resetting. Once he confirms they will, she relaxes. That is good, she says. Guess you already made up your mind. Na Seon-hu looks at her in silence for a brief moment. Then he sighs and smiles, telling her thank you. Yeon-hee smiles back, trusting Na Seon-hu completely. Suddenly, she announces her next plan. I will leave the medical company to my sibling. Looks like we will be living in dungeons for 10 years, so you should at least rest. He looks at her and grins. Every time our stat ranks increase, we get a little breather. Now their deal is officially sealed. Yeon-hee holds up her glass to toast their new partnership. Na Seon-hu raises his own, closing his eyes as a wave of relief washes over him. Having a teammate he can trust with his life is everything. Honestly, who wouldn't want a loyal ally like this in a dungeon? When you try for the second time, I will help rebuild you. She grins wide, promising that he just needs to listen to her. Feeling helpless against his friend, Na Seon-hu calls her Yeon-hee, but she quickly cuts him off, telling him to address her as boss instead, since she is the one helping him grow. He mutters that she's going too far, and she instantly shuts up. Suddenly, footsteps echo down the hallway, heading straight for the cracked open door. Jonathan sits inside, watching the Secretary of the Treasury, Ed, walk right in. The sweating official nervously speaks up. He is there to deliver the administration's decision, explaining that the president is highly concerned about their monopoly. The monopoly of Jonathan's investment firm. Jonathan casually cleans his ear, closing his eyes like this is the same old boring song. Every single time it is the same line. He tells him to move on. Ed tries to warn him about the subprime crisis. He warns it originated from Jonathan's group because he keeps ignoring government demands. But Jonathan instantly cuts the old man off. My group caused the subprime crisis. Is this a joke? He sharpens his voice, demanding to know if he is kidding. Even a first-year economics student would know better than to say that. He tells Ed to cut the nonsense and get straight to the point, turning him pale. With cold, sharp eyes, he adds that he does not have time to waste. Since Ed came as a spokesperson, he should do his job. Ed speaks up, pointing out there is already another fund with the exact same goals. Why do they need both to exist? He is talking about the International Environmental Fund. It directly opposes the Environmental Protection Fund backed by the Rothschilds and other major players. This massive new fund was officially announced to protect the natural environments of developing nations all around the globe. But the actual truth is it was designed to buy up land from those developing nations. This protection fund gives them small loans. Small loans are handed out taking their land as collateral. The territory snatched up through this scheme covers a massive portion of the map. Over 30% of the planet, which Jonathan notes includes the Amazon. He agrees there is no reason for both to exist. Inside his head, he confidently adds that everything will soon belong to them anyway. He smiles, offering a new proposal, a deal to dissolve the old environmental fund and relaunch under the international one. He directly requests the officials' full cooperation. This way, they will acquire the highly complicated dungeons they couldn't purchase before. Ed breaks into a cold sweat, completely panicked. He stammers about the president, but Jonathan cuts him off, warning that if the leader is going to move this slowly, his gaze turns razor sharp as he declares they can forget about re-election. He extends his hand, wanting to keep things simple. He demands to be put in direct contact with him. Instantly, a landline phone rings inside the White House, grabbing attention. A middle-aged man looks over. On the other end, Jonathan speaks up the moment the line connects, noting he knows the leader is busy. He has only one simple question. Did a call come in from Rye? The voice on the line confirms it. Jonathan hands the phone over. Ed stands frozen before reaching out to take the receiver. He listens quietly to the voice, repeatedly nodding and mumbling his compliance. Hanging up, Ed turns to Jonathan. The administration will attend the launch ceremony of the new fund and help reorganize the initial one. Jonathan closes his eyes in satisfaction, holding a folder in his hands. He instructs Ed to hand the documents directly to the president. Inside are nomination papers. Jonathan calmly tells the official he is recommending him to be the next head of the Federal Reserve. Completely overwhelmed by this sudden power play, Ed trembles and asks. He nervously inquires about Jonathan's actual shares in the Federal Reserve. Hearing that, Jonathan just smirks, staying completely silent. Resting his hands on his knees, he looks like a mastermind and asks directly about the dollar. How much do you want? A day after Julian received his first invitation, Jonathan went around distributing invitations to join the John Club to the former members of the disbanded Bilderberg Club, including Dressner. But every single one of them was furious with Jonathan. Inside a grand villa, Isaac sat in his wheelchair, his face dark as he listened to reports about funding international environmental groups and handing over all U.S. Federal Reserve shares. Isaac spoke up, thanking Dressner for working hard on his behalf. Suddenly, Dressner produced a sealed envelope with a red wax stamp. Isaac stared full of suspicion, asking what it was. Dressner's face fell. He admitted it was the invitation he had stepped on in front of Jonathan, which he later picked up and smoothed it out. He had done his part, and now it was the patriarch's turn. Isaac went pale, sweating in silence. He let out a heavy sigh, asking if Dressner wanted to make him a laughingstock. Suddenly, Dressner slammed his hand onto Isaac's shoulder, making him wince. Dressner leaned down, voice cracking, saying he could not let his family do this. He begged Isaac to fulfill his duty as patriarch. Clenching his teeth, eyes burning with rage, Dressner yelled that it was for the future generation. Isaac trembled all over. Struggling, Isaac repeated the words for the future. Suddenly, Dressner fell to his knees, his voice cracking with agony. Yes, for the future, damn it, they just had to survive. Sometime later, at the same MGM resort in Gunson, Joan Buck, a sleek black Mercedes, pulled up. A hotel employee politely bowed, apologizing that the entire resort had been booked so they would have to turn back. The man inside the car scoffed in disbelief. Since when did anyone in this country have the guts to block him? Stepping out of the vehicle, he sneered, asking if the employee had any idea who he was. Had this guy even seen someone who owned a $100,000 car? He drawled, telling the kid to let him in while he was still being nice. His girlfriend sat inside applying lipstick, chiming in that they just wanted to support this new resort in the middle of nowhere. Suddenly, a loud horn blared from behind. Annoyed, the man spun around, cursing, wondering what idiot was honking at him. But the words died in his throat as his eyes widened. A fleet of Rolls-Royces, each worth a fortune, was lined up like cheap grocery store cars. Meanwhile, a man checked his phone and opened a new message confirming that everyone had RSVP'd. Adjusting his suit jacket, he thought about the massive conglomerates that had sworn they would never attend. Yet here they were without exception. Even Rothschild, who had claimed he was holding a meeting that very day, was among the first to bow their heads and join. On that day in late 2009, the massive hall was buzzing as powerful figures crowded inside to find their seats. Two of Isaac's former allies spotted each other and traded surprised looks. Then a sharp click echoed through the room. All eyes snapped toward the stage. Sitting in the crowd were Jonathan, Joshua Von Carrot, Julian, and Jamie. Suddenly, Na Seon-hu stepped forward. He walked up to the microphone at the center of the stage, paused, closed his eyes, and then stared directly at the crowd. A few billionaires broke into a cold sweat under his intense gaze. Na Seon-hu tapped the mic to test the sound and began. He declared this the beginning of a new world order and the birth of Club R, warning everyone that this was no place for cooperation. Standing tall at the podium, he made his message loud and clear. Just like the Bilderberg Club before them, their real purpose was to establish a single global government, but this process would not be built on mutual cooperation. Those who agreed could stay seated, while the rest were free to walk out. Faced with a choice, almost everyone remained seated. Watching this unfold, Joshua Von Carrot clenched his fists as he looked up at Na Seon-hu, realizing this was the birth of a new sovereign. He held wealth in his left hand and a sword in his right, a true emperor who would only grow stronger as the days went by. In all of history, no one had ever wielded this kind of raw authority. And what was the first agenda item? He was going to tame these powerful members with completely absurd demands. Joshua cursed inwardly, knowing they had no choice but to obey. Seeing no objections, Na Seon-hu continued, introducing their first topic: what would happen if they were attacked by an extraterrestrial force? The room went dead silent as the sheer weight of the question registered on every face. Then Isaac Roches raised his hand. He wanted to speak, suggesting that their priority must be to prevent public riots and stop any mass chaos from breaking out. Roches urged, emphasizing the need to prevent public riots, but Na Seon-hu interrupted him, telling him to keep his focus strictly on an extraterrestrial attack. He noted that not long ago he reviewed White House military operations where the U.S. government prepared for such events. It was one of the many measures finalized during the Bilderberg era. Among those protocols, they were most paranoid about scenarios that could bring the entire global economy to a standstill. This included extreme threats like nuclear warfare. Above all, they could not let panic originate from their own corporations. That was why this agenda had to be set immediately. Even when the day of reckoning arrived, nobody could shut down banks or stop vital financial services. Several members exchanged tense glances as the harsh reality set in. People in the crowd whisper in confusion, wondering why they are discussing such pointless things and what exactly he even means. But Na ignores them and keeps speaking, reminding everyone that an alien attack is merely one extreme example of many. No matter what, he refuses to sit back and watch their hard-won order collapse, even if a literal extraterrestrial invasion actually happens. He will fight with his entire net worth to ensure the public's financial activities never grind to a halt on that crucial day. The crowd grows incredibly tense as absolute dread fills the room, yet everyone present is struck by the exact same realization. Even if aliens invade and smash the system he built, he plans to strike back with everything he has got. The sheer pressure of his presence is terrifying. Meanwhile, in another room, Jonathan screams at the top of his lungs to liquidate all their capital, asking Julian if he agrees. But Seon-hu Na steps in and calmly tells him to relax. It is not happening yet, he warns. The signs won't appear until 2016, and rushing now could trigger a massive economic disaster, a collapse far worse than the subprime crisis. Hearing this, Jonathan and Julian both ask him the same question in unison. Julian demands to know exactly how much cash he wants to hoard, and if there is even a market left for it. Hearing this, Seon-hu Na stays completely unfazed. He calmly explains that this will be their primary focus on day one of the agenda. They might think he is just making empty threats, but when the day finally arrives, they will need an astronomical amount of cash, a sum far beyond their wildest dreams. Hearing this insane calculation, Jonathan can only stare in hesitant disbelief, wondering what he is planning. Both business partners look incredibly worried, sharing the exact same paranoid thought that maybe their leader has finally lost his mind. Maybe having too much money finally broke his brain. But Seon-hu Na simply speaks up, asking if they know why he chose his code name. Why he calls himself Na Seon-hu. He gently raises his hand, and a heavy wave of raw power suddenly erupts right from his palm. The display leaves both Jonathan and Julian frozen in absolute shock. With a dark, serious expression, Seon-hu Na speaks again. On that day, he hopes to be strong enough to save the world. 8 years pass, bringing them to 2017. On television, the American president is giving a speech mockingly addressing all his defeated enemies who failed to stop him. He wishes everyone a happy new year, looking forward to a brighter future. Meanwhile, Jonathan is caught in a heated sparring match. Trading blows with a skilled fighter, Jonathan pours everything into his defense, struggling to keep up with the aggressive onslaught. Their operations are clearly running smoother than ever, completely shattering the club's long-standing rules for the very first time. Poor fools. Suddenly, his opponent counters with lightning speed, instantly slamming Jonathan flat onto the training mat. Gasping for air, he raises his hand and completely surrenders. The other man calmly stands over him, asking if he wants to keep going. Jonathan declines in his head privately, marveling at how a guy who holds the world's wealth fights like a seasoned lifelong soldier. The richest man alive has some seriously bizarre habits. Out loud, Jonathan gives his opponent a direct, respectful answer. No, let us call it a day, he says, complimenting his sparring partner. Wiping away sweat, he starts to leave when Seon-hu appears. He praises his improved movements from behind. Hearing that familiar voice, Jonathan spins around to confirm it is really him. Sure enough, there he stands accompanied by Yoon-hee. She waves with a warm smile, announcing she tagged along too. Jonathan chuckles and tells Yoon-hee that he gets incredibly jealous every single time they meet. After all, they are supposedly the same age. She playfully pats his shoulder, claiming she is the one who is actually envious because he has aged so handsomely. That rugged middle-aged charm is something she and Seon-hu can never possess. Hearing this absurd compliment, Jonathan scoffs, asking what kind of terrible comfort that is. Seon-hu steps in to break up their playful banter. He pulls out a small pouch as a special gift, handing it directly over to Jonathan to quiet him down. He warns him to keep these extremely rare items close at all times. Taking the bag, Jonathan nods with a very serious expression. He promises to guard it carefully, then quietly asks if they will make it in time. Seon-hu delivers a chilling answer. Today is the very last time they will ever meet face-to-face like this. The three companions walk side by side in quiet contemplation. Jonathan scratches his head, feeling nostalgic about how fast time flies. He still remembers when the truth was first revealed back in 2005. Seon-hu nods quietly, reminding him that the ultimate disaster arrives next year, meaning they must survive at all costs. As Seon-hu reaches out for a firm fist bump, Jonathan promises to do his best so he can be used until the very end. They lock hands in a solemn vow. Seon-hu promises they will meet again in the new world they are building. Suddenly, Yoon-hee leaps down from a rocky ledge to ambush a pack of monsters, but her strike only inflicts minor damage. Frustrated with her poor performance, she sheepishly apologizes to Seon-hu for the mediocre rewards, since this is only a D-class dungeon. Blood coats Seon-hu's clothes after he easily wipes out the remaining beasts, leaving them to wonder what their next move will be. But he calmly tells Yoon-hee that it is enough, pointing out that his gear and B-rank dungeon experience should be plenty. Yoon-hee looks ready to collapse, blaming herself and crying that she is useless for not raising even one of his stats to D rank. Seeing her spiral like this, Na Seon-hu gently strokes her hair and holds her close, assuring her they will definitely make it out alive. Meanwhile, back in the chairman's office, Na Seon-hu's father Naeon looks at a family photo and falls deep into his own thoughts. He realizes that while most people would wish to go back to their youth, he never would. His current life is too perfect. He has wealth, status, a loving wife, and an incredible son, and there is no guarantee a second chance would turn out this good. This realization cements his final decision to retire, knowing he cannot keep pushing his body to the limit forever. Holding his resignation letter, Jamie admits it is a real shame since he even turned down offers from other major companies. Naeon just smiles warmly, thanking her and saying that there comes a time when everyone eventually has to move on. Nodding in agreement, Jamie slides a thick stack of papers across the desk, telling him this will be his very last assignment. Taking the documents, Naeon reads about a 100-day VIP stay at the Samam Resort, wondering how many tickets are in there. Jamie explains that as a token of gratitude, the company has prepared something special for him to enjoy with his loved ones. She hands him a total of 100 tickets, reassuring him that any working friends he invites will get fully paid leave. Even for those who run their own businesses, the company will cover any financial losses during their stay at the resort. This level of corporate generosity is almost too good to be true, making sure no guest loses a single penny. Naeon's eyes widen in sheer disbelief as Jamie adds that the company will also handle any issues that might pop up. Since he dedicated his entire life to the corporation, they want to make sure his final retirement assignment is completed perfectly. Naeon can only stare in confusion, wondering if this business is just incredibly strange or if all foreign companies act this way. Once he gets home, he discusses the package with his wife, admitting that while he is grateful, it all feels a bit much. But since the resort rooms are already booked, there is no turning back now, prompting his wife to ask about their son. She hopes Na Seon-hu can join them, and right on cue the front door swings open as their son walks right in. His mother squeals with delight, rushing over to hug him, while over at the Sineum Resort tourists are enjoying their stay. In contrast, the Awaken of Revolution and Myung-jin look tense as they brace for the looming start of the operations. Yet, the vital members of the Destiny research team and their families are actually getting to enjoy a peaceful, relaxing getaway. Later that evening, Na Seon-hu and Yoon-hee stroll down the quiet streets where she thanks him for looking after her beloved family. He tells her it is nothing, apologizing instead for placing such a heavy burden on her shoulders for her upcoming stay abroad. Yoon-hee must remain in the United States until the test site opens, especially since the threat of nuclear weapons still looms. With an unpredictable president in power, Yoon-hee's powerful ISIS gaze skill might just be humanity's absolute last line of defense. As he guides her to the car, he bids her farewell, promising that they will meet again at the designated test site. With tears welling up in her eyes, she asks if they will truly see each other again, hoping for some reassurance. He instantly gives her a firm nod, promising her they will, while silently swearing to himself that they absolutely must reunite. For 3 whole days after her departure, Na Seon-hu locks himself in his room, staring blankly at his computer screen. Rubbing his tired face, he tells his teammates that if 10 years of preparation is not enough, more time won't help. Jonathan and Julian quickly reassure him, insisting that the mighty Juno group is far too strong to ever collapse. And the same goes for the entire city, which finally brings some much-needed relief to Na Seon-hu's heavy heart. Now that every possible preparation has been completed, the only thing left for them to do is wait for the storm. Though their expressions differ, they all share a deep anxiety knowing they must survive the looming bank-run crisis. They need the stock market to stand strong, giving the public a reason to keep trusting the financial system. Even if they cannot control every dictatorship, they must keep pulling the strings of the global financial market. All three of them are ready, and suddenly Jonathan yells out that it has finally begun, drawing Na Seon-hu's attention. Emergency alerts blare out reporting unidentified threats, 13 kilometers northeast of Seoul and 9 kilometers southwest of Hwaseong. More portals open 25 kilometers north of Tonggang and 4 kilometers southeast of Gimhae, unleashing waves of unknown monsters. As citizens are ordered to seek shelter and follow military instructions, Na Seon-hu's parents suddenly burst into his room. His father, Naeon, spots him and calls out to his wife that their son is safe inside before quickly warning Na Seon-hu. He yells that armed foreigners are entering their area and urges everyone to find a safe place immediately. Before his dad could even finish panicking about the monsters, Na Seon-hu cut in to calm him down. "That is not true, Dad. We have people who will protect us. I know you are terrified right now, but please calm down. At this very moment, this place is the safest spot on Earth." Over in Brooklyn, New York, a man named Chris is wrapping up his proposal. He thanks everyone for attending this investment board meeting. As everyone knows, Jonathan Group pulling out of the market is an obvious trend. It is clear they do not have the confidence they used to. They can no longer guarantee the same massive returns as before. At the same time, the head of their group has his own hidden agenda. They are transitioning from sole monopolists to major shareholders. But in reality, they are running out of steam. That is how my profits hit record highs. My returns surged because I bet heavily on their decline. Suddenly, a man in the crowd speaks up. "But they did consistently boost our profits for a decade." A woman sitting next to him chimes in, agreeing with his point. She looks at Chris and says they need something far more concrete. They need a real solid reason if he wants their financial backing. Like the actual reason Jonathan is leaving the stock market in the first place. Chris looks back at them and replies, "You mean war, right? That is what everyone is saying. But I do not buy into that theory. There has been absolutely no unusual movement in gold prices or any other natural resource markets. There is no sign of war anywhere." Before he can even finish explaining, a sudden explosion rips through the building. The entire room erupts in panic. What on earth was that? Is it a bomb? Everyone runs for their lives. Amidst the chaos, Chris's phone rings with a voice asking where he is. Chris gasps out his answer while running for his life. "I am at the investment board meeting." The voice on the phone quickly warns him. "Are you in New York? Stay away from Brooklyn. Monsters have appeared." Chris freezes, realizing he is already right there. He panics and asks if it is some kind of terrorist attack. The caller quickly shuts down that hope. No, they are actual monsters. After giving one last urgent warning, the line goes dead. Chris just checked the news. He immediately pulls up the latest updates. The breaking news headlines are absolutely flooded with reports of monsters tearing the city apart. He stares at the flashing screen, utterly paralyzed. He can barely process the terrifying reality, wondering what is happening. Then the words of that female investor suddenly flash through his mind. She asked for a concrete reason to invest in him. She wanted to know exactly why Jonathan pulled out of the stock market. The puzzle pieces suddenly clicked together. Damn, was this the reason? No, if Jonathan knew, they would not have abandoned cash. Suddenly, another massive blast erupts, blowing him clean off his feet and throwing his body straight into the burning city rubble. Alarm sounds blare through the air. Even if the physical buildings of 50B Bank are destroyed, your financial records are safe. They are securely stored across multiple servers nationwide. This redundancy setup was established right after the major 8/11 incident. It ensures all your deposits remain fully protected. However, if you do not trust our emergency protocols during this unnatural national crisis, please feel free to visit our closest local branch. We will work tirelessly to safeguard your funds and protect your precious assets. Please understand that panic will only trigger a much larger financial crisis. We urge everyone to remain completely calm. Thrown pretty far by the blast, Chris luckily escapes with minor injuries. He sits up only to freeze when he spots a monster nearby. Startled by the unconscious beast, he quickly grabs his phone. The screen is still broadcasting the emergency message, promising safety. Your assets are secure, everything is safe. Chris glares at the screen, gritting his teeth in frustration. They did not trigger the contingency. Instead, they just used standard circuit breakers. The stock exchange will resume trading in 20 minutes. A true contingency plan is different. It is a massive defense protocol activated during extreme crises like terrorist attacks designed to temporarily suspend all financial operations. In contrast, a circuit breaker only triggers when the market drops catastrophically within a single minute, stopping all active trading. If prices plummet too fast, trading freezes. Chris stares blankly, his mind racing as he tries to put the pieces together. Wait, what are Jonathan and the other massive financial giants doing with all their cash? They are definitely strong enough for this. Gathering his wits, he frantically dials his associate. He mutters a silent prayer, begging her to pick up the phone. Fortunately, she answers. The female colleague is trembling under her desk, sobbing and practically losing her mind as she talks. She cries out that everything is ruined. Chris tries his best to calm her down, raising his voice so she listens. Listen to me closely. Do not abandon our capital. Use every single cent we have to snap up all the falling stocks. Do you copy? Still shaking with fear, she quietly agrees. Chris continues telling her they must move as fast as possible. But before he can even finish his sentence, a loud noise echoes nearby. He grabs a heavy pipe from the rubble. He raises the pipe, ready to fight for his life. Damn it, he spent too long on Wall Street to die here. Suddenly, a loud voice cuts through the smoke, calling out to see if anyone is alive. Chris immediately pokes his head out. Spotting him, a rescue squad asks what he is doing down there and tells him to hurry up and get over to them. Meanwhile, a group of desperate executives is shouting accusations at Jonathan Group, demanding they immediately liquidate all their assets and stock right now and focus on securing physical assets. Jonathan says something, but in contrast to the frantic panic of the executives, Jonathan calmly tells them to go back. If the global financial system collapses, humanity goes straight back to the Stone Age. He reminds them they know this truth better than anyone. Wall Street is the bedrock of civilization, even if they stand on the brink of a brand new era. Once the panicking executives are finally cleared out, Jonathan jumps on a tense video call to report the situation to Na Seon-hu. The market is a complete madhouse, but Jonathan managed to quiet the room. He asks if the market circuit breakers are working because Silverman and Morgan have dumped absolutely everything. Those cowards completely ignored their club agreement. Over on the other screen, Na Seon-hu looks pale and utterly exhausted, taking a slow sip of coffee. He tells Jonathan to send plans 3 and 4 to the authorities. Japan is on the verge of ruin, so they must keep focusing on London. With futures markets they're shutting down and reopening, Jonathan grinds his teeth at one name, Isaac Rothschild. Right now, Isaac Rothschild is staring at his computer screen, listening directly to a video call from Na Seon-hu. Isaac secretly thinks that true to his alias of Na Seon-hu, this young man is somehow stopping a global economic collapse. Na Seon-hu gets straight to the point, coldly asking if Isaac really thinks Na Seon-hu would let the world fade away. Avoiding a straight answer, Isaac remarks that it has been quite a while, but Na Seon-hu has no time for games. With his eyes shot red from fatigue, he warns Isaac to make the right choice, reminding him who gave him this chance. With that, Na Seon-hu cuts the line. Isaac stares blankly at the dark monitor, telling the man next to him that Na Seon-hu just warned him not to do anything incredibly stupid. Dresner Rothschild asks for clarification, prompting Isaac to turn and face him. He tells Dresner that he cannot make the call as this is not his place. He wants to know Dresner's final decision. Without pressing further, Dresner shares his choice. The monsters ravaging the planet may be brutal, but things are apparently being handled. With global news claiming the threat is under control, Dresner declares it is time for the family's leadership to finally change. Isaac nods in agreement, saying this office belongs to Dresner now after being occupied by others for 10 long years. Dresner admits he now understands Isaac's moves during the subprime crisis. Meanwhile, Na Seon-hu, eyes burning red from exhaustion, is working at his computer and taking a quick sip of water. He knows that whether they took his warning seriously or not, the Rothschilds have already stopped dumping assets and started buying. Once the market shows temporary stability, the global panic will begin to fade. On the other end, Jonathan is fighting to control the chaos, saying they allowed banks to borrow their emergency bonds. He curses, knowing that without their intervention, the entire global financial system would have collapsed in a matter of hours. Na Seon-hu notes that with the monster raids temporarily pausing, they have a brief window of peace. But Jonathan knows exactly what is coming next. Na Seon-hu pauses for a brief moment, his voice growing incredibly cold and fiercely determined. He warns that once corporations calm down, they will start aggressively dumping capital. Elites and executives will rush back to their desks, screaming to sell off everything they own. But get this, Na Seon-hu's team is going to do the exact opposite, shouting to buy everything, buy up the entire world. Jonathan stares at his screen and yells that too many assets are flooding the market. Julian is buried under endless paperwork, screaming that city's reserve funds are completely dry, begging Na Seon-hu to halt the stock market. He pleads that the pressure is simply too much. But then brace yourselves, because breaking news flashes across the screen. Russian nuclear bombers are on the move. Their target is the open gate north of Moscow as their military refuses to wait. Hearing this, Na Seon-hu stares in absolute shock. He cannot believe it, wondering if their undercover agents in Russia have completely failed. If a nuke goes off now, global doom is guaranteed. With a sharp gasp, Na Seon-hu bolts upright, looking around in total confusion. He is safe in bed with Jamie beside him while the television plays quietly, reporting on the global recovery. It has been 1 week since the containment of those unidentified creatures, and global financial markets are finally starting to settle. Wall Street saw a massive overnight recovery thanks to aggressive buying, while the Kospi index managed to close at 801.3, up 0.51%. Na Seon-hu rubs his eyes, wondering when on earth he fell asleep as Jamie watches him from the bedside. With tears in her eyes, she asks Na Seon-hu, or rather, Na Seon-hu, where this world would even be without him. Hearing her words right after waking up sends a cold chill down his spine. It is far too early to relax. Starting tonight, terrifying monsters capable of shrugging off modern military weaponry will begin to emerge. They have to hold the line just a little longer. If they can evacuate civilians from the red zones and stop any desperate nuclear strikes, the surviving awakened ones from the trials will finally be able to clean up the mess. Wiping his exhausted face, he asks Jamie about the press conference. She reassures him that everything is nearly set and they are relocating under the banner of the newly formed World Awakened Association. Joshua looks tense as he thinks to himself about the beginning of humanity's survival. Even though he knew this, was prepared for so long, he still cannot believe they actually pulled it off. The idea of one person being strong enough to stop a terrifying invasion from another world is just completely mind-blowing. Over the past week, Na Seon-hu's forces have already first swept up all the global goods. Thanks to Na Seon-hu's massive intervention, the market is finally stable enough to function. But wait, is he trembling out of pure excitement or sheer terror? Noticing him staring blankly out the window, Jamie asks if he is doing okay. Deep in thought, Joshua startles slightly before quickly replying that he is fine. Jamie then continues her report, saying the press conference is ready. This immediately reminds Joshua of his past conversation with Seon-hu, who instructed him to handle this with his team in Team 1 of tomorrow. Seon-hu warned him never to let anyone suspect that they cannot control this situation. Back then, Joshua had hesitantly asked if it was really okay to let him speak to the press about such a massive deal. But Seon-hu just encouraged him, calling Joshua the only person he trusts to use the association president's name. With only a few hours left before the trial test site opens, this is the final support Seon-hu can offer him. Joshua had quickly thanked his boss before stepping through the dimensional portal. Now Joshua stands tall in front of the massive crowd to deliver his speech, reminding them that humanity was invaded just a week ago. Elsewhere, citizens are loudly chanting Jonathan's name. But Jonathan knows exactly who the real savior of this whole crisis is. He bitterly reflects on how these people think. He saved the market when, as always, absolutely no one ever cheers for Na Seon-hu. Turning to his partner, Kim Chol-soo, he explains that he really needs his help. Whether people thank them for saving the world or blame them for exploiting a crisis to boost their fame when their stock holdings are exposed, the public will inevitably condemn them. That is just basic human nature. Working so closely with Jonathan, Kim Chol-soo understands the situation perfectly. He quickly replies that he completely understands, suggesting they thoroughly distribute all their shares. Through cross-trading, they will funnel them into shell corporations and erase all transaction records. Since the New York Stock Exchange is not a government agency, doing this should be pretty simple. In essence, cross-trading allows buy and sell orders for the same asset to be offset without recording the transaction on the exchange. Staring closely at his computer screen, Jonathan notes that, in just a few hours, the monster invasion speed will reach an entirely different level. It will escalate to a point where the military cannot hope to stop them, and that is when they will make their move. Hearing this, Kim Chol-soo nervously asks if they should run away instead of worrying about share manipulation. Jonathan casually grabs the remote and switches on the television. Dealing with high-tier monsters is not a job for the military but for the awakened. On screen, Joshua Von Grand's press conference begins. Joshua addresses the World Awakened Association, speaking loudly to the crowd. He warns them that another attack is coming, but this time, they cannot stop it with modern weapons. Neither guns nor nuclear weapons will work. The only way to fight back is through the sheer will of those blessed with supernatural powers. 1 hour after the monsters strike, the path will officially open. Right then, the trial test site will activate, and some of the viewers watching right now will be chosen to enter. However, the flow of time within this mysterious trial site is entirely different. No matter how long they spend their time in the real world stands completely still. To everyone else, it will seem like they suddenly materialize out of nowhere to wipe out the enemy as if they were fully prepared. He asks the public to wait. This stunning broadcast completely captivates the world. Seon-hu and his parents are also watching the television in disbelief. His father gasps, pointing out that the speaker must be from the Korean family. Joshua has absolutely no reason to lie right now. This means the trial test site is likely real. At exactly 1700 hours, high-tier monsters begin pouring out of the gates. By 1750 and 1758, beasts ravage the cities. In the previous timeline, the United States deployed nuclear weapons at 1755, but currently the screens only show chaotic updates of monster strikes. Seon-hu watches everything unfold according to his grand design, clenching his fists tightly. His eyes turn a sharp purple as he whispers with absolute determination that they finally succeeded. At 1759, while his mother sleeps and his father remains glued to the news, Seon-hu gears up and prepares to leave. He bids his father goodbye, promising to return soon before instantly vanishing into another dimension. His father is left utterly speechless, only managing to desperately call out after him right as he fades away. The panic cry wakes his wife up instantly. Meanwhile, players worldwide receive the system notification to log into the trial test site. Countless people are swept into this foreign dimension, looking around in utter confusion. Suddenly, a blue system screen materializes right before them. The system's mechanical voice echoes through the void, congratulating them on successfully logging into the trial test site. They log into the trial zone. A tiny angel suddenly appears and announces that she is the guide for Act 1, Scene 1. She knows everyone is completely panicked right now, but they really need to pay attention to her. Sure, this place looks quite familiar, but it is totally different from the real world. It operates under its own unique rules and flow of time, so she asks if they understand. Watching her flutter around, some people find her incredibly beautiful. The guide explains that this realm is designed for growth, starting with various quests. Completing them allows entry into the subsequent rounds, so everyone must do their best. But an angry man demands to go back to his 2 kids, stating he does not care about these childish games. Hearing that, the little angel smiles sinisterly as her eyes flash a dark red, asking if her rules are really that hard to comprehend. Suddenly, she makes the man's head expand and blow up right before them, leaving everyone in absolute terror. The guide calmly remarks that she will keep explaining until they finally get it. Panic breaks out as people flee. Someone screams at a soldier, telling him to shoot that freak, demanding to know why he has a weapon. But the soldier was pulled straight from the battlefield, and though he has all of his gear, there is a catch. None of it works. Chaos erupts as people cry out for their mothers and scream at each other, realizing that all the stairs are completely blocked off. Surveying the room, the soldier realizes he must hide the fact that his firearm is totally useless. He has to take control of this situation. Stepping forward, he commands the crowd to stay quiet and listen up. He introduces himself as Lieutenant Lee Do-hyun of the White Skull Reconnaissance Battalion, 3rd Infantry Division, ordering them to stay together. They must remain calm and cooperate to survive. He asks anyone with prior military experience to step forward, and a few comply. Next, he asks if anyone can get their phone to turn on. But a middle-aged man suddenly cuts him off. He scoffs that it is impossible since they are in another world now. The soldier calmly asks him to introduce himself. The older man proudly points to himself and introduces his name as Kang Na Seon-hu, explaining his perspective to the officer. He tells him not to take it personally, but if the soldier wants to lead, he actually needs to understand the situation. He instructs the officer to repeat after him and say the words, "Status window." Lieutenant Lee thinks the man is just being ridiculous. He sternly tells the man to stay quiet. But Kang Na Seon-hu ignores him, pulling out a sharp knife to pressure the officer. He tells the lieutenant to just try it once to obtain a weapon. Seeing the blade, Lieutenant Lee raises his gun, shouting. He warns the older man not to move. Kang Na Seon-hu frowns in frustration, insisting that he just needs to say the words. Suddenly, a child nearby calls out those exact words, and a floating virtual interface pops up instantly, catching everyone's eye. The boy shouts that he got an amazing skill, proving the old man right about the awakening rewards. Realizing the situation is rapidly slipping out of his control, the lieutenant tries desperately to keep everyone calm. Kang Na Seon-hu sighs, realizing the military approach won't work. He looks at a silent, heavily clothed youth and makes a decision. Slipping away from the main group, he runs after the quiet, cloaked young man, calling out for him to wait up. He catches up and introduces himself as Kang Na Seon-hu over 42. The mysterious young man remains silent before speaking. Jihan asks if the older man is really intending to follow him. Kang Na Seon-hu simply shrugs and asks if that is a problem. Jihan suggests that staying with the military squad would be much safer, but Kang Na Seon-hu is determined to tag along. Resigned, Jihan tells him to do as he pleases, but delivers a grim warning that following him will likely get him killed. Internally, Jihan notes that he has never met this man before, realizing he has been placed in an entirely different group. The little guide suddenly pops up again, playfully asking where everyone went. She mentions that out of the initial 100 players, only 99 remain active after one gave up. Now that 99 survivors have awakened, she assumes they understand the basics. It is time to transition to the next phase. She asks if they are ready to utilize their new powers to survive. The first wave defense quest is officially active. They now have exactly 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds left. Cheerful as ever, she assures them they have plenty of preparation time. With that, Act 1 Scene 1 begins. While the rest of the crowd descends into utter panic, Jihan remains dead silent. Nearby, Na Seon-hu Jin scowls in deep confusion. He wonders what that creepy creature is even talking about. Suddenly, a mysterious dark red energy barrier materializes in front of them. Real fear finally starts to creep in, and the older man hesitates, realizing he does not want to cross that terrifying boundary. As the other survivors emerge, Na Seon-hu Jin frantically tells them that some crazy kid just walked right through the barrier. A nearby soldier approaches the barrier, raising his gun. He notes that all exits are completely blocked, making this their only option. It looks incredibly risky, but Jihan steps right through the dark wall, disappearing completely into the unknown. A soldier asks Kwon Seong-il if he knows him. He honestly admits that he doesn't, but feels they definitely need him. Hearing his answer, the soldier takes charge of the group, declaring that he will make the decisions and they must team up. He orders everyone to follow him, pooling all their supplies, badges, and personal items into one pile for easy management. Suddenly, the little guide chimed in again, praising their initiative and saying she really likes their cooperative attitude. Kwon Seong-il scratches his head, thinking this was expected, while the terrified crowd can only grumble in fear. They quietly curse, wondering who these people think they are under the extremely watchful eye of that creepy guide. Just then, the system alerts them that the trial wave has been cleared, leaving everyone utterly confused and asking what happened. It turns out Seon-hu cleared it alone by wiping out the monsters. The system rings out again with more news. A silver reward box is awarded to each survivor. Instantly, people start bragging about the crazy skills they just unlocked. One got an attack skill while another got healing. Even the little guide is visibly shocked by the sudden clear. She admits she is genuinely impressed by their speed. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner, the proud soldier checks his new reward. A healing skill, he mutters to himself, completely unsatisfied, before turning to ask the guide if trade is possible. He demands to know if they can trade skills among themselves or if she can swap this one for him. The little guide quickly replies that she does not have the ultimate power to hack or modify the system. When he asks who does, she explains that only a challenger has that right if they meet the conditions. But she warns him it is incredibly difficult, prompting the curious soldier to immediately ask what those requirements actually are. She says it is a secret they must find out themselves, calling this advice a free bonus for clearing so fast. The soldier nods in silence, thanking her, and assumes they are finally ready to move on to stage 1. But the little guide's face suddenly turns dark, her eyes glowing red as she asks who said anything about moving on. She explains that the prep phase is not over yet, and while they can rest, she has a better idea. Since they seem totally bored, she creates a special quest for them to enjoy. Instantly, holographic screens pop up. One survivor gasps as he reads the notification for the next trial, realizing a brand new quest has started. The system states too many survive, demanding they choose one person to be eliminated from their ranks. Two players stare at each other in absolute horror, realizing the system is forcing them to vote someone to die. They jump in shock as a figure suddenly approaches, immediately raising their weapons in defense while yelling at him. They tell him to freeze and follow military protocol while they quickly call their squad leader to handle this. Moments later, the squad leader arrives with a man in white, asking Seon-hu if he cleared the dungeon. He demands an explanation, but Seon-hu coldly replies that he simply handled the monster himself and nothing more. The leader argues it was too fast, causing a major issue with the vote quest they all received. Seon-hu calmly warns him to get used to it since the system does whatever the hell it wants. The leader asks if he is a member of the World Awakened Association, which Seon-hu directly confirms. He tells the leader that they need to figure out their own way of choosing who to sacrifice. He warns them not to interfere with his business, adding that if they want real help, they must bow down. Deep down, Seon-hu resolves to never let that tragedy happen again as another man suddenly steps forward. It is Kwon Seong-il, who yells at the squad leader, asking if he forgot everything he had said. He reminds the leader that this young man was the one who told them about the awakening rewards. He insists they should be grateful, but the squad leader scoffs, dismissing the advice as useless nonsense. Kwon Seong-il had earlier laughed, asking if the young man was finally going to reveal his very expensive name. Seon-hu replied that it was pricier than he thought, asking one more time if he would truly follow him. Though his life would become a dangerous gamble, the older man agreed, trusting Seon-hu over the soldiers. He stammers out an apology for running away earlier, but Seon-hu simply shrugs it off with a calm look. He tells him that keeping up is the real challenge, introducing himself under a rather grand title. He instructs him to call him Na Seon-hu. Back in the present, Seon-hu directly confronts the squad leader. He asks if the leader blames him for this nightmare, completely ignoring the fact that he saved them all. The leader stammers in denial, desperately pleading with the young man to wait until everyone calms down first. That white-robed guy leaves. He mutters about how annoying this is. The demonic guide is just trying to make their lives miserable. It wants to make everything more complicated. Na Seon-hu dusts off his dusty coat. He asks why the man is not joining them. Kagan Sanjin sighs. Humans are far scarier than monsters. Heading over there now might get him killed. Those selfish bastards have completely lost their minds. He complains loudly before turning to offer Na Seon-hu a friendly warning. Watch your back out there. If that platoon leader turns on you, things will get incredibly dangerous. If he draws a gun, run back to safety. Na Seon-hu admits he cannot understand his companion's logic. Staying with a marked man only makes him a target too. Kagun Sanjin just laughs. His ex left for that exact reason. She never understood him either. But a man needs to speak his mind. Na Seon-hu then asks what skill he received. He honestly admits he only got an item and a badge before those soldiers took everything. Sanjin just flexes his muscles. He claims his raw physical strength is higher than anyone else's. This is the true power of a real man. Na Seon-hu just sighs. Is his name really Kagun Sanjin? Meanwhile, the platoon leader walks away with a dark expression. The system suddenly alerts them. A certain hidden quest has been completed. The platoon leader looks incredibly dark as he walks. Na Seon-hu realizes the leader must have personally executed those troublemakers. How ruthless, and yet highly effective. The platoon leader approaches Na Seon-hu. He asks for cooperation. He wants his militia to handle the next wave. They desperately need real combat experience to survive. But Na Seon-hu flatly repeats his absolute rule. We will not interfere with each other. He turns to leave, telling the leader to just do whatever he wants. Suddenly, the creepy guide pops up again. Did everyone rest well? We gave you so much preparation time. It warns them that this next wave will attack from 2 directions. The quest screen instantly materializes. Only 19 minutes and 59 seconds remain. Na Seon-hu tells the leader to leave the southern side to him. Build barricades. The platoon leader orders his men to reinforce the northern front immediately to ensure their survival. The timer hits 0. The battle erupts immediately, leaving countless civilians wounded and trapped under the smoking rubble. Desperate cries echo everywhere. People beg for Liu to heal them, screaming out in absolute agony and terror. Kagun Sanjin arrives with Na Seon-hu. He completely freezes in horror. The devastation before them is absolute. They find the cold body of the platoon leader. Sanjin shakes his head, pitying his tragic, short-lived stubbornness. Talk about zero breathing room. The system suddenly announces that the next wave quest has already begun. Only 19 minutes and 59 seconds left. Na Seon-hu simply says, "Let's go," pulling his partner back into action. While the other survivors scramble to reorganize, Sanjin and Na Seon-hu face the 4th wave entirely on their own. Sanjin narrowly escapes death several times, but the insane rewards make the near-death experience totally worth it. The guide reappears to praise their speed. Did you know you hold the highest rank of all survivors? It admits it severely underestimated him. Next time, it promises to make the challenge much more exciting for him. Kagun Sanjin scowls. He is relieved it didn't throw another crazy quest at them, though that creature does whatever it wants. Na Seon-hu advises Sanjin to fight with the main group next time. He needs to get used to his new stats. Sanjin sighs. Why should he protect those totally ungrateful cowards who previously tried to take their lives? Do as you like, Na Seon-hu tells him, but never work for free. Go teach them a lesson in order. Back at the camp, Kagun Sanjin approaches the new leader Du Chio-leung. He questions his youthful appearance. The young man explains he was chosen because he is a doctor. Sanjin remains deeply skeptical of his worth. Sanjin asks if he possesses some rare healing skill. Du Chio-leung admits he has no such magical ability. People simply trusted him after seeing him perform basic first aid. Sanjin warns him to recognize his true fate. The doctor agrees, mentioning the World Awakened Association. Kagun Sanjin quickly cuts him off with the hard truth. Na Seon-hu requested this help, but nothing in this world is free. Du Chio-leung nods, agreeing to their terms. He promises they will gather supplies for him. But Sanjin rejects the offer and pulls out a shining crystal. He shows him a magic stone. He wants these crystals harvested from monster corpses instead of worthless cash. Na Seon-hu had advised him that establishing magic stones as currency is the key to rebuilding societal order. Banks will eventually emerge to handle the heavy stones. This will kickstart the economy and generate vital energy. While his grand economic vision slowly takes root, Na Seon-hu sits quietly in a corner, peacefully grilling some meat. He forces himself to eat. He knows that eating is survival, the only way to get stronger, so he closes his eyes and swallows. Nearby, Sanjin is lost in thought. He thinks of himself that the water and meat bought from cleared zones do not look appetizing at all, but they are still edible. He raises the meat to his mouth and takes a bite. If only monster meat were edible, things would be so much easier. Then again, getting food poisoning now would ruin everything. Sanjin turns to the other 2 survivors. He reminds them that magic stones are as good as currency here, able to buy plenty of food. All they need to do is bring those stones in. But he knows magic stones in town are running low because waves 3 and 4 were blocked right at the portals. The supply is dry. A man asks nervously if Sanjin wants them to hunt monsters, his voice shaking with fear. Beside him, a woman cowers. She begs for mercy, pleading with him to just let everyone survive together. Sanjin only snorts coldly in response. Have they no shame at all? If they do not have the guts to cross the safety line, they can stay behind and wait for the next wave to slaughter them. The two survivors freeze. He snaps, asking if they need a reminder. Weaklings like them have to work together if they want to survive. Just then, a new voice chimes in. A man wearing goggles speaks up, agreeing with Sanjin. He tells the crowd that they cannot keep relying on their protectors forever. They need to form their own hunting team and grow stronger as a group. Sanjin stands up, grabbing his heavy weapon. He tells them to stop cowering, promising to personally escort them past the barrier. As the crowd begins to nod in agreement, the goggled man winks at him, mouthing a silent thank you. Sanjin smirks. It is nothing, he thinks, just people helping people. Later, he goes to find Na Seon-hu. He reports that the goggled guy is a smooth talker and highly efficient, but Na Seon-hu, the healer, seems to belong to an entirely different species. The man pulled all the magic stones into a public fund for the town. Na Seon-hu points out that the move was actually quite clever. Sanjin asks what he means, suggesting Na Seon-hu meet the man himself. But Na Seon-hu warns him not to trust people so easily, especially the smart ones. Sanjin thumps his chest confidently. He boasts about his sharp eye for people, noting he was right about Na Seon-hu. Suddenly, a system alert flashes. The next wave quest is active with 16 hours left before the 5th wave hits. Na Seon-hu prepares to leave, telling Sanjin to hold the line. He promises to clear 4 of the 5 entry points himself. He knows that if he can destroy the monster-spawning nests and complete the hidden quest, 3 golden reward boxes will drop at each cleared site. This incredible feat would push both his physical strength and sensory perception to D rank. Ready to test his theory, Na Seon-hu calls out to the empty air, telling the system guide that he knows she is watching and to show herself. The guide manifests, stating that having a true challenger in her trial zone is both a massive honor and a heavy burden. After all, this is only Stage 1 of the testing ground, yet he has the unique privilege of a second attempt. Na Seon-hu ignores the flattery, wanting to make a system adjustment. The guide replies that any changes will depend entirely on the trial's difficulty. Smiling, she asks what he wants, and Na Seon-hu speaks frankly. He asks if there is a way to make the forest keepers target them. The guide is stunned silent by his suicidal request. Soon system notifications pop up. The screen flashes with a warning that the message has been censored. Then a rapid cascade of the exact same warning fills his vision. Censored, censored, censored. Na Seon-hu gets a massive headache watching the spam. He tells her to stop, shifting his focus to adjusting the reward boxes. The guide asks why he wants to change the box system. He explains that the current reward distribution is completely random, leaving too much to chance. Not only are skills and items random, but even core attributes like health and strength are left to the roll of a die. If things stay this way, survival will depend on pure luck rather than effort. He refuses to leave his fate to chance and makes his demand. He demands the ability to choose his own rewards from the boxes. The guide seeks clarification, asking if he wants to select the reward category. The items inside the chosen category would still be random. Na Seon-hu confirms this, asking what kind of trial he needs to clear for this privilege. A second later, the system blares. The Challenger trial has been activated, and a new quest, called the Solemn Challenger, is officially created. Without the interference of deadly chaos, the system would have operated flawlessly. However, due to dark forces, the system is now heavily warped. Destined to fall into absolute chaos, he must now conquer a quest war. The rewards include system boxes, category selection, and editing rights. This is a unique trial tailored specifically for him, but a warning suddenly flashes, urging him to gather as many allies as possible. He is about to be force teleported to the quest location. Na Seon-hu breaks into a cold sweat, realizing the timing could not be worse. But the guide only gives him a cold, mocking smile. With a wave of her hand, she initiates the teleportation sequence immediately. She wishes him luck, leaving Na Seon-hu to curse her silently as the world fades. The system then issues his victory and defeat conditions. To win, he must either destroy the altar of deadly chaos or completely wipe out the enemy forces. If his allies die, it is game over. The system warns that his presence has been detected and the enemy forces are already moving to surround his position. Na Seon-hu scans the horizon and feels his stomach drop. Facing him is a Declan Air Force, 2 mage squads, and an army of giants. The combined ground and aerial forces number around 1,000 monsters. Standing entirely alone on a barren hill, the scene feels intensely familiar. It takes him back to his very first solo dungeon raid. Watching the massive horde march toward him, he cannot help but laugh at his luck. Even with all his powerful gear, his chances of survival are just as slim as they were back then. Stealing his resolve, he activates his ring. Holding his ring of absolute authority, he gazes calmly at the sky, locking his sights on the mature graph. While they are still panicking, a massive whirlwind sweeps through, tearing the monsters away. Na Seon-hu charges right into the fray, screaming out, "Come at me, you bastard!" At this moment, the system shows that there are exactly 2 hours, 8 minutes, and 12 seconds remaining until the fifth wave. The glass-wearing man walks over to Kagan Sanjin. He calls out to Sanjin as a bro, asking if Na Seon-hu has returned yet. Sanjin replies honestly that Na Seon-hu might be blocking the spawn points. He said he would handle 4 areas, so they should not worry. Yet deep down, Sanjin feels anxious since 10 hours have passed without a sign. Na Seon-hu has never been gone for this long before. Sensing his uneasy thoughts, the glass-wearing man asks if something went wrong. Kagan Sanjin brushes it off, saying he only thinks that because he does not know Na Seon-hu, nothing bad could possibly happen to him. The man with glasses falls deep into thought. He realizes he should have backed Na Seon-hu up the moment he saw him clear that first wave. If he had known the financial system would survive the initial monster invasion, he would not have missed out on so many massive opportunities. Staring at Kagan Sanjin, he calculates his next moves. Once they get back, the World Awakened Association will definitely be a major powerhouse. Sticking close to Na Seon-hu is his best bet, but even Kagan Sanjin would do. Suddenly, the system announces that the next wave is ready. The fifth wave timer hits 0 seconds. Chaos erupts. Terrified screams echo everywhere as monsters flood through entry point 1. They are spilling from entry point 2. Entry point 3 is overrun. Someone help at point 4. Please save us at point 5. The glass-wearing man grits his teeth in frustration. So much for his confidence. Did Na Seon-hu die trying to block just one single entry point? Someone screams that point 5 is falling and needs reinforcements. Kagan Sanjin fights off monsters, noticing the man just standing there in a daze. He barks at him to focus instead of freezing up. Right then, the monster horde surges forward like a swarm of angry bees. Kagan Sanjin goes pale as the beasts swarm him. He desperately screams for help, begging someone to tear the creatures off his body. The man with glasses watches in sheer terror. He panics, shouting for Cheolian, realizing they are totally doomed and he must escape immediately. Leaving Kagan Sanjin to be brutally beaten down by the beasts, he grabs his supply bag and flees without looking back. He decides to abandon Na Seon-hu and Sanjin as lost causes. Since the beasts are swarming here, he makes a run for entry point 1. Sanjin witnesses the shameless betrayal. The fleeing coward looks back with a forced, pathetic smile before turning and running away to save his own skin. Sanjin yells after him, calling him a cowardly bastard. The glass-wearing traitor ignores him, clutching his bag and running. He reaches the exit gate, his face twisted in anxiety. He begins to doubt himself, wondering if this escape was truly the right choice. Are there even more monsters outside? Should he turn back? No. Sanjin is probably dead already. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light erupts behind him, instantly incinerating every single monster clinging to Kagan Sanjin and attacking the others. Floating down from the sky, the owner of the blast reveals himself. Sanjin cries out in relief. Na Seon-hu is here. Suddenly, the system alerts everyone that the settings have been modified, dividing the reward boxes into distinct, specialized categories. These include random skill boxes, random item boxes, random badge boxes, and specific attribute skill or trait boosting boxes. The survivors burst into cheers, shouting that Na Seon-hu has finally returned. Meanwhile, the traitorous man with glasses breaks into a cold sweat. He desperately tries to control his face, telling himself to look grateful. Sanjin and Na Seon-hu slowly limp toward Na Seon-hu's position. He plans to play nice and fake his concern. No more mistakes. He has to get back in their good graces. Na Seon-hu tells Sanjin to watch over him and protect him until he wakes up. Sanjin readily agrees to keep him safe. The man with glasses approaches tremblingly, begging Sanjin to wait and listen to his side of the story. Sanjin's eyes burn with pure rage as he raises his heavy hammer. Smash! The cowardly traitor never stood a chance. 5 silver reward boxes surround him. Na Seon-hu is resting nearby. Sanjin ponders his options, knowing that these boxes could make him much stronger, but his near-death experience was due to speed. He was too slow. That weakness has to be fixed immediately. Resolving to fix this, he chooses the dexterity boxes. Instantly, the system reveals the contents of his silver reward. His dexterity increases by 11, then by 15. It keeps going, boosting him by another 19 points, and then by 11 more, bringing his total to 92. Sanjin wants to cry. They said the boost ranges anywhere from 11 to 40. Is his luck really that garbage? Right then, a young girl approaches and asks if he is looking for a healer. Sanjin asks eagerly if she can heal them. But a second later, he snaps in anger, telling her to repeat what she just said. She calmly points out that most of the magic crystals already belong to him. Furious, Sanjin steps forward, demanding if she expects payment to heal Na Seon-hu, even though Na Seon-hu literally just saved her life. Lee Sua silently weighs her options, wondering if free healing might actually bring her more benefits. Na Seon-hu clearly treats these magic stones as currency, indicating a highly logical transactional mindset. He behaves like a pragmatist who likely worked in finance just like her. She is willing to bet on it. So she boldly speaks up, claiming Na Seon-hu wouldn't want to be treated for free. Kagan Sanjin facepalms, completely baffled. After all, he saved her life. Helpless, he tells Sua she can just take all of his magic stones. But Sua politely declines, saying she only needs 10. Sanjin just glares coldly, muttering that he does not care. Soon, Sua begins healing Seon-hu using her physical recovery skill, while warmly advising Kagan Sanjin to get some rest. But Sanjin frowns, asking why he should trust her. She insists that mutual trust is crucial during times like this. Sanjin scoffs, telling her that her fake attitude is exactly like that other bastard he cannot stand. He warns her that if she pulls the same stunt, he won't go easy on her, shouting to focus on the healing. Soon a green glow envelops Seon-hu, and he slowly opens his eyes as his consciousness returns. Sanjin eagerly rushes over, asking if Na Seon-hu is finally awake, but suddenly hesitates and takes a step back. He introduces Sua, noting she worked hard to save him, but she bluntly replies she does not work for free. Seon-hu asks for her price, and when Sua requests 10 magic stones, he agrees it is a reasonable fee. Sua explains that a council runs things now, maintaining the system originally established by Ji-hoon. 20% of all magic stones go to the town treasury, managed by a 10-member council acting as leaders. Seon-hu throws on his coat, casually asking Sua what she did for a living before arriving here. She reveals she worked at Yusu Securities' Daeho branch, proving to Seon-hu that his guess about her intelligence was right. When she starts asking if he was also in finance, he cuts in, stating he was with Telestar Investment. Hearing Telestar Investment and thinking of Jessica, she blushes, realizing he worked under her absolute role model. Seon-hu notes her reaction to Jessica, thinking her cleverness could be useful, so he decides to keep an eye on her. Later, Seon-hu and Sanjin head out to the bustling streets where people are already returning to their daily routines. Vendors trade badges with prices starting at 10 magic stones, advising buyers to boost their stats first. They warn that relying solely on luck for gear is foolish. Nearby, a radio broadcast fills the air. The broadcast listlessly talks about healing, looting, and trading. Seeing this, Seon-hu cannot help but smile. Even in this nightmare where people are dragged into bizarre battlefields just to survive, commerce is thriving. Survivors calculate values and trade goods, constantly strategizing to find their footing in this cruel world. Despite their visible exhaustion, hope remains, which is exactly the kind of sight Seon-hu wanted to see. Walking up to a stall, he asks about a healing badge, knowing survivors are finally getting used to the combat. Casualties completely stopped after Wave 6 and injuries keep dropping. Suddenly, their annoying system guide pops up. The guide dramatically swoons, claiming to be incredibly touched that over 80 people have managed to survive. Seon-hu silently hopes that no one else gets eliminated when the 10th and final wave finally arrives. But just as he calculates their chances, the system guide's friendly face twists into a threatening grin. It warns them that the final challenge is tailored to their rapid growth, urging them to look forward to it. Seon-hu realizes the danger, declaring that only the strongest fighters should remain, while the others must evacuate. Sanjin immediately rallies the crowd, shouting for everyone to leave the fight to them and go hide. Seon-hu locks eyes with Sua, pondering for a brief second before asking her to join them in battle. Instantly, her system screen flashes with a party invitation from Na Seon-hu, prompting an eager, grateful response from her. He instructs her to support Sanjin if his own defense crumbles, warning that this battle is a different beast. Suddenly, a massive rumbling shakes the ground, forcing Sua to turn her head in absolute terror. Sanjin stammers in shock, pointing out that they have only faced small monsters up until this point. The system sounds the alarm as the final wave timer hits 0, and Sanjin looks up in horror. Staring at a colossus as tall as a skyscraper, he screams that this is absolute cheating, as monsters swarm. Seon-hu grips his flaming sword, knowing that stacking the same elemental attributes will multiply their destructive force. A system notification chimes, confirming his sun cloak grants him an array of powerful fire attribute skills. The cloak transforms, sparking with immense heat as Na Seon-hu unleashes the devastating way of the Flame Demon King. The heat waves hit Sanjin and Sua, prompting Sanjin to yell, asking if Na Seon-hu plans to roast them alive. Fortunately, a system prompt reassures them that party members are completely immune to friendly fire inside his domain. As the skill's area of effect buff spreads to the party, Kagan Sanjin's mace suddenly glows cherry red, looking like it's fresh out of a blazing hot forge. The veteran hunter gasps. The kid has always been good, but this is on a whole different level, making him wonder if he's even human anymore. Na Seon-hu keeps fighting relentlessly. The system screen goes wild, popping up skill notifications, including his newly activated feature Storm Assimilation. With talent and sensory perception fully active, the massive beast lets out a deafening roar as the sheer force of his assault begins to overwhelm it. Yet, Na Seon-hu doesn't stop his relentless assault. Watching this absolute spectacle, Kagon Sanjin asks Lisua if she has any clue what's even going on right now. She shakes her head. Just then, some smaller beasts charge Kagon Sanjin, but they don't stand a chance. Na Seon-hu's blazing flames incinerate them to ash. Kagon Sanjin clenches his fists, knowing that whether he understands this crazy power or not, he can't just stand idle. Na Seon-hu even takes a second to tease them, asking if he's fast enough. Kagon Sanjin yells back that he's going to use the flame mace Na Seon-hu gave him. He turns to Lisua. Go support Na Seon-hu, he tells her, don't worry about me. But she refuses immediately. Confused, Kagon Sanjin asks what she means. Lisua admits her healing is useless because the monster hasn't managed to land a single scratch on him yet. This leaves Kagon Sanjin completely stunned. Has the kid seriously not taken a single hit? It sounds impossible. Before he can even finish his sentence, Lisua suddenly darts in front of him, swinging her blade to strike down a monster trying to sneak up from behind. Shocked, Kagon Sanjin barely registers her speed as Lisua warns him to stay alert, turning her full attention back to the surrounding pests. She's relieved she invested points in dexterity, finally feeling useful in a real fight. Meanwhile, Na Seon-hu continues his deadly dance amidst the raging flames. He calls out to Lisua, reminding her to focus solely on healing since she's no frontline warrior. But right then a sudden chill runs down his spine. The massive beast had quietly charged up its energy, and now it unhinges its jaws, unleashing a devastating blast of pure destructive power directly at him. Lisua and Kagon Sanjin scream out in terror. Na Seon-hu, lightning crackles wildly before a massive bolt strikes down. The system announces the activation of Na Seon-hu's wrath, unleashing a blinding titanic column of light that forces both of his allies to shield their eyes. Once the dust settles, Kagon Sanjin asks if the nightmare is finally over, but Na Seon-hu, standing nearby, quickly shatters his hopeful illusion. He shakes his head. No, he warns them it's invincible now. He stares at the beast in shock. This threat belongs in Stage 2, yet here they are in Stage 1 facing a literal death trap. He casts a sideways glance at his companions. They will have to risk their lives, but he can't let them ride his coattails to victory without putting in their own blood and sweat. If they survive this, they will have truly earned their place on the team. With that, Kagon Sanjin charges back into the chaotic fray. Meanwhile, the boss keeps lashing out, sending a flurry of deadly whipping tendrils straight toward Na Seon-hu. Kagon Sanjin grits his teeth in frustration. He curses under his breath, unable to tell his own blood from the monster's fluids. Suddenly, a massive jagged vine pierces right through him. His eyes widen. He coughs up a spray of crimson, collapsing hard as his knees buckle underneath. He wonders where the healer has gone and why she hasn't patched him up yet. Desperately searching the battlefield, his eyes land on her body. Lisua is lying completely motionless. He tries to call out, pleading for the healer to wake up, unable to believe she went down first. His trembling hand reaches out. He touches her soft hair. But then a cold horror washes over him. It's just a severed part of her, and her pale face triggers a sudden, agonizing hallucination of his late wife who once blamed him bitterly. In his mind, she asks why he did this and declares she can't live with him anymore, while his young son innocently questions the split. She snaps at the boy, telling John he must come with her. Dragged into the dark past, Kagon Sanjin can only whisper in despair. They say your life flashes before your eyes before you die. But he did nothing but watch her walk away. Bleeding out from a fatal wound on his back, he collapses. Even in his final moments, his wife's angry voice still echoes in his mind. He realizes he's going to die in this dark dungeon without ever seeing his son's face again. Slipping away, he makes his peace. He trusts Na Seon-hu will find a way to save this world, bidding John a quiet farewell as he lies completely motionless on the cold dirt. Yet within his fading consciousness, a small bright vision appears. His son John suddenly stands right there, desperately reaching out with a healing spell. A young voice offers to help. A system alert confirms that Kang Ji-sung has initiated a body healing spell. Stunned, Kagon Sanjin wonders who the kid is, memories of the boy's arrival with another hunter suddenly rushing back to his mind. Reminded of the awakening gift they all receive, the system continues to spam alerts as the kid keeps buffing him with everything he has. Kang Ji-sung applies an agility emblem. Flooded with a sudden surge of physical strength, Kagon Sanjin is able to push himself back up. He finds his footing. Stay put, he tells the young boy, I'll finish this. He charges back into battle. He reflects on his reckless habit of fighting lost causes, but knows that if he can distract the beast for even a second, it's worth it. Leaping high into the air, he aims his heavy axe directly at the massive beast, hoping to carve out a tiny opening for Na Seon-hu. Kagon Sanjin braces himself, fully accepting that this is his role to play. But just as he strikes, the monster's writhing vines surge again. Kagon Sanjin thought to himself that it seemed to be over. Right after the monster's massive tentacles came crashing down all around him, Kagon Sanjin stared blankly at the tentacle, crushing down on him. Just then, the system announced that the wave quest was completed. Kagan Sanjin couldn't believe it and had to double-check. A smile crept onto his face. It was finally over and he began to jump around. He celebrated on top of the beast. It was a true victory. But due to extreme blood loss, he collapsed, falling flat onto the ground. Seon-hu approached his unconscious body. He quietly observed that the man had stared death in the face and somehow managed to make it back. Truly reckless, he sighed, but still pretty impressive. While Kagan Sanjin lay unconscious, another voice suddenly broke the silence. They want you to manage the mana stones. But Na Seon-hu, I have no intention of being an active member. Ever since those mana stones became valuable, crimes like robbery have spiked and the council simply cannot control the situation anymore. So he told Lua to let Sanjin handle it. She asked if that meant he was going to open a bank. He replied that it was her area of expertise and she agreed. Just then, Kagan Sanjin started to stir. His eyes suddenly snapped wide open. Seon-hu noted he was awake while Lua asked if he was okay, feeling quite guilty. She apologized for losing track of him during the battle. Kagan Sanjin began to tremble in fear, saying he saw her clearly. He vividly recalled seeing Lua's head sliced clean off, yet here she was completely unharmed. He screamed out in absolute terror. He cried out that her head fell off and she was dead. Seon-hu sighed, asking how much he had to drink. Kagan Sanjin was totally baffled. Seon-hu quickly clarified that he meant monster blood even if it was consumed by accident. He warned him to be pretty careful next time, as consuming monster blood causes vivid hallucinations and intense paranoia. He figured some blood must have splashed right into Sanjin's mouth. Sanjin realized his body indeed had been covered in blood. He began to stutter, wondering if it really was all just an illusion. Seon-hu told him to recount everything he remembered. Kagan Sanjin gestured wildly with his body to explain. Meanwhile, Seon-hu and Lua sat in silence, listening intently to his wild tale. Seon-hu concluded that only Lua's dead body was a hallucination, meaning everything else he remembered was actually true. Sanjin added that he also remembered the kid. Seon-hu sighed, confirming the boy saved him and that he already split the rewards. He advised him that despite the treatment, he still needed proper rest if he wanted to make a full recovery. Outside, Ji-sung Kang was sitting on the rubble checking his system when Seon-hu's voice suddenly called out to him. He asked for the kid's name and the boy replied it was Ji-sung Kang. Seon-hu then asked why he didn't hide. Ji-sung Kang explained that if the three of them had failed, they would have been the next ones on the chopping block. Seeing the boy's wild determination, Seon-hu knew he was no ordinary kid. If he went astray, he could become like the sixth virtue. Thinking this, he handed him a ring. The system immediately identified it as an A-rank Wind Warrior's Ring of Protection. It grants the user the blessing of the Wind Warrior, providing 5,000 physical defense and 10,000 magical defense. With a cooldown of 14 days, he warned the boy to keep it secret and to seek him out if he ever needed help. The boy asked if it was really for him. Seon-hu confirmed it, telling him to use it to buy good gear and eat well. He also handed him a slip, explaining that taking it to Lua would get him some highly valuable mana stones. It turned out to be a bank check worth 100 mana stones. Meanwhile, Kagan Sanjin was gathering with a large crowd. Someone asked if they just had to sign. Lua politely instructed them to sign and provide a fingerprint as well. She explained that the contracts serve as a bank book and more pages could be added later whenever they requested. A man wondered what would happen if it got stolen. She reassured him that they recognized everyone so thieves couldn't access their funds. Still, she advised keeping it safe since things might change as the number of users grew over time. The man asked when that would happen. Lua mentioned there were several other groups just like theirs out there. Thinking of them, she silently prayed that trouble wouldn't follow. Meanwhile, a suspicious shadow was watching them from a distance. A dark-haired man noted that they were right. There were indeed other survivor groups located outside the border. The middle-aged man beside him muttered about expanding their supply and workforce, making the dark-haired guy wonder. He asked about the surprisingly relaxed atmosphere here, wondering if they actually came to unwind. This man was none other than Hwang Kwan-ho. He made his fortune running illegal gambling sites, dealing drugs, and loan sharking, easily the most brutal figure around. Operating under a corporate front, Hwang Kwan-ho held the title of director. The other man noted that thanks to him, 34 of them survived while this group had at least 50. He was Min Suk-woo, the director's accountant. As Hwang Kwan-ho's right-hand man, Min Suk-woo listened as the director wondered who their leader could possibly be. He seems decent enough, which only makes this more interesting. Hwang Kwan-ho figures if he beats the leader, the rest will join him. It would be too easy. Hwang Kwan-ho counts 34 survivors on his side, a battle-hardened force left standing after all the weaklings are gone, died off. There is no way these fools can compete with us. Meanwhile, Kwon Sang-jin and his group are still happily chatting away. With a safe zone like this bank, they can finally sleep in peace, someone says. Another agrees, feeling like they are finally adapting. But then she suddenly bursts into tears. She never imagined her quiet, ordinary life would ever be turned upside down like this. Her companion quickly comforts her, promising that they will survive and get out of here together. But just a second later, someone covers her mouth. Huang Quan-ho threatens her, telling her to shut up and answer his questions if she wants to live. She looks over to find her companion already murdered, eyes wide open in sheer terror. The nightmare has found them again. He demands to know how many of them are left. She tremblingly replies 80, leaving him utterly shocked by the massive number. He demands to know who is leading them, but when she stammers, he drives a knife straight into her thigh as a final warning. He tells her it is her last chance. The terrified girl stammers out a name, someone called Na Seon-hu. Hearing this, Min Seok-ju steps up. He acts friendly, asking her to tell them more about this Na Seon-hu. She whimpers, saying they only know he is by far the strongest. She begs them to believe her. Huang Quan-ho presses further, asking just how powerful this leader of theirs really is. She explains he wiped out the monsters at the bank all by himself, even during the final wave. But Huang Quan-ho does not buy it. He slashes her throat without hesitation, shouting that he warned her. Min Seok-ju is horrified, realizing they still needed more information. While Seok-ju laments the lost intel, Huang Quan-ho turns to him, asking for his thoughts on this supposed powerhouse, Na Seon-hu. He brings up Kwon Sang-jin, the big guy, boasting that 34 people survived solely because of his own tactical genius. Though his individual combat skills are impressive, his instincts for coordinating group hunts are truly exceptional for someone of this era. Once Huang Quan-ho locks onto a target, it does not matter how massive or powerful they are, their fate is sealed. But things take a wild turn when Huang Quan-ho, nose bleeding and furious, charges in to deliver a brutal headbutt. He goes to strike, but Kwon Sang-jin simply grabs him by the leg and begins swinging him around, absolutely demolishing the others. The onlookers are completely stunned. After slamming a few lackeys, Kwon Sang-jin snaps at them for daring to launch a sneak attack. He warns them that they are finished. Quan-ho's men watch in terror, realizing none of their magic attacks can even scratch him. It feels like they are facing an unstoppable raid boss. Just then, system alerts flash as Huang Quan-ho activates his skills. He burns through his badges of strength and dexterity. Kwon Sang-jin notices him trying to buff up and sneers at his effort. Sang-jin taunts him, asking if he is the big boss of this pathetic group, telling him to go ahead and heal up for more punishment. Before he can react, Sang-jin snaps Quan-ho's leg with one hand. The boss screams in agony, completely overwhelmed by the raw power. Quan-ho panics, wondering how this monster is so strong when he himself used every buff and even stole the rewards of his subordinates. But Sang-jin is one of only 2 people who cleared every single quest, including all the hidden trials up to this point. He even secured a top-tier ranking reward during the final wave. Radiating pure killing intent, he lifts the broken leader high. He asks what Quan-ho plans to do next. Since their trials were artificially made harder, the system rewards are on a whole different level. Right now, the only people capable of matching Sang-jin are those early awakened individuals from the official association. Quan-ho is definitely not one. Instead, the poor boss is treated like a ragdoll, swung around effortlessly in the air by a furious Kwon Sang-jin. Just then, a runner dashes in and spots them, calling out to Sua that they have finally found Sang-jin over here. Quan-ho's remaining lackeys curse, realizing they are now outnumbered. Meanwhile, their broken leader whimpers on the ground, begging for mercy. He begs Na Seon-hu to spare him. Sang-jin looks down confused, pointing out that he is not Na Seon-hu and asking where he heard that. Sua approaches, supporting a wounded survivor. Tearfully, she breaks the terrible news that Na Il-hee did not make it. Hearing this, something snaps inside Sang-jin. He glares down at Huang Quan-ho with a terrifying, murderous look on his face. The stripped lackeys beg for their lives, claiming they had no choice but to follow Quan-ho's orders to stay alive. They cry out that they would have been killed otherwise. Sua crosses her arms, looking at them with a cold gaze. She repeats their excuse back to them. When they eagerly nod, she sighs and tells them to wait quietly for their punishment. Min Seok-ju grits his teeth, racking his brain to remember where on earth he has seen this girl before. A sudden memory flashes in his mind, and he quickly calls out to her, asking if she remembers him. He introduces himself as Min Seok-ju. Seeing her pause, he excitedly mentions that they actually met at a corporate event last year. He proudly names his prestigious title from the J Group, hoping his old corporate status will buy him some mercy. The night is a massive gathering, bringing together everyone from team leaders up at J Group's headquarters along with staff from all its subsidiaries. Lua's face darkens. She had not recognized him earlier when he was standing there in nothing but his underwear, but now it all clicks. That arrogant face completely ignored her when she was just a subsidiary manager. Back then, Min Seok-ju had mocked her mercilessly. He sneered, asking if anyone still invested in Diho, claiming she was finished without Zhu. Now he literally crawls to her feet to beg. Lua looks down with sheer disgust. It has been quite a while, but talk about a completely unexpected reunion. Not counting those who died attacking Sanjin, including Huang Ho, the remaining 27 members under Director Min were exiled and stripped down to their underwear. Suddenly, the purple system pops up with its sickeningly sweet voice, asking if they missed it and praising them for their outstanding performance. It announces itself as their guide once again for Act 1, Stage 2. This upcoming challenge will combine 5 completely different stages into a single one. Because of their stellar performance, they get to occupy the central zone surrounded by 4 other stages on either side. They have encountered other stages before, so they should already know. This central area where they are currently standing is where the magic happens. This is where the real mission begins, and to match the extreme danger, a very special reward has been carefully prepared for them. It tells them to get ready as the special rewards materialize. Almost instantly, loot boxes appear, and Na Seon-hu takes a look. He stares at the reward boxes, thinking that while the silver chests are decent, he has zero interest in them. What he really wants is the hidden reward for Act 1, Stage 2. He smiles with anticipation while the purple system keeps babbling. It claims this reward will help them perform even better, then excitedly shouts that it is time to start Act 1, Stage 2. Instantly, a massive tower erupts from deep underground, looming right in the middle of the plaza where everyone is standing. Its pillars are made of grotesque, writhing tentacle-like structures, looking utterly horrifying. Na Seon-hu quietly analyzes the strange, fleshy structure. It has 7 floors in total, accessible via an exterior staircase, with the number of doors decreasing the higher one climbs. Floor 1 has 7 doors, Floor 2 has 6, and the top has only 1. Na Seon-hu tells Kagan Sanjin to seek Woo Yoon-hee. The entire goal of Act 1, Stage 2 is to clear every single door within the strict time limit. While Kagan Sanjin is left wondering who Woo Yoon-hee is, Na Seon-hu already vanishes, effortlessly leaping from one platform to the next. He leaves the stunned crowd staring in sheer awe. As Na Seon-hu runs, he recalls how the 8 great villains and 8 great saints dominated. While they excelled across every battlefield, each possesses one defining signature ability. For the first villain, it is the Overcomer of Adversity trait. The second villain has the Eye of Isis skill, while the third wields the dragon skeleton, worshipped by the undead. The fourth villain possesses the Lightning Spear of Zeus, and the fifth wields the formidable form of Na Seon-hu skill. The sixth wields the Death Wave of Set's skill. The seventh has the Sword of Shiva, and the eighth has the Millennium Queen Spider. Then there are the saints. The first saint wields the Sword of Saint Devi, while the second saint possesses the Domain of Osiris. The third saint has the Joker's Dagger, and the fourth wields the Wrath of Hera. For the fifth, it is the Enthusiast trait. The sixth has the Wrath of Na Seon-hu, and the seventh wields Lakshmana's Blessed Dagger. The eighth saint commands the Apostle's Staff skill. Among all of these, there is one supreme item he definitely obtained during his trial. It is the dragon skeleton worshipped by the undead. This means the most powerful summonable monster is waiting right at the very top. Gripping his blade, Na Seon-hu swings it directly at the towering structure, realizing that the system wants him to clear it step by step. But honestly, he does not care. Outside, Kagan Sanjin gasps in pure shock, realizing he plans to clear the top floor first. He truly is Na Seon-hu. But then those ominous parting words echo in his mind, telling him to find Woo Yoon-hee if he does not make it back. Why on earth would he say such a thing? Meanwhile, Na Seon-hu steps inside the tower. The purple system immediately pops up to complain. It whines about him always doing the unexpected, but Na Seon-hu simply shrugs it off, telling the guide he only does things his way. He demands it open up the challenge and stop wasting time. The system falls silent before flashing a deeply sinister grin. It wishes him luck, and a brilliant blinding light erupts. Even the onlookers standing far outside can see the glow radiating from within. And then boom, a massive explosion completely vaporizes the tower, leaving Kagan Sanjin screaming in absolute horror. Amidst the smoke, a massive beast with lethal razor-sharp claws slowly emerges, its towering silhouette coming into view. It is a colossal winged nightmare. Kagan Sanjin watches in utter dread as this terrifying beast stands where Na Seon-hu should have been. Cold sweat drips down his face as those final words echo once more, "If I do not return, find Woo Yoon-hee." A terrifying thought strikes him. Did the young man plan to sacrifice himself? Suddenly, the beast lets out a deafening roar. Spreading its wings, it launches into the air before diving straight toward the crowd. Everyone scatters, screaming in panic, while Kagan Sanjin can only tremble, take flight into the sky, and rain down on everyone. The crowd screams and scatters in panic. Sangjin is trembling violently. Weapon in hand, he tries to reassure himself. Whatever that thing is, it completely outclasses any beast he has ever faced. He has to fight, but his legs simply refuse to move. Right then, the towering monster suddenly appears, right in front of Kagan Sanjin. Frozen as the beast approaches, he grits his teeth and curses under his breath. Bring it on, even if he dies today, he is going down fighting. Suddenly, the monster opens its massive jaws. Out steps a handsome, long-haired man. Kagan Sanjin backs away in terror as the stranger suddenly convulses like he is electrocuted. His glowing necklace flares up, and the young man collapses right in front of Kagan Sanjin, leaving him completely bewildered. He cries out, asking if that is really Owen. Meanwhile, a marching band is parading elsewhere with Jong-woo leading the loud shouts. He demands to know who the local leader is, challenging them to a fight to rule the first stage. Scene 2. Ignoring the chaotic noise outside, Na Seon-hu quietly examines his new pendant, which the system identifies as a legendary set item, the dragon skeleton worshipped by the undead. A Tier 5 summon. Na Seon-hu gazes at it, wondering how long. He wonders how much time has passed, but judging by his long hair, it has been at least 3 whole years. Memories of Entergasto, the destroyer, flash by, filled with liches and the undead. Originally, the tower led to a sacred temple, but he was cast into the wasteland, forced to fight them in an endless hell. Ever since that assassination quest, where 100 awakened targeted his life, the system had used every opportunity to eliminate him, pushing him to the edge. As long as this deathly chaos lingers, these deadly trials will keep coming. Na Seon-hu curses under his breath. He went through pure hell just to modify the system to this extent. Suddenly, Kagan Sanjin bursts into the room. He cheerfully notes that Owen woke up earlier than expected, asking if he is okay. Na Seon-hu calmly complains about the noise. He asks how anyone could sleep through this racket. Kagan Sanjin scratches his head, promising to handle it so Owen can rest. Apparently, some fools from the east and west are fighting for the leadership role in this quest. Then Kagan Sanjin gasps. He stares warily at the necklace, shocked that Owen already dealt with that terrifying bone monster on his own. He asks how much stronger Owen wants to get. Na Seon-hu coldly replies that this is only the beginning. With a flick of his wrist, he stores the new legendary pendant in his inventory. Kagan Sanjin can only stare in awe. He sighs, muttering that he is utterly speechless. Trying to change the subject, he mentions how convenient the inventory system is. Since Owen is up, Kagan Sanjin asks if he wants to watch him fight, though he knows it looks like child's play. Outside, the drama is already heating up as 2 massive factions square off against each other in the open area. Na Seon-hu ties back his long hair and steps outside to watch. He notes that his random system modifications are finally working. More people have survived than he originally anticipated, making all his grueling efforts in the past well worth the pain. The survival rate across other stages must have shot up too. This thought brings a rare smile to his face. He wonders where Gwon-hae is, knowing she would definitely search for him once the stages merged. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out. An old classmate from Seoul Middle School recognizes him, shouting excitement as he rushes over to slap his shoulder. He laughs, pointing out that except for the long hair, Owen looks exactly the same, still as quiet as ever. The classmate scoffs, remembering how fierce Owen used to be, yet now he stands there empty-handed with absolutely nothing. He asks if Owen even remembers him, silently gloating over how good it feels to look down on his old rival. In school, Owen was a beast at fighting, but here he is absolutely nothing without high-tier gear and special items. The classmate prides himself on being too mature for petty high school revenge, especially now that he is a noble awakened. With a smug grin, he throws his arm around Na Seon-hu, claiming it is just great to see an old friend. Na Seon-hu casually asks which direction he came from. The classmate proudly boasts about coming from the west under their strong leader. He brags that their leader Chae-ryung will easily clear this quest. Na Seon-hu plays along, acting surprised by her apparent strength. Seizing the chance to show off, the classmate explains how Chae-ryung fought her way to the top after several power struggles. She is an incredible leader who keeps their group running flawlessly, and he guarantees Owen will want to join her soon. Na Seon-hu simply smiles, replying that he will wait and see. Meanwhile, a staff slams down as a voice rings out. An arrogant challenger shouts that they should settle this the easy way, offering to take on both faction leaders at once. Kagan Sanjin just sighs in frustration. However, the eastern faction leader Hyun-woo is easily provoked and steps forward with his shield. He raises his heavy shield, warning the challenger not to regret this. Western leader Chae-ryung slowly draws her dual daggers. She coldly suggests he is looking down on her because she is a girl, promising to slice his arm off next. Sanjin snaps, "Shut up, are you here to talk or fight? Bring it." Hearing that both leaders charge at him at the exact same time, they lunged. Suddenly, a pair of legs strikes Hyung-gu from behind as Chae-ryung blindsides him. He is absolutely furious. He screams in anger, "You snake, I never wanted to team up anyway." But a backstab already, Sanjin swings his massive staff. Hyung-gu barely blocks the blow, gritting his teeth. Unbelievable. Damn it, he thinks, how is this old man so strong? Seeing Hyung-gu hide behind his shield, Sanjin unleashes a barrage of strikes. He mocks him. "Are you just a coward turtle?" Hyung-gu remains confident. His shield is a top-tier item from Act 1, Stage 1. Breaking its defense will take hours. The system displays its stats. It is a C-tier shield, 1500 physical defense, 3000 magic defense, and a 5-day cooldown. Sanjin gritted his teeth, yelling, "Let us see how long you can hold out." Suddenly, Chae-ryung slips through. She lands right behind him. Sanjin gasps in shock. What Chae-rang sees is the perfect opening. She swings her weapon and slashes repeatedly across the old man's vulnerable back. Even with insane defense, vital strikes disrupt balance. Constant pressure creates massive openings. She knows this is his fatal weakness. She plans to exploit this fatal flaw to seize a quick victory. With a confident smirk, she yells out a mocking challenge. "Hey, old man," she sneers, "your defense is full of holes." Hyung-gu, finally free from Sanjin's brutal assault, eagerly jumps right back into the fray. "Excellent, let us take down this big guy first." He slams his heavy shield into the veteran's neck. They press the attack. "Surrender now if you want to live." But Sanjin is not going down easily. He raises his staff to parry every blow. Na Seon-hu's classmate watches in awe. Why won't he give up? He can't win a 2-on-1 fight. But Na Seon-hu remains silent, observing. He notes Chae-rang's movements are actually quite sharp. Meanwhile, his friend keeps yelling that Sanjin is finished. But Na Seon-hu knows better. She is still way too green to challenge Sanjin. Right on cue, Sanjin snatches Chae-rang by her ankle, making her face turn pale. She realizes the truth. Sanjin blocked Hyung-gu's weapon with one hand. He holds her leg with the other, completely unscathed. Sanjin raises an eyebrow, mocking her. "Such a careful girl, but you finally let your guard down, didn't you?" Chae-rang freezes in terror. Is this his actual trap? Nearby, Hyung-gu drops his jaw in pure shock as Sanjin stands unmoved. Sanjin effortlessly swings Chae-rang by her foot, warning Hyung-gu that if they keep fighting, the girl is going to end up dead. Hyung-gu turns pale, stammering out a quick no. His ally yells in frustration, "Are you stupid?" But Jae-sung is already cheering. He shouts that Sanjin's signature move is finally coming. The battlefield erupts in desperate screams as Sanjin prepares his assault. The veteran literally uses Chae-rang's body as a giant club, swinging her around to wipe out the remaining forces in absolute chaos. Hyung-gu finally breaks, screaming for him to stop and declaring their surrender. The battle ends and Sanjin walks over to Na Seon-hu. He complains that the girl from the west was a total pain, though he still did pretty well. Then he notices someone nearby. Sanjin asks who the kid is, making the student panic and try to introduce himself. But Na Seon-hu coldly steps in, ordering Sanjin to back off. He gives his former classmate a frosty glare, warning him never to pretend they are friends. Meanwhile, we cut to a desolate forest. A lone survivor runs for his life, gasping for breath. Suddenly, a streak of light pierces his shoulder, sending him crashing down. Skeletal monsters quickly surround him. Staring at them, he wonders if anyone in this world has ever managed to defeat these tower beasts. An archer skeleton draws its bow, aiming for the kill. But right before it fires, a projectile flies in from the shadows. The shot saves his life. Nearby, a group of hunters cheer for the clean shot, charging forward to sweep the remaining monsters. They launch a coordinated attack. The survivor watches in disbelief. They are hunting the monsters. Suddenly, a system notification chime rings. Jae-sung has cast a healing spell on him. The dazed survivor mutters his thanks as Hyung-gu walks over to inspect his condition. He asks where the man came from, and the traveler replies they are from Zone 58. Hyung-gu notes that is quite a distance. The survivor asks if they are from Zone 12. Hyung-ju replies that they used to be representing the Heavenly Sky Guild. Upon hearing the name, the traveler is amazed that the legendary Heavenly Sky Guild actually exists. Many other zones have failed completely. They could not clear Act 1, Stage 2, allowing the tower monsters to spill out and establish complete dominance over those regions. This forced refugees to flee towards successful zones. Among them all, the Heavenly Sky Guild of Zone 12 stood out the most. They command the absolute strongest force in the entire region, serving as a beacon of hope for everyone struggling to survive. The traveler begs the leader to let him join their ranks, promising to do whatever it takes to serve them loyally. He risked everything just to find this guild, claiming that despite his messy appearance, he possesses unique and valuable strength. Hyun-gu sighs, admitting that surviving the harsh journey proves his worth. He proposes they run a quick test first. He tells the man to follow him, who eagerly complies while offering endless thanks. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a different battlefield. Weapons lie scattered across a field of endless corpses. One surviving warrior clutches his blade tightly, his body trembling in absolute terror. The young man is shaking in pure panic. It makes no sense. Their guild successfully cleared the monsters, and this was their strongest strike team. Yet they lost to only 2 people. Kagan Sanjin looks down at him coldly, warning him not to spill any more blood. But the captive shivers, knowing they were actually defeated by just one man. Sanjin demands answers. "Tell me what I want to hear. Is your leader's name Woo Yeon-hee?" The terrified kid stares back at him in silence. Meanwhile, the man Jeon saved earlier charges forward with his weapon, wildly swinging at a pile of dry bones. Once he finishes, he exhales. The man sighs with relief, reaching his hand deep inside the shattered ribcage of the beast. Pulling out a glowing stone, he hesitates, wondering why they ordered him to collect these. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out, Now one Ilgu snaps to attention as Ji-on walks up smiling warmly while commending him for a great job. Congratulations, he says, you are officially part of our strike force now. Once you receive this mark, you belong to us. With a quick hand, Ji-on carves the symbol onto Na one Ilgu's wooden shield, explaining the meaning behind the crest. The square crest represents the defensive shield unit, while the lightning bolt is the mark of their main guild. As a member, he is free to enter the town, but there is one absolute rule he must follow. Ji-on's tone turns deathly serious. Never ask about Na Seon-hu. Na one Ilgu is immediately curious, wondering if that is the secret town ruler. Ji-on simply shrugs, not even close. In fact, he is not even here right now, and Ji-on has never seen him. It is a direct order from the guild master, sparking Na one Ilgu's deep curiosity about this mysterious leader. Ji-on reveals that the boss is a powerful woman named Lua. She runs the guild, leads the raids, and controls the bank. She owns everything here, so do not make a bad impression. Na one Ilgu is left completely stunned. A bank president, Ji-on, lets out a knowing smirk, saying he had the exact same reaction. He will understand soon enough. Back with the duo, Sanjin demands to know if their leader is actually a woman named Woo Yeon-hee. The hostage nervously nods, wondering how these strangers could possibly know her. Sanjin grins, shouting that they finally found their target. Yes, they know her. But Na Seon-hu spots a tell instantly, realizing that the guide is lying. The guide quickly claims that Woo Yeon-hee will return in a few hours, directing them toward the shelter of Zone 100. They came all this way for a legendary Korean woman rumored to be part of the World Awakener Association. A woman rumored to have the strength to unify 10 surrounding zones. But Na Seon-hu is skeptical, analyzing the situation carefully. If she is faking her name, she is probably not a real member of the association either. She is definitely not with the association. Na Seon-hu frowns, thoroughly annoyed at the thought of this being a complete dead end. The guide leads them inside their base, offering a rare steaming pot of delicious ramen to enjoy. He politely invites them to eat while they wait. Sanjin stares at the hot noodles, completely overwhelmed by the rich scent. He tears up, crying that he cannot even remember the last time he tasted real ramen. It is a beautiful sight. He praises Na Seon-hu's sister, noting that back home even hundreds of magic stones could not buy a meal like this. Na Seon-hu tells him to shut up and eat, turning back to the guide to demand some good soju as well. As the guide goes to fetch it, Sanjin asks in amazement how he knew. He praises his young partner's sharp senses. But the guide returns with armed guards, asking how many intruders are currently waiting inside the room. Just 2, he whispers, boasting that he spiked the food with enough sedative to put down an elephant. They should be out. Both targets are slumped over. An extremely annoyed young woman steps forward to inspect the captives. She orders her men to tie the bastards up. Na Seon-hu slightly opens his eyes, recognizing her face. Suddenly, his system reactivates. The system casts the wrath of Na Seon-hu, and massive lightning bolts immediately crash down on her guards. Within seconds, every single one of her men is knocked flat on the floor, leaving her standing there in utter disbelief. Only the fat one ate, she growls in shock. Na Seon-hu stands up, completely unaffected by the drug. He calmly explains that skipping good ramen is simply against his code. He sizes her up, noting her defensive stance. She is strong, but her cautious stance shows she has faced the dangerous Awakener Association in battle. She asks if he is worried about his allies, but Na Seon-hu bluntly replies that they are probably all dead by now. She screams she will kill him. Dark, painful memories from long ago begin to flash through her. He was not always a monster. He used to fight for justice, losing sleep whenever he had to take a life. But over time, the constant bloodshed turned him into a heartless demon who executed people for the slightest of mistakes. He was a terrifying leader. Sadly, when he finally left, the crowd cheered even louder than when we cleared the tower itself. But what you were saying is a real problem. She recalled hearing him speak back then, claiming to be a member of Ming Tian, one of the 2 massive organizations in the World Awaken Association. We have kept this a secret together for a very long time, so the bond between our allies is extremely strong. When the various regions finally unite, we will meet again, so make sure you do not act before them. Remembering this, the girl grew even more cautious. If he was that guy's ally, he would never listen to her side. Kill or be killed, she quickly summoned the 12 faceless stone statues. Something immediately burst from the ground below. Na Seon-hu looked and knew this area was directly connected to the Temple of the Dead. These were the guardians of the final boss, but his cactus was a relic that the boss was guarding. Those statues stood no chance against him. Thinking this, Na Seon-hu activated Hanuman's tail, but then he noticed something new. It turned out the girl had not given up and still wanted to attack. Na Seon-hu was surprised she still wanted to wait for a chance at revenge. Perhaps her uniting the 10 districts alone was true. Na Seon-hu called out to ask why she killed them. The girl coldly replied, "Did that even matter?" Na Seon-hu spoke up again, stating that he did not accept anyone on his team. The girl scoffed. What nonsense was he talking about? But then she understood, clicked her tongue, and shouted out. To us, that man was no different from a demon. You said we joined the association to grow inside the trial zone and work together, but is this really how things go? Na Seon-hu calmly responded to her outcry. He felt bad about it, but he could never truly read the minds of every single member. The girl remained stubborn, refusing to believe him and telling him to stop playing dumb. Suddenly, she froze, asking him warily if he was not actually part of Ming Tian. Na Seon-hu calmly explained that there was a massive quest they needed to finish and it offered more than a simple chest, at least 500,000 points, enough to unlock a master tier box. She had enjoyed plenty of privileges with her newfound power, but her mind was still just like a child's. All of those luxuries could be stripped away instantly by someone far stronger, just like what happened to him in the past. Feeling the crushing weight of Na Seon-hu's true power, the girl swallowed hard in pure terror. How many skills and items did this guy actually possess? Ignoring her shocked expression, Na Seon-hu offered her a path to a world far beyond this current zone, a realm named after a literal god completely unmatched by this trial zone. Feeling curious yet kid, he flashed an inviting smirk. Na Seon-hu quietly reflected on how tweaking the reward system had saved more survivors, but a new unresolvable issue had arisen. People had grown completely complacent with his artificial economy, avoiding battles just to live out peaceful, ordinary lives. That was not what he needed. He wanted a powerful army of motivated, awakened, ready to face the Demon Kings. He had to push them to confront the 7 Demon Kings. The system needed a fast update to give them a reason to fight. If the gap between top warriors grew too wide, their will to catch up would ultimately shatter. The girl introduced herself as Shin Wiga, a frontline melee specialist. Hearing her role, Na Seon-hu nodded in quiet satisfaction. With 1 healer and 2 damage dealers, their clears would be effortless. Meanwhile, Kagan Sanjin was still fast asleep. Eventually, the old man woke up after an untold amount of time, groggily muttering to himself before letting out a massive stretch. He groaned completely, losing track of day and night. Shin Wiga asked if he was finally awake, prompting a confused stare. Who was she to speak to him like that? She calmly introduced herself as Shin Wiga, telling him to drop the attitude. Age meant nothing here since she had led every raid on the tower, meaning she was likely much older. Master Sanjin. Kagan Sanjin completely ignored her speech, hyper-focused on the title of Master Sanjin. Shin Wiga raised an eyebrow. Was there a problem with that? Blushing, the old man stammered that hearing a young girl call him master made him feel interrupted, telling them to make friends later as they had to move. Shin Wiga warily asked where they were headed. Na Seon-hu calmly replied, District 12. Arriving there, Kagan Sanjin proudly showed off their settlement, asking how she liked it. Shin Wiga glanced around and casually admitted it was decent. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd warily watched their entrance. The human caliber was back, meaning Na Seon-hu must have returned as well. Sanjin laughed, telling her not to look so gloomy. She was bound to be surprised soon. Pointing at a building, he proudly showed off their very own bank. Seeing Lua working, Sanjin walked over to greet her, calling out to her. He proudly explained that they use magic stones as their local currency. But Shin Wiga was no longer listening, staring straight ahead in absolute shock. Lua gasped in astonishment, calling out to Giona. Recognizing her friend, Shin Wiga immediately shoved Sanjin aside and rushed forward, embracing her like a long-lost sister. They happily hold hands in excitement. Is it really you, Gung-ah? It turns out Gung-ah is actually a younger friend of hers. Gung-ah always admired her and followed her footsteps into the finance industry. Sua begins explaining her current job to Gung-ah. Sua asks if she knew that Na Seon-hu used to be at Telestar Investment. She reminds Gung-ah that she is Jessica's biggest fan. Through him, she might finally meet her icon. Just thinking about it makes her heart pound as she gets more and more excited. Honestly, her fangirling is pretty hilarious, but Gung-ah has to calm her down and focus on the actual issue. Into 2 main factions, Mithra and Asura. Na Seon-hu belongs to Asura, and the one who knows him best is likely Joshua von Karjan. Essentially, Na Seon-hu belongs to Joshua's faction. Sua is stunned thinking about how massive the Karjan group grew after Goldstein and Rothschild fell. She realizes Na Seon-hu is connected to the head of that family. She had always struggled in society because she chose the wrong side, but this time she has finally grabbed a real lifeline. This is amazing, she thinks Na Seon-hu, her absolute savior. She thanks her parents and praises her beloved Na Seon-hu. Meanwhile, several hunters are walking down the street when someone bumps into them. When the rude guy does not even apologize, the bumped hunter pulls him back, asking if his eyes are just for show. But then the troublemaker notices the badge on the hunter's chest, the official emblem of the Miracle Raid Force. The hunter taps his shoulder, telling him to watch out. He smugly warns him that there are only banks here, not courtrooms. It turns out this arrogant man is actually Na Seon-hu's old classmate. After scaring off the hunters, he thinks to himself how incredibly cool he is, enjoying his rapid rise thanks to a great skill tree. His gaming grind is finally paying off. Suddenly, a subordinate runs up to report that the commander is waiting for him. Seon-hu's classmate waves him off, saying, "Good job." He quietly reflects on the pure irony of his new life. The commander used to be a prestigious lawyer, but now that lawyer has to bow to a formerly unemployed gamer. You really can never predict the future. He quickly heads to his superior's office and apologizes for being late. The commander stares at him with a chilling look and orders him to sit. This man is Kang Ji-nam, leader of the Miracle Raid Force. He asks if that man has returned yet. The classmate reports that he is back, accompanied by a woman named Gung-na. She's equipped with rank C gear and higher, and she did not seem nervous at all. Kang Ji-nam contemplates this deeply. Equipped with rank C gear or higher means they must have brought back a massive fortune. He decides he needs to meet Na Seon-hu soon. He orders him to make that meeting happen. When Seon-hu's classmate replies that he will try, Kang Ji-nam immediately loses his temper. Ji-nam uses his telekinetic power to choke the classmate coldly, muttering that trying is always good as he laughs wickedly. The classmate gasps for air, begging for forgiveness and promising to contact Seon-hu immediately before running out of the room. He curses Ji-nam under his breath. He only joined because they are a top force in the Blue Sky Guild. But instead of getting closer to that high rank, he is now being threatened by everyone because he is known as Seon-hu's classmate. The rumors surrounding Seon-hu are totally insane, the absolute strongest in the Blue Sky Guild, with powerhouses like Kwon Seong-il under him. His monstrous strength allows him to single-handedly destroy boss monsters, and he ruthlessly executes anyone he dislikes. He remembers the cold look Seon-hu gave him when he warned him to never pretend they are close friends again. Shaking with absolute terror, he decides to turn back. But right at that moment, the interface system suddenly flashes before him. The system asks the awakened if they have waited long, playfully wondering if they had completely forgotten about their trusty guide. Seon-hu's classmate is actually relieved, thinking that even though he hates the system, this is a perfect excuse to escape. Now things are about to get wild, as the purple system screen happily welcomes them to the final scene of Act 1. The announcement of the first act's final scene makes the crowd go wild with excitement, celebrating that the end is finally near. But the system instantly decapitates a man coldly, clarifying that it is only the end of Act 1, telling them not to interrupt. When 200 areas merge and the final 20,000 people gather in a single stage, their assumptions of safety will shatter. Having survived scenes 1 and 2, they must prepare themselves. However, they are no longer limited to small-scale skirmishes. Their enemies are savage and brutal monsters who have already completed their preparations to completely destroy their precious home. They have formed a massive army, and in this final scene, the players will have to face them directly. This means that after growing through scenes 1 and 2, they must now fight this horde all on their own. The final challenge will be similar to the wave from scene 1, but the army will be significantly stronger. To survive, they must defeat Commander Chippos and his personal elite army, a task far more terrifying than they can possibly imagine. Yet the guide believes that those who conquer the previous trials can defeat these ugly beasts, wishing them the best of luck. The system declares the final scene of Act 1 has officially begun, leaving Seon-hu deep in thought about the split zones. 3 acts. Each has a set structure of Scene 1, Scene 2, and a final scene where we must battle with the enemy. The system alerts Na Seon-hu. The Explorer trait is activated, detecting 23 gates. Gate 1 rank F to E from Region 2 spawning within 13 to 15 hours. Gate 8 rank E to D from Region 152 spawning within 2 to 5 hours. He silently realizes the boss commander is appearing here. He then speaks up, "I will handle Gate 8. Guarding the remaining 22 gates is tough, so prepare 5 raid units at each gate." Shin Kyung-ah listens in shock as he adds that they will spawn right around their elite force. The two target both the first clear and ranking rewards. Kwon Seong-il asks what about him, and Na Seon-hu answers there's a secret item to find in the final scene of Act 1, go clear that zone. Hearing this, Shin Kyung-ah cannot help but speak up, saying she should go with him, but Kwon Seong-il tells her to just follow orders and not argue with Na Seon-hu. She fires back instantly that is none of your business she joined to work with. Na Seon-hu calmly replies, "I did make a promise, but the stage you want only comes after this next mission." He tells them to think things over while clearing this final scene, questioning if she truly wants to reach that point. He makes a solemn promise if she still wants to go after this, they will journey together until the very end. Deep in the forest, a brutal battle is raging. Excited to see the monsters actually dying, players shout out to kill them all. Suddenly, one player freezes, his eyes widening in pure horror as a monstrous beast spawns directly in front of his face. Countless other beasts charge right behind it, leaving the players with no escape as they are swarmed and torn to shreds. What is happening? A massive giant monster suddenly looms over the battlefield, taking down multiple players with a single sweeping swing. Someone screams out in terror that these bastards are on a completely different level, just as a system alert flashes before everyone. The quest is to defeat the rank B commander. Panic spreads as the giant beast slowly advances, carrying an overwhelming pressure. It is far too strong. The system announces that the first clear reward is a challenger box, but the terrified players start fleeing. They scream to retreat because of the commander, but a second later, they all freeze in absolute mind-blowing shock. High in the sky, a massive dragon appears, terrifying them even further as they frantically wonder what that creature is. Trapped between a commander and a dragon, they despair that it is all over. But then Na Seon-hu arrives, coldly commanding destruction. Riding atop a giant skeletal dragon, the beast opens its jaws, gathering a massive sphere of pure destructive energy. It fires a devastating blast that completely annihilates the horde. The lucky survivors can only stare in complete stunned silence. The shockwave of the massive explosion sends them flying back. As the thick dust clears, the enemy commander is still standing. With a fierce, snarling glare, it roars out. Na Seon-hu stares down with cold, lethal eyes, provoking the beast to charge. As it lunges with its massive axe, he raises a single hand and casually stops the blow, utterly shocking the creature. Na Seon-hu tells the Sisyphus warrior to remember this exact moment, and a split second later hacks its body to pieces. A species completely wiped out by humanity. The system immediately flashes a congratulatory message declaring him the very first player to clear the commander's subjugation quest. News of the boss's sudden death instantly spreads to every single member of their hostile army, crushing their overall combat power and morale. The player captain quickly rallies his team to finish off the rest. The players stare in disbelief, realizing that terrifying dragon is actually on their side, wondering who could possibly control it. Meanwhile, the system delivers Na Seon-hu his reward, a challenger box. He thinks it is a great prize, but there is something far more crucial. He wonders if Kwon Song-il has completed his task yet before flying off on his skeletal dragon toward Kwon Song-il. He hopes his memories are accurate. From below, the veteran fighter spots his incoming ally. He looks up from a massive pile of monster corpses and smiles, calling out to ask if Na Seon-hu has finally arrived. With the quest complete, the system alerts Na Seon-hu of Sisyphus' divine relic, an item holding the centralized power of the enemy army. It allows him to set a custom return point rank 5 with a 7-day cooldown. He contemplates. Despite its incredible power, he hands it over without a shred of greed, respecting Kwon Song-il's integrity. He lands to carry the veteran back on his dragon. In the distance, Lee Soo-ah and Shin Kyung-ah look on, deeply moved. Though battered and exhausted, neither woman loses their resolve, knowing the return stone is secured and the party is ready to move. Na Seon-hu quietly summons the system, which pops up asking what he wants this time. He tells the system that he wants to convert the current tier ranking into a level system, explaining that the existing F to S structure requires 100 points to promote to the next rank, making it difficult to balance their 4 different stats accordingly. This current method is just too exhausting to track while trying to pick items. That is why Na Seon-hu wants to change every 5 points into 1 awakening level. This is his mock-up of how the stats should look after the update. He knows that since obtaining 5 stat points is no easy feat, seeing constant level-up notifications will keep players pushing forward. He also wants to apply a proficiency system to skills, allowing natural growth through their active, frequent use. Consistent activation would allow these unique abilities to develop naturally as the players actively use them in combat. In his mind, he knows this is the ultimate key to make Awakeners dive into battles of their own accord. Na Seon-hu delivers his final request, which is not really a massive change but simply a way to reshape how they display their borrowed power. The system rubs its chin, wondering if that is truly a good idea. It worries that after making these changes, Awakeners might forget to show gratitude. Would they not start taking their newfound strength for granted simply because they believe they worked hard for it? Na Seon-hu scoffed internally. It was completely natural for them to receive this power since they risk their lives while the system does absolutely nothing. He asks directly whether the system only cares about receiving gratitude or if it was actually created to prevent human extinction. The system responds that a proficiency system can be implemented provided the growth rate matches the current rate at which they earn points. Then a new notification flashes as the challenger status is activated immediately, presenting Na Seon-hu with a brand new mission. The second tier of the solemn challenger quest has been granted. His objective for this task is the assassination of King Baekran. His rewards are the authority to modify the ranking system alongside the implementation of both the proficiency and point system. This is an exclusive quest for the challenger. Na Seon-hu is highly displeased. He wanted a challenge, but King Baekran is on another level. The system announces that they are moving to the mission site and wishes them luck. Meanwhile, Kagan Sanjin is swept up as well. Shin Jiana is also caught in the teleportation. They reassure themselves that since they are a team of 4 elite fighters, things should go smoothly. Wait, what? A second later, the system announces that Gu Yoon-hee has joined the party, shocking Na Seon-hu completely. What is happening? Gu Yoon-hee suddenly materializes, her entire body teleporting right before his eyes. She happily calls out his name. Na Seon-hu freezes as she hugs him, thinking that Gu Yeon-hee is undoubtedly the most useful ally to have. She is the partner he has been desperately looking for, yet her presence leaves him incredibly uneasy because he cannot let her face danger. When did this start? Why is he always so guarded against these types of protective emotions, constantly trying his best to avoid them? He stammers, asking what she is doing here. But before he can even finish his sentence, Gu Yeon-hee cuts in, explaining she received a quest. This mission is directly related to him. Right then, Kagun, Sanjin, and the rest of the group arrive, prompting her to ask if they are teammates. Kagun Sanjin exclaims in excitement, asking if she is the famous Woo Yeon-hee. Gu Yeon-hee's expression instantly shifts as she gives him a cold stare. She slaps away his outstretched hand, telling Na Seon-hu that the old man seems to like him, but he can just call her Woo Yeon-hee. Kagun Sanjin is absolutely terrified by her reaction. Shin Jun-ah and Lee Su-ah stand frozen in confusion as Gu Yeon-hee approaches them to whisper. She warns them that she will be watching quietly, remarking that they make a decent lifeline. This completely sends a shiver down Lee Su-ah's spine. Then, acting as if nothing happened, she returns to Na Seon-hu, while the others follow trembling. He tells her to wait right there. Finally, Kagun Sanjin lets out a sigh of relief. He whispers to Lee Su-ah, asking if that terrifying girl is actually Na Seon-hu's girlfriend. Lee Su-ah notices Shin Gyeon-ah shaking uncontrollably and calls out her name, but Kagun Sanjin suddenly taps Gyeon-ah on the head to snap her out of it. Lee Su-ah snaps, asking what he is doing. He quickly reassures her that it was just a light tap to break her trance. Shin Jeon-ah finally regains her composure and asks who that woman is. Kagun Sanjin boasts about his success, but Lee Su-ah remains highly skeptical. She questions if that girl is really Na Seon-hu's girlfriend, noting she has never heard of her. She asks Kagun Sanjin if he knows anything. He scratches his head, admitting he is completely clueless himself. Lee Su-ah insists that since Woo Yeon-hee is joining them, they need all the details possible. A double date, Kagun Sanjin lets out a nervous laugh, staring at Na Seon-hu and Gu Yeon-hee walking shoulder to shoulder. He scoffs, asking if she is daydreaming. It is obvious from a single glance that only the three of them actually make up a team. The gap between them and those two is simply too massive. Meanwhile, Gu Yeon-hee is talking directly to Na Seon-hu, filtering out the others. She notes that Kagun Sanjin is fine, but Lee Su-ah and Shin Jeon-ah are not. Seeing this, Na Seon-hu reflects on their past training days. Back then, he had occasionally hoped she would become independent like this, but seeing her current cold demeanor, he blurted out, asking how she joined. Gu Yeon-hee casually replies, asking if she ever told him the real reason she approached him all those years ago in elementary school. At that moment, Na Seon-hu remembers. Her sudden approach back in their childhood was actually driven by a life quest she received from the system. Her mission was to assist the designer of the system. He reminds her that he explicitly told her to abandon that vague low-reward quest. Gu Yeon-hee quickly protests, stating she never gave up on it. She turns to him, admitting she had almost forgotten about it until recently. Gwon-hee explains her questline told her to help him, sensing the system is slowly changing. That is when Na Seon-hu directly admits he is the system modifier, explaining that this quest is part of his work. Listening to him, she quickly replies that she understands. She notes that since the system changed, more awakened ones in her area survived than expected. But then she freezes for a moment, then looks down and asks him if making awakened ones stronger and helping more people survive is really a good thing. Gwon-hee quietly mumbles that people change once they acquire power, and they often end up becoming someone completely unrecognizable. Damn it, she suddenly snaps out of it, realizing she just said something highly unusual. Na Seon-hu gets angry, guessing she must have faced massive betrayal and hardships. Seeing his reaction, she sheepishly scratches her cheek and apologizes, saying she understands now. She finally understands why he is so harsh when testing them. He firmly asserts that she must have run into a lot of absolute trash. The world is full of it, but the two of them can only do so much alone. As he speaks, he gently pats her head, explaining that is why they created the World Awakened Association, to control them. They might make mistakes, but he asks her not to push away those he chose. Soon the two return to the starting point to instruct Kang Sanjin's group. Na Seon-hu starts a brief briefing, warning everyone that their lives are on the line. They must remember this clearly. He secretly notes that many alien races have appeared, each having their own dimension they call home. Yet they all share one major thing in common: they worship the 7 demon kings. Thinking about how these monsters emit a godlike aura, he can only marvel at the sight. Unlike ordinary religions, their deities, the 7 demon kings, are considered the absolute supreme existences, directly shaping the civilizations of the species that worship them. Na Seon-hu knows well that among those 7 demon kings, the Baekran Legion worships a Kuda of destruction. High-ranking members like commanders receive the power of a Kuda of destruction, making a direct fight with the entire Baekran army on their home turf pure suicide. He reminds the team that the only way to defeat the Backran King is to force a one-on-one fight. Kang San-jin and Lee Soo-ah immediately look at each other in confusion. Na Seon-hu calls out for Jung-ah to focus, then summons gear, telling them he will provide equipment they can actually use. Kang San-jin and Lee Soo-ah follow his orders while Shin Jung-ah watches everyone distribute the gear, her hand trembling in awe. Seeing an A-rank item, Kang San-jin instantly falls in love with his new gear. Look at this, Shin Jung's eyes sparkle as she looks at Seon-hu, thinking Na Seon-hu did not drag them here for nothing. With Woo Yeon-hee here, she feels she does not have to worry about this mission anymore. However, Na Seon-hu notices her strange behavior and calls out to her. He recalls that she was trembling when she first met Gwon-hae, so her sudden confidence is baffling. He asks her who she sees standing next to him, and Shin Jung-ah casually replies that it is obviously Woo Yeon-hee. He then asks for a detailed description of Woo Yeon-hee. This leaves her highly confused, warning him that Woo Yeon-hee might get upset if she does. He tells her to speak anyway. Shin Jung-ah hesitates, then describes her as a handsome guy with a cool mustache who loves surfing. A second later, he decides to pull Gwon-hae aside while Lee Soo-ah shakes Shin Jung-ah in complete and utter frustration. Gwon-hae tells him she was only messing with Shin Jung-ah, who joined for the loot but lacks real determination in the face of death. Na Seon-hu immediately asks if that is why she chose to scramble the poor girl's mind, and she directly admits that if it is too much she will retract it, but argues that people like her always cause trouble. But here is the real kicker: he falls into deep thought about the second evil. Lacking her own forces, she enjoys manipulating other factions on the battlefield, like toys, playing with them for her own sick amusement. She is a brutal monster who wiped out mighty factions. He sighs, noting that although he does not know her identity, a slip of the tongue from the first evil revealed that she is a woman, which nearly cost him his life multiple times. She is someone who must be eliminated, just like the first evil. He holds his head, refusing to believe that Gwon-hae could be the second evil. After all, he holds the traits of the first evil and the skills of both the second and fourth sages. Yet looking at Gwon-hae's innocent face, he cannot help but worry about the future. What if she truly becomes that monster? 10 days later, Kang San-jin groans, realizing he is lagging behind once again. Suddenly, a massive bull-headed monster blocks his path. The two immediately clash, locking hands in a fierce test of strength. Kang San-jin roars, asking the beast if it thinks it is the only strong one here. He slowly lifts its entire body, hurls it away, calling out for Soo-ah. Hidden behind another massive bull monster, Lee Soo-ah raises her hand in response. Seeing her, he leaps into the air, landing a heavy kick on the beast before running over to scold her for not staying close by his side. Suddenly, Soo-ah frantically points behind him. The defeated monster has already stood back up. With a mere glare, two deep slash wounds rip across the monster's body. Kang San-jin and Lua watch on in total awe. From above, Gi-jung leaps down and playfully teases San-jin, asking if he has been watching too many fantasy movies lately. Then Pride warns him, threatening to eliminate him if he ever dares to underestimate her. San-jin can only chuckle dryly. He quietly pities her, thinking she is too brainwashed to feel fear. They both sigh over how utterly broken she became. Ever since meeting Yeon-hee, her former calculating self has completely vanished. Turning to Lue, San-jin lets out a heavy, defeated sigh. His shields are entirely depleted, making her role critical from now on. She then asks him if Woo Yeon-hee is also a healer. San-jin nods, reminding her of how Woo Yeon-hee effortlessly snapped shattered bones back into place right in front of them. Lua stammers in complete disbelief. San-jin merely gazes out toward the distant battlefield where violent bolts of blue lightning flash repeatedly. Yeon-hee floats directly at the center of the storm, vaporizing hordes of monsters below. San-jin realizes they are basically acting as bait. To them, hunting down monsters looks like a casual date. San-jin then glances over at Lua, quite puzzled by her sudden silence. He quickly turns her head toward him, warning her that distracted walking on this terrain will only lead to a broken leg. He commands her to focus on him. When he promises to be her personal protector, it only panics her. She asks what he is doing, but San-jin laughs it off, telling her to stay close and not worry. They cannot afford to rest forever out here. With that, he and Gi-jung charge straight into the fray. Over the next 2 months, they cover 1,500 kilometers, fighting relentlessly as his stats approach his old peak. Yeon-hee feels incredibly proud of his rapid progress. She reminds him of how she always had faith in him. Na Seon-hu notices the group's exhaustion and calls for a camp, marking their first break in 5 days. Lua immediately rushes over to Yeon-hee, eagerly asking if there is a secret way to boost her stats. Seon-hu notes their impressive growth, realizing they will be valuable assets once they reach the king's final bastion. San-jin watches the girls chat and hesitatingly decides to approach Woo Yeon-hee himself, hoping to get some advice. However, he remembers Seon-hu's warnings to always treat Woo Yeon-hee with absolute respect because her power is unfathomable. Steeling himself, Sanjin closes his eyes and begs for her assistance, formally addressing her as his boss. Seon-hu chuckles, finding the nickname rather fitting since Woo Yoon-hee is actually much older than Sanjin anyway. This revelation leaves Sanjin completely dumbfounded. He was already shocked to learn Na Seon-hu was his age, but finding out Woo Yoon-hee is even older completely blows his mind, prompting him to dramatically weep. Looking at their complicated group hierarchy, he scratches his head and asks Lua to call him brother instead. Since Gi-jung calls him formally, he wants a closer bond. Lua is speechless but shyly agrees. Nearby, Yoni smiles softly at the cute interaction and tells Seon-hu how peaceful the atmosphere feels. She notes that Lua and Sanjin clearly have deep, long-standing feelings for one another. Seeing his stiff, unresponsive face, she asks if he still forbids workplace romance between comrades. Instantly, Seon-hu senses a dangerous vibe. Letting this conversation continue will only spell trouble for him. He abruptly stands up, stating that attachment on the battlefield brings far more harm than good. As he walks away, he reminds himself of the deadly risks of personal emotions during war. He must maintain a strict professional boundary with Yoon-hee, locking his heart away forever. Yoon-hee simply watches his retreating figure. Meanwhile, at the arena, two massive bull beasts lock horns. A roaring crowd cheers wildly in the stands. Sanjin watches in absolute shock. He finds it completely unreal that these crazy monsters managed to build an entire civilization. Seon-hu deduces the king is hiding in the capital's center, and they must draw him out. Yoon-hee volunteers to infiltrate, but Seon-hu firmly rejects it as a dangerous last resort. He lays out their battle plan, tasking the others with staging a massive distraction outside. They must avoid getting surrounded, acting as the anvil while he strikes as the hammer of terror. He plans to leverage psychological panic, mirroring the interest rate shock that once devastated Seoul overnight. Spreading dread through the outskirts will force the enemy king to finally show himself. In their brutal warrior culture, a ruler must always prove himself on the front lines. If he refuses to emerge, they will unleash guerrilla warfare using their return stones. Kagan Sanjin spots something and shrieks in absolute terror. What is up with that eye? Startled Na Seon-hu also whips his head up toward the sky. A massive glowing red eye is staring straight down at them. It suddenly opens wide, unleashing countless beams of scarlet light. Na Seon-hu quickly deduces that this must be the gaze of Doomsday Akuda. A split second later, his very soul begins to tremble. Damn it, his head starts pounding. Blood begins dripping from his nose. Suddenly, the system alerts him that his Explorer trait has been triggered, forcing him to worship Doomsday Akuda. It is a secret quest. The Baeklon Legion is preparing a sacrifice for Doomsday Akuda, getting ready to launch their grand ritual. The quest description states that if he can stay conscious until their massive ceremony concludes, this terrifying trial will be successfully cleared. But right then, Kagan Sanjin suddenly starts chanting praises to Doomsday Akuda. Right behind him, Shingung Aa and Lisua immediately follow suit. They keep chanting to worship Doomsday Akuda. Guani barely squeezes out a warning while Na Seon-hu stammers, looking over in absolute shock. All three of them are completely brainwashed. Guan-hee panics, agonizing over who to save while the others continue their eerie robotic chanting. She frantically mutters, "Who should I save?" She quickly calculates their growth potential in her mind, thinking of Shingung Aa first. No, she screams, "Save Kagan Sanjin instead." At this point, the old man seems fully possessed, his mouth moving on its own. He keeps chanting to worship Doomsday Akuda, but suddenly he snaps out of it. Falling to the dirt, he roars, "Worship my foot. Bastard, I will punch that eye right out of the sky." Right on cue, the system congratulates him for clearing the secret quest. His reward is a 5% boost to authority resistance, but Kagan Sanjin can only watch helplessly as Shingung A fades away. She walks further and further into the distance. But then what the hell? Suddenly, both of them reappear right behind him with sharp knives. They lunged forward to stab him. Na Seon-hu screams for him to look out as a purple flash erupts. In the next second, her hand is severed. Lisua stares in shock. Na Seon-hu stepped in just in time. His eyes are now ice-cold, devoid of any warmth. The two puppets nod at each other and instantly vanish into the dark. Kagan Sanjin cries out for little Lisua, but the hill is empty. Na Seon-hu reassures him that he is safe now thanks to Woo Yoon-hee. The old man stammers, asking if the boss is okay, pointing to the unconscious Guan-hee. He can only shake his head. After an unknown amount of time, she finally stirs. Na Seon-hu and Kagan Sanjin watch over her anxiously. Guan-hee lets out a heavy sigh, noting that one of the 7 demon kings merely glanced at them. Na Seon-hu agrees, warning that, if it had actually targeted them, they would be dead. They just happened to stumble right into the Baeklon Legion's massive summoning event. Kagan Sanjin falls silent before asking if there is any hope left for their two friends. Covering her face, she whispers that they are gone. Their minds have been completely wiped. Guan-hee emphasizes that even survival was a miracle. Hearing this, Na Seon-hu grits his teeth in frustration. Damn it. A single glance from a demon king was enough to steal 2 of his allies. The gap between them is still too massive. He clenches his fists tightly. But Na Seon-hu quickly reminds himself that despair solves nothing. Shingang-a already possessed incredible potential. When they meet again, she will be an infinitely more dangerous monster. Turning to Kagan Sanjin, he delivers a harsh, cold truth. Next time they meet Shingang and Lisua, they are part of the enemy. Remember, a single moment of hesitation will get them all killed. The old man gasps, has it really begun? Na Seon-hu nods and plans to follow Wu Yeon-hee's lead to drag their king out. He recalls that the Fifth Saint and his crew are a very unique faction. They do not chase standard quests for easy rewards. Instead, they actively hunt down the most cunning, dangerous foes. They are absolute maniacs fueled by a constant, insatiable thirst for blood. Yet the saint always preached about wanting peace. Despite that, his power grew exponentially at some point, shooting him straight to the top. He is now strong enough to rival the 8 great villains and the 8 great saints. Here in this desolate, god-forsaken wasteland of the Baeklan Legion. Fighting for survival, Na Seon-hu finally understands. Stepping over the bloody corpses of the Baeklan soldiers, he falls into a deep, quiet contemplation. This is exactly how the 5th saint grew so strong so fast. Suddenly, the system announces that his secret quest is finally complete. He has unlocked a brand new trait called Zealot. Na Seon-hu marvels at it, a passive ability that makes him stronger the longer he fights. The Zealot trait boosts his combat power through 5 distinct stages based on battle duration. During Stage 1, which requires 1 hour of combat, his recovery speed increases dramatically. Stage 2, triggered 1 hour after the first phase, ends, significantly boosts item and trait activation rates. Moving to Stage 3, which starts 1 hour after Phase 2, his physical and magical defenses receive a massive boost. For Stage 4, commencing 1 hour after Phase 3, all of his skill cooldowns are slightly reduced. Finally, Stage 5 begins 1 hour after the 4th phase, slightly increasing the defense recharge rate of all equipped items. This B-tier ability has a 2-day cooldown. With the addition of Zealot, Na Seon-hu has officially filled his 10-trait limit. He knows it requires constant combat to stay active, but this explains how the 5th Saint achieves such ridiculous battlefield results. In massive wars, a warrior possessing both Adversity Overcomer and Zealot will strike absolute terror into the hearts of the enemy. The Baeklan army will learn to fear his name. After a quiet moment, Na Seon-hu crosses his arms and issues a cold command. Kagan Sanjin urges Gwon-hee to keep moving, telling her he is totally fine and she can even treat him like a combat slave. He tells her she can discard him when he is no longer useful, but begs her to use him if he can help, raising his hands high. He admits she probably dislikes him, but begs her to just think well of him for today, pleading with her for just this once. Sanjin adds that if she puts even a little faith in him, he will trust her with all his heart to find some hope. No fear. Gwon-hee silently thinks this guy is pretty amusing, showing absolutely no dread even in a situation like this. Her gaze pierces right through his flesh and into his heart. She sees straight into his actual feelings. His heart is completely filled with the desire to win, so everyone can survive, making Gwon-hee smile amidst the battle. She is normally highly sensitive to monster bloodlust, but decides to trust this human bond and asks if Sanjin is ready. Sanjin eagerly replies with a loud "Yes, boss," as the two march forward, side by side with their minds perfectly aligned. Live together, die together. Meanwhile, inside the city, the elite Baeklan forces are casually patrolling around, totally unaware. One massive muscular soldier suddenly senses a strange presence behind him, but right as he spins around to check, his fate is sealed. Cruel reality. He sees Na Seon-hu riding a massive bone dragon, which instantly crushes him into the dirt below. The other monsters panic, and one of them quickly climbs a high roof to blow a loud warning horn. Na Seon-hu flies right up on his dragon and completely demolishes the building beneath the beast, landing smoothly on the remaining debris. After he recalls the dragon, the system notifies him that the undead worship bone dragon has been successfully stored in his inventory. Pure terror. Na Seon-hu realizes the bone dragon is best used to see fear, so he must conserve its energy. The enemy king likely possesses a similar item, but a sudden sound cuts off his thoughts and catches him off guard. Too many. Countless enemy soldiers have surrounded him, with massive bull and goat monsters crowding the streets below. Na Seon-hu notes the presence of elite Baeklan units, W Knights, and even a division of high-tier wizards. S-rank territory. This dungeon far outclasses Declan, and right on cue, the high-tier enemy wizards begin to cast. They combine their magical forces into a massive destructive energy wave, prompting the system to trigger his passive gear. Stage 1 of Zealot is now active, granting him a massive boost in health regeneration and sharpening his battle senses. His perception rank undergoes a massive upgrade, jumping from S rank to double S rank as his special talent is finally triggered. His traits are enhanced, transforming his adventurer title into an incredibly powerful version designed to overcome extreme adversity. His collector trait rises from A rank to S rank, while his Zealot title moves from B rank to A rank, leaving him absolutely speechless. This feels completely different now that his dexterity has reached double S rank and he stares up at the blank white sky. Total hostility. He feels the entire world trying to crush him, so he unsheathes his sword as the system alerts him. He unleashes the Sword of David's skill, effortlessly slicing through every single approaching monster as the system triggers yet another alert. He casts Na Seon-hu's Wrath, summoning a massive lightning strike to obliterate the monster army while realizing he is fighting an S-rank legion completely solo. Facing this S-rank threat alone with no support, talk about a real monster, because that is exactly what he is becoming. Complete slaughter. Monsters swarm his tower, only to be instantly shredded into mincemeat before they can even touch him. Freeze. The aggressive bull monsters rush in, but they suddenly stop dead in their tracks as mind control takes hold. Total chaos. The mind-controlled beasts spin around and start slaughtering their own allies as madness spreads through the pack. They decapitate their own allies while Na Seon-hu takes the chance to eliminate more beasts by quickly switching his targets, using them like swords and shields. The transitions are so rapid that it looks like he is controlling multiple targets simultaneously, though it is actually just one target at a time. Sanjin watches in absolute shock, realizing he is no different from those mindless bullheads. He thinks his boss's skills are incredibly brutal, but a sudden sharp blade flashing toward him snaps him out of it. It is Sua. Her state is highly unusual, with soulless, glowing red eyes and pure bloodlust, prompting Sanjin to remark that she looks stunning but terrifying. She immediately lunges at him like an arrow with terrifying speed, forcing him to cry out, asking if they really must do this. Direct hit. Sanjin successfully strikes Sua, sending her flying back, and before she can even recover, he prepares to strike. He swings his massive mace down with shattering force, carving a deep crater into the ground, but barely misses her by a fraction. Sanjin firmly declares that they will live together and die together as a real team, but Sua instantly leaps back up, weapon in hand. He screams at her to wake up and asks if she is really trying to kill him, but receives absolutely no response from her dead eyes. Despite his massive bulky build, Sanjin barely manages to dodge her next strike, gritting his teeth in frustration as Sua swings her dagger again. Is this it? Knocked flat on the ground with nowhere to run, he watches a lethal blade sweep down toward him. Yoon-hee has arrived as backup. She coldly mutters that if those words could save her, she would have said them long ago, before adding, "Trust me." Meanwhile, Sanjin and Sua are foaming at the mouth as their condition worsens. She insists there is no hope left for their recovery. They cannot return. The system flashes a warning that the Deathroot bind continues to affect them, alongside a purge alert for the Bakeran poison. Sho has already wiped out the entire monster horde. Warning: biophobia is draining your strength, and the effects of your sensitivity have faded. His talent buff is gone. Still, he crushes another beast with bare hands. Zealot Phase 3 is now active. His physical and magic resistance shoot up. Na Seon-hu watches beasts fly everywhere, cursing under his breath as a single wyvern remains. Suddenly, a massive shockwave erupts, blowing the monsters away. With absolute power activated, they charge forward, only to be shredded to pieces. But one beast survives, gripping its weapon tightly. A warning pops up. The activation effects are heavily reduced by the Deathroot bind. The beast swings its axe straight at Na Seon-hu's neck. You can practically feel the tension as blood sprays everywhere, and his eyes roll back. Shocked by his survival, the monster is instantly sliced to pieces by Na Seon-hu's counterattack. Overcomer of Adversity has been activated. Description: when your combat capability is lost, this skill boosts all your active abilities and stats by a whole tier. Despite losing massive amounts of blood, Na Seon-hu grits his teeth. An additional effect of adversity triggers, drastically boosting his regeneration. He will feel absolutely no pain for the duration of the skill, and every negative status effect is completely erased. He roars and unleashes a massive bolt of lightning, ripping them apart with the very energy flowing from their own bodies. Rank duration is 2 hours. Even from afar, a colossal pillar of lightning can be seen shooting straight into the heavens. A giant beast's red eyes flash with light as it roars, shaking its massive body. Across the battlefield, blood and carnage are everywhere. Bodies are piled high. Overcomer of Adversity has 1 minute 31 seconds left, while Zealot Phase 5 has 59 seconds. Yoon-hee asks if that king will finally show himself. Panting heavily, Sanjin laughs and claims he just unlocked a new trait. He unlocked Fist Destroyer and feels lucky, but Na Seon-hu suddenly stops. It is here, the final boss. A swarm of dragons darkens the sky above. Na Seon-hu warns them to stay back and not charge in once the challenge quest triggers. No matter what happens, a colossal monster emerges. This is King Bakeran, ruler of his species and their absolute strongest warrior. He serves as the High Priest of Dumakuta, leading their worship and wielding the devastating power of their dark god. His rank remains unknown. Physical defense is 210,000 and magical defense is 300,000. Beside him flies the plane-piercing dragon, a beast born in the Great Plains that swore absolute loyalty to King Bakeran. A rank 5 beast with a physical defense of 135,000. Its magic defense is 120,000. a secret quest message suddenly flashes, confirming a new challenge has arrived. The prompt reveals that King Baekran has long awaited a worthy opponent to prove himself against, granting them this rare opportunity. The quest is simple: defeat King Baekran. Rewards include the chain quest, Birth of Doom Part 1, but failure boosts the boss instead. Na Seon-hu is stunned, questioning the reward. The Birth of a Doombringer. The chain quest reward itself is highly unusual. He struggles to make sense of this trash. More shockingly, Doom Akuda itself is watching with pure delight. The god finds it impressive. To make matters worse, the almighty Lord of Chaos and Death is also spectating with keen interest. King Baekran unleashes a devastating earth-shattering punch. Na Seon-hu reacts instantly to meet the strike, initiating a fierce clash between them. As their fists collide, a momentary silence falls before a violent shockwave erupts, blowing away everything in their vicinity. Sanjin and Yeon-hee can barely hold their ground. This fight is absolute brutality. Na Seon-hu grits his teeth. His arm shattered completely from blocking the blow, but it regenerates at an unbelievable speed as he charges right back into the fray. Meanwhile, King Baekran struggles with his own damaged arm. The beast frantically tries to figure out a counter-strategy. He thrusts his remaining healthy arm forward. But it is useless, as Na Seon-hu's incoming strike tears his other arm completely off. A massive explosion blindingly illuminates the area, erupting from a tiny halo into a giant burning mushroom cloud. Everything trembles violently. Hyun-woo reviews his system, noticing major edits items are deleted and the ranking system is gone. Specific stat boxes, skill boxes, and trait boxes are removed, replaced by a level system and item proficiency tracking. His hidden skill potentials are now displayed as skill ranks, which will improve and level up through successful usage. He ponders how the skills from his bronze and gold boxes began to diverge as he trained both of them simultaneously. But with everything starting out at F rank, he always felt conflicted about which of these skills he should actually train first. A massive status screen pops up displaying Guardian Warrior Shout, a C-rank skill that inflicts physical damage on nearby foes. This skill forces all affected monsters to focus their attention directly on him, while also providing a significant boost to his physical strength. Your party members and strike forces weapons. At 10% mastery, physical damage is 120 plus strength. The attack weapon power increases by 1% with a 5-minute cooldown. Hyun-woo frowns intuitively, realizing it should have been like this from the beginning. Now one ill. Du points out that it is not just the display that has changed, confirming he also sees it even without those rank boxes. For the skills and traits, suggesting they should call it mastery from now on. They can definitely upgrade their levels. He is tense, knowing the competition is about to get much fiercer. Hyun-woo firmly declares they cannot lose, ordering everyone to gather up and prepare. Jung-gu is level 246 platinum with 311 plus 13 vitality and 311 plus 2 strength. Dexterity and perception at 310,000 experience and defense of 144. 15.20 magic defense, 5,002 traits, 3 skills, B rank badge and item. He is quite confident, and honestly he has the right to be. Barely anyone has stats like these. But then we see someone with nearly double that. Not only superior but almost twice Hyun-woo's stats. The Challenger's specific quest, Majestic Challenger 2, has officially been completed. The secret proof quest is also finished. Name Na Seon-hu. Level 482 Challenger on his second trial. His vitality is 962, strength is 980, dexterity is 910, perception is 880 with massive experience. 3 million experience, 30,000 attack power, 88,000 physical defense, and 500 magic defense with 10 unique traits, 10 skills, 10 items. His chain quest, Birth of Doom, Part 1, has Seon-hu lying flat on the ground looking half dead. He is finally back. The Birth of Doom is the beginning and the end of everything, fueled by the endless power of deadly chaos. A path has opened up. If he can satisfy the expectations of this deadly chaos and prove himself worthy, he will be raised to the level maintained by chaos itself, reborn as a supreme being who rules over the entire dimension. The quest requires reaching level 561. Thus begins the second part of the Birth of Doom chain. He sits up, burying his face in his hands as he laughs. No wonder this Challenger quest was so brutally difficult. He wants to recruit him to be the 8th Demon King. The system asks if he wants to use contribution points to cancel the quest. It requires 10,000 points. He thinks the system is pretty dumb since his points were completely reset when the second trial started. Seon-hu exhaustedly stands up. Even if he had enough points, there is absolutely no reason to cancel this quest if it can stop the invasion of the 7 Demon Kings. He realizes he could become the doom of all 8 of them. Seon-hu walks around looking for his companion and spots Sang-jin. Suddenly, a notification arrives. The system announces that high-level awakeners can use a telepathy-like ability to communicate with others. At his current level, the transmission range will be incredibly far. This must be where they set their return point with the return stone. Is that damn system pulling another trick on them? The perk for overcoming adversity is suddenly deactivated. He immediately screams in absolute agony, his entire body freezing up. Seon-hu collapses. When he wakes up, Sang-jin is sitting right there. Two sudden alerts pop up stating that the female sovereign has been removed from the party twice. This only means one thing: they're dead. Lee Sua, Na Seon-hu, those two women are never coming back. Sang-jin probably saw the notifications too, but he remains completely silent. Suddenly, someone approaches. A young boy trembling points a flimsy spear at the two of them, asking who they are. Sang-jin sits quietly, but the pressure radiating from him is terrifying. Leaving them alone would definitely be best for him. The boy cringes in fear. Suddenly, Ga-sung pops out joyfully, calling out to Uncle Sang-jin, who is equally happy to see him. He asks Ga-sung to check on his leg. Hyun-woo frowns. If that is Sang-jin, then the person next to him must be. Ga-sung asks where his uncle went without a word. Hyun-woo bows politely, introducing himself as the SHIELD team leader of Blue Sky. He says it is an honor to meet Na Seon-hu. Seon-hu then asks how long it has been since they disappeared. Hyun-woo replies that it has been a little over 6 months, noting how strangely consistent the time flow is. Seon-hu waves. He tells them they will rest here for a bit and should not be disturbed. Hyun-woo understands and promises to inform the guild. Hyun-woo orders everyone back to Sector 15, Na Seon-hu's territory. Sang-jin happily looks at his newly healed leg, laughing warmly. Ga-sung has improved so much that his leg healed in a flash. Nearby, a captured group is brought in before Kang Ji-nam. He glares at them with fierce hollow eyes, demanding to know which unit they belong to. They claim they have none. They plan to disband after this anyway. Ji-nam is confused, but the man explains they were merely cooperating with those other guys. Another reveals that out of 25 raid unit members, 20 were actually outside partners trying to grab what mana stones they could. Ji-nam is taken aback immediately, ordering his men to arrest them all while they desperately beg him to let them go. The scene shifts to a quiet room where impatient fingers tap incessantly against a desk during a high-stakes Blue Sky meeting. Inside the Blue Sky Guild headquarters, unit leader Dai-nam grumbles about their current situation. He argues they must stop random units from using the hunting grounds. Apparently, some leaders like Cao Kavan did the exact opposite. He snaps back, demanding to know what the council thinks they are doing. Low-level hunters who should be doing odd jobs are suddenly losing their minds trying to level up. Another leader, Che Jiang, speaks up with a lazy shrug. He suggests just tweaking the hunting grounds and raising the unit registration fee 20 times over. That should easily keep them in line. If they raise the barrier, the lower ranks won't dare rebel. But not everyone agrees. She grumbles, asking if those below are not still their own guild members. She urges leader Lai to maintain a bit of decency. This is a public meeting, so she tells him to save face. Dai-nam replies that ignoring them will ruin everything they built. He reminds them of the hard-earned stability they created. Even in the neutral zones against the rival Wusong Guild, they fought. Whenever fear threatened to tear the organization apart, they united and joined forces to overcome those terrible disasters. Dai-nam gives a grand speech about solidarity. He proclaims that right now is the exact moment they need to band together again. But leader Lai stands up in disgust. She says she cannot agree because he is just abusing his authority to control the community. She refuses to sit there and listen any longer. At that, another unit leader scoffs, saying they are not even a real community. He views them as just weaklings who cannot survive without guild protection. Leader Lai strongly protests that arrogant way of thinking. She walks out, telling them to text her the final decision. She will fall in line, but she wants her vote registered as against. Just as leader Lai leaves, Hango finally arrives. The other leaders tease him for being late and tell him to sit down. Instead, Hango stands there quietly before dropping a massive bomb. He states he just ran into Na Seon-hu in a village west of Sector 15. Now this is a major turning point. There is no sign of Lisua or Shin Gyeong-ah. Only Na Seon-hu and Kagun Sanjin are traveling together. Dai-nam turns pale, declaring they cannot let those two return. Another leader quickly agrees, saying Blue Sky only survived because of them. Without their efforts, the rival Wusong Guild would have swallowed them whole. Another leader jumps in to defend their current status. He argues that the old Blue Sky is completely different from what it is today. Only the name remains the same. They are on a whole different level now. But one of them warns that Na Seon-hu is a terrifying monster, making everyone frown in annoyance. The warning came from Ban Suk, leader of the Golden Unit and president of the Magic Stone Bank. He chuckles arrogantly. Having operated in Sector 12 before, Ban Xu urges them to trust his judgment. He stands up, explaining Na Seon-hu does not care about titles. Even so, there is a high chance Na Seon-hu will send an envoy. He knows exactly how to wield and enjoy his absolute power. They need a solid excuse to stop them. After all, Na Seon-hu killed or forced the previous Sector 12 leaders to step down. He predicts some of those present might face the exact same fate. Ban Exuse lets out a sly chuckle. That is why he warns this is not a matter they can simply vote away. Secretly, he is terrified of losing Lisua's former seat. He worked way too hard to get here and he refuses to give it up. Dainam finalizes their stance, declaring they oppose Na Seon-hu. Meanwhile, in a completely different place, Kagan Sanjin is excitedly waving a dirty blood-stained bottle of soju. He found it buried deep in a stinking ditch. He saw something glinting in the mud and dug it up, completely unbothered by the smell. His high perception really pays off. It seems Sanjin spent all night patrolling the borders of the settlement just to distract himself. Taking a sip, Sanjin remarks that although he loves alcohol, his body is too strong now as an awaken for it to affect him. Na Seon-hu asks about the special trait he received earlier. Sanjin casually confirms it is the Fist Destroyer trait. Sanjin's friend wants to know more, so the old man tells him to look for himself, laughing off the compliment. He opens up his status board for him. With the skill Enlightenment active, Na Seon-hu can see everything perfectly. Kagan Sanjin is level 351 diamond rank with incredible stats in strength and dexterity. His perception is high and his physical defense is maxed out at 10,000. He also possesses 3,000 magic defense points along with his highly effective Fist Destroyer passive trait. This trait boosts basic attack power when unarmed, letting him strike with the same force as if he were holding a weapon. His Mastery level 1 grants 25% extra power. Na Seon-hu notes this allows him to fight completely unarmed with maximum efficiency. It behaves as if he is holding a high-tier weapon, which will likely be his primary combat style from now on. Sanjin is pleased to get useful gear but admits he is still anxious about whatever danger might lie ahead of them. When asked how long they must wait, Na Seon-hu says until tomorrow. Hearing this, Sanjin immediately decides to gather some resources. He wanders deep into the forest to gather magic stones, secretly hoping to stumble upon another buried bottle of alcohol. That does not seem likely. Suddenly, Sanjin catches a sound and massive crowd passing nearby. He wonders if war has broken out. Where are they heading? Leading them is Pansik. Sanjin runs over and calls out his name. Pansik smiles back, calling out a friendly hello. He laughs, calling him brother and praising his insane rank climb to lead the golden unit. Pansik chuckles as he brings up another question. He asks why Sanjin is alone and where Na Seon-hu is. Sanjin honestly answers that he is in the next village, asking if a war is brewing. Does he need help? Pansik looks utterly baffled, asking if Sanjin even knows who they are fighting. Sanjin just laughs it off with a carefree grin. He says not to worry because with him there even Na Seon-hu won't have to do anything. Pansik sneers, calling that level of confidence pretty impressive. That's very good, he says. Sanjin wonders why the man keeps changing the subject, muttering that men need real spine before asking where they are going. The entire crowd goes grim, nobody offering an answer. Sanjin finally realizes what is happening, his face freezing up as his smile completely vanishes. In disgust, Sanjin calls out Pansik, asking if he was always this kind of devious snake. Pansik snaps back in absolute anger. He asks if they didn't always warn him about causing trouble just for money. As Pansik draws his sword, Sanjin continues talking with utter indifference. His boredom is plain to see. He wonders why Pansik is so incredibly greedy, questioning what kind of massive mistake he has made this time around. Thanks to his background in distribution, Pansik's mind works incredibly fast. While other players hesitate, he is always the first one to act. He was the first to hoard magic stones and dominate market trading. When people get hurt, he is there selling recovery items at sky-high rates. And when massive battles break out, he sells offensive items. Everything he sells is marked up to ridiculous sky-high prices. Through this ruthless business of his vast wealth has long surpassed the limits of the Blue Sky Guild. Even though Na Seon-hu is extremely powerful, many capable, awakened ones appeared after the intense final scene of Stage 1. The North has the Wusung Guild, and the South has the Blue Sky Guild, which now boasts over 20,000 awakened members. Pansik turns pale, sweating as he stares at the crowd, thinking that not even Na Seon-hu could stand against this many people at once. That is why the balance of power is drawn at every manageable boundary. Or so he thought until he saw Kagan Sanjin standing alone. Sanjin unleashes an absolute explosion of raw power, blowing away enemies before they can even touch a single hair on his head. Kagan Sanjin charges forward like a moth to a flame. At the same time, Jongwoo stands in front of him, assessing his threat level. Skill activated, he has seen through his target perfectly. Name Kagan Sanjin, level 371 diamond tier. His vitality is 77 plus 10 strength 709 plus 10 agility 700 and perception is 456. Experience is 47,777 attack power, 2,777 physical defense, 10,000. Jongwoo's jaw drops in pure disbelief, wondering how this guy can have over 2,000 attack power with just his bare hands. Though slightly nervous, he quickly gets a grip and raises his shield, confident his high defense can block at least 6 strikes. Sanjin charges right at him and slams a heavy fist down onto the shield, shouting for him to get out of the way. Jong-woo struggles to hold his ground under the massive pressure, turning his head to glare at his teammate in pure panic. "Damn it," he screams internally, "what are you just standing there for?" Behind him, Hedge stands completely paralyzed with fear. Her entire body is trembling in terror. Sanjin throws another heavy punch, and this time the shield cannot take the impact. It shatters into pieces, sending Jong-woo flying back. But as he slips off the cliff edge, a hand tightly grabs his leg. He stares up in shock at Sanjin, who holds him in a tight grip and growls out a dark, threatening warning. He asks if Jong-woo knows why the girl didn't jump in, promising he is about to find out. A second later, Jong-woo is dead. Along with him, Changnam lies dead on the ground in a pool of blood. Pansik watches the gruesome sight with wide, shocked eyes. By this time, several other hunters have managed to hold Sanjin down. Sanjin looks up at Pansik and sneers with a grin. He mockingly tells Pansik that he will leave him for Na Seon-hu, accusing him of lying and daring the old man to make a move. Pansik grimaces, gritting his teeth in fury. He had actually planned to use him as a hostage. Drawing his sword, he shouts out. He apologizes to Sanjin, saying he should have been more sensible because letting him go now would destroy his own reputation. A young boy watching nearby calls out in terror. Pansik swings his sword down, knowing he must face Na Seon-hu eventually anyway. It does not matter anyway, since he has already formed a powerful alliance with the Wusung Guild for safety. Sanjin mutters to remember to stand on the front lines when facing Na Seon-hu. Hearing this, Pansik stops his blade in confusion. He asks why, stating he will take his head but wants to give his subordinates a chance to shine first in this fight. He admits he is surprised Sanjin defeated 10 unit leaders. Bleeding heavily from his mouth, Sanjin snaps back, telling him to shut up. Pansik smiles smugly, bids him farewell and swings his sword. Right at that split second, Sanjin's eyes flash with a sharp light. He shouts out for everyone to duck. Out of nowhere, a sudden surge of immense energy tears directly through the battlefield. Wherever it passes, it instantly claims the lives of several hunters. The devastating shockwave quickly claims its next target. Japan was right on the edge of striking. A clean blow. A few lucky survivors stood frozen while others lost their heads. Blood splatters everywhere. Jupan's head goes flying through the air, his eyes wide open as he takes his final breath. Kagan Sanjin is safe. Watching the gore, he is not even surprised, calmly muttering that he told them to leave the guy to him. A massive shadow approaches. From the darkness, a menacing voice rings out, telling them they are terrible at trying to convince him. The surviving hunters freeze in absolute terror, shaking like leaves. A chilling voice demands a reason not to kill them on the spot. Desperate for mercy, they immediately start pointing fingers, claiming everything was Dweeb and Kang and Nam's fault from the very beginning. Kang and Nam was terrified of losing control, warning that if Na Seon-hu ever returned, their entire power dynamic would utterly collapse. Sitting on a boulder, Na Seon-hu questions what subordinates they mean. One hunter explains that after the system was adjusted, the Blue Heaven Guild held secret meetings, plotting to control the hunting grounds and raise registration fees for new raiding units. Na Seon-hu grits his teeth in pure anger. Unbelievable. How could those greedy, power-hungry bastards do this behind his back? Baeklan was a living hell. Do they have any idea what he had to survive? Lightning strikes as if echoing his fury. He covers his face in deep frustration. The system he fought so hard to fix, even losing Lixia and Siona, is being ruined. With eyes burning with deadly intent, Na Seon-hu tells them that merely following orders does not spare them from his judgment. That excuse is not convincing enough. Terrified, a trembling girl speaks up, pleading that she knows the inner workings of Blue Heaven. She used to work in administration. Another hunter quickly claims that he leads a group under the Golden Raid Unit. They are highly active in the northern regions, regularly crossing boundaries and establishing solid connections throughout the area. He boasts about knowing key members from the Wusung Guild, claiming Na Seon-hu will definitely need him to contact the Northern King. Na Seon-hu realizes the northern faction is likely Wusung's force. He commands the hunter to send them a direct message. He wants to meet and talk. But Na Seon-hu silently promises himself that if they refuse, he will personally pay them a visit. No more polite talking. It will be a total bloodbath. Instantly, several hunters follow Na Seon-hu's orders and set out. The journey is brief. Inside the northern fortress, the King of the North sits on his throne as a messenger kneels. The messenger respectfully delivers the words, pleading that they have absolutely no idea what Na Seon-hu is planning next. Hearing this, the Northern King slams his fist down in a violent rage. His face twists with fury as a crimson aura flares. With eyes burning with pure malice, the leader stares down at Kim Run-chun, recalling that the man once ran a quiet coffee shop. Shocking. The powerful leader slowly removes his heavy armored helmet, leaving Kim Run-chun completely frozen in sheer trembling disbelief. The realization hits him like a truck. He always wondered why this guild was called Wusung. The man asks if he recognizes him. With a trembling voice, Kim Run-chun nods. There is not a single Korean alive who would not recognize this giant. He is the wealthiest man in South Korea and the brilliant leader of Woo-sung Group Lee Tae-han. The billionaire calmly makes an offer. He points out that this dungeon life is temporary, and once they return to the real world, he wants Kim Run-chun's absolute loyalty. To sweeten the deal, Lee Tae-han promises massive life-changing rewards that even Na Seon-hu himself could never guarantee inside this place. He backs away. Absolute panic. Kim Run-chun refuses, immediately terrified that siding with him will lead to certain death. Lee Tae-han is genuinely baffled by this outright rejection. He asks if Kim Run-chun even comprehends what is being offered. Kim Run-chun desperately shouts back, telling the leader that he only speaks like this because he has never faced Na Seon-hu. Severed heads rolling on the ground. Absolute slaughter. He cannot stop shaking, knowing thousands of soldiers perished in a flash. Even 10 of their elite unit leaders were wiped out. It sounds crazy, but he begs Lee Tae-han to believe his warning. If they want to defeat a monster like Na Seon-hu, but before he can finish, Lee Tae-han bursts into a loud, mocking laugh. He tells Kim Run-chun that he has got it all wrong. He already has his own intelligence network and will not make reckless moves. While Kim Run-chun struggles to process this, Lee Tae-han explains his real goal is simply to gain entry into the Blue Heaven Guild. His eyes gleam with a bizarre light as he stares at his palm, declaring that with his own hands he will deliver supreme power. He plans to offer everything to Na Seon-hu. Among the top 3 financial giants of South Korea, the Woo-sung Group stands completely unmatched. As a global enterprise driving cutting-edge tech and massive influence, it was a true titan. Lee Tae-han was born the youngest son. Growing up as the youngest among 5 siblings with 2 sisters and 2 brothers, his path to the family throne was virtually blocked. His eldest sister held all the power, sidelined. Meanwhile, a gentle hand carefully wipes the green leaves of a plant. Lee Tae-han's father asks if he is disappointed with the outcome. He calmly responds that his older brother is the one who should be. He then questions why his father is stepping down when his health is still in such incredibly perfect condition. Tae-han speaks in a low voice. Jonathan Investments holds the majority of their current shares. That answer startles him, while his father's expression turns deadly serious. He warns that although he consolidated all their shares under his control, his sister still won't be able to achieve much. Tae-han breaks out in a cold sweat, realizing she will have to work incredibly hard. Then his father suddenly asks how to breed the strongest mudfish. The young man ponders the question but still fails to grasp the meaning. His father explains that the secret is throwing a catfish into the same pond. Under threat, the mudfish will struggle with everything they have to survive, creating a wave of panic and anxiety that keeps them strong. Suddenly, his father calls out to Tae-han, who respectfully answers. The older man turns around, showing a scheming and deeply calculating look. He orders him to report to the chairman's secretarial office tomorrow and stay close to his sister. Tae-han still has no idea what is being planned. Even with all the mystery, he has to obey. He cannot figure out who the catfish is or what his father actually wants to achieve. Yet in the end, Woo-sung Group fell right into his lap. As Tae-han walks forward, nostalgia hits him on this path to meet Na Seon-hu. It reminds him of stepping into the secretarial office 20 years ago. Now facing Na Seon-hu, he wonders who the catfish will turn out to be. Let's wait and see. Seon-hu speaks first, remarking that King of the North is quite a grand title. Tae-han responds as he prepares to remove his iron helmet. Removing it will make managing the guild much easier. He greets Na Seon-hu, politely introducing himself, but before he can finish, Seon-hu cuts him off. There are 2 simple rules. Do not disrupt the magic stone economy, and do not block the growth of low-level awakened individuals. That means no restricting hunting grounds or anything similar. If he can follow these 2 rules, the entire Sky Guild will belong to him. Tae-han pauses mid-motion. He slowly finishes removing his helmet, offering a weak introduction as a representative of Woo-sung Group. Seon-hu scratches his head, gets up and approaches him. He warns that if Tae-han breaks the rules, his fate will match the guild's former leaders. Got it. He brushes past Tae-han, deep in thought. This move will unite the local forces under one banner, kicking off the second act. It allows them to start this next phase with a significantly stronger economy. Without waiting for a reaction, Seon-hu casually dismisses his guest. He tells him not to bring any minor trivial matters to him anymore, addressing him as President Lee Tae-han. Tae-han stands frozen in shock. The guy clearly knew his identity, yet still treated him with total disregard. Who on earth is this kid? Later, a minor guild leader anxiously approaches Tae-han. He admits he was incredibly nervous when he heard about the private meeting with Na Seon-hu. Tae-han rests his chin on his hand, acknowledging him as the new unit leader Kim. The man responds with a slight smirk of pride. He confirms his new position. Tae-han immediately demands to hear everything the unit has managed to dig up on Na Seon-hu. The leader spills the details, starting with the name Na Seon-hu. He is a member of the World Awakened Association, linking him to a massive network. His family is tied to the Karyans and his father, Na Seon-hu, holds a high-ranking position at Jonathan Investment Bank. Tae-han is stunned. He realizes this is the former president of the bank. The leader adds that Seon-hu kept to himself during school, so information is limited. Tae-han is completely dumbfounded. He remembers hearing rumors that his only son had joined Jonathan Investment Group. On top of that, he is part of the Karyan family. Tae-han turns pale. Jonathan Investment and the Karyans share a single common thread. A legendary name suddenly flashes through his mind, the Bilderberg Club, the secret organization pulling all the strings. Tae-han bursts into unhinged laughter, leaving the unit leader utterly baffled. Honestly, this reaction is as wild as it gets. Now it all makes sense why the global economy did not collapse on the day of the first descent. Everything finally clicks. Na Seon-hu is their creation, their ultimate weapon. He is humanity's secret shield, carefully prepared for the arrival of the system. He marvels at how insanely powerful his background actually is. Outwardly, Tae-han immediately orders the leader to stop all investigations into Na Seon-hu. He lets out a deep sigh and chuckles, remembering how he originally planned to use this power to reclaim his Yusung shares. Clearly, the supernatural underworld is not a hornet's nest he should poke. Tae-han then announces a massive update to his subordinates. He reveals that Na Seon-hu has entrusted the entire Sky Guild to him. With an unreadable expression, he raises a finger to signal. From now on, their sole focus is merging the Sky Guild with Yusung. The old guild is gone and Yusung Kingdom is born. Because it was Na Seon-hu's direct command, the massive transfer of power goes through without a single complaint or argument. Following that day, both Na Seon-hu and his companion completely vanish. Yet Tae-han still feels like he is dancing in the palm of their hands. Actually, it is more like being trapped by the terrifying organization behind them. Suddenly, a tiny fairy appears, shattering the tense atmosphere. She enthusiastically greets the members of Yusung Kingdom, asking if they have been waiting long. The cute guide is back to manage Act 2, Scene 1. She announces that it is all thanks to them. This time, 3 completely different stages have been merged into a single playground. While the announcement leaves everyone visibly tense, she reassures players from other stages not to worry about any favoritism. She has no bias. She cheerfully lists the factions, starting with Yusung Kingdom, congratulating them on uniting their entire stage under one banner. Thanks to that, she is their exclusive guide for this scene. Up next are Faction 2, the Water Dragon Group, and Faction 3, the Brothers. It was brutal right up to the very end. Let us hope you can all work together in Round 2 for Side B, the Descendants of the Vikings. Side 5 of Mutation 12. They never reached Supreme Kingdom level, but this stage is still rated quite high. A lot of people actually survived. Congrats to everyone. After that boring introduction, Na Seon-hu stares at the screen in deep thought. A welcoming name. But they cannot unify their stage. Are they low-level mutation members? The little spirit continues, explaining that the Chupo's army from Stage 1 was weakened, so now they face something worse. They face the lowest Backland Legion ranks. Kagan Sanjin laughs in contempt, calling them absolute cattle. She chimes in again, explaining they get some prep time to get much closer to their fellow stage sharers. Everyone is free to chat or do some cultural exchange. For those who are shy, she hopes you enjoy it. Then the system screen flashes with a sudden countdown. A new quest called Potential Danger is officially created. We all know other factions are dangerous. But do you think the real threat is standing right next to us? The goal: eliminate fellow awakened ones. Rewards and experience will scale based on the final body count. Every hunter receives this alert. 1 to 10 targets yields experience and a bronze box. 11 to 20 gets silver. 21 to 50 gets gold, and 51 to 100 awards platinum. 101 to 500 secures diamond. 501 to 1000 reaches master rank. Over 1000 awards, the challenger box with experience scaling massively. This quest is repeatable. It stays active until the trial ends. Na Seon-hu is caught off guard because this belongs in Stage 3. He grits his teeth. Is the system planning to slaughter the very hunters he risked his life to save? Kagan Sanjin pales, breaking into a sweat. What the hell, he yells in anger. What are you beasts doing? Na Seon-hu feels helplessly toyed with by fate. He wants that challenger box, but this is definitely a trap. These absolute bastards. Suddenly, he notices several distant figures slowly approaching them from afar. Staring at the crowd, Kagan Sanjin swears. There are way too many people. Should they strike first? A blonde man in the crowd suddenly glows blue. His system prompts that his skill has been activated. That blonde guy panics because he cannot see through the target. Na Seon-hu glares back with absolute killing intent. He issues a cold warning. Looking at his status is an open declaration of war. Instantly, light flashes. A blade of light decapitates the blonde man before he can react. The system registers 1 elimination. 1 potential threat down. Kagan Sanjin gets excited for battle and rushes in, ready to fight them all. He boasts they will secure a master box, leading the charge for Na Seon-hu and crushing everyone. Foes fall wherever Kagon Sanjin strikes. Na Seon-hu walks behind him with hands in pockets, looking extremely cool. The system registers 15 eliminations already. Kagon Sanjin's attacks are absolutely devastating. He tears through them and the system announces that 21 awakened targets have now been eliminated. Desperate screams echo through the area, drowned out by the mounting tally of the system notifications. The body count keeps rising. Those who have not joined yet watch this absolute slaughter in pure horror. They cannot believe their eyes. Then a sharp cry rings out, pleading for them to stop. A girl runs forward, raising her hands to block them. She asks if he is Na Seon-hu and remembers her. Na Seon-hu pauses suddenly, remembering meeting her at the Jozu group. The girl turns and yells at Gunnarsson. She bows deeply, explaining that he joined late and did not know better. Kagan Sanjin whispers to Na Seon-hu. He warns that the punk is a diamond rank hunter at level 330. The blonde guy babbles. Na Seon-hu asks her to translate, but the blonde guy continues his arrogant, incomprehensible rant. Embarrassed, she explains, he wants to know the outcome of the fight. Na Seon-hu asks if he wants me. She meekly nods. Instantly, the system triggers wind and storm and fists rain down on the blonde man. The blonde guy cannot react as he is pummeled. Na Seon-hu calmly warns the girl not to heal him. She quickly understands. Meanwhile, Kagan Sanjin happily inspects a piece of candy, completely overjoyed. He giggles with delight, acting like a shy high school girl who got noticed by her crush. Rolling around happily, he squeals that it has been so long since he got carried. Then he remembers. He asks Na Seon-hu how many times he punched Gunnarsson because it was too fast to see. Kagan sighed to himself. Stupidity is a death sentence. The Shu Bien teen, right? Seon-hu was taken aback. You actually know about them. Sanjin clicked his tongue. Gyeong told him. Scratching his cheek, he recalled her mentioning that Seon-hu was in Bien Thien and how they wanted in. Too bad Seon-hu beat them to a pulp the moment they met. Are they okay though? Seon-hu replied with absolute certainty. He wouldn't associate with them much. If anyone, it would only be Lee Tae-han, their fellow countryman. Kagan Sanjin was stunned. He exclaimed in surprise. Chairman of Wusung, are you two friends? Seon-hu kept his guard up, stating that the chairman actually worked under him. When that time comes, things will get way more complicated. Just keep that in mind. Sanjin quickly cut straight to the point. If the chairman works under you, he could get as many free phones as he wanted, right? The two of them began to chat. Chatting casually, Sanjin admitted he wanted this trial site to end soon so his ex-wife would regret ever leaving him. Seon-hu remained dead serious. Who knows, depending on how politics play out, that might not even happen at all. Sanjin smirked slyly. Seon-hu was definitely plotting something and Sanjin wanted in. Right then, the purple-haired girl pushed the door open. She bowed deeply in apology. Gunnarsson had calmed down and it wouldn't happen again. She had no excuses to offer. Seon-hu found it hard to understand. They had two awakened on their side, yet they still couldn't unify the stage. Sanjin chimed in, pointing out that Gun Baron was incredibly strong. The purple-haired girl hesitantly admitted they actually had 3 people. The trouble started when a long-forgotten quest targeting Seon-hu suddenly resurfaced. His expression darkened. She meant an assassination quest. While fighting the Chipo's Legion, they were a unified team. But once that assassination quest popped up, they split into 2. The purple-haired girl recalled her former teammate Lindegard, who ruined everything. Na Seon-hu had betrayed them and disrupted the stage. She offered to handle it herself if he allowed it. Meanwhile, Seon-hu calmly sought out Lee Tae-han of the Wusung Kingdom. He delivered a final chilling command, leave that guy to me. Meanwhile, in the city, a ruined building stood in eerie silence. The purple-haired girl politely introduced herself, explaining that Na Seon-hu sent her to help Lee Tae-han prepare for Stage 2. They would operate under the name Bien Thien. Lee Tae-han froze suddenly, recognizing her. She was the woman who had accompanied Joshua. Back at the Berlin telecommunications office, he thought she was just an ordinary employee. Trying to stay calm, he pressed for details. He needed to confirm something. If the World Awakened Association originated from the Bilderberg Club, was she connected to them too? The purple-haired girl sighed with a faint smile, asking if he really didn't know that the Bilderberg Club was long gone. Hearing this was a total shock to Lee Tae-han. It meant control had completely shifted over to the Junil Club. Trembling, he asked if she meant the same Junil he was thinking of. She calmly confirmed his worst fears. Their very first meeting had been held at a private hotel within the Junil resort. Lee Tae-han paled as things clicked. It all led right back to Junil, a massive shadow government pulling the global strings under an Eastern name. He was completely lost trying to make sense of it all. The purple-haired girl continued, noting that they were equals here. That was what Na Seon-hu had told her in private. Lee Tae-han broke out in a cold sweat, gritting his teeth. If what she said was true, Na Seon-hu was on par with Joshua von Kirian, or perhaps even higher. He closed his eyes. It was hard to digest, but he knew Na Seon-hu was the ultimate disruptor. He just hoped Na Seon-hu wouldn't regret his choices. At that moment, a system notification flashed. They had entered the trial site and Stage 2 was officially underway. The Legion and Guild systems were now unlocked, and the Pillar of Light appeared as Seon-hu and Sanjin stepped forward. The notification read Guild Bien Thin 12 leader Lee Tae-han with 72,121,000 members. Staring at the massive number, Seon-hu calculated 70,000 people had been successfully consolidated under one banner. Since the system provided both Guild and Legion functions, it was time for highly coordinated systematic warfare. Then another prompt appeared. A power quest had been generated granting Guild members full authority with one dark objective: eliminate the Guild leader. The rewards were massive experience and the leader position itself, practically begging everyone to betray each other in endless conflict. Sanjin scoffed at the floating screen, joking that their phone company chairman was going to be insanely busy dealing with this. At this point, nobody would even want to be a Guild leader. Suddenly, a little spirit popped up to deliver some news. It joyfully announced that Bien Thien 12 was leading, urging them to keep up the great work as it pointed ahead. Next, the spirit began explaining their very first quest, gesturing toward a giant glowing pillar of light standing in the distance. Too bad that pillar isn't there to help them. It actively weakens players while making their enemies significantly stronger. The objective for Stage 2 is to destroy that light pillar as fast as possible before things get ugly. Its first phase drains stats, the second disables items, and the third completely locks all skills and traits. By Stage 4, everything the Awakened possess will become completely useless, leading to absolute destruction. Plus, we will have to face ambushes every single night. If you view the entire map as a circle, the innermost red zone holds the light pillar and the highest risk. Meanwhile, the outer black edge is where those midnight attacks will launch, leaving the middle blue zone with its 8 cities for the Awakened. During the day, we will strike deep into the red zone, then fall back to defend the blue zone at night. But if a single city falls, the light pillar advances to the next phase, meaning we must constantly switch between offense and defense at the perfect moments. On top of that, we still have an eternal enemy lurking ready to strike at any second. Soon everyone will lose their minds. Suddenly, fists raise in unison, shouting to protect the light pillar. A man standing at the head of the crowd bellows out with intense, raw determination. The system is testing us, so let us show it our absolute faith. Suddenly, a notification pops up revealing their Guild, Great System, and its master Lindergat. Looking up at the sky, a brilliant streak of light flashes as Seon-hu descends with ultimate arrogance, slamming right onto Lindergat's chest. He screams in pure agony, coughing up blood as his eyes roll back. Absolute silence. Seon-hu stares down, cold and expressionless. What the hell was this guy even thinking? He wheezes out that they were waiting for him. Na Seon-hu coldly demands to know why they abandoned the name Revolutions. He trembles, asking if Na Seon-hu genuinely believes a human organization can ever surpass the system. Lindergat grits his teeth. He remembers every single word from back then. A terrifying threat to humanity is growing at a breakneck, unstoppable pace. He rants on, claiming they failed back then and are now paying the price. The birth of Revolutions was a massive mistake. Because of it, the system's trials will grow increasingly brutal, refusing to leave any organization born from humanity's greatest threat in peace. Lindergat smirks, pointing out that the assassination quest was uniquely recreated for just 3 people. He asks if Na Seon-hu understands what that implies. The system is flat out denying Revolutions. He suddenly screams, calling Angel and Gunnarsson fools who are completely blind to the truth. Even with the reality right in front of them, only men like him understand it. Lindergat goes completely wild, shouting that the system will never allow Na Seon-hu or Revolutions to succeed. Screaming in rage, a sudden geyser of hot blood erupts from his chest. The system chimes in, "Look at this, another threat down." That makes 49 Awakened, cleared out as Lindergat lies in blood. He collapses, dead in a pool of blood. A dark voice echoes, asking who else is ready to offer their life. Kagun-san-a-1 bellows like a cornered beast, ordering everyone to clear out before sunset because they are currently standing on Na Seon-hu's territory. Meanwhile, a notification alerts them that Guild leader Lee Tae-han has successfully seized the city, claiming it as their temporary headquarters. Gazing at the interface, Lee Tae-han reads the next update, confirming his new appointment as the mayor of this freshly conquered stronghold. Staring intently at the screen, he begins mapping out their next move. Every quest completed in this city grants them precious defense points. These points can be immediately funneled into building and reinforcing heavy defenses, like upgrading the massive outer walls. He remains deep in thought, realizing the system is basically forcing them to prepare for a brutal night ambush. Since there is no telling what kind of horrors will emerge from the shadows, investing heavily in security right now is their only hope. Right on cue, the system flashes another announcement confirming that Lee Tae-han has taken complete control over the Great System City. Talk about a power move. He immediately flags the entire city as off-limits to outsiders as a smug grin spreads across his face. He chuckles, muttering that keeping people out is the easiest solution. Meanwhile, in another area, Na Seon-hu points toward a glowing blue light. He turns to Seon-hu, casually asking if they can just go and smash that pillar right now to get it over with. He reminds him that since he already pulverized the Bull King, this task should be a total breeze, but Seon-hu remains dead quiet. He softly replies that while they can do it if necessary, it is best not to. Looking back, the system itself was deeply corrupted. The deadly chaos had warped its core programming, but he could utilize specific challenge quests to override and purge it. This proves the system is not all-powerful. When the trials first launched, a massive wave of quests and rewards flooded the world. These incentives were not just to help the players grow, but to carefully ration out the system's highly limited resources. As the rigid tier hierarchy shifted to a level and proficiency-based system, the system itself grew terrified of what might happen. It dreaded the day the awakened would gain immense power through their own raw efforts, a secret once whispered by a purple imp. Seon-hu realized that the growth rate of mastering skills was carefully calibrated to match the rate they accumulate points. It makes total sense why the system wants the players to feel completely indebted to it for every scrap of power they get, yet forcing innocent people into a brutal war is entirely unforgivable. He turns to Na Seon-hu with a cold, calculated plan. There is no need to rush. They can easily monopolize the rewards scattered across the cities by playing the long game. He looks at Na Seon-hu, warning him that the group must temporarily disband because his rapid growth has already surpassed their current limits. He notes his initial growth took quite a while. From now on, all progress depends on Seon-hu. Guess the free rides are officially over. He beats his chest as he speaks, then adds with a slight blush that Seon-hu shouldn't worry. I have never actually told you this, he stammers. But as long as he lives, he will absolutely repay his debt instead of giving empty thanks. Seon-hu merely grins, fully enjoying his friend's passion. Even though the group is technically disbanded, they can still stick together and take on missions. With that, they set off side by side once more. Ready to tackle their next task, the duo marches forward. High above the little guide, Goblin floats along with a thoroughly miserable look on his face. He whines about them abandoning such a magnificent city as everyone else departs. Seon-hu walks right up to the complaining creature, looking totally unbothered. Seon-hu casually mentions they should probably head somewhere else too. The goblin perks up instantly, waving a hand in a cheerful, rushed greeting. Thanks to the guide's latest broadcast, the city is officially declared a forbidden zone. Sangjin stares in confusion, asking if this creature is another Lua. The little goblin huffs back dramatically, correcting him that it's Luer, not Lua. It even demands he curl his tongue more to say it right. With a dramatic wave of its tiny hand, the system screens flicker to life. A massive main quest is underway, the birth of the Destroyer. The requirements show target levels, a rising threat count of 121 in various pending subquests, like collecting simple warriors. Other tasks range from testing army strength to exploring the first floor of Sector B, but Quest 23 immediately catches their eye: the Queen. The screen mentions a Queen's followers, leaving Seon-hu totally bewildered. Sangjin breaks into a cold sweat as he calls out, unable to find his words. He stands there completely speechless. Seon-hu turns back to read Quest 23 again, focusing on the mention of the first queen in history. Apparently, the first queen of the Barn region is about to be born, and her worshippers have already mobilized into a dangerous active army. They are notorious for launching night ambushes, so they must eliminate 200 of them. The rewards include massive experience points and a platinum chest. Sangjin is still panicking over the sudden alert, but Seon-hu calmly reassures him. Nothing is set in stone yet, so they will investigate soon. Meanwhile, in another city, Taein studies a strategic blueprint labeled with a number 4. Suddenly, his system flashes with an urgent network alert. An unaligned group is currently attempting to break the first floor barrier in Sector B. Taein realizes Sector 8 is far too close for comfort. Since they are approaching the Forbidden Zone, he knows they have begun. Suddenly, a panicked subordinate reports that no physical vehicle can cross the barrier. Taein falls deep into thought, noting this area is completely different from the first stage. He glances at the system map of the city. A rival assault unit has completed a key warrior quest, gaining a point and bringing their total score to 68. Taein is feeling the heat. He desperately needs 100 points to manifest the outer defense wall. He barks a loud command to his men, ordering them to hunt first. Every faction is scrambling to secure their outer walls. Meanwhile, absolute chaos erupts in another sector as different groups compete for crucial quest objectives. Kim Ji-hoon's vanguard unit secures their warrior quest, racking up another point. Immediately after, notifications start flooding the screens for other active raid teams. Gunnason's squad completes their quest for another point quickly, followed by Angela's assault unit, achieving the exact same result. The competition is incredibly fierce. With every group scoring points left and right, the chaotic race finally reaches a massive milestone. The combined score hits a perfect 100. A full 100 points is achieved. Brilliant blue lightning strikes the city as the system confirms the level 1 defensive outer wall is complete. Taein analyzes the battlefield map with intense focus. He decides to dispatch extra troops to help the cities lagging behind in their wall construction. They must finish before sunset or they will be left completely vulnerable. But as he plans, his subordinate suddenly interrupts his train of thought. The nervous man asks if they should deploy their main forces directly to the Forbidden City. Suddenly, a shocking system alert flashes before them. Talk about an absolute shocker, the unaligned duo has shattered the Sector B barrier. Taehan gasps, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. He breaks into a cold sweat, terrified that just two players managed to dismantle a major barrier. They must have racked up hundreds of points. He strictly orders his subordinate to keep this quiet, warning him not to speak a word of this to anyone. Meanwhile, in the Forbidden City, gory corpses are scattered everywhere across the blood-soaked pavement. True to its fearsome name, this is a cursed place where absolutely no one should enter. Yet Seong-woo and Sang-jin stroll casually through the carnage, as if they just took a light walk. A system notification suddenly pops up for them. The army quest is complete, triggering a level up to 484. Their progress toward birth of the destroyer is climbing rapidly. Seong-woo quietly calculates his gains, noting he just secured over 1.3 million experience points, while Sang-jin received around 30,000. It is a massive haul, especially since this experience gets divided among all the active awakened in the area. He rubs his chin in thought. Fully completing the destroyer quest is now only a matter of time. Although actually deciding what to do with that power is another story entirely. Time flies in the blink of an eye and 5 days pass. Seong-woo pulls his hood down to conceal his face as he blends in. He navigates through the bustling crowds of City 7, which boasts a level 2 defense rating and a population of over 9,000 citizens. Under Mayor Lee Kwang-soo, Seong-woo notices something highly unusual. Powerful magic stones are literally scattered all over the ground like common trash. Strangely enough, there are absolutely no active defense systems installed. As he wanders, locals whisper that instead of building defensive outer walls, they have mountains of dead monsters stacked up to shield the entire city. It is hard to believe this absolute madman is running things here, in his town. A massive pile of glowing magic stones is poured from a large bag, leaving the man completely speechless. He stares at them in absolute shock. The older man picks up a glittering stone, squinting one eye to inspect it. He asks if these are magic stones from commander-class monsters, pressing further to ask if Seon-hu is really a resident here. Seon-hu, pulling his mysterious hood down calmly, replies that he only came because of rumors about the man making grain whiskey. When asked where he came from, Seon-hu coldly asks if the man is worried he will be denied entry. The shopkeeper hesitantly warns him that such harsh jokes might get him into trouble, but suddenly a loud thug interrupts them. The newcomer slams his hand on the table, demanding food before turning to yell at Seon-hu for just standing there. Another customer drinking nearby tells the angry guy to stop taking his failed mission out on random people. Hoping to avoid a fight, the owner quickly brings over a bottle of alcohol to help the angry hunter calm down. He tells him to drink up and relax, boasting about the quality of this batch, though the thug still glares at Seon-hu. The thug grabs the bottle and chugs it down, finally enjoying some peace now that they actually have time to rest. It is a massive shift from when monster blood caused wild hallucinations, making this exactly the kind of town they wanted. Sitting by the crackling campfire with Seon-hu, Sang-jin marvels at the fact that people are actually brewing alcohol out here. He drinks until his stomach is completely full, laughing that the drink makes him feel reborn despite the slightly strange smell. Just then, a mysterious figure approaches, walking calmly through a field of scattered monster corpses with an intense presence. Sensing the newcomer, both hunters tense up as Sang-jin stands to ask who would dare trespass into this territory. Seon-hu simply sips his drink mentally, preparing for the inevitable ambushes and assuming this traveler is just lost. The stranger suddenly asks to meet the young man, a request that catches Seon-hu off guard and stops him mid-sip. Seon-hu tells Sang-jin to send the visitor away, but the older man hesitatingly reveals that the stranger knows his secret name. With growing dread, Sang-jin whispers that the stranger called him Na Seon-hu, causing Seon-hu to react with sudden sharp disbelief. Meanwhile, another leader is humming happily down the street when a bespectacled investigator approaches him with some intriguing news. He asks about the Nazon Bank president, prompting the leader who had recently given up on Na Seon-hu to ask for details. With a tense expression, the former prosecutor whispers that he remembers hearing some incredibly strange rumors back at the office. The secret he whispers makes the leader freeze, his mind racing with the realization that this could finally connect him to Na Seon-hu. If true, it is his golden ticket. Elsewhere, a shivering girl in a heavy coat stands trembling before Seon-hu. With teary eyes, she cries out that she finally found him, expressing overwhelming relief at their long-awaited reunion. Showing him the ring on her pinky finger, she tearfully thanks him, admitting she could never have survived without his help. That ring is an A-rank item, a priceless artifact he had secretly slipped into her survival kit to keep her safe. Remaining completely calm, Seon-hu tells her that seeing her safe is enough, asking if he can inspect her status window. She immediately agrees and the system interface flashes open with her details level 242 Platinum Tier Metamorphosis, 12 Guild. Part of the Hoang Chen Company and the Dragon Strike unit, her stats show impressive strength and high dexterity. Her physical defense is maxed out, paired with decent magical protection alongside a handful of unique skills and traits. After scanning the details, Seon-hu points out that for someone starting with an A-rank item, her leveling speed is quite slow. When he asks why, Ji-woo looks down sadly, explaining the ring helped early on but things collapsed during the final stage. She was forced into hiding to survive. Confused and slightly concerned, Seon-hu presses her to explain who forced her run. Her only response is a single name, the Yusung Guild. She goes on to explain rumors about the Northern Territory rulers. The group dominating the North is closely tied to Yusung, and her relationship with them has always been incredibly hostile. Looking back, it was like two vicious serpents coiling around each other as wealth and raw power constantly clashed behind the scenes. Her former division was tasked with wealth control, closely auditing and investigating the succession process of a powerful heir named Leihan. Because she dug too deep into Leihan's wealth, she immediately became a massive thorn in his side that he wanted gone. Seon-hu sighs, realizing this political mess is far more complicated than he anticipated, but he immediately offers to help her. He promises to handle it but asks how she found him. Shaken, she explains a squad leader from Yusung approached her. At first, she thought she was being captured, but the squad leader surprisingly claimed to be a close friend of Seon-hu. She asks if he knows a guy named Kim Ji-hun. Meanwhile, that very squad leader is pacing anxiously back and forth. He frantically bites his nails, praying that connecting with Na Seon-hu's relative will finally earn him a spot on the winning side. She had avoided Woo Sung for a very long time. This is either going to be a golden opportunity or a fatal mistake. Suddenly, a voice rings out from behind him. The dry question, "You are still alive," makes him jump, his face instantly breaking into a cold sweat. Finally, Seon-hu has arrived. The group leader instantly drops to his knees, pressing his head to the dirt, begging Na Seon-hu to spare him. But Seon-hu only wants one thing from him, getting straight to the point. He promises to spare him if he answers one question. The terrified leader slowly looks up, with a cautious look. Seon-hu asks if there is anything he wants. Surprisingly, the man stands tall and loudly yells that he wants nothing, claiming he only does what he has to do. A small smile plays on Seon-hu's lips, clearly satisfied with that response. He calls it a smart choice and promises to remember it. He even offers to save the man's life at least once in the future. The man bows deeply, shouting his thanks. His face finally relaxes as the tension fades. He survived and his instincts were completely spot on. By now, Na Seon-hu has officially invited Ga into the party. The three of them move together, and Seon-hu turns to tell his cousin to stay close and not get separated. With the night ambush quest now active, Sanjin also warmly welcomes her to the group. Sanjin assures her she has nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, Ga cleaves right through a monster's arm, triggering a level-up notification. Another powerful strike slices a nearby beast in half. Gia looks back in absolute shock at the rapid leveling notifications popping up. The levels keep climbing as the monsters are slaughtered one by one. She stands there dazed, completely unable to process what is happening. She has gained 20 levels in just 2 hours. Splattered with monster blood, Sanjin kindly asks if she is hurt anywhere. Gia replies, with a shaky voice, saying she is fine. Sanjin gently supports her injured left arm, offering warm words to calm her nerves. He laughs it off, saying a quick item use and a good nap will heal her right up. But Ga quietly looks at him, wondering why someone who isn't even an official member would risk his life here. A man this powerful could easily lead his own group in some far less dangerous territory. She envisions him standing proudly, commanding a massive unit of hunters to clash against hordes of beasts. In that kind of battlefield, the vanguard commander reaps every single reward. That is the true way of the strong. After a moment, Sanjin grins, mentioning that Na Seon-hu gave her a little assistance today. Jai falls silent, realizing that just helping a bit does not explain what actually happened. The overwhelming sensation reminds her of the day she was transferred to the Supreme Prosecutor's office. It is simply too much for her to handle. She recalls the crushing weight of her old prosecutor job, all that pressure, but at least, back then, she could hold her ground and carry her own weight at the Public Security Department. That was why, in everyone else's eyes, she looked completely confident despite her incredibly slow promotion rate. Ga looks over at Seon-hu and Sanjin tending to her wounded arm. But in this place, she is helpless, doing nothing but lagging behind. If Seon-hu did not have to waste valuable time protecting her, he would have cleared those monsters with ease. Looking up, she catches Seon-hu staring back at her, and the realization sets in. She feels completely useless. Tears suddenly stream down her face, falling near the scattered corpses of the fallen monsters. Seon-hu gently asks if she plans to head back. GA smiles softly, replying that seeing him again was more than enough to put her at ease. But he is determined to keep her safe, reminding her how deeply his father worries about her. If he lets her leave now, how could he ever face his father again? He asks her directly to speak up if she is unhappy with anything. Jay only smiles warmly at him. She tells him she is no longer a child who needs to rely on him forever. Assuring him, she mentions that level 262 is actually quite high and she will not lose easily. Yet Seon-hu refuses to let her go, insisting she stay with him until she reaches diamond rank. Only then will he let her leave. Honestly, who can blame her? To make him understand, she decides to lay bare her struggles. She admits she is incredibly lucky to have his protection, but the pressure is just too heavy, especially when she recalls those vicious monsters. They knew she was the weakest link, ruthlessly focusing all their attacks on her. Though they could not touch her before being pulverized by Seon-hu, she still felt the cold breath of death multiple times. Feeling she is not yet worthy to stand by Seon-hu's side, she tells him that only elite hunters like Sanjin belong to his side. Having finally unburdened her heart, a massive weight lifts from her shoulders. GA beams a bright smile, stating she just wants to go where she belongs, a place where President Lee Tae-han can no longer threaten her. After all, with the legendary Na Seon-hu as her cousin, she has nothing to fear. Hearing this, Seon-hu reluctantly agrees to let her stand on her own 2 feet. He simply reminds her to contact him immediately if any trouble arises. GA waves a warm goodbye as she departs, leaving Seon-hu to message Lee Tae-han about her departure. He also makes sure to send her off with several useful items. Sanjin, who overheard their entire conversation, finally steps forward. He admits it is his first time seeing this side of Na Seon-hu, noting how a truly powerful man is always gentle with his family. Sanjin slaps Seon hard on the back, praising him for being as absolutely outstanding as always. With such admirable traits, it is impossible not to respect him. The older man is so incredibly moved he starts sniffing, promising that once he gets out, he will treat his own family the exact same way. Suddenly, a system alert flashes, announcing the danger has been successfully cleared. The countdown to the first danger phase is set to 24 hours with orders to destroy the barrier's first tier. Guild alerts sound as the raid Unit Angela challenges the Tier 1 barrier in Zone 1, while Raid Unit Kim Jae takes on the same barrier in Zone 1. A massive crowd of people gathers with weapons in their hands. The time is exactly 1 day before the light pillar enters its danger phase, and the guild forces assemble at the final remaining Tier 1 barrier. Seon-hu has also discovered the whereabouts of Jae. The blue pillar of light is in a dangerous state. 2 months after they entered Act 2, the third tier of the barrier shattered. Seon-hu surpassed level 500, while Seon-il is nearing masterclass. Smooth progress makes everything seem peaceful. As Seon-il checks the system interface, he is completely shocked by the insane amount of experience required for his next levels. He asks Seon-hu how many digits are even in that number. Standing beside him, Seon-hu quietly watches and analyzes the situation. Under the old system, Seon-il would currently be classified as an awakened of a high tier. Possessing great traits, he could easily be considered a top tier awakened once he obtains his signature skill. He is also more passionate about quests, seemingly driven by the awakened of revolution. Seon-hu and Seon-il go to meet the little imp, who cheerfully greets them. She happily thanks them for always bringing Lua home. The imp then takes on a thoughtful look. Strangely, she mentions that the guide has a message for both of them, but he is staying completely silent. What is he doing? Neither of them can understand what this little imp is mumbling about. The little demon crosses her arms with a serious face, claiming that if Lua were recommended, things like this would never happen. Impatiently, Seon-hu asks what the message is. Suddenly, a notification alerts that Explorer has been activated. Just then, a sudden bolt of lightning strikes down, forcing both of them to kneel, cover their ears, and shield their heads. Seon-hu realizes this feeling is identical to when he stared into the eyes of Du Makata. The little imp floats in midair, while the secret quest system alerts ring out. The system then displays a notification about a change in guides. As an explorer reward, any guide who rejects system orders loses their right, as any guide who rejects the orders of the great system loses their right to serve. Seon-il cries out in confusion, asking why the interface has suddenly turned red as a brilliant scarlet flame erupts. Doom Chaos has excessively interfered in the system. As an explorer reward, Doom Chaos successfully exploited a loophole during system creation to plant a fraction of its authority inside. This altered what should have been a flawless system, and yet the entity does not stop there. Doom Chaos is now utilizing its embedded authority within the system to respond to the ritual of the Maruka clan. According to the description, its authority is consumed greatly, reducing the influence of Doom Chaos within the system. The little imp flashes a sinister grin, asking if they are ready to have some fun, declaring this will proceed in the name of the great system. Observing the unfolding situation, Taehan looks increasingly grim, demanding to know what is going on and what they should do. The system forces everyone into a brutal deathmatch where they must fight until only a single survivor remains on the battlefield. Spectators watching from the outside are completely terrified. The system displays the harsh requirements of the impending battle. They must fight to the death as true strength is forged at the boundary of life and death with rooms separated. Only one of the 3 players in each isolated space can survive. Failure to clear the quest in time means everyone vanishes with their space. With the time limit set to 2 hours, this is shaping up to be an absolute nightmare for everyone involved. Many locked in those spaces break down in absolute terror at the sheer cruelty of the trial. 2 hunters stare at each other, sweating in fear. Both of them lock eyes and target Seon-hu, who is kneeling nearby as Doom Chaos responds to the Maruka ritual by using its authority. This significantly reduces the entity's own system influence. Clenching his teeth in pure rage, Seon-hu fumes with intense anger. Realizing the monster went to such extremes just to slaughter 2/3 of the participants, his eyes glow red as fury consumes him. He vows that whatever the scheme is, he will ensure Doom Chaos does not survive, swearing to rip the entity to pieces. A system notification soon announces that the deathmatch has concluded and 51 potential threats have now been eliminated. Seon-hu unleashes a wave of power, unlike ever before. The surviving guild membership is listed at 53,820. One wounded hunter clutches his arm and desperately begs the healers to help him. The guild count plummets to 44,991. Some helplessly cover their faces in despair. Even the survivors dare not look up. Cries and agonizing wails echo through the chambers as deep anger and resentment fester. They direct their hatred toward an unseen foe, while Seon-hu can only look on, realizing this entire event is a complete catastrophe. Taehan sits in a daze while lightning continues to strike and the guild count drops further to 37,500. Muttering to himself in utter shock, he questions the purpose of coming here and what he is fighting for. He whispers, questioning if Doom Chaos is actually a god, and if they are fighting a god. Just then, Seon-hu appears. He speaks up asking about Kim D. Taehan answers in total despair. If things go sideways, our plan is to regroup at the central square. Maybe she is still alive. As for this trial, he trails off, leaving the rest unsaid. He just hangs his head in silence. The despair Lee Taehan feels right now runs far deeper than anyone else can imagine. Everything is steadily getting worse. Everything he fought to build and protect is completely falling apart. Their total numbers have already dropped by 1/3. Na Seon-hu feels a grim chill. With so few people left, defending against the night ambushes is going to be near impossible, even if they still have some fight left. Suddenly, Na Seon-hu tenses up, his eyes widening as veins bulge across his face. Taehan watches in worry as the man bows his head. "What is wrong with you?" he shouts. Suddenly, Na Seon-hu's gear is stripped away piece by piece. The system notifies him the messenger of peace ring has been removed from your inventory. The high-grade bone earring of the Calamity Maker has been removed from your inventory. The white orchid hunting gloves have also been deleted. Wiping a hand across his mouth, Na Seon-hu speaks with icy calm. "Take them, split them between Angela Gunnis and the rest of your forces." Staring at the gear just stripped away, Taehan realizes they are all at least A-rank items. How does he have so many? He quietly warns, "Tonight is going to be absolutely terrible." A massive explosion rocks the area. Sang-jin arrives just as the guild's count drops below 20,000. He slams his fist violently into the earth, blasting a massive crater open. This struggle was never supposed to drag on like this. He clearly had an agonizing time making this call. From a distance, Na Seon-hu steps forward silently. Thousands of men dead by their own allies' hands. It is sickening. Sang-jin breaks down, tears streaming down his face. This is easily the most disgusting thing he has witnessed in decades of his entire life. Na Seon-hu looks on quietly, completely unfazed. He tells him the real fight is only starting now. "Head to the next city and back up the others. I can handle this area myself." Though Sang-jin is still clutching his face in despair, he agrees to the plan. He promises to head to City B before turning away, wiping his tears and trying to stay strong with himself. Crying is not an option right now. Scanning his system, Na Seon-hu sees the potential danger quest is officially marked as completed. A diamond chest is awarded. The adventurer trait is fully activated. A flood of new notifications suddenly flashes on screen, detailing the expanded permissions of Deadly Chaos. As the adventurer reward takes effect, the lingering power of Deadly Chaos, which once hacked the system, is now almost entirely gone. Because of this, its final remaining influence has concentrated entirely on one single quest, the birth of the Destroyer. From this moment on, all prior trial quests, like potential danger, assassination, and power, are permanently deleted for all awakened. These specific challenges are gone for good, forever. Na Seon-hu lets out a cynical sneer. So that is your game, trying to force me to follow your path willingly. Waving his hand, he unleashes a terrifying aura, walking forward with absolute pride. This taming method is a bit too crude, deadly chaos, but I will pay you back in full. The bone dragon of the undead is summoned. He launches himself skyward, shattering the ground below into rubble. The night ambush begins. A tide of raging beasts rushes forward, but the leader suddenly halts, sensing something dead in its tracks. Looking up in utter confusion, it spots a massive bone dragon descending. Na Seon-hu stands tall atop the dragon's back. The beast opens its maw, gathering a blinding sphere of energy. With absolute force, it unleashes a devastating blast directly into the crowd below. The monsters can only stare in sheer horror, completely unable to escape. The impact triggers a chain reaction of earth-shattering explosions. Suddenly, the guild interface flashes a warning. The defenses of City 2 have collapsed. Right after the defenses of City B fall too, Na Seon-hu curses in irritation, muttering that the worst is finally starting. The horde of monsters begins fighting back violently. On the front lines, hunters panic, shouting that the barrier has failed. They scream to hold them back, but the onslaught is simply too overwhelming for the defenders to withstand. Desperate, they call for any available backup to regroup. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream cuts through the chaos. "Help me!" A beast claws a hunter by the head, but in a blinding flash, Na Seon-hu descends like lightning, slicing the monsters into bloody ribbons. He dives headfirst into the center of the horde, alone. Spotting his arrival, someone shouts out his name, Na Seon-hu, but he yells back to fall back, brandishing a roaring fire blade. Down. The solar cleave of the clan is officially activated. Someone yells out to the wounded fighters in the back, "Get back, do not block Na Seon-hu." Na Seon-hu grips the hilt of his blade tightly before channeling every ounce of his energy to slash down. His sword erupts in blinding flames, completely incinerating the raging horde of monsters. Confronted by the fire, the beasts still struggle to fight back. Nearby onlookers watch in absolute shock, their mouths hanging wide open. Na Seon-hu's eyes flare with pure murderous intent. His gaze glowing crimson, he roars, "Kill, slaughter them all." Hearing Na Seon-hu's command to wipe out the monsters, the hunters charge forward with absolute fury. His burning crimson gaze mirrors the raging fire, a wrath that will completely vomiting with thousands of lives lost so pointlessly. Wherever Seon-hu goes, he swings his sword, slashing through everything, sending the entire horde of those monsters into a total panic. No matter how many backlands he killed, his heart felt like it was about to explode. Right then, Seon-hu realized City 2 was already destroyed and the Pillar of Light had entered danger stage 1. He braced himself, gritting his teeth in anger. Even though he had sent Sanjin to assist and distributed countless items, the monsters suddenly launched another assault, pushing forward until the light pillar fell. Once destroyed, the awakens attack power would drop by 30%. "Damn it," he cursed as Seon-hu's strength began to fade. Lightning rained down with pure destructive power, suspending him helplessly in midair. Below, the other survivors watched the horrifying sight, crying out in absolute despair. During that seemingly endless night, everyone fought with every ounce of strength they had left, suffering countless injuries before the battle finally ended. Corpses littered the ground everywhere. By now, the surviving guild members numbered only 1,402. Seon-hu made it back alive, but of a guild once 70,000 strong, this was all that remained. But the biggest issue was Seon-hu himself. With a cold expression, he scanned the aftermath of the chaotic battle, seeing everyone severely wounded. Looking in another direction, he met the same brutal, heartbreaking scenes. Taehan finally broke the silence, shouting at the top of his lungs. He ordered everyone to gather what they could, telling even the bronze-ranked players to move if they were able, desperately trying to rally their spirits. He demanded to know if they wanted to die right there. Seon-hu watched him, thinking that he would have replaced Taehan if the man had lost his mind too, but fortunately Taehan was doing exactly what was needed. Seon-hu called out his name, speaking with deep gravity. He explained that every time a city fell, or if they failed to destroy the next floor barrier within the hidden time limit, the danger phase of the light pillar escalated. Stage 2 would completely disable their items, while Stage 3 would go even further, targeting their traits and skills, and Stage 4 would wipe out all their stats. Seon-hu firmly asked him if he understood the gravity of it. If just one more city fell, everything would collapse and end. Hearing this, Taehan finally realized the sheer horrifying scale of their danger. Fear gripped him as he realized that if their items got disabled now, they would be wiped out. Pushing past his terror, Taehan explained that although they had an attack power buff, they lacked the manpower to compensate, and they urgently needed to redesign their defensive structures. Seon-hu offered to help, promising to give Taehan his remaining points so they could construct defenses for every single city. This sudden generous support left Tae-han completely stunned. Seon-hu then instructed him to focus entirely on city defense while he handled the rest. Still, Tae-han couldn't help but worry, wondering if Seon-hu could truly handle the barrier quests all on his own. He stared at Seon-hu, realizing that if this insane plan actually succeeded, they might finally have a real ray of hope. But placing Na Seon-hu on the front lines required more. After quiet contemplation, Tae-han sighed, admitting that even this might not be enough. With a grim look, Tae-han explained that even if he issued a mobilization order, people would refuse to listen out of sheer terror. They were all terrified that yesterday's brutal quests would return. Understanding the hesitation, Tae-han admitted he had one final crucial request. He urged that once those cruel quests and hidden threats were finally cleared, they needed to make a massive public announcement. They had to declare that this miracle was Na Seon-hu's doing. Tae-han emphasized that they desperately needed to believe in him. This would give the survivors hope that those hellish trials would never return. Suddenly, Tae-han dropped to his knees, begging desperately. He pleaded for Seon-hu to accept and become their ultimate light. He knew Seon-hu hated the spotlight, but this was the only way. Surprised by this sudden desperate plea, Seon-hu sighed, telling Tae-han that he thought it was something much worse. He openly admitted that he was indeed the one behind it, confirming that the absolute authority of the system now belonged solely on him. He assured Tae-han that those horrific soul-crushing quests would never target any of them ever again. Still in disbelief, Tae-han asked if it was truly overshocked by the realization that Seon-hu had fought that terrifying force alone. Seon-hu stood up, confirming with cold certainty that the system's twisted games were finally over and telling him to spread the word. He spoke of dark, terrifying forces far beyond any regular monsters, transcendent beings, the 7 demon kings who ruled with godlike power. They were the absolute strongest, displaying overwhelming authority like literal gods. Yet Seon-hu had dared to stand against them in their dark domain. It was a terrifying place of pure destruction. But now a mere human had managed to forcefully bend the system to his will. He was a human just like them, yet he stood tall, wielding a sword that unleashed raging torrents of fire against the dark. He bore the brunt of that corrupt evil energy, fighting solo to protect and ultimately rescue all the other awakened from doom. To them, Seon-hu was more than a hero. He was their true savior. Tae-han immediately went to work, instructing his subordinates to prepare. Leader Kim Jun was about to make a monumental announcement. Outside a towering high-rise, a massive crowd of survivors slowly gathered. They were all battered and heavily wounded from the recent slaughter, their faces filled with deep sorrow. Up above them, Tae-han stood. He looked down at the massive crowd with an incredibly tense expression. Taking a deep breath, Tae-han spoke into his megaphone, looking. The crowd stands in absolute silence. Right now, they look like terrified, desperate livestock being dragged to the slaughterhouse. Tae-han sweeps his coat dramatically and continues his speech. He admits he struggles too, constantly dreading the system's next cruel trick. He shudders at the thought of being utterly helpless. The people below listen, their faces tight with frustration. They whisper among themselves. Honestly, at this point, dying today or tomorrow doesn't even make a difference. But Taehan's voice rings out again. He claims to have uncovered the truth behind the system's erratic and unfair behavior. He explains exactly why these brutal high-stakes quests suddenly started appearing out of nowhere, leaving everyone in constant terror. He tells them he wants to share this secret now. The crowd waits in breathless silence, wondering what he will reveal. Tae-han points a thumb at his own chest and speaks clearly, staking his very life on the words he is saying. His voice grows even more passionate. He promises that brutal quests like yesterday's are gone forever because a savior has appeared. A savior is currently fighting the terrifying, chaotic power of death itself. The crowd listens, completely stunned by this revelation. This savior is the very person they once feared to look in the eye. They listen in absolute silence as Tae-han praises Na Seon-hu. Everyone freezes. Tae-han declares that this god has stripped away the system's cruelty, taking the heavy burden entirely on his own shoulders. He asks the crowd if single-handedly taking on the chaotic power of death is even possible for a mere human. Tae-han raises his fist, shouting that it is absolutely impossible because this exists only in the divine domain of the gods. He screams with all his might, asking them what there is left to fear when they are under such divine protection. Under his wings, their only task now is to secure a few cities. Suddenly, a massive system notification flashes before everyone. Guildmaster Lai Tae-han has officially renamed their headquarters to the City of the Savior, cementing their brand new faith. And honestly, you can't blame them. Tae-han reminds them that they are standing within the power of a god on the very ground of salvation. The crowd is left completely speechless. Suddenly, a single hand raises up from the back of the dense crowd. The man raises his fist and screams praise to Na Seon-hu. Everyone turns around in confusion, staring at him. But then the chant spreads. Soon the entire city raises their hands, echoing the name of Na Seon-hu in perfect unison. Na Seon-hu, or Na Seon-hu-ho, is the warrior who raised the sword of justice and unleashed the brilliant flames of salvation. As the crowd erupts into wild cheers, Na Seon-hu stands there sweating, watching this bizarre scene unfold in utter disbelief. With Taehin's speech echoing through the city, a cult worshipping Na Seon-hu begins to form, uniting the hopeless citizens. It is probably unavoidable and honestly still better than worshipping the cruel system. Soon after, a glowing notification signals a level up. Na Seon-hu decides to prioritize his vitality stats for this level up. Since his firepower is already set, he needs endurance. But even after pushing his challenger class vitality to its absolute limit, there is still zero time for a good night's rest. 1 month later, Na Seon-hu wakes up in a complete daze, wondering how he survived on just a single hour of sleep. Before he can even clear his head, he suddenly realizes someone has grabbed his legs and is spinning him around. Sanjin quickly sets the dizzy warrior down. He explains that since Na Seon-hu would not wake up, he had to resort to drastic measures. Na Seon-hu groans and sits up, grabbing his sword. His head is pounding like crazy and his nerves are completely shot. Even the tiniest sound annoys him right now. His body feels stretched to its absolute limit, but he keeps moving forward. Today is the day he will finally clear the last quest of the Light Pillar, and that belief is his only driving force. As he walks through the cheering crowd, he realizes they can all feel that something major is about to happen today. It is as if everyone instinctively knows today marks the absolute end of the first stage of Act 2. Still, the noise makes his head throb. He silently begs them to shut up before his terrible mood hits rock bottom. Suddenly, a loud blast echoes as the system announces that the 7th stage barrier has been successfully shattered. A massive monster emerges with its jaws wide open. Fighting sleep, Na Seon-hu glares at the oncoming horde of beasts. The moment he shattered the final barrier, this giant boss rushed out alongside its deadly pack of minions. Normally, it would be wise to fight an Act 2 boss with an elite squad, but Na Seon-hu rushes in completely alone. Moving purely on survival instinct, he slices through the monsters with clean, effortless movements, even in his half-asleep state. It feels as though his body has completely absorbed all the growth and power provided by the system. This brutal training has pushed him to a whole new level, but honestly, he is too exhausted to care. He just wants sleep. The moment his sword falls still, Na Seon-hu collapses into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, the system announces the quest is complete. He receives a challenger box as his reward is leveled, jumping all the way to 534. Suddenly, a flood of system notifications flashes on screen, making the old man panic while his leader remains totally calm. He calmly sips his drink and reads the stats. Camp 1 Frank has 56,000 and Camp 2 has 43,000. Camp 3 has 34,000. Camp 4 has 29,000 and Variant 12 has only 9,000. How did they clear it? Just that many. They must have gotten lucky. Either way, the Frank Guild's numbers are overwhelming. Suddenly, the crowd erupts in cheers. They chant in praise of the great Indra, calling his name repeatedly. Hearing this, he downs a giant gulp of beer and laughs. He tells the bearded man that his grain whiskey is getting better and asks if there is a secret. The man humbly bows. He thanks Lord Indra. Suddenly, the system pops up with a cheerful announcement stating it will be their guide for Stage 2 Act 2. It is all thanks to the elite members of the Frank Guild. The difficulty is rising just like before, but they already know the drill. The system will skip the lengthy explanations. The other camps will quickly realize that the Frank Guild deserves special treatment at the center. Indra frowns, realizing his hunch was correct. They are indeed at the center. Just as he thinks this, the system begins distributing square reward boxes. Unit leaders of the Frank Guild receive platinum boxes, while the high-ranking military commanders are awarded diamond chests. The guild master himself claims a master tier chest. He holds the box and looks at the system, realizing there are no hidden peril quests. No dangerous side quests or sudden power-ups will trigger. It is only handing out standard loot, as if the system has been heavily restricted. One of his commanders steps forward, followed by several others, speaking up about their growing concerns. They warn Lord Indra that occupying the central camp means every other faction will inevitably come to challenge their dominant position. They must formulate a solid strategy. First, they need to scout the World Awakened Association over in Camp 3. They need to verify if that group is genuine. Those using names of criminal syndicates like Camp 4 are obviously fake thugs. There is no need to worry about them. Meanwhile, a silent observer in the crowd watches closely before finally speaking up. Bale steps forward, wanting to check on Variant 12. Camps 2 and 3 are massive, so it is best to eliminate the weakest first. Indra smiles in amusement, thinking how clever Bale is. He praises him for always seizing the perfect opportunity to contribute. Since it is Bale leading the charge, Indra is confident. He officially grants him permission to take action. Soon after, Bale and his squad arrive at a cluster of ruined buildings and the system announces their arrival. A notification confirms they have entered the territory of Variant 12. Bale immediately orders his men to hold back. He commands them not to engage until he gives the word, and they shout in agreement. Suddenly, a warning screen appears. It states that the city cannot be entered with a level 1 defense under variant 12 and a single resident named Kagan Sanjin. Bale is skeptical, wondering how a level 1 defense city with only a single resident has not been completely wiped out yet. But get this, a massive tremor suddenly shakes the ground and out of nowhere a giant figure blocks their path. Kagan Sanjin stands before them glaring angrily. He snaps at Bale asking if he is blind and cannot understand what no entry means. Bale is startled at first, but then he smirks. He reminds himself this is Asian territory, which explains their pathetic numbers. To him, they are just weaklings. He calls out loudly in a foreign language announcing that they are from this central camp. He demands to see their leader, but Sanjin just scowls, telling him to stop barking and speak Korean instead. Bale stays silent. He has no idea what Sanjin is saying, but the hostile vibe is crystal clear. Normally, he would have killed him. If they were not here to recruit them, Sanjin would be dead. His silence only makes the giant mayor even more annoyed. Bale shoots him a menacing look, irritated by how this annoying brat is looking down on him with absolute contempt. Keeping his cool, Bale speaks again in his language, stating they did not come to fight, but realizing words are useless. He decides to turn around and leave, but the girl behind him suddenly screams his name in a panic. Then, out of nowhere, Sanjin flings a devastating punch, knocking Bale flat. Talk about an absolute wake-up call. Without his defensive badge, he would have shattered. Sanjin clenches his fist, mocking them for trying to walk away after starting trouble. He asks if they think this is their home. Later, after a meeting with Lee Tae-han about the current stage, Lee Tae-han returns to find the beat-up intruders and asks Sanjin what happened. Sanjin replies they just came here to cause trouble. As the invaders lie bloody, the girl begs for Indra to save them. Sanjin grumbles, annoyed by their constant muttering. He asks Lee Tae-han what they are talking about. Tae-han translates, explaining they are offering mercy if they apologize. Sanjin is disgusted and asks why Tae-han kept them alive. Tae-han wipes his mouth, explaining it is their first encounter with outsiders. He wanted to wait for the final decision. In response, Lee Tae-han summons his blade, declaring they do not need to wait next time. Since they trespassed onto their territory, there will be no mercy. The system alerts that he has unsheathed his sword. Ether walks away. Sanjin scratches his head, looking at the crowd. He wishes they would just read the city name. Move out, Sanjin tells him. When asked if this area stays empty, Ether suggests changing its name. The system alerts everyone. Kagan Sanjin has officially renamed the city, warning trespassers of immediate death. Occupying it illegally means death. Looking closely, it is easy to see that Sanjin is deeply struggling inside. He is terrified for his family's safety. They could easily be dragged into this dangerous testing site. Suddenly, Ether speaks up, startling him. Don't worry. The 6% awakening rate is actually a good sign. Sanjin sighs, apologizing for showing his weak side. Ether knows anyone would feel the same for their family. A massive pile of corpses blocks their path. Yeah, it is every bit as gruesome as it looks. Since they started far north, they detour south around the central area. Fighting now is just a distraction. A brutal battle went down here. Ether calls out to identify the camp, startling a messy-haired guard. Who is in charge here? Ether demands. The guard panics instantly, his face turning bright red. The guard yells, asking if they want to die. But looking at Ether, he freezes in total terror. They whisper among themselves. Finally, one steps forward, telling them to wait while they fetch their leader. A young woman is guided over. Frowning at the group, she asks if they are Korean. Ether confirms they are from Thean. Her response is simple: cat food warehouse. That was Ether's personal storage unit. Realizing a former co-worker started this group, he requests a meeting. Dorothy asks for his rank back at Thean. He answers quickly, leaving her completely stunned. He was the mayor. She tells them to follow, just as a strange multi-legged creature carries his friend. What is this disgusting beast? The chubby guy asks. It looks way stronger than their previous enemies. These are Graph, Ether explains. They are much easier to kill than Backlands, making his friend laugh. That journey was pure hell. Soon the system announces they have entered Bravo, a defense level 32 city. The camp houses over 8,000 residents. A familiar voice suddenly calls out to Dorothy. She jokes about crushing some hopeful spirits. Mason Brown, the mayor of Mason, chuckles in response. Dorothy reports they got incredibly lucky. She brought the mayor of Thean, who approached after the battle. Mason is intrigued. He has always wondered about the name Thean, praising Dorothy for her work. She adds that the newcomers seem to be Korean. Hearing this, Mason gasps, utterly shocked. She confirms it. Mason demands to know their location immediately, as memories of his past flood back. Years ago, Mason Brown worked as a contract mercenary for a private military company called Thui. After proving himself on brutal battlefields, his impressive record caught the attention of the top executives. He was contacted by a secret organization. They were connected to people, possessing terrifying, unexplained powers. These gifted individuals were codenamed cats. Only they could handle strange artifacts known as cat food. The gear was stored in a nuclear-proof bunker. The day he saw a cat enter a portal changed everything. Back then, the hunter promised to return within a single week. The dangerous expeditions never stopped. Woo Yeon-hee joined the operation later. Tirelessly raiding the portals, they returned with even more valuable cat food. Mason could only imagine the deadly battles they faced. Just thinking about it sends chills down his spine. Their vault was soon packed with elite rank A items. Shaking off his memories, Mason snaps back to reality. He realizes those legendary hunters had spent years preparing for this testing site, risking their lives. Because of this, Mason made it a rule to avoid all conflict with Koreans. It became their doctrine. Those top hunters are on an entirely different level, but as Mason looks up, he catches Ether's gaze. He gasps in shock, recognizing him instantly. Walking over, Mason asks if Ether remembers him. Mason is thrilled to see him. The chubby companion stands nearby, amazed by how fluently this foreigner speaks. Ether tells Mason he does not need to force the language. He then inquires about the current guild master. Mason explains that Idema, the director of the warehouse, is in charge. They are all former members. As commanders, they have been waiting for Ether to join. After all, the true master of this guild is him. Suddenly, Dorothy yells a warning. The Franks are approaching. Mason instantly turns around to prepare for battle. She asks him to please wait here for a moment. Then, walking outside with the older man, she quickly explains that she believes their first encounter was actually a decoy. A decoy to draw them in. With so many enemies lying in ambush nearby, calling for backup is completely out of the question. Suddenly, banners begin to flutter. Outside the fortress, voices scream for the gates to be opened. They mock the defenders, calling them rats, hiding inside a cat food warehouse. The older man looks down from the wall, cursing the arrogant bastards. The enemies are swarming like ants, packing the fields below. Just then, Ethan opens his system. Upgrading to level 4 firepower costs 2,200 points. He pushes it to level 5, boosting city defenses to level 33. Ethan steps forward, pointing out that while this heavy firepower works wonders against these human invaders, it will only buy them some time. The old leader hangs his head in deep regret, admitting that he was foolish enough to fall straight into the enemy's trap. Ethan steps up to take control. He declares himself the guild leader, refusing to stand by, which triggers a sudden notification from the system. The prompt warns they have entered the absolute battlefield of Na Seon-hu. Below, the enemy forces panic, desperately slamming against the mysterious barrier. They scream in confusion, demanding to know what this barrier is. They strike it with everything they have, but the wall refuses to break. A system warning flashes, stating they cannot leave the area. Under Ethan's flawless command, they fight on until the final boss of the light pillar falls. Looking at his reward, Na Seon-hu's golden armor, he decides to hide the flashy visual effects. He toggles off the interface to check the stats. Gear descriptions populate the screen. He scrolls through the legendary pieces, including the S-rank helm of Adonis and the A-rank gauntlets of the Deva King. He views the A-rank Na Seon-hu-like cloak of artist Minova's ring, Freya's feather, and Loki's treasure. This is his ultimate true setup. Na Seon-hu's golden armor, the Storm God, is an S-rank item at level 620. It grants him the power to shift classes. He can choose the Reaper Vanguard or War God class. When paired with Na Seon-hu's Wrath, the skill evolves into a devastating force. It becomes Na Seon-hu's Thunderstorm, granting 20,000 physical defense points. This high-tier equipment completely outclasses anything else he owns. The massive stats are worth every ounce of effort. This Storm God gear enhances his rage, while his Vanguard subclass unlocks even greater powers. He can summon A-rank spirits, which is incredibly useful. But his absolute favorite feature is the skill that unleashes Na Seon-hu's absolute battlefield. Within this war, God domain enemies are trapped, unable to escape unless they somehow manage to defeat him. It carries a terrifying authority. It feels like the ultimate power over death itself. He turns to Mashan, telling him that from now on he goes by Na Seon-hu, then takes flight. Mashan cries out for Ethan as a massive explosion shakes the area. Nearby, a chubby ally remarks that the conversation clearly did not go well. They might have to track down this Indra person next. Watching the destruction, Mashan anxiously wonders if such devastating power can even belong to a human. He wonders what will happen when the monsters are gone and the wars finally end. He has always questioned the future of humanity. If normal humans turn against the Awakeners, clashing with their sheer military might, would the superhumans even stand a chance? He used to feel nothing but absolute despair thinking about that inevitable conflict. But watching Na Seon-hu fight changes everything. Na Seon-hu is not merely a savior rescuing mankind from the jaws of beasts. He might be the only one who can stop a war between humans and Awakeners. He is a truly transcendent figure. Meanwhile, a lean gray-haired man returns with grim news from the front lines. He reports that Commander Bale and his entire Vanguard strike team have been wiped out, their bodies left behind in the ruins. The area is known as the Killed If Trespassing Zone. A gray-haired scout explains they could not even get near the base due to a massive barrier. But when the barrier finally faded, the entire area was left completely empty, as if no battle had ever taken place there. Zorat de Gonstein frowns, deeply skeptical. If there are truly no traces left behind, a black-haired man nearby quickly speaks up to defend himself. He swears it was not his doing, claiming he never could have predicted their sudden betrayal after losing half of his own forces. Zorat merely casts a cold, piercing glare at the man. He notes that the delicate balance of power has completely shifted. The division between Camp 1 and Camp 2 is ruined because of this treason. He has no idea what they gained, but hopes it was worth it. Without another word, Zorat swings his massive blade down on the traitor, completely deaf to his desperate pleas for mercy. The man screams for Lord Indra to save him, but Zorat remains heartless, declaring that his wrath will erase anyone who stands in his way. Walking past the blood, Zorat orders his remaining troops to march toward the Bien Thean territory, leaving his subordinates staring at the fallen traitor. Zorat plans to strike precisely when those troublesome defenders are tied up fighting other factions in the central zone. They navigate the debris until Zorat and his unit reach a ruined outpost. A system window suddenly flickers to life before them. It displays the region name as Killed If Trespassing, showing a level 1 defense with one sole resident under its jurisdiction. The registered mayor is Kagun Sanjin. Zorat scans the shattered bricks and scattered rubble, trying to piece together what happened here. Judging by the concentrated blast marks, a single fighter wiped out Bale's entire strike force. Zorat stares at the profile on his screen. He wonders if Kagun Sanjin is the true leader of this faction. The man seems formidable, but his preference for solo battles might be a fatal flaw. Fighting solo plays right into Zorat's hands. Indra's sword is a specialized skill designed specifically to eliminate high-value single targets. A single-target skill. The moment it is unleashed, it deals heavy continuous damage, tearing the target to shreds. It is a lethal skill for duels. Gerard planned to stage a battle between guild masters to force a merger. By doing so, he could easily assimilate them with minimal losses. Gerard believed it was a clean, bloodless path forward. He loudly ordered his men to secure the area while pointing his hand toward a glowing golden circle on the ground. Gerard nodded in approval, ready to begin their illegal occupation. The countdown started, but just 2 seconds in. A blazing red bolt plummeted from the sky, detonating right where Gerard stood and blasting him out of the circle. Stunned, Gerard could only stammer Seon-hu's name. The sovereign coldly questioned why he had abandoned the center to head north. He admitted the move was bold, noting that Gerard's past success came from decisiveness, but warned him to be careful now. He advised him to act carefully from now on. Gerard panicked as system notifications warned him he could not analyze Seon-hu. He wondered why his insight skill was failing, completely unaware that Seon-hu was easily using his own on him. With insight active, Seon-hu analyzed his opponent perfectly. It was Gerard de Goldstein, level 360 diamond rank. He led the Frank Guild, possessing the S-rank skill Sword of Indra, which focused devastating lightning strikes at Master Rank 3. Seeing the name Goldstein made Seon-hu pause, but Gerard quickly pushed him to accept a duel to settle the dispute. He argued that a full-scale war would only benefit other forces, adding that their merger was inevitable either way. To avoid shedding blood, he suggested that the commanders fight to make the final decision and settle the score. Seon-hu calmly asked if Gerard had been trained for inheritance. When met with silence, he kept probing. He asked if Gerard belonged to the Goldstein clan. Gerard proudly admitted that Connor Spencer Goldstein was indeed his uncle. He remarked that Seon-hu knew a lot about his family, arrogantly declaring that it would be best to work under them. Seon-hu chuckled at the absurd joke, but Gerard kept talking, claiming that few knew the family's true depth. He noted that very few people knew his family's secrets, warily questioning how Seon-hu obtained such detailed information. Gerard realized he was not dealing with a commoner, prompting Seon-hu to gently throw a question of his own. He asked if Gerard knew of the Jeon Club. Gerard froze in terror as Seon-hu unleashed an oppressive aura. As the leader of the Jeon Club, Seon-hu warned him not to cause trouble just over some mediocre family inheritance. Gerard struggled to his feet, trembling as he asked if the Korean before him truly ruled the legendary club. Confirming it, Seon-hu asked who should be bowing. Instead of cowering, Gerard began to laugh with intense, maniacal joy. With a trembling voice, Gerard clutched his face and cried that God was on his side for bringing Seon-hu to him. He crazily thought of killing Seon-hu right there, admitting he had planned to hunt the sovereign down once he left. He smiled wickedly, eyes gleaming with bloodlust, as he planned to send an iron mace to Seon-hu back in Korea. He immediately unleashed the Sword of Indra, but Seon-hu stood completely still, taking the massive hit without any pain. Unfazed, Seon-hu calmly recognized Gerard's connection to the Cassandra lineage, waving his hand to summon the Sword of Sage Devi. He remarked that he had permitted Gerard's kind to remain in the club, but they still dared to bare their fangs. Gerard sharply noticed that the weapon in Seon-hu's hand was changing, transforming into something entirely different. As Devi's sword ranked up, its true form was revealed and a system notification flashed across the screen. He successfully upgraded Devi's sword to Indra's, unleashing a massive purple beam that instantly tore Gerard to shreds. Left in shock, Gerard could only ask who he was before disintegrating. With their leader dead, the guild immediately disbanded. Taehan was riding his horse at full speed when the sudden system alert left him completely dumbfounded. He had rushed over the moment he heard of the invasion, only to find the entire battle already finished. Arriving at the scene, Taehan bowed deeply, apologizing for his delay. Seon-hu sat cross-legged, resting his chin on his hand. He commanded that Taehan arrive right on time to clean up. Stunned, the subordinate watched as Seon-hu turned to leave. He instructed him to head toward the central area once finished. Watching the sovereign leave, Taehan hesitated and bit his lip. He decided to stop him, urging Seon-hu that he had worked too hard and needed more support for this next phase. Calling him Na Seon-hu, Taehan vowed to assimilate all remaining forces into their faction, promising to serve with absolute determination. Though lacking compared to Joshua von Karjan, he promised his best. The sovereign hesitated, pondering for a moment. Seeing Taehan wait for his response, Seon-hu paused before noting that this was not something solved by words alone. People out there lived exactly as they pleased, but Ryu was already prepared to lead them when the time came. He was set to lead the World Awakens Association after the trial zone closed. But seeing how busy Frank's crew was, there was no guarantee he would survive until the very end. He recalled asking the cat food shelter commanders about Joshua, Jonathan, and Mick, but none of them knew their whereabouts. He insisted that they desperately needed a brand new leader. Even if Joshua returned, his contributions would still be recognized. Na Seon-hu suggested he could take charge if he felt confident enough to rebuild the World Awakens Association. Lee Taehan readily agreed, saying that if he lacked confidence, he wouldn't have brought it up. Na Seon-hu smiled in satisfaction and reached out, promising that whether he succeeded or not, once they returned to the outside world, he would gain control of Na Won-il with all subsidiary shares handed over as well. Lee Taehan quietly pondered those words. Every single share, even though the massive Na Won-il group already held control, had actually been split up among several different branches, like the Korean branches of the Jonathan Investment Finance Group and the Gillen Financial Investment Group. But still, was he really talking about all the shares? Lee Taehan stammered to confirm if he truly meant every single share. Na Seon-hu just smiled and confirmed it. Lee Taehan stood there with his mouth wide open, completely unable to believe what he was hearing. His voice trembled as he listed them off: Jonathan Investment Finance, Gillen, and Na Won-il. Na Seon-hu firmly confirmed that they all belonged to him. He paused, telling him slowly never to forget that. Lee Taehan broke out into a cold sweat of pure shock. Na Seon-hu spoke deliberately about why he created them, how he controlled the global financial market on the day of beginning, and what he planned for the future, including where Taehan belonged now. Taehan glanced nervously at the elite rankers standing around them. Na Seon-hu warned him in a heavy voice not to let him down. Lee Taehan went pale and silent, sweat dripping. Suddenly, he dropped into a deep stance, his cloak fluttering as he bowed. In a deeply respectful voice, Taehan said, "Thank you, I will give you everything to repay your trust." He dropped to one knee before Na Seon-hu, keeping his head bowed low. As he uttered that legendary name, Na Seon-hu, months flew by after Stage 2 Section 2 began. While Taehan stabilized their territory, Na Seon-hu was secretly searching for a specific item. If anyone found a black shard, they had to report it to the association immediately. A massive reward was promised for any such report. Right on a weathered wall by the road, a faded notice was posted. It carried a stark warning: keeping the shard or using it without permission would result in severe punishment. Signed by the World Awakens Association. This was far more than just a simple standard warning issued under the association name. Anyone who kept the shard would face absolute brutal ruin. This was a strict official order issued directly by Lee Taehan after he united the entire region in Stage 2 Section 2. Yet there were always outlaws who ignored warnings. Heavy, rapid footsteps suddenly echoed from a distance. Na Seon-hu raised his head toward the sudden noise and spotted Kwon Seong-il. Sitting on a rock, Seon-hu looked up at him and asked if he had found it. Kwon Seong-il tightly clenched, a rolled-up paper in his hand, cursing that a few bastards were trying to snatch it. Seon-hu took the paper and read it. "All levels and ranks are welcome. Work with us and even your companions can turn into pure gold. The strike unit is recruiting. Find us behind the Blue Dragon Guild headquarters in District 13. Na Seon-hu looked up from the note and asked how he had discovered this. Kwon Seong-il replied that someone on the inside leaked it. At least one of those bastards was still afraid of Na Seon-hu. Kwon Seong-il asked if they should go hunt them down right now, but Seon-hu instantly dismissed the idea, since it had already started rushing and wouldn't help. He stared at the note, saying they needed a totally different approach. The Black Shard was part of a starting quest, and though it appeared across all sectors, nobody had ever completed it. Based on theories from the sixth demon who made the most progress, the final reward of this chain was an item directly linked to one of the 7 Demon Kings. It was the very first quest that revealed the existence of the 7 Demon Kings, yet it had ended without any result. But this special item only appeared in Stage 2, Section 2 as a hidden reward. Heavy, steady footsteps started approaching a stunning girl sitting on a rock. With her green hair tied in a high ponytail, she casually asked if he was here because of the notice. The hooded man simply replied that he was. She teased him, noting his gear looked way too high-end for this place. She asked if he was in the wrong spot and demanded to know his level. He flatly answered 20. She scoffed loudly. A platinum ranker. Why was someone so high and mighty coming all the way out here? Ignoring her attitude, Seon-hu calmly replied that he was interested in her unit, asking if they had space. Confused, the green-haired girl asked why a platinum ranker wouldn't just join any top team, but he simply replied that he had his reasons. He then boldly suggested that if they were out of space, they should make some room, it would benefit them both. She smirked, rubbing her chin in amusement. Even they do not want to mess with criminals, so she cautiously asks what kind of crime he committed. Na Seon-hu denies having a record, claiming it is just a woman issue. The blue-haired girl asks if he touched someone off-limits. Whose girl did he cross? Na Seon-hu coldly drops the name Kim Ji-hun, instantly sending her into a cold sweat. She shrieks in panic, demanding to know if he means Commander Kim Ji-hun of the Yizung Legion. Na Seon-hu just sneers. A useless weakling who can't satisfy his own woman. Horrified, she covers her mouth, then stands up, scratching her head. After a tense silence, she tells him to wait so she can verify if his insane story is actually true. But Na Seon-hu turns to leave, saying they can stop right here, and warning her she is missing a lifetime opportunity. She quickly reaches out to stop him, explaining there are just standard procedures to follow as she tries to reassure him. They can't just do whatever they want. She begs him to wait just a little bit before scurrying off. She consults with her crew before running back to where Na Seon-hu is waiting, asking him for his actual name. He feeds her a fake name, Kagan John. His poor, faraway comrade sneezes. Overjoyed, she gasps in disbelief. What is an association VIP doing out here? Na Seon-hu coldly asks if she finds this situation funny. She defends herself while playfully teasing him about being a total womanizer, wondering if his lover was a real beauty. No wonder Commander Kim is absolutely furious. Smelling an opportunity, she pitches a sneaky deal that works in their favor. Hiding him is no easy task, so they demand his share of the loot, leaving him only with the experience. He knows he is being extorted. Na Seon-hu gives her a deadly glare, his voice dropping to a low growl. He warns her that treating him like an easy target is a huge mistake that will not end well. She just beams, promising he won't regret tagging along before turning her back on him to lead the way. She skips ahead, telling this playboy to stop glaring and follow her to meet the raid team leader. A massive guy steps up with a laugh. Meet Chao Yang. He and Lin Lin are peak platinum rankers. But the rest of the squad is gold or lower, making Na Seon-hu wonder how they can be this recklessly greedy. They are tackling a Demon King quest with a total trash roster. Suddenly, another guy steps forward to introduce himself. It is Gugong, a despicable rat. Na Seon-hu is actually grateful to him because of the crucial information he leaked. Without that leak, this squad wouldn't have been wiped out and this legendary quest would have vanished forever. The crew has absolutely no idea they are walking into a death trap because their leaders are actively deceiving them. They are leading the squad to the city outskirts, an entry-level zone usually reserved for low-rank hunters. Lin Lin signals him to cover up, so Na Seon-hu pulls his hood down to hide his face from onlookers. This place is run by the Shadow Association created by Han. Suddenly, a chaotic shout echoes out nearby. Guards are yelling to seal the gate. They throw out injured hunters, cursing them for failing a basic quest. How do you fail a basic rank F dungeon? He snaps that their squad is officially banned from raiding. Back then, this would trigger a devastating dungeon break. But things have completely changed since the chaos departed. Now, dungeons automatically seal themselves once a quest is abandoned, rewriting the fundamental laws of this world. Na Seon-hu notes that even without escape items, people can now enter and exit dungeons completely at will. Honestly, considering how deadly these gates are, this is how the system should have functioned from the start. Lin Lin registers their party at the portal gate, officially entering Chao Yang's strike team into the active database. He steps through the barrier, thinking back to how brutally unfair and punishing the old system used to be. Suddenly, the system displays a rank E notification for the Maruka region, which leaves Na Seon-hu feeling quite puzzled. Getting detailed intel without even unlocking the Explorer trait feels completely broken and honestly pretty ridiculous. The system suddenly flashes once again. The Explorer trait is activated, identifying the Arc of Ruin. Enter Gasto. He realizes this special trait is absolutely essential if he wants to extract any high-quality information. New system notifications quickly confirm his suspicion, directly matching the dark prophecy left behind by the 6th disaster. He has to claim an artifact belonging to Enter Gasto, one of the legendary 7 Demon Kings. Right on cue, a pack of beasts lunges forward, prompting a panicked shout to dodge the oncoming threat. Lin Ling curses, disgusted by how vile the monsters look up close compared to their database profile. Suddenly, Chao Yang leaps into action with his heavy mace, screaming for everyone to get back before slamming it down. The small monster is sent flying 10 meters back, but as it hits the dirt, a horrific mutation begins to take place. They start duplicating. They copy Chao Yang's exact shape. Suddenly, a system alert pops up, initiating the Infinite Split Challenge quest. Chao Yang swings his mace, striking out while screaming a warning for everyone to get back because this is a deadly challenge quest. A monster blindsides him. It slams a heavy fist into his back, causing him to shriek in pain. Ling Ling screams in worry. As Na Seon-hu just stands by watching like a passive commentator, the young hunter is completely cornered, forcing him to make a desperate choice. He begs for help, forfeiting the challenge. Ling Ling immediately leaps forward, slicing the monster apart before screaming at the team to join the attack. She turns around, demanding to know what Kagan is doing. But Na Seon-hu simply raises his hand, holding back the ranged attackers from joining in. He warns that these beasts move differently. They are not like normal monsters. Meanwhile, Ling Ling keeps slashing, testing her limits. She taunts him, asking if he is scared. Eager to prove her platinum rank status, she effortlessly slices through the beasts like cheap melons. Suddenly, a stray monster ambushes the rear guard. Panic erupts, but Na Seon-hu steps in, dropping it with one clean stroke. He calmly orders the backline to snap out of it and support him. Terrified, they stammer their agreement while Ling Ling watches in complete shock. His strikes are insanely smooth. Seriously, he is on a whole different level. Soon, dead beasts cover the entire ground. As the field clears, Na Seon-hu sits down on the sidelines, casually wiping his blade. Ling Ling approaches, asking if this is his first time. She demands answers. Why did he ignore her orders? Na Seon-hu just glares back with utter cold annoyance. He explains that his job was protecting the vulnerable ranged team, criticizing her reckless command. If she wants him to listen, she needs better tactics. He asks if she remembers the legendary D-rank Haruka dungeon that was mysteriously cleared in the city center just last month. Ling Ling admits she knows of it. Na Seon-hu then casually reveals he was actually there. A cold sweat washes over her. She laughs it off as a blatant lie, questioning if he was part of the legendary Caliber's elite squad. Na Seon-hu just narrows his eyes. He mutters that if his life had not hit rock bottom, she would not even be worthy of standing in his presence. He shuts his eyes. He tells her to drop the past. It only irritates him. Intimidated, Ling Ling stammers, asking if he will lead their party. Instead of answering, Na Seon-hu merely scowls. The situation is incredibly fishy. Why tackle an E-rank dungeon with such trash gear? He asks if she is truly desperate enough to hand the leadership crown to a complete stranger. She nervously giggles to change the subject. She playfully tells him that prying is rude. Will he help them? She promises a very handsome reward for his service. After a brief silence, Na Seon-hu agrees to assist if she is genuinely serious about clearing the dungeon. But he has one major condition. He does not want her official leadership title. She just needs to shut up and follow. He warns her not to annoy him. They must not get on his bad side. Meanwhile, despite securing the mysterious black fragment, the squad leader completely ignores protocol, refusing to report it. Gu Gong silently watches from the sidelines as Chao Yang presents the glowing magic stone to Ling Ling. Clearly, they did not learn from past disasters. The Bien Thean squad was once deemed the absolute weakest. Yet here they are standing tall and dominant over the battlefield. He knows the legendary rumors of Na Seon-hu, the supposed savior of humanity, might have been exaggerated to some degree, but still the facts remain. Layhem built a brand new system in an instant, while the mighty human Caliber single-handedly purged every D-rank dungeon in the entire region. They both serve under Na Seon-hu, and their strict rules are absolute. Yet their reckless leader decides to completely ignore the association's guidelines. He needlessly exposes the entire vanguard to extreme life-threatening danger. Gu Gong shifts his eyes toward Chao Yang in absolute panic. He has no choice but to leak the information to survive. Gu Gong watches silently as Chao Yang turns his gaze elsewhere. Chao Yang locks eyes with Na Seon-hu, convinced the mysterious man named Kaganjan is actually an undercover agent sent by the association. He's terrified Na Seon-hu might just wipe out the whole squad to steal the stone. Honestly, can you blame him for worrying? Perhaps this mysterious warrior is concealing an unfathomable level of raw power. It is far beyond anything they can possibly comprehend. He might easily massacre the squad and claim the black fragment. Gu Gang's mind wanders to an even more terrifying possibility. He steals a glance at the female leader. If Na Seon-hu has a soft spot for that clever fox, they are completely doomed. A day before the final boss fight, Ling Ling sensually traces her finger along Na Seon-hu's cheek. She whispers a tease. She admits she originally thought he was just another clueless fool when they were sorting through their scarce inventory on the dry ground. She glides closer. She wraps herself around Na Seon-hu's arm in a highly provocative manner as they find dry land. She whispers that she is deeply curious about the source of his absolute confidence. No matter where she goes, people are always hiding things. Her hands begin to roam over his chest as she looks up at him. She notes that unlike other men, he hides absolutely nothing. He acts as though he can easily control any situation, no matter the danger. She admits she has met many men, but none like him. Ling Ling suggestively licks her lips, murmuring that she finally understands why even the elite commander's women fell so hard for him. Na Seon-hu remains unfazed. Coldly, he tells her that it is just a roundabout way of saying she wants to steal everything he has. She admits it up front. She knows he is hiding his level, so she demands to see his status window. Ling Ling continues her shameless seduction, whispering how she desperately wants to know everything about him. Yet Na Seon-hu keeps his usual frigid stance. He warns her. Too many people have lost their heads just for trying to peek at his stats. He cuts her off. What does she want? Ling Ling simply gives him that greedy, playful look, opening her mouth to reveal sharp fangs, looking hungry enough to eat him alive. She playfully asks if he is ready to carry her during the boss fight. Is that all? She leans impossibly close, cheek resting on her hand to maximize her deadly charm, whispering in a low, teasing voice. Surely a battle like this is nothing to him. She presses herself against him, murmuring about how incredibly lucky they are. She claims he is actually the lucky one. Na Seon-hu carefully pulls back from the seductive beauty, dryly asking what she means. Silence. Placing a finger to her lips, Ling Ling hushes him before whispering that a secret quest activates right after they defeat the boss. She strikes another alluring pose. If this goes well, he could easily secure the leader spot for this entire unit. This massive quest is linked directly to the 7 Devil Kings. Suddenly, a grotesque towering beast appears, instantly shattering the peace. As chaos erupts, an ally gets caught in its path. Na Seon-hu charges forward, shouting at him to retreat if his defenses are weak. Watching the monster flail, Na Seon-hu gets bored instantly. He honestly just wants to obliterate the annoying things with a single punch. Chao Yang and Ling Ling leap into action. He screams for backup as they coordinate a devastating, perfectly timed combined assault. Perfect execution. The system immediately chimes in, announcing that the deep-sea weapon quest has been successfully completed by the pair. Their teamwork completely crushed the bizarre monster. Though the battle left everyone battered and gasping for breath, the threat is finally over. The party stands there dazed. Is it over? Did they really just sweep an E-rank dungeon in one go? Joy erupts. They celebrate their victory, but the real excitement begins now. The shiny reward chests finally materialize right before them. All of their exhaustion vanishes instantly. Looking at the gold, their eyes light up with pure, unadulterated greed. Ling Ling speaks up casually, announcing that they only want the first clear bonus, leaving the rest of the loot for the others. This generous offer shocks everyone. Is this some kind of hidden loyalty test? Why on earth are they doing this? Unwilling to trust it, Gu Gong suddenly turns to Na Seon-hu, suggesting that since he led the party, he should choose first. But Na Seon-hu has zero interest in sharing anything. He has other plans. He simply turns on his heel and prepares to walk. Waving a hand, he says he is leaving and only came for the experience. Naturally, this suspicious exit makes the others panic. Who turns down free treasure? Severe frustration builds on their faces. What the hell are these heavy hitters actually plotting behind their backs? To break the suffocating silence, Gu Gang suddenly bursts into a loud laugh, telling everyone they should just be grateful and split things. His quick thinking pays off beautifully. He successfully diverts the party's attention, diffusing the dangerous suspicion before things turn incredibly ugly. As Na Seon-hu walks away, he silently commends the clever kid, knowing that kind of quick wit is exactly how you survive. Meanwhile, Chao Yang tells Ling Ling it is time to start pulling up his system menu to initiate the secret quest. He taps yes. Instantly, his body violently convulses in absolute agony, his eyes rolling back as his mouth gapes open. A sickening yellow fluid begins spewing rapidly from Chao Yang's nose and mouth. Ling Ling watches in horror, completely helpless. She shakes him, crying out that his body is freezing cold, pleading for Chao Yang to wake up, but the nightmare only worsens. The yellow slime erupts even more violently from his face, splattering everywhere as she stands completely frozen in pure disbelief. Within that glowing muck is a writhing beast-like parasite. Reacting instantly to Chao Yang's violent thrashing, Na Seon-hu grabs her. He yanks Ling Ling away just in time. Incredibly, even in this life-or-death situation, she giggles teasingly, asking if he likes playing rough. While Chao Yang is literally throwing up his guts in the background, Na Seon-hu spot-on ignores her and catches something highly suspicious. His sharp eyes lock onto the mess. Moving in the yellow puddle is a tiny grotesque creature expelled from Chao Yang's body. It scurries frantically across the cavern floor. Finding a spot nearby, its tiny eyes suddenly flare with an ominous red light. The creature begins to mutate. Na Seon-hu quickly warns her that it is regenerating, but Ling Ling is still standing there completely lost. Finally, realizing it is alive, she draws her blade in a fury. Ling Ling leaps forward, determined to put an end to it. She stabs the writhing flesh, cursing the awful smell. Meanwhile, Chao Yang weakly reads the system notification flashing before him. The system confirms the lost weapon of the 7 Devil Kings is completed. Chao Yang screams at Ling Ling to stop immediately. She freezes just in time. Na Seon-hu watches in silence. Neither she nor Chao Yang notice the overwhelming energy gathering within him. It seems the parasite has already completely seized control of his physical body, preparing to unleash something truly catastrophic. Sean's eyes glow a fierce, threatening red, face completely frozen. He warns them that things are about to get incredibly rough, but they shouldn't complain after all he saved their lives. Now the 4 of them, including Chao Yang, Gugong, Lin, and Sean, are heading back after their big victory. Right then, the system announces that the Chao Yang strike unit has officially cleared the rank E Moruka tribe dungeon. Seeing them walk back alive shocks everyone. One excited guy even shouts out that he was ready to declare their entire team dead in action if they did not show up today. It is truly a miracle, especially after spending 2 full weeks in there. They lost 5 members, but clearing a rank E dungeon here is incredibly rare. While others celebrate, Chao Yang looks sick, dead inside. He is completely immune to the crowd's sudden, overwhelming admiration. The young leader's expression remains completely dark. Noticing his tense mood, Lin speaks up to ask him what is wrong. Chao Yang replies with sheer, unfiltered dread in his voice. Their next forced mission is a dangerous rank D dungeon. This news leaves Lin and Sean completely stunned. Later, as the group gathers to plan, Lin points out that news of their headfirst Patagon imported common PC recent rank A clear will definitely draw in new recruits. They also hope to receive some heavy backing from the main legion. But Sean coldly shuts down that hope, asking her if she is clueless. The only team to ever clear a rank D dungeon, so far, is the elite force led by Caliber himself. Lin quickly adds that if this system quest is already pushing them into rank D, they have absolutely no idea where this dangerous chain will end. Sean then asks them if they honestly think this mission is even doable. Lin responds with a playful, mocking tone. Is he planning to run away? Does he really want to crawl back to his old association that badly? Chao Yang, who has been quiet this whole time, finally steps in and addresses him as Kagun. He promises that he is a man of his word. If they survive this run, he will gain enough influence to secure Kagun's return. He stresses that this brutal mission is worth the risk, begging the young man to put his trust in him just this once. But Sean remains completely unimpressed, stating that talking and actually delivering are 2 very different things. He coldly tells him that he is no fool, and if he decides to walk away, nobody can stop him. Desperate, Chao Yang calls out to stop him. He promises to spend every resource he has to hire elite recruits, swearing they will pull back the second things look dangerous. While Chao Yang desperately tries to bargain, Sean merely throws him a cold, sharp look. He warns him that the exact moment he realizes he is in danger will be the moment he dies, as these dungeons leave 0 room for reaction. Talk about a massive blow to his pride. Chao Yang actually drops to his knees, begging desperately for Sean's help. Very few people actually know what went down inside the Moruka dungeon, and Sean is genuinely taken aback by this sudden plea. He realizes the leader must be completely pushed to the edge to humiliate himself like this. Seeing this raw desperation, Sean softens slightly. He offers a deal. He will reconsider helping if Chao Yang shares everything he knows, and so the leader begins to speak. He reveals that he and Lin came from the outskirts, where they were treated like absolute garbage by the new Triad Association. Chao Yang had been beaten, bloodied, and forced to kneel before them. But after finally gaining access to the 7 Demon Kings quest, he had been gritting his teeth, waiting for the perfect opportunity to exact bloody vengeance on their top executive members. Regardless of his tragic backstory, Sean has no intention of letting things slide easily, knowing the leader completely underestimated the association's terrifying power. Later, Chao Yang guides a mercenary inside, introducing Lucy and Luku to the rest of the crew. But the moment he announces that they are going to attempt a rank D clear, the entire squad immediately backs out. Sean is not surprised at all, knowing they are just low-level gold rankers. The incredibly grumpy guy standing before them is Lucy, a top mercenary close to reaching Diamond. He is a rare elite member of the Blue Dragon Legion, which the unit leader managed to recruit using some serious leverage. Lucy asks Chao Yang why on earth he wants to jump straight to rank D after barely surviving a rank E. Chao Yang sheepishly admits he just wants to test the waters, as gaining first-hand experience makes a massive difference. Lucy frowns deeply, tilting his head in pure annoyance. He tells him that he is running on pure foolish overconfidence because he cannot even begin to comprehend the gap between these tiers. Hearing this, Chao Yang humbles himself completely, promising that they will strictly follow his orders on when to pull back. After all, he emptied his entire fortune just to hire this mercenary, so he is fully prepared to trust his judgment. Sean silently observes the exchange, sizing up the hired mercenary. He predicts that Lucy will be the very first to run when danger strikes, and once the mercenary flees, the desperate leader will have no choice but to abandon the quest. Sean ponders his next move, realizing he needs to grease the wheels to make this run go smoother. Suddenly, the door bursts open as a panicked soldier rushes in. He yells that the Legion commander is urgently searching for Lucy, sending a wave of absolute panic through the entire room. The legendary Caliber has officially entered the city, and even the normally arrogant Lucy is visibly shaken by the news. Cheers echo as Caliber rides his horse into the city, his loyal subordinates following close behind as the crowd roars with excitement. Most of the residents here are low rankers, meaning they rarely get any respect, no matter which faction they belong to. Caliber clearly looks down on them, desperately telling himself to keep a straight face and look professional. Ever since the association brought order to this world, its elite high-ranking members have been treated like absolute heroes. A representative steps up and bows deeply to welcome him, introducing himself as the leader of the Blue Dragon Guild. Jiang Dian is deeply honored to meet Caliber. Meanwhile, the legend lounges on a sofa, casually acknowledging Jiang's hard work. He notes that the guild is currently raiding a D-rank dungeon while Ji-san remains silent, letting him carry the conversation. Caliber claims he respects that fighting spirit, which is why he decided to drop by reaching out for a handshake. He says the association is watching and wishes them luck, leaving Ji-san completely starstruck by the gesture. He is thrilled to hold the hand of the legendary Caliber. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, Lucy is visibly furious, arguing that this raid is insane since they do not even have a proper diamond rank member, yet they are still jumping into a D-rank dungeon. Ji-san bows, pointing out that Caliber personally encouraged them. He hopes their effort will catch Na Seon-hu's attention. Trust me, grabbing that legend's notice is no easy feat. To them, throwing away a golden opportunity like this would be the actual madness. Ji-san shouts with absolute determination, vowing to use the Blue Dragon Guild's full strength to finally win the association's ultimate favor and recognition. He then turns to Tae-jeong, the leader of the assault unit, who quietly waits to hear his instructions. No matter the danger, Tae-jeong is the anchor of this group, leading the squad that proudly bears his name. The commander assures him they are all in this together, while Seon-hu and Ling Ling watch from the sidelines. Ling Ling is not thrilled at all, muttering that things are getting way too serious and dangerous for comfort. She warns Kwon to keep his head down. Soon, heavy footsteps echo as the entire raid group moves out. Led by Ji-san, the elite forces of the Blue Dragon Guild march forward, though most are destined never to return. Onlookers watch in absolute shock as the Tae-jeong strike unit finally prepares to step into the dungeon gate. The system alerts them to the D-rank territory of Baron Orca, leader of the savage and brutal Maruka tribe. Inside, the resurrected D-rank beast stands waiting. With a vicious glare, it spots a group of intruders approaching. Leading the charge are Lucy and Tae-jeong, with a heavily armored mysterious figure bringing up the rear. That mystery man is Seon-hu. The beast roars in fury, eyes glowing purple, but Seon-hu instantly unleashes his savage strike. He hacks through the horde at blinding speed, realizing this memory belongs to another high-ranking noble, not Orca. Specifically, Count Luera. Seon-hu darts forward, his gaze razor-sharp as he plunges directly into the fray. Though the massacre of their leadership once shocked the Maruka tribe, those horrific events have long since faded from memory. These monsters are too depraved to learn from their past mistakes, completely oblivious to the threat they face. One human had wiped out their count and his entire guard. Seon-hu scowls in silence, observing the monster. Staring into the creature's pathetic eyes, Seon-hu recalls the massive slime-dripping boss monster from his past life. Soon, the rest of the Maruka tribe will inherit the shared memory of their fallen leader's brutal end. Grim images of a bloodied, suffering Seon-hu flash by. Back then, he was stuck in the exact same starting trial. Standing where Chae once did in Act 2, Seon-hu gets lost in his own painful memories of the past. Back when he was just a low-tier ranker, he struggled through countless F-rank dungeons before ever facing a D-rank. That nightmare didn't happen until he joined a North American guild, participating in a raid led by a top-tier expert. That run was an absolute disaster, leaving him traumatized after their A-rank leader died and nearly wiped them out. He looks grim, remembering the horrors of that day. He silently tells the beast that its name brings back bad memories. Yet he does not even need to activate his signature skill to easily deal with this trash mob. The system chimes, declaring the quest complete. Every survivor receives a coveted diamond box for the first ever clear reward. They also secure a rare healing insignia. On the floor, 8 heavily wounded hunters lie completely unconscious. Out of 25 hunters who entered, only 6 remain. Seon-hu is the only one standing completely unscathed. The rest are mutilated and out cold. Suddenly, one of the unconscious survivors begins to twitch his mouth violently. He looks ready to vomit some horrific parasite, spitting out a disgusting mucus-covered bubble packed with writhing larvae. The unit leader is down. With everyone unconscious and unable to fight, only Na Seon-hu remains as the chain quest activates. It begins right inside the leader's body. A massive slimy beast emerges directly behind Na Seon-hu, creeping up in the dark. He acts fast. No parasites will take over the surviving members, including Baron. He has to move now. One clean horizontal slash. He activates David's mirror instantly, cutting the giant beast completely in half. It explodes into thousands of tiny insects scattering everywhere. But get this, the chain quest is far from over. Violent energy begins to surge wilder than before. Through the fallen leader, the chain quest parameters spike to a whole new level. Through the leader, multiple chain quests level up. Once finished, Na Seon-hu walks over to one of his fallen teammates. He activates a healing badge on him. Instantly, the unconscious man gasps for air, his eyes flying wide open in shock. Bolting upright, the man looks around in utter confusion. Na Seon-hu just stares down at him, his face completely cold and indifferent. "Now that you are awake, go wake up the others." Still trembling, the man stammers, "Did you really kill all of them alone?" Clearing a rank D dungeon solo is insane. Even a top expert like Kagon Sanjin needs an elite squad to survive this place. He hangs his head, unable to look Na Seon-hu in the eye as he stammers out that he has no words left. He knows Na Seon-hu is from the association. Na Seon-hu stays silent for a second, then notes that the man leveled up. The man quickly nods, confirming he is now platinum rank. Turning to leave, Na Seon-hu drops some final instructions before walking off. Once out, he tells him to find Han so he never has to return here. He glances back one last time. "Just report everything to Lee Tae-han and tell him I sent you." Hearing those names, the hunter is frozen in shock. His body trembles violently as he kowtows in deep gratitude. He finally whispers, "I understand, Lord Na Seon-hu." Meanwhile, the unit leader Chao Yang is running for his life when slimy tentacles suddenly impale him from behind. He wakes up gasping from the nightmare, face completely pale. Opening his eyes, he sees Na Seon-hu standing right over him. Shaken, he quickly scans the room. The girl in the next bed wakes up too, holding her head in sheer exhaustion. She asks Kagan what happened and if he really beat those monsters alone. Na Seon-hu keeps a completely blank expression. He tells them this is definitely a quest tied to the 7 demon kings and points directly at Chao Yang. The entities nesting inside the leader's body are the only reason they survived. Otherwise, everyone would have died instantly. Chao Yang breaks into a cold sweat. He asks how they can explain this self-progressing quest to the association. No one would believe they survived because of the 7 demon kings, but Na Seon-hu has already figured it out. His face turns serious. He tells them there is only one option left, staring directly into their anxious eyes. They must complete the quest and get stronger, so nobody questions them. Now where does the next phase lead? Chao Yang hesitates, keeping quiet as his mind races. Then he scowls, regretting he ever got involved in this. He mutters that this quest was a mistake from the very start. Losing his patience, Na Seon-hu glares right back. It is too late for regrets now, he growls, demanding answers. The leader squeezes his eyes shut, finally speaking up. The next step is a rank A dungeon. If rank D was absolute hell, then a rank A is basically a death sentence. A heavy silence falls. Everyone looks completely grim. But Na Seon-hu breaks the quiet with a confident declaration. There is one person who can do it. Chao Yang looks at him in utter disbelief, asking what he means. Not even Caliber could do that. Cutting him off, Na Seon-hu lets out a smug, freezing cold smirk. Now he asks what on earth made him think he could steal his loot, calling him a greedy bastard. The sudden change in tone leaves both of them completely paralyzed with fear, unable to utter a single word. Suddenly, a slimy tentacle creeps out from the palm of Chao Yang's hand, holding the Grand Duke's key quest item. This key grants access to the palace of Grand Duke Amon from the Maruka tribe. It can only be used there. Using this key immediately upgrades the zone into a rank, a dungeon. Na Seon-hu looms behind him, looking entirely unbothered. He tells him there is no trading quest items once the trial starts. The only way forward is to finish it. Survival means winning. Watching this play out, the girl behind them stammers, wanting to say something but failing. He cuts her off coldly, telling her she will only be a burden. She is staying behind, awaiting her punishment later. Then he warns Chao Yang to watch his attitude. He is the first hunter since Caliber to solo a rank D. As Chao Yang and Na Seon-hu finally step back outside, 2 nearby hunters suddenly turn around in sheer disbelief. They ask if Chao Yang is already fully healed. Instantly, the surrounding crowd starts buzzing with excitement. Huh, is that the rumored Chao Yang? The crowd starts shouting in absolute awe, but Chao Yang does not pay them any mind. He completely ignores Tu Yang, whose face is dark with fear, as he mutters, "Is there anything else left in this F-rank dungeon of the Baruka tribe?" A man holding the list softly replies, asking when they are leaving. With a grim face, Chao Yang snaps back right now. He immediately points at the 2 men from earlier, declaring only 2 of them are going. Chao Yang and Na Seon-hu aggressively march inside. Chao Yang's strike force enters the F-rank dungeon at the Baruka tribe's training grounds. Na Seon-hu locks his eyes onto Chao Yang and speaks in a low voice, "Open it." Shivering, Chao Yang shuts his eyes tightly and replies, "I will open it." A strange object slowly begins to emerge from the palm of Chao Yang. Suddenly, he screams out in excruciating pain while Na Seon-hu just stands behind him, silently observing. a massive portal slowly opens, from the void leading directly to the palace of Archduke Aemon of the Baruka tribe. Suddenly, Chao Yang's body begins to move in a bizarre way. He twists his head completely around toward Na Seon-hu and speaks in a creepy voice, "So it is you I have been waiting." Na Seon-hu crosses his arms, his face completely expressionless, calmly replying, "I did not expect the Archduke himself to come out and greet me. Since you were being so polite, I will give you a painless death, so do not look at me with those eyes. I will be seeing you very soon." As Na Seon-hu says this, his hand is already clamping down hard on Chao Yang's neck. As Na Seon-hu squeezes his grip, Tu Yang slowly starts to regain his consciousness. A group of female warriors slowly materializes behind Na Seon-hu. He has summoned his Valkyries. Na Seon-hu looks down at Chao Yang, who is collapsed on the ground, spitting up a strange fluid, and coldly tells him, "Let's go get up." Na Seon-hu then looks toward Chao Yang, asking if he knows that Kagun Sanjin is at the master level. Barely able to stand, Chao Yang struggles to reply that he does. Na Seon-hu scratches his head, gesturing to the powerful female warriors now standing right behind them. They are all on that exact level. They will protect you, so just stay focused and keep up with me. The deadly Baruka dungeon, where countless strong warriors have already lost their lives, unfolds. It is absolutely no exaggeration to call this Baruka dungeon a toxic hell that melts human flesh and drives the mind into total chaos. It is really no surprise to see victims laughing maniacally in severe hallucinations, even as half of their heads are literally melting away. The system suddenly flashes notifications for the Archduke's air quest being successfully created, along with the deep-sea hideout quest, while Na Seon-hu single-handedly slices through monsters, thanks to himself. D-rank dungeons are not much trouble, but here even he must stay highly focused. Deep inside the dungeon of Baruka, where the monstrous Archduke Aemon reigns. Originally, the Baruka tribe and the Graf clan shared the same ancestral roots. Traces of that history still remain. Inside Archduke Aemon, the heavy exoskeleton covering part of his body is something only the tribe's ancestors possessed. It is the mark of a high noble. He is unlike the low-class nobles who are constantly gathered together. He is an ancient being that has survived from antiquity. This is Archduke Aemon. Standing tall, the monstrous lord, and begins giving orders. "Go greet him and do not disappoint me this time." The moment he finishes speaking, the monster dripping in yellow fluid vanishes. Archduke Aemon silently plans, sensing immense bloodlust from what seems to be a mere human, and is surely aiming for the sacred tribute we prepared for the great Lord of Wind. That sacred item must be protected at all costs. Na Seon-hu drags Chao Yang across the ground while the man endlessly mutters, "Kill me, please kill me." Na Seon-hu purses his lips, carefully calculating that once the summoning time ends, this guy will be dead weight until the cooldown finishes. This is an A-rank dungeon, so that is expected. What annoys me even more is that the layout of the dungeon keeps shifting. Looking at his markings on the rock wall, Na Seon-hu sighs. "Have I passed this spot how many times already? There is an immense power here interfering with my perception. Just as I thought, this is not going to be easy." Suddenly, a massive monster steps out from the darkness. Na Seon-hu clicks his tongue in annoyance, asking if it is him again. The bloodthirsty, snarling beast growls back, and Na Seon-hu immediately throws Chao Yang aside, approaching with a sharp glare. "So Oka was getting beaten once, not enough for you. To be precise, this is not the one who died in the D-rank dungeon. This is a new body grafted with the memories and emotions of Baron and the deceased Oka. This is the kind of thing the Baruka tribe is capable of producing." The monstrous Oka screams in madness, thrusting a barrage of tentacles violently toward Na Seon-hu. Showing absolutely no fear, Na Seon-hu simply sneers, telling him to blame his father because pain is the only thing he will ever know. Right after he speaks, lightning strikes down, completely obliterating Oka. The severed head of the monster rolls across the ground, instantly crushed under Na Seon-hu's boot. Looking down with cold eyes, Na Seon-hu mutters, "To behave next time, and maybe he will let him off easy." Meanwhile, the female warriors are clearing out the female remaining monsters. Na Seon-hu silently ponders that Aemon is clearly avoiding a direct confrontation. He keeps constantly shifting the six-fat dungeon's layout and resurrecting minions to slowly drain them to death. Suddenly, yellow tentacles wrap around his leg and start creeping up Na Seon-hu's body. Before long, those writhing tentacles completely envelop him. The monster Oka watches and smirks with absolute triumph. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupts. A massive explosion blows all the suffocating tentacles to pieces. The force is so immense it blasts back the panicked Oka. Na Seon-hu calmly brushes off his hands and steps out from the smoke and dust, calling the monster an idiot who refused to listen. Meanwhile, the great monster chiefs gather and counsel Aemon cannot stop the humans. Even if they all fight him together, the outcome remains unchanged. All of Lord Doom Insect's preparations to overcome Doom enter Gasto will be in vain. How is this possible? To stop this human, they must seal him away forever. He is reawakening the interest of deadly chaos, requiring an equivalent sacrifice. They will offer the Maruka tribe's treasure along with their own souls, begging the Lord of Deadly Chaos for mercy. But before they can finish, Na Seon-hu cleanly severs their heads. Instantly, the system alerts him that the wrath of the Grand Duke quest is complete. Chao Yang watches this completely paralyzed with fear. He is utterly speechless. The guy actually cleared a rank, a dungeon alone, and honestly, it is absolute madness. Then the system announces the completion of the lost weapon of the Seven Demon King's quest. A reward is issued. A mysterious black orb manifests. Chao Yang gasps, this belongs to the Seven Demon Kings. But when he tries to touch it, the raw feedback instantly knocks him unconscious. The system then displays the details of the orb. It is a mysterious, incomplete item with an unknown level and rank. Na Seon-hu turns and walks over to inspect it. It is indeed the lost weapon of Doom enter Gasto. He reaches out to grasp the orb. A violent surge of power shocks him, making him grimace as he tries to suppress the overwhelming energy. The sync reaches 0.01%, then 0.02, but the agonizing strain forces him to let go. The progress resets to 0. It only goes up while held. Looking at his throbbing, trembling hand, Na Seon-hu realizes that the pain will only intensify. To master this thing, he must endure an agony far worse than death itself. Nearby, Chao Yang begins to groan as he slowly regains consciousness. Na Seon-hu looks down at him, confusedly. After being knocked out cold by the orb, the guy looks like he just returned from the dead. He is no longer needed now that Na Seon-hu has achieved his goal. Standing over him, Na Seon-hu folds his arms and calmly instructs Chao Yang to find Han upon leaving. Chao Yang asks in utter disbelief if he is really being spared. Na Seon-hu warns him to avoid Kagon Sanjin at all costs. The man is notorious for his temper. While Chao Yang broke association rules, Na Seon-hu reasons that, witnessing the sheer horror of this rank, a dungeon is punishment enough. Letting him live is the smarter move. Chao Yang quickly bows and grovels, expressing deep gratitude and promising to spread word of the great Na Seon-hu's power. Na Seon-hu stays silent. True authority cannot be built on fear alone, and enough examples have already been made. Once Chao Yang leaves, the real battle begins. Na Seon-hu grits his teeth and grips the orb again, initiating 12, 31, 46, and 65%. At the peak of this blinding agony, his vision fades entirely. This physical pain is absolutely nothing compared to the heavy burden he shares with his mother. Blood begins to seep from his arm. At 99.99%, the overcomer of adversity trait finally triggers. Refusing to let go, he roars that he is still holding on. Suddenly, the sync process finishes. The weapon of Doom enter Gasto transforms into a lifeboat, granting the owner the ultimate gift of absolute immortality. Na Seon-hu stares at the orb in his hand, a broad, triumphant smile creeping onto his face. Immortality is finally his. Overjoyed by this godlike power-up, he cannot help but burst into ecstatic laughter. But his celebration is cut short. The system flashes a warning that his physical resistance has hit rock bottom. The Maruka tribe's ancient sealing ritual is taking effect. Realizing the danger, Na Seon-hu freezes in sudden dread. The monster Oka rises, its eyes glowing with a furious crimson light. It lashes out with a torrent of disgusting slime. Instantly, Na Seon-hu's eyes flash with blue lightning. He promises it nothing but pure pain in this new life as a devastating bolt strikes the beast. It howls in agony as its severed head crashes to the ground. Na Seon-hu steps up and brutally crushes it. He looks down with pure contempt, muttering that next time it might get a slightly quicker death. Scanning the chaotic battlefield, he notices Amon is actively dodging a direct fight, constantly weaving away. They altered the dungeon layout and revived their minions to drain us dry. Suddenly, Seon-hu stops in his tracks. He looks down at the ground. Sharp tentacles erupt from the dirt binding his legs. Soon they are swarming from everywhere. They close in, binding him into a tight cocoon. Oka appears once more, glaring with pure hostility. Suddenly, it gasps in shock. An intense surge of magic erupts from inside the cocoon. A massive blast goes off, sending a terrified Oka shrieking back. The shockwave freezes the beast, leaving it unable to dodge. The binding tentacles shatter completely. Seon-hu steps out into the open. He dusts off his clothes, walking right up to Oka. "You just wouldn't listen," he says. Elsewhere, the scene shifts. Deep inside the dungeon, the monsters gather. Amon is the first to break the tense silence, admitting he couldn't stop the humans. Maruka sighs deeply beside him, sounding utterly defeated. "Even if we all fight him together, the outcome will be the same. All of Doom Insectum's hard prep to surpass Doom enter Gasto will go to waste." "How is that possible?" Amon asks. But Amon remains resolute, declaring if they cannot defeat that human, they must seal him away forever. Maruka stands beside him. Maruka agrees, noting that invoking the dark forces of deathly chaos will require an offering of equal and immense value. A massive surge of energy erupts around them. We will offer the treasure of the Maruka tribe and our very souls. O great lord of deathly chaos, show us your mercy. Suddenly, a blinding sword strike flashes right across Amon's neck. Before the monster can even react, its head flies off. The system alerts Seon-hu that the Archduke's wrath quest is complete. Chao Yang stands off to the side, his jaw dropping in absolute disbelief. It is really over, he gasps. He actually cleared an A-rank dungeon completely solo. That is insane. Suddenly, a black sphere floats up as the system rings. The quest for the 7 Demon Kings' lost weapon is finished, and the reward is issued. Chao Yang reaches out. He tries to grab the sphere, knowing it belongs to the Demon Kings, but a sudden shockwave blasts him backward. Seon-hu notices the intense shockwave from the blast. Suddenly, the stat window for the mysterious black sphere pops up. The item is currently in the process of binding. Its level and rank are both question marks. Stepping closer, he realizes what it is. This is the lost weapon of Doom Entergast. Seon-hu slowly reaches his hand out toward the dark sphere and grits his teeth. He grasps the sphere, enduring its raw energy. The system alerts him that completion progress is at 0.01%. It ticks up to 0.02%. Unable to bear the agony, Seon-hu lets go and stares at the sphere. The binding rate only rises while held, resetting to 0 if released. It only gets more painful over time. Seon-hu must endure pain worse than death to complete this. Meanwhile, Chao Yang, who had fainted earlier, finally wakes up. He looks like he just crawled back from the grave. He knows Seon-hu has no more use for him now. Since Seon-hu achieved his goal, he crosses his arms and tells Chao Yang to find Lee Tae-han once he leaves. Stunned, Chao Yang stammers, asking if he is really being allowed to live. Seon-hu's eyes darken with a cold warning. He warns him to avoid Sang-jin. Seon-hu already notified him, but Sang-jin has a terrible, uncontrollable temper. Although Chao Yang broke association rules, he has now witnessed the sheer terror of this deadly A-rank dungeon, so Seon-hu decides to let him live. Chao Yang drops to his knees, bowing frantically and thanking Na Seon-hu for his mercy. He promises to let everyone know of Na Seon-hu's absolute power. Seon-hu realizes he has made enough examples. Fear alone is not enough. True power cannot rule through fear alone. Once Chao Yang leaves, it becomes a pure battle between Seon-hu and the sphere. He braces himself, pushing through the pain as completion hits 31%, 46%, and then 65%. He screams. Blinded by the peak of agony, Seon-hu roars that this item is nothing compared to the pain he shared with his mother. As the system finally announces 99.99% completion, the immense backlash hits him hard. Seon-hu is thrown violently backward. His adversity overcomer skill activates, and refusing to give up, he lunges forward again. He insists he hasn't let go yet. The mysterious sphere is finally fully bound, and the lost weapon of Doom Entergast is secured. It upgrades into a lifeboat. When the owner of the lifeboat dies, they can be fully resurrected through it. The system rings in his ears, announcing that the special privilege of immortality has been developed. He holds the sphere. He stares in stunned silence. Immortality. Seon-hu slowly raises the sphere, whispering that he actually obtained true immortality. Drenched in sweat, a smirk plays on his lips. Seon-hu raises the sphere high, cheering that this is absolutely incredible. Take that, you damn 7 Demon Kings. Suddenly, a system warning rings out, alerting him that his resistance is extremely low. The Explorer skill activates. Suddenly, the space behind him begins to distort. The sealing ritual of the Maruka tribe is taking effect. Panic sets in as Seon-hu grits his teeth and curses. No, damn it, he growls, his face pale with utter shock. Na Seon-hu, who stands entirely alone. He wanders back and forth across a ruined, blood-drenched battlefield, wondering how things got this bad. Suddenly, he spots a figure looming directly in front of him. Spotting the stranger's blood-soaked fists, Na Seon-hu immediately screams out, Sanjin. Sanjin, what on earth are you doing? Sanjin stays completely silent. He slowly turns his blood-smeared face around with a chilling smile. Just a little fun, nothing to panic about. Na Seon-hu, whose face instantly darkens as dread creeps over him. He is completely insane. You promised to return to your family, so wake up. Sanjin just laughs like a maniac. Are you talking about John? He is dead. Hearing those words, Na Seon-hu, whose face turns pale. Sanjin clutches his head, stepping closer. After getting dragged into this god-forsaken place, that poor kid could not even survive stage 1. He roars out in pure, agonizing rage. It should have been me, I should be dead. With eyes full of malice, Sanjin swings a massive fist, screaming to kill him. Na Seon-hu. A sudden burst of overwhelming power flashes between them. Na Seon-hu instinctively raises his arms to block the devastating blow. Na Seon-hu is left breathless, totally pale. The scene shifts to a news anchor broadcasting a breaking global update. Chairman Lee Tae-han of the Awakened Association has just held a press conference delivering a shocking declaration to all humanity. Meanwhile, Na Seon-hu, who sits, listening from his chair. The association completely rejects all national demands, forcing everyone to comply with their brand new world order. Suddenly, a voice echoes from behind. Talk about a tense reunion. Na Seon-hu, who turns to Lee Tae-han in pure annoyance. He asks if Tae-han wants to spark a massive war. Tae-han's secretary calmly steps forward, calling Na Seon-hu and comparing ordinary humans to brainless cattle. To them, the ignorant masses deserve to be slaughtered. Searing malice flashes in his eyes for anyone who dares challenge their power. Na Seon-hu, who stays quiet. He realizes the association was built to stop monsters, but can humanity really be saved? Suddenly, another voice interrupts. Don't worry, she says. A full-scale war is not actually going to happen. Gu Yun-hee walks in her face devoid of any emotion. She calmly states she will simply control the minds of all humanity. Taehan's plan is merely one small piece of her puzzle. Na Seon-hu, who recoils, asking in absolute horror what she is talking about. With chilling certainty, she warns him not to challenge her. She would never pull a stunt like this without preparation. Na Seon-hu stands frozen, helpless, and confused. Before he can even protest, Yeon-hee's eyes flash with a deadly cold glare. She reveals his parents are under her direct control, trapped in a massive conspiracy that can never be exposed. If Yeon-hee dies, his parents die too. After clearing the trials, she becomes the second great villain alongside Jonathan. Joshua and Jonathan constantly clash for absolute dominance, forming a new era of 8 saints and 8 great villains. Even if they are eliminated, more monsters will inevitably rise to replace them. Na Seon-hu loses all hope, feeling completely broken. Everything is utterly meaningless to him now. The scene shifts to a luxury hotel where servers constantly bring out lavish dishes. A waiter bows respectfully, asking if everything is prepared to his liking or if he needs anything else. Now shockingly obese, Na Seon-hu pats his massive round belly. Enough, he grunts, his shirt buttons ready to pop. He has reached his staggering 320 kilograms. The staff stare at the piles of completely polished plates in awe. He eats enough to feed 30 grown men, consuming premium dishes all day long. How on earth can he afford this? Rumor has it he is actually an S-rank awakened. One waitress waves her hand in total disbelief, scoffing at the idea. There is no way that Slob is an S-rank. But wait, her coworker turns pale, absolutely terrified of what's behind. Na Seon-hu stands directly behind her, terrifying the entire room. A flash of sharp, murderous intent glints in his eyes. Gotcha at last. He knew the enemy would send someone to spy on him. Instantly, he grabs her by the throat. Na Seon-hu unleashes a brutal surge of lightning straight into her. She shrieks in agony as the electricity tears through her. Her human disguise melts away, revealing a hideous monster underneath. Na Seon-hu stares down at the beast with cold, piercing eyes, finally showing your true face. Suddenly, reality snaps back, revealing giant tentacles suspending Na Seon-hu high in the air. His own lightning shocks his body, jolting him awake. Na Seon-hu snaps his eyes open violently, vomiting up a disgusting, slimy substance. He tears through the binding tentacles, crashing down to the floor. Wiping the vile slime from his mouth, he grunts in disgust. Damn it, where am I? Looking ahead, he spots Oka, staring in absolute shock, its face trembling with terror. It is Chichita. Na Seon-hu's eyes gleam with dangerous intent as he mutters, well, long time no see, Chichita. He has no clue how long he was trapped. The regression stone is unresponsive and seawater floods through the shattered walls. The system suddenly announces the seal is complete. He is trapped at the edge of the deep sea with no way out. Na Seon-hu glares at the creature, frantically trying to block the rushing water. His system screen reveals its true identity, Gatekeeper Oka. This creature is guarding a secret of the Maruka clan. Na Seon-hu sneers as he notices its quest has completely changed. The beast grumbles over the previous mishap. Suddenly, it flinches from a bone-deep pain. Meanwhile, Seon-hu is busy, chewing on its severed tentacle. Orca goes wild, complaining about his insane actions in a bizarre tongue. Seon-hu just barks at it to shut up. He doesn't want to eat this junk anyway. Chewing the meat, he reviews the system notifications. With the system's power scaling up to this crazy level, there has to be an escape route. A moment later, Seon-hu spits out a piece of meat. Time to start, he says. Standing up, his towering figure is so massive that Orca has to look up in absolute terror. Cracking his knuckles, he steps forward, radiating pure bloodlust toward it. He will definitely find a way to escape, even if he must tear through this entire clan's memories. After filling his stomach, he has more than enough strength to beat it to a complete pulp. After dying 100 times, the beast finally surrenders. The solution is actually pretty simple. He will create an E-rank dungeon populated by lower-class members of the Maruka clan through division. They will split. Staring down at the gross slime, Seon-hu quietly mutters that if the system opens a path, To this dungeon, he predicts that he and Orca will be considered the hidden bosses. That calculation seems correct. Unbelievable double dungeons like this do actually happen. Quite a long time passes while they wait for visitors to arrive. Breaking the wall to escape is definitely on his mind. Standing in silence with crossed arms and closed eyes, he waits. Now check this out, he suddenly snaps his eyes open at a noise leaping up with massive anticipation. On the other side, Orca is already using its tentacles to bind the new visitors, leaving them suspended and screaming for help. They cry out in terror as Na Seon-hu watches in surprise. Finding a Maruka noble in an E-rank dungeon is definitely unexpected. Just looking at its terrifying face causes instant panic. They scream they are all dead meat. But suddenly, a sharp smack hits the monster from behind. The captives fall dead silent, watching Na Seon-hu deliver a blow to Orca's head, right on the crown. It clutches its smoking head. He angrily snaps, asking if it knows the entrance closes if they die, ordering the beast to tie them up instead. Annoyed by the casual command, Orca rubs its head and grumbles. Still, it quickly forces a cheerful, obedient face, but Na Seon-hu sees right through it. It pretends not to understand him, but the beast actually comprehends everything. It probably learned while maintaining the illusion world. He then points a finger directly toward one of the captive men, gesturing for Orca to lower him. Instantly, a system information panel flashes before his eyes. Target identified as Sean Brown, level 225, with no guild affiliation and no company backing. Pale and wide-eyed, Sean stares at Na Seon-hu and stammers, asking if he is human. Having no time to waste, Na Seon-hu flatly responds that only he asks the questions here, demanding a full report. The man explains the trial is now at Act 2, Scene 5. Usually there are only 3 scenes, but the system's entire structure mutated since Na Seon-hu was sealed back in Act 2, Scene 2. A massive amount of time has clearly slipped by. But another piece of information gives him an even bigger headache. When the guild leadership changed, countless members fled. The remaining leaders became dangerously obsessed with quests, forcing everyone straight into deadly dungeons. Sean then mentions the exact person Na Seon-hu is looking for, explaining they are refugees fleeing from that terrifying woman, eventually ending up here. Hearing this incredibly strange moniker, Na Seon-hu immediately presses him for more details. He notes that she also controls monsters like pets, just like Na Seon-hu does. Surprised by the question, Sean wonders if he somehow doesn't know her, since she is actually incredibly famous. Finally, Sean reveals what he knows, telling him her name is Woo Yeon-hee. That alias belongs to none other than Yeon-hee. Na Seon-hu immediately demands to know her location. Meanwhile, amidst heavily ruined skyscrapers, a chaotic battle rages as a massive horde of undead relentlessly surges forward. The vicious creatures throw themselves frantically toward a group of survivors. They yell to stop the incoming wave, but a sudden earthquake halts everyone in their tracks. Yeon-hee's massive pet, a beast named Sophie, strides directly to the front lines with its giant jaws already wide open. Someone shouts a warning to get out of the way as the beast unleashes a massive blast of energy directly from its gaping maw, completely incinerating the horde. The survivors can only stare at Sophis in sheer disbelief and shock. They mutter that they can never get used to having such a terrifying beast on their side. High above Yeon-hee sits calmly atop Sophie's, checking her system panel. It displays a notification regarding the sealed obstructor of the Maruka clan, alongside the explorer's reward. She stares intensely at the screen, murmuring that this is likely the exact reason why Act 2 refuses to end. Looking into the distance with a somber, worried expression, she quietly wonders where Na Seon-hu is. Out there, the undead swarm across the ruined landscape. One of them suddenly notices something moving high in the sky. A massive dragon swoops down toward them, gliding incredibly fast, just feet above the undead horde. Within seconds, everything changes. A sudden gale of wind sweeps in and blows them all away. Na Seon-hu looks back in surprise, realizing they are just vampires and undead creatures, not the soldiers of the 7 demon kings, as if this place is turning into a wasteland. This is the heavy price to pay for touching the property of Doom Entergasto. Standing atop his dragon, he looks ahead and curses under his breath. But finding Yeon-hee is his absolute top priority. The scene shifts to a shattered skyscraper where human voices start echoing. Guild leader, we are holding the front line against the vampires, one member reports back, adding that Woo Yeon-hee is currently supporting the Northern Front. He adds that she is currently handling over 90 active quests, and that their guild is the last Bastion Guild, and the nervous guy over there biting his nails is the guild leader, whose full name is Na Seon-hu. His face is dark with intense anxiety as familiar haunting voices echo repeatedly inside his head. Duan, look at this. Brother Duan, this kid, and I cleared over 200 quests, yet an entire guild only managed 80. Is that right or wrong in your eyes? He envisions Yeon-hee gently holding Sophis, whose eyes suddenly glow from inside. Its thick fur as the voice in his head grows louder. warning that this is his last chance to act. If he takes it, she promises to help him work even harder. Drenched in sweat from the pressure, Duan mutters under his breath, "Damn it," instead of playing along as her helpless puppet, he knows he needs to make the first move. He then pictures Yeon-hye again and clutches his head in frustration, realizing how dangerous this is and fearing he might lose his mind. Those mind controllers are absolute monsters. But right then, the concrete wall behind him suddenly cracks and shatters completely from the outside. The impact throws Duan forward as a violent gust of wind rushes inside, sending the rest of his guild members tumbling backward. They stammer in confusion as they slowly pick themselves up, their eyes widening in pure shock at the intruder who just smashed the wall. It is Na Seon-hu standing tall with a murderous glare as he demands to know exactly where Woo Yeon-hye is located. Witnessing his overwhelming presence, they panic internally, thinking they had already met the absolute limit of human power in Woo Yeon-hye. But Na Seon-hu, whose aura is on an entirely different level, projecting a terrifying tier of strength unlike anything they have ever witnessed. The information he gathered from Na Seon-hu Duan on his way here matches up with everything he was previously told. A lifeless wasteland has emerged in Act 2, Scene 4, and a brutal conflict between humans and the undead is brewing. The system keeps generating these life-draining quests because it is desperately trying to harvest fresh sacrifices for the next stage. All of this is just to gather enough power to maintain my seal. Na Seon-hu realizes, gritting his teeth in anger. These are completely unnecessary sacrifices, and Yeon-hye, who is doing everything to break his seal, is being treated like a villain. Closing his eyes, Na Seon-hu activates his transmission skill to project his voice across the city, calling out for Woo Yeon-hye. Invisible threads of energy weave through the streets as his voice echoes out, telling Yeon-hye that she can stop now. High above the city, Yeon-hye hears his voice carrying the news that he has finally returned to her. She immediately looks up, a bright spark of hope returning to her eyes as she calls out his name. High above Na Seon-hu, whose massive dragon descends, allowing him to leap down while Yeon-hye places her hand on Sophis to pacify the creature. On her command, the beast instantly shrinks into a harmless small form with a furry back and a wide mouth. Sophis hops onto her back just as Na Seon-hu runs over, but he hesitates when he hears her talking to the creature. She gently pets Sophis, commenting on how adorable the little guy is and explaining that she acquired him in the final scene. She adds that it took some effort to get him to recognize her before smiling warmly at Na Seon-hu and expressing her relief. Even though it is a heartwarming reunion, Na Seon-hu cannot shake a lingering sense of unease about her behavior. Keeping his composure, he calmly credits her for opening the path that allowed him to escape from his seal. Yet through his sensory threads, Na Seon-hu can clearly feel a strange emotional distance, as if she is actively pushing him away. He demands to know why she did not use the regression stone, wondering how long she expected him to wait. While the members of the Last Bastion Guild watch from a distance, Yeon-hye suddenly falls silent, catching him off guard. But instead of speaking out loud, she uses a direct transmission to send her message directly into his mind. She warns him that he should not be associated with her, which makes him recognize the familiar telepathic technique. She explains that in this region she is known as the witch Woo Yeon-hye, leaving him with a cascade of unanswered questions. It would look terrible for the leader of humanity to be associated with a public enemy, and he realizes something is terribly wrong. Yeon-hye urges him to focus on his own plans for after the trial zone rather than worrying about her. She warns that standing together will only make others doubt his leadership, insisting that her place is no longer by his side. Na Seon-hu angrily cuts her off, telling her to stop talking nonsense. She suddenly goes dead silent, her eyes widening in pure shock at his reaction. He looks at her with dead seriousness, saying that if others see her as a witch, then he is the absolute worst villain. His claim of owning the world is no empty threat. He points out just how many lives he destroyed playing with global finance. Remembering everything he has done up to this point, Na Seon-hu's voice takes on a pretty dark and heavy tone. He acquired supreme power, manipulated the media from the shadows, and silenced anyone who dared to get close to the truth. There are more casualties in this deal than he can even count. The world was already stained by his sins long ago. Yeon-hye refuses to let him torture himself like this, yelling that his situation is completely different from theirs. Na Seon-hu calmly asks how. When she points out that he saved humanity, he instantly fires back that she saved him. Since she saved him and he saved the world, that means she saved everyone. Yeon-hye is completely speechless at his ironclad logic. She turns away with a pretty heavy sigh, whispering that she only did it for him. Na Seon-hu gently reaches out. He explains he only fought for his own family and saving the world was honestly just a side effect. Grabbing her shoulders, he tells her he does not care what others say. He made it here purely because of her. He adds that even if he was not around, she would still be out here fighting. He truly deeply believes that, whatever their original reasons were, they are saving humanity right now. His firm voice echoes, drawing the attention of the crowd. The onlookers unconsciously break into a nervous sweat. People can say whatever they want, but the truth remains unchanged. Out of nowhere, Na Seon-hu pulls Yeon-hye into a tight hug, resting his head against hers. everything they have done up to now, and everything they will do from this point on, he whispers with closed eyes, feeling her warmth, are things only they can do. Suddenly, the system rings out with an urgent alert. He must select a target for the lifeboat, options being object, animal, or summon. The choice is completely irreversible once made. However, the system notes that the lifeboat is currently not activated. He has lived with this warning ever since first acquiring the item, meaning he must proceed with absolute caution. Since there is absolutely no turning back, Na Seon-hu first considers anchoring it to his inventory, specifically Na Seon-hu's golden armor. It offers a solid 3-layer shield, but this lifeboat is ultimately meant to stand against 7 demon kings. Those colossal entities would easily see through a pocket dimension like his inventory, rendering that plan pretty much useless. He needs a safe location far away, guarded by someone who would fight the entire world just to protect him. Someone who would guard this precious lifeboat with her very life. Na Seon-hu reaches out and gently cups Yeon-hee's face. She is the only person in the entire universe he can trust. Gathering his courage, he makes his final choice. He resolves to stop holding back his feelings. Sensing his sudden shift in attitude, Yeon-hee flushes with deep confusion. As she stammers, Na Seon-hu leans in close and declares that she is his entire world before planting a deep kiss on her lips. The onlookers forced to watch this sudden romantic display are left completely speechless, their jaws hitting the floor. Right on cue, the system flashes another alert. Na Seon-hu's wrath is activated and violent lightning begins striking the earth. Ground explodes under their feet, sending everyone scrambling. He yells for them to run as Na Seon-hu's absolute battlefield activates. A colossal barrier instantly seals the space around Na Seon-hu and Yeon-hee, cutting them off entirely from the outside world. As he pulls off his shirt, another system alert rings out. He has successfully activated the path of the Fire Demon King. Trapped monsters inside the barrier are instantly vaporized into ash. Seeing Na Seon-hu's intense urgency, Yeon-hee feels pretty overwhelmed. She tells him to slow down, but he simply locks his fingers with hers, refusing to let anything interrupt them. Even if the god of chaos and death invaded right now, he feels confident he could easily crush it. A wild rush of emotion surges deep within him. He had fought so hard to keep his distance from this. Alone in their sealed world, Na Seon-hu's voice trembles. He tells her how desperately he wanted to see her. Yeon-hee wraps her arms around him, crying that she missed him. She has endured so much pain entirely on her own. As they embrace, Na Seon-hu vows to himself that it is his turn now, and he will protect her with everything. The entire world around them begins to shift in a bizarre, almost magical way as the barrier trembles violently. Strange humming noises echo through the air. Having escaped the initial blast, the onlookers watch from a safe distance in curiosity. They are terrified, yet deeply curious. One of them hesitantly notes that something supernatural must be going on inside. Others quickly nod in agreement. Duan merely narrows his eyes in deep thought before finally speaking up. He warns that if they are still standing around when that massive barrier drops, none of them will make it out alive. As he finishes speaking, the remaining hunters stand there completely shell-shocked. Regardless of what is going on inside, they scramble to call out and warn each other, urging everyone to get out of there quickly. After causing a massive uproar, Na Seon-hu is quietly fixing his clothes. No one knows what is on his mind, but his eyes look surprisingly gentle. He instinctively turns to look back at the battlefield they just created. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Na Seon-hu apologizes for getting too carried away, while Yeon-hee looks equally flustered. To break the awkward silence, she lets out a forced laugh, teasing that it is fine since this is exactly what Na Seon-hu and Woo Yeon-hee do. Breathing a sigh of relief, Na Seon-hu softly notes that while they must wait, he thinks the final stage is already drawing near. Hearing this, she pauses and his voice rings out again, suggesting it might even be the next stage. Just because the flow of time has stopped in this territory does not mean the army of the 7 demon kings has ceased actions. They are busy trying to overcome the frozen timeline. Na Seon-hu frowns slightly. He has only verified 2 rituals so far, with one belonging to the Maruka tribe, the other to the Deklan Core. He carefully reminds her to remember the ritual they witnessed in the Deklan Core courtyard. The system is not all-powerful. It cannot just freeze time whenever it wants, and it is bound to become much more careless soon. After burning so much energy to finally unseal Na Seon-hu, since they need to verify this theory, he proposes a direct solution. Curious, Yeon-hee asks how they can do that. Right on cue, Oka is summoned, silently appearing out of nowhere before them. Yeon-hee is genuinely surprised, noting that taming a Maruka noble is incredibly impressive even for a high-tier awakened like him. Na Seon-hu internally groans, thinking of how he had to kill him 100 times. She cheerfully remarks that she actually wanted to meet these creatures again. Seeing her, Oka helplessly closes his eyes in a cold sweat, recognizing the terrifyingly powerful woman. He remembers her from the clan memories as someone stronger than several of their elite males, and instantly loses all will to fight back. Confused, Na Seon-hu asks what is wrong with him as Oka suddenly falls to his knees, Yeon-hee explains, feeling slightly bad for the creature. She used him as a medium to access the clan memories, confirming Na Seon-hu's suspicion that they are assembling a massive invasion force. He nods in agreement, because let's be real, this is a clear sign that their territory boundaries will soon be breached. Na Seon-hu's expression darkens, his gaze growing cold as ice as he stares intently into the empty space before them. Suddenly, he yells out in frustration, demanding that the system open the gate to his estate since he knows they can hear him. Having his main forces active there would make things far more efficient, but the space around them remains dead silent. Nobody responds. Even with such massive power surging through Na Seon-hu, it seems he is still just a pawn and the system ignores his request. Na Seon-hu grits his teeth, worried that the allies he tried to strengthen might not survive, let alone knowing how tough the next stage will be. Thinking of Sanjin and Taein, his anxiety spikes. Time is rapidly running out, and because they cannot progress through the planned third-stage battles, he has no clue what the system is going to pull next. We are running out of time, and the upcoming battles are completely frozen. Talk about venting some serious anger, he slams his fist straight into the system panel, making Yeon-hee jump back in shock. He is practically fuming. He apologizes, admitting he always warns her not to search for meaning in the system, but watching it act so recklessly makes him feel totally powerless. Seeing him like this, Yeon-hee quietly asks if he has ever heard of something called OON. She explains that it was a name she discovered deep within the memories of the Maruka tribe during her mental search. Since she cannot directly translate their tongue, Yeon-hee switches to a telepathic connection to share the concept, describing it as a collective will rather than an individual. They believe the system is a defense mechanism built by the will of OON. This revelation leaves Na Seon-hu stunned. She continues, noting it is even more concerning that this force actually has a distinct name. It represents an entity fighting against deadly chaos. OON. The entire universe is being caught in a war between two absolute monsters. Na Seon-hu rubs his forehead, saying they must keep this secret. The system fanatics would lose their minds if they discovered this name. Na Seon-hu looks straight into Yeon-hee's eyes. Even though they do not understand OON's ultimate plan, he needs her to promise one thing. If things ever get too dangerous, she must stay away from him, no matter what happens on the battlefield. If an opponent on the level of the 7 Demon Kings shows up, anyone nearby would only become a major burden to him. Yeon-hee silently looks at him with complete understanding. She smiles gently, replying that even if he begged her to fight alongside him, she could not do it anymore. She now has a powerful reason to survive this war, no matter how grim things get. Na Seon-hu smiles back. On this absolute unforgiving battlefield, he has officially chosen Yeon-hee to be his critical life vessel. The system suddenly flashes an alert, confirming the life vessel is active. As long as Yeon-hee is alive, Na Seon-hu cannot die. While it is not a romantic gesture like sliding a ring onto her finger, this bond is far more profound than any wedding vow. It is a deep, unspoken promise between two comrades who have bled together, ready to face the final act side by side. They truly trust each other with their lives. Calling them lovers does not even begin to describe their deep connection. She carefully warns him that they must avoid using their emergency lifelines as much as possible, asking if he gets it. Seon-woo just smiles, saying he wants to clear this quest stage so they can level up together. He glances back and calls Oa, startling the pet. Looking at the little creature, Seon-woo can't help but marvel. He never expected to keep a dungeon monster as a pet. Telling it to follow, Oa looks up with a mix of confusion and gratitude, suddenly bursting into a flood of happy tears. It clearly understands every single word Seon-woo says. This bizarre squad of 2 monsters and 2 humans makes a strange team. As they prepare to move, Seon-woo gently reaches his hand out to Yeon-hee, catching her off guard for a brief second. Smiling, she places her hand in his strong grip. Seeing their fingers intertwined, he gives her a warm, happy look. Yeon-hee playfully pulls him along, teasingly urging Seon-woo forward. Meanwhile, the nearby zombies keep making an absolute racket. Elsewhere, Na Seon-hu raises his weapon, ready for battle. He swings his massive hammer with crushing force, sending the zombies flying through the air. He spins around and barks a question to his teammate, asking which way to go. Priya floats high in the air, utilizing her mental power. Absolute focus. Her eyes flash with an eerie deep purple glow. Instantly, the zombies' eyes mirror that purple light, allowing her to scout. She reports their direction is 1 o'clock 350 meters. Receiving the news, Na Seon-hu moves fast. Veins bulge furiously on his arms as he prepares to strike, thinking to himself, damn it, if Boss Woo Yeon-hee were here, she would have cleared a path, but he cannot expect too much from these rookies. Finally, he unleashes a devastating attack, cursing at the monsters and yelling at them to just stay dead and rest in peace. The brutal battlefield briefly falls silent, but a zombie corpse collapsing right next to Priya suddenly makes her frown in disgust. She identifies them as mages of the White Orchid Legion, a ruling class. Seeing her struggle, Na Seon-hu doesn't hold back. He bluntly asks if she is already exhausted just from finding their location, saying that keeping her in the team is useless. Priya is completely worn out but refuses to back down, snapping that someone who isn't a mentalist couldn't understand her pain. She describes the agony of peering into the minds of brain-dead zombies, but Na Seon-hu remains completely unimpressed. He tells her that whatever she says doesn't change anything. Furious, she glares at him and demands to know what she did wrong. Why treat her like this? Na Seon-hu simply narrows his eyes and bluntly points out that her abilities are just too weak. His harsh words make Priya bite her lip in frustration. He adds that if she has time to argue, she should work more. She lets out a heavy sigh, trying to defend her worth by claiming no one could ever satisfy his impossible standards. She mutters that the great Na Seon-hu would surely judge her differently, completely ignoring how Na Seon-hu's face darkens at the name. She keeps babbling, insisting that Na Seon-hu will recognize her talent, while Jun, standing nearby, cannot hide his sheer irritation. Both Cho Gang and Tae-han radiate pure hatred at that name. Sensing the heavy tension, Priya quickly judges the room. She wonders why they're so triggered by a dead man. Why can't they accept reality? He disappeared years ago and is dead. Jun places a hand on Na Seon-hu's shoulder to calm him down, urging them to move before the enemy mages have time to prepare. Meanwhile, Priya is still completely lost in her own thoughts, wondering what would happen if Na Seon-hu suddenly returned as a demon. Could the association even handle that kind of shock? And what if he is truly as overpowered as the legends say? Suddenly, a wildly ambitious idea flashes through her mind, recognizing this as her ultimate chance to rise to the top. If she succeeds using the mental powers she has hidden for so long, specifically her mind control ability, she could achieve everything. While she plots, the squad continues moving forward based on her directions. But look at that, a massive foot steps down, blocking their path. A hulking muscular zombie appears, letting out a ferocious growl. Na Seon-hu and Tae-han both widen their eyes in sheer disbelief. Gunness. Instantly, a female zombie steps into view, followed closely by yet another heavily built undead brute joining the fray. Na Seon-hu tries to suppress his trembling, asking his squad if they have any final words now that these monsters have finally shown up. He knows this is going to be an uphill battle, especially since an awakened demon is at least diamond tier. They are completely trapped now. Na Seon-hu channels his strength with a furious roar, yelling at the filthy mages. He challenges them to see who's really trapped with who. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, a monster's head is cleanly severed. Seon-hu effortlessly dispatches his targets, triggering a system alert. You have eliminated a mage, leveling up to 551. Birth of the Destroyer, 1 progress is 551 out of 561. The remaining zombies easily collapse. Once the mage dies, the summoned demons revert back into lifeless corpses, including the brute Yeonhae had mind-controlled earlier. Watching him fall, she clicks her tongue in regret, muttering that he was actually pretty useful, leaving Seon-hu completely speechless. Silence hangs in the air. Hansu stares down at the cold corpse and asks Yeonhae if she knows the guy, though even she cannot say for sure. Not exactly. Yeonhae locks her eyes on a different strange detail, but she vaguely remembers him traveling alongside Joshua back in the transition zone. Hansu instantly recognizes the target. They are talking about the relentless pursuer. He possesses traits that closely resemble those of Leon. The old nickname dazes Yeonhae, since it has been ages. Next, she raises a hypothetical scenario. What if the man actually survived? If he were still alive, could he have really made it this far? Hansu shoves his hands into his pockets, calmly analyzing the situation. He admits it is highly unlikely. Even potentially legendary heroes have met worthless, forgotten deaths in this brutal abyss. Hansu's gaze sharpens as a grim thought strikes him: how many more are currently perishing and how many are truly left? This vast battlefield is literally drowning in thousands of bloody corpses, stacking up in grim heaps across every corner of the zone. But beneath a pile of cold, stiff bodies, a sudden rustle echoes. A blood-stained, dirt-caked hand forcefully bursts through the mass grave. Sang-jin struggles to drag himself out from the heap of carnage. Covered in blood, he wonders how on earth he is still breathing. As his eyes adjust to the harsh light, he sees absolute ruin. Sang-jin can barely believe his eyes, wondering if everyone has perished. Suddenly, a muffled voice begs him to slide over. Sang-jin gasps in shock, realizing he is actually sitting right on top of his ally. It is Ji-hoon underneath, so Sang-jin quickly offers a hand to hoist him up, playfully praising him for being too stubborn to die. Ji-hoon just chuckles, replying that his boss is not the only tough one. Clutching his wounds, he asks if this war is finally ending. Sang-jin raises an eyebrow, unable to predict anything. He mutters that it might end if those monsters actually have a shred of humanity. He tells Ji-hoon to search for Tae-hen. Right then, the fairy guide Luma pops up, acting surprised at how many of them actually survived. She claims she is always amazed by human willpower. With a mischievous grin, the fairy delivers their final quest announcement. She tells them this is the final stretch, so they should bring that same resolve. Luma chatters on despite their murderous glares. She promises they can all go home once this phase concludes. She even adds some fake tears, ignoring the tense, heavy atmosphere. When she sees no one reacting to her dramatics, the fairy pouts, asking if they are not absolutely thrilled to hear the news. She urges them to wipe off those hateful glares and smile. Pointing to herself, she happily shares another surprising piece of news. Luma reveals she has been officially appointed as their guide for the final stage. Then she briefly outlines the rules of the game. In this final stage, every single awakened survivor from all 8 factions will gather together. Hearing this, Sangjin locks onto the key detail. If everyone is heading to the exact same arena, it means one thing. A confident grin slowly creeps up his face. He is absolutely certain that their legendary leader is also there. This means manager Woo Yeon-hee will finally stand alongside them on the battlefield. Elsewhere, system alerts chime loudly. Camp 1, Transition 12 has 92,991 survivors. Camp 2 has 74,000. Camp 3 has 73,000. Camp 4, Transition 30 is at 69,000 survivors. Camp 5 sits at 54,000. Camp 6, Jonathan's investment group has 43,000, followed by 42,000 in Camp 7. Camp 8 holds 39,000. Yanni turns back with a bright smile, thrilled that the Awakened Association is still in the running. She is happy Jonathan's finance group survived, but Hansu calmly points out this does not guarantee their leaders are still breathing. He does not know if Joshua or Jonathan are alive. Hansu tallies the numbers, noting 490,000 survivors remain. They started with 4.5 million souls, and the final war is yet to begin. Hansu silently assesses their hard-earned battle experience. With a survival rate of barely 1%, the average power of these survivors is immense, making the upcoming clash even more brutal. The endless undead waves of the second trial were devastating, but he pushes forward anyway, urging everyone to keep moving. On the other side of the camp, Taehan sits in deep reflection, remembering those who fled to the association back in the day. Every single one of them was connected to Na Seon-hu. Taehan frowns deeply, knowing they are nothing but lost souls without their leader. Without him, they are just divided clans fighting a savage civil war. Pushing through these internal bloodbaths has hardened Taehan's heart. He once had to fight his own sister for power. Now he gets a sinking feeling about what lies ahead. Before they even face the true monsters, a bloodier civil war might tear them apart. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out from behind. Someone asks what he is thinking about, and Taehan immediately inquires if the war funds have been fully calculated yet. Sangjin waves his hand, confirming it is done, but warns that Priya is using those funds to rally her own loyal followers. He is furious that Priya is framing their group, spreading nasty rumors everywhere to turn the other factions against them. Taehan stays cool, telling him to calm down since their enemies always play dirty. Sangjin sighs, admitting he is just venting his frustration. Taehan shifts the conversation back to their looming crisis. He believes Na Seon-hu will return, but they are still completely unprepared. He warns his ally not to let anger distract him because one wrong move in this place will mean absolute doom. His anger is still boiling. He knows the truth, but hearing them claim they are just like humans makes him furious. Who do they think they are? Talk about overestimating themselves. Inside, Sanjin bitterly waits for the perfect moment to strike. Once boss Woo Yeon-hee returns, they are finished. Elsewhere, she raises an eyebrow, silently calculating her next move. She wants to contact Jonathan's team peacefully. No skills, just clean cooperation. Suddenly, Rahun speaks up from behind. He mentions the Jonathan Investment Finance Group. It brings back memories. Hearing this, Priya turns around, filled with suspicion. He was a high-ranking official once. Does he have a connection to them? She asks, trying to probe. He flatly calls them greedy and immoral. Rahun scowls deeply, radiating a heavy hostile energy from his entire body. His blood boils thinking about the land they stole, all under that environmental fund's name. Seeing his rage, Priya gets curious. Wasn't it because of them we survived the starting days? She asks, but he immediately snaps back at her. Priya, they do whatever they want, he argues. Even now, Rahun makes no effort to hide his intense anger. Can you even imagine? They control over 35% of the Earth's surface. That is insane. Even back home, no awakened escaped their financial grip. His hand squeezes the horse's reins with raw force. If Jonathan Hunter is really at that camp, he mutters. Hearing his dark tone, Priya falls silent. Will you eliminate him? She asks. Rahun looks incredibly fierce. What happens here stays here, he confidently declares. Suddenly, Priya raises her hand. Wait. He asks what's wrong, and she quickly shares her discovery. I feel something truly terrifying, she warns him. Using her sensory powers, she starts scanning the area. She tracks the targets, realizing it's Oka's group. Instantly, her pupils shrink in absolute and utter horror. Cold sweat drips down her face. It is the Maruka tribe. Seeing her panic, Rahun grows extremely anxious too. Is it a noble class entity, he asks. Trembling, she speaks aloud the shocking scene she sees. That woman is holding a system host. Inside Priya's head, only one question remains: who are these people? Na Seon-hu wonders what is happening. He only used his bird's eye skill. Meanwhile, Yeon-hee releases a cold aura. Do they know who they are looking at? Want to die? Na Seon-hu quickly stops her from doing something rash. They might share our camp. Can you check? Priya panics. Whose mind is she trapped inside? On the other side, Taehan speaks calmly. Talk to the Jonathan group, but do not use skills. Sanjin bluntly remarks that it's obvious. Her ability is too weak. She's still reeling from shock. How could she possibly drag her memories outside? Ignoring her, he reiterates that they must proceed peacefully. Join forces peacefully. That is the goal. Yeon-hee observes them, realizing this man is their leader. Who is he? The name Taehan pops up. Yeon-hee instantly remembers him from that famous Yoosung group. Somehow, she recognizes him. Sanjin coldly cuts in. If you have time to argue, do some work. Na Seon-hu chuckles, noting that Sanjin seems totally fine. Next, Yeon-hee turns her sharp gaze to evaluate everything. What should we do with her? She is plotting something terrible. Meanwhile, Priya continues to shiver in fear. Are these terrifying monsters even human? Priya trembles. Suddenly, Yeon-hee coldly commands her to speak up. She struggles internally. She hasn't even spoken her dark plans aloud yet. How could they know her thoughts? She only thought about mind control. As Priya stammers, wondering if Na Seon-hu is alive, Yeon-hee swiftly strikes her down. A single swift blow ends her life. Having acted, Yeon-hee coldly tells her to know her place. Priya is left alive but completely brain dead. Watching this happen, Na Seon-hu remembers she was a major villain. She possessed unique mind abilities that let her survive. Even though Yeon-hee holds the eyes of Iris, Yeon-hee asks if he knows her, to which he simply replies that he might. Suddenly, she alerts him. She senses something approaching. Taking a close look, Na Seon-hu immediately recognizes the figure walking their way. Emerging from the shadows is Olivia, the fifth villain. She is a powerful summoner known as Na Seon-il. A second later, she steps forward and introduces herself, asking if he is indeed the powerful Na Seon-hu. Na Seon-hu cautiously asks which camp she belongs to, and Olivia quickly replies she represents the Jonathan group. He immediately asks about Jonathan, silently hoping the man is still alive despite facing the fifth villain. She politely responds that her master is waiting. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the Yoosung group moving forward. They stride deep into the ruins where a mysterious figure sits confidently on a throne amidst the rubble. Surrounded by a massive crowd, Jonathan grins and admits he has been waiting a long time. Na Seon-hu happily thanks him for staying alive. In his heart, Na Seon-hu cannot help but think that his only friend could never lose to the fifth evil. A second later, he raises his voice in joy, saying it has been far too long. Soon a bottle of liquor suddenly appears. Both are absolutely stunned, not because of the $30,000 price tag. Na Seon-hu immediately knows why. Jonathan keeps it close. Yeon-hee suddenly asks if he can actually bring things from the outside world like his bank accounts. Uncorking the bottle, Jonathan shares that this is his lucky charm. Thanks to both of them, he is fully prepared. He admits it was not easy, but he patiently waited for this day. This is a reunion of old friends. The man who rules the world like an emperor simply wants to catch up. Tonight is all about Na Seon-hu's true friends. Meanwhile, Jonathan eagerly boasts, asking what they think of this bottle that people would trade 2 or 3 challenger boxes for. They keep drinking until their faces turn completely red, thoroughly enjoying the warm, rare comfort of that single precious bottle. Rare laughter echoes throughout the room. Suddenly, Yeon-hee leans over and plants a quick kiss on Na Seon-hu's cheek. Watching the sudden display of affection, Jonathan freezes in absolute shock, muttering a loud curse before quickly accepting it. He happily congratulates them, saying he knew this would happen. Suddenly, Olivia interrupts with urgent news. Jonathan instantly snaps back to serious mode, cursing that they cannot even enjoy one single quiet night. She quickly reports that some groups are approaching alongside a massive army, while various other factions are coming in smaller squads led by their guild masters. Jonathan turns and mentions that their camp seems the easiest target. He asks Na Seon-hu what he thinks, but Na Seon-hu simply calls out to Olivia, who bows respectfully. Na Seon-hu calmly tells her that, just like she naturally serves him, the fate of those challengers is already sealed. He adds that her task is simple, she just needs to make them remember that fact. Gather them under Na Seon-hu. Olivia repeats the name Na Seon-hu in sheer disbelief. Na Seon-hu confirms it with an incredibly intense, chilling gaze. Confirming it is indeed his name, Olivia immediately departs. As she travels, a sudden thought crosses her mind. She assumed Na Seon-hu was Joshua von Karjan, but he is actually her master Jonathan's ultimate rival. Both in this trial and back in the real world, rivals will always clash to claim total dominance. She recalls Jonathan promising that Na Seon-hu would arrive, instructing her to prepare a proper grand welcome. That is why she cannot wrap her head around the situation, especially since Na Seon-hu is now her master too. Knowing Joshua is not Na Seon-hu, she remembers Jonathan's words about fate being predetermined for everyone else. She cannot stop thinking about this mysterious Asian man who seems to look down on everything. Her heart races faster with every passing second as she anticipates meeting him face to face. Staring ahead, she worries whether this aggressive, prideful army will actually submit to his command. For her first stop, she heads to the camp of the World Awaken Association, a faction boasting the largest number of soldiers. They are supposedly highly cooperative allies, but their dark and unsettling appearance immediately makes Olivia feel extremely uneasy. These people look like literal demons from the Third Legion. She reminds herself that, while she has seen hell, this is worse. Suddenly, a harsh voice echoes announcing that Jonathan's messenger has finally arrived and ordering her to enter. Walking inside with caution, Olivia begins to politely introduce herself, but her greeting is instantly cut short. The mysterious figure bluntly demands to know if Jonathan is still alive, catching her off guard. Sensing her hesitation, his aura flares. Terrified, she wonders how such an insane pressure is even possible. She manages to reply that he is alive. Osiris tells her to let Jonathan know he has no plans to kill him. He adds that as long as he protects him, Jonathan will not have to worry about other factions starting trouble. Olivia gets a sudden bad feeling about his offer. Realizing his true identity, she blurts out his name. The name Joshua von Karjan barely leaves her lips before she is violently blasted back, hitting the ground in agony. Crucial system alerts ring continuously in her ears, warning her that all her protective items have been completely deactivated. Her life hangs by a thread. To her absolute horror, a final notification confirms her summon Jane has vanished. An A-rank summon wiped out in a single blow. Before she can even process the shock, another attack hits her. She is left suspended upside down before Osiris. He mockingly praises her resilience, insulting Jonathan's training. As he raises his hand to deliver the fatal blow, Olivia desperately screams out for him to wait. She had a message for him. Right before her throat was choked to silence, she managed to gasp out one single word. Na Seon-hu. That very name. Save Olivia from the brink of death. Osiris urgently demanded to know what she just said, and she gave her trembling reply. Na Seon-hu orders everyone to gather. At the mention of Na Seon-hu, the moment Olivia finished speaking, the powerful warrior froze like a statue. Even she was stunned watching his sudden reaction. In that silent moment, a being who looked like death itself actually shed tears. Osiris choked up quietly, whispering to himself about his master. Elsewhere, hurried footsteps echo down the corridor. Sang-jin speaks up in frustration, wondering if that girl Priya lost her mind after leaving. Is that troublesome girl out of her head? Finding it weird, he asks what is going on, while Priya stands before them looking completely soulless. Rahun immediately reports that an Asian man and woman are teaming up with some monster, admitting he really doesn't understand what is going on. While the two leaders are still trying to process the news of this strange Asian duo, a panicked shout from their subordinate cuts through the room. He frantically calls out to Guild Master Caliber, reporting that all the other camps are moving toward them with dozens of people right outside. Hearing this, neither of them can hide their growing dread. Outside, Osiris has already arrived at the gates, leading a massive army. Even Jonathan Hunter has brought his own forces to stand before the gates. Outside, hundreds of thousands of warriors have completely surrounded the area. Sang-jin's face turns completely pale at the sight. He curses, wondering if these bastards want war. Jonathan loudly steps up to make a grand declaration. He announces that he, Jonathan Hunter, his troops, and 6 other camps are here, acting under the direct orders of the great Na Seon-hu to gather together. At the center camp, Seon-woo remains silent. Amidst Jonathan's roaring demands, he calls for Camp 12 to open up the gates for Na Seon-hu's warriors. Na Seon-hu's legendary warriors. Seon-woo just smirks. Sang-jin and Tae-han are instantly shocked, but Tae-han quickly erupts into a joyous shout. He yells that Na Seon-hu has arrived, realizing he has unified all the camps. Both men are moved to tears, as Tae-han proudly cries out. He boasts that he always knew his commander Na Seon-hu would do it. Soon all the camp leaders gather, starting with Camp 1 of Change 12, led by the LAN Guild Master. Next is Camp 2 of the World Awakened Association, led by Osiris. The third is Camp 3. From Min Thien 21 under the Eonzon Guild, then Camp 4 of Change 30 commanded by the famous William Spencer. Next is Camp 5 of Min Thien 19 led by Deborah Bellucci. Camp 6 belongs to the powerful Jonathan Investment Group, led by Jonathan himself. Camp 7 of Change 28 is run by Guan Jin, though it was once where Yeon-hee stayed. Its original master was Seong-jun, but because his level was too low, Sang-jin took over. Finally, Camp 8 of Change 42 is led by Jiang Gulong. Originally, Eonzon from Camp 3 and Deborah Bellucci from Camp 5 were not part of these groups. However, Akiyuria, the actual founder of Min Thien, is nowhere to be found. But the most shocking surprise of all is the absence of the fourth saint. Back then, Osiris made a bold choice to completely discard his past and change his name. People speculate that he cast aside his identity as Joshua von Kazan, the great representative of all awakened, due to his horribly scarred face. Memories of that terrifying battle flash back. In the eyes of the public, those physical scars are brutal reminders of survival. Those battle scars were forged during a desperate trial in Act 2, Scene 1. To stay alive, he had to pay a terrible price. He became a figure of pure dread. After that brutal ordeal, barely anyone in Joshua's elite squad made it out in one piece. Joshua's camp was undoubtedly a high-tier zone, forcing them to endure horrific trials that wiped out most of their active members. Some deadly missions reduced their numbers to just one-third. Now rumors swirl that Mihail might have met the exact same tragic end. Once everyone is gathered, Seong-woo finally addresses the crowd. He reminds them that the final stage is right before their eyes. Having come this far, he knows no one is willing to give up now. He scans the room, meeting their determined gazes. Everyone wants to make it back alive to enjoy the limitless wealth and high status that awaits an awaken in the real world. But that might just be a fantasy. Future battles are entirely unavoidable, and the harsh reality is starting to set in. The world is heavily policed by the military, and awakened are the minority. After this final stage, their numbers will shrink even further. Instead of glory, they will likely face strict confinement and military oppression upon their return. He then turns his gaze toward Jonathan. Asking him if that is correct, Jonathan is forced to agree. Though highly unpleasant, he admits is the absolute truth. Yet he quickly adds that if Seong-woo wished, he could easily guarantee the total safety and absolute freedom of all awakened. He calls him Na Seon-hu, the true master of this world. But Jonathan's flattering words do not make Seong-woo happy at all. Sang-jin wonders what on earth Jonathan is talking about. While he remains completely lost, the others share a collective sense of profound shock. Jiang Gulon is equally stunned by Jonathan's words. The sheer gravity of what was just suggested leaves them completely breathless. Think about that for a second. The wealthiest man on earth is willingly bowing his head to someone else. Jonathan calmly continues, noting that everyone in the room knows his identity. Year after year, he tops the global wealth rankings. Yet the true power he commands cannot be measured by mere net worth. He turns his steady gaze toward the other leaders. He tells the others that if anyone dares to oppose him in the outside world, they will have to risk destroying at least 2 or 3 G7 nations. Jonathan then introduces Seon-hu as the master of such a powerhouse, the true core at the very center of the global order. As Na Seon-hu, he is not sure how many people actually understand his meaning, or how many even remember the existence of the Jew Club after his words. But Seon-hu cuts him off. That does not matter. He demands they announce his next words to the entire world. He declares to everyone that the World Awakened Association was created for the world once the trial site was fully completed. Those who swear their loyalty to the association will enjoy immense privileges under its name. His power suddenly flares up, warning them to remember exactly who is keeping them alive. He looks back at the very beginning. In the original timeline, Seon-hu could not make it here, as the system saved them before defeat. The system would not allow their total annihilation. Yet in the battles he fought, humans were ranked as the absolute lowest species. If things kept going that way, they would have ended up as living soldiers for the Backland Corps or hosts for the Graph tribe. Then a fist swings out. This time will be different, as he plans to change everything with his own 2 hands. At that moment, the system screen materializes right in front of Jun Busi, Treo, Jiang, and the others. A hand suddenly reaches out from behind, patting Song-il on the head and teasing him for growing up so much. Annoyed, he pulls away, snapping that he is almost 30 now and needs to stop being treated like a kid. Awakened humans do not age, but they still grow. He is still genuinely happy to see him after such a long time. Sang-na-won-il keeps messing with his hair, telling him to trust Na Seon. Seong-il wonders what is so funny and why the older man is so excited, but Sang-na-won-il only offers a sly, knowing grin. He knew Na Seon-hu was amazing, but not to this mind-blowing extent. Sang-na-won-il pulls him away, leaving Seon-hu behind. He promises to share a great story. Meanwhile, Seon-hu approaches Orca asking for an update, but the creature remains silent at first. Finally it speaks, saying, "Not yet, Maruka Seon-hu." He thought Orca was still learning the language, but the pronunciation is surprisingly clear. The creature could stand to be more polite, but chooses not to. He wonders about the Backland, deducing they are their next enemy. Suddenly, a bizarre series of sounds erupts, naming Declan and the ship host. The noise sends a shiver of dread through Seon-hu. The armies of the 7 demon kings originate from entirely different civilizations, linked only by their shared worship of doom. They serve chaos and death, never acting in unison. Yet Orca has just muttered an entirely unfamiliar name. Confused by this new name he has never heard before, Seon-hu mutters it to himself, wondering what Lunia could possibly be. Orca then mutters another cryptic phrase about worshipping Lunia and Doom Dajire. Finally, the meaning of Lunia dawns on him. It is the moment the final piece of the 7 demon kings puzzle falls into place. He only knew of its existence before. He had never received any quests related to it, though the species that worships it was already familiar to him. The image of a 3-faced monster flashes in his mind, representing the known monster races and the 7 demon kings they worship. They are the rulers of all dooms. The list of beasts he has faced flashes through his memories. Backlund possesses primitive strength with a hierarchy over death, while Maruka relies on explosive replication learning through constant rebirth. Graf uses deadly poison, and his unforgettable battle with Doom Mount still haunts him alongside Ship Host's explosive power of numbers. Declan possesses an unyielding battle spirit. Seon-hu deeply ponders what unique trait Lunia might have, hoping to predict its nature. If he can understand the aspects of these monsters, he can foresee the traits of the Doom they worship, making this information critical. Unable to figure it out, he stares at Orca for answers, but the creature only knows this much, offering nothing else. With no other leads, he decides to look elsewhere. But for some reason, the guide has refused to show up since the stage began. Wondering what kind of scheme the guide is plotting, he takes a deep breath and calls out for them once more. Suddenly, a bright light flashes from the sky. Luma appears and bows, respectfully greeted by a polite hello. She notes they would have met soon anyway, introducing herself as Luma, the one who will guide him through the final stage. Looking up, she realizes Seon-hu is the one who summoned her. Luma quickly tries to save face, claiming she worked hard for this promotion. She warns him not to challenge her, but when he remains silent, she nervously assumes he was supposed to protect her. She gasps at her own slip of the tongue, then laughs it off, assuring him that he will find out soon enough anyway. Seon-hu finally speaks up, asking if protecting her is the mission. This immediately piques Luma's interest, leaving her teasingly undecided. She claims it is a real headache. Since this information is unattainable through his explorer class, she proposes a deal. She suggests they treat this as the first step to building mutual trust. Still confused, he urges her to explain further. Luma immediately gets straight to the point, asking what they think the actual role of those guides has been all this time. He explains that the system granted them immense power, which has now fully integrated into his body. This is Luma, the sole victor out of 450,000 guides, who now stares back with a sly grin. He tells Seon-hu that he must take his side, promising that he will be the one to send everyone back home, as if that is somehow a good reason to protect him at all costs. But right then, Seon-hu realizes something. This creature does not care about humanity at all. Seon-hu silently plays along, wanting to see how long this creature can keep up its arrogance. Then he suggests they start building some trust right now. Luma looks genuinely surprised by the unexpected reply. Seon-hu presses further, asking if the guide knows anything about the Lunia race. The creature hesitates. That is what they used to be called, Luma answers, comparing it to how they are now called humans. Luma demands to know where he heard that name. Everything clicks for Seon-hu now, but the guide is not backing down. The guide barks out the question again, demanding answers. Seon-hu silently wonders if Doomdia is some kind of mental entity. It is getting complicated. Luma glares at Oka, standing in the back, asking with clear hostility why a proud Maruka noble is acting like a dog. Seon-hu calmly shoots back that it is the exact same way Luma became an obedient dog for the system. He then asks if he can just slaughter the rest of Luma's former race when they arrive. Luma shrugs it off, telling him to go ahead, because the Lunia are no longer his people. Seon-hu figures the guide abandoned them long ago, but either way he is going to wipe them out. Then Luma drops a warning, explaining that compared to the Lunia, he is far more terrified of Doomdia. Seon-hu asks if Doomdia is coming in person, but Luma can only guess it is highly possible. He warns that an encounter with Doomdia's avatar is extremely dangerous, as it can banish someone into the past to die. It is a path that only leads to death. Suddenly, the reality around them begins to warp and shift. By the time Seon-hu slowly snaps out of it, he is disoriented with that chilling warning still ringing in his ears. He lunges forward to grab onto something. Only empty air. Panic sets in. He swears he just saw a message, but it was definitely not a standard system quest. He struggles to piece his memories together. Did he accidentally ingest monster blood and hallucinate? Dong-shu suddenly barks at him to wake up and get moving. He snaps at Seon-hu to stop daydreaming. Seon-hu silently seethes because the jerk only calls him Manny because he knows it is annoying. There is no point in arguing with someone who thrives on pettiness. Seon-hu stands up and brushes past him without a word. Being stuck with this crowd is flat out embarrassing, and their actual survival odds are looking incredibly slim right now. Catalina asks why everyone calls him Manny. Dong-soo sneers, explaining that Seon-hu used to be some wealthy finance guy. Since he is always talking about trading items, the nickname stuck. Catalina is baffled, wondering why anyone would buy things instead of just taking them. Dong-soo laughs, calling it pathetic, while Seon-hu is too exhausted to even bother defending himself at this point. He tells himself to let them laugh. With that attitude, they will end up killed by their own teammates before any monster can touch them. And right on cue, that terrifying warning about Doom Dia flashes in his mind again, forcing him to stop cold. A hallucination cannot conjure up concepts that do not exist, yet he has never heard of this entity before. Just then, Zhao Jiang approaches, informing both Seon-hu and Dong-soo that the commander is looking for them. Dong-soo complains about the sudden interruption. Seon-hu is annoyed too, feeling like his valuable time is being wasted. He realizes that being summoned means a clear dungeon is waiting. The moment is finally here. Seon-hu reaches into his pocket and pulls out a heavily crumpled piece of paper, gripping it tightly in his fist. He silently prays for his father's protection before he and William kneel before the gathered crowd. At the top of the stairs, Commander Na Seon-hu is receiving healing magic. Seon-hu can feel the heavy tension in the air. Na Seon-hu is an incredibly powerful figure, and the overwhelming pressure radiating from him is almost suffocating. Cold sweat drips down his face. Na Seon-hu surely sacrificed countless comrades to reach this position, and now Seon-hu might be next. The commander barks a harsh order, telling them to look up. Seon-hu cautiously raises his eyes. Na Seon-hu outlines the mission in a cold, stern voice, stating that their task is actually quite simple. They must clear the path ahead so he can avoid the sudden tentacles in that cursed Maruka dungeon. Seon-hu keeps quiet, knowing it is easier said than done when dealing with the dangers of that deadly swamp. The Maruka is a total monster. Looking at those slimy tentacles rising from the swamp, Seon-hu realizes it is almost impossible to tell them apart. Just then, the system suddenly chimes in, warning that this challenge will end in certain death for the challenger. The voice cuts out. Seon-hu stands there, frozen in shock, wondering if his recent hallucinations were actually a guide warning him. But that makes zero sense. There is no way high-level guides would ever send a private message to a low-level player like him. Suddenly, someone sneaks up right behind him and yells out loud, demanding to know if Manny can even hear him. Seon-hu flinches. He knows that speaking up means instant death. Since he has no real choice, he has to play along. Nodding quietly, he tells them he will do his absolute best. As night falls, the group begins to move out. They march forward in a tense, single-file line. Suddenly, one of the fighters starts complaining about the path ahead. "Damn it, the layout changed again," he mutters. Right then, Seon-hu spots something off, his eyes widening in pure horror. He quickly blocks the path, warning everyone to stop because he can sense danger lurking right ahead of them. Right below them is a glowing green swamp. Dong-soo just scoffs in a low voice, asking what the big deal is. He claims Seon-hu is just overthinking things. Furious, Seon-hu snaps, screaming at the idiot to get out of the way. But before Dong-soo can react, he is instantly sliced to pieces. A massive, slimy tentacle erupts into the air, thrashing violently. Watching the brutal slaughter, the blindfolded man stammers in absolute panic, unable to believe what he is looking at. Staring at the eerie red light glowing from the tentacle, he screams out that it is a Maruka noble and they must retreat. The beast begins shifting into a grotesque shape, forming two giant glowing eyes and a horrific gaping mouth. Lethal tentacles lash out in all directions, ripping the hunters apart. Amidst the bloodbath, the system voice chimes in again. It warns that this beast can send people back to the past, a journey that only ends in absolute death. Seon-hu stands frozen. While his comrades are being shredded to pieces right before him, the system warnings keep flooding his mind. The notification advises extreme caution against the incarnation of Dumio, warning that the beast can send its targets back in time. It is a one-way trip ending in death. Seon-hu realizes the complete guide has finally loaded right in front of him. The monster clearly has no idea what is coming. Wearing a confident smirk, Seon-hu mutters that Marukas used to terrify him. His eyes flash with a dangerous red glow as his determination surges, but he adds that those fears belong to the past. Sensing his resolve, the system confirms his entry into Na Seon-hu's absolute battlefield, generating an official raid quest to defeat Dumia. Crimson light bathes the ruined outpost of Camp Osiris, where bodies of the 33rd Legion litter the blood-soaked ground. Among the wreckage, a wounded Sanjin is getting his severed arm treated by Ji-sung, grunting as the healing magic takes effect. Sanjin begs the healer to go easy on him. Ji-sung sighs, replying that he cannot exactly adjust the settings on a spell. He tells Sanjin to stop whining. Sanjin stares into the distance, wondering how long Na Seon-hu will remain trapped behind that barrier. A massive energy shield hangs in the sky. Na Seon-hu's absolute battlefield has been active for an entire week now. No one can breach this impenetrable barrier. Even Ji-sung admits he has no idea what is happening inside. He says they just have to wait, especially since even Woo Yeon-hee is completely in the dark. Sanjin rubs his forehead in frustration. He notes that Woo Yeon-hee must be incredibly stressed, since this barrier is basically a giant prison seal. Suddenly, Ji-sung finishes the treatment. Sanjin looks at his fully restored arm, highly impressed. He praises the healer, calling him a top-tier support. Curiously, Ji-sung asks why Sanjin chose to side with Osiris, questioning if that mysterious man can even be trusted. Sanjin goes quiet. He remembers the warning Seon-hu gave him just before the monster horde broke through the defenses. Seon-hu told him to protect the Book of the Dead at all costs, predicting the enemy commander held it. Back then, Sanjin questioned if he should really follow Osiris instead of staying back to protect Woo Yeon-hee. Seon-hu had placed a hand on his shoulder, telling him that Woo Yeon-hee was far beyond his league anyway. Glancing at the young man, Sanjin gulped. He realized that keeping a close eye on Osiris was his real mission. Osiris is definitely plotting something dark. Sanjin still cannot tell if that man is a human or a monster. When Osiris leads his assault force, it feels like an army of actual demons marching straight from hell. If Osiris plans to betray them to steal the Book of the Dead, things are going to get ugly. Sanjin looks over at the silent commander, sweating as he wonders if he has any hope of stopping him. Looking back at the battlefield, the dark notification flashes once more, reminding him of the dangerous time loop ability. It is a path to certain death for the challenger. Seon-hu grinds his teeth, staring at his fallen teammates. Team members are being torn to shreds, and even the system warns him. He must be extremely careful if he encounters the avatar of Doom Dia. The warning message stabilizes right before his eyes. With a grin, Na Seon-hu remembers that the monsters he used to fear most were the Maruka. His eyes flash red with resolve, but his fear is a thing of the past. Sensing the host's decision, the system prepares to act. It confirms his entry into Na Seon-hu's absolute battlefield, generating a critical quest to hunt down and defeat Doom Dia. With only 2 minutes and 30 seconds left, monsters begin to emerge. From a magic circle, Chao Buru and his horde pour out. The Declan army floods through as Gate 5 opens, led by their high priest Chao Buru, the supreme commander of Dung Kaso. Na Seon-hu tears through the beasts, quickly mapping out his strategy, assigned Gate 1 to Gyeon and Gate 2 to Josua. While he handles the Declan army at Gate 5, Na Seon-hu suddenly finds himself trapped inside a dark, inescapable memory of his past. It was a grim past that could only end in death. Staring at the bloody carnage, he remembers his old helpless self. Back then, he was just a low-rank awakener who could die at any moment. Yet he sneers without a hint of fear. Even a tiny slip in this mental trap could kill him if these creatures gain complete control over his mind. Suddenly, an incredibly vast pool of magic wraps around Na Seon-hu, utterly shocking the foul beasts standing before him. A second later, purple flashes of light rip the creature to shreds at his command. He silently thanks Yeonhai and Oka. Their training gave him a deep understanding of how the mind works. Staring at a severed tentacle, Na Seon-hu grows suspicious. Doom Dia is definitely hiding nearby, not acting as this decoy. He has used the absolute battlefield to block their escape. Finding them is now just a matter of time. Under a blood-red sky, the ruins of towering skyscrapers begin to appear. Bloody bodies are piled high on the cold concrete as constant agonizing groans of pain echo endlessly through the ruins. Healing spells activate repeatedly. The system announces physical healing has been cast on broken bodies, forcing them to painfully regenerate. Unable to bear the agonizing torture of forced recovery, one of them begs the torturers to just end his life. Then a voice explains that they tried to stitch different organs together, but neither skills nor quests would transfer over. Flo chimes in, noting that when an active user dies, their skills and quests seem to return to the system. They are redistributed to others. Nearby, another researcher asks how the horrific experiments on the families are progressing. The scientist replies that nothing has changed, they still slaughter one another to trigger artificial growth and evolution. He notes that the killer's emotions do not affect the system, but is instantly cut in half mid-sentence by a heavy stomp. Sho slowly steps forward, declaring that destroying their entire disgusting hideout is something he has always wanted to do. Kira glares at him with a sharp, murderous look. Shocked by Na Seon-hu's sudden appearance, Flo turns to question him. Na Seon-hu internally notes that the man should have looked completely bewildered. An irritated Flo asks why he is even here. His face looks like a glitched television screen, but with one clean slash, his head is severed from his body. Na Seon-hu realizes that because he has never seen the man show anxiety, recreating his face in this illusion is pretty tough. Kira calmly points out that he is not me and asks what he is doing, while Na Seon-hu silently evaluates him. He is actually quite easy to read since he never shows emotion. A creepy grin spreads across Na Seon-hu's face. The me they knew was just a weak E-rank awakener. Revealing a fierce face with glowing red eyes, Na Seon-hu roars. He asks what they think of him now as a surge of energy completely severs Kira's arm, forcing him to act. Kira desperately activates a teleportation badge to escape, landing hard on the ground after losing his entire arm. Grimacing in pain, he quickly uses a physical healing badge while staring in absolute shock at Na Seon-hu's terrifying power. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms over him. Kira looks up only to see Na Seon-hu's foot coming straight for his face. With a single brutal kick, Na Seon-hu sends Kira flying before he can even react, launching him completely across the battlefield. Although Kira triggers passive skills to survive, he is left completely battered, bloodied, and unable to escape. Na Seon-hu grabs him by the hair with glowing red eyes, warning him that he always regretted letting him die so easily. Kira gapes in sheer terror as the monstrous reflection of Na Seon-hu fills his vision. Na Seon-hu continues his chilling warning. Laughing wildly, he mockingly thanks Kira before delivering a devastating blow that sends a huge spray of blood into the air. With Kira utterly defeated, Na Seon-hu tosses his broken body aside, telling him that he was only fooling himself this entire time. But in reality, Kira was only fooling himself. Suddenly, Na Seon-hu's eyes glow with a blinding, brilliant blue light. He challenges Kira to show any remaining tricks, promising to utterly obliterate everything in sight as lightning begins to strike down. Fierce bolts of lightning rain down, relentlessly obliterating the surrounding buildings and sending massive chunks of debris flying in every direction. Up in the air, sporting a fierce expression and radiating massive power, Sang-woo screams that unless they want to be wiped out, they must reveal themselves. Doomdia. Sanjin's group moves to the clearing, a total contrast to the first phase. This time they are protecting the main pillars of light while the enemy destroys them from below. First awakening countdown 6 days 14 hours 32 minutes 51 seconds. Fierce winds howl from all directions blowing away dry leaves. The landscape is completely ruined. Sanjin looks at the grim situation and sighs, wondering how far this plague has actually spread because just looking at it is exhausting. Suddenly, a young messenger runs up, gasping for breath, urgently calling for Lord Caliber. Sanjin immediately asks for updates, wanting to know what Osiris said. The boy reports everything in detail, warning that delaying will only make things worse. He says they must resolve the first awakening as quickly as possible to minimize casualties. Hearing this, Sanjin frowns, but he has no choice but to follow the given orders. He tells everyone to get ready, but the young messenger is incredibly anxious, far more worried than Sanjin himself. The boy then nervously asks if he is actually going to obey. He claims Sanjin is the only one who can stop Osiris, so they should just endure instead of pushing things this far. Sanjin, disgusted by his pure cowardice, flies into a rage and screams out, asking what the hell the boy is talking about. But suddenly, the messenger freezes, completely unable to utter another single word, leaving Sanjin utterly baffled. Within seconds, thick black blood erupts from the boy's eyes, nose, and mouth, pouring out like a waterfall, giving Sanjin a massive shock. Then boom. The boy's body bloats up like an overinflated balloon and explodes. Sanjin shields his face from the spraying black fluids, trying to stay calm. Immediately after that explosion, some soldier steps forward, though not to clean up the horrific mess. Josua approaches Sanjin. He does not care in the slightest about the recent explosion, only asking if there is any problem with the mission. Sanjin instantly feels a wave of anxiety. Seeing Josua look so completely empty only makes him even more nervous. Under the immense pressure, he bows his head, apologizing for his inability to manage a simple, low-ranking subordinate. An eerie, threatening voice suddenly cuts in, warning them that if they do not want to be wiped out, they must show themselves. Doomdia. Sanjin's eyes widen with pure horror as he instantly recognizes that voice. Sanjin whips his head around, desperately searching for the source. Was that actually Na Seon-hu's voice? Suddenly, a deafening skull-rattling noise erupts in the air, terrorizing everyone nearby. Sanjin covers his ears, but the overwhelming noise cuts right through. Confused, he desperately wonders what is happening, his mind slipping into chaos. Fighting for focus, he tries to guess if that monstrous Doom Oka has appeared. And just like that, the real horror begins as the system flashes a red alert. Doom Dia has officially logged into the battlefield. This alert continues flashing across the entire zone. Once the screens fade, a massive barrier net appears, echoing with deeply unsettling bizarre sounds. Sanjin watches the bizarre structure closely alongside Josua. Suddenly, realization hits him hard. Gritting his teeth in sheer frustration, his suspicions are fully confirmed. It is clear that Na Seon-hu is in there, locked in a brutal fight. Sanjin's anxiety quickly morphs into a wave of deep humiliation and rage. He silently curses, hating that Na Seon-hu is out there fighting while he stands cowering in front of a mere brat. Spurred to action, Sanjin charges forward, calling out to Osiris that they need to start doing their job, too. Even as Sanjin's voice echoes, Josua remains completely still, staring toward Na Seon-hu. Only after a quiet moment does he slowly raise his arm. With a sharp wave of his hand, a massive shockwave detonates nearby, sending hundreds of dark shadows surging forward, as ordered, scattering wildly in every direction. Josua turns his back to Sanjin quietly, stating that he will simply watch from here. Sanjin, eager to prove himself, lets out a booming battle cry, promising to show Josua exactly why he earned the title of Caliber. Turning to the top 10 fighters assembled behind him, Sanjin rallies the troops and leads the charge, yelling for everyone to attack. And remember that they only live once. Brimming with power, the Caliber spearheads the assault, roaring for his men to crush them. Sanjin obliterates beast after beast with his bare fists, supported by Josua's forces with their heavy weapons. In his heart, tension wars with excitement as he silently tells John to wait up because he will be there soon. Elsewhere, Sang-woo fights with relentless energy, swinging his blade to cut down all surrounding enemies without a shred of hesitation. Beside him, the battle-hungry Yeon-hee fearlessly charges forward, sending each monster straight to their graves. Meanwhile, Jonathan soars majestically into the sky, leaving a trail of defeated beasts in his people wake as they fall behind him. Cries of battle echo across the field, with warriors shouting to push forward and be careful. Sudden system alerts chime, indicating the anti-plague protocol is active, eliminating 2 plague 33 carriers. Remaining count is 3355. Meanwhile, back on Sanjin's battlefield, the old warrior lies flat on the dirt, gasping heavily for air. The system continues displaying notifications that the anti-plague protocol is online, eliminating 2 more targets. As Sanjin struggles, the system counter ticks down to 3353. Suddenly, he grits his teeth in pain as another alert chimes, indicating yet another purge. Sanjin abruptly sits up wildly, clawing his hand into the empty air. Filthy, battered, and missing an entire arm, the disheveled fighter scratches himself in frustration, his mouth twisted in absolute. He screams out in pain. "Where is this? It is so itchy." From a distance, a faint voice whispers his name, calling him uncle. Sanjin tries to force his eyes open, but everything around him is a complete blur. He quickly calls out that he cannot see clearly. Frustrated, he gropes around blindly, desperate to find the source of that voice. "Damn it, where are you? What is wrong with my eyes?" Meanwhile, Na Seon-hu lies dying on the ground, barely summoning the strength to ask his uncle a question. Doesn't he remember? Sanjin's mind spins as he struggles to recall anything, but his memories are a jumble. He admits his head is a complete mess right now. Sanjin is extremely uncomfortable, scratching and screaming. What is happening? The intense itching will not stop, making it impossible for him to feel anything at all. Suddenly, the system screen flashes and broadcasts an announcement. It states that Na Seon-hu has used the Wind Warrior's blessing. Warrior. Hearing this, Sanjin stops scratching. Shocked, he asks why Na Seon-hu used that item, since it is only for extreme emergencies. Na Seon-hu merely offers a gentle final smile, whispering that his time is up. Hearing this, Sanjin is struck with disbelief. He cannot comprehend what is happening. Na Seon-hu's body begins to slowly melt away as he struggles to speak about life's uncertainty. He asks how much his own life is worth. Sanjin stumbles forward, feeling his way to the boy's side as he realizes the grim situation. He screams Na Seon-hu's name. The dying boy flashes back to his childhood, sitting amidst a pile of ruins, playing with the system. Rubble, messing with the system. Back then, a voice called out to ask his name. Na Seon-hu had answered proudly, calling himself Kang Jia. Na Seon-hu. The stranger asked why he came out when he was told to hide. The young boy gave a hesitant answer before the memory faded. In the present, Sanjin calls out his name in sheer heartbreak. Na Seon-hu's lips tremble, trying to speak a string of numbers. 051. Panicked, Sanjin tries to calm him, saying they are almost there. He tells him to hold on just a bit longer while he grabs a badge or something. But Na Seon-hu continues, reading out a long sequence. 051023348241. Knowing his end is near, he leaves his details. Kang Jia, Na Seon-hu father, Yugu mother, Jasuan. Sanjin squeezes his hand tight, tears streaming down his face as he scolds the boy, telling him to worry about his own life first. But Na Seon-hu stammers that he must. He forces himself to repeat the numbers. 051023. Sanjin understands the heartbreaking reality, burying his face in his hands as he weeps helplessly. Yes, 051023348241. Sanjin whispers the numbers back, reassuring Na Seon-hu that he remembers it all. Father Kang, Yugu mother, Jo Zuan. He promises he won't forget. Before closing his eyes, the boy teases Sanjin about 10 million. Sanjin is both angry and heartbroken. Does he really think his uncle's life is only worth that much? He is Caliber, the right hand of Na Seon-hu. He makes a solemn promise to Na Seon-hu to trust him. Na Seon-hu tries one last time to call out to his uncle. His fading hand squeezes Sanjin's with all his remaining strength, placing his trust in him. Facing his final breath, fear finally takes over as he begs Sanjin to save him. From the empty air above them, several silver rings fall, clattering to the ground right where Sanjin kneels. Once the items drop, the system screen flashes a notification about the Wind Warrior's protective ring. It is an A-rank item that grants the wearer the direct blessing of the Wind Warrior upon use. Sanjin looks down at the glittering silver bands. He bends over to gather them up. Clutching the silver rings tightly in his hand, his heart aches with grief for his lost nephew. Mourning his nephew. But Sanjin knows he cannot stay down. If you think he is about to give up here, think again. With so many corpses scattered around, it will be game over if a mage arrives. Su's final warning echoes clearly inside Sanjin's mind. No matter what happens, he must protect the first book of the dead. The supreme commander of the 33rd Legion likely has it, but he shakes his head to clear those thoughts. Clenching his fists, he silently apologizes to Na Seon-hu because there is something far more important he must protect now. From behind, A monstrous rat creeps up, preparing to pounce on him. While lost in his thoughts, Sanjin resolves to do whatever it takes to succeed. Ready to carry on Na Seon-hu's final mission, Sanjin spins around instantly and unleashes a brutal punch, sending the giant rat flying. Suddenly, the system flashes a warning that the effects of the Wind Warrior's blessing have expired. Just as he finishes off that beast, another system alert pops up, warning him of Plague 3351. Feeling an intense itch spread across his entire body, Sanjin ignores the prompt and runs deeper into the cavern, searching for a spot to hide and observe the monsters. Crouched behind a massive boulder, Sanjin's anxiety reaches an all-time high as he realizes he has ventured too deep and completely lost his way. Just then, the system screen flickers again with another update on his plague index. It has now reached 3361. The irritated Sanjin scratches his burning eyes, cursing that he might tear his own eyelids off. But the monsters, and charge directly toward his hideout. Busted. Sanjin curses under his breath, knowing there is nowhere left to run. If he can just make it out of this plague-infested hellhole alive, he will show them no mercy. Sanjin stops hiding and charges ahead. He throws himself into a brutal melee against the incoming horde. The system warns that the plague infection level is rising rapidly. His body starts to melt away just like Na Seon-hu's did. His movements slow to a crawl and he curses that he doesn't even have the strength to scratch. Finally, he collapses. Utterly defeated, Sanjin lies there, gasping for air as he awaits his fast-approaching end. Suddenly, a grotesque creature begins to emerge from the ground, right next to where he collapsed. Dragging his heavy eyelids open, Sanjin immediately recognizes the bizarre, misshapen figure emerging from the dirt. It is a member of the Maruka tribe. Breathing heavily, Sanjin forces his broken body to stand once more. He stumbles unsteadily toward his enemy. Mocking laughter echoes all around the dark cave. Looking at the raging plague, he mutters that the Maruka tribe is right ahead, along with 33. Behind him, this could only end in death. A massive rat lunges from behind and bites Sanjin's neck, aggressively trying to tear him apart, but the beast hesitates when he doesn't react. Sanjin glares back, opening his mouth wide with a fierce rage that makes the giant rodent shrink back in utter fear. Sanjin swings his arm, ready to destroy it. Sanjin feels completely reborn as he brushes the dirt off. He silently apologizes to Na Seon-hu, admitting he has no excuses left. Wiping the fresh blood from his face, he makes up his mind to channel every single ounce of his remaining strength. Deciding this is where he will make his final stand, Sanjin yells out to provoke the surrounding swarm to attack him. He screams out for them to bring it on, ready to drag at least one down with him before another creature appears. Massive tentacles suddenly surround Sanjin, instantly wiping out the entire swarm of rats. The leader of these new creatures slowly approaches him. It reaches a hand towards Sanjin as if trying to communicate. Terrified, he stares back and stammers in confusion as the tentacles move. The creature binds Sanjin tightly. Just as he opens his mouth to curse, the system screen flashes. It announces that plagues 3 and 5 have been removed. Furious, Sanjin asks if the beast is finally showing its true colors. The system continues updating, stating that plagues 2 and 4 are also gone. Sanjin watches the notifications in utter disbelief. And honestly, who wouldn't be confused? He was just saved by a monster, but instead of fleeing, he feels curious. He even politely thanks the beast for saving his life, but it turns and growls at him, forcing Sanjin to back off. Muttering that he has absolutely no idea what it is saying, he asks where they are heading. Wondering what is wrong with his new guide, Sanjin is led toward a massive glowing green barrier stretching across the area. Gasps of shock escape him, wondering if Na Seon-hu and Dumia are still battling as the beast points. Following its gesture, he spots something unusual through a tiny crack. Overjoyed, he quickly makes his way over to inspect it. Though completely exhausted, he leans in closely, straining his eyes to catch a glimpse of what is happening inside the gap. It is pitch black within, filled only with the deafening sounds of combat and the echoes of shattered debris flying everywhere. Scanning the darkness, he spots a severed skull rolling across the floor, shocked to recognize it as Na Seon-hu's legendary dragon. As Sanjin notices a severed arm nearby, he realizes the beast has been destroyed. Meanwhile, Na Seon-hu stands amidst the chaos. A severed arm flies through the air and Sanjin tracks its trajectory, only to spot Sho, desperately fighting for survival. His eyes widen in horror. No one could have prepared for this. His ally is decapitated right before him. Sanjin screams his name in absolute despair. Meanwhile, in an entirely different dimension, Na Seon-hu's body floats aimlessly in the void. In his final moments, he thought he heard Sanjin calling out, but a powerful force sucked him deeper into the abyss. Surrounded by a crimson void and pure darkness, a glowing system interface suddenly materializes right in front of him. It announces that he has eliminated Doom Dia, completing Stage 1 of his class advancement quest, Birth of the Doom Destroyer. With the next phase immediately unlocked, he stares blankly at the floating system screen processing the sudden flow of notifications. The prompt states he must amass his own force, acknowledging that Han has already made massive contributions toward this goal. Stage 3 of the quest suddenly appears, requiring him to eliminate Dum Kaso Doom Diria, or Doom Mon. Suddenly, the spectral image of a goddess appears alongside a resounding announcement from the system. Quest completed. The system congratulates him for successfully finishing the entire Doom Destroyer chain. Na Seon-hu quickly realizes that by finishing the primary task, the subsequent steps of the chain triggered automatically. Since all conditions were already met, the system finalized everything. But then crimson lights begin flickering in the dark. The eerie glow intensifies, catching him completely off guard. The sinister energy begins to multiply, morphing into terrifying distorted shapes. A chorus of unsettling sounds echoes around him. Na Seon-hu can only watch in silence, immediately sensing a massive difference. Compared to when it was sealed, this presence is on a completely different level, radiating pure, suffocating pressure. Unsettled, he cannot shake the feeling of being trapped, even though he should be in a survival vessel. His expression darkens as he grits his teeth. Beyond the crushing pressure, a primal fear begins creeping into his mind. It feels as though his thoughts are being manipulated. Suddenly, a strange current crackles through the void, carrying heavy energy. Through that piercing gaze, he senses a complex message far beyond the reach of human language. An absolute will and integration of alien thoughts. Suddenly, a complex mechanical interface flashes directly inside his mind. It communicates with him about the system, revealing a legendary entity known as On as a blinding light illuminates the dark. On is a cosmic being that actively opposes Doom Chos across multiple worlds, standing in its way whenever a territory is targeted. He is bound to be there too. Two massive swords swing and clash violently in a global war between two entities far beyond mortal comprehension. In this clash of cosmic forces, concepts of good and evil lose all meaning. A stream of light flows down, splitting everything in two. Even basic binary thinking that calls Doom chaos, evil, and Aeon good makes absolutely no difference now. To Na Seon-hu, none of it matters. His mind drifts to his family back on Earth, the only thing he truly wants to protect. Their lives and the survival of all humanity are what drive him. Unstoppable killing intent pours from his body as his eyes lock on. If he can save them, he doesn't care whether he gets help from Aeon or Doom chaos. Without hesitation, Na Seon-hu yells toward the object. He screams out, demanding a single guarantee: secure the safety of humanity, and he will gladly become a loyal subordinate. He promises to fight alongside it against Aeon, spreading his arms wide toward the floating entity as he continues to shout. He begs it to tell him what it wants, offering up his life, his soul, and his entire world in exchange. Suddenly, the system interface flashes with a shocking notification. He has inherited the seat of Doom Dia, and Doom Kaso will fear him. Na Seon-hu falls silent, staring blankly at the glowing screen. The system clearly still prefers communicating with him in this detached manner. He has reached the peak, and though the road ahead is long, this isn't a bad start. Then the robotic voice chime rings again. The resurrection countdown reads 29 days, 23 hours, 9 minutes, and 49 seconds. The scene suddenly shifts elsewhere. A monster gets decapitated and Yeon-hee suddenly comes into view. Through her eyes, Sang-woo immediately tries calling out her name. He frantically asks if she can hear him, but a system notification suddenly pops up regarding the Woo Yeon-hee Guild. The Woo Yeon-hee Coalition successfully defended the first barrier. The countdown to the first awakening is 6 days, 4 hours, 1 minute, and 3 seconds. Seeing Yeon-hee remaining completely unresponsive, he realizes she might not even know the lifeboat protocol has already initiated. Sang-woo scans the area quietly, wondering why the 7 Demon Kings are still attacking if they already aligned with Doom Chaos. Perhaps the system requires the entire resurrection process to finish first. Suddenly, loud voices echo from a gathering of people nearby. Yeon-hee is immediately drawn to the commotion, freezing in her tracks as she listens to the crowd bickering. Her sudden presence startles them. Folding her arms, Yeon-hee approaches and demands to know who they are, making Raphael tremble in fear. Stuttering, he introduces himself as Raphael of the Diego unit, serving under Diego Rodriguez in the Woo Yeon-hee Coalition, 3rd Corps. She smirks, tilting her head to ask what exactly is going on. The poor man cannot stop shaking. His face turns pale as he frantically defends himself, stammering that they were only talking and meant no harm. Hearing this, Yeon-hee's eye glows. They claim Na Seon-hu promised to deal with the system's corruption, making them question the current mission. A bright light beams directly onto Raphael's forehead. It is an assassination quest, declaring her existence the absolute worst. The quest to kill Woo Yeon-hee has a 30-day limit, showing exactly 29 days and 21 hours remaining. The countdown shows 30 minutes and 2 seconds. She then notices the reward is 50 S-rank challenger boxes. She also sees quest start items like the Guardian, the Mysterious Black Fragment, and the Bone Dragon Master. Growth acceleration and collection privileges are unlocked along with a tracking device. Don't worry, Wu Yun-hee won't get the warning. The assassination quest provides massive experience points. Yeon-hee raises her hand to her forehead, sighing that she finally understands. Why everyone was so anxious, it turns out it is because of this. She frowns deeply, thinking about the 50 challenger boxes. Na Seon-hu has surely joined Doom Chaos now. Yoon-hee turns to Raphael and cold-bloodedly orders him to gather all tracking devices. Anyone inside the Wu Yan-hee coalition who resists or hides them will be executed on the spot. They quickly take the command. They yell out their obedience and scatter. Closing her eyes, she frowns. Total control is impossible, but she will get most. At least she will secure the majority like other factions. Snapping her eyes open, a chilling wave of killing intent erupts. The chaotic murmurs and endless whispering around make her feel like her head is about to explode. Everyone gathers around. The crowd continues to discuss the 50 challenger boxes and the insane growth acceleration. They wonder if anything like this existed. They ask why Wu Yeon-hee has suddenly become the prime target of the whisper system, whispering amongst themselves in sheer confusion. Some speculate that Na Seon-hu died fighting chaos, and this is simply the dark rebirth of the system itself. They openly debate their own theories, wondering if this is a deliberate plan to trigger infighting among their ranks. Watching this play out, Yeon-hee knows the reward is simply too generous for them to ignore. Suddenly, someone speaks up. He asks if Osiris or the Fire Demon King is behind this. Hearing this, a blond man strokes his chin. Smiling, he chuckles that they have clearly never witnessed a mind-type awakened completely succumb to madness before. He imagines her power bursting forth, knowing what happens when they resonate with primal bloodlust and enter absolute rage mode. Around them, people went completely wild. Nobody could tell friend from foe as the blond man looked over. He smiled slyly at his companion. Do you think we are the only ones who know this? Even some of the mental hunters resonated with the monster's bloodlust and went completely mad. He wondered with great amusement, what would happen if that same bloodlust came from a fellow human? Meanwhile, the text kept filling the paper. If it were Wu Yun-hee who possessed the highest tier of mental power, she would definitely show some kind of opening. Na Seon-hu frowned and watched in absolute silence. Unaware she had challenger tier empathy, those wicked plotters continued to scheme. Their plans grew, and soon people communicating only through written notes began to appear. Each man received different notes designed to agitate Yeon-hee even further and push her into a dangerous corner. On another side, she slammed her fist down hard instantly, shattering the solid surface beneath it. Exhausted, she closed her eyes, raising her hand to cover her face, muttering that it was happening again. Indoors, Na Seon-hu watched with folded arms, realizing only then how much rage Yeon-hee had already gone through in the past. He closed his eyes deeply, blaming himself for everything, realizing that this was why she had been avoiding him. His heart grew heavy, thinking of her immense pain. But suddenly, her heart spasmed and tightened. A sudden shock of electricity surged through her, leaving her completely frozen in place. Immediately, Yeon-hee lost control and bolted outside. Na Seon-hu shouted for her to stop, but she was already past the crowd. They gasped in shock as she vanished. Further away, a small group stood, whispering, unaware of Yeon-hee charging from behind. Without a single second of hesitation, she kicked one of them flying. The others screamed her name, Wu Yeon-hee. Yeon-hee slammed her hand onto the table, her face dark with absolute rage. Letting her killer intent settle, she gradually calmed down and grabbed the paper. Back during the final stage of Scene 1, her rage had been fully confirmed. The terrified crowd watched her read. These were the people who used to be her closest associates. From Scene 1 had completely disappeared during the second scene. After that, she went missing only to resurface much later, in the latter half of the final scene. This was exactly when her codename Wu Yeon-hee became famous. The first strategy was suppression. The attack unit should form a radial formation, and every member had to possess a high-tier suppression medal of grade A or higher. Once successfully suppressed, they would focus all explosive power on her. While reading this, Yeon-hee suddenly froze, noticing something else. Strategy 2 was division, exploiting her trait of growing stronger with more allies nearby. Na Seon-hu watched with growing anxiety, tightly gritting his teeth. Whoever wrote these notes clearly knew a great deal about Gu Yeon-hee to map out her exact weaknesses. Nearby, the crowd secretly passed the papers to one another, and after receiving them, they immediately dispersed. Each person received a different note, reading it in dead silence. Nearby, a man stared intensely at his paper, completely unable to look away. Suddenly sensing danger, he quickly looked up. From high above, Yeon-hee lunged down with her blades. Her incredibly fierce attack struck absolute terror into the man, leaving him drenched in cold sweat as he fled, screaming that the witch had gone mad. Yeon-hee turned with a look of pure contempt, muttering about the disgusting bastards. Even in this chaos, she remained incredibly calm, completely contrary to their expectations. Gu Yunhee glared at them coldly, mocking how they were always so cautious except when plotting behind her back. Hearing her cold words, the distant crowd turned completely pale. Anyone's heart would have dropped listening to her, yet she remained perfectly composed until the very end. With her eyes burning with pure malice, she raised her hand and unleashed her power. A bald man nearby widened his eyes in horror, screaming out to ask what they were doing. He warned that the witch had gone mad. Suddenly, the crowd's eyes glowed as they swarmed forward to attack. Yuni ignored them and turned to leave her dark face masked in anger as her eyes burned with fury. Suddenly, Osiris blocked her path. Not caring in the slightest, she coldly ordered him to get out of her way. Osiris remained silent, only staring at her. Yoni simply brushed past him, her heavy footsteps slowly fading into the distance. Elsewhere, the sky turned dark as a heavy absolute silence settled over the towering, jagged stone mountains. The air was cold and desolate. Gu Yunhee had chosen a secluded spot far away from the active battlefield, hiding deep within a rocky mountain crevice. She planned to eliminate anyone foolish enough to use a tracker to find her. High atop a stone peak, Yunhee lay fast asleep. After remaining on high alert for several days straight, she had finally succumbed to exhaustion. Na Seon-hu stood nearby, watching her quietly. Just then, a figure approached from the distance. Noticing Na Seon-hu before rushing over to wake the sleeping Yunhee, she slowly sat up, yawning and rubbing her eyes, gently patting the creature's head and telling it to wake up. Yunhee looks into the distance, wondering who their very first guest will be. A staggering figure stumbles closer, leaving her startled when she recognizes him. Sang-jin, covered in severe wounds, slowly drags his body forward. He is pushing past his limits, refusing to collapse before he reaches her. Sang-jin fought through the Backland army to find Yunhee, choosing the shortest route while avoiding Lishua, barely surviving several close calls. If it were not for the items Seon-hu left behind, he would not have made it. Suddenly, he drops a bronze-colored armor onto the ground. "Take it, boss." Na Seon-hu left it behind, he says in a serious voice. Hearing this, Yunhee freezes in complete shock. "Is that really all? What about the bone dragon?" she asks, catching Sang-jin off guard. He looks at her confused. "Is that even important right now? Do you still not get it?" He immediately bows his head, low tears streaming down his face. His forehead is still smeared with blood. "Na Seon-hu is gone, but do not worry, I will protect you from now on." Sang-jin then slowly picks up a glowing stone. "This damn mission was not just given to me, was it?" he asks, holding the sparkling stone between his fingers. Yet Yunhee remains in deep shock. "Sang-jin, did you actually see Na Seon-hu die? If so, you should not be here." Her words leave him utterly bewildered, what his eyes widen in complete shock. Meanwhile, Yunhee calmly explains that joining the other side would allow him to defeat her. "You could defeat me if you joined Lishua. Do you not think so? If you take my reward, you will instantly become the strongest. And if you are lucky, you might even be able to kill me yourself." Sang-jin can only stare at her in absolute disbelief. "What on earth are you talking about? I am Sang-jin," he screams, unable to process her words as she pulls Sophis close. Yunhee gently hugs the creature, her voice soft. "I am not saying this out of pity. Are you serious about joining my side?" Hearing this, Sang-jin keeps yelling that she already knows his answer. In contrast to his emotional outbursts, Yunhee remains perfectly calm. She calmly points out that with his current level, it will not be easy, and human hearts are always prone to change. Sang-jin immediately covers his face with one hand, waving her off. Whatever, now is not the time to debate all of that. He doesn't hesitate to plead with her, begging her to come with him to Oka's territory, promising that Oka will help them. He desperately tries to convince her, arguing that even though it sounds strange, that kid is far more trustworthy than most people. Yunhee looks down at Sophie's, agreeing that the little one is the same. She then looks directly at Sang-jin, her voice turning heavy. "You know what will happen if you decide to come with me, right?" Her words send a chill down his spine. "Are you trying to say that I will only be a burden to you?" he asks, but Yunhee quickly shakes her head. "No, I mean that I will not be able to protect you either." Sang-jin's face twists with pain as he responds. "I do not care about that. I will protect you, boss," he says, watching her. "You have no idea what horrors lie ahead. Nobody can predict what is going to happen next." Suddenly, Sang-jin opens up his palm to show her something. Inside lies a small round object. He only asks for one single thing, the blessing of the Wind Warrior. His voice drops low, slowing down dramatically. His name is Kang Ji, Sung Citizen, number 051023348241. Father Kang Woo, Mother Jo Soo-ryun. If I die, please take care of him. I already owe that kid twice. Sang-jin desperately awaits her response, saying he will have no regrets if she agrees. Hearing this, Yunhee is slightly puzzled. "Do you not have a son of your own?" she asks. Sang-jin lets out a soft, gentle smile. "I cannot ask you to look after Jonathan as well, but if you could, I would be deeply grateful." Suddenly, he coughs up a mouthful of blood. Blackish red blood spatters. He immediately wiped his mouth and fled from those crazed insects, struggling desperately. She was incredibly strong. The sight left Yeon-hee shocked. Surviving that brutal beatdown, he was far from ordinary. Simultaneously, countless system screens popped up around Sanjin announcing that he had successfully cast the rank A skill, Wu Yeon-hee's Sanctuary. The technique quickly restored the target's combat capabilities, significantly healing their deep wounds and heavy injuries. All negative status effects like curses and diseases were completely wiped away. Having upgraded to rank A, Wu Yeon-hee's Sanctuary now carried zero risk. After a brief moment, Yeon-hee calmly reminded him, asking if he had forgotten that she was a professional healer. Sanjin felt a sudden surge of raw energy like being fully resurrected. Meanwhile, Yeon-hee coolly gave her orders. She commanded him to protect her and move forward. Left with no choice, he agreed, but then gasped in pain. Clutching his head in agony, his blank eyes stared ahead as he muttered that they were ready and thanked them for waiting. Right then, the sky filled with countless figures clad in dark robes, casting a heavy shadow over the ground. One of the cloaked figures stared directly down at them. Sanjin narrowed his eyes, sensing the oncoming danger. His suspicions were correct. He prepared to hold his ground as the heavy footsteps of his enemies echoed nearby. How much longer could they last? Meanwhile, Josua unexpectedly spoke up, promising Wu Yeon-hee that he would buy her some time, lowering his gaze to observe. The soldiers standing on the ground added that the troops had successfully escaped. Hearing those words, Yeon-hee could not help but look up. What was he thinking? Hearing her question, Josua immediately admitted that this was his very last mission for Na Seon-hu. At that, Yeon-hee found this confusing and asked if he was giving up his reward. Josua did not hesitate to reply that he would also stop her from going anywhere else. Since she belonged to Na Seon-hu, he vowed to protect her to the end in a freezing cold voice. It seemed Na Seon-hu truly loved her. At his words, Yeon-hee sighed with disdain, surprised he even understood what those words meant. She then began to unleash her massive hidden power. She told Josua that he seemed to have completely misunderstood the situation. She was the one who held his life in her hands, and he already knew exactly how terrifyingly strong she could be. The sight left him utterly stunned and stammering, telling Wu Yeon-hee to stop her unnecessary hostility. Meanwhile, the space around Yeon-hee began to warp. Countless fierce storm-like energy currents swirled together to create a massive cyclone around her. She cast her eyes up toward the sky once more. She growled that since he had done a commendable job, she would let him in on a secret. Without hesitation, she confessed. Yeon-hee admitted that Na Seon-hu was not dead and would soon revive. This news was hard to process as Josua had personally confirmed his corpse. Yeon-hee smirked, her eyes growing razor-sharp. She knew it was unbelievable, but urged him to realize his decision to protect her was right. Thanks to Josua and Sanjin's army shielding Wu Yeon-hee on the way to Oka's territory, she was not a fleeing target but a true hunter. Elsewhere, Sanjin flexed his massive muscles and roared in anger, complaining that these enemies were far more violent than typical monsters. The disgusting bastards had pushed them all the way to the heart of Oka's swamp. Walking slowly behind her, he urged her to move. He called out to his boss, noting the enemies could not easily track them here. Looking at the landscape ahead, she nodded in approval. It was not a bad spot, and she could definitely make use of the massive glowing bronze object towering right in front of them. The entity had countless squirming tentacles beneath it. She realized that by absorbing a massive amount of experience on the battlefield, Oka had grown. Oka was now strong enough to challenge its mother entity, Duke Amon. Seeing this strange development, Sanjin could only scratch his head. He remarked on how drastically Oka had changed. Meanwhile, Yeon-hee focused her gaze with intense concentration on the entity before her. She wondered why everyone on their side was so bizarre. Honestly, can you even blame her? Suddenly, Sanjin asked about Na Seon-hu's return. He asked if Na Seon-hu would really return. Yeon-hee immediately glanced back at him and asked if he doubted her words. Sanjin got a bit flustered, asking if she had any proof. Yeon-hee simply closed her eyes and answered softly. If she could prove it, they would not be in this messy situation or constantly running from persistent pursuers. Sanjin remained highly curious. He wondered if it was some special skill, a crest, or a unique privilege. Tilting her head, Yeon-hee gave a reply. She told him to consider it a privilege as Na Seon-hu had officially become an immortal being. Elsewhere, the resurrection countdown steadily ticked down. With 15 days, 12 hours, 36 minutes, and 21 seconds left, multiple hostile groups began invading the entire area. They flooded Oka's territory fully prepared as if raiding a high-level dungeon, leaving a trail of wreckage in their wake. Jonathan and Lon were left to clean up the mess. Soon the resurrection timer reached 8 days, 4 hours, 12 minutes, and 53 seconds. Meanwhile, Yeon-hee's group engaged in daily battles. Her anger flared constantly at the sight of fools completely blinded by greed. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, so intense she genuinely feared it would shatter their survival vessel as time marched on. Days later, news arrived that Han had vanished after being ambushed by his own administrators. Although his resurrection was drawing closer, Yan Hai's grueling struggle dragged on. Suddenly, Sanjin came running up from behind, breathing heavily as he called out. He shouted that there was major news, pointing his finger toward the advancing crowd of people right ahead of them. He identified them as citizens of the Savior. Yan Hai knit her brows, a plotting smile creeping onto her face. They were highly trustworthy allies covered in severe wounds but still fighting with incredible resilience as Sanjin observed them. He added that they were in the exact same fanatical state he had experienced back in Act 1, Scene 1. Their fierce faith in him held them together. Despite being split into separate strike teams, their unified coordination was truly impressive. They would form the core of his new guild. Seriously, the anticipation is unreal. Finally, after countless countdown screens, the system updated. The new system was officially established, confirming his successful resurrection. Right after a brand new notification appeared on the screen, he had received a direct command from the Master of Doom Char to protect the human forces as the screen updated. The system provided more details, stating that the training veterans would soon learn who their true master was, leaving no believer of Owen. They had to remember that the fate of humanity rested solely in Doom's hands. Finally, his achievements and failures appeared. Along with his next quest, a notification popped up showing that a successful attack on his territory was underway. The Doom Man's progress stops here. No mercy is shown. Fail the plan and the entire human army will be sacrificed. This sacrifice goes directly to the almighty Doom Chaos and his lower dooms. Then you must recruit and raise a brand new army in another territory. The sleeping giant suddenly opens his eyes. System followers are long gone, making the safety of the world a remarkably simple task. With this alone, keeping the world safe is a piece of cake. The second command is issued: eliminate your guide, Luma. She is currently acting under the Old One's orders to reclaim your power. To stop this from happening, you must take her out immediately. This also marks the starting point to unlock the Doom Man's unique authority. Success means the Old One will return your territory and flee elsewhere. Gain portal creation. Fail and the human army's mission changes on the Old One's whim. Seon-hu knits his brows together, his lips curling into a sharp smirk. He wants to teach those bastards a lesson anyway. He crosses his arms over his chest, his eyes locked onto the system interface. These are the only two commands he received. The screen prompts him to select a respawn point. The system recommends the location nearest to the escape vessel. After a brief moment, Seon-hu points his finger at number, choosing option 2. Suddenly, a brutal battlefield erupts right before his eyes. Countless system warnings flash across the screen in rapid succession, screaming that the Doom Man has officially entered. Strobe alerts flash. Chaos reigns everywhere. One survivor clutches his ears and screams, completely unable to handle the intense pressure. He begs for someone to save him. The desperate scene catches Yeonhee's eye as Sang-jin stares in absolute terror beside her. Suddenly, Seon-hu's eyes flare with a terrifying, murderous aura. A chilling voice echoes as if rising straight from the depths of hell. The voice demands everyone to worship the Doom Man. Those who hear the command suffer nosebleeds, their gazes turning entirely vacant. Completely brainwashed, they raise their hands to the sky like mindless puppets. They turn in unison towards Seon-hu. The young man stands there, cold and completely aloof, hands in pockets. This absolute peace is already being shattered. Hearing the bizarre chants, Sang-jin lets out a dry, nervous laugh, wondering what on earth is happening. Everyone around Yeonhee and Sang-jin kneels in absolute worship, chanting his name. Seon-hu just smirks. He places a hand on Sang-jin's shoulder, thanking him for helping Woo Yeonhee. The gesture sends a jolt of pure panic through the older man. Realizing Seon-hu is the legendary Na Seon-hu, Sang-jin shivers. Seon-hu tells him that he can hate him, but this is the only way. It is the only way to save this world. Cold sweat pours down Sang-jin's face as he studies the young man. He asks if Seon-hu will grow fangs or horns, but the young man only responds with an incredibly unsettling smile. This only terrifies Sang-jin further. In a trembling voice, he begs him to stop joking and asks if he is still human. Suddenly, a haunting chant echoes through the air. Doom Man. Yet Seon-hu remains completely unfazed by it. Yeonhee suddenly drops to her knees, bowing her head to welcome his return as the great Na Seon-hu. Correcting her tone, she refers to him as Lord Na Seon-hu. Meanwhile, Luma is sweating bullets in absolute rage. The beautiful world designed by the system has been utterly ruined. Fuming with anger, she frantically bites her nails. Stupid, useless humans, she mutters. Elsewhere, Yeon-jun sits in silence amidst the ruined battlefield, staring blankly. He stares blankly into the empty void. Suddenly, cold sweat breaks out across his pale face as his body begins to tremble. A massive notification screen suddenly materializes in front of his eyes. It details a crucial protection quest involving their guide. She is the sole survivor who defeated 450,000 other competitors. Her true power is far beyond human comprehension. The quest demands protecting Luma from the S-Class Doom Man. The reward is 50 challenger boxes along with exclusive growth privileges. Guarding her successfully will unlock these rare growth privileges and grant him an absolutely massive amount of experience points. Yeonjun stares at the screen with pure exhaustion, noting the similarities to Woo Yeon-hee's past quest. But the Dew Man is different. He clutches his head in absolute despair. Even the great Na Seon-hu fell to a Dew Man. If one comes after him, he is finished. Cursing his terrible luck, he wonders why he has to face this nightmare. Suddenly, Luma floats down from the sky to reassure him. She tells him to pull himself together, build a solid defense, and face the threat head-on to claim his reward. Completing this task will yield a massive reward. Yeonjun suddenly glares at her, his eyes cold and demanding. He makes a threatening proposal, demanding his rewards up front if she wants him to protect her with everything he has. Annoyed, Luma crosses her arms, staring back at him in sheer disappointment. She did not expect a top survivor to be this pathetic. She demands to know if he still fails to understand the basic system rules. He must prove his worth first. Only then will he receive his true power. She reminds him in a stern voice that this is the absolute rule of the system. Yoon-jun grinds his teeth in frustration. If that is how she wants to play, then both of them are going to end up dead. Yan Jonathan completely loses his cool and screams at Luma, saying if they are going down together. Why don't you fight Dooman yourself, then he snaps. But Luma just stays completely calm, telling him to go ahead and cancel it. But the moment Yan Jonathan tries to make a move, his entire body starts violently shaking. Cold sweat pours down as he struggles to bear the agonizing pain. Luma flashes a smug, twisted grin at his helpless state. It mockingly whispers that it knew he wouldn't actually be able to do it. At this stage, you can't throw away an opportunity like this. Luma floats happily into the air. Watch how smug this creature gets. It arrogantly drifts away, leaving Yan Jonathan struggling to stand up under the heavy weight of his chains. Luma mockingly promises to pray for him. Do your best, Lord Hephaestus, it jeers. The man pushes himself up, gritting his teeth to keep his composure against the creeping dread. He tells himself that he has always lived in danger and death could come at any second, but he has always survived before. Every life-threatening crisis only made him stronger. Yan Jonathan recalls his past achievements with pride, desperately trying to calm his racing heart. With his guild constantly expanding and more people following him, he tells himself this is just another opportunity he can definitely conquer. He will succeed just like always. But then a chilling system notification rings out. You have entered the absolute battlefield of Na Seon-hu. His eyes widen in horror. He panics frantically, repeating that terrifying name. Na Seon-hu's absolute battlefield. Na Seon-hu. Luma gazes down from above, cold and completely emotionless as the warning flashes. Warning, you cannot leave this area. Time remaining 23 hours, 9 minutes and 59 seconds. The countdown begins. Yan Jonathan shakes violently and screams in horror. What is going on? Na Seon-hu's absolute battlefield. Wait, what is Dumon's real identity? He whips his head around to glare at the guide, demanding to know what is actually happening. Luma shrugs calmly, explaining that Na Seon-hu is just Dumon's old name. It casually adds that it is not its fault since he never asked. Hearing this, Yan Jonathan roars in fury, cursing the creature out. He yells at it to find someone else because he is out. Instantly, Luma's face warps back into a terrifying monster, its eyes glowing crimson and its mouth stretching ear to ear. It sneers that quitting the quest won't change a thing. Duman has already lost his mind, and he is absolutely furious right now. Luma points towards a distance where violent lightning is striking continuously. It smugly tells him to look over there. Can you feel his wrath? Just tremble in fear. Returning to its normal form, the guide points directly at him to explain. If he had just completed the quest, everything would have been simple. Luma claims that humanity messed things up from the very beginning. Luma speaks with rising anger while Yan Jonathan stands there, his body trembling uncontrollably as the gravity of the situation sinks in. If the system's absolute plan had gone smoothly, neither Dumia's tragic death nor Duman's awakening would have ever happened. You fools ruined the system's master plan. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to another location where thousands are kneeling. The crowd bows before Na Seon-hu and Sanjin with a massive beast looming behind them. Sanjin turns to the young man. He notes that all these people have surrendered to Na Seon-hu. Na Seon-hu feels satisfied, remarking that letting them live was the right call. Na Seon-hu looks up with a chilling gaze, declaring that they still need to prove who their true master is. Suddenly, a massive mob of armed soldiers charges forward, screaming, ordering everyone to bow down before the mighty Na Seon-hu. Those under attack turn pale with terror, shouting that the defectors who sided with Na Seon-hu are now invading their ranks. They desperately beg Lord Hephaestus to give them orders, turning their hopeful eyes toward Yan Jonathan for guidance. But Yan Jonathan just stands there in absolute silence, completely lost in thought as they keep calling out his name. Bloodshot eyes wide with silent rage, he grits his teeth. He angrily realizes that his opponent didn't even need to show up here. Meanwhile, the crowd continues to panic and argue amongst themselves, completely lost on what their next move should be. Some argue it is not too late to surrender, while others warn they will only end up as meat shields. Na Seon-hu silently watches a building explode in the distance, a cold and mocking expression settling on his face. He scoffs, amused that the enemy is destroying themselves before his troops even arrive. His gaze turns back to Yan Jonathan. Nearby, a massive protective barrier goes up. Luma tries to push through it with all its strength but gets nowhere. A harsh warning flashes above its head, stating that leaving the area is impossible. Just then, Na Seon-hu approaches from behind. Na Seon-hu looks down at Luma with pure disgust, sending cold shivers down the guide's spine as he speaks. Even Dumia couldn't break this barrier, so what makes a creature like you think it has a chance? Luma screams in absolute panic before instantly shifting back to its playful self, making a scissor sign to threaten Na Seon-hu. Watch out, or I might actually snip you, it warns. Na Seon-hu just stares back at the creature with utter disbelief. Even with everyone in mortal danger, this thing still plays around. Raising a hand surging with power, Na Seon-hu dares it to try. How long can that arrogance last? Owan decided that humanity is nothing but a sacrificable piece. Perhaps it simply cannot. Bypass the doomed choice authority deeply embedded within the system. Carrying his frustration, Na Seon-hu mutters that whatever the reason may be, he will make it regret that suicidal decision. Now beyond even the challenger tier, if he can overcome this adversity, he can enter the next stage. Overload. A system notification suddenly pops up displaying the name Na Seon-hu at level 600. It is time for his second attempt. Na Seon-hu relentlessly strikes Luma with powerful blasts of purple energy. This transcendence phase will let him crush Domia. He promises to show it the true power of a triple S ranked Duman. After some spectacular dodges, Luma finally takes a direct hit and screams in agony. Na Seon-hu refuses to let up, pursuing the target relentlessly. Another devastating blow lands, contorting Luma's face in absolute frustration. Luma spins through the air and crashes down in pure despair. Looking closely, half of its giant body has already. His body turns bright yellow. Gritting its teeth in pure rage, Luma glares at Na Seon-hu and snarls that he has truly pushed things too far. Sure, the challenger might have the backing of the doomed choice, but what then? It gloats, throwing out a very clear threat. If Na Seon-hu dares to hurt or anger it, not a single awakened human will ever make it back home alive. It asks if he can truly handle the wrath of the soul guide. Hearing this, Na Seon-hu's expression darkens with annoyance. He declares with absolute certainty that the insolent beast will die right here. He looks at Luma's pathetic attempt to act tough, but he promises not to end it quickly. They need to have some fun first. Luma looks around in complete bewilderment. A new notification flashes announcing that Na Seon-hu has activated Na Seon-hu's cloak. He folds his arms coldly and stares down at his prey. He issues his first command, telling Luma to escape this lightning prison. But the guide confidently spreads its arms wide. Claiming it has no need to fight, it suggests Na Seon-hu play by himself while it simply slips away. Na Seon-hu immediately sees right through this plan. Even if Luma tears open a space-time rift to escape, it will still leave traces behind. He keeps a sharp eye on the beast, knowing that even a challenger can easily analyze the data left by those dimensional rifts. The guy definitely knows this, but is just putting on a show to irritate him. And right on cue, things go exactly as expected. Talk about instant karma. The moment Luma touches the barrier, a massive shock sends it trembling and groaning in pain. It has to endure Na Seon-hu's mocking remarks, asking if it still fails to realize that this is an unskippable questline. Sweating profusely, the guide can no longer hide its terror. It stammers out that as expected of a candidate chosen to become. Doomy is truly different, asking if he genuinely does not care that those pathetic humans will never return home. Na Seon-hu shrugs. With absolute confidence, he replies that his army members will return using the shared authority of Doom, bypassing their rigged gateway entirely. He asks if their prepared path even matters anymore. Hearing this, a sharp fang slowly peeks out from Luma's creepy devilish grin. Playtime is officially over. With a sudden burst of raw power, it tears away its tiny disguise and transforms into a massive monster. The beast roars in pure rage. Na Seon-hu watches with immense satisfaction as his opponent finally drops the act and reveals its true form. Crimson flames erupt from its massive body alongside deafening shrieks. As Luma unleashes its fury, Na Seon-hu just watches in silence. Standing calmly with his arms crossed, he notes that this feels remarkably similar to Doomdaya, with space-time itself starting to warp. A crushing pressure descends upon him, yet he holds his ground without flinching even as a massive torrent of energy rushes his way. Na Seon-hu could easily dodge this attack if he wanted to, but he chooses to stand right there, letting out a mocking laugh. Wearing an amused grin, he asks if that flashy little trick of theirs actually has a name. Clad in an overwhelming aura, the beast sneers back. It mocks Na Seon-hu, asking if he really thinks a guide like Luma is as foolish as a human. It sneers that the system was built solely for mindless fools, boasting that humanity can achieve absolutely nothing without outside help. Instantly, it transforms into a blinding streak of light, slamming hard against the outer barrier. Luma grits its teeth in frustration, pushing forward with everything it has, but its massive frame is pinned completely in place. Watching it struggle, Na Seon-hu realizes its plan. The beast was likely aiming to blind him completely. Reverting from its light form, the guide materializes right in front of him. Na Seon-hu looks at Luma with satisfaction, praising its escape before announcing that it is time for the next quest. He raises his hand, unleashing a barrage of devastating skills that set Luma's entire body ablaze, forcing out agonizing screams. A notification confirms the cast of Hanuman's tale. By the time Na Seon-hu stops, the guide's charred body falls like a stone. Still showing no mercy, he drops beside the fallen beast and coldly dictates the third quest, demanding it beg until he is satisfied. Luma lies motionless, smoke rising from its charred mouth, yet Na Seon-hu's cold words still cut clearly through the ringing in its ears. It croaks out that abusing system power in this manner will bring down divine punishment. Descending slowly, Na Seon-hu hovers close by. Tightening his grip on his weapon, he firmly declares that he will prove his worthiness by carving his own path to get it. 011 never granted it to us. Seon-hu smirks in pure disdain and asks how a guide could not even know the rules. Luma suddenly opens his eyes and acts incredibly flattering, whispering to ask if Seon-hu will spare his life as their great doom man. Seon-hu is not amused and coldly reminds him that "please do not kill me" is the only phrase he should be saying right now. Luma gnashes his teeth, struggling through an intense inner conflict. Finally, he shuts his eyes tightly, swallowing his pride to repeat Seon-hu's demanded phrase. He begs Seon-hu not to kill him. Highly satisfied upon hearing this, the hunter raises his weapon high into the air, preparing to strike. Down it goes on Luma, as Seon-hu mockingly says he was waiting for that. The guide's eyes widen in sheer terror, completely unable to resist. The creature can only curse him as a bastard before a massive explosion erupts and a system notification instantly flashes before their eyes. The elimination of Luma is complete, granting Seon-hu the shared authority to open gates. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a completely different location. A hand reaches out into the empty air in total bewilderment as a panicked group of people begins to argue in absolute terror. They cry out that the quest and the entire system window have completely vanished. Another survivor quickly steps up to check their gear. He tries to calm everyone down, stating that their levels and items are still intact. Meanwhile, Seon-hu silently observes the unfolding chaos. Standing coldly with folded arms, he watches the commotion. It is a natural side effect of 011's fading influence over this world. These people simply need time to adapt to the new doom-chosen system. Seon-hu's gaze then drifts down to Lunia, his main priority. Once the absolute battlefield ended, this creature immediately came seeking him. Yoni curiously wonders if Seon-hu feels any hostility coming from her. In fact, it seems to be quite the opposite. She stares intensely at Lunia before turning to Seon-hu to ask what his plan is. Seon-hu remains silent, ignoring Yeonhee's question as he ponders. Since these creatures look identical, he assumes Luma might have somehow resurrected. He almost killed it on the spot. He calmly tells Yeonhee to let the creature speak first, especially now that 011 is gone. Knowing the system is gone, Seon-hu glances at Yeonhee, realizing he needs her unique help to properly communicate with this being. She quickly conjures a bizarre glowing green pocket dimension. Yeonhee glances around at her own creation, whispering a soft note of congratulations. As a brilliant purple light envelops them, she admits that Seon-hu has officially surpassed her even within this specialized space of hers. Seon-hu steps into the strange domain without a single shred of hesitation. Even though Yeonhee created it, he can easily dominate it. His gaze locks directly onto Lunia, cowering below them. He demands to know who she is in a cold, commanding tone. Shaken by Seon-hu's intimidating presence, the creature quickly shifts into a human form, hoping to appease the powerful hunter. Bowing her head in deep respect, she introduces herself as Lunia, the mother of her entire species, and begs for his patience. She explains that while her kind has offended him, the rogue guides are merely traitors who fled from them a long time ago. Smiling weakly, she claims she is not rude like the others. Seon-hu remains silent, analyzing her every move with a skeptical eye. He realizes she is desperately trying to win his favor, which explains why she assumed a human form in front of him. Lunia explains she has only one request. She begs him to stop attacking the monster army so they can all peacefully withdraw. She wants to prevent further casualties among her kind. Seon-hu merely scoffs at her plea, finding her sudden pacifism entirely shameless. He tells her she is just fabricating excuses. Lunia argues back, claiming that slaughtering more monsters will not make him any stronger. Seon-hu counters, noting that even though 011 has departed, their loot remains incredibly valuable, which is why she is begging him. Backing her into a corner, he asks what their fate will be now that Doom Dejire is dead by his own hands. He wonders if she will serve him instead. Bowing pitifully, she demurs, stating that he lacks the qualities for them to resonate. She earnestly hopes they can live in peace until a new doom is born whom they can actually align themselves with. Seon-hu realizes she is hinting that if Yeon-hee becomes the next doom, her species will gladly offer her their absolute devotion. As Lunia looks at her, Yeon-hee simply shrugs. Seon-hu coldly declares there is only one acceptable term moving forward. They will begin reclaiming all the spoils of war, demanding she bring him the first volume of the Death Register and Commander Gear. He warns her that if this is just a scheme to buy time and escape, he will personally hunt her down. He will personally march straight into Lunia's territory. Meanwhile, a bloody battle has clearly just devastated her homeland, leaving behind countless ruins. Slain beasts and humans cover the blood-drenched ground. Men shout out that there are no survivors left in the immediate area. They are ordered to keep searching. Sang Na-won-il closes his eyes in frustration, but suddenly snaps them open as he detects something nearby. Hurrying past the piles of bodies, he calls out loudly to his boss, announcing that he has finally found their target. Tae-han lies there in a miserable state, dried black blood covering his face. Sang Na-won-il worriedly points out that their ally is trapped. He asks if the boss can heal him. Yeon-hee steps forward to try. Up above, Jonathan and Sho look down at the scene. Jonathan marvels at Tae-han's incredible endurance before asking when they are heading back. Seon-hu answers that they go when all power is secured. With Oh-won's power fading from their world, they had to return through Doomclaw's gate. He asks how much time remained. Seon-woo silently realized that Oh-won had run away. The mighty power that once saturated their homeworld was now rapidly fading. With only 54 minutes and 27 seconds left, he told Jonathan it was under an hour. With a serious face, Jonathan grimly said it was enough since he had a few people in mind. Seon-woo frantically thought of the targets to eliminate here. The blood addicts. Jonathan had already planned to clean out all those driven mad by blood. Growing increasingly impatient, he muttered that they had wasted far too much time in this place. Seon-woo calmly replied that they would divide members by nationality and their designated destination. Even though many still couldn't believe the trial zone was cleared, they all began to disperse. Down below, Sanjin was still working tirelessly, calling for the Korean group to gather while urging the other survivors from America and Japan to hurry up. Walking forward, Catalina suddenly froze when she heard a faint whisper nearby. It was a plea for help. Blood smeared Yan's face, making him unrecognizable as he weakly mumbled her name, calling her good. She reached out her hand. Yan begged her to heal him, but her hand was not meant to save him, it was to silence him. Catalina clamped her hand over his mouth, drew her dagger, and stabbed him repeatedly as blood sprayed wildly across her gorgeous face. Out of nowhere, Osiris's cold voice interrupted, demanding to know where she had come from. Catalina slightly turned her head and replied she was from the United States. He pointed and she quickly got up and walked away. Around them, the cleanup crew's voices echoed, demanding that survivors hand over their hard-earned items and badges in exchange for guidance. Another recruit scoffed, warning them that nobody gets a free ride. As Catalina walked away, her beautiful face was filled with worry. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted right in front of her, forcing her to look up in sheer disbelief. Standing before her was a massive, towering dimensional gate, radiating an overwhelming pressure that made it incredibly hard to breathe. Someone shrieked in absolute terror, shouting that a portal had appeared as the crowd began to panic in fear. Seon-woo watched as the gate stabilized, noting that people screamed as if monsters were coming. But he knew that was not happening. He calmly announced that he created these gates to take everyone home. Sanjin gasped in pure disbelief, asking if it was over. Woo Yuan, he quietly asked if it was true, remembering that South Korea initially sent 300,000 awakened into this hell. Nearby, Sanjin wept tears of pure joy, crying out to his son John that he was finally coming home. Seon-woo nodded in confirmation. She observed that only a handful remained, doubting if there were even 500 survivors left in this entire area. Seon-woo felt a burning anger swell inside. In the eyes of those absolute entities, humanity was nothing but weak, helpless ants. Clenching his fists tightly, he resolved to hide his fangs and bide his time until he was fully prepared to fight. Opposing Oh-won as Doomclaw's champion meant an opportunity would eventually arise for either Oh-won or Doomclaw to perish. He emphasized that this was the only path to true freedom. Woo Yun-hee added that they must escape Doomclaw's grasp upon returning. Breaking free from that control would be his greatest challenge in this lifetime. Surprised, Seon-woo asked if she already knew his plan. She laughed, teasing his innocent reaction. The gate began to activate as the timer hit 0, completely draining Oh-won's residual power. The dimensional gateways quickly connected across the world, linking Washington, D.C., Seoul, and Tokyo in an instant. Seon-woo watched as the awakened caught sight of their beloved homes through the shimmering light of the massive gates. An excited clamor swept through the crowd as they wondered if they were finally going home. Suddenly, Seon-woo called out to them. He ordered everyone to prioritize wiping out any remaining monsters in their home countries before awaiting further instructions from the association. He urged them to march forward. Raphael hesitantly murmured that it was finally over, just as Na Seon-hu had decreed. Tears and cheers erupted from the desperate crowd, celebrating the end of the cursed trial grounds as they prepared to return. They rushed toward the portals, filled with a profound sense of relief as this brutal era finally drew to a close. Seon-hu recalled that only an hour had passed in their home world since the monster invasion triggered the trial selection. The chosen ones had been pulled into that separate dimension where time worked completely differently from their own reality. No matter how many years they spent struggling inside that trial, time in the real world had remained completely frozen. Back in the city, military tanks were relentlessly shelling the invading monsters, firing devastating blasts on command. The monsters fought back ferociously. The commander screamed in absolute despair that their heavy weapons weren't even leaving a scratch. These beasts were entirely different from prior threats, growing even more enraged and bloodthirsty under the heavy tank fire. With deafening roars, they easily flipped the armored vehicles. Seon-hu realized that to the public, the survivors would appear to arrive. At the absolute last second, fully armed with godlike powers, the captain frantically ordered a retreat to regroup. He focused entirely on eliminating this new enemy. Meanwhile, the military kept shouting orders to retreat, but he made a silent promise: just wait for our return. The monsters had no idea their doom was fast approaching. As soon as the military cleared out, the members of Yusong immediately showed up. Sanjin couldn't wait any longer. He threw his entire weight into a massive punch, slamming a monster straight in the face as blood splattered everywhere. The beast crashed backward onto the ground. The city's soldiers watched in absolute shock, their jaws dropping as he easily took down one monster after another. He happily walked away while massaging his sore arm. He muttered to himself about how good it felt to finally breathe in this polluted city air again. Turning to the two soldiers, he calmly told them that his group would handle the area now so they could pack up and head on home. The soldiers had watched the whole insane display. Panicking, they immediately raised their weapons and demanded to know who these intruders actually were. Sanjin just smiled, finding it amusing that they were asking who they were. It had been quite a long time since he last heard those words. In a low, heavy voice, he declared they were warriors who had just returned from hell while the rest fought off the monsters. Nearby, a destroyed tank burned violently, sending massive flames into the night sky. One of the terrified soldiers quickly scrambled to radio for immediate reinforcements. He started shouting for help near the one city hall, but before he could even finish, a sudden surge of electricity fried the radio in his hand. A cold voice echoed from the shadows telling them there was no need. The confused soldiers looked up to see Seon-hu calmly walking toward them. He confidently stated the monsters would be dealt with soon. Trembling with fear, the soldier aimed his rifle and demanded to know who he was. The soldier warned that the city was under strict martial law, but before he could finish his demands, Yeon-hee stepped in and quickly hypnotized him. She pressed a single finger to her lips, gesturing for absolute silence. Instantly, the soldier lost his voice, only able to make quiet, terrified whimpers. Seon-hu turned his back on them, demanding to see both the martial law commander and the president, wanting them brought out to him immediately. The shivering guards stammered out a question, desperate to know who they really were. Seon-hu simply told him to go ask the chairman of Jonil. Seon-hu sat with his legs crossed, staring coldly at the surrounding troops. Having received a call, Jamie arrived on the scene as the soldiers grew quiet. Everything had changed as Korea was now a nation effectively controlled by Junil. Jamie stepped out of her helicopter, her hair whipping violently in the wind. And get this, it had not been long since he vanished from the resort, yet he felt like an entirely different person now. Her curiosity quickly twisted into deep suspicion and a creeping sense of fear. Looking at him, she began to wonder if he was even human anymore. He broke her train of thought by greeting her warmly. Then Seon-hu flatly instructed her to start preparing for an immediate global press conference. Jamie stood there, completely dazed, hesitantly asking how long it had really been. He calmly replied that it felt like 20 years, maybe even longer. Time was not something they could easily measure in simple numbers anymore. Not wanting to explain further, he told her she could get the details elsewhere. He directed her to Lee Tae-han for the full story. Right on cue, Tae-han materialized out of nowhere, dropping to one knee to await his next orders. Jamie could only stare in shock at the legendary chairman of Yusong. Seon-hu then calmly explained that he would handle building a proper relationship with him. She first needed to fully grasp the weight of their current situation. Jamie frowned, asking what he meant, completely unaware of the scenario already playing out. This entire martial law situation was part of a larger plan. As dark memories of prison flashed in his mind, Seon-hu focused on setting the trap. Everything was still moving perfectly along the original timeline. Thoughts raced through his mind as he meticulously finalized his plan to manage the world's awakened. He knew the current South Korean president was just like his American counterpart, having secured his position despite the heavy interference from the mysterious club. Even though he won the election, it did not mean he could just ignore the direct orders and supreme authority of the club. Slipping his hands into his pockets, Seon-hu stood up and calmly told Lee Tae-han that he would be leaving the remaining tasks in his hands. With a slight smile, he praised him for surviving so well. It was finally time to deliver on the promise they made. Tae-han was deeply moved and quickly bowed his head in gratitude. Nearby, Na Seon-hu's assistant frowned with worry, urging his master to be careful. Hurrying after his master, the assistant desperately warned him that these people were far too dangerous and urged him to reconsider his options. With deep anxiety etched on his face, he added that simply beefing up their security detail would not be enough to handle this threat. Gusev ignored the warning and walked straight ahead, ordering him to dismiss the security instead. He then coldly asked what the martial law commander wanted. The secretary turned around to report that the target was extremely stubborn and insisted on meeting only the highest-ranking commanders in person. Gusev adjusted his tie, wondering if this private meeting was truly just with him since the chairman of Jonil and Yusung were also there. It seemed too major to be a simple chat. Just then, the heavy office doors slid open, revealing two figures waiting patiently inside. Gusev composed himself and stepped inside the spacious office, his eyes locking onto the two men standing quietly near the desk. He raised an eyebrow, staring at Tae-han in deep confusion. Despite having the exact same face, the chairman felt like an entirely different person now. Gusev turned to address both of them directly, warmly praising the incredible efforts of the Awakened in defending humanity against the alien monsters. Their vital role in keeping the public safe would never be forgotten, and the nation would forever honor their outstanding service. Bowing deeply before the two of them, Gusev expressed his profound and sincere gratitude to the heroes who saved their world. He begins speaking on behalf of the nation and its citizens, but a sudden demanding voice from across the table cuts him off. This forces Gusev to look up as they demand to stop the trap operation immediately, warning that the soldiers will suffer terribly. Gusev asks what trap they mean, pointing out that all the alien creatures have already been suppressed anyway. Na Seon-hu sees Tae-han is about to speak. He closes his eyes and gives his shoulder a firm pat, then quickly walks right out of the room under Gusev's highly suspicious gaze. Watching Na Seon-hu leave, Gusev chuckles and says that while some unfortunate incidents did happen, this so-called trap activity is something new. In fact, he claims he is hearing about it for the first time, suggesting the Awakeners must have misunderstood and offering to apologize immediately. Tae-han dismisses this coldly. No need for that, he just needs to make sure that activity never existed in the first place. Jamie, standing nearby, looks over to add that the real reason they rushed to set up this meeting is actually because of the martial law. Hearing this, Gusev narrows his eyes and pushes up his glasses. He strokes his chin with a fake gentle expression and says that if it is about that, there is simply no guarantee the aliens won't invade again. She immediately speaks up to challenge his logic. She states that as a problem the association can easily handle. Jamie raises her hand, declaring that a large-scale invasion will never happen again. Gusev asks with a probing tone if by association she means the World Awakeners Association. He looks straight at her, asking if Chairman Rasua is still staying at the resort, demanding a meeting with him. Jamie closes her eyes and bows her head, promising to arrange a meeting immediately. A slight smile edges onto Gusev's face. He thanks her warmly and spreads his arms, claiming he feels the exact same way and wants the lives of the citizens to return to normal as quickly as possible, though lifting martial law is no simple matter. Suddenly, the expressions of both Tae-han and Jamie shift. Gusev continues, stating that regardless of whether their state council approves it or not, things in the global situation are still major issues. He adds that they must weigh everything very carefully before making any final moves. He points out that while the invasion in their homeland has been suppressed, other countries are still struggling. Hearing this, she looks up. She urgently presses him, arguing that other countries will also start similar discussions soon, so he needs to approve it right away. Gusev's expression darkens as he mutters that they should consider it first. Behind Tae-han's glasses, his eyes flash. He glares with a deadly cold light, stating clearly that this is not a request. Gusev flinches and takes an involuntary step back. Cold sweat drenching his brow, Gusev laughs weakly, stammering that his words are a bit too harsh. Jamie's lips curl into a cold smirk as she adds that they are not speaking to him as the head of a company. Gusev is completely startled and asks if she means the club instead. Tae-han simply glances sideways at him with a cold look. He coldly warns that if he keeps refusing after the club master directly showed up, the country's fate cannot be guaranteed. Hearing this, Gusev suddenly recalls Na Seon-hu walking away earlier and stammers, asking if that person just now was him. Jamie looks up and calmly confirms that it was indeed him, demanding that he lift martial law. Gusev recalls his cold, imposing gaze. He shudders at his command. Meanwhile, Sanjin carries a soldier over his shoulder, walking toward a group of bleeding, groaning troops on the ground. He completely ignores the soldier's agonizing pain and slams him hard onto the dirt with the others. Sanjin looks down at them with a deep frown, asking why they didn't listen when he was trying to be nice. He mocks them for not reading the room. The captured members of the trap unit groan in pain as they are rounded up. They try to sit up weakly, protesting that they were only following orders. Sang-jin grits his teeth and agrees. He bitterly notes that the low-ranking guys always suffer the most. Meanwhile, headquarters scrambles to shut down operations and hide their tracks. Just then, Na Seon-hu walks in calmly with his hands in his pockets, ordering them to only treat the critically injured for now. Everyone else is ordered to pack up and move to the designated hotel. Sang-jin walks over to him, awkwardly scratching his head. He mentions that since things are mostly settled, he should probably head over to see John. Hearing this, Yeon-hee smiles warmly. She hands him a slip of paper and praises his hard work. Sang-jin takes it, staring at his palm in confusion. Yeon-hee asks him if he really plans to visit his son empty-handed after being away for such a long time. Written on the paper is a wish coupon for John signed by Na Seon-hu and Woo Yeon-hee. She calmly tells him to give it to John. Sang-jin's eyes go wide. A wish coupon carrying the authority of Na Seon-hu and Woo Yeon-hee, his entire body begins to tremble with shock. He looks up, realizing that having this coupon is practically like holding a live nuclear bomb in his hands. Na Seon-hu smiles. He smiles gently, wondering if this might be the absolute best gift for the boy right now. Looking at the stunned Sang-jin, he notes that while it might sound a bit odd, he hopes they can continue to work closely together in the future. Sang-jin's eyes well up with tears as he tremblingly thanks him, praising the greatness of both Na Seon-hu and Woo Yeon-hee. Wiping away his tears, he turned around, pumped his fist, and leaped with joy. "Wait for me, John, Dad is bringing a gift." Dusk was settling. Sang-jin stood frozen in front of the house with his hands on his hips. He pursed his lips, face tight with worry, silently staring ahead, gazing at the house. The moment Sang-jin pressed the doorbell, a voice crackled through the intercom, asking who was there. He looked up and called out that it was him. His wife's voice came back, coldly questioning why he was even there. He flinched and asked in a hushed tone if he was not allowed inside. Her irritated voice immediately shot back, snapping that the whole world was in absolute chaos. Did he suddenly want to play Father of the Year? Still hiding inside, Sang-jin's wife loudly ordered him to leave. She warned him to go before her new husband got back and not to cause trouble. Sang-jin closed his eyes and sighed. He was not there for her, he just wanted to see John for a brief moment. After a tense silence, she relented. Just a quick visit with John, then she muttered, telling him to come in. The front door swung open and his wife followed him inside. She watched as their boy rushed forward with excitement. Seeing his son, Sang-jin cried out John's name, spreading his arms wide, pulling the boy into a tight, desperate embrace. Trembling all over, he buried his face in John's neck and whispered, thanking him over and over, saying that without him, Dad would never have made it back alive. In his mind, he couldn't help reliving the horror of a monster's tentacle skewering his chest. The thought of seeing John again had kept him breathing. Tears streaming down his face, he held his son even tighter, crying that John was his strength to survive. The boy looked completely baffled, turning his head toward his mother. He asked if Dad was crying because he was acting so weird. His ex-wife marched over, hands on her hips, and barked at them. She was already scared to death, and now he was acting completely insane. She snapped at him to stop crying and leave since they were packing. They were in a rush. Sang-jin turned to her with a tear-streaked face, asking if they were evacuating. There was no need. How could he be so calm when monsters had already breached downtown Seoul? Suddenly, she looked at him with growing suspicion. She asked how he even made it there alive with monsters crawling everywhere. He simply spread his arms wide and smiled. He urged them to check the news because everything was under control. Her new husband frowned in shock, staring at his phone. Together, they watched the headlines flood the screen. Breaking news: the martial law commander had successfully crushed the alien threats. Flash alerts confirmed that awakened users were rising globally and the chaotic Earth was finally beginning to stabilize. The Global Association's long-lost prophecy had officially come true, and humanity was finally on the very brink of absolute victory. Martial law was officially lifted. On the screen, Guzeob stood before the cameras with absolute composure, delivering the address. He announced that the 10-day martial law, effective since 10 p.m. on the 17th, was now completely over. Due to the alien attacks, though, ruined areas like Gwacheon, Anyang, and Gunpo would still remain under highly restricted entry and strict curfews for the public. Guzeob cast a quick glance off-camera before continuing, announcing that the World Awakened Association was currently holding a major press conference. John stared at the screen in awe as the reporter's voice crackled through the speakers, stating they were going live. As the broadcast cut to the live feed, Sang-jin gently pulled his son close and slipped a folded paper into his small hand. He urged John to keep it safe and only use it when he truly needed it. The boy stared at the mysterious paper, confused. He whispered that this single paper was worth countless lives. Meanwhile, in another location, a heavy boot slammed into his screen. Lee Tae-han stepped past the flickering ruins of the destroyed monitor. His expression remained completely stoic and calm as he made his grand entrance. He appeared on the live broadcast from the association's headquarters. Back in the house, Sang-jin rested a hand on his son's shoulder, smiling. He chuckled, remarking that Tae-han was still making quite a noisy scene. On the screen, the president calmly began his historic speech. Decades ago, he was just an ordinary businessman in Asia. He spoke of how he used to tremble with anger and fear under the brutal, ruthless onslaught of an alien civilization. Sang Jin's wife gasped in sheer disbelief, questioning how it could have been decades. His deep voice continued through the speaker, recounting how humanity had been entirely helpless against the terrifying alien threat. They had been pushed to the edge, forced to consider nuclear weapons as their absolute last resort. But then Tae-han recalled their secret preparation. He added that with the incredible power they had quietly prepared, new, awakened heroes would soon rise up to defend the world. He confidently declared they would easily eliminate these monstrous threats. He remembered his close allies raising his voice to make a grand announcement that the long-standing words of director Joshua von Karjan had officially come true. He raised his head, staring directly into the camera. Bowing slightly, he introduced himself as the president of the World Awakened Association. He bit his lip as dark memories surfaced. He remembered the endless piles of corpses in that alternate dimension. During their brutal survival trial, they started with 45 million candidates, and yet less than 200,000 managed to survive and return. He looked down at the massive crowd of silent reporters. In that hellish trial of unimaginable suffering, they had fought together under the legendary name of Na Seon-hu, remembering their ultimate leader. Na Seon-hu, the undisputed king of gods, has finally appeared at the trial zone. He gently closes his eyes, whispering a quiet reminder to them. Remember that we all fought side by side under his name, and never forget their sacrifices. Tae-han's voice echoes through the room. He calls them out one by one. Director Woo Yeon-hee, then Director Osiris Joshua von Kazan, a name he could never forget. Tae-han's voice rolls on, announcing Director King of Yama Jonathan Hunter. Over here, the man stands proud and arrogant with arms crossed. He listens smugly to his name being called. Director Caliber Kwon San-jin. John and his family look over in complete disbelief at San-jin. As the crowd erupts, Tae-han declares that with today's victory, humanity will finally rise to strike back against the alien civilization. With a solemn, fiery expression, he declares they will reclaim everything taken from them. Tae-han then looks out at the stunned crowd. The reporters stand frozen, cameras in hand. This is not just about rebuilding, we will usher in a grand new renaissance. A renaissance for a new world. His brow furrows as he shouts, promising that the Awakened Association will deliver a brand new era. This is a new era for all of humanity. Tae-han's fiery declaration has the reporters instantly raising their hands in roaring support. Today's triumph is the first step and a massive turning point in human history. We will show the world our true power. We will prove how incredibly strong and great humanity really is. Sanjin's ex-wife and her new husband stare at their phones, completely shocked. They slowly look up to face him. Sanjin, arms crossed, stands there with a smug grin, enjoying their sheer disbelief. He enjoys the shock on their faces. The young boy John quickly looks down, and tears open the paper he just received. It is a wish ticket for John's son of caliber Kwon San-jin, Na Seon-hu, and Woo Yeon-hee. John looks up, completely astounded. He looks at his father in disbelief. The man puffs out his chest, proudly declaring, "That's right, son, your dad is caliber Kwon San-jin." Meanwhile, a car drives smoothly through the heavy downpour. A man sits behind the wheel, smoking quietly in the dim light. He mutters, wondering what the hell a Na Seon-hu is anyway. This is Raphael. He frowns, wondering why they blocked the media. The Blue House should be releasing statements right now, but they are completely ignoring the press as he drives down this dark road. The alien invasion has finally ended, and humanity has announced its counterattack. He drives on, lost in his own thoughts. At this massive turning point for mankind, the only news allowed out is the press conference of President Lee Tae-han. Arriving at his destination, Raphael steps out, opening his umbrella with a heavy sigh, a lit cigarette still between his fingers. He scoffs at the awakened republic and their association. In this tiny country, only the privileged few ever get rich. Walking up to the memorial hall, he looks at the tribute to the souls who perished at the trial site. He stares at the monument. How could his nephew, a mere high school kid, have been involved in something this massive? How could a child do such a thing? He steps inside, greeted by endless rows of white memorial flowers. Raphael walks alone down the quiet, flower-filled corridor. Politicians, corporate elites, everyone has sent their deepest condolences. Have they all partnered with the Awakened Association? He suddenly freezes as a realization hits him. He looks over. His eyes lock onto the name on a wreath, a tribute to a fallen member of the World Awakened Association. It reads, Caliber Kwon San-jin. He never expected to stumble upon a clue like this. Talk about a major scoop. Elsewhere, a phone on a desk buzzes with an incoming call from Kwon San-jin. Seon-hu picks it up to answer. San-jin gets straight to the point, explaining that a reporter has reached out. Seon-hu asks how they even found them. San-jin hesitates, explaining that it was a contact number their parents had originally left behind for family relatives. It seems to be family. Slipping his hands in his pockets, Seon-hu tells him to politely refuse. If they keep pushing, handle them. Hand them over to the response team. Yeon-hee, propping herself up on the bed, asks if they already expected this. Seon-hu replies that naturally everyone is desperate for information. He looks at the news broadcast playing on the screen. But the media's curiosity isn't the real issue. On screen, the news anchor announces that the World Awakened Association is issuing a call, is urging everyone to wait patiently until every single awakened across the globe completes their official registration. She goes on to state that they also express deep regret regarding several countries, including those like China, who are actively trying to control the awakened. Seon-hu explains the dilemma: some forces still refuse to cooperate. Who refuse to cooperate with them? Yeon-hee, hugging her pillow, asks what his plan is and if she should go. He shakes his head, saying that would only be a temporary fix. He already has his own solution in mind. They will deliver a massive surprise to anyone who thinks they are just a simple armed force. Seon-hu opens his laptop. He knows that simply imposing the harshest economic sanctions and applying raw pressure won't work. It will only cause bigger issues. His fingers fly across the keyboard. If the cash flow keeping things alive is cut off, it is basically a forced shutdown. Meanwhile, over in America, an employee rushes quite frantically down the hallway of the Jonathan Investment Group headquarters. He bursts in to report that the deal is finalized despite the small-scale global stock prices are already starting to surge. Kim Chong-soo, the chief financial officer, sits before his screen with deep dark circles under his eyes from another sleepless night. He had risked absolutely everything on this single play, yet he still could not even get in touch with CEO Jonathan. Kim rubs his temples as a massive headache sets in. He just liquidated over $1 trillion worth of assets. Ever since people started panic selling during day one, an unprecedented colossal mountain of cash has been flooding the market. If left completely unchecked, it will drown the global economy in seconds. He is completely lost on how to fix this. Unchecked hyperinflation, a total collapse of currency value, while the price of every single everyday commodity skyrockets into orbit. They had somehow survived the absolute horror of day one, and he refuses to let everything they built fall into ruin like this. To Kim, a massive deal that should have taken months was rammed through in a single day, fueled by pure greed. Savage greedy opportunists are running absolutely wild everywhere. Profit margins are insane because they are buying dirt cheap and selling sky high. Gritting his teeth, Kim finally decides. He will take full responsibility, they just need to watch the market. His assistant freezes in absolute terror, stepping on hot coals. But then the terrifying realization hits him: is this transaction completely unauthorized? He stares at Kim in utter disbelief. Good grief, the man is making a move that normally requires a country's signature. He has single-handedly authorized a $1 trillion trade, which, let's be real, is basically the entire GDP of most nations. To the assistant, Kim is nothing short of a monster. In the eyes of everyone at Jonathan Investment Group, this unassuming little Asian man is just as terrifying as the deadly beasts that broke the world on day one. He keeps typing away, instructing his assistant to wire the newly liquidated funds straight to the World Awakened Association and send a memo to Washington. The assistant gasps at the command. Sending an astronomical amount of cash straight to the Awakened Association seems like absolute madness, but Kim only remembers Na Seon-hu, the mysterious entity Jonathan mentioned on day one. If the king of global capital and the leader of the Awakened are indeed the exact same person, then things finally make sense. He searches the files, and just as he realizes this is the right path, an encrypted email from Na Seon-hu lands directly in his inbox. The message praises Kim Chong-soo, calling his $1 billion transfer a brilliant play. He hopes Kim still has fight left in him. As Kim reads the attached instructions, a sudden wave of anger washes over him, making him grip his screen tightly. Unable to contain his rage, Kim grabs his coat and barks at his assistant to ready the car for Washington. Meanwhile, inside a private office at the White House, three men sit in tense debate. The president speaks up first. He demands absolute confirmation that this private firm expects to pay zero taxes while managing a staggering, mind-boggling $1 trillion. The associate counters, arguing that a private entity is simply stepping up to do what the government should have done themselves, and if the president stops them, he will have to shoulder that heavy burden. The president clutches his head in frustration. Giving $200,000 to every single awakened is sheer madness. Does he think money just grows on trees? But the advisor quickly explains that the awakened are highly volatile and there is currently no way to suppress them. Without guaranteeing them at least a basic standard of living, they could easily riot at any second. The president still scoffs bitterly. Operating with tax-exempt funds is ridiculous, but the advisor disagrees, insisting that it is far better for the government to step aside and let the Awakened Association run things through Jonathan Investment Group. The president slams his desk, shouting in rage. He accuses them of using this crisis as a mere excuse to disperse capital. The advisor calmly slides a document forward. Every major cooperative bank has already agreed to the terms. All that is missing now is the president's final signature. The president grits his teeth. It's clear he's being completely handled here, but does he actually have a choice? With the club already controlling the terrifying Awaken right in front of his eyes, he has absolutely no choice but to sign. The entire world is truly going to hell. Exhausted, he slumps back into his leather chair just as his secretary enters. She announces that Kim has arrived. Walking straight in, the CFO cuts through all the pleasantries without wasting a single second. He demands immediate crippling economic sanctions against China and any other nations hostile to the newly awakened population. He literally orders the president to enforce this starting tomorrow. The president can only stare back in utter disbelief. Hostile nations. Confused, he asks Kim what on earth he is talking about barging in with such sudden demands. But seeing Kim's dead serious gaze, the president relents and asks him to explain the exact details of the plan. Kim lays it out: a complete embargo on all imports and exports, including oil, and banning all direct flights flowing from the United States and its allies to those nations. For now, our plan is to implement these two restrictions as the very first step. Hearing Jeong-soo say that the president tries to keep a straight face, he fails. He bursts out laughing. People everywhere call this a full trade war because of recent aggressive moves in tariffs, and people are going to lose their minds. Are you seriously trying to drag the United States into your proxy war? He points directly at Jeong-soo. Let me make this crystal clear to your club. If you want to go through with this, you will have to impeach me first. Jeong-soo simply smirks. Why would they ever do that? The president is doing a better job than any candidate they could have hoped for. Jeong-soo reassures him, saying not to worry because similar economic sanctions will be rolled out across the entire globe. The president is stunned. The whole world. Jeong-soo confirms it, adding that Na Seon-hu has also. Talk about a major power play. Seeing the letter, the president instantly panics, shouting out in absolute shock. To wait a minute, is he talking about Na Seon-hu, the absolute leader of the Awakened? Is it really him? He quickly tears open the envelope as Jeong-soo simply asks who else it could possibly be. Inside, the letter invites him for April 1st, 2018 at the Westfield Marriott Hotel in Virginia, hosted by Club Master Jonathan. The president's eyes widen as he realizes this is a direct invitation from the club, straight from Na Seon-hu himself. Meanwhile, Yeon-hee hugs her knees in bed, looking totally lost in thought as she asks Na Seon-hu when he is returning. He gets dressed while telling her he cannot say for sure, but she must let him know immediately if Jonathan reaches out. Yeon-hee closes her eyes with a heavy sigh, complaining that she hasn't had a single moment to rest, feeling more exhausted than during her brutal trial matches. He gently smiles, replying that he has to oversee these matters personally before heading out to the airport. Sure, opening a portal straight to London would be way faster, but as a domain holder, any move he makes could be interpreted as following the direct orders of Doom Charles, forcing him to tread lightly. Wearing glasses now, he walks while deep in thought. If that is the case, they will have to wait until the association is fully established. Meanwhile, a massive notice is posted on the wall, calling for their proud Awakened to register, according to the schedule below. On October 1st, 2018, the World Awakened Association Korea headquarters officially opens. During a night flight, Na Seon-hu relaxes in his first-class seat, quietly scanning the daily news when he notices a shadow falling over his paper. A young woman stops right in front of him and introduces herself with a polite smile. She says her name is Carrie and asks if she can borrow a moment of his time, but he initially acts completely indifferent to her. Undeterred, she explains she writes for the very newspaper he is holding. Hearing this, Na Seon-hu smiles and politely shakes hands with Carrie, calling it a true honor as a regular subscriber, introducing himself as Ethan. Carrie sits down, guessing that he must work in the financial sector. Before asking for his take on the latest news, specifically the heavy economic sanctions from the US, he calmly replies that he views those sanctions as a perfectly reasonable reaction to nations attempting to weaponize Awakened players for their military forces. Since the strongest players are reported to have escaped, Carrie argues it is much more accurate to describe the detained ones as the weakest of the bunch. To her, treating low-level players as an existential military threat seems completely absurd, sharing her doubts openly. With the global economy already under immense strain, playing such a heavy sanction card feels incredibly reckless. Na Seon-hu looks straight at her, pointing out that she sounds like she wants everyone to turn a blind eye to captured Awakened players. He explains that while her perspective makes sense on paper, the entire goal of the New World Awakened Association is to propel humanity forward into a completely new era. And for that to happen, they must first be recognized as real members of civilized society. Carrie is genuinely taken aback by his sharp insight, asking if he actually works for the association. He tells her he is actually with the Jonathan Investment Group, confirming her suspicion that she is speaking to someone very far from ordinary. She presses further, asking if the massive group is directly involved and if he is implying that this conflict could escalate into an all-out financial war. Na Seon-hu simply crosses his legs calmly, calling it a mere personal opinion of someone in the industry. Carrie narrows her eyes, asking him why he is playing dumb when the facts speak for themselves. Honestly, you can't hide anything from a top reporter. She points out that yesterday's massive $1 trillion transaction is the ultimate proof. Na Seon-hu simply shrugs, saying that since it is not classified, he will speak plainly about how the global economy will handle things. He explains that the global markets are not going to flinch, especially since his group was the one standing strong from the very beginning. At that moment, his steady voice is the only sound echoing through the first-class cabin, capturing the attention of every single passenger. As they hang on his every word, Na Seon-hu clenches his fist and promises that a massive influx of stock will soon hit the market. To completely cushion any economic shock from the sanctions, the worst-case scenario risk has practically vanished at this point. Na Seon-hu looks right at her and asks what she thinks will happen once those who were forced out of the market suddenly return. He asks about going back to the day of Advent, speaking with absolute unwavering certainty as he promises her that what is coming next will happen elsewhere. It is a new era. Unprecedented prosperity in a single building unlike anything ever witnessed in global financial history. Inside, two men talk. The Chinese president speaks up, questioning what if the rumor actually turns out to be true. Why does this mysterious man named Na Seon-hu not simply take control of the entire world using his own overwhelming power? His companion hesitates. It is hard to say, but even back in the brutal trial stage, he was already attempting to build a fully functioning social structure, even designing a brand new currency system based entirely on magic stones. The president cuts him off. Enough for today. With that, the Chinese leader turns and walks away. The assistant bows. As the president leaves, he ponders a dark reality. Even if the entire human race, including every single powerful awakened, united their strength, they still could never hope to stand against Na Seon-hu. Absolute madness. Yet, as he approaches a caged monster, he knows this insane reality is right before his eyes. He thinks of Taehan human peace and the desperate leap into a new era. Just maybe it is possible. The concept is not as crazy as it first appears. Perhaps this has been Na Seon-hu's true hidden play all along. He stands with crossed arms, staring at the beast. But a single land can never have two kings. They will dismantle the American economic sanctions as planned and prepare to clash with the Awakened Association. Suddenly, his phone rings. The sudden news on the other end leaves him completely frozen in shock. Global currencies are crashing. China's only weapon to fight the economic sanctions is to force a total collapse of the dollar. To achieve this, they must completely shatter the ceiling of gold prices with an immense targeted supply attack. When that happens, the US dollar, the world's reserve currency, will crumble in a total financial explosion. It is basically a nuclear bomb in the global economy, sending terrifying shockwaves across the entire world. Back in the office, Julian and Jessica sit opposite Seon-hu, sliding a crucial document toward him. He quietly realizes that without their thorough preparation, negotiating with this card would have been impossible. Julian reports that Russia and the gold cartel have allied with the Rothschilds, though they can still fight back. Seon-hu smiles. An unprecedented stock market surge means China will need far more money than expected. To drive gold prices that high, their costs will skyrocket. He praises his team for a fantastic job. Suddenly, a messenger rushes down the hallway in a major hurry, announcing that everything is finally ready. The US president solemnly watches Seon-hu, who quietly throws on his coat with a confident grin. He smiles, saying it is time to begin. The entire assembly of the Zeus Club follows closely behind. The grand assembly begins. Seon-hu stands tall on the podium, slowly scanning the entire massive room. Suddenly, an invisible figure creeps down the main aisle, their advanced stealth keeping them entirely hidden from everyone. Seon-hu unhesitatingly launches a spell at the intruder, intending to make an absolute example of them. A brutal bolt of lightning vaporizes the invisible assassin, sending a shockwave of panic through the crowd. The awakened target dies instantly. Because of Na Seon-hu's power, not a single trace is left behind. Only the suffocating stench of death remains, filling the grand hall with a heavy silence. Seon-hu calmly pauses the meeting. They have just tasted the true brutal nature of the trial stage. He warns them to stop wasting money on hiring dangerous awakened mercenaries who cannot be controlled. The US president breaks into a cold sweat. Is China behind this? So, this is the awakened. Seon-hu acts like nothing even happened. Now that our uninvited guest has departed, we shall continue. They immediately resume the meeting. Members quickly push aggressive demands representing the powerful families and nations they control. One delegate stands up. Since this is the very first assembly held after the Day of Advent, there are some extreme demands, including an immediate proposal to revive the highly controversial Tessera project. In the ancient Roman Empire, the physical tokens that slaves were forced to keep were known as Tessera, a literal symbol of absolute bondage. The modern version is not wood, but an implanted microchip. This controversial concept was first debated in the Bilderberg Club following the November 8th terror attacks. While originally framed as a disaster preparedness measure, it was quickly shut down after intense global backlash. Seon-hu listens calmly, reminding them that the actual day of Advent is far more terrifying than they think. This rule must be enforced for all awakened ones. It will soon become a standard part of the association's application process, even though both sides stand on completely different ground. The gap is massive, a stark contrast between the elite awakened and the ordinary club members. Yet what comes next will be the real shocker. This is the main event. Zhuang Yan steps up to deliver some critical points. On top of that, a massive agreement has just been forged. It is a deal between the World Awakened Association and the United Nations. Please look at the files prepared at your seats. As the delegates open the envelopes to read the contents, the room falls completely silent. Slowly, their expressions twist into absolute horror. Faces pale instantly. The terms agreed upon by the World Awakened Association and the United Nations are based entirely on power rankings. Seeing these brutal conditions on paper even makes the President of the United States grimace in sheer frustration. These terms only protect those who officially join the World Awakened Association through formal and approved channels. In exchange, the World Awakened Association gains unrestricted access to highly classified facilities and regions controlled by individual nations. Some of these drafted terms are downright absurd. They basically hand over complete authority to the World Awakened Association. The organization will have absolute power to operate, guard, and manage all of those key territories and facilities. They are essentially given a free pass to spy on every member state. It all boils down to one simple, terrifying truth. These new laws hold massive weight. Absolutely no one on Earth is allowed to interfere with the association's operations. Sure, they have to get microchips implanted and stay under surveillance, but the practically limitless authority they get in return is unmatched. The delegates are visibly shaken by the sheer audacity of this request, yet they have no choice but to sign. High-ranking politicians and military chiefs struggle to hide their panic. Still, they begin to cave in one after another. Every single person in the room nods in agreement. To please him, they are ready to worship Seong-jin as the new Lord Na Seon-hu. Talk about a massive power shift. Right now, news broadcasts everywhere are scrambling to cover the chaotic state of the world. Society is practically tearing itself apart in a brutal, bloody conflict between rogue awakened ones. High-alert news is pouring in constantly. Reports of superhuman incidents are flooding in from every corner of the globe, but today all eyes are on Tokyo, Japan. The screen cuts to an on-site reporter. They ask reporter Doom if there has been another massive clash in the city. Reports are coming in of heavy collateral damage from yesterday's battle. The situation is spiraling completely out of control. Indeed, a wild and destructive duel went down right in downtown Tokyo between a male and a female awakened. Innocent bystanders and police officers got caught in the crossfire, resulting in severe injuries and several tragic deaths. Watching this unfold on his phone, Yu Cheon wonders if the rogue awakened have even been arrested yet. His mobile screen is flooded with viral trending headlines debating the harsh reality of these so-called saviors. People are asking if these superhumans are even human anymore, and Yu Cheon can't help but read through the toxic comments. The online hate makes him incredibly angry. They treat these people like monsters, and he wonders if they look at his father the same way. Turning his head toward the living room sofa, he spots Seong-jin lazily stretched out, yawning his head off. Seeing his dad act like a lazy old man makes Yu Cheon seriously doubt if the guy is actually an awakened. Sure, he looks like an average middle-aged dad, but Yu Cheon knows there is something off about him. Well, besides the fact that he casually books the most expensive suite in the hotel. Suddenly, Yu Cheon's friend bursts through the door. He asks if it is true that Yu Cheon lives here, wondering if his dad won the lottery. Yu Cheon explains that Uncle Taehan gave it to them. You know, the chairman of the Yu-sung group. Seeing his friend's jaw drop, Yu Cheon proudly beams. He brags that his dad is a pretty high-level awakened, so money is no issue. His friend is stunned, so your dad is really a caliber. Hearing the kids chatting, Seong-jin sits up with a bright smile, welcoming Yu Cheon's friend and telling him to stay as long as he likes. The friend whispers that the dad looks totally normal before asking if he is truly an elite caliber. Then he blurted out a shocking question before Yu Cheon could stop him. Have you ever actually killed a person? He instantly regrets letting his mouth run wild. Seong-jin's expression turns incredibly dark and terrifying for a brief second. But he quickly relaxes with a sigh, saying that it is fine, he only took down people who did not deserve to live among civilized society. He gently pats the boy's head, promising to clean up the world so Yu Cheon and Yongju can live in a safe and beautiful place. He proudly laughs it off. If they ever want to eat or do anything, they can just use his name and get whatever they want. His confident words leave both boys beaming with pride. The friend is completely blown away, calling Yu Cheon's dad an absolute legend. They head off to the rooftop pool. But the moment Seong-jin waves them goodbye, his warm smile completely vanishes, replaced by a cold, hardened look. His expression shifts from cold detachment to sudden sheer panic. What on earth is this? A glowing system screen has materialized right before his eyes. An important notification pops up for the awakened, designating them as one of the four great priests of Duman. Alongside Supreme Priest Lan, the four great priests are named Woo Yeon-hee, King of Hell, Osiris, and Caliber. Meanwhile, Taehan receives a similar notification. The alert details a ritual to redirect the human army, a direct command from the almighty Doom Chaos. Yoon-hee is no exception to this call. She must perform the transition ritual immediately. The brutal clash between the Dragon Army and the Seven Devil Kings is finally drawing to a close. Seon-hu watches the screen from his chair as his own system alerts him. The countdown is ticking down for humanity's army to enter the fray. He looks at the countdown with a sigh. The system informs him that the ancient ruins on the human homeworld still hold the key. The dungeon gate back on Earth needs to be redirected. To join the battle, they must shift the gate's exit straight to the front lines. Seon-hu closes his eyes deep in thought. The redirection ritual is the only way to pull this off. It is finally time to begin. The four priests prepare to make their move. Human forces are about to plunge headfirst into Doom Chaos's legendary war. The mandate from the Almighty God is clear: execute the transition ritual. The endless conflict between the Dragon Legion and the Demon Kings is ending. Human intervention is close at hand. This is the final warning to prepare for what is coming. Jonathan stands on the rooftop, his expression grave as he watches a body burn. Back on Earth, ancient dungeons still linger. Left behind by the previous generation, these gates are ticking time bombs. Their exits must be redirected straight into the cosmic war zone. Only the transition quest can make this change happen. Meanwhile, the media is absolutely buzzing with breaking news about a certain missing figure. Joshua Von Kajen, the former president of the Awakened Association, has finally surfaced. He has just landed right here in South Korea. Media crews are swarming the airport, going live on every major channel. Reporter Park So-yoon is on the ground with updates. Joshua Von Kajen, also known by his alias Osiris, has just walked through the gate alongside his personal guards. The legendary figure is completely ignoring the press, marching straight past the cameras without a single word. Speculation has run wild for months regarding his sudden disappearance from the spotlight. But mid-broadcast, another bombshell announcement drops. Breaking news confirms that Jonathan has also just arrived in the country. The financial titan is back on Korean soil. Jonathan Hunter, the billionaire CEO of the Jonathan Investment Group, is officially back. The entire world is watching this sudden gathering. With only 2 weeks left before the global registration deadline, the tension across the country is reaching an absolute boiling point. The world's most powerful players are converging on Korea. Despite fears of a major split over the microchip implants, they seem united. High-ranking officials are presenting a completely united front on the controversial chip project, surprising critics across the entire world. Meanwhile, Seon-hu and Yeon-hee watch the broadcast play out from the back of a private military helicopter. With the new headquarters officially built locally, Chairman Lee Tae-han's appointment as the global head has captured everyone's attention. After taking some time for a quick visit to his parents, Seon-hu makes his way to the newly established international headquarters. Below their chopper lies the massive facility. The former Jonathan New Resort has been completely transformed into their central base. Yeon-hee looks out the window, noting that the Orca Corporation actually handed over one of their prime properties to help out. Seon-hu remains quiet, lost in his own thoughts. He knows the ritual must be conducted by Duman's priests. The altar is solid gold and the offering is actual cash. Anything humanity deems valuable can serve as a tribute. To Seon-hu, this realization is chilling. It proves Doom Chaos understands the exact nature of human greed. Stepping off the helicopter, Seon-hu meets up with Jonathan. He asks where his old partner has been hiding lately. Jonathan chuckles, just wrapping up some unfinished business. He jokes that he had to endure a massive scolding from Kim Cheol-soo for it. Seon-hu quickly gathers the group together, thanking them for coming. Since this is strictly a priest mission, he cannot directly intervene. He lays out the mission details, warning them that their very first directive from Doom Chaos will not be easy. Yeon-hee listens with a very grim expression. She quietly hopes everyone can survive whatever difficult trial lies ahead. The heavy silence in the room highlights the gravity of their task. Only Song-il seems pumped up and ready to fight. Seung-woo confidently tells the group to leave it to them. With a shared nod, they step toward the massive pile of cash. Tae-han steps forward to initiate the transfer. He signals the start, offering the tribute to begin the ritual. As the burning cash glows a violent red, Yeon-hee suddenly gasps out, her face contorting in sudden pain. Terrifying illusions begin to manifest within the swirling flames. She sees a laughing woman, a weeping man, and a screaming elder. A chaotic chorus of distorted screams echoes through the room. The ritual is working, sending their consciousness straight to the target zone. The system announces that the transition is underway. To grant their requests, they must hold onto their authority at all costs. Heavy footsteps lead them out of the ritual room. Their duty has officially begun, and Seon-hu has his own part to play. That is what needs to be done. Cutting to another place, what do you mean by that? The Chinese Minister of Finance looks incredibly tense. He reads the announcement on the paper, shaking with anger. Even if we refuse, every single country will still sign agreements with the World Awaken Association one by one. The affiliated membership agreement between the association and the United Nations. His face darkens, sweat dripping heavily. Are they ignoring us on purpose? Are we a joke to them? We are members of the United Nations Security Council, but then a new force has emerged. Even more terrifying than the Bilderberg Group, a hand reshaping the world. The Chinese president speaks up. Look, Minister of Economy, the Bilderberg Club was never the real issue. His face is completely expressionless. It turns out our vision was that narrow. We are nothing but frogs at the bottom of a well. He lays out a strategy for the finance minister. Then we must shatter the walls of the well. Can we execute this plan immediately? The president's strategy is quite sinister. As for the name, carrying a spirit of self-reflection, the golden frog seems fitting. Let us wipe everything clean and start anew. Hearing this, the minister is terrified by the president's sheer tyranny. Minister, what do you think? Wipe away everything, the entire structure of the global economy. Yet slowly he accepts it. Yes, you are right. If we are frogs in a well, then we must break those walls down. The desperate struggle of a frog seeking freedom is truly terrifying, even if it means everyone is crushed beneath them and dies together. The scene shifts to a romantic evening in New York City, Manhattan. Sabina has walked home by her boyfriend. Today was so much fun, babe, me too. I will text you when I get inside. She turns away after saying goodbye, looking like she's going home normally. But instead, Sabina detours down into a basement. There it seems she meets someone waiting in the dark. In a dim bar, a young man sits enjoying his drink. Sabina walks over and sighs in frustration to Mickey. If we keep doing this, we will inevitably raise suspicion. Do not call me out of the blue like this. Sipping his drink, he hands Sabina a red envelope. Seeing it, panic instantly sets in. Is this for real? Red code. The situation must be extremely severe. Red code missions involve nuclear strikes, massive cyber blackouts, and operations that could trigger a third world war. Sabina, did you manage to locate the chairman of the New York Commodity Exchange, Nim Chur? Clutching the document, Sabina holds the red code sheet, her face twisting with anxiety. Well, he is one of the toughest targets we have ever chased. Mickey reminds her that the nation's wealth and ultimate power are both on the line. To connect you with the chairman, Sabina, you must keep a few things in mind. Let me show you the basics. After that, he asks her a couple of questions. What do you know about the 2008 subprime mortgage crisis? I only know it marked when Jonathan Financial swallowed the global economy, Sabina answers dryly. In that case, let me sum it up briefly. Those G Street geniuses are incredibly skilled at packaging toxic waste into luxury wrapping. With a very serious face, he swirls his glass and continues. They condensed it, twisting it repeatedly to create a lethal poison. And the Rothschilds swallowed it whole. Sabina nods and he goes on. Exactly, that highly complex mechanism is the ultimate inspiration for us. To create something we call, he pulls out a golden frog, placing it on the table. Seeing it, Sabina's face instantly fills with dread. The golden frog, we will distribute it. Mickey reveals their plan to use the stock exchange in New York. Although the Gold Alliance blocked our first attempt, Sabina listens to every word in utter amazement. But with this, even they have no way of stopping it. What follows is a highly successful transaction between Mickey and the exchange chairman. Yet, inside, Mickey is still calculating. He wonders if the man will be seduced by Sabina or if she can dig up any dirty secrets on him. Either way, the exchange president has promised to list the golden frog. Everything is already a huge mess, but maybe this will somehow save the country. Mickey looks thoughtful. Back at the office, everyone is bustling with work. Hearing a sudden noise, Chris turns around, thrilled to see Mickey, and asks where on earth he has been. I thought you went back to China. He replies that he was just handling some highly important matters. Chris politely invites him to take a seat, saying he has been waiting to hear from him. A hot cup of tea is served as Chris continues. The market is targeting the rapid rise of the awakened. We need to jump in before regulations are tightened. Let us team up, he offers. Mickey is quite surprised by this sudden proposition, thinking silently to himself that this guy is bolder than he looks. It is exactly why he came. He replies, a business for the awakened. But Chris, I've got something far bigger than that. Chris freezes in absolute shock, staring directly at him. Noticing Mickey's expression, he proposes a deal to get connected with the Jonathan Investment Group, promising that he will not let him down. Meanwhile, in a massive room, Chung-soo is on the phone with Mickey, thanking him for risking everything to send this data. But Chung-soo adds that he is keeping the golden frog exactly as it is, explaining that he is telling Mickey out of sheer politeness. Keeping an unchanging, icy expression on his face, Chung-soo continues, pointing out that if they already have a small golden frog, a much bigger one must be out there, and it is fine if Mickey decides not to seize this chance. Hearing this, Mickey grows incredibly tense on the other end. Seon-hu delivers his final words, reminding him that they are the Jonathan Investment Group, and they will meet again soon in a more private setting. Currently, the US dollar dominates international transactions. With the euro, pound, and yen acting merely as guests, the Chinese yuan is now fighting to join them, backed by China's massive gold reserves. Meanwhile, Shou watches the television news while on the phone, realizing the Golden Frog play has officially begun. A wave of breaking economic reports soon floods the screens, broadcasting a major announcement from the Chinese Deputy Prime Minister. China's gold reserves have now exceeded 15,000 tons, making it the largest in the world as the yuan pushes for a gold standard. With the US dollar's global supremacy in jeopardy, this bold counterattack from a heavily sanctioned China directly challenges the established international order. Consequently, global gold prices skyrocket, throwing the world's stock markets into a severe downward spiral. Back in his office, a voice on the phone tells Na Seon-hu that everything is moving according to his predictions and that he will contact the club members next. That caller is Kim Cheol-soo. Hearing this, Na Seon-hu starts to realize that launching a physical raid on the Chinese central bank to steal gold does not fit his master plan. He does not need to rely on such primitive barbaric tactics anyway. Pouring himself a fine drink, he smiles, knowing that, whether it is a small frog or a giant one, he can easily crush them all with the sheer weight of his wealth. All he has to do is claim the massive rewards packed inside. He has always relied on his knowledge of history, but now it is time to write history himself. His eyes gleam with a sharp light as he raises his glass, declaring, "Welcome to my era." On the screens behind him, the financial charts suddenly explode upward, hitting unprecedented peaks. The Chinese Minister of Finance cannot contain his excitement, bursting into a wild, maniacal laugh as he watches. Sweat pours down his face, but he can't tear his eyes away from the screen, absolutely thrilled with the results. He gloats silently that this is the sweet taste of the very capitalism they worship, noting the massive trading volume exploding on the New York Mercantile Exchange. To him, it is the ultimate proof of how capitalism really works, with total transactions nearing an unbelievable $10 trillion. Those little frogs are about to swallow the global economy by transforming into an unstoppable economic monster. Sure, they can deal with any fallout later, but for now, he just wants to sit back and enjoy the show as everything goes exactly as planned. He leans back, smiling smugly. He knows that in the end, their own bottomless greed will be the very thing that destroys their beloved system. Suddenly, frantic shouting from the operations floor catches his attention, prompting him to walk over and ask what is happening. The panicked staff point to the screens, showing a reverse trading wave of an absolutely staggering scale beginning to unfold. The minister confidently brushing it off, saying it is too late for anyone to stop their momentum now, but his team insists that he look closer. Annoyed by the fuss, the minister glances down at the monitor, only to freeze in sheer terror as his eyes widen. The market graph is free-falling off a cliff, making his hands shake, as he wonders how all that global buying power could possibly evaporate in an instant, leaving their massive scheme completely ruined. Suddenly, every single market order across the globe shifts in perfect synchronization, locking down maximum profits like a pre-programmed game. Sweating profusely, the minister refuses to believe his eyes, desperately muttering to himself that this is completely impossible. Even if the sky fell, a $10 trillion market bubble could not simply be absorbed like this by a single entity. Even if the four biggest financial empires of the West combined forces, they could never pull this off. The minister begins foaming at the mouth in pure shock, completely broken because his flawless calculations failed. Suddenly, a voice demands he come with them. He is dragged out of the room, desperately screaming that this goes against all laws of capitalism. The scene cuts to Chung-soo staring at his monitors, quietly declaring that it is all over now, that China has halted the printing of new currency. Clutching his head, Chung-soo sighs, realizing that Na Seon-hu's massive assets are about to be exposed to the entire world, including their own secret slush funds. Standing beside him, Na Seon-hu calmly calculates their next move, noting that while they control the media, the public will easily connect the dots between these massive markets. It was glaringly obvious that the assets of the Jonathan Group and the other three financial giants were far beyond anything anyone could ever imagine. This was a hidden world of numbers that even the Chinese Minister of Economy could never calculate, let alone predict. The minister had likely sensed the presence of these heavily shielded shell companies. Right then, a computer screen flashed with an elderly man's face. He was the Chinese president, and he spoke up, saying he knew the owner of the Golden Frog was on the other side of this screen. Na Seon-hu calmly fired back, asking if he had not already connected him with the United States president, calling the man far too suspicious. The president's expression darkened into a heavy silence before he offered an apology, claiming there was an issue with the product's assets. He tried to suggest replacing the transaction volume with equivalent gold or yuan, but Na Seon-hu saw right through the scheme and cut him off. Na Seon-hu asked point-blank if he was trying to say he could not pay. The president tried to push back, warning of a global economic collapse. He claimed his stalling was for the greater good of the world. Hearing this, Na Seon-hu let out a soft chuckle that quickly grew into loud laughter. That cold laughter made the president freeze with tension. Na Seon-hu clutched his own face, veins popping on his hand as his anger flared. He mocked him, saying he tried to drag the world down but ended up alone at the rock bottom, leaving him to rot in his own frustration. With a chilling glare, Na Seon-hu warned the man to never try playing games with him again. Terrified, the old leader instinctively recoiled in his seat. Fire burned in Na Seon-hu's eyes as he declared that he would soon take back everything that was rightfully his. Meanwhile, a private jet descended onto the tarmac. Na Seon-hu stepped off the plane, followed closely by his elite team. Waiting for them on the runway was a formal delegation dressed in matching gray uniforms. He recognized them immediately as the president's inner circle, a powerful network of core domestic allies and personal hand-picked subordinates. This highly classified group was known as the 11th Army. Suddenly, a red-haired man stepped forward, bowing respectfully to greet the group. He introduced himself as Liao Guang, saying it was an honor. Na Seon-hu immediately brought up the gold and the newly printed paper yuan. Liao Guang peeked up warily, asking if there were any official plans to pump even more of that newly minted currency into the market. In his mind, Na Seon-hu knew this move would inflate the financial bubble to its absolute limit before triggering a catastrophic, irreversible collapse. Printing more money now would destroy the country. Liao Guang stood frozen, terrified that a single wrong word would ruin everything. Sweat poured down his face as he clamped his mouth shut. Na Seon-hu pressed on, demanding they deliver the physical gold as promised. He asked how they planned to cover his massive losses with their worthless paper money, which already amounted to $2 trillion. By international standards, a breach of contract required a triple payout, making it $6 trillion, but he was willing to negotiate. Considering their fragile state, Na Seon-hu offered to settle for $5 trillion. The massive demand hit the room like a bolt of lightning. Liao Guang shivered in pure terror, realizing this kid was asking for 30% of the second-largest gross domestic product on Earth. He weakly asked if they could settle the debt using United States Treasury bonds instead. Na Seon-hu remained entirely unfazed by the counteroffer. That counteroffer still left $3.5 trillion unpaid. Liao Guang ground his teeth in absolute silent fury. He cursed him as a blatant thief hiding behind legal terms. Na Seon-hu casually suggested they tap into their hidden overseas accounts to pay up. Mentioning the notorious Panama Papers and the secret offshore funds of Mossack Fonseca, he noted that would easily cover the entire sum. The suggestion left Liao Guang completely paralyzed with shock, convinced this lunatic was actively trying to start a war. He stammered that draining the slush funds of both the current and previous political regimes would trigger a massive, uncontrollable disaster. Trembling violently, the man begged Na Seon-hu to consider their political stability, but the young mogul remained completely unmoved. He scoffed that if they feared a domestic rebellion, they should simply hire more awakened hunters to keep the peace. This warning specifically included the captive hunters currently being kept under forced military detention. As the cameras started rolling on screen, Rachel's news broadcast began announcing the swift and total collapse of the country's ambitious monetary currency reforms. After just 2 days, the government halted all new money printing. She turned to the bald financial expert to ask for his analysis. He replied that they likely tried to patch things up before impending global financial sanctions completely locked down their trade. Their early play worked perfectly as the dollar slumped and gold surged, but they did not anticipate the sheer scale of the market. Massive volume from the New York Mercantile Exchange completely overwhelmed them, crushing their plans despite a desperate domestic counterattack. Their efforts failed to turn the tide. Rachel quickly pressed on with a burning question regarding how these giant transactions actually went down. He was about to explain how the exchange managed that volume amidst a crashing dollar, but a sharp voice suddenly cut him off. The director stormed into the studio, harshly reprimanding Rachel for straying from the script and demanding she get back on track. She argued that this was the exact detail the viewers were dying to know, and ignoring it would be a huge mistake. The director snapped back, telling her to stop wasting time on useless theories. Frustrated, Rachel had to swallow her pride and keep quiet. Storming out into the lobby, she immediately dialed Baston to vent every single bit of her boiling anger over the phone. The entire newsroom was under intense pressure. It was not just Washington or the advertisers, the whole world was going absolutely crazy. Boston answered the phone, agreeing to check it out. Staring at his screen, he wondered what kind of power could accomplish this. A force that could instantly bring China, the world's second-largest economy, to its knees and completely control the United States media. Under capitalism, wealth concentrating in the hands of a few was inevitable, but this was taking it way too far. Sitting back, Boston quickly typed on his computer. 4 financial giants always acted in perfect unison whenever their interests aligned. There was the Jonathan Investment Group, Julian Investment Group, Telesta, and Gold and Silver. Their mere existence was terrifying. They were far more dangerous than any awakeners or even aliens. Suddenly, something on his screen caught his eye. A user named A sent a greeting asking if it had been a while and how the weather was. Boston replied that snow was falling on Jupiter. This was an identity confirmation method designed by the anonymous informant. Their very first contact had occurred 2 years ago. Back then, they sent leaked internal data from Mossack Fonseca, which was one of the largest law firms in Panama. It contained over 2.6 terabytes of files detailing tax evasion by powerful politicians, billionaires, and sports stars. This included $4 trillion in slush funds hidden abroad by Chinese officials, kicking off the massive Panama Papers project. It all started with documents provided by this single anonymous source. He reflected on how, after a brief global uproar, the storm quickly died down, buried completely after the Day of Awakening. Looking at the data they received, the outcome was disappointing. Boston sighed, unsure of how to reply. He finally typed back, expressing his regrets over how the Panama Papers turned out. The informant named A comforted him, saying they did their best. Boston thanked him, wishing they had grabbed more public attention. Then A sent Boston a brand new file, calling it their latest leak. Boston's eyes widened in absolute disbelief. A warned that this leak was far different and much more dangerous. It detailed 15,000 tons of gold bullion. Even with trucks carrying 30 tons each, it would require 500 vehicles. This was an unprecedented gold convoy. Meanwhile, Na Seon-hu was on the phone hearing about strange events at the association. Jamie had sent an urgent. On the line, Jamie reported that a blue barrier resembling a portal from the Day of Awakening had suddenly appeared. Screams echoed in the background as all internal communications were severed. Damn it, the communication systems on their end were dead. Na Seon-hu calmly ordered them to find a way inside. Just then, a new quest to disrupt the transition ritual popped up. Since this place gathered the priests of the Humanity Legion, it had to be a dangerous triple S-rank dungeon. He wondered how powerful the incoming enemies actually were, commanding his team to expand the restricted zone as much as possible. It needed to withstand a ballistic missile strike. Terrified, Jamie realized that the massive thing was actively trying to kill her. Na Seon-hu immediately boarded a helicopter to survey the area. Looking down, he carefully analyzed the sealed-off perimeter. It looked exactly like the barrier that sealed off the entire region when they entered the territory of the Seven Demon Kings. He recalled their fight against Dumria, where a tiny crack had formed in the absolute battlefield, meaning breaking it was possible. The thought made him smirk, eager to see who would emerge victorious. Suddenly, countless lightning bolts began raining from the sky. The violent tremors kept Jamie and the others from getting any closer. Right then, she remembered his warning. Na Seon-hu had told her that the evacuation zone was expanded enough to survive a direct ballistic missile blast. Shivering, Jamie realized this was the true power of Na Seon-hu, a level of strength no other awakener could ever hope to match. Half a day passed before the barrier finally deactivated. Watching from a distance, Na Seon-hu figured the mission was over. He hesitated briefly, wishing he could have shattered the barrier himself, even though he knew it would not be easy. Stepping forward, he witnessed a gruesome sight. Decapitated and broken bodies virtually blanketed the blood-soaked ground. Scanning the area, Na Seon-hu spotted Ji-hoon approaching. The warrior casually dumped a heavy corpse off his shoulders. Ji-hoon muttered that they looked almost human. Despite their strength, most of them had chosen to run. The bloody remains belonged to the high priest, the knights, and the heavy-armored warriors of the Lacrima clan. Ji-hoon guessed they were just scouts. Unfazed, Na Seon-hu ignored the corpses and asked how the ritual was progressing. Ji-hoon replied that it was still ongoing, adding that Orca and ship hosts were fighting like absolute madmen. The enemy had no chance of getting close. That explained why the bodies were piled up so high. Na Seon-hu stopped asking and quietly told him to clean up, warning that reporters would soon bypass the media ban. Turning away with eyes full of killing intent, he added that they must release an announcement once the ritual finishes. Meanwhile, inside a stone cave, a tense-looking Yan struggled to pull up a heavy chest, his hands trembling violently. He trembles, unable to stop himself from whispering in a raspy voice, "Oh heavens, the great Lacrima." Seeing this, Malice leans in to ask him, "Is it an ancient manuscript?" Yan looks at him seriously, confirming that it seems to be the Chronicle of St. Cassian, as Malice stares. He gazes at Yan, saying he is truly envious that Yan received the blessing of Lacrima. Yan nervously swallows hard, silently praying. May the blessing protect him until his return. This sacred place is likely why the red-faced orc tribe invaded. Hearing this, he freezes. Those savages suddenly propose an alliance which is highly suspicious. Yan keeps his eyes on Malice, speaking with a heavy tone. He declares they can only put their trust in Malice, and this ancient ruin must be protected at all costs. Without hesitation, Malice tells Yan to leave it to him since that is why he came. Yan suddenly falls silent and just stares. His eyes glow in the dark night as his mind races. He knows Malice has been blessed by the great deity. He places absolute trust in him desperately, hoping the young warrior does not harbor any hidden sinister motives. As Malus walks, he suddenly halts, barely evading a massive axe flying out of nowhere by swiftly deflecting it with his weapon. Looking up, Malus is horrified to find the orcs blocking the path ahead. His heart pounds with dread at the sight. These are the red-faced orcs. Malus frowns deeply, realizing their leader has also received a sacred blessing. A clash right now means certain death. The orc leader steps forward, sneering that they are behaving like sneaky little rats. He demands to know what they are doing. Malus stays quiet, glancing down, wondering if they are just hunting Declans. If so, they are not the targets. Praying they will just pass by, Malus delivers a carefully measured response. He reminds the beast of their treaty with the duchy, explaining they are only here conducting research. The leader squints mockingly. He scoffs that the treaty is a total joke, useless to them. Malus forces himself to swallow his anger and hold back. Keeping his voice low, Malus states they will leave immediately. The red-eyed beast stares back, suspicious and silent. Surprisingly, the monster turns away, telling them they are lucky today before leading his fierce pack back into the woods. Once they leave, Malus whispers that the beasts definitely suspected something. Yan looks puzzled by this warning. If they knew, they would have attacked already. But Malus warns him that this tribe is incredibly cunning and brutal. They might ambush them, so they must stay alert. Yan softly prays, begging the Lord to grant them protection. Malus watches him with growing suspicion. Late that night, the orcs gather around a campfire in a quiet clearing. One of the monsters reports that their targets have stopped and lined up. The leader speaks in a low, gravelly tone. He grins wickedly, admitting that while the targets are worthless, he still noticed their suspicious behavior. He orders his scouts to split into groups of 3 to surround them, but mid-sentence his soldier drops dead. Furious, the leader roars, demanding to know who the intruder is. Nearby, Malus and his men hear a massive explosion. Believing an attack is underway, Malus commands his men to hold their positions as the nearby bushes rustle violently. Suddenly, a massive shadow launches high into the air with an absolutely terrifying monstrous leap. The men watch in pure horror, stunned that such a colossal beast can leap to such heights like a literal monster. However, Malus notices something off. The orc leader is actually in free fall, his face completely battered and broken. The massive body crashes heavily onto the grass. Confused by this bizarre turn of events, they cautiously crowd around to look. Out of nowhere, Sanjin slowly emerges from the shadows, his glowing red eyes radiating absolute cold-blooded murderous intent. Meanwhile, far away from this bloody battlefield, So is dealing with some unexpected issues of his own. After finishing his meeting, he tried to enter Star Dragarin alone, but his face darkens as system warnings flood his screen. The notifications tell him he is blocked by Oan and that a command has been issued by his master, Doom Chaos. The quest screen orders him to protect the route to Star Dragarin, which serves as the final stronghold of Oan. This battlefield was forged using concentrated divine power, but the mighty army of Doom Chaos has secured numerous victories. To please his supreme master, he must deliver satisfying results and prove his worth on this deadly stage. He is commanded to guard the path to Star Dragarin and order his Shadow Legion to occupy the Greenwood continent. Eliminating the Holy Knight Kandarin or other paladins will allow him to absorb the hidden power of Oan within them. Reading this, Su frowns as things finally click, realizing why only weak monsters spawn during the initial phase. A ticking clock of 50 days appears. Suddenly, Woo Yeon-hee thrusts her phone directly into his face. She asks if he has watched the latest stream where a popular creator named John is introducing a new topic. John begins addressing his viewers, introducing a mysterious ordinary middle-aged man known as Liu Lut. He looks like an ordinary middle-aged guy, but in the awakened world he is a beast. John excitedly raises his voice, ready to interview the caliber Sanjin. Filmed hidden camera style, the footage clearly shows how inexperienced the young host really is, yet the views keep climbing. The boy slowly approaches Sanjin and tells him to start, while the veteran warrior stands still, his back to the camera. Suddenly, Sanjin's muscles balloon to an incredibly massive size. Jucheon and another onlooker watch, the display in absolute shock. The older man even starts to growl, leaving them utterly baffled. But after a moment, Sanjin abruptly stops and turns to chuckle at the camera, asking if they are actually filming this. The curly-haired guy blurts out, completely amazed, asking Caliber what he just did because it looks spectacular. Sanjin merely scratches his face and mutters a response. He says he was just stretching his muscles like a basic warm-up. Then he asks if they even got permission beforehand. John nods hesitantly, confirming they did. The boy then turns to the camera, explaining that Caliber usually drinks, but today, he is working on his build to prepare for the virtual world. The curly-haired guy quickly adds his own thoughts, claiming their host John has got this. Sanjin playfully asks whose impressive son John is pretending to be clueless, and the other guy immediately chips in, warning that anyone who messes with John is getting thrashed. Yeon-hee cheerfully comments, noting how hard John is working, especially with his channel subscriber count exploding. Na Seon-hu nods along, agreeing that it is. Pretty cool to see how awakened ones blend into normal society. She looks at him hesitantly, wondering if Sanjin will be safe. Su glances over, saying Sanjin is a challenger who will not go down easily. Yet, despite those reassuring words, a wave of uneasiness lingers. Sanjin was supposed to return immediately after crossing, but 4 hours have already crawled by, and there is still no sign of him. Finally, Sanjin appears. He rubs his chest as he walks out. He mutters about how exhausting it was, saying entering is simple, but leaving is hell. He holds out his functional watch, which Na Seon-hu takes to examine. Noting that time flows the same, he quietly asks how Sanjin reopened the dungeon gate. Sanjin thinks back and explains that he panicked fearing he was trapped, so he began blindly thrashing the monsters. Then the beasts suddenly scrambled toward a single location, which turned out to be the exit. Sanjin grins triumphantly, explaining how he broke out. Na Seon-hu casually inquires if there was anything unusual, and the old warrior tries to remember, describing it piece by piece. He says the air felt completely different upon entry. Actually, it was more like the energy itself. Sanjin emphasizes how incredibly sharp and intense it felt. Listening to this, Na Seon-hu starts to formulate a pretty solid theory, but he suddenly cuts his thoughts short and looks down. Malos is currently lying completely motionless on the ground. Na Seon-hu watches him for a moment and concludes they should just interrogate these guys. Once they extract the intel, Yeon-hee brings up the Neo Devil War hesitantly, adding that it must be the name of their testing facility. Strangely, a massive chunk of time has seemingly passed, even though it was not actually that long. When establishing a mind link to Lunia, Yeon-hee suddenly senses a terrifying aura locked deep within Na Seon-hu. She looks at him hesitantly, realizing showing it directly would be much faster, but she struggles internally with whether she should speak. This force might actually be the power known as authority. Mind links are banned because they have no idea how it will react with Doom Na Seon-hu. With her mental reach restricted, she, taking a slow step forward, explains that this guy's ability is even more concerning. Even without being awakened ones, they can still wield a remarkably similar power. Yan listens utterly clueless, cursing internally and wondering what on earth they mean. Na Seon-hu calmly asks about their power level. She hesitates, noting this guy is only a low silver rank. Suddenly, a cold chill runs down his spine as he senses a force despite lacking a divine blessing. Yeon-hee raises an eyebrow at Su, noting there might be power surpassing the platinum rank. Yan is terrified. They possess a strength he wouldn't dare challenge. Na Seon-hu calmly raises his hand, suggesting they put it to the test. Instantly, an ally armed with heavy firepower steps up. Yeon-hee softly points out that they are much weaker here, since their native mana doesn't exist in this world. Su slowly agrees, stating that this must be exactly what Sanjin sensed. The gunman fires continuously, then turns to ask if he should keep going since the barrier has faded, but Na Seon-hu flatly tells him to stop. This outcome sparks some ideas for Su, who notes that heavy weaponry is only moderately effective, making him consider investing in defense stocks. Yeon-hee looks at him in sheer disbelief, but Na Seon-hu's voice suddenly grows serious, warning that the battlefield is still a complete wildcard. Yeon-hee quietly asks him to let her finish first. She explains that according to the child's memories, there was a family that birthed a legendary grand mage. They didn't just understand magic, they also knew the absolute truth about that entire world. Yeon-hee clarifies that if mana functions similarly to an awakened user's traits, then their abilities aren't just bound by skills and gear, meaning they might finally discover a way to escape from the doom chose. Sang-woo quickly reassures her that this is just the beginning, so there is no need to rush. But unexpectedly, Yeon-hee reaches out and covers his mouth, looking at Sang-woo with absolute confidence. She tells him to trust his teacher for once and leave everything to her, as she tries to become a great archmage. Outside the tower, a familiar silence hangs. Inside, Archmage Ronus is meticulously searching the library, flipping through book after book, when a voice suddenly calls out from behind as Seon-vi respectfully announces that Count Suwon has arrived. Ronus wipes his face, letting out a heavy sigh. He says she was quite quick to find him, but they must help Gemelin now. He tells her to say he is locked in his lab and will not be coming out. Calmly, Seon-vi replies that she told them exactly that, but this time the temple priest is also with them. Ronus spins around in utter shock, repeating the priest's title before quickly leaving with her. Ronus quietly wonders when Seon-vi stopped calling him grandfather and if he was simply too harsh on her as his heir. He closes his eyes in frustration, wondering if giving her everything was still not enough. But watch the moment he sits down. A messenger delivers a startling update, announcing a prophecy from Elsland. Ronus frowns, his mind immediately racing to the great cathedral there and the sacred La sect. He demands to know what kind of prophecy could be so incredibly urgent that it had to be sent all this way. The messenger calmly delivers the chilling message: darkness is coming, and that is all. In a very serious tone, Count Suin adds that in the southern territory, the red-faced tribe was completely wiped out while hunting the Declan. He reveals they found undeniable proof of the prophecy right there. Hearing this, Ronus immediately falls deep into thought. The southern Declan range is exactly where Gemmelin is searching for ancient relics. It seems helping her must be postponed. Word is that the Declan are suddenly using advanced military tactics, leading Ronus to issue a decisive order. He says they must brace themselves for the coming dark. A month later, on the path to the tower, a lone soldier comes riding at a frantic breakneck speed. The moment he reaches the gates, he collapses from horrific wounds, prompting a worried Sign V to ask, "What happened?" The soldier groans in pain, begging for help as the castle has fallen. Suddenly, a wave of healing energy manifests with a calm voice, identifying him as Count Suin's soldier. The wounded man looks up in absolute astonishment, gasping out Ronus's name. But the Archmage is already channeling his mana to observe the far distance, allowing him to see the live scene from leagues away. Across the plains, he spots massive warriors with heavy weapons, easily suppressing a large group of soldiers. He wonders if they are invaders since they look human. But a closer look leaves Ronus even more shocked. Even Count Suin, a master swordsman of his high caliber, has been effortlessly defeated. The Archmage wonders how these mysterious invaders, who look barely 30 years old, could seize a whole castle with just a handful of men. Suddenly, a strange sound echoes through the air. Ronus gasps, realizing the tower's magic barrier is being breached, and he flies up to locate the threat. He scans the skies, but out of nowhere, the wounded soldier behind him bursts into a chilling, wicked laugh, sneering mockingly. He calls Ronus a cautious old man who prepared well, prompting the furious Archmage to immediately launch a devastating spell. He bellows, "How dare you," as the impostor disintegrates, then gasps for breath, scanning below in panic. Suddenly, Sign Vi smiles with an eerie grin. It is clearly not her anymore. The entity sneers that nobody can interfere now, asking if he is pleased. Ronus is so furious, his voice shakes as he demands to know who they are. The impostor only taunts him back, asking if he seriously fails to recognize his own granddaughter. Gritting his teeth, Ronus demands answers but receives only a smirk. The figure states that finding his name is what will decide this war. Suddenly, the scene shifts to the Awakened Association headquarters in the central command room. The monitors display registration details for Sector A92, the command region of Knight Ronus in the foreign duchy on the Greenwood continent, listed as currently infiltrating. Ga Young looks on anxiously, noting that humanity entering an alien world feels no different from when monsters first invaded Earth on that fateful first day. It is truly hard to believe. But a sudden stern voice from behind startles her, demanding the verification code and making her panic. She desperately types on her keyboard with an apology. Moments later, she reports the code is DK20185511. With the infiltration fully complete, Wu Jin strictly reminds her to stay alert. Today marks their historic first step into other worlds. Soon after, his earpiece alerts him that guest has arrived for Director Wu Jin in meeting room 7. As he steps inside, Gu Si excitedly jumps to his feet. Addressing him as Manager Du, he warmly suggests that they should definitely connect. He mentions that since everyone is so busy, it is good to chat. Wu Jin quietly reflects on his career path. Since joining the association, he had even met Chairman Park Hung. By comparison, this vice president of Dun Group seems like a completely ordinary man. Taking his seat, Wu Jin calmly remarks that since this is only day 1, they should proceed with caution. Are we really waiting for the other strike teams before going in? Gu's pleads, but none of their proposals have been approved. Has our company lost all credibility with the association? Wu Jin firmly assures him that is absolutely not the case. In fact, the association is far fairer than he thinks. Meanwhile, the vice president quietly calculates his next move. Daeon Group, South Korea's largest defense contractor, has ushered in a new era of exploration. But even with their ships ready, they still cannot set sail. No wonder he is so incredibly restless. He then suggests foreign capital is actively pouring in, asking for a helping hand. Meanwhile, Wu Jin remains perfectly calm, as that is public info anyway. He reveals that this round of approvals is strictly limited to foreign company. Goose is completely stunned. How many dungeons are left locally? Wu Jin stands up and answers there are none left, and even if you go abroad, you will find absolutely nothing. Hearing this, his face fills with deep anxiety. Wu Jin calmly advises him to try shifting their entry point to the Maelstrom Zone before it is too late. He gently extends a hand, expressing hope that they will meet much more often. Immediately grabs it, bowing low with a trembling voice. "Thank you, Section Chief Wu. I will certainly repay this favor." The scene shifts to a heavily guarded restricted zone under the direct jurisdiction of the World Awakened Association. No civilian entry is permitted whatsoever unless they are authorized personnel from the World Awakened Association. Seon-hu waits calmly despite the bizarre, eerie noises echoing all around him. He begins staring intently at the space ahead. Seconds later, a group of cloaked figures suddenly emerges. Seon-hu asks with a serious face if they know what must be done. Osiris answers with absolute devotion, the holy knight of the maelstrom land, Calderan. I will take his head and lay it before you. Seon-hu warns him to be careful and not let his guard down. They still do not fully know their enemy's capabilities. Osiris immediately obeys his master's orders and moves out with his men. Seon-hu quietly realizes that if they treat these entities as enemies, things will quickly spiral into a living nightmare. There is no doubt Joshua's strike team will successfully open the gate for him to step into the other world. A bit later, Kim Jung-seo asks what will happen if the government and private corporations form joint ventures to enter the market. Seon-hu bluntly replies that he has no intention of restricting them to that extent as the discussions continue. Similar movements are already taking place worldwide, especially with prominent military companies like Creed Victory and CVA. These massive firms are conglomerate-led but were actually established through heavy financial investments from the United States government. Jessica wonders if everything is going according to Na Seon-hu's plan. Does he know Chris's CVA is dominating the global stock market? Kim Jung-seo explains that it is only because Na Seon-hu created the perfect environment for them to flourish. Rotai is part of their exclusive club, but Chris is not. And off the record, he does not trust Rose either. Seon-hu is not surprised. But hold on, his next bold declaration is about to throw everyone for a loop. He wants to initiate a merger and acquisition of CVA. Jessica expresses some concern, mentioning their key club members play a crucial role in stopping the Day of Advent. If their capital shifts too quickly to this new market, most companies will have no choice but to downsize. She warns that this directly contradicts what Na Seon-hu actually wanted. Kim Jung-seo chimes in, expressing deep caution about the massive risk of capital escaping their direct control. Jessica reassures him that it is only temporary, pointing out that even Kim Cheol-soo believes in this path. If Na Seon-hu approves, they can acquire CVA immediately. In reality, they can take over their business whenever they want. The two continue to bicker back and forth, but in reality, there is absolutely no need to rush this process. After all, they are financiers. When money is right on the table, you grab it. Julian urges them to decide. The acquisition proposal is temporarily shelved. Once the video conference finally ends, Seon-hu privately contacts Kim Jung-seo. He asks how long Kim has known Jessica. The reply is 10 years, prompting Seon-hu to observe casually. That is long enough to get a real feel for her. Jung-seo admits she has an unusually fierce competitive streak. Seon-hu's expression suddenly turns ice cold. You see, even the most brilliant minds will eventually slip up when ruled by emotion, and once that happens, a fatal opening is created. Soon after, he inquires about leaked internal documents from their trusted accounting firm. Does Jessica have access to them? Jung-seo promises to look into the matter. Meanwhile, Jessica slumps over her desk, blaming herself. Even if she kept quiet, Na Seon-hu would never allow it. She feels incredibly foolish in this moment. Suddenly, the phone on her desk vibrates, but she simply ignores it. Lucy asks if she intends to answer. She remarks that Jessica seems quite different from her usual self. Jessica lets out a helpless laugh. Even Lucy thinks that way. Jessica cannot help but wonder why her friend did not go to that other world. Everyone is scrambling to grab a piece of that place. Lucy just smiles gently, asking who would protect Jessica if she left. A look of deep satisfaction shines in Lucy's eyes. Jessica slowly notes that she is quite different from other awakened. She exudes a calm vibe. Lucy replies that while she might not match Jessica, this place is heaven compared to the trial zone. It is basically heaven. Suddenly, Jessica asks a surprising question, swirling her wine glass as she asks Lucy if she wants children. She looks completely dejected. Her husband and she had tried absolutely everything to have a baby, but heaven never granted them one. They were never blessed. She remembers their bitter fights when her husband would ask what was wrong with them all over a child. Was it all just for a baby? Yes, it was. She quickly downs her wine as Lucy sighs, reminding her that drinking solves nothing. She pulls a chair closer and changes the subject, asking Lucy how on earth she managed to survive the brutal trial zone. It must have been a complete nightmare. Sitting down, Lucy admits that she actually drank monster blood, though that was long ago. Now it is actually highly refined and works wonders. Lucy pulls out a small capsule, explaining she brought this medicine to America. Jessica stares closely, questioning if it is really monster blood. Lucy explains that it is non-addictive but incredibly powerful. It is stronger than any normal stimulant. Jessica gives her a highly skeptical look, asking if the stuff is even legal. Lucy sets the pill down, noting how hard it is to get, before asking if Jessica has ever heard of the spider web. A mysterious smile. Lucy tells her to try it if she wants a quick boost. Jessica stares at it, deeply torn. Big pharma companies are currently developing new drugs from monster carcasses and blood. Sometime later, Jessica pulls out her laptop. Her expression is dead serious. These companies are preparing to go public, and it is pretty obvious who the real owner is. It is none other than Na Seon-hu. Since the day of arrival, countless companies launched, making it almost impossible to hide them all. Their shareholding structures are not overly complex. Meanwhile, Baston is walking briskly down a busy city street. Suddenly, his phone buzzes with an incredibly bizarre text message asking him if the weather is nice today. Meanwhile, Na Seon-hu is pushing to control the entire globe. Frankly, even the dystopia of 1984 was not this bad. This absolute ruler is actively deploying real military force. Now the public just needs to wake up and realize the truth. A news broadcast flashes on television reporting on Daehyun Group. Their subsidiary Daehyunka has enjoyed 3 straight days of growth. Ever since its initial public offering, Daehyunka has been constantly entering dungeons, capturing the attention of major investors everywhere. Na Seon-hu stares at a document lost in thought. The Principality of Forclean is totally ruined, shifting all focus elsewhere. Everyone is now targeting the Maelstrom driving-related stocks up. Meanwhile, Doomchar set a tight deadline. They had 50 days to defend the entrance. Now only 10 days remain. The system screen flashes a warning. The quest demands they hold the entrance for 50 days. During this, Joshua must secure some concrete results. As Na Seon-hu ponders, his aide steps up to report that Jessica and Julian have just landed at Incheon Airport. Na Seon-hu asks about the other guy. His aide admits it was pricey, but they successfully handled it. Did the informant know it was Jessica? Na Seon-hu asks. His aide replies that the informant only just realized her identity. He adds that Jessica plans to go public and hold a press conference. Na Seon-hu realizes she is prepared to lose everything. Why would a woman with so much wealth and power choose to become a whistleblower? He heard she suffered from depression. Still, she never seemed like the type to make such impulsive moves. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a speeding car. Inside, Jessica is sitting completely dazed. Suddenly, a man appears right in the middle of the road ahead. The driver nervously warns Jessica about the man, asking if they should just run him over or drive past. Her expression remains totally unchanged as she tells him to pick him up. Julian climbs in, sighing in relief. He clutches his head in frustration, asking what she was thinking and reminding her of how dangerous Na Seon-hu truly is. Jessica coldly assures him that her actions won't impact him. This only makes Julian raise his voice in sheer anger. That is not the point, he yells, because he honestly believed things were finally starting to look up for them. He looks back, remembering how stopping the day of arrival together had seemingly healed their broken relationship. Jessica lets out a faint smile, telling him he would never understand even if she explained it to him. Julian presses, asking if this is all about the child. Jessica replies with a slightly trembling voice that it is. She refuses to raise a child in a world like this. She looks utterly defeated and full of self-mockery. Giving up everything for a kid who does not even exist yet is pretty ridiculous, right? Julian can only shake his head. She sighs, telling him that he simply cannot understand. Julian tiredly rests his hand on her shoulder, muttering that if that is the reason, then even he cannot forgive her. He tells her to beg for forgiveness, but Jessica calmly brushes his hand off her. One of us has to do this, Jonathan Kim Chael-soo, she says. Julian angrily demands to know what the point of it all is. Do you really think exposing this will change anything, he asks. She replies that Na Seon-hu will fear public backlash if he strays. If he strays, fear will bring him back. An angry Julian questions if she is actually ready to throw her life away. Turn the car around right now, Julian yells in a fury. Jessica screams, desperately grabbing his hands to stop him. She asks if he has gone crazy. Julian trembles, muttering that Song-woo will forgive him just this once if they disappear. All they need to do is settle this and run. Hearing his desperate plan, Jessica softly asks where they should stop. Anywhere far from the association headquarters, Julian gasps, desperately trying to catch his breath. Jessica watches him silently. She admits she never wanted him in trouble. Julian snaps back that she should have never let things get this far. She confesses she thought his feelings for her were long gone, warning him not to do anything he might regret later. Julian fights to keep his composure, asking her why she is so utterly dissatisfied with the state of the world. Jessica explains that when their baby is born, they deserve to grow up safe, happy, and completely normal. She begs him to be a little selfish, wanting nothing more than a normal world for their future child. Julian asks her what normal even means to her. She replies that it is a world ruled by Binderberg. Julian envisions a dark future, where humanity collapses, wearing rags and running from monsters. That is no future for their child. He hangs his head, begging her to ask Song-woo for forgiveness, if not for herself, then for him. He pleads with her to blame temporary madness, desperately crying out that he simply cannot bear to lose her. Jessica agrees to head back to headquarters. Cradling her face in pain, Julian asks if she still loves him. Looking at him deeply, she replies that she finally knows what she must do, hugging him while apologizing for the trouble. She instructs the driver to turn back, and soon they arrive. But wait, look who is waiting for them. Inside the office, Seong-woo sits waiting. He radiates an overwhelming icy pressure that immediately leaves the couple trembling in place. Song-woo fixes his gaze on Jessica, asking if she has anything to say. Privately, he knows she is different from other traders. She was not motivated by selfish greed, so he decides to grant her a fair chance to speak her mind. She threw away everything to follow her conscience, yet her actual response takes him completely by surprise. Jessica slowly raises her head, quietly asking what she must do to earn his absolute forgiveness. Seon-hu studies her, wondering how to best handle the situation. As he looks closer, he notices something highly unusual. A faint second heartbeat echoes from within her body. Surprised, Seon-hu turns his gaze over to Julian. He asks if Julian has picked out a name for the 6-week-old baby. Julian freezes, utterly baffled by the question. Before he can reply, a sudden notification flashes across Seon-hu's system. High Priest Osiris has successfully eliminated the target. Holy Knight Lion is defeated, meaning the path is finally open. Seon-hu stands up, unable to hide his excitement. The coordinates are locked. Now he just needs to pierce through the gate where Joshua fought his final battle. The system activates, casting the gate generation skill. A portal tears open, revealing a bloody and horrific scene. Seon-hu gasps in shock, crying out for his summon. Joshua lies there, battered and breathing his final weak words. He begs his master to save him and run before the enemy arrives. Suddenly, a deadly streak of light charges toward them. It strikes like a high-speed missile, but Seon-hu absorbs the impact effortlessly. A massive explosion of dust shrouds the area. Out of the smoke, Lizard hurls a soldier's corpse straight at him. The beast's crazed eyes lock onto Seon-hu's icy stare. Seon-hu looks at the body, asking if that is Lizard. Joshua weakly nods, confirming they almost had the monster beat. Seon-hu coldly orders Joshua to step back, promising to settle the score with their crazed opponent himself. A spatial rift tears open in the office, and the heavily battered summon quickly crawls through to safety. Seeing the mangled summon appear right in front of her, Jessica screams in horror and calls out his name. She frantically screams to summon the healer's sister immediately. The couple rushes over to check on his critical state. Battered and bloody, Joshua pushes a desperate telepathic warning to his master, begging him to be careful. Meanwhile, Seon-hu is locked in a fierce duel, effortlessly dodging every lethal strike the monster throws at him. Seon-hu unleashes a colossal blast of emerald energy, slamming the massive sphere directly into the beast to crush it. He figured his opponent was a fire mage, so fire magic wouldn't work on him. Honestly, if there were any other monsters like him, even he would find himself in deep trouble. Na Seon-hu repeatedly conjured red energy spheres, launching them directly at Li Dan once more. Li Dan seemed completely buried under the earth, with only his arms sticking out. Na Seon-hu suddenly demanded, "You bastard, so that is your true form." Li Dan violently soared into the air, gathering a fireball in his hand. His appearance resembled a giant, ferocious demon with thousands of sparks absorbing the magic and swirling around him. A massive pillar of light erupted, surging straight toward Na Seon-hu. He firmly held his ground as the system announced that the solar sword of Da had converted into the solar cloak of Da. The wind barrier was already cracking, making Na Seon-hu curse under his breath as the flames burned through his solar cloak. Li Dan descended, charging at Na Seon-hu with bloodlust in his eyes as he unleashed relentless attacks, forcing him to retreat. Na Seon-hu quickly assessed the situation, realizing he had no time to swing his weapon. With his opponent's speed nearly matching N rank, while desperately defending, he realized this bastard was an own priest, a human, from the 7 demon kings. Li Dan did not care, aiming a final blow, but Na Seon-hu stomped directly on his face, forcing him to defend in pain. The system notified that storm fusion, keen sensibility, and gifted talents had all been activated, and were now active. Na Seon-hu unleashed a massive blue lightning bolt, striking back at Kandarin. He silently realized he had hidden some traits, knowing his opponent was holding back. Even without overloading them, these traits pushed his agility and senses into an extreme state of overdrive. With a cold expression, Na Seon-hu growled, telling the bastard to try and escape this. Li Dan unleashed a raging torrent of fire, but it was quickly blocked by an invisible magic barrier. Without Na Seon-hu's absolute battlefield, those flames would have pierced the sky. Endless destruction as fire and lightning clashed violently during their intense duel. As King Onyx's muscle tissue finally melted away to reveal the bones underneath, Na Seon-hu understood why he possessed near-immortal resistance. The bone dragon revered by the undead held powerful ancient energy within its remains, which was now coursing through this creature. Energy surged through King Onyx's skeletal frame, gathering at his jaws. Na Seon-hu knew exactly what that meant. His face instantly paled, realizing this was the movement before its breath. Before the beast could exhale its devastating breath, a critical system alert suddenly flashed. Portal creation has been cast. Na Seon-hu panicked, scanning his surroundings frantically while trying to find an exit. He had to escape Na Seon-hu's absolute battlefield. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure erupted, enveloping the entire area. On the other side, he was struggling hard to break free from the magical net. That overwhelming pressure acted as a boost, pushing Na Seon-hu out of the barrier. At the exact moment a notification appeared, the ascetic has been activated and the healing seal has been used. Once he regained his footing, he breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that a second later would have forced him to use his final lifeline. Another window popped up, declaring the Red Dragon clan among the Holy Knights has been eliminated. He frowned in intense concentration as the alerts kept updating. A message read, "Your master is pleased. Authority plus 60. Current authority is 377 out of 380. Following this, a new quest appeared, wipe out the Great Red Bloodline. Eliminating the Great Red Bloodline among the ancient dragons would force the Great Red to awaken from its long slumber. With only one bloodline remaining, believed to be the Queen of Elslan, the target is clear. Eliminate the Queen of Elslan." Na Seon-hu rested his chin in his hand, deep in thought. It seemed ancient dragons were Owain's ultimate trump card. If a mere descendant was this powerful, they would be incredibly difficult to deal with. He quickly searched for his next move. First, he needed to gather intelligence. If his stats had not been amplified by the ascetic, he might not have noticed something crucial. Right then, Na Seon-hu suddenly felt a gaze pierce through space and time sharply, sensing a trace of magic. He glanced toward the source of this anomaly with an amused smile. This was perfect. Every time he encountered something like this, he wanted to experience it firsthand. A notification appeared below as a spear materialized in his hand. "You have equipped the lightning spear of Zeus." Na Seon-hu swiftly hurled the weapon toward the source of that surging spiritual energy. Meanwhile, in another location, a pair of eyes widened in sheer terror. A bolt of lightning struck Rosra directly in her eyes, causing her to collapse instantly as Canonas panicked. He quickly rushed over to hold her, screaming for help. He frantically ordered the guards outside to bring a healer immediately. Rosra weakly whispered, her face covered in blood. She told Canonas that even the queen's blessing could not heal this wound. She struggled to sit up, her body trembling violently from the shock. She warned him that time was running out, demanding he convey her words directly to the king. He must deliver her message personally, rather than going through his faction or any other channels. She insisted the message come directly from his own mouth. Canonas bowed his head low, politely promising that he understood. He urged his mother to speak. Rosra slowly covered her bandaged, injured eyes before revealing that two legendary holy knights had fallen. They had perished on the Greenwood continent, Kandarin and King Onyx. She knew her son had surely heard of them. Instantly, those legendary names sparked recognition in his mind. Kandarin was the guardian of the Maelstrom Plains, and King Onyx was there. He was widely known as one of the strongest knights. Canonas swallowed hard, asking in disbelief if both of them had really been defeated. Rosra writhed in intense pain, yet she forced the crucial words out. Kandarin had been slaughtered by the high priest of the 7 demon kings. That horrific death was what breached the gate. Meanwhile, King Onyx perished after waging a brutal war against the 7 demon kings. As Canonas watched in sheer panic, his mother suddenly convulsed and collapsed. Rosra shook violently, desperate to deliver her final warning. She gasped, telling Canonas to inform his majesty that King Onyx belonged to the dragon clan. What would the king do with this secret? That all depended on him. Canonas repeated the words in utter bewilderment, the dragon clan, as the light slowly faded from her eyes. She warned him to stay alert against the royal court. Luckily, the queen favored him, meaning his big opportunity would come when the time was right. Before she could even finish her sentence, her trembling ceased as her heart gave out. Right there inside the queen's bedroom, she was gone. Canonas held her lifeless body tight, sobbing as he wished her peace, hoping Lord Ra would watch over her soul. Then the scene shifts. Elsewhere, panic erupted among a group of scientists holding Joshua down frantically, shouting to apply another healing seal and find the sea god's relic. Voices echoed wildly through the laboratory, assuring a struggling Joshua that help was almost there and urging him to hold on a bit longer. Outside the lab, Jessica stood in silence, deep in thought. More than 10 of the association's top awakeners had rushed in to help. They desperately tried to extinguish the flames devouring Joshua. If his level had been any lower, he and the building would be nothing but ash. Jessica shivered violently as a terrifying thought crossed her mind. Just what kind of monsters were lurking in that other world? Right then, Julian stepped up to comfort her, gently asking if she was okay and telling her not to worry. He reassured her that the baby was safe. Exhausted, she covered her face, noting this was her first time seeing Joshua since his return. The trial zone had changed him, making her realize the global balance might be far more delicate than she ever imagined. Julian quickly comforted her. Pulling Jessica into a tight embrace, he promised her that things would improve. Just then, an official approached them with a sudden message. They were told to prepare because both of them were being deployed to the other side. They turned around in absolute horror, and Julian grew furious. He demanded they stop pointing out his wife's condition. But Jessica held him back softly, reassuring him that she was going to be fine. The messenger remained cold, stating it was a direct order from Na Seon-hu. As the pale couple clung to each other, the scene shifted. Now crowds of refugees were packing their belongings, streaming into a massive barrier. Julian and Jessica looked around completely overwhelmed by the chaos. They stared at the strange environment while their guide stepped forward to verify their access credentials with the automated security system. Access code 0126 was instantly processed, confirming their entry authorization. With that, they were allowed to cross the barrier. Stepping through, they froze completely stunned by the sight before them. The restless crowd behind them grew impatient, pushing them forward. Security officers urged them to keep moving to secure the fortress, while their guide told them to follow him to a vehicle. The vehicle sped past piles of fallen casualties, all drenched in fresh blood. Complete chaos erupted around them as desperate voices screamed. Medics were called to carry the dead aside. Julian frowned deeply, silently noting that this place looked exactly like a war zone. It resembled a battlefield back on Earth, but looking up at the sky, he spotted two moons, confirming they had left home. This was definitely an alien world. Their vehicle continued onward, kicking up dust as it sped across a vast, barren plain. Up ahead, Seon-hu stood in absolute silence, waiting with his back turned. Guided forward, the couple approached him with cautious, hesitant steps. As they closed the distance, their expressions froze in terror, their bodies turning completely rigid at the sight directly in front of them. Right before them was a bottomless, burning crater. Breaking the silence, Seon-hu asked if they were already familiar with the global system. He explained that the system's true name was One. Having broken free from One, he was now fighting for the Doom Chaos faction. Jessica asked the burning question on her mind, clarifying if he really joined Doom Chaos. Seon-hu slowly glanced over at them. He admitted it was the only way to ensure Earth's survival before asking if the monster raids back home had finally stopped. Looking directly at her, he asked for her honest thoughts on the devastating battlefield. Jessica spoke from her heart. She confessed it was far worse than she imagined, looking like an atomic bomb had flattened the entire area. Seon-hu nodded. He revealed that he had been fighting one of One's direct minions here. Just a single opponent had caused all this destruction. He warned her of the catastrophic consequences if such a battle ever reached Earth. Folding his arms, he nodded in respect. He expressed deep respect for her strong conscience, truly moved by her determination to sacrifice everything and stand by her beliefs. Of hers. In a peaceful world, that would be a wonderful virtue, he says in a low, warning tone. But right now it is clearly wartime. The whole world and all of humanity must fight with everything they have. Because this is the final battlefield created for Owen, and Doom chose to settle things once and for all. She does not need to think of all humanity. His sharp gaze suddenly delivers a question that is incredibly difficult to answer. Can she kill the creatures of this world for her husband and the unborn baby in her womb? The species here look like us, think like us. Can she do it? Na Seon-hu, who continues to analyze the situation for Jessica. Maybe she is not an awakened hunter or a trained soldier, but a single signature of hers can take away countless lives on this land. His eyes close as he lets out a tired sigh, saying he forgives her and offers her a chance to fight by his side. Na Seon-hu looks at her with deep trust, leaving the choice entirely up to Jessica. The choice is yours now, Jessica. He looks her in the eyes, waiting. Will she stay or leave? After a brief moment, her mind is made up. Jessica remains quiet, but her deep silence speaks volumes. With absolute determination, Jessica says she will stand by Na Seon-hu, but he sits under the night sky and the campfire, lost in deep thought. Jessica's return brings a brief moment of peace back home, but fresh doubts flood his mind. A sudden piercing question echoes in Na Seon-hu's thoughts. Do you pursue power? Then prove it. He tilts his head slightly, wondering if the so-called ancient dragons can actually prove it. If they built their main base here from the start, why did they push humanity directly into the center of the battlefield? Na Seon-hu's mind is plagued with questions that have no answers. Anger flares up, but there's just too little information. He must stay focused. Chasing only what's right ahead is a fast way to end up like a small-time investor losing everything in the market. How much do the others actually know about those ancient dragons? Right then, Joshua drops from the sky, landing right in front of him. He instantly drops to one knee, in deep respect, apologizing to Na Seon-hu that his shortcomings put his master in danger. Na Seon-hu simply glances at Joshua, calmly offering a reward. No, you did an excellent job, and I give you the territory of Kandarin as your prize. Joshua's body tenses in shock while Na Seon-hu stands up lightly, scratching his head as he says they should go gather their loot. Soon they arrive at a nearby village where every single Oppavari Dao resident bows down to Na Seon-hu in absolute unconditional surrender. He looks over the crowd with a pleased expression, noting they accepted defeat quite gracefully. At that moment, Joshua raises a quiet concern, asking if they shouldn't avoid interfering with the matters of the other world. Na Seon-hu coldly reminds him that this is his team's business, completely separate from the Awakened Association. Josua immediately nods, fully accepting his master's words. Right then, an old man trembling all over gasps out a desperate plea, begging for mercy and promising that if Na Seon-hu lifts the plague, he will swear absolute loyalty. The old man speaks with the last of his strength. The castle of Kandarin held out for a long time, but the common folk simply cannot survive this forever. Na Seon-hu acts fast, turning to order Josua to clear away the toxic mist. After all, what is the point of conquering a land if everyone is already dead? Josua gently waves his hand, brushing away the plague-ridden air until it completely vanishes. As the mist clears, the villagers stare in absolute shock, crying out that the cloud of death is finally fading. Seeing their joy, Na Seon-hu cuts in to remind them, to lead them directly to Kandarin's stronghold without trying any tricks. Soon a young girl is singled out to guide them. She was once a servant of Kandarin, and as the villagers point her out, she looks utterly resigned to her fate. As she cracks open the heavy doors, Na Seon-hu turns to Josua with a devious grin, saying, he can definitely look forward to this. Now watch, because a massive haul of valuable loot is waiting. Meanwhile, inside the palace of Siliv, the king sits on his throne, holding his head in deep frustration. King Rima's worries, realizing the ancient chronicles were right, the demon king has truly descended upon their world. He asks aloud if Duke Kandarin has indeed fallen, to which Leo gravely replies that he witnessed it with his own eyes. In fact, without the timely help of King Onyx, Leo admits he would never have made it back alive. Rimas grows even darker, wondering if the Duke's son simply ran away after watching his father die. He really is nothing but a useless, cowardly child. With a heavy sigh, the king mutters how unbelievable it is that both Duke Kandarin and King Onyx fell together. What Ras asks himself in complete confusion. What do we do now? Will St. Jen actually show up in person to save us? He replies that he wants to fight alongside them until the very end, but his mission forces him to survive. Rimas raises an eyebrow and asks, what mission? He answers in a low voice that his father personally entrusted him with a deep family secret. Meanwhile, Na Seon-hu, Josua, and Sinvi make their way to the Kandarin fortress. Upon arrival, she softly introduces the place. This is the location her family has guarded for generations. Sinvi continues, admitting she knows nothing beyond that fact. It is the absolute truth. Na Seon-hu contemplates, sensing something sleeping deep beneath. Suddenly, he dives into the dark waters without hesitation. Na Seon-hu vanishes beneath the surface. Up on the shore, Josua calls out in worry for his master, who is already diving deep. Deep below, a ruined palace appears before Na Seon-hu, surrounded by a strange and intense dark energy flickering through the currents. Na Seon-hu does not care about the threat. He swings his blade, cleaving the water wide open to step inside. How arrogant for a mere item, he thinks. Submit to me. Just then, the mystical black power begins to fade away, revealing a mysterious book. It is the second volume of the Death Register, one of 3 dark magic tomes forged by Doom Entergasto, an S-tier item level 620. Na Seon-hu steps closer mentally, comparing it to everything else in his inventory. His highest level gear is Na Seon-hu's golden armor, and this book matches that tier. Na Seon-hu reaches out to touch it, but an unseen force resists him, making his hands feel incredibly heavy. He struggles against the weight. This feels different from completing the life buoy, he thinks. It is actively pushing back with polarized energy. A system prompt asks if he wants to purify and claim it. Required authorities 300. Its other abilities remain unaffected. A blinding golden light erupts from the book. He finally manages to touch it, but still cannot open the pages. Na Seon-hu thinks in annoyance, are you trying to start a war between me and Doom Entergasto? Not that it matters. They were destined to clash one day anyway. The power surges so intensely that it breaks through. The energy pierces the water, shining brightly on the surface and forming a colossal pillar of light stretching into the sky. The massive beam has no visible end. Josua calls out in worry, while underwater Na Seon-hu holds the book close. Na Seon-hu wonders if purification is how Doom Entergasto dominates the gods. If so, he gladly welcomes the challenge. He surfaces and hands the book to Josua, telling him to take it as a reward for his hard work. Josua is utterly stunned. He asks if this is not the exact item Na Seon-hu had been searching for since the trial zone. Why would he give away such a crucial item? Na Seon-hu clarifies that things are slightly different. This is the second volume. He remembers ordering someone named Lunia to retrieve the first volume along with the commander's gear, but there is still no news. Clearly, playing nice will not work with her. Just wait and see. Shaking his head, Na Seon-hu explains his reasoning. He says he looked for it for Josua all along because it suits him much better. The transfer is complete. Josua happily thanks his master. And get this, as he takes the book, his hidden face is finally revealed. The gloomy air around him completely vanishes. Na Seon-hu smiles, telling him he can finally take off that cloak now. Josua hesitates, saying it has been a long time since he last saw his own face. Then he glances over at Sinvi. Na Seon-hu tells him to follow his instincts. Sinvi shrinks back in sheer terror as Josua takes a slow step toward her. With a wet tear, blood sprays everywhere. She screams in absolute agony as his sharp fangs sink deep into her neck. Sinvi is quickly drained, leaving behind nothing but a shriveled, bloodless corpse. Na Seon-hu watches with a highly satisfied expression. The Plague Bearer and Vampire King. Na Seon-hu praises the magnificent sight looking at Josua's glowing red eyes and blood-stained lips. Elsewhere, the King of Siliv stands completely frozen by his window, staring blankly out into the distance. He thinks with heavy sorrow, how could Kandarin possess such a relic? The death register from the God-Demon War. It was even mentioned in the sacred records. The mere thought of it gives Rimas a massive headache. He sighs, realizing they could have stopped the Demon King's descent but refused because the book is filled with dark magic. How utterly foolish. What is the point of preserving honor when you are already dead? Footsteps echo from behind him. Rimas asks about the current situation. His subordinate respectfully reports that securing aid from other kingdoms is nearly impossible. However, an envoy from the Kingdom of Air has just arrived. Hearing this, Rimas spits out in pure rage. Curse them, he would rather be torn apart by the Demon King's minions than bow to those wretched dogs. He notes his subordinate's family also harbors a deep hatred for Air. The man agrees but warns the demon forces have penetrated too deep. They have breached deep into their territory. At this point, they both must be thinking about the exact same desperate move. With that very man, they would hire the mercenary king. The subordinate looks up sharply. It seems both of them share the exact same dark thought. Mercenary King Onu, known as the Spirit King Incarnate, is notorious for his bottomless greed. Rimas speaks in a low, heavy voice. The royal treasury alone cannot buy him. They need backing from everyone, from the nobles to every corner of the realm. The subordinate bows, realizing the kingdom's future is fading into dark uncertainty. Praying to Goddess Lema is their only hope now. Meanwhile, outside, a relentless, high-pitched buzz cuts through the quiet air. Fleet of scouting drones swarm overhead. Sanjin looks up from his bowl of noodles, thoroughly annoyed by the mechanical noise. He grumbles about the racket, but Jae-hun steps up from behind to explain they are currently scanning the surrounding terrain, mapping out everything while scouting for potential threats. Sanjin blinks suddenly, realizing who it is, and greets Kim Jun. It has been ages, and the guy looks way bulkier. Kim Jun sits on the grass, sighing that those magic traps are a massive headache. Sanjin just laughs it off. Woo Yun-hee has already locked down the entire perimeter anyway. Kim Jun stares at the massive barrier. He asks if Woo Yun-hee is already inside, and Sanjin confirms she has been working in there for quite some time now. He wonders why Jae-hun is here instead of the capital where the real loot is. Jae-hun sighs. The Rosai PMC got there first. They are only here to sweep up the leftovers. Sanjin chuckles, noting that his young friend was a bit too slow this time. Jae-hun admits he gets 6% of all the loot on top of his base salary from the Na Seon-hu Corporation. Sanjin scratches his nose, trying to calculate if that is actually a lot of money. Jae-hun just grins. He explains that getting 6% of the total profits from these occupied areas means he never has to worry about money again. Sanjin yells in disbelief. If they keep paying that passive cut, the kid basically hit the ultimate lottery jackpot. Jae-hun admits that is why everyone risks their lives and suggests that Lord Caliber should claim his cut too. Sanjin planned to wait until the end but worries there will be nothing left. Maybe building a small magic tower is better. Kim Joo nearly chokes a wizard tower. If he secures a gold mine like that, the profit would be astronomical. Magic items are fetching insane prices right now. If Sanjin clears it out, he will make more than a lifetime of earnings. Sanjin laughs, praising the kid's golden tongue. He certainly knows exactly how to make an old man feel good. But suddenly, Sanjin's smile completely vanishes. He freezes, looking toward the distance as the massive barrier suddenly dissolves. Yanhai descends from the sky, landing quietly on the grass. Sanjin tentatively calls her sister, but she just glares back in fury. Cold sweat pours down his face. Her murderous glare feels exactly like the day his ex-wife kicked him out of the house. She mutters that mages are incredibly annoying creatures, then demands to know if there's anyone actually strong nearby. Someone possessing pure physical power, not magic. Jae-hun recalls a strange report, quickly pulling up his tactical tablet. He mentions a suspicious group of mercenaries. Pointing to the screen, he explains they were tracking a massive force. Nearly 10,000 soldiers were moving when the recon drone was suddenly shot down from an extreme altitude. Whoever pulled the trigger must be ridiculously powerful. Now watch at those very coordinates. A brutal slaughter is already underway. Soldiers scream to focus fire and suppress the enemy, but chaos erupts as a monstrous force tears through their lines. Mutilated limbs and fresh blood spray across the battlefield. Ruined corpses litter the ground in a horrifying scene of carnage. Out of the entire army, not a single soul is left breathing. Only one man stands alive amidst the dead. The citizens of Siliv celebrate, cheering that the Demon King's army has been utterly wiped out in an instant. They chant praises for their kingdom, and King Rima's completely unaware of the shadow looming in the quiet corner. A mercenary asks what to do next. Nu calmly orders them to slaughter everyone, freezing the crowd's cheers into pure horror. A terrified citizen stammers, asking what they are doing. Nu just lets out a savage, twisted laugh of pure ecstasy. He loves this chaotic world. After all, they can slaughter and pillage, and everyone will blame the Demon King. If they play their cards right, they might even seize the magic tower of Ronus. Back in the present, Sanjin stares. He watches the screen, muttering a curse about crazy lunatics. Dragging two of Onu's defeated men by their ankles, stepping right over the two fallen henchmen, Sanjin marched directly toward his face twisted with pure, unfiltered rage. Demanding to know if was the leader, Sanjin dragged his two comrades forward, leaving a gruesome trail of blood. Receiving no reply, he snarled again, demanding to know if this was the bastard who had slaughtered all of his men. Merely narrowed his eyes, ignoring the question entirely while quietly sizing up the giant warrior standing right before him. Suddenly, shifted his gaze to Yeon-hee and lunged forward without a word, but his target was ready for the sudden clash. Yeon-hee stands calmly behind him. Suddenly, Onu drops down. His heavy stomp crashes right into his own lackey, leaving him battered while she remains completely untouched. She calmly watches Onu without flinching, even as the collateral underling gets kicked dozens of meters away, completely ignored by everyone on the battlefield. Sanjin snaps. He roars in absolute fury, calling him a bastard. He huffs and puffs in frustration, clenching his fists tight as his anger boils over. He growls out, asking if Onu even knows what he's doing, declaring that grunts should only fight grunts before leaping straight toward his enemy. Shaking the entire area, he lunges. The wall shatters with a crash. Like a madman, he raises his weapon high to strike his enemy down. Onu swiftly dodges, escaped but panicked. He can't hide his fear, muttering that Sanjin is an absolute lunatic for swinging like that. He barks out, asking if Sanjin is swinging that like a sword. But you see, there are plenty of reasons why Sanjin rules the battlefield. His brutal style strikes absolute terror. But that's not all. His true secret lies in his legendary destructive fist trait. Refusing to let his target escape, Sanjin presses the attack in pure rage, demanding to know how long Onu plans to keep running away. His fists are lethal because they amplify unarmed attack power, making this a highly effective strategy to avoid being flagged for weapon usage. As Anu struggles to dodge, he grumbles inwardly, unable to believe that a fighter of his caliber actually has to use active skills here. Onu counterattacks with sheer fury. He swings his blade, screaming for his opponent to drop dead, while Sanjin clenches his teeth in response to this sudden and incredibly deadly strike. The slash is simply too close to dodge, accompanied by Onu's mocking laughter as he asks who Sanjin expects to hit with such sloppy movements. Two sharp cuts. They slice Sanjin's arm and stomach, tearing through his defense right now. The severed limbs fall as Sanjin writhes in agony. Unbelievable, right? Onu simply wears a smug smirk, boasting about his ultimate power. He sneers that this is the legendary body of the Spirit King and Sanjin is simply outclassed. Meanwhile, Yeon-hee talks with Na Seon-hu outside. She explains that the mana sword doesn't fire where it swung but is instead guided by a pre-established flow of energy. Staring intensely at the battle, she pauses for a moment before adding that the flow of mana acts like a living entity. How a fighter manipulates it defines the peak of their swordsmanship. Drawing on her vast knowledge, Yeon-hee reflects on Ronsius. She shares insights from Ronsius's memories, but hearing that name makes Na Seon-hu lose his patience as he eagerly presses for answers. Her voice drops. So heavy. She slowly explains that he chose death over her mental control, wasting all her effort. She admits she put a lot of effort into him. Na Seon-hu quickly glances over, offering a gentle word of comfort to her. He tells her to relax, since they didn't return empty-handed, prompting Yeon-hee to bow her head and speak hesitantly. She confesses she simply wanted to possess him, her quiet expression reflecting a deep, solemn contemplation of her choices. Since ordinary memories aren't enough to fully harness mana, they might never be able to tap into its true absolute power. Mana is defined as the breath of Lord Lacrima infused into nature, acting as the core mechanism of the ancient city. It protects this place and remains a piece of the city itself, prompting Na Seon-hu to frown and ask for clarification. He wants to confirm if it stopped working because they switched to the Doom's choice system, even though the content remains unchanged. Ignoring his question, Yeon-hee quietly continues, explaining that this is exactly why she wanted the powerful wizard Ronsius. She hopes a Grand Wizard's examination could reveal a different answer. Na Seon-hu nods in agreement before suddenly remembering another crucial detail. He points out that the guy isn't a mage. Yeon-hee keeps her eyes locked on the ongoing duel while answering. She notes that swordsmen use mana quite differently than mages do before turning to Na Seon-hu with a soft, intriguing invitation. Tag along. She wants to test the other side. Na Seon-hu is confused, wondering if Doom's choice power would cause some serious issues. Yeon-hee easily shrugs it off calmly, stating that even in the absolute worst-case scenario, the only thing destroyed would be his mental world. Meanwhile, the fierce battle on the other side grows even more intense. Sanjin downplays his severed arm, using his remaining hand to easily hoist Onu's lackey before smashing him down hard. He hurls the body away. Gritting his teeth, he charges Onu, screaming for the bastard to take this. Sanjin leaps high, raised fist. He delivers a devastating finisher that sends violent convulsions racking through Onu's body. He trembles violently under the relentless barrage of heavy punches, leaving him absolutely no room to mount any counterattack. Things get wild. Na Seon-hu quickly calls out to stop him, freezing Sanjin's raised hand dead in midair. "Stop, don't kill him." Exhausted, Sanjin plops onto the ground, complaining about how weird the guy fights. Yeon-hee slowly approaches to praise him, asking if he enjoyed what was surely a pretty interesting combat experience. Sanjin simply raises his arm to the sky and a brand new limb instantly sprouts to replace the severed one. Holding back the pain, he jokes that another interesting experience like that would literally send him straight to his grave. He asks what she plans to do with the prisoner, catching her off guard, which only makes Sanjin sigh in resignation. She finishes speaking and urges him on. Soon, Seon-hu and Yeon-hee take flight, soaring across the sky before landing in a completely barren, desolate camp. A desolate wasteland with only a few scattered tents. Once Seon-hu completes his mental disguise, he lands curiously, examining his new physical form. He runs a hand over his arms, testing this unfamiliar body. Right then, Yeon-hee finishes her own disguise, lands, and tells him his name is Zico. This is about 25 years in the past. Seon-hu turns to look at her with a quiet smile, closely studying her new appearance. He notes how different she looks now. Yeon-hee twirls a lock of her hair, clearly annoyed by the limitations of this transformation. She mutters that she could not get everything exactly how she wanted. It seems the stronger the target, the more robust their mental defense. She shrugs helplessly. Even though this host is not nearly as high level as Ronsius, it is still a challenge. Seon-hu frowns deeply at this. His gaze grows uneasy as he asks if she really lacks complete control, wondering what happens if they end up getting killed. Yeon-hee explains with absolute confidence. Since they did not enter using their true physical and mental forms, they will not suffer any actual injuries. At worst, they will just get kicked out of the host's mind. Hearing that, Seon-hu merely nods and repeats a term she used. The concept of a mental body. She quickly explains that it can be understood as something akin to a soul. Seon-hu nods, recalling a distant memory of how he used to keep something very similar. Yeon-hee then plays along with the scenario. She waves him forward with a bright smile, telling him it is time to go train his mana. She cheers him on as Zico. The backstory she crafted is pretty simple. Anir and Zico were raised as humble farmers deep in the Forest of Lamentations. They joined this mercenary group about a year ago, whose captain is highly skilled at teaching others how to use mana. Yeon-hee beams with pride, silently gloating that she gets to play the role of this impressive mercenary captain. Mana movement behaves like oil paint dispersing in water. First, one must generate a steady flow, then swing their weapon along with it. Depending on how that flow is structured, countless combat techniques can be born. And Onir's talent is completely undeniable. By sparring with him every single night, Seon-hu quickly learns to master his mana, splitting a single mana blade into multiple edges. As he trains, he assesses his progress. It feels slower and weaker now, but during his fight with Sang-jin, he created 4. He wonders if he can break down and rebuild his skills based on this flow, a truly genius concept if it works. A massive stretch of time passes inside the mental realm before Yeon-hee and Seon-hu are finally able to return to reality. 2 full weeks have flown by in that mental space. Looking utterly exhausted, Yeon-hee rubs her messy hair and complains. As expected, this world's mana control method is not very useful to her, since she cannot draw mana back from nature. On the other hand, Seon-hu made some real progress. He quickly brings up what he discovered, hoping to share his findings. He managed to grasp a subtle hint. Suddenly, a system notification flashes brightly right in front of them. You have cast Dabby's Blade. Cooldown is 3 hours. Time remaining is 259. He realized why it recharges over time. Instead of absorbing natural mana, their bodies possess something like an internal power plant. The structure is completely identical. This is an entirely new sensation for Seon-hu, something he has never felt before. Then the system alerts him. Dabby's blade has successfully transformed into Kali's blade. Having waited so long, Yeon-hee finally starts losing her patience. She calls out to him, prompting Seon-hu to quickly snap out of his trance. The notifications keep rolling in. Kali's blade has now evolved into Indra's blade. He can actually see the mana flow powering his skills. He extends his hand, channeling his spiritual energy. He mutters that he feels something strange in his senses. There is no turning back, so he has to try. A bizarre sensation swells in his chest, reminiscent of his past battle. That fight against Dragarine to face transcendent beings comes to mind. Suddenly, a notification pops up. Jur's will has been removed. Sweat pours down his face as he realizes he needs a single dominant skill rather than a weak mix of standard ones. Jur's Will is a utility skill designed to draw monster aggro while healing both physical and magical damage. Seon-hu exhales a weary sigh as another prompt chimed in. The collector trait has been successfully removed. This trait normally prevents items from breaking during failed enhancements. He plans to dismantle and fuse them into his main skills. He wants to elevate his power to the absolute maximum. Immediately after a barrage of system alerts floods his vision. Claws of Set has been removed. Wrath of Hera has been removed. Watching this madness, Sang-jin and Yoon-hee stand utterly frozen. Meanwhile, Honor's unconscious body suddenly lets out a pain-heavy gasp as strange sounds echo in his ears. His tightly shut eyelids slowly flutter open. The moment he wakes, Onir gasps in pure shock at the sight before him. Seon-hu is wrapped in an incredibly blinding violent aura. Blood vessels bulge across his straining muscles as he fights to endure. He pours every ounce of his remaining strength into breaking past this final agonizing barrier, a strange shout escaping his lips. Incredible. This is the synthesis target. A moment later, Seon-hu actually succeeds and system notifications start ringing out endlessly. You have deployed Hanuman's tail within his fire attribute skills. The Na Seon-hu Mirror of Ra is the strongest, but for direct attacks is the most suitable. His hand strongly grips the intense light, but some of it still manages to escape through his fingers, leak through his grip. Seon-hu lets out a loud shout, unleashing overwhelming flames that reduce everything to ashes. Once again, when he opens his eyes, he realizes his consciousness is in an unfamiliar place. A massive light bathes his entire body. He stares at it in complete shock, hesitantly murmuring that this must be the inner universe within himself. Seon-hu sweeps his toward a glowing purple circle, silently guessing that this overwhelming energy belongs to the overcomer of adversity. His gaze then shifts to the blue black hole nearby. It shows the most massive change of all Devi's sword, while the torn part is the tearing motion of Na Seon-hu's wrath. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light catches his attention, radiating intensely far off in the distance. A flood of system notifications suddenly streams in for some unknown reason. Hanuman's tail has just been reinforced, creating ultra-hot wings of fire and 3 tails. He is prompted to name this new skill and notifications flash on screen after his choice. He has deployed the skill, No Name. On the outside, Yoon-hee and Sang-jin are screaming in agony. They cry out that they are burning alive, prompting Yoon-hee to quickly cast her magic. She activates Woo Yoon-hee's touch, halting the damage. Seon-hu's consciousness snaps right back into his body, waking him up amidst raging flames. Once again, the notification repeats. The skill No Name is successfully created. Nearby, Sang-jin keeps screaming in agony about the intense heat while Onu and the Elder turn pale. With absolute terror and honestly, who would not be Sang-jin, expresses deep gratitude to Yoon-hee, saying that without her healing magic, would have been turned to ashes by that terrifying skill. He shivers uncontrollably, completely overwhelmed. Suddenly, a chorus of highly excited voices echo inside his mind, praising his masterly swordsmanship as a great storm, calling him the true Spirit King. In reality, he suddenly screams out, denying it and calling for Carol. He looks over at Seon-hu and mumbles that the only entity worthy of the Spirit King title is someone like him. Meanwhile, Seon-hu is scratching his head, awkwardly apologizing to Yoon-hee and Sang-jin for completely forgetting about everyone standing around them. The scene then shifts to a dark room where the shaman sits alone. He is huddled in a corner before a campfire holding a string of prayer beads. His dark eyes burn with killing intent, resolving to investigate the source of that sudden colossal mana. He wonders if this power might bring great fortune to his tribe or if it will prove to be incredibly destructive. Bathed in the flickering firelight, the shaman's face looks absolutely manic, as if he is sensing something close. He suddenly snaps out of his trance, realizing someone is approaching to give him answers. He glances over in surprise at the intrusion. He wonders what that bizarre presence is, questioning if the intruder is insane. Meanwhile, Seong-il casually steps forward without any fear. The tribal guard stands firmly in his path, demanding in a deep, gruff voice to know if the kid has any idea where he is going or if he is just lost. Seong-il simply smirks and sighs, completely oozing confidence. Seeing this reaction, the guard freezes in shock. But watch closely. Shaman pokes his head out while the clueless guard keeps on rambling, threatening him for laughing. Shaman opens his massive jaws, bearing sharp, jagged fangs as he screams out a warning. All of you fall back, that is the Fire Spirit King. Seong-il steps forward with supreme arrogance as Shaman yells out the title. He smiles smugly, noting that at least one person recognizes his greatness before demanding to see their leader. On the other side, inside a large outdoor tent, Bomos stares with intense curiosity at the unexpected visitor standing before him. A voice announces the arrival of the Fire Spirit King. Cheonryong tilts his head politely, greeting the chief for the very first time. The chief still does not comprehend his true identity, calmly asking the young kid where his master is currently hiding. He claims only Lord Cheonryong holds the right to speak directly with him. Song-il simply smiles, baring his sharp fangs, and speaks in a voice soft as a gentle breeze, telling him to treat him with the exact same respect. He continues, warning that the Demon King's forces are basically right on their doorstep. Song-il slows down his speech, delivering each heavy word, like a heavy sledgehammer, telling the chief that he now owes him a massive debt. Seong-il's expression shifts, becoming incredibly serious. He lowers his voice, warning that the Demon King is growing stronger and they must eliminate him before it is too late. The shaman standing nearby suddenly speaks up, finally connecting the dots that the massive mana surge came from the Demon King. Deciding to test him, Bomos asks Cheonryong if he knows that Kandarin, King Onyx, and Ronus have all three been defeated. He replies with supreme confidence, warning the chief not to compare the Demon King to those three. Bomos gets straight to the point, asking what kind of help he wants. Cheonryong responds gently, saying he is not asking him to become Sanjin. He dropped a single sentence telling them to leave that part to them. Hearing those words, Saman and Bomos were utterly astonished, their faces shaking with intense shock. A woman with a dead serious expression made her entrance. It was Sinfit. Following right behind her was a man carrying an absolutely overwhelming aura, Lord Noah, accompanied by Lord Wiley. Hearing these incredibly powerful names, Bomos could not help but gasp in shock. With the four great spirit kings gathered in one place, he seriously reported the situation. Celian spoke, declaring that the tribes of Greenwood had no right to that land, so instead, the great warriors of Lacrima would seize it for themselves. Hearing this, his entire body shook violently, as if he could not believe his own ears. After a long silence, he slowly began to speak, saying he trusted their master but could not simply believe the words of a mere kid. Bomos then made a proposal, assuring the great leader, the Flame Emperor, that if Lord Song personally showed up, Bomos would swear upon a warrior's sacred honor. Celian then argued logically to persuade him. Seriously, if they were lying, why would they all gather like this? They would be the ones to seal away the Demon King. Shinfit glared at Bomos with razor-sharp eyes while Celian confidently kept speaking. But just as the Patriarch and Lacrima's warriors finished clearing the remaining demon forces, she suddenly shrieked out in sheer terror, her face distorted with panic as a massive burst of blue energy slammed straight down onto the earth. Bomos and Salmon were caught right in the blast, their faces immediately twisting in agonizing pain. Yet the others still desperately shielded Celian to ensure his absolute safety. The released energy expanded outward at a terrifying speed. The chieftain, along with the other orcs, immediately collapsed under this sudden disaster. Noah and Wiley did everything in their power to keep Celian safe, still unable to comprehend the madness unfolding around them. Then three figures descended from the sky right before their eyes. Sang-woo asked coldly if these were the so-called Spirit Kings. Yeon-hee answered hesitantly, saying they probably were, even though they did not quite look the part. Sang-woo stared directly at them. His eyes were icy cold as he noted that the Dragarin and the Spirit Kings seemed to have prepared quite well. He asked who the Fire Spirit King was. Sang-woo stepped forward, his eyes locking onto Celian as he announced he had things to test. Celian gnashed his teeth in anger, sweat pouring down his forehead. Meanwhile, agonizing cries echoed across the courtyard from grieving families who had lost their loved ones. An officer reported that many of Reo's assault teams had perished, leaving him deeply concerned. He asked if they had examined the bodies, noting he had never seen remains burned to ash like that before, his voice turning grim. He wondered what kind of monster had attacked them. The path the Spirit King had carved resembled the ruins of Pompeii. If all four of the Spirit Kings had actually mobilized, the destruction would have been infinitely worse than this apocalyptic wasteland. On the other side, a charred corpse lay engulfed in flames, its mouth and eyes wide open in an eternal scream. Na Seon-hu's S-class mythical beast manifested, blazing fire wings and three tails. With a 6-hour duration and a 12-hour cooldown, the remaining time was 11:57. As Na Seon-hu's beast deactivated, Sang-woo sneered, muttering that it was more than enough. Sang-jin inspected the fallen orcs, confirming they were completely lifeless. This entire area was wiped out. Yuni shared her thoughts, noting the Spirit Kings had likely abandoned their hosts and fled. Sang-woo surveyed the surroundings, his face darkening as he remarked that this would teach everyone a lesson. Nobody would dare underestimate this place anymore. With the trading system opening tomorrow, the world's capitals would fully mobilize to rearm and build a military force capable of countering threats like the Spirit Kings should they ever decide to show up again. This strategy even included forming alliances in a worst-case scenario. They simply had to prepare everything to absolute perfection. Next up on the agenda was generating some serious profits. They were currently busy gathering individuals who could not even communicate properly to boost their production capacity. These were highly experienced experts in their field who would surely deliver outstanding results. The local citizens would soon realize that life under the rule of the Demon King's army was actually far better and more stable. They would understand that serving the Demon King meant they would never face starvation. This was the ultimate way to conquer a territory. First, secure a safe zone, then use it as a central hub to spread like a plague, consuming everything in its path. Night fell as the high moon cast faint beams of light over a grand castle. Deep inside one of its quiet rooms, Sang-woo was resting peacefully on a modest bed. He lay completely still, deeply lost in a heavy, undisturbed slumber. Moments later, a sudden noise made him snap his eyes open. Turning toward the doorway, he saw a bizarre creature standing there. The entity possessed two nearly identical heads, sharing a single physical body. Sang-woo felt a sudden surge of pure surprise. Two heads. He could not help but ask what kind of creature it was. Its body began to shake violently under cold sweat. Terrified to its very core, the beast knew exactly who he was. Suddenly, it fell to its knees as if unable to stand. Sang-woo slowly sat up, wondering if this was some sort of submissive gesture. The creature remained in that position, leaning back slightly. He asked if it wanted him to follow. The creature then began dragging itself forward step by step, beckoning him to follow it. It was absolutely terrified of Na Seon-hu. He understood not wanting to die but thought having some pride would be better. He followed the creature down a long path, entering a cave together. He found it puzzling, wondering if this was how it got into the fortress through a hidden tunnel. Na Seon-hu suddenly spoke up, making it flinch. How much further, he demanded. Terrified by his shout, it turned around trembling. Tears welled up in its eyes as if it had suffered a massive injustice. Na Seon-hu stared at its pitiful face, completely speechless. This two-headed monster had once terrified everyone, chasing him down ruthlessly. But now, as one of the seven mighty demon kings, looking at this beast felt like looking at a harmless neighborhood dog. Snapping back to reality, it knelt down and gestured for Na Seon-hu to head down the path ahead. He maintained a calm expression as he crossed a rotting bridge, but inside he could sense a powerful presence waiting ahead. Now this is where things get interesting. Na Seon-hu smiled, looking straight at the giant creature waiting before him in the shadows. Long time no see, Doom Kaso, he murmured. He wondered if this was where the beast had been hiding all this time. Na Seon-hu's eyes grew cold. A low tier like you dares to summon me here. You better be ready to pay the price. Becoming a Doom man confirmed the hierarchy of the seven demon kings. Doom Kaos is the strongest, followed by Doom Antagasto, then Doom Arakuda. Lower down are Doom Insectum and Doom Dia. Doom Kaso sits right at the very bottom, Amon noted, meaning he is below me, the one who rose by defeating Doom Dia. Amon then began laying out his master plan. I needed the combined strength of the 8 great evils and 8 great saints to face him, yet we only force him back. Now that I am facing him again, he continued, I realized just how incredibly weak humanity was back then. Amon's voice dropped. I will take the spoils of war. Na Seon-hu frowned, questioning what spoils he was talking about. Amon declared the war in this land has resumed, offering an alluring deal. Even the hiding Drago bastards will start moving again. If you join forces with me, I will hand over every single piece of loot we managed to seize from them. We must cooperate, he insisted. Doom Kaso wanted this too, but hearing such ridiculous nonsense, the Doom man scoffed. You were sealed away after getting knocked out, weren't you? And now, instead of begging for your life, he sneered coldly, mocking the beast. Cooperate, don't make me laugh. You will submit and follow my orders. Na Seon-hu summoned his weapon. That is the absolute law of the 7 demon kings. Since you serve me, the loot is mine. Na Seon-hu's wrath was unleashed, summoning a crackling spear of pure lightning. Looking at the weapon, the beast became incredibly tense, cold sweat pouring down as its eyes turned wild and frantic. Hearing those demands, the creature grew incredibly tense as cold sweat dripped down. Its eyes turned wild. Wasn't the situation already obvious? How utterly foolish. Na Seon-hu raised his powerful spear, preparing to strike. Without a single moment of hesitation, he lunged forward. He stabbed the spear straight into Doom Kaso's eye, triggering a massive lightning explosion. The beast's agonized scream echoed through the forest, before it finally blacked out. The shockwave of that scream reached a nearby village, leaving the locals trembling from the sudden earthquake. They wondered in confusion if it was an earthquake. Meanwhile, a nearby plot of land violently cracked open from a massive undercurrent. Shaking the earth as a hand with sharp, deadly claws suddenly burst through the ground, clawing its way up to the surface. Once its massive body fully emerged, Doom Kaso clutched its head, groaning in agonizing pain. The intense suffering seemed to trigger something, breaking the seal, holding it back. It raised its head to look at Seon-hu, growling to ask why he had done this. The massive beast let out an annoyed roar, shouting that it had not challenged him. Seon-hu just stared back in dead silence, staring at this 30-meter-tall behemoth. This was the exact monster that had once pushed humanity to the brink of total extinction. Seon-hu's sharp eyes glared at the beast with sheer contempt. You still haven't fully woken up yet, have you? He sneered. I will show you why I stand at a higher rank." He smiled inwardly, knowing exactly how to handle this creature. Right now, it was just an oversized dog that needed training. Doom Casso growled hoarsely, dark red blood dripping from one eye. Its other eye was filled with deep wariness. "Is this about your homeland? I was only following orders," it rasped out. With a roar, it raised a massive fist and swung down, shouting that Seon-hu had brought this upon himself. Its teeth gritted. The colossal fist plummeted with overwhelming force, tearing through the air. Seon-hu watched the terrifying blow rush down, bracing for impact, feeling the storm-like wind pressure crashing over him. Gritting his teeth, he was painfully reminded of the last time he faced this. Back then, Bak and Pam were swept away like falling leaves by the sheer force of that wind. But he quickly focused. Seon-hu tightened his grip on his weapon, telling himself with absolute determination that this time would be entirely different. He raised his weapon high to counter the overwhelming aura of Doom Casso's incoming fist. The giant's eyes instantly widened in pure shock. Cold sweat began to pour down its terrifying face. Doom Casso gritted its teeth, pouring even more devastating power into the blow. Suddenly, its hand jerks upward as it screams in absolute agony. Seizing the perfect opening, Na Seon-hu leaps straight at his target. He grabs a fistful of fur on the monster's head and yanks it down. Doom Casso quickly senses Na Seon-hu and prepares to counterattack. But it is too late. Leveraging his immense raw strength, he pins the massive head firmly to the ground. And just like that, Doom Casso falls completely helpless under Na Seon-hu's crushing pull. Just watch this flawless landing from our hero right after looking incredibly cool. While the beast lies completely sprawled on the dirt, Na Seon-hu smiles, faintly casually brushing the dust off his hands with absolute satisfaction. "Now we are even," he mutters. Hearing this, Doom Casso trembles all over, his voice dripping with pure, unadulterated hatred. "You worthless dog," he snarls. "Do you really think you will be forgiven for this?" Na Seon-hu simply ignores the hollow threat, gently touching his own head. "This is just a personal conflict between us," he says calmly, "because you dared to disrespect your superior." The next words out of Na Seon-hu's mouth sound soft, but they make the monster's face freeze. "I only wanted to teach you a simple lesson," he adds, "but your endurance proved to be far too high." He quickly spins around, locking eyes with Doom Casso while running a finger across his own throat in a brutal, mocking gesture. "Now I have no choice but to end you." Fear and rage instantly explode across the monster's face as it bares its fangs. "You bastard, are you not afraid of Lord Doom Cho? Word of this will reach the High Council soon." Na Seon-hu's eyes flare with a terrifying blood-red light as he speaks with absolute chilling confidence. "I am pretty sure Lord Doom Cho will approve," he says. "Replacing a loser defeated by Dragorin with a new Doom sounds much better." Furious, Doom Casso shakes with raw indignation, screaming out, "What do you know, you arrogant brat? You were not even on that battlefield. Even the strongest high ranks were completely exhausted in that war." Na Seon-hu merely scoffs at his desperate excuse, exposing the deep fear the beast has hidden for years. "You were much stronger back then, yet you hid behind a seal, shirked your duties, all because you feared the Dragorin bloodline." Na Seon-hu looks directly into his opponent's eyes, spitting out every word. "Doom Casso, you are an absolute disgrace to the Doom name." Hearing this, the beast suddenly forces itself up, slowly but with stubborn resilience. The pain is not enough to break its pride. With knitted brows, every harsh word is laced with venomous fury. "You finally forced my hand," it growls. "Now look at my true form." Doom Casso begins, unleashing the innate terrifying power of the original timeline. We are back to the final days of the ancient war, where even Ellie fell to that monstrous force. The coward who ran away after Ellie's counterattack is now staring Na Seon-hu down. "Can this beast even survive a single blow from me?" Now our hero wonders with amusement. He yells out with supreme confidence, "Show me everything you have got." Back in that timeline, Na Seon-hu did not fully grasp Doom Casso's true latent potential, feeling only an overwhelming sensation like a massive erupting volcano. But now he knows. The beast's thick fur turns crimson as it charges, radiating intense heat and flames. Watching the fiery charge, Na Seon-hu's lips curl into a cold, mocking smile. Relying on fur attacks is a pretty dumb move for a giant, though the destructive power is definitely no joke. He instantly equips a heavy face guard, mapping out a flawless battle strategy in his head in a fraction of a second. Tactically dodging first seems smart, but no, a system notification rings out. The Divine Helm of Adonis is now fully active. High-tier gear floods into his inventory, wrapping him in legendary protection. Na Seon-hu's golden armor activates and the mighty Sun Sword is equipped. His resolve is unwavering as he reminds himself of his ultimate goal: he must completely dominate this beast. Doom Casso glares at Na Seon-hu, his burning red eyes filled with a mixture of shock and deep instinctual fear. Across from him, Na Seon-hu bows his head, casting his spell while formulating a plan to completely overwhelm the monster. Rather than letting Dung Kaso fight back, Na Seon-hu unleashes a blinding explosive burst of divine energy that fills the battlefield. Golden light radiates from his weapon, blinding everyone nearby. He is incredibly confident he can easily shut down any incoming attacks. Moving with supreme godlike speed, Na Seon-hu blitzes forward. He is just a blur, leaving a trail of crackling sparks behind. Sparks fly wherever he steps. Dung Kaso's eyes go wide with absolute horror as he realizes his opponent is already right there. Na Seon-hu raises his blade high, mimicking a legendary strike from his past to break the beast's remaining will to fight. He aims directly at the fatal weak spot. The razor-sharp blade flashes through the air, striking faster than the eye can see. It cleaves right across Dung Kaso's face before the monster can even react. A horrific, agonized scream echoes through the air, shaking the nearby village and leaving the terrified locals covering their ears. Back in the fray after receiving countless heavy blows, Dung Kaso can only wail in sheer desperation. "Please, stop it," begs. Na Seon-hu pulls back his weapon, looking extremely smug. "Is that it?" he asks with a smirk. "No surprises there. You really are a disgrace, possessing only skills meant for losing." The defeated beast grits its teeth, clutching the deep gash on its face as it stares back in utter confusion. He asks why it has to go this far. "If it is about your homeland, both of us know the truth." But Seon-hu refuses to let Dung Kaso finish his sentence. Instead, Seon-hu drives his sword straight forward. The blade pierces directly into Dung Kaso's eye, triggering an agonizing scream. The demon collapses to the ground, desperately baring its teeth in agony. It begs for mercy, crying out that everything is entirely its own fault. Satisfied with the pleading, the young man finally sheathes his glowing sword. Seon-hu leaps onto the giant body, looking cold and indifferent. He deactivates his gear, revealing a face heavy with dark thoughts, dark and grim. With all his gear safely hidden, Seon-hu suddenly looks down with absolute seriousness. He asks a strange question that catches the beast off guard. He demands to know how much higher he will climb. Shivering in a cold sweat, Dung Kaso can only stammer back in complete terror. Cutting off the stuttering, Seon-hu notes that fourth-rank Doom Insectum is close. Realizing the danger, the creature quickly submits. It nods eagerly, attempting to flatter him with a quick agreement. Completely ignoring the pathetic display, Seon-hu continues speaking in a flat tone. He explains that everything from Doom Char to Doom Insectum belongs to a completely different reality. Then he calmly poses another question. Cold silence. His quiet voice carries a suffocating weight. Where does the beast belong now? Terror washes over Dung Kaso as its face drains of color. It immediately whimpers out that only Doom Man can save it. Pleased with the response, Seon-hu gives a slight nod. Only one final task remains. His fists clench. He speaks with a flat calm that betrays the bloody scarlet in his eyes. He promises to carve a fear so deep that the monster will never dare look him in the eye again. Dung Kaso's pupils shrink. Veins of pure panic bulge in the creature's eyes. Trembling violently, it bares its pale teeth, utterly broken by the sheer dread. With a face contorted in agony, it begs in total despair, crying out that the higher authorities will never allow this. Amusement flickers across Seon-hu's face as he leaps high into the air, ready to unleash a devastating storm of blows. He smiles, ensuring the beast can never talk. Soon, horrific screams echo throughout the dark forest. The brutal onslaught continues relentlessly, sending sound waves of agony through the trees. Even the ferocious wolf packs nearby begin to tremble. The terrifying cries of pain paralyze the woods. Back in the clearing, Dung Kaso lies broken. The monster mutters about the crushing pressure in disbelief. Drenched in dark crimson blood, Seon-hu pauses his brutal assault. Despite being utterly defeated, the monster drops its submissive act and snarls with a sudden burst of defiance. It sneers that forcing a submission will change absolutely nothing. Hearing this, Seon-hu freezes instantly. The voice sounds exactly the same, but the entity behind it has changed. He squints down, sensing something highly unusual. He demands to know who is really speaking. The creature answers immediately, but Seon-hu shakes his head. He warns the beast that it knows exactly what he is asking. Dung Kaso squeezes its eyes shut. Its massive crimson form slumps to the ground. Following a tense silence, it speaks with honesty. It reveals that Recaltu Dung Jiso has taken over its vessel. Suspicious, Seon-hu asks why the monster split its own personality. Dung Kaso explains that their lifeboats are simply too small to carry them all. They could never pursue true immortality like the higher beings. Suddenly, a strange echo reverberates inside Seon-hu's head. It warns Doom Man not to lose himself to time. These cryptic memories do not seem to belong to Dung Kaso, yet they paint a bleak future that plunges already desperate humanity into deeper darkness. Worse, a major hub has been completely ruined. Losing one of the twin capital cities during the clash with Dung Kaso is a devastating blow. That ruined stronghold belonged to the Pan faction. Now the truce is broken and the 8 virtues and 8 evils are at war. Both factions fight to seize the central region. Seon-hu vividly remembers how brutal his life became trying to protect his mother. The stress of survival nearly broke him. Now those long-buried, agonizing memories come rushing back to torment his mind. He remembers being beaten to death by the very first of those wicked villains. Standing on Doom Casso's massive jaw, he glares down. Rage. His eyes burn with absolute fury. He wants nothing more than to tear him apart right here. Unaware of the mental storm inside his captor, the monster weakly asks why he wants it dead so badly yet spares its life. Doom Casso struggles to lift its head hoarsely, mocking what he hopes to gain by forcing a surrender. He completely ignores the mocking words, letting his mind wander back to the bitter memories of an endless war. He lets out the heavy sigh of a weary soldier, someone entirely worn down by an endless cycle of blood and pain. It is a dark path that threatens to shatter his soul completely. He remembers a specific face from his past life. He recalls how that very man molded Doom Char, transforming him into a reckless youth who feared absolutely nothing. Na Seon-hu snaps out of his thoughts. He backs away, speaking calmly. It seems they can actually talk this out. He demands the demon spit out everything he knows about the 7 Devil Kings. But Doom Casso remains silent. He has no intention of sharing anything coldly, stating that once he attends the meeting, he'll understand everything. Exhausted and in pain, the demon explains that war has resumed and the meeting is coming soon. At that point, he'll face them himself. Na Seon-hu stands stunned, wondering if these monsters actually hold meetings. He scoffs in contempt, staring down at the beast. There you're nothing but a slave, right? A low-ranking slave forever trapped at the bottom. Na Seon-hu stares into his eyes, reading him completely. He pierces right into Doom Casso's deepest agony. Under Doom Cho, there is only suffering. Without anyone to pull him up, he'll stay stuck there forever. Suddenly, Na Seon-hu's eyes waver as he freezes. He remembers 2 other massive beasts. Is it really just Doom Cho? The situations of the others must be the exact same, just like his infiltration of the Binder Club. Na Seon-hu processes this with resolve. He just needs to patiently consume everything from the bottom up. Suddenly, Doom Casso cuts right through. The demon speaks up with sudden confidence, saying Na Seon-hu gave up, but he has the power to grow stronger. Veins of blood crawl across Na Seon-hu's arm, his eyes locked in determination to grasp a worthy power, to challenge the throne. Na Seon-hu's eyes burn a fierce red as he whispers with cold, manipulative authority, "Submit now. The rules of this world are being rewritten." Meanwhile, in downtown Seoul at a construction headquarters, an older man adjusts his glasses, staring intently at the files on his desk. This is Chairman Choi Chun-min. The papers contain property specs. Grand City office tower spanning 7,447 square meters. A massive floor area, 16 stories and valued at over 549 billion won. With 24 billion won in annual rent. Chun-min slams the papers down in a sudden rage. He bellows in anger, demanding answers. Confidently, Ga Young bows, explaining she wants to start with just this capital. As managing director, she begs her father to trust his daughter just this once. Taking a deep breath, she steps forward, staring directly into his eyes. She can't promise to multiply it tenfold, but she guarantees she won't lose a single dime. She has never made mistakes. Chun-min remains highly skeptical. He asks how she can be so sure. Ga Young slowly explains, her voice calm, steady, and persuasive. She met someone from the Daehan company. This gamble is worth risking everything on. The profit structure proves it. His gaze darkens with sudden suspicion, asking if anything shady is going on. Ga Young quickly shakes her head. They struggle to find partner companies because everyone is currently rushing to join the massive Na Seon-hu group. She continues, laying out all the benefits, trying to persuade Chun-min. If they partner up, everything changes. Their side will handle all the support operations directly. If they don't jump in now, they'll lose this golden chance. He slowly rubs his temples, sinking back into his chair in exhaustion, asking if any future issues would blow up. Is this about their largest shareholder? She directly asks what her father is truly thinking right now. Turning highly defensive, he slams his hand on the table and stands up tight with deep anxiety. That is not what he meant at all. He always trusted her, never interfering with her business. But shifting focus to a mere subsidiary makes absolutely no sense. Ga Young lowers her head, losing confidence. She still wants to invest, though her voice wavers. That person has not appeared in 20 years. Either they completely trust them now or they never cared. Chun-min slowly calms down and sits down. He warns her not to talk like that. Certain debts of deep gratitude must absolutely be repaid. She understands. Her face brightens instantly and she quickly turns around to leave, reassuring him. She won't let him down, telling him not to worry. Ga Young closes the door behind her, leaving him. Chun-min sits alone in deep silence, staring at the closed door before him, filled with sudden nostalgia. The company has grown incredibly fast, now comfortably ranking among the top 20 builders. He absent-mindedly glances over at a childhood photo of Ga Young smiling warmly. That little kid has grown up so fast. Suddenly, memories of a young CEO helping him out flood his mind. He walks slowly toward the window, scratching his head in deep frustration. It is time to repay that massive debt, but where to start? Things finally calm down. A month has passed and Gae-young Choi is still working tirelessly at her desk. She focuses intensely on her computer screen before rubbing her tired eyes, letting out a heavy sigh of disappointment. Still no replies, she murmurs to herself. She had hoped for more, but starting out was never going to be easy. Suddenly, her secretary's voice crackles over the intercom, breaking her train of thought. "Director, you have a visitor." Ga-young is completely lost. Who could it be? The secretary hesitates, only calling the guest that person. Shock washes over Ga-young. Believe it or not, it is Caliber, the legendary Ko San-jin, arriving right after her email. Without even waiting to hear the rest, she leaps from her seat, rushing out to the lobby in a panicked hurry. Her mind races as she runs. She had emailed awakeners across Korea, Japan, and China without receiving a single reply. She sent messages to top rankers worldwide with zero luck, yet now Caliber is standing in her office. Questions flood her head as she swings the door open. Did he really show up in person? Ko San-jin looks up with curiosity as the door swings open. He gives Ga-young a polite yet questioning glance. He asks for Chairman Choi. Ga-young is completely starstruck. It really is the legendary Caliber. Nervous sweat beads on her forehead. Swallowing her anxiety, she introduces herself as the chairman's daughter. Sang-jin is visibly surprised, confirming if she is Chairman Choi's daughter. She steps forward carefully, maintaining her guard. She explains her father is out of the office and asks the reason for his visit. Sang-jin answers straightforwardly. He tells her he stopped by after hearing she started a new business. Gae-young quickly offers to take the meeting. She promises to inform her father while silently wondering how in the world her dad knows a legendary figure like Caliber. She calls Jong-min to verify. But get this, her father is utterly clueless and insists it must be a mistake. He insists it must be a mistake, wondering why a top ranker would know him. Ga-young lowers her voice to explain. She mentions Jong Construction, noting that San-jin participated in many projects her father brought in. But Jong-min cuts her off. The chairman firmly states he has no memory of him. Jong-min, silent for a moment, then sighs. He muses that he must have worked with him as a minor subcontractor. Life is full of unexpected connections. Throughout the hard times, Jong-min never forgot the people who helped him. That kindness always stayed with him. He never ignored workers who reminded him of the old days, and Jong Construction was likely founded with his quiet support. San-jin suddenly cuts in with a polite tone. He suggests there is absolutely no need to trouble her father directly. He came to say thank you for the past, but hearing the chairman's voice over the phone is more than enough. Seeing Ga-young's completely stunned and shocked reaction, he quickly points to his ear, explaining himself with a light-hearted shrug. He explains he did not mean to eavesdrop, but an awakener's hearing is incredibly sharp. He then turns serious. He warns her that since she is running a company, she must be careful to avoid any mistakes. While he does not mind, others can be incredibly difficult. Ga-young smiles, nodding in deep appreciation of the warning. She thanks him warmly. San-jin glances around the quiet office, noting that the space looks pretty empty for a business. He asks if she has signed any awakeners yet. She lowers her head, confessing she has not, with an embarrassed smile. San-jin pulls out a thick folder stating that he believes in returning favors. He is here to settle a debt. Chairman Choi helped countless people without keeping track, but those on the receiving end will never forget his generosity. Ga-young eyes the contract and hesitates, saying their agency is simply too small to support a top ranker like him. He calmly tells her to hear him out first, gently tapping the document folder as he details his plans. He is not asking to start securing massive territories overnight, he just wants her help with a few tasks. She catches on instantly, asking if he wants to handle custom commissions. He nods, looking at her with steady trust. He tells her that if she performs well, they can eventually move on to acquiring major properties together. He asks if that is too much for her to handle. Her expression tightens with resolve and absolute gratitude. She promises to do her absolute best, thanking him sincerely for offering her agency such a massive opportunity. San-jin smiles in satisfaction, advising her that these are highly valuable projects, so she must handle them perfectly. He turns to leave as she bows deeply, leaving behind words that carry high hopes for their future partnership. He wants to dominate this market together if all goes well. Meanwhile, a system notification suddenly broadcasts to everyone. The alert instructs all awakeners to prepare for the reconstruction of the trading market, setting off a massive shift. The Awakened Association's official marketplace has finally launched today, just 1 week after item trading went live. Prices for seals and powerful items completely skyrocketed. Stories of newly minted awakened millionaires started flooding the news headlines every day. Meanwhile, inside a secure skyscraper, Na Seon-hu slowly makes his way upstairs. He casually steps into a private, quiet room where Yeon-hai sits with her eyes glued nervously to a computer monitor. Next to her, another guy sits hunched over his own desk, completely locked in. Seeing the tension, Na Seon-hu scratches his head. Not the time. This is definitely not the time to bring up the dumb chose matter. Stepping up behind her, he asks exactly how much cash she has made. On her screen, details flash by showing a staggering balance of $92 million, a dark helmet, and a Jonas staff currently up for trade, along with a B-tier enhancement. Na Seon-hu leans down to look closely at the computer monitor. That much already. Not bad at all. Sweating nervously, Yeon-hai replies that if they just hold on to it, the value will easily clear 500 million. She leans back, letting out a heavy sigh. She thought prices had peaked, but they keep climbing. Where does this cash even come from? Na Seon-hu chuckles at her stress, teasing that she should have waited for the market to stabilize first, or at least waited for him to arrive. The guy sitting at the next desk overhears them and mutters that these two actually know exactly what they are doing. They held out for so long, and now they are finally starting to dump their stock. Even Woo Yeon-hee with her crazy charm got crushed in this brutal market. Seriously, reading the financial tides is a complete nightmare. Current rates look like this. D rank goes for $200,000. C rank hits 1.5 million. B rank is 12 million, and A rank is sitting at 150 million. A master rank hunter fully geared up in A-tier items is basically a walking treasure. That is almost the price of a military stealth jet. As the market finally peaked, Na Seon-hu sits down at his own computer, powering up his own system. Once the profit model from the other world is fully established, values will explode again. It is finally time for him to jump in. He starts clicking away, running the numbers. What he is really after are the seals. Since they are single-use, the market supply is extremely limited. Suddenly, a notification flashes across his monitor showing a Sanctuary of Recovery, an A-rank seal sold by Lucy for $45 million. The transaction is already complete. For ordinary awakened, there is absolutely no reason to buy something like that. But back when the Fire Spirit King attacked, if someone had used that seal, the body count would have been way lower. More importantly, he quietly tells himself that it is just a theory. Hearing this catches Yeon-hai's attention immediately. Na Seon-hu looks over to explain his thoughts. Seals are fundamentally made of concentrated mana, meaning they can provide a direct mana source. Yeon-hai chimes in, noting single-use items might have completely different structures. Their structural design might be completely different. Na Seon-hu nods, deciding he will start buying up seals too. He clicks his mouse, but suddenly freezes. Pure shock. Yeon-hai gasps too as a legendary listing pops up right in front of them. An announcement flashes. The auction for the Queen Mother of the West's 10,000-year addiction is now open. The Queen Mother's 10,000-year addiction. While the guy at the other desk throws his hands up and cheers, Yeon-hai stands completely frozen. She is unable to believe her eyes. Is this not one of the key items of the 8 great villains? He watches the screen, thinking to himself. He fully expected bizarre legendary artifacts would hit the market once the exchange went live. But this surpasses his wildest expectations. On screen, the bidding price is instantly spiking from 1 billion to 1,500 million. As the bidding numbers tick up rapidly, Na Seon-hu smirked. That legendary high-value item is absolutely going to be mine, no matter what. I do not care which rich bastards try to flaunt their massive wealth. Later that evening, a 4-wheel drive vehicle pulls up in the quiet dark. The driver in the checkered shirt looks up. Outside stands that buzz-cut guy casually leaning against the wall. He stares down the driver with a smirk. The man in the checkered shirt immediately gets out, raising his arm to show off a security chip on his wrist. The other guy simply shows his own chip in response. He tells him he is chipped too, saying the chaotic times are over and there is no need to be so overly guarded. The checkered shirt guy steps closer, asking what wind blew him there. The buzzcut guy spreads his arms and tells him to drop the formalities. Being the strike squad captain is ancient history now. With a quick flick, he tosses a piece of glowing jewelry toward him, saying he is there to talk about something far more valuable. He tells him to consider this a little down payment. Looking down at the item, Kaiden realizes it is B-rank gear. The buzzcut guy wastes no time, telling him to join his side soon. He asks him which faction he is even talking about. The guy replies that if Na Seon-hu is the ruler of this trial zone, then this continent has actually had a true master ruling it for a very long time. Shocked, Kaiden takes a wild guess. The Flame Demon King. He confirms it with a dark smile, starting to lay out his master plan of unleashing an insane amount of capital, a massive giant alongside Jonathan's financial group. Over on Na Seon-hu's end, he is chatting on his computer, asking JMC, the Jonathan Military Company. The other side replies that the association just identified them as his private military force. Na Seon-hu's instructions are clear. Do not bid. This will be a gift for Jonathan. The other side quickly responds. Understood. Reports coming back confirm Jonathan is indeed one of the shadow forces hyping up the certificate's price. This immediately makes Yeon-hee's face drop. Frowning, she wonders if he secretly set up his own private military company. Has he been acting independently since before the Four Priests ceremony? Na Seon-hu calmly replies that there must be a reason. He is trustworthy. Yeon-hee closes her eyes, refusing. She trusts nobody but Na Seon-hu. People constantly shift with their circumstances. That is just human nature. But Na Seon-hu silently thinks that if Jonathan were someone so easily swayed by circumstances, his greed would have surfaced the moment he gained that massive fortune. That is exactly why Na Seon-hu chose him. He is a trusted partner. But Yeon-hee remains highly suspicious of anyone she cannot easily read or predict. Later that evening, inside a high-rise building glowing with lights, Kubera sits in front of his computer, monitoring the auction. The screen displays the Queen Mother of the West's certificate. The bidding has just jumped from 2 billion to 3 billion. Taking a drag of his cigarette and blowing out smoke, he watches the numbers rise. It is an unimaginable sum. Kubera clicks, his mouse speaking firmly. He has enough capital. For the sake of his grand plan, this is necessary. The item is absolutely essential. He whispers that his grand plan is a scheme so massive it borders on total madness. Suddenly, a sinister grin spreads across his face. His soft chuckles quickly escalate into a roaring laugh that draws everyone's eyes. Kubera covers his face, still giggling. Honestly, this guy is completely unhinged. Who could have ever guessed his dark plans? Na Seon-hu, the ruler of the world, is masquerading as a mere analyst just to appear normal to his own parents. What a pathetic disguise. But now his ultimate secret is out. Kubera snuffs out his cigarette, his mind already plotting. It seemed highly unbelievable at first, but the indirect evidence is clear. Now dark and ruthless goals are taking shape. Na Seon-hu is a demon king, so Kubera will target Na Seon-hu's parents, aiming directly at the godlike warrior's sole weakness. His eyes gleam as he mutters that he found it. A moment later, his assistant approaches him from behind. The employee hands over a stack of requested documents. Kubera flips through the profiles, his thoughts turning to hostages. He needs people who can lure Na Seon-hu's parents to the target location just in case they need to seize them. These candidates are either former direct subordinates of Seon-il or longtime friends who know him as a wealthy foreign investor. They think he is just a financier looking for retired VIPs. Kubera glances back, observing his loyal staff. They were recruited from the trial zone, so they require very little convincing. Still, they must tread very carefully. If the true identities of Seon-il and his wife are ever compromised, all their hard work is completely ruined. Just then, his phone suddenly vibrates on the desk, drawing his attention away from the secret documents. Picking up the device, he reads a warning message from Client A. If he is bidding, he must stop immediately. Kubera frowns deeply and types back a response to which the client immediately replies with another urgent message. Why stop now? This is an extremely valuable item. If the plan succeeds, the money spent won't even matter. But his breath catches as client texts back. Na Seon-hu has joined the auction and they must not provoke him. The sender adds that if their plan succeeds, this money is trivial anyway. He must not get greedy now. In a flash of pure rage, Kubera squeezes his hand, completely crushing the smartphone. Talk about losing your cool. By 2:48 p.m., the auction numbers on the screen keep rapidly ticking upward until they hit $3 billion. Watching this display is Ness's CEO Lin's Andrion. Sitting in the quiet room, he thinks $3 billion is simply insane. He reasons that while their dimensional entry business was approved by the board, pouring this much cash is dangerous. Is it really worth risking a massive fortune on just a single item? He sighs and addresses his board members. He sets their absolute limit at $4 billion. Some of the directors look shocked while others remain calm. Andrion asks if there are any objections. Then he looks at the silent, grim man sitting beside him. This is their S-rank awakener, the core of their dimensional entry business. It seems Skanda agrees with the decision. Andrion wipes away his cold sweat, thinking to himself. Skanda's sword is also S-rank, making this feel so real. He initially thought this was just an economic bubble, but ironically it is why they must move so quickly. They need to enter the other world immediately. And with that, he continues to evaluate his next strategic move. The current market is chaotic, with massive shadow corporations driving up bids to control this new global currency. They treat awakened items as pure wealth from the other side. Passing 4 billion, most competitors simply give up. Behind Na Seon-hu, Yeon-hee watches the monitor quietly. The numbers keep flashing, effortlessly climbing past 4 billion. Na Seon-hu frowns, facing a major dilemma. He wonders if he should make the first move and change the bid. Suddenly, the bid hits 5 billion, then 6. Yeon-hee gasps, demanding to know who just did that. Na Seon-hu studies the screen and smirks. China starting a war with the association, highly likely. The Queen Mother's 10,000-year seal is simply too valuable for those creatures. Suddenly, a massive price spike occurs. $10 billion. The board is frozen. The opposing competition calls this move absolute unadulterated madness. They shake with rage but manage to ask if this insane escalation is truly necessary to secure an S-class item. But then the screen updates showing a petty $1 million counter. Seeing this weak move, Na Seon-hu laughs. And here's the best part, he adds exactly $1 just to see how long they'll last. That single dollar sends shockwaves through their team. Absolute fury erupts as some smash furniture while others shake with anger. A member of the Seon faction curses, telling everyone to stop because they're clearly being mocked from above. Lee Ji-hang and his son finally back down, ending the auction. The moment the S-class item sells, news breaks. Netizens are in an absolute frenzy and the mainstream media is no different. The Queen Mother's legendary seal has sold. The final bid surpassed $10 billion, a truly legendary price tag for a single unique awakened item. It's hard to grasp the sheer power of $10 billion until you see the chaos it causes on the news. On OBC's daily news broadcast, the host Na Seon-hu reports on yesterday's historical S-class auction. The final price tag completely defied all imagination. Na Seon-hu then turns the segment over to his guest speaker. He introduces Professor Lee Soo-il, an esteemed expert in international security, to dissect the implications of this event. Na Seon-hu kicks off the interview, asking the professor for his professional thoughts on this wildly unprecedented situation. Professor Lee responds that while awakened items might seem abstract to the general public, viewing them as weapons simplifies things. He explains that the annual defense budget of the United States is rapidly approaching $1 trillion. South Korea's budget has also surpassed 6 trillion won. On any modern battlefield, $10 billion is easily invested. Na Seon-hu nods, understanding that the general public might find that sum astronomical because they don't fully comprehend wartime realities. In his opinion, that psychological disconnect is the absolute core of the entire issue they face today. Professor Lee adds that the association seems desperate to prevent humanity from facing the grim reality of full-scale war. However, there are still vocal factions protesting their control. Na Seon-hu follows up with a question regarding the association's agreements. He asks if the professor is referring to the protests happening in designated extraterritorial zones under United Nations agreements. The professor agrees, noting that it's completely natural for people to feel outraged when their property rights are violated. Yet their demands go far beyond the established compensation plans, and their use of monster masks raises serious questions. He points out that these protesters have even assaulted the association's headquarters instead of demanding their rights maturely. Na Seon-hu turns back to the audience, concluding that this is modern warfare. Meanwhile, Na Seon-hu watches the screen from his room. Just out of the shower and sipping wine, Na Seon-hu wonders aloud if Jamie's influence could truly reach such a major broadcast. He notes that at the very least, there are still people who understand the association's difficult position. Yoon-hee, also freshly showered, smiles as she dries her hair. She hums in agreement and leans down to kiss him. Glad to see him finally relaxing, she sits back up and shifts the mood to a more serious topic. Apologizing for breaking the relaxed vibe, she asks if Jonathan has reached out yet. Na Seon-hu's mind immediately flashes back to him. He remembers Jonathan's warning about targets they absolutely had to eliminate. Staring into his wine glass, he falls into deep thought. He recalls him saying he was tracking targets he couldn't handle after the trial zone, yet his silence remains unexplained. Na Seon-hu muses that his partner might be caught in limbo, torn between his past life and this reality. He's likely torn between returning to his role as financier Jonathan Hunter or fully embracing his identity as the Fire Demon King. Na Seon-hu smiles and raises his glass. Whatever path his friend chooses, he will respect it completely. If he chooses the path of the Fire Demon King, he will hand over the Queen Mother's 10,000-year seal. Otherwise, the financier's throne awaits. Meanwhile, at Jonathan's mansion, the click of high heels signals Olivia's approach. Olivia looks at Jonathan standing there and says she has been looking for him, but he coldly replies that he feels awful too. But there is nothing he can do about it. Jonathan places his hand on the paper, warning Olivia with absolute seriousness to remember this. This must never be leaked. That terrifyingly stern voice startles Olivia as Jonathan turns away, his aura flaring up intensely around him. Several factions are targeting his parents. Turning back with a burning aura, he turns to speak, noting even he did not expect this. Kaiden casually walks over with his hands in his pockets, asking what random wind blew the captain all the way over here. The man he calls captain slowly approaches with open arms, telling him to drop all the useless and formal greetings. Being an assault team captain is ancient history. He pulls a ring out of his palm and tosses it toward Kaiden. He says he came to discuss something far more valuable, offering the ring as a deposit as Kaiden looks at it in surprise. The ring in his hand is a B-rank accessory. The captain continues, telling Kaiden to join him once he finishes rebuilding. Kaiden looks up, asking which side he represents. The captain turns to leave casually, replying that Kaiden is going to love it. If Na Seon-hu is the ruler of the trial zone, then this continent has actually had a sovereign master for a long time. Hearing this, Kaiden frowns in a cold sweat. When he mentions the Flame Demon King, the captain nods in agreement with a sly grin. They plan to launch a massive fund alongside the Jonathan group. The next morning in the heart of the city, a man and a woman are in an office. He turns his back to take a phone call, answering that he is on his way. Hanging up, he turns to ask if she is fully prepared yet, noting that it is finally time. He turns back, mentioning it has been ages since their group of friends last gathered. She adjusts her collar softly, replying they might be late. He quickly reassures her that leaving now is perfect timing. Meanwhile, a distant pair of eyes watches their every move. It is Kaiden. Hearing their conversation, he alerts his teammate that the targets have officially begun to move. Right on schedule, Kubera and his two bodyguards use a teleportation seal to arrive at their subordinate's location. Taking off his glasses, Kubera demands an update. The subordinate smiles slightly, reporting that everything is going perfectly. But in his mind, he marvels at how they waste money using teleportation seals just for regular travel. Leaning in close, the subordinate asks if Kubera appearing in person means that the time has finally come for them to act. Confirming this, Kubera pulls out his phone to make a call, declaring they will start after one final check. Elsewhere, a phone begins to ring with Kubera on the line. The recipient glares at the screen with cold eyes. It is Jonathan. He stares at the screen for a long moment before finally answering the call. Kubera immediately jumps on the line, asking if everything is ready on Jonathan's end and reporting that all preparations are fully complete. But Jonathan snaps back, ordering him to call off everything. Kubera stares at his phone in utter disbelief, demanding an explanation. Taking advantage of Kubera's distraction, the subordinate raises his weapon, eyes burning with bloodlust. As he lunges to attack, Jonathan warily pulls the phone away from his ear. On the other end, Kubera lets out a shocked, angry scream. Blindsided by his own subordinate, Kubera curses in fury. Meanwhile, Jonathan sits quietly staring at the bodies of those he just eliminated. Hanging up, Jonathan mutters that with so many people accompanying him to the afterlife, he will not feel lonely down there. Among the fallen, one young man is still conscious, his lips trembling to speak. Jonathan looks down and asks if he is right. Addressing Reznor Rothschild on the ground, the man struggles to speak, warning that Na Seon-hu is heavily cracking down on awakened violence. He warns Jonathan that no matter who he is, this is a grave mistake and demands to know his true goal. Infuriated by this defiance, Jonathan stomps hard on his hand, making Reznor Rothschild scream in absolute agony. Jonathan's eyes burn with rage as he snaps that Reznor has some nerve speaking Na Seon-hu's name so casually. He coldly reveals that Kubera's real name is Samuel Rothschild. Hearing this, the young man's eyes widen in shock. Jonathan continues, explaining that Samuel had quietly hoarded a massive amount of gold during the currency war with China. He notes he has been watching him ever since, looking down at a trembling Reznor Rothschild with a cold smirk. His suspicions were confirmed when he caught them sneaking into the security system built by the city's residents. He tells Reznor to explain himself without dragging Wu Yanhee into this, as a simple telepath's command is more than enough. In his head, Reznor curses, realizing how suicidal it was to try and deceive monsters like these. He glares up at the devil in human form standing over him as Jonathan sternly demands one final thing. This plan must vanish completely. He refuses to let anything disturb his master, asking if Reznor knows what to do. What needs to be done? The scene shifts. Elsewhere, a news anchor reports the launch of the largest public interest fund in history, a brilliant move by the giant Rothschild Group. The broadcast focuses entirely on the massive charity foundation that the powerful family has just established. Day after day, the anchor continues the report, explaining that 13 separate funds now hold all of the Rothschild assets. These assets are split among family members, with each board of directors operating independently, free from any family influence. This is not some tax evasion scheme. Na Seon-hu listens quietly while looking over his papers, deeply lost in his own thoughts. It seems like pure charity. Na Seon-hu finds it bizarre, wondering if Reznor has completely lost his mind. Meanwhile, In-soo appears on screen, explaining that he has pondered this deeply since the day of Advent, wondering if his choices would burden their group. Na Seon-hu recalls that Kim Jung-soo had personally forwarded this video of Reznor directly to him. Reznor continues speaking in the video, stating that if this move can support the master's grand vision in any way, then it is entirely worth it. He knows his own family will never understand his actions. In-soo's gaze turns colder. Reznor says they might even turn their weapons against him, but he has no regrets, begging the master for mercy. In-soo clarifies this message was meant for Na Seon-hu. Currently, Reznor's whereabouts remain a total mystery. Na Seon-hu folds his arms, observing. Fearing a violent backlash from his family, Reznor chose to drop this bombshell all at once. Na Seon-hu nods slowly in comprehension. He realizes they will uncover his real motives eventually. Whether Reznor is dead or alive, they will find out his plans. They can easily verify Dresner's true intentions through Yeon-hee. In-soo adds that the British members share this exact same perspective. They want to dismantle the existing foundations completely, mainly because they are unable to contact the leader directly anymore. Because of this barrier, the British faction is heavily relying on Julian's guidance. Na Seon-hu rubs his chin, thinking deeply. It makes perfect sense considering the Rothschilds once represented British interests. Meanwhile, the broadcast continues with another shocking update. Though hard to believe, it looks as though Dresner has handed the entire family fortune directly over to Na Seon-hu. In-soo continues sharing testimonies from close relatives about secret operations that have been running since the very beginning. Deep resentment is brewing within the family ranks. They are already preparing massive lawsuits to reclaim their lost fortune. Unfortunately for them, the entire library burned down, wiping out every trace of physical evidence. Na Seon-hu absorbs this vital detail. He lapses into silence, realizing that the only remaining records are old documents stored deep within the British government databases. Basically, the only surviving proof is the share trust registry linked to the sole patriarch. In-soo's gaze grows even colder. Na Seon-hu remains quiet. He reflects on how the Rothschilds fought to maintain their patriarchal traditions only to fall apart. Their quest for preservation ultimately shattered them, completely wiping the legendary family name from the pages of modern history. Days later, Na Seon-hu is still studying the files. The Rothschild downfall was distracting, but there are bigger things to worry about. Worrying over spilt milk makes no real sense. Suddenly, an unexpected visitor arrives, bringing a fresh clue regarding the case. Hearing footsteps approaching, Na Seon-hu is startled and quickly turns around to see who it is. He is utterly shocked. It is Jonathan, grinning broadly as he happily approaches. He jokingly apologizes for accidentally snatching the gift meant for Na Seon-hu. He asks if showing up empty-handed is all right. Na Seon-hu sighs with a light smile, noting he does not look empty-handed at all. Na Seon-hu welcomes his old friend warmly. He admits he found it incredibly bizarre when Dresner made such a flawless move. Jonathan scratches his head in confusion, claiming to have no idea. But suddenly his expression darkens, his teeth tightly clenching. He anxiously asks if Woo Yoon-hee said something to him. Na Seon-hu smiles reassuringly, telling him that is definitely not the case. Woo Yoon-hee has not been reading his mind at all. Na Seon-hu leans in to ask his friend one more crucial question. He asks where Jonathan truly stands now. He wants to know if he has made a choice between the other world and this continent. Jonathan chuckles, noting that spending so much time around Woo Yoon-hee has clearly made Na Seon-hu remarkably sharp at reading people. He admits he needed some time to clear his head. Since Oris is already established in that other world, Jonathan has made his decision. He wants to remain right here. As a supreme being, he pledges to carry out Na Seon-hu's orders to the letter. He points out that wealth has been heavily concentrated ever since the beginning, leaving over 60% of global capital controlled by 10 corporations. This ranking is widely publicized, so it is no surprise that the general public is constantly on the verge of erupting in rage. Nobody remembers the immense sacrifices made to stabilize the markets during the chaos, or those who kept modern civilization successfully running. Total social collapse is about to begin. As he speaks, Jonathan's cold gaze sharpens to a razor edge. The coming consequences could be devastating. Reflecting on the corrupt and foolish actions of the elite makes him want to resort to force. He admits he simply wants to crush them all. Suddenly, Jonathan looks up and asks Na Seon-hu what his plans are. He asks if he really wants his family to live in a world like that. Once Na Seon-hu confirms it, Jonathan keeps speaking. Do not worry, Na Seon-hu. I will try to see things from your perspective and put my own judgment aside. Jonathan is talking about Earth, a place that will be maintained by the very order he always wished to protect. Whether it is deep trust or pure faith, the reason Rose Chai had to be dealt with no longer matters. He walks away thinking there must be a reason behind all of his actions. Later that afternoon, Seon-hu stands on the mountain looking down at the buildings below. He crosses his arms, observing everything in deep thought. Entrusting the continent to Jonathan feels like lifting a massive, heavy burden. With that load gone, he finally has the time to execute his next plans. Seon-hu quietly calculates his moves. First, he needs to analyze the seal designs and determine their usage limits. If a single-use seal can be turned into a permanent skill, or if teleportation and sanctuary recovery can be used repeatedly, the entire game will completely change. Just like that, a perfect strategy forms. Next is locating the ancient battlefield where good and evil once clashed. His goal is to seize all ruins belonging to the 7 demon kings and the Onins. These hidden artifacts lie within Yeon-hee's memories, the ones she once accessed, and he plans to gather them all. Meanwhile, Joshua speaks up about a man named En-han. Joshua steps forward and tells the group that this guy fits every single criterion perfectly, though he is incredibly greedy for money. Hearing this, Seon-hu smirks and notes that greedy people are always the easiest pieces to control on the chessboard. Good job, Joshua. Sanjin, sitting in his chair, speaks up with a question of his own. He wonders why they cannot just use mind control to investigate. Seon-hu tilts his head and softly replies they are here to conquer, not to plunder. With that, Seon-hu turns to walk away calmly, adding that those uninvolved in the war should be allowed to maintain their own order. Night quickly falls over the area, and a lone figure is seen running for dear life down the street. Meanwhile, inside a tiny, securely locked wooden cabin, someone is fast asleep on a soft, comfortable bed. Suddenly, loud, relentless knocking startles him awake. What kind of absolute maniac is banging on a door at this hour? Standing outside is a mysterious stranger dressed entirely in black, knocking repeatedly. Annoyed, he cracks the door open to ask if they even know what time it is. The cloaked stranger asks if he is Enhan. He nods, confirming his identity. Hearing this, the stranger immediately follows up with another question, asking if it is true that there is nothing in this world he cannot find. Shaking Enhan hesitates, admitting it is true but notes how late it is. Suddenly, the stranger pulls out a heavy pouch. Enhan catches it, opens it up, and completely freezes. Gold? What on earth is this? The stranger explains that they usually pay only for results, but tonight is an exception. If he agrees, this pile of gold belongs to him. Hearing this, Enhan is still in utter shock, looking up to ask if all of this is just the advance deposit. Leaving the gold and a final command, the mysterious figure walks away, stating they need someone fluent in ancient records and want the most experienced expedition team assembled. Time flies by incredibly fast. 3 months later, Enhan and his team are huddled inside a tent studying old papers together. Enhan speaks up, asking the priest if she is sure about this, noting that this is already their 3rd expedition. He frowns with deep worry. Their current client is acting quite strange. Standing beside him, another man tells him not to worry so much. Crossing his arms and looking at the papers, he boasts that if anything happens, he will handle it in a flash. The speaker is the mercenary swordsman expert Basman. Enhan looks up, admitting he trusts him but still cannot gauge their client's power. Remembering the cloaked figure, he shivers every time those eyes met. His chills ran down his spine. Without the money, he would have fled. Basman just smiles and reassures him, pointing out that anyone who can fund them for months is clearly no ordinary person. But he says to rest easy. If things fall through, they can always turn on him and take the gold. As he is talking, a young woman suddenly speaks up and apologizes for interrupting, causing both men to turn and look. She softly wonders if this expedition site is truly the sacred sanctuary mentioned in the legends. The speaker is Manolia, the high priestess of the Lama order. She goes on to explain to both of them that because the data from the ancient records and prophecies is so incredibly vague, finding any clear clue is difficult. She recalls and adds that this location is the one spot where all records agree. It is where Saint Jadon and Doom Entergasto allegedly fought their holy war. Hearing this, Enhan suddenly leaps up and shouts out the name Doom Entergasto. Basman is equally shocked, asking with wide eyes if she is absolutely sure. Trembling, Manolia clasps her hands together, praying for the blessings of Lama to remain with them. Meanwhile, back in his own thoughts, Seon-hu remembers this exact place as the spot where all the ancient records finally align, where Saint Jadon and Doom Entergasto fought their legendary holy war. Even ruins have their own hierarchy. If a location is linked to ancient holy knights like Saint Casso or Saint Jadon, then it is an S-rank zone. But if a demon king like Doom Entergasto is involved, it becomes a double S-rank zone. Seon-hu suddenly has a strong premonition about this, feeling spatial sutures nearby. He originally assumed this place was linked to Doom Insectum, but finding Doom Entergasto instead is a massive surprise. Seon-hu confidently thinks that if the priest's words are true, he has hit the jackpot. However, the others definitely have the same thoughts as him. Meanwhile, Enhan is continuously discussing strategies with his teammates, seriously warning them to keep all gathered info strictly confidential and to watch their words carefully whenever they are near the client's tent. Just then, Osiris suddenly appears out of nowhere, catching Enhan completely off guard and leaving him terrified. Osiris is clearly losing his patience, demanding to know if this 3rd investigation has finally yielded any actual results yet. Despite his fear, Enhan takes a risk, answering that there is nothing significant yet, but begging for a bit more time. Hearing this, Osiris coldly warns him to stop playing tricks, reminding Enhan that money is poured out whenever he asks. Yet all he receives is constant disappointment. Before turning to leave, Osiris drops a chilling threat: he does not need to lift a finger to destroy him. Enhan goes completely pale with fear, stammering out that his client should not worry and promising that good news is coming very soon. Once the client leaves, Enhan immediately rushes toward his 2 teammates' tent, running in with frantic urgency. In his panic, he barges straight in without knocking to announce that Master Basman, they have been caught. However, the wild private scene inside the tent instantly makes him regret his reckless, unannounced entry. The 2 inside quickly scramble apart, but Basman still snaps in annoyance. Did you completely lose your manners? What is the big emergency? and Han quickly explains that they need to accelerate their plan as soon as Basman is ready. Standing nearby, Manolia frowns and chimes in, reminding them that a great relic has the power to turn the tide of war. Such a thing cannot simply be found in a day or two. Basman thoroughly agrees with her, telling Han that with him around there is absolutely nothing to worry about. And Han quietly observes the mercenary, thinking that while Basman is a playboy, his skills on the battlefield are undeniable. Basman has saved him countless times, but an underlying sense of dread remains. Deep down, Han has a strong premonition that this time not even Basman will be able to handle this. Terror is completely clouding his mind, but when he speaks, Han simply replies, "I understand, I will put my trust in you both." That night, it is not the sound of their plotting that keeps Seon-hu awake. Instead, he calmly watches a system notification pop up before his eyes. The 10,000-year-old spider egg of the Queen Mother of the West is about to hatch, meaning Jonathan's egg is finally ready. Knowing the massive scale of a 10,000-year-old spider, Seon-hu quickly moves to a safer spot. Traveling a good distance away, he figures this place should be far enough and gently sets it down. The moment the egg touches the ground, a countdown timer appears. 5 seconds to hatch. The egg begins to warp, distorting as it prepares for the arrival of a brand new life. A second later, it officially hatches with a resounding explosion, sending massive spindly legs emerging from the smoke. Next comes the incredibly fierce baby face of the giant spider. Stepping fully into the light, the beast lets out a loud, screeching roar as its first greeting. Seon-hu happily replies, "Nice to meet you, 10,000-year spider." Instantly, another screen pops up indicating its exoskeleton is starting to harden. Next, the system interface displays a message that the spider recognizes him as its true owner, which is quite a pleasant surprise. It also notifies Seon-hu that the spider accepts him as its true owner, granting him control over the unique skill of reproduction. Seon-hu is completely stunned, as this skill was never once used even by the 8 great evils, but he quickly realizes that perhaps they simply failed to ever establish themselves as the true master of the beast. Now check this out, this legendary spider is actually a growth-type asset that adapts directly to its user. With that in mind, he tells the creature to show him what it can do, instructing it to reproduce as much as it wants. Despite its gargantuan size, the spider chirps as happily as a small puppy upon hearing this. A second later, it starts preparation work by continuously digging into the dirt beneath its feet. Its speed is incredible, sending soil flying everywhere. Once the excavation reaches a certain depth, the spider slips down into the massive pit. The hole is so large that Seon-hu is accidentally dragged underground with it. Crawling back out, he can't help but think he should teach them some manners. After walking a few steps, Seon-hu witnesses a chaotic battle erupting. Keep those torches steady, look ahead, and stay alert. Sensing someone approaching from behind, Han immediately spins around to look, thinking a threat is closing in on them. Seeing him as Osiris, the other man raises his voice, asking where he is going at this late hour. A massive earthquake just struck, and the Graf clan might be moving. Na Seon-hu quietly guesses that they mistook his own presence. They thought his movements belonged to the Graf. As long as they feel his presence, those creatures will never dare to attack. Observing the scene, he silently adds a caveat, unless they have lost their minds entirely. Meanwhile, the commander desperately screams orders. He yells to maintain formation and prepare for an all-out strike. Even Na Seon-hu finds the horrifying sight slightly surprising. Over 30 Graf beasts are suddenly attacking, rioting at once after hiding from him for so long. And with only about 100 expedition members, they cannot handle this. Over on the front line, Vatman is desperately fighting back. He swings repeatedly, while cursing under his breath that their current strength makes this fight completely unwinnable. Vatman silently realizes that they will all die if this continues, but before a beast can swallow him whole, something blasts the creature away. The sudden rescue leaves everyone stunned, and Vatman cannot believe his own eyes. He gasps in pure shock as torrents of fire erupt, striking the monsters and saving their lives in an instant. The ambushed Graf monsters scatter in total chaos. Suddenly, a system notification pops up stating that Na Seon-hu's divine beast is summoned. They watch in absolute awe as Na Seon-hu emerges behind them. Vatman's group stares at those magnificent wings of fire, cheering that the holy Saint Geddon has descended. Meanwhile, Na Seon-hu casts a sharp, piercing glare toward the front. He coldly demands to know what drove the beasts mad, questioning if it was by their master's order. Gazing at the raging beast, he senses an ancient origin, one even older than Amon, the creator of Orca. This entity existed before the split of Maruka and Graf, a survivor of the ancient war between gods and demons. Yet instead of fighting, the creature flees. Na Seon-hu has no intention of letting it slip away. He immediately gives chase, wondering where it thinks it can run after causing such a massive mess. He unleashes several surprise attacks, keeping the beast off balance. Noting its resilience, he admits it is quite impressive. He wonders if Doom Insectum sent this creature. Just then, a giant limb sweeps in to blindside him. But with lightning-fast reflexes, he detects the sneak attack. Before the blow can land, he coldly shatters it. Unfortunately, the creature uses that brief clash to slip away. Staring at the empty space, a name crosses his mind. It is Insectum. Beneath a small floating island, its cocoon rests, slowly healing from wounds of the ancient war. It quietly waits for its chance deep under the ocean. Then the voice of doom chaos echoes in his mind. Na Seon-hu remains highly vigilant of this entity trying to assert dominance. Annoyed, he lets out a deep, heavy sigh. Everything doom chaos says sounds completely useless. He reminds the voice that he now stands far above it. He firmly tells the entity that it has no authority to order him around, demanding it come out first. It needs to crawl out of its cocoon before speaking. Since warnings fail, the ruins are likely already occupied. The original survival path belonged to that creature. Na Seon-hu grows anxious, sensing a meticulously planned scheme. He realizes he must act fast. Countless bodies are already scattered among the smoldering remains of the graph. The wounded are being rushed to a healing ward set up by the priestess. Upon returning, Na Seon-hu observes them. He notes the recovery effect is identical to a holy sanctuary, though the energy offers him absolutely no benefit. Ain-han and Vatman quickly notice Na Seon-hu is back, joyfully crying out in relief that he is still alive. They eagerly ask if he saw it, claiming the holy Geddon protected them with wings of fire. Right then Manolia speaks up, suggesting they halt the investigation immediately, since exploring this holy land is too risky. The sacred divinity of Geddon poses far too many unknown dangers. The other two hesitate, unable to decide. However, Na Seon-hu knows they cannot stop, especially with Doom Insectum actively targeting these ancient ruins. Weighing his options, he decides to finally reveal his identity. Force was not his style, but choice is gone. He asks if the fiery wings they mentioned look like this, instantly summoning them before the stunned crowd. With calm authority, he looks directly at the priestess, asking her who she thinks he really is. Manolia's face twists in sheer terror as she stammers, completely unable to form a coherent response. Finally, she panics and screams that he is no saint. Na Seon-hu turns his gaze toward the other two. He tells them to call him the Dark Overlord coldly, adding the legendary title of Doom Mountain. All around, the bloody carcasses of the Graf clan cover the ground, hinting at the brutal battle that unfolded. The corpses are slowly dragged away, leaving long, messy trails on the dirt. Two onlookers watch this strange sight. They are stunned. Baby Millennium spiders are dragging the Graffi tribe bodies, preparing a vital feast for their exhausted mother. The spider is completely exhausted after giving birth. The red-haired guy stammers, asking what kind of unseen monsters these even are. Suddenly, a massive tentacle whips through the air, crashing down right where he stands. The ground shatters instantly, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Oka slowly approaches, staring with intimidating purple eyes. The terrified onlookers scramble to escape, shouting that they understand and are leaving immediately. Na Seon-hu crosses his arms in deep thought. He summoned Oka specifically to prepare for the upcoming clash against the Doom Insectum, hoping this fight helps it mature. The beast will grow by absorbing power. Na Seon-hu silently reflects on the dark, challenging path that lies ahead of them. Oka advances with heavy, crushing steps, showing absolutely no mercy. Terrified people scatter in every direction to escape its terrifying presence. Nobody dares to stop or look back at the hideous monster. Under the cover of the deep, dark night, they finally reach the ruin entrance. Na Seon-hu steps forward, staring at the blocked path with a sigh. He falls into deep contemplation, analyzing their next move. Only the most seasoned adventurers could locate this hidden threshold, even if they stretch their senses deep into the dangerous Ender Zone. He reaches out, releasing a brilliant surge of green energy. He realizes that finding this cloaked doorway requires his specific power. Na Seon-hu pushes his energy further, straining against the heavy magical camouflage masking the massive hidden entity right before his eyes. No wonder his sensory sweeps failed earlier. The stealth magic is so perfect that even standing directly in front of it is barely perceptible. With a final push, he breaks the barrier. Now watch, because things are about to get incredibly intense. Before the guy can even process the command, Oka wraps a massive tentacle around him and lifts him high into the air. Despite his terrified screams, Oka tosses him straight through the glowing spatial portal. Na Seon-hu simply watches with crossed arms, unfazed. He calmly calls out for the next person before stepping through the illusion himself, feeling the strange sensation of crossing space. Passing through feels exactly like teleportation. The air tingles against his skin, suggesting an incredibly dense concentration of raw mana nearby. He freezes as a shadowy figure looms right behind him. But before the beast can even touch a hair on his head, Na Seon-hu whips around and grabs its neck in a death grip. The exposed monster begins to tremble violently in pure terror. He notes that these Graffi beasts are not native to this area, though their power level seems comparable to Oka. He clenches his free hand, channeling a surge of crimson energy around his fist, deciding their origin does not even matter. He unleashes a devastating punch, instantly shattering the beast to pieces. The onlookers can only stare in absolute open-mouthed shock. Na Seon-hu's appearance changes drastically as his eyes turn completely crimson. He coldly mutters about them occupying the ruins. They claim the ruins yet cannot even escape their own cocoons. Soon after, the severed heads of other monsters rain down. The creatures never even get a chance to react before their heads are sliced off, splattering dark blood everywhere. Na Seon-hu laughs maniacally, mocking the beasts for losing their easy meal. He grows increasingly crazed as the battle intensifies. He curses violently, telling the pathetic insects to drop dead as he ruthlessly crushes their broken bodies under his boots. After the slaughter, his rage fades and he regains his composure. He wonders why he suddenly felt such overwhelming, unprovoked excitement. He realizes the Lumia Light item has been activated, dispersing a gentle protective blessing over every single member of the squad. Their physical defense is maxed out at 5,000. A system notification confirms that all unknown negative status effects are cleared. The ancient mana must have warped his mind temporarily. Fortunately, the irritating prickling sensation on his skin finally starts to fade. Although his senses remain slightly distorted, Na Seon-hu instructs the priestess to lead the way. She silently clasps her hands. She bows her head, whispering a prayer to Isra before suddenly unleashing a blast of energy directly at a cocoon. Na Seon-hu watches quietly without interfering, sensing a binding spell. Behind him, the red-haired warrior suddenly draws his blade. The man's eyes narrow with murderous intent as he lunges forward, aiming a lethal strike directly at Na Seon-hu. Even as the blade swings toward him, Na Seon-hu remains lost in thought, recalling how the ancient god's mana affected him. Anyone stepping into these ruins undergoes a massive shift, and the effect is far more pronounced in those wielding mana. They enter a trance, easily breaking past their natural physical limits. For example, Basman, who only used to be platinum level, suddenly broke through to the master level, while Manolia achieved such deep resonance that her powers bordered on challenger rank. The red-haired warrior swings his sword in a frenzy, completely stripped of his free will by an external force. His eyes burn with a demonic crimson glow. Yet Na Seon-hu remains completely unfazed by the sudden assault, casually raising his hands. He catches the incoming blade barehanded, snapping the steel in half with a sharp crack, calmly wondering what is really happening. A sharp snap. The blade broke clean in half. He stared at the shattered metal, wondering how this happened. That did not mean a thing. The swordsman who dared to face Na Seon-hu now lay scattered, groaning in pure agony. He figured that after beating them half to death, the corrupted energy would finally leave their broken bodies. Manolia watched the corrupt essence drift away. Na Seon-hu coldly warned the priestess to move and stop playing cheap tricks. She quickly agreed. Right then, hordes of Graph lurking in ambush suddenly rushed toward them like an endless wave. The monsters were in a complete frenzy. They showed absolutely no fear in his presence. Na Seon-hu realized this madness was why nobody had conquered these ruins yet. Without Doom Insect, the place was too deadly. Nobody else could survive this crushing density of mana. Undeterred, Na Seon-hu calmly walked straight through the blood. He paid no mind to the piled-up corpses. He simply dragged the trembling priestess up from the pile. As she coughed violently, he coldly tossed her back down, commanding her to get up and keep moving. Navigating the endless twisting maze while fighting constant Graph ambushes was brutal. Her strength was completely gone. Her body hit its absolute limit. She collapsed onto the cold floor, shivering and unable to take another step. Yet they made it. Before them lay a swirling storm of wreckage and debris revolving around a massive portal. The priestess shrieked in agony, her face twisting horribly as if every drop of energy was being sucked dry. Na Seon-hu kept moving forward. The closer they got to the center, the more his senses began to scramble. Even through all the chaos, just a single glance was all it took for him to understand this chamber's true purpose. Reaching the center, he realized this was the legendary battlefield where Jaedon and Doom Entergasto fought to the death. Over 1,000 years had passed, yet their ancient mutual bloodlusts still violently swirled in the air even today. A dangerous light flickered in his eyes. Na Seon-hu observed the remnants of their titanic clash with absolute focus. These two entities had torn into each other for so long that their original forms were unrecognizable. The floating objects left in the center were the sacred relics of both Jaedon and Doom Entergasto. Claiming both at once was pure suicide, so watch how he decides to suppress them one by one. Rushing forward, his fingers wrapped tightly around the shattered sword of Jaedon. He planned to start there first. Since Jaedon's remaining malice was entirely focused on Doom Entergasto, he expected very little resistance. He suddenly froze. A system prompt identified the item as the half-heart of the Great Red belonging to Jaedon. This relic held half the total essence of the Great Red, keeping its immense power since the split. It required purification, but his current power stats were simply too low to cleanse it for personal use. Na Seon-hu frowned in deep confusion, overcome by a strange, bizarre sensation he had never experienced in his life. The moment the item's name changed, a heavy, violent resonance suddenly vibrated deep within his own body. He wanted to analyze this feeling, but time was short. As Jaedon's presence quieted down, the second entity stirred. its massive form began to materialize. Na Seon-hu watched closely, realizing the entity was composed of many scattered fragments. A roaring band of energy was taking shape. He knew he had to cut their connection immediately. With a swift strike, he severed one link, then looked up and leaped high to grab a floating piece. As his fingers gripped the flying shard, that same heavy resonance suddenly jolted through his body once more. The system identified it as a missing rib of Doom Entergasto carrying its original power and will. It was weakened, but if he gathered all the remaining ribs, he could forge them into a supreme weapon. Things were finally clicking for him. He had previously assumed that every system prompt came directly from Doom Cho's, but that was a mistake. While the commands belonged to Doom Cho's, the item details came from elsewhere. The descriptions were actually being generated by the resonance of the different powers mixing inside his own body. Even though he had broken free from the ancient god, his system remained fully functional and deeply integrated. After swiftly securing every last floating fragment, a final system notification popped up before his eyes. It asked him to choose an item to forge from the ribs option: 1 weapon, 2 armor, or 3 accessory. This incredible prompt was not from Doom Cho's. His own internal system was generating this option independently. It felt as though he had suddenly stepped into the shoes of a literal creator, a totally new feeling. He had never felt this, not even when using his challenger trait to mess with the system in the past. All his hours of studying mana, searching through the ancient god's vault, and analyzing blueprints were finally paying off. Yet his efforts were about to pay off. A profound sense of realization washed over him, filling him with unexpected peace. He realized he now held something of eternal value, a formless power that could never be stolen or destroyed by anyone. Suddenly, a system prompt flashed, asking if he wanted to forge a weapon, armor, or an accessory from the Doom Entergasto rib. Na Seon-hu hesitated. Stay calm, he told himself. This was a critical choice that would completely redefine his combat capabilities. Weighing his options between a weapon and armor, he finally realized exactly what he needed most at this very moment. The system immediately confirmed his selection of the ring. Instantly, a blinding golden aura erupted completely, enveloping Na Seon-hu in light. As the fragmented pieces fused together, Sho watched in absolute awe, recognizing the legendary ring forged from pure dread. It was the ultimate crystallization of terror created by compressing all 24 ribs of the ancient Doom Entergasto itself. The item held the raw power and lingering malice of the beast, requiring a full purification before it could be wielded. Boasting a triple S rank and an item level of 666, Na Seon-hu could hardly believe his incredible luck. Holding the legendary artifact, his eyes widened as the system continuously loaded the detailed description of the terrifying item. The system warned that his current power was far too low to purify or even properly bind the bone ring. It required 500 power, while he only had 380. Still, Na Seon-hu tried to stay positive. It felt slightly uncomfortable to wear, but he was determined to master its immense dark power sooner or later. While he was completely distracted by the new ring on his finger, a sudden disturbance echoed from the outside world. Uninvited guests. Realizing they were surrounded, Na Seon-hu decided to step out and see who was foolish enough to challenge him. Outside, thick dust filled the air as the entire mountain shattered from a violent blast of golden magical energy. Stepping into the ruins, he watched in anger as the once mighty Oka was pinned down, struggling desperately against a chokehold. Dark tentacles erupted from the cracked earth, prompting Na Seon-hu to realize that his defensive spider traps had already been bypassed. He scoffed at the unexpected visitor, mocking the beast for showing up in person, looking like a pathetic, weak hatchling. The slimy Doom glared back with its glowing blue eyes, clearly offended by the protagonist's mocking and casual attitude. The creature lashed out with its massive tentacles, but Na Seon-hu easily dodged, soaring high into the sky in an instant. Doom Insectum pursued him, sending a sharp tip straight toward his face to blind him, but he remained completely unbothered. Folding his arms, he smirked as the monster hesitated. Scared already, he teased, waiting for its next move. The beast offered a deal, demanding the newly forged bone ring in exchange for sparing the captured Oka's life. Na Seon-hu scoffed at the monster's proposal, telling the beast to come and try taking it by force instead of talking. He threw down the gauntlet without hesitation, admitting he was utterly sick of being ranked below such a pathetic creature. Let us settle this once and for all. Doom Insectum immediately throws his weapon aside, opens his mouth wide, and roars, Doom Kaso-yu. Suddenly, he freezes in absolute shock as Seon-hu gathers a massive amount of power, something the monster never expected. The system voice suddenly rings out, announcing that their almighty master Doom Chaos has officially summoned the Council of Lords. Seon-hu thinks in frustration, wondering if he has been discovered at the worst possible time, but he tells himself not to give up. The enemy does not know everything, and the system announces that the portal initiation has officially begun, leaving Seon-hu to strategize. He had already thrown the bone ring into Taehan's private office and hidden the half-heart in the living room where Yeonhee stayed. But the system warns him that his authority resistance is insufficient and that he is being forcibly summoned to the Council of Lords. After struggling in immense pain, Seon-hu finally stabilizes his body, feeling as if his very soul is being violently ripped from him. At the Council of Lords, the great enemy is already waiting for him. Seon-hu quickly deduces that Doom Insectum must be nearby. He figures the rank below Doom Chaos must be Doom Man, and since Doom Casso is below him, he wonders about the others. Determination shines in his eyes. He refuses to fear, silently repeating those major names over and over in his head. Enter Gasto and Erukuda. He drops to his knees in agony under the terrifying crushing pressure of Doom Chaos ruling far above. As Doom Entagasto stretches out his colossal hand, the system immediately warns Seon-hu to leave the giant lord's domain at once. He curses silently. What nightmare will unfold if he actually tries to dodge this giant lord's attack? The monster grabs his entire body. Seon-hu screams in pure agony, completely trapped in a space that forces absolute obedience. It is a forced submission. The monster is punishing them for their internal conflict, and he cannot resist the raw power. Struggling is completely useless. The system warns that his authority resistance is far too low to break free. His talent to overcome adversity is completely blocked by Doom Entagasto's authority. He can only watch in absolute fury. He curses, damn it, he just has to endure this trial. The system continues, stating his passionate trait has been blocked by the unique power of Doom Entagasto. Suddenly, it announces that Doom Insectum is dead. Na Seon-hu is stunned, his eyes wide open, blood pouring from his mouth and eyes after being choked. Now, completely defeated, his blood keeps spilling out. He thinks in frustration, this is crazy. Isn't this supposed to be a trial? Na Seon-hu shouts, are you actually trying to kill me? Enter Gasto, the monster is slowly being destroyed, its body disintegrating strangely, releasing Na Seon-hu in a bizarre state. His charred body is completely covered in deep wounds, but the system helps his body gradually recover. The adversity endurer trait has activated, and all of his wounds are completely healed. In just moments, Na Seon-hu is fully restored. Doom Mount has now inherited the position of Doom Insectum. Dumb Man has inherited Doom Mount's spot. Doom Casso took over Dumb Man's, and Doom Lunia took over Doom Casso's position. His eyes widen in surprise. Lunia Luma appears with a bright smile, followed by a series of Dooms signing their contracts. Doom Chaos has appointed Doom Lunia as envoy. Nice to meet you all, Almighty Doom Chaos. I, Lunia, swear absolute and eternal loyalty to our master. The monster's fierce face is filled with pure bitterness. Even as Lunia broadcasts chaotic messages, its eyes remain locked onto Na Seon-hu. Its rage at failing to kill him has not died down at all. Yet Na Seon-hu refuses to back down, try it again, because this time he won't just stand there and take it. Now that his adversity endurer trait is active, he feels an overwhelming urge to measure the massive gap in their power. Meanwhile, Luma gets close to his face and speaks. Lord Dumb Man, let me say this first so there is no misunderstanding here. Gesticulating wildly, Lunia claims she is only conveying the direct words of Doom Chaos and nothing more. Na Seon-hu covers his face in sheer exhaustion, forced to listen to this endless babble and witness this absolute nonsense once again. Do you understand? He thinks he should have just finished him off when he broke the deal. What a massive headache. Luma rambles on, telling him to get on his knees, saying Insectum was guilty, but he is not any better. Do it before Lord Doom Entagasto's mercy runs out, before their master changes his mind. This nagging is driving Na Seon-hu completely insane. Fine, he will kneel. If it ends the nonsense, there is no reason he cannot just do it. This creature's smug attitude and motor mouth are making his head explode. Even Lunia claims to deeply appreciate Lord Entagasto's mercy. Dumb Man must never forget this day, as there will come a time when Na Seon-hu personally handles him, wearing a human skin and talking like some ancient outcast who claims to be different from the rest. That is nothing but a desperate lie born of pure fear. Then Luma performs a few quick hand movements. The moment he dons the messenger badge of Doom Chaos, they must begin by inspecting the various active battlefields. The main council commences as the vain creatures slowly reveal their true colors. Images of his allies fighting bravely across other dungeons appear. The central Greenwood continent to the west, the Vortex region to the east of the Varian Empire, and the Silver Border to the east. Lord Dumb Man's human army is incredibly strong and fiercely motivated. Their master is highly pleased, Luma remarks mockingly, gesturing at Na Seon-hu. But look here, while the human forces, humanity is blindly obeying. But what are the other massive monster legions doing in the dark right now? Mocking Seon-hu with a sneer, Doom Lunia expresses deep disappointment, stating that their Grand Master Doom Chaos is the one who is truly let down. Lunia's face twists into a horrifying mocking sneer. He demands that everyone perform their duties properly without any excuses. He hopes everyone performs their duties well and stops wasting time like the useless Insectum, making Seon-hu finally understand the hierarchy. Hearing Lunia's arrogant words, Seon-hu deeply reflects on his own situation, realizing the enemy plans to closely monitor him through that puppet. With the grueling trials of the lords officially beginning, extreme tension takes over as cold sweat begins to pour down Seon-hu's face. He had barely managed to secure that legendary item in time, but now Doom Lunia joyfully demands that they all chant together one last time. Filled with bizarre ecstatic joy, Lunia declares eternal loyalty to their almighty master Doom Chaos as the other monsters watch on. They all chant their absolute loyalty to Doom Chaos, yet Seon-hu silently harbors deep doubts and questions everything around him. He wonders if the ceremony is finally over, but Doom Lunia's condescending explanation only serves to make him even more furious. Lunia demands to know why Doom Man refuses to bow. That annoying bastard continues to mock him until the very end. Meanwhile, at the Awaken Association headquarters in Seoul, Tae-han and Yeon-hae hurry along with incredibly tense expressions on their faces. Tae-han suddenly stops in surprise. Seeing Seon-hu return safely, he immediately bows deeply to welcome his master back. Seon-hu offers a polite smile, apologizing for suddenly passing such a dangerous item to them when the situation was incredibly urgent. Yoon-hee follows closely behind, admitting she honestly thought he had run into some fatal danger when the item suddenly arrived. It was a close call. If we hadn't heard anything by today, we really would have charged in there, Yoon-hee explained. She was telling Na Seon-hu along with Jonathan and Han. Then Na Seon-hu suddenly pulled out a ring he got from the dune. Naturally, tossing such an item out so casually shocked her. Realizing they were terrified of its power, he quickly put it away. The system confirmed the bone ring of Doom Entergasto, the one feared even by the dead, was added to his inventory. Na Seon-hu told Yoon-hae about the meeting where all the Dooms gathered in one place. The other two stared in absolute disbelief. Getting caught would have meant deep trouble, especially with Entergasto practically grinding his teeth in absolute rage. A worried Yoon-hee asked if it was really another one of his items. Talk about an unfortunate twist of fate. Yoon-hee and Lan sat up straight, listening to Na Seon-hu. The discussion focused more on the Bone Ring than the Doom Council. This was the first triple S rank skill to ever appear, potentially linking to a life vessel that belonged to Entergasto. It was practically a piece of Entergasto's exclusive gear. But as he spoke, someone suddenly interrupted their conversation. Na Seon-hu noted he couldn't say for sure yet since he hadn't fully mastered it. Just then, a panicked Jonathan burst in. He blurted out questions before Na Seon-hu could even process them, frantically asking if Na Seon-hu was finally safe and sound. He thought he would finally get some action, but it seemed everything was already handled. He even told Kim Cheol-soo to reschedule. He was glad it didn't come to that. Na Seon-hu stayed quiet, deep in thought before delivering some news that shocked Jonathan. It seemed the real issue was actually on Jonathan's end. Jonathan looked over at Yeon-hae, but she just shook her head. Feeling helpless, Jonathan decided to explain everything and handed over his phone, noting that Na Seon-hu needed to see this. Na Seon-hu carefully read the screen, seeing headlines that targeted the Jonathan Investment Group investigating the mysterious ultra-rich. They targeted those who completely monopolize global wealth, signaling a second major Occupy Gold Street movement. After scanning the news, Na Seon-hu asked in a cold voice if there was someone pulling the strings behind the scenes. Jonathan nodded seriously, explaining that this protest felt entirely different because a central mastermind was starting to emerge. He then asked Na Seon-hu if he knew about Ada, mentioning a highly experienced academic who served as their advisor. That white-haired old man went by the name Clayton, a name that instantly rang a familiar bell in Na Seon-hu's mind. Details about the organization flooded his mind. ATTAC was the Association for the Taxation of Financial Transactions and Aid to Citizens. Originally founded in France, this particular activist group was once a prominent pioneer in the early anti-globalization movement. Back then, their radical slogans about controlling massive capital flows barely got any real attention from the general public. But now the world had changed so drastically that people had no other choice but to wholeheartedly agree with them. Just look at the Jonathan Group and Julian. Their combined assets made up over 42% of global market capitalization. If their public shares were already that massive, even a child could guess how terrifying their hidden assets were. Na Seon-hu turned to Jonathan, pointing out that this old man was likely stepping up to lead the entire movement himself. He had clearly learned some valuable lessons from the failures of the first Occupy movement. Back when the Rothschild family fell and the Jonathan New Club debuted, there was a massive protest against the new capitalists. People screamed not to let these new giants rule over them, but the movement faded after 2 months without a leader. The lack of a central figure ruined them. Na Seon-hu and Jonathan continued discussing the matter with grave seriousness. Jonathan confirmed that Clayton was already gathering his colleagues and the ATTAC activists were ready to take charge. He shared his thoughts, pointing out that it would only take one spark for the crowd to completely explode. In another development, Clayton was meeting with a director named Michael, opening the discussion with a rather intriguing proposal. He asked Michael to imagine a world where a person's size was entirely determined by the wealth they owned. Michael listened intently before replying that in such a world he would have to look up to Clayton. But Clayton quickly pushed back, pointing out that out on Gold Street, they would both be surrounded by actual giants. Michael had to agree with his logic, but a sudden loud crash made him turn around in absolute surprise. Right there stood a colossal giant towering over 2 miles high. That was the true face of the ultra-rich. Clayton's words were carefully calculated. He knew that, as the weak director scrambled to avoid being trampled, ideas would spark. Deep down, Michael was a fragile soul left wondering why their entire world was always shrouded in absolute darkness. Clayton's words cut right to his core, reminding him of when the sun actually used to shine on them. It prompted the director to look up at those giants and ask if they could even see the sun from up there. The director's question echoes higher and higher, passed up through the mouths of literal giants, from the smallest giant to the medium one, then onward. It reaches the large giant and finally the colossal beast as massive as a mountain. All the while, Clayton keeps asking questions that strike Michael's deepest fear. They all ask the mountain-sized giant the exact same question. But in the end, not a single giant has ever seen a sun big enough to cast such a shadow. Could such an immense world-shadowing giant actually exist? Clayton asks Michael what he thinks would happen if a supreme entity like that was real. Michael starts to waver, realizing it would be terrifying beyond belief. Just one single footstep from a creature like that would completely tear a nation apart. But then Clayton drops a question that completely breaks Michael's composure. What would happen if a supreme giant like that accidentally tripped and fell? Clayton takes a calm sip of his tea and continues. He explains that our current reality is not any different from that giant scenario. The angry crowds protesting out on the streets are not just rowdy rebels fighting the system. It goes much deeper than simple rebellion. He believes those people have finally realized that their entire lives are being manipulated and dictated by a single massive unseen giant. These are the 99% of ordinary citizens. Sweating bullets, Michael asks if this giant is Jonathan Hunter and the top investment firm bosses. Before that direct question, Clayton slowly sets his teacup back down onto the table. There is actually a giant far larger than any of them. He brings up an incredibly formidable figure named Jonathan Doe. Since this man has never once appeared in public, he must rule from the absolute peak. This shadow ruler is the terrifying king of giants, Jonathan Doe. After Michael's documentary is released to the public, the citizens' demands instantly align. The campaign exposes the terrifying scale of the king of giants, Jonathan Doe. While the government boasts about positive numbers, the average citizen feels nothing. If one only looks at the official charts, the economy seems to be thriving. But why does real life feel so different for everyone? One protester speaks out, explaining that his family and neighbors are still suffering immensely from job losses and heavy taxes. Seeing them go through this hardship is absolutely heartbreaking. Meanwhile, the mood inside the elite boardroom meeting is incredibly tense. People thought the guardians of the Day of Genesis protected the system, but they only acted out of pure inherent greed. They monopolized critical information to make investments with guaranteed victories. Clayton believes the proof is absolutely everywhere. They knew about the alien invasion long before the Day of Genesis occurred. The sheer scale of their manipulation is terrifying. These elites did not fight against the Day of Genesis. Instead, they weaponized the crisis for their own gain. A society where the top 20% of high earners hold 90% of all wealth is already deeply deformed. Yet within that top 20%, an even smaller minority like Jonathan Hunter and Jonathan Doe command 70% of that. This means a mere handful of individuals control over 60% of the entire world's wealth. People are finally speaking up. Protesters point out that even children know this extreme wealth gap is fundamentally wrong. The public is looking closely at the Awakened Association. Why did those awakened ones who used to be walking time bombs suddenly become obedient sheep following the system? The public reacts with intense fury during these heated debates. People like Jonathan Hunter and Jonathan Doe hold power beyond imagination. Yet they maintain absolute silence in the face of countless suspicions. If they truly were the heroic guardians, they would not hide. So the people stand up to fight for their rights, demanding that Jonathan Doe and his cabal finally show their faces. They march with signs across the streets chanting for Jonathan Doe to reveal himself. "We are not your slaves." This massive campaign sweeps across the nation, pulling in over half the population in a monumental public uprising. High atop a skyscraper, a man stands silently witnessing the chaos unfolding below. It is Jonathan Hunter, watching with a grim expression. Meanwhile, a completely different storm is brewing inside the White House. The president's secretary delivers some incredibly grim news. The midterm elections are right around the corner, and if this chaos continues, they will face a devastating total defeat. The president panics as the senator hands over a stack of files. Reading the header, his eyes widen in pure shock. It is a congressional hearing plan targeting Jonathan Doe. The senator explains that they must at least look like they are taking action. They have already gathered consensus within the Republican Party. The president's face goes pale, instantly breaking out in cold sweat. He trembles with absolute terror. Clutching his face, his voice shakes as he warns that if the party turns on him, he will do the same. He screams a flat refusal. He will not authorize a hearing for Jonathan Doe. He has made his position completely clear. Left utterly alone in the Oval Office, the president clutches his head in absolute helplessness. This situation is driving him completely insane. His voice trembles violently. He warns that if the party turns on him, he will do the same. He screams out that he refuses. He will not agree to hold this hearing. Left completely alone in the room, the president clutches his head in absolute despair. This situation is driving him completely insane. He has no idea what to do. Jonathan Doe is the one person they must never cross. If they fail to stop this hearing, he is absolutely finished. Closing his eyes, he grits his teeth and tries to stay upright. He squeezes his eyes shut, gritting his teeth in absolute panic. The president desperately tries to cook up a temporary plan to save himself. The club's support staff is actually declaring martial law. Jonathan overhears the shocking news and can barely believe his own ears. Martial law over something so trivial? Is he trying to ruin a world that just stabilized? Then Jonathan suddenly walks right in. Seeing him, the panicked American president quickly stands up to explain, promising he will find a way to stop this before urging him not to worry. Jonathan picks up the file on the desk, scribbles a quick note, and throws it right in front of the president. This is the compromise, Jonathan tells him. Use it to persuade everyone. The president reads it, his face turning pale. Jonathan is completely confident in his written proposal. A name is crossed out and replaced with a new one. No matter how dirty things get, he will handle it. The file reveals a special investigation hearing plan targeting Jonathan Hunter. The congressman holds Jonathan's edited document in sheer panic, but the president orders him to comply and just agree to it. Sweating, the congressman asks what happens if they lose the election anyway, nervously bringing up the Jonathan Investment Group. He asks if they have even discussed this with them. The president scoffs, asking if he thinks Jonathan is an enemy they can easily force out. Of course, everything is already settled, the president tells him. The congressman sighs in relief and the president nods. The president smirks, telling the congressman that he honestly envies them for having such an incredible leader. He warns the congressman never to forget that he was the one who saved their lives. Soon, massive breaking news begins spreading all over the media. Headline news reports that the House of Representatives has finally reached an agreement regarding a special hearing on the Day 1 financial defense. A special investigation hearing for Jonathan Hunter will take place, and he will personally attend. Citizens read the shocking update. People are completely baffled. Why would Jonathan Hunter attend a hearing when he is a key member of the Awakens Association? He should have used his veto power. The shocking news makes his enemies celebrate, cheering that they finally won. They believe they finally dragged the Titan down. Meanwhile, at Jonathan's apartment, Jung-soo walks in holding a stack of files. He reports that a search warrant is already being processed. The prosecutor filing it is just a nobody. But he has a horde of congressmen and powerful activist groups backing him. Jonathan listens in total silence. Jung-soo continues, explaining that even without the prosecutor general's approval, this guy is moving forward with the case alone. Jonathan closes his eyes and lets out a long, heavy sigh. Suddenly, an intense crushing pressure erupts from his body. The heavy aura suffocates the room, making it hard for Jung-soo to breathe. They are definitely using the Antitrust Act. They are targeting us with the same law that once dismantled the legendary Rockefeller oil empire. That sudden burst of power leaves Jung-soo completely dizzy, his ears ringing, as he struggles to stand straight. Jung-soo confesses he cannot hear a thing. Realizing he went too far, Jonathan apologizes and repeats his warning. He repeats that they will use antitrust laws. Jung-soo nods and hands him another stack of investigation files. This politician is launching an exceptionally brutal attack, Jung-soo warns while Jonathan begins flipping through the files. Democratic Representative Jack Benedict is the mastermind who pushed that low-level prosecutor to request the search warrant. Jung-soo explains they pulled every string they could, but this fight is not going to be easy. Inside the American hearing room, the crowd is packed. Every single face is tense and filled with silent dread. Nobody is smiling. With the cameras rolling for a live national broadcast, Jonathan walks in with absolute authority. He briefly considers wiping them all out right here. He declares he is ready, making them tremble in fear. The first speaker freezes, unable to even open his mouth under Jonathan's cold, incredibly piercing gaze. Dick suddenly remembers the danger he is in. Then a confident voice echoes, thanking him for attending. The speaker is Jack Benedict. He claims many Americans fear Jonathan's massive monopoly will harm their entire society. Hearing these provocative words, Dick and the other high-ranking officials in the room begin to panic. This was definitely not part of their previous agreement. Using provocative words like monopoly is highly dangerous. There is no benefit in trying to play the lone hero by riling up the crowd with such accusations. But Jack has zero fear. Sarcasm dripping from his voice, he hopes to resolve their questions today. He asks if Jonathan remembers Day 1. Jonathan calmly meets his eyes, showing absolutely no emotion. Jonathan calmly answers that he remembers, recalling how they struggled to absorb the massive amounts of dumped stock. The politician quickly pushes much harder, saying that exact transaction is what sparked intense public suspicion. Did you know beforehand about the alien invasion? He asks, while Jonathan prepares to respond like a machine. The tension inside the room spikes instantly as everyone waits to see how the absolute powerhouse will react. He handled every single question with absolute ease. He had a strong gut feeling about this. His confident answers stunned the entire boardroom. But tell me, did you actually report this truth to the government? Of course he did. Major world leaders everywhere, and not just in the United States, knew about it directly or indirectly. That is exactly the reason why the military was able to react so incredibly fast on day one of the awakening. Benedict immediately pressed him with a much heavier accusation. Why did you choose to keep the public completely in the dark? Chairman Joshua had even pleaded to limit nuclear weapons during a press conference. Benedict raised his voice, demanding answers. Did you actually predict the downfall of this alien civilization? He sneered, raising his voice to insult Jonathan. If the public had known, they could have prepared. Because of this massive information gap, regular Americans suffered devastating financial losses. His sheer rudeness forced the committee chairman to step in immediately. Representative Benedict, please wait your turn. Meanwhile, Jonathan let his fury explode completely, shattering the podium with a single punch. Benedict shrank back in sheer terror. Cold, suffocating bloodlust radiated from Jonathan as he growled, I know some find this hard. I completely understand how they feel, he stated firmly, locking eyes with everyone in the tense room. But claiming we profited from that secret information is a flat-out lie, Jonathan spat, openly defying them. I believe I have made it perfectly clear that we prepared countermeasures hand in hand with the world's governments. The choice to keep this secret was not ours to make. That is a question the administration must answer. Despite shaking under Jonathan's immense pressure, Benedict still gathered his courage and loudly disputed the claims he just made. All of that is classified information. It is impossible to verify anything today. The truth might surface in 20 years. Standing tall, he began listing a massive pile of evidence to back his claims. So let's look at the reality. Since day one, the global economy has shifted completely. The Jonathan Investment Group now dominates every single sector of our society. Countless financial indicators prove their absolute control. I call this nothing short of a complete monopoly. Pointing a finger directly at Jonathan's face, Benedict yelled, we have laws specifically designed to crush this kind of power. I am talking about antitrust laws. The committee chairman immediately cut him off, visibly annoyed by his attitude. Stop presenting assumptions as facts, Representative Benedict. But get this, Benedict only grew bolder and stood up proudly. Do not ignore the voice of great American citizens. We must look beyond just the first day's defense. We must first ask a hard question. Is the Jonathan Investment Group actively breaking our antitrust laws? His bold declarations were slowly starting to sway the minds of several committee members in the hearing room. Are they abusing their massive power? Are they actively working behind the scenes to build an even greater monopoly than before? Benedict turned to his peers. Mr. Chairman, distinguished colleagues, and great citizens of America, I propose we adjourn this hearing. Put a temporary hold on this hearing immediately. He took full advantage of the situation, pressing his agenda forward. While Benedict pushed his advantage, Jonathan sat in silence. Meanwhile, a search warrant was already being drafted. Furthermore, we must now use our congressional authority to establish a special investigative committee to look into their monopolistic actions. His face twisted with intense emotion as he shouted, this is the true will of the people and our justice. But wait, right in the middle of his speech, the main doors suddenly blast open, shocking everyone in the room. It was Olivia. Furious, she blew the doors apart, demanding how Jonathan could possibly endure such disrespect. Please do not forgive me, she muttered with a dark look, but I simply cannot hold back anymore. Then she ordered a complete slaughter, kill them all. Hearing this, Na Seon-hu instantly charged forward at Benedict. With one devastating strike, Na Seon-hu launched Benedict high into the air, shocking everyone in the entire room. The congressman's body crashed hard onto a desk. Panic erupted instantly as people scrambled to escape the chaos. Screams for help echoed everywhere. Up on the platform, Jonathan watched the chaos with a dark, cold expression. Looking up, he asked in a cold tone, do you think this is helping me? Olivia froze instantly. Surely Na Seon-hu warned you about this. Right then, Olivia's figure began to fade and Yeon-hee appeared instead. She asked how he figured it out so fast. Jonathan looked at her, scratching her head, and sighed. My Olivia is not that foolish, he said, hoping she at least released some of her built-up anger. Did you think a simple illusion would appease my anger? He scoffed, looking completely frustrated by her antics. That is why I shattered it early, Yeon-hee quickly replied, tilting her head to stare directly at him. Just calm down a bit. Otherwise, all these old men are going to die. Your pure murderous aura alone is already enough to trigger a total bloodbath. A vision flashes. Jonathan unleashes a heavy sound wave that forces someone to clutch their head in pure agony. Sensing her presence, he knits his brows. This is my business, woo Yeon-hee. Get out of my head right now. Yeon-hee looks away and sighs softly. The room quickly empties out. Only Jane and the unconscious Senator Benedict remain behind. Suddenly, the scene blurs. The earlier hearing fades back in, echoing that this is the people's will and the justice of our era. Sitting up high, Jonathan looks incredibly grim. He thinks to himself before realizing it was all an illusion. I did not even try to stop Olivia. Looking deeply annoyed, he bows his head. If Woo Yoon-hee had not stepped in, he definitely would have let his raw emotions slip. At that moment, Benedict slowly speaks up, suggesting a short recess if needed. The stern old man suddenly chimes in. He declares that while the court reviews the search warrant, they will take a 1-hour recess. Exhausted, Jonathan slumps into his chair. He props his feet up and rubs his neck while Chung-soo stands nearby looking deeply worried. He anxiously inquires. He points out that the search warrant has been rejected and wonders if they should just call it a day. He adds that the chairman apologized for Jack's behavior and wants to know their plans, but Jonathan cuts him off. He flatly refuses. We are pushing forward. A while later, Jonathan throws on his suit jacket to head back out. If they do not end this battle here and now, those ruthless politicians will definitely keep clawing at them forever. As he adjusts his collar, something catches his eye. A cameraman standing in the crowd suddenly enters Jonathan's line of sight. Realizing Woo Yoon-hee is disguised as that very cameraman, she silently signals him. Let me know whenever you need assistance. His expression remains cold and unresponsive. He silently thinks that he won't thank her because she has gone way too far. Deciding they will settle this matter later, Jonathan turns on his heel. He heads straight back to the hearing room. The stern chairman sitting at the very top bangs his gavel. He calls for order, announcing the recess has ended. As the hearing resumes, Chung-soo quietly walks back over to Jonathan's side. Meanwhile, the committee gets back to questioning. Following extensive questioning about the defense on the day of beginning, they call their next witness, Kim Chung-soo. Passing by Jonathan, Chung-soo gives a subtle nod. Then he steps up to the podium under the heavy gaze of the crowd. The real battle begins now. Senator Benedict flashes a sly predatory grin and asks Chung-soo if he knows a man named Yeon. Darting his eyes away, Chung-soo curses inwardly at the question. Then he calmly replies that yes, he does know him. Smelling blood, Benedict presses harder. He states they wanted to summon Ethan, a key player in Jonathan's investment, to this hearing. He points out that the mysterious consultant behaves like a complete ghost, slipping away without leaving a trace. Turning his sharp gaze toward Chung-soo, the senator demands a full explanation of who this ghost really is. Chung-soo leans on the podium and explains that Ethan is an independent director who advises on their major corporate deals. Benedict brings up other massive players. He asks if Ethan was deeply involved with tech giants like Phenos and Google. He notes they have confirmed that Ethan was heavily involved in both their strategic deals and public market listings. Flashing a smug smile, Benedict asks if those rumors are true. Chung-soo calmly confirms that they are. But Benedict is not done. His next statement sends a sudden surge of anxiety straight through Chung-soo. He points out that according to tax records, Jonathan Investment has never paid Ethan a single penny for his work. Seizing the momentum, the senator argues that advising such massive deals should have earned Ethan an astronomical fortune. Chung-soo hesitates. He attempts to construct a cautious response about how difficult it is to openly disclose executive compensation, but the senator cuts him off. He asks if Ethan is in a position where he does not even need corporate payouts. He suggests Ethan is so powerful that performance bonuses are completely beneath him, raising a single finger with a smirk. Grinning smugly, the senator claims only one legendary figure fits that description, and that is the mysterious investor Na Seon-hu. The bombshell accusation of Na Seon-hu instantly sends shockwaves through the room. Jonathan knits his brows as he watches. They are starting to dig into extremely dangerous territory. Is this senator trying to secure a presidential run on this? Jonathan glances over the murmuring crowd, realizing he must shut this down before their wild speculations spiral completely out of hand. Letting them dig any deeper into the mysterious consultant's true identity would put everything they have built in severe danger. Suddenly, a steady voice breaks the silence and leaves the room stunned. Na Seon-hu cannot possibly be Ethan. Jonathan sits with his legs crossed, clasping his hands as he calmly explains that Yeon is simply an old personal friend. He proudly declares they have always supported each other both financially and emotionally, which naturally leaves no paper trail. Senator Benedict, once so arrogant, now looks utterly dazed and quietly asks, "So Jay-Z is?" Jonathan's voice cuts in as he looks down with a solemn face. "The Jay-Z you all wanted to know about is simply my alias account," he declares, leaving everyone in the audience completely shell-shocked with eyes wide open. Everyone stares at him as he trembles, but Jonathan merely leans down and speaks once more in a cold, dark voice. Leaning forward with a sharp, piercing gaze, he states clearly that he, Jonathan Hunter, is indeed Joe. His face flashes across massive screens citywide for everyone to see, and the citizens immediately start buzzing. Everyone is in disbelief. If Jonathan Hunter and Joe are the same person, does he control all that money? Could one single man actually hold that much wealth? Meanwhile, someone in the crowd is struggling to hold back a laugh. He mutters that Jonathan is finished, fully satisfied now that the billionaire has openly admitted to illegal trading. He is going to rot in prison forever, but suddenly a sharp voice cuts in right behind him. Jessica appears out of nowhere and coldly asks if he really thinks so, noting that using an alias is not illegal. Besides, since Jonathan is an awakened, the justice system does not even have the power to lock him up. Another bystander chimes in with worry, saying that locking up an economic powerhouse like him would shatter the market. Back at the hearing, Jonathan slowly stands up from his seat with a calm smile and begins to clap. "Congratulations," he says, glaring down at the politicians, noting that they have finally forced the truth out. They are stunned as he explains that trading under his real name would have caused absolute chaos in the market. That is exactly why he had to keep his legendary identity completely hidden from the public eye. His face darkens as he challenges them. What will they do now? He will not hide behind his awakened status. He is ready to take full legal responsibility, leaving the corrupt politicians gritting their teeth in absolute dread. But can they actually survive the massive economic shockwave that is about to hit the global market? Jonathan steps right up to the trembling Senator Benedict, who can only look up and stammer out a reply. He demands to know how the stock market is doing, and the pale-faced senator checks his phone in a panic. It is crashing, the senator reports, but Jonathan remains completely unfazed, telling them this is exactly what they wanted. He proved it on day one, and as past memories flash by, his resolve to protect the system only hardens. No matter what he has to sacrifice, he will safeguard this world even after becoming a powerful awakened. Even now, as he quietly fights off terrifying outer world threats to keep humanity safe. Looking down at the silent room, he tells them he is doing everything to protect their peaceful daily lives. He quietly closes his eyes and declares with absolute certainty that he is ready to face their judgment. Since the American public demanded the mysterious Na Seon-hu, he stands ready to pay the price for his unlisted trades. Suddenly, Jonathan snaps, his eyes wide open, turning his cold gaze directly back toward the trembling Senator Benedict. He demands to know once again what the stock market looks like right at this very moment. The senator stammeringly replies that it is surging back up, and Jonathan steps closer with absolute confidence. He promises to prove himself again, no matter how much they continue to doubt his true intentions. He tells them that neither he nor his investment group ever wanted to stand above the law. As his speech broadcasts citywide, he calmly tells them to name the court date, and he will be there. Almost instantly, the mood in the streets begins to shift, and the raging protesters start losing their spark. The angry signs are slowly replaced as people start voicing their support for the billionaire hero. They declare they will stand by him, and a bright, blinding light suddenly washes over the entire city. Meanwhile, all the way over in Korea, a massive wave of fierce outrage is exploding inside a luxury high-rise. Seong-il is absolutely losing his mind with rage, slamming his fists down and telling everyone to shut up. He demands to be sent to America to deal with those ungrateful fools, while Gang desperately grabs his arm. She begs him to calm down, but he spins around, points his finger right at her, and snaps. He warns her that if they cannot get him to America immediately, their entire deal is completely off. He does not care as she is the association chairman's daughter, leaving the surrounding guards in a total panic. But a voice from the back makes Seong-il freeze as Tae-han tells him to chill because people are watching. He puts his hands behind his back respectfully. If the association's fifth-ranked hunter acts like this, people are going to worry. He quickly turns around and shouts out, "You came at the perfect time. Surely you have a private jet or something, right?" With a soft smile, he bows and guides him away, offering to explain everything, though Na Seon-hu is still visibly furious. He follows Tae-han anyway. Explain what? He's already seen plenty of wealthy chairmen end up in prison over dummy accounts. Suddenly, a massive spread of delicious food appears on the table, completely grabbing his attention. Those bastards are trying to buy off the awakened Yama. Taking the bait, Na Seon-hu doesn't hesitate for a second and immediately begins stuffing his face. Meanwhile, some of us are out here risking our lives fighting vicious monsters, while these high and mighty big shots sit back and play dirty games. He pours a glass of liquor and downs it in one shot. People like that only learn their lesson after shedding some blood. That's a lesson he definitely learned in the trial zone. Tae-han watches him eat calmly, continuing with his explanation. But the trial zone and the mainland are completely different. Yama is simply acting according to the direct will of Na Seon-hu. Tae-han then asks if he has heard about the club yet. Mouth stuffed with food, Na Seon-hu mutters a quick response. He's heard some rumors about it. Suddenly, Na Seon-hu looks up at Tae-han across the table, asking if everything was set up. Was it all planned from the start, even forcing Yama to endure such heavy humiliation? Tae-han answers with absolute calm. Being at the very bottom of the club, he doesn't know the specifics. But Jay is actually Na Seon-hu. Na Seon-hu tilts his head. Did he really think he couldn't guess that much? Tae-han reaches out, explaining that having Yama carry this weight means Na Seon-hu is handing over complete management of the entire club directly to the awakened Yama. Na Seon-hu stops eating, clearly annoyed. Gritting his teeth, he asks if Na Seon-hu truly trusts Yama that much. Is that really a place for someone like him to meddle? Tae-han looks at him seriously, his voice turning deep. The crucial point is that Yama, one of the association's absolute strongest, has declared he will abide by the judicial system. He clearly has no intention of ruling the world with brute force. Taehan suddenly shifts, his tone startling San Na Seon-hu. But if his big brother keeps getting this worked up, San Na Seon-hu just grabs a bottle and drinks without a word. He sets the bottle down with a heavy sigh, noting that ruling the world is no joke. They have their struggles. Taehan chuckles softly, asking if that means his big brother will stop bringing up the trip to America. San Na Seon-hu frowns. With another sigh, he mutters that he only does what he's told, though Na Seon-hu's blood must be boiling too. He looks up curiously, asking if Na Seon-hu is currently in America. Taehan remains silent for a moment, then answers no. Meanwhile, over in a desolate, rugged mountain range, Seon-woo hovers high in the sky, staring down two massive monsters. They watch him warily, a hint of fear in their eyes as Seon-woo radiates a crushing wave of pure bloodlust. His entire focus is locked onto the hunt. These beasts are dragorans, one blue, one green, both looking utterly ferocious. They're easy to spot amidst the chaos of this massive continent-spanning war zone. An attack begins forming inside the green. Monsters gaping fanged maw, firing a devastating blast straight at Seon-woo. He knows their true forms are about to be exposed due to how they react to his slime. Wearing a look of pure rage, Seon-woo braces himself. Dealing with both at the same time is going to be a bit of a struggle, but Seon-woo lets out a fierce roar. As the blue dragoran readies its strike, a glowing ring of blue energy coils around its fist, then suddenly a blast of acidic slime strikes its face, making it shriek. Seon-woo's attack has landed a direct hit right in its eye. He looks down at the thick yellowish-brown liquid coating his palm. As expected, the toxicity of this slime is on a whole different level now. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms from above, casting a colossal figure onto the ground below. It's none other than Oka. After Insectum and Seon-woo disappeared upon being summoned by the Lord's Council, Oka had been fighting a brutal life-or-death battle against Insectum's primordial subordinates. Recalling the savage memory of consuming that foe, he notes that after swallowing it whole with the ancient spider's help, Oka has evolved enough to easily challenge a dragoran in a direct duel. Suddenly, Oka's massive tentacles shoot straight toward the green-colored dragoran. But before they can even land, the uninjured beast unleashes a massive wave of energy, freezing the tentacles in place. A barrage of magic circles fires rapidly from its gaping mouth, the overwhelming pressure pinning Oka flat against the ground. With its target completely pinned, the green dragoran raises its claw high, channeling energy for a devastating finishing blow. It roars out for Oka to die, unleashing a massive spear of pure energy that tears right through the creature. The brutal impact shreds Oka's body, sending severed tentacles flying. Eager to finish the job, the beast leaps high into the air. Direct hit, he stomps directly on Oka, crushing the beast into pieces underfoot. Watching Oka break apart, he laughs in pure satisfaction. But the fight is not over as tiny tentacles begin to wriggle and squirm from beneath the dirt, shocking the green dragoran. The writhing tentacles wrap tightly around his body, making him cry out in panic. Na Seon-hu predicted this easily, calmly offering a warning. They do not die that easily. Seizing the perfect opening, Na Seon-hu quickly slashes forward, severing the arm of the blue dragoran. Na Seon-hu points his sharp energy blade right at him. Where are you looking when your real opponent is right in front of you? Blood splattered across his face, he declares that the testing is over. It is time to become a sacrifice for his power level. You filthy lizards, from inside a mystical blue magic portal, Oka and Na Seon-hu step out together. Witnessing this incredible sight, Yeon-hai can only stare with wide eyes. She looks up at Oka, praising him for how cool he looks. Na Seon-hu chuckles with a calm look, agreeing that she has worked incredibly hard during all this time. He knows Yeon-hai feels frustrated because circumstances kept her from the front lines, unable to protect the vessel of life. He pats her head gently. They had to be extremely cautious since they had no idea who would show up after the Spirit King. But as the second-ranked awakens, she must have been absolutely itching for some real action these past few days. Looking at Oka, Na Seon-hu calculates that since Oka wants to revive its original ancient race, this is a win-win situation. Images of the giant twin towers at the awakened headquarters flash in his mind, presenting the perfect solution. This massive structure, with double the floor space of a massive sports complex, will serve as Oka's new breeding ground. Standing with his arms crossed, Na Seon-hu looks up and promises that if this place is not enough, he will grant him new territory. Oka softly replies that this is plenty. Na Seon-hu nods and looks up to assign his faithful beast a brand new mission. He knows Oka already senses what that task entails. Behind it, a massive gray armored entity stands tall with crossed arms. Na Seon-hu remembers that Oka has experience protecting its creator, its own ancient race, and the vessel of life. Turning back to business, Na Seon-hu asks Yeon-hai if she is ready. When she nods, his ring begins to glow. A powerful purple energy radiates from the ring. Yeon-hai's face twists in discomfort as her energy is forcefully drawn out. The ring absorbs the life force from her body, making her scream in intense pain. The system alerts that it is absorbing the vessel. The power of Doom Entergastel's ring gathers the life vessel, condensing it into a swirling dark purple orb. Now check this out. Just as expected, the bone ring possesses the unique power to link with Entergastel's items. Oka immediately drops to his knees on the stone floor. The orb slowly sinks deep into Oka's chest as a notification chimes. The life vessel has been fully reset. With a serious expression, Na Seon-hu orders Oka to protect this power at all costs. He promises the entire world will back Oka up. Nearby, L sits cross-legged, asking how long they plan to stay here. The human army is trying their best, yet Doom Man's own mission has barely made any progress at all. Floating in the air, L keeps nagging, asking if he has completely forgotten his goal to eliminate Queen Elsland. The greed lineage never rests. L continues, admitting that Na Seon-hu defeated Hydragorn, but warns that things must be done in order. Na Seon-hu clenches his fist in annoyance as L complains about him only focusing on researching mana and raising his authority level. What an absolute pain, he thinks. Just as expected, another annoying system message from L pops up in front of him. There is nothing he can do. Na Seon-hu glares, knowing he has to endure it because reckless interference could ruin everything. Looking at a dark, jagged tower, Na Seon-hu recalls that it is not like he has not tried to enter Elsland. As lightning crackles in the sky, he remembers trying to open a portal as far from the Imperial Palace as possible. But the system warned him that the ancient giant's overwhelming power covering Elsland was directly interfering with his casting. The ancient giant has invested a massive amount of power here, making this conquest far more difficult than he anticipated. Suddenly, Yan Hai suggests from behind that they should look for someone connected to Queen Elsland to start their investigation there. Filled with determination, Na Seon-hu wonders if he should make a grand entrance as the second-ranked member of the human army. Meanwhile, high on the castle walls, countless guards stand watch over the central region of the Greenwood continent. This is the territory of the mighty Varian Empire. Among the guards, one is dozing off, looking incredibly sleep-deprived. Suddenly, a loud noise jolts him awake. A terrifying creature with razor-sharp teeth looms directly in front of him. Talk about a nightmare. The grotesque beast paralyzes the guard with fear as someone screams for the army to prepare. Suddenly, a blinding green magical energy begins to gather deep inside the terrifying monster's wide gaping mouth. The blast fires directly at the guards, making them scream in panic. Following the commander's orders, the cannons prepare to fire, are fired, blowing it completely away. Yet every single cannon shell is caught right inside a giant spider web. Seeing this, they can't help but gape in shock. What on earth are those shells hitting? Suddenly, a massive shadow looms over the brick floor. One of the guards slowly turns his head with a cold shiver. To his absolute horror, a giant spider is looming right behind the wall. Oh my god, what on earth is that? Out of nowhere, both monsters join forces to attack the wall, making someone scream out for help. From a distance, Sang-woo watches alongside Yeon-hee. He realizes their campaign to take over the central front has officially begun, of the Greenwood continent. Just then, Yeon-hee lands from above, telling him that they don't even need to make a move yet. Sang-woo agrees. They only step in when a holy knight shows up. For now, they just wait. Inside the walls, the scene is pure ruin. Most of the fighting is handled by Yeon-hee's summons and the 10,000-year spider, sending absolute terror through the enemy. Fear of the Demon King's army grows by the second. Flashback to a quiet night during that relentless war when that annoying bastard approached Sang-woo again. Feeling completely annoyed, Sang-woo glares at him, asking if he actually has nothing better to do. Luma smiles, claiming Lunia is highly pleased with his hard work, but Sang-woo's eyes widen at the demon's next words. Did he know? Luma casually mentions he already secured the first volume of the Book of Death. He calmly suggests that, with permission, he will put it to good use. Since Sang-woo took Lunia's light, their greatest treasure, they are even. Luma raises his hand, saying their master wants this too, so he will take Sang-woo's silence as a grateful yes. Hearing this, Sang-woo rolls his eyes in sheer rage. Seriously, is this absolute bastard completely out of his mind? Without a single care, Luma cheerfully asks if he's angry. To show thanks, he offers to share what he's discovered so far. Resting his chin on his hand, the demon wonders if he should really share this information, but notes Lunia always repays its debts. His eyes lock onto Sang-woo, pointing a finger directly at him. He warns him to listen closely. Inside the Kanghai dungeon, among the former master's subordinates, something has managed to breach their continent. On screen, a massive towering building comes into view as the mystery deepens. The scene shifts to a bloody room filled with lifeless bodies. A brown-haired man lies in a pool of blood, groaning as he sits up. He looks over at the body beside him and shudders. Looking down at your own corpse is a deeply unsettling feeling. Suddenly, a massive headache strikes. Violent flashes of war tear through his mind, leaving him completely disoriented. It turns out Sang-woo has reincarnated into this man's body. Clutching his head, he realizes the host's memories are flooding in. Suddenly, a voice breaks through, asking if Lord Ira is all right. The sudden question makes Sang-woo jump in surprise. His bodyguard steps closer, urgently offering to escort him straight to the hospital. But Sang-woo quickly waves him off. "Not necessary," Sang-woo replies. He then immediately asks what became of the hitmen who dared to attack them. The imposing bodyguard stiffens, reporting they took care of them all, though they also suffered some losses. It is way too much info. Sang-woo holds his temples and orders to be left alone. Sweat rolls down the guard's face. He warns this attack makes things very complicated for their conglomerate, mentioning an urgent matter he must report. But Sang-woo cuts him off, telling him to leave it for later. With no choice, the bodyguard bows and leaves. Left alone, Sang-woo's mind races. Isn't this the Demon King Dan's world? What exactly is this place anyway? The scene shifts to a room where Sang-woo is furiously typing away. Staring at the screen, he is quite puzzled. He knows they have organized themselves into a civilization, yet somehow there seems to be no actual social hierarchy at all. On the screen, a news broadcast shows Jonathan Hunter announcing he will face trial. Sang-woo finds this highly intriguing. This elite figure is at the absolute top of their society, yet he still has to stand trial. It makes no sense. Thinking back to the high-ranking monsters, he squeezes his eyes shut, frustrated that he cannot wrap his head around this world. He types relentlessly. But actually, none of that matters. In fact, the situation is absolutely perfect for him. Gazing intently at his screen, he plots his next move. Creating total chaos here does not require reincarnating into an awakened. This lowers the risk on his end significantly. He organizes his thoughts, selecting his next target with a quick click. A serious-looking young man pops up on his monitor. His next perfect target is none other than this guy. This man is Kim Chae-soo Kim. Sang-woo pauses to examine him closely, noting his background and immense financial leverage. Even though Kim Chae-soo is not an awakened, he oversees the investment strategies for the world's largest financial group. Just a single click of this man's mouse can easily cause financial damage equivalent to a full-scale nuclear blast. Sang-woo rubs his chin, planning ahead. Given the strict security, meeting him directly is going to be incredibly difficult. He needs a much stronger connection to Kim Chae-soo. The next day, a cheerful blonde man named Daniel Goman, the CEO of Gold and Silver Investment, warmly welcomes Sang-woo, calling out to Ira. "Oh, look at you, already up and walking." Seon-hu plays along, smiling as he points out that Daniel didn't even bother to visit him in the hospital. Daniel steps closer and shrugs, saying he heard his friend was doing just fine, so why visit? He asks what's going on. Seon-hu sinks onto a nearby sofa and gets straight to the point, admitting he needs an outsider's perspective on a few things. Because as Daniel already knows, the situation inside their conglomerate is a complete and absolute mess. Hearing this, Daniel is visibly surprised. An outsider. That sounds a bit harsh, Daniel replies, but tells him to spill it so he can help however possible. Seeing his curious and lively face, Seon-hu chuckles, noting Daniel is as energetic as ever. But a second later, Seon-hu's expression shifts to dead serious. He warns that the fierce gold standard war has officially begun. The knights of this financial empire never sleep, fighting 24 hours a day, and that it's time to rest. Shaken by the cold, heavy aura radiating from Seon-hu's sharp eyes, Daniel stammers as Seon-hu warns him to rest well. Later that night, Jonathan is standing in his private villa, casually sipping a glass of wine. He suddenly freezes, catching an unusual sound from outside. Up on the second floor, masked intruders are breaking in. They slip through the back, armed to the teeth. The guards immediately raise their weapons and open fire, shouting out that they have intruders. But the bullets don't even scratch them. In a flash, one guard is brutally decapitated. One of the cloaked killers lunges forward, aiming straight for Jonathan on the stairs. Jonathan's expression darkens as he raises his hand, channeling a massive spark of flame. With all the chaotic protests outside, this sudden attack actually makes for a perfect cover. In one swift, effortless motion, Jonathan unleashes a wave of roaring fire. Agonized screams echo through the halls as the blaze engulfs the attackers all at once. Yet Jonathan's sharp eyes catch something impossible. One of the assassins stands perfectly upright, completely untouched by the raging heat. With arms crossed, the intruder uses some kind of magic barrier to deflect the attack. Jonathan stares in shock, wondering how his flames were blocked. The intruder scowls, giving him a look of pure disgust. With a hard stomp, the assassin leaps back and completely vanishes into thin air, only to reappear behind Jonathan like a gust of wind. The killer raises his blade, driving it straight toward the back of Jonathan's neck. Jonathan reacts instantly, blocking the blade with his bare hand. The sharp metal impales his palm, blood spurting out. But this is exactly what he wanted. Jonathan grips the assassin's hand tightly, locking him in place. Realizing the trap he just walked into, the killer's eyes fill with absolute panic. Jonathan glares at him, growling a cold warning for the outsider to burn. An explosion of white-hot fire erupts directly from his palm. The blast blows the assassin backward, but as the smoke clears, the killer is nowhere to be found. Jonathan frowns at the empty space. He grips his bleeding hand, realizing the target managed to slip away. So this is the dangerous new breed of enemy that Seon-hu warned him about. The next morning, breaking news reports flash across the screens. A hostile attack by mysterious alien entities has apparently targeted the Hunter estate. Watching the broadcast in absolute silence, Daniel absorbs the chaotic reports. Government officials claim most of the threats were neutralized on site. Thankfully, Jonathan Hunter came out of the violent clash with nothing but minor scratches. The public reaction is already spreading like wildfire. Analysts believe this terrifying incident will ultimately make Jonathan's public image and symbolic power feel even stronger. Frustrated by the news, Daniel aims the remote and shuts the television off, clicking his tongue in sheer annoyance. He's completely disappointed with how things turned out. In a sudden fit of rage, he hurls the remote, shattering the screen into pieces. Holding his head in his hands, Daniel curses himself. He knew they shouldn't have messed with the Lord of Flames. He had even submitted an urgent warning beforehand. But with the royal court tangled up in their own endless political games, there was no way his report would ever reach the Queen's hands. Daniel turns away, grabbing his coat. He has absolutely no other choice. This highly dangerous, desperate path is the only option he has left to make things right. Later, inside his sleek, high-rise office, Kim Cheol-soo is in a tense video call. Over the last 100 days, 23 alien attacks have occurred. Most of these strikes targeted awakened guilds. But on the screen, Jonathan points out that this latest group was gunning specifically for him. The leader of the squad was on a completely different level than anything he had ever faced before. Jonathan issues a strict command to raise the company's security protocol by at least 2 full tiers to prepare for further strikes. Kim Cheol-soo nods in agreement, promising to get right on it. But right then, the phone on his desk begins to ring. Checking the caller ID, Kim Cheol-soo picks up the receiver with a smile, greeting the caller and saying he was just about to reach out. After listening to the caller for a bit, Kim Cheol-soo chuckles, surprised that they're already in America. The steady voice on the line responds calmly, suggesting they meet up in person to talk.